when the brutal fallen angel descends to the human world and everyone is frantically fleeing for their lives. I, however, slap its pretty face and even force it to wear a modern wedding dress. This is because I have awakened as the Undead Emperor profession, and all beings in the undead realm will unconditionally submit to me. It turns out this is a doomsday world where a zombie virus has erupted. Everyone believes that this apocalypse is caused by a virus developed by humans, but only I know that this apocalypse is merely a game played by the gods. Each zombie possesses abilities far beyond those of humans, and they can evolve by devouring humans or their kind. Perhaps the gods found the one-sided situation too boring, so on the 7th day of the apocalypse, they bestowed divine gifts. In every city, awakening orbs will randomly appear, and people can awaken various supernatural professions after swallowing these orbs. In my previous life, I missed the first batch of awakening orbs because I took the risk of delivering food to the so-called goddess, ultimately only obtaining the second batch. It is known that the supernatural professions awakened from the 2 batches are worlds apart. Nevertheless, in my past life, I reached the top 10 strongest in the world with my A-level profession as a demon hunter and exhausted the legendary zombie emperor in the last moment of my life. Now, I happen to be reborn on the day the awakening orbs arrive. Starting at 5 o'clock this afternoon, the awakening orbs will gradually appear. From what I understand, there are only 1,000 awakening orbs in each city for the first batch, and although nearly half of humanity has turned into zombies, there are still close to several billion people. In my city, Yoon City, there are at least 4 million people, so one can imagine how fierce the competition will be. Fortunately, people are still unaware of the function of the awakening orbs. In my previous life, I already knew the approximate distribution of the first batch of awakening orbs. Among these 1,000 awakening orbs, there is only one SS-level awakening orb, and swallowing it will allow one to awaken the SS-level supernatural profession of the 6-winged fallen angel. Just as I was pondering how to get my hands on this awakening pearl, my phone suddenly rang. Chief Phoneling, why haven't you delivered the food yet? Both Ying and I are about to starve to death. Ying has finally developed a bit of a good impression of you, and yet you don't know how to cherish it. If it weren't for her kind heart, someone like you would never have the chance to see her in your lifetime. The endless insults came from the other end of the line, but the moment I heard Zhou Ying's name, my expression instantly turned cold. I know Zhou Ying all too well. In my previous life, I risked my life to deliver all the food to her, yet I never even entered her room. Instead, just because I said I had no food either and hoped she could save a little for me, Zhou Ying and her good friend deemed me useless and directly attracted zombies, wanting to put me to death. Thinking of this, I was so angry that I wanted to hang up the phone. Suddenly, I remembered they were in the building where the SS-level awakening pearl appeared. It was truly a case of finding something without any effort. Not only can I obtain the only SS-level awakening pearl in this city, but I can also settle the score with Zhou Ying. At this moment, a voice came from the other end of the phone again. Don't say that, Phoneling. It's normal for him to be afraid of zombies. We can't put him in danger. If anything happens to him, I won't live either. Zhou Ying on the other end pretended to speak with a crying tone, but her face was full of mockery. I think you're just too kind. Wang Xiao is clearly pursuing you, but you refuse to accept him and insist on giving this Chief Phoneling a chance. But look at him. He doesn't even dare to deliver food to you. He's really cowardly. The two of them cooperated, their expressions of mockery growing more intense. I found it amusing, but still pretended to agree with them. Don't worry, I will definitely arrive at your place before 5 o'clock this afternoon. After hanging up the phone, I tidied up a bit. There wasn't much food left in the house, probably enough for about a week for myself. So this trip not only had to be ahead of everyone else to grab that SS-level awakening pearl, but I also needed to scavenge some supplies. However, there were still 2 streets between here and the skyscraper, and there would definitely be a lot of zombies along the way. So I took apart the bedboard and tied it to key parts of my body to avoid being bitten. For safety's sake, I carried a baseball bat and tucked a kitchen knife into my waistband. By the time I was all set, it was already 3:10 in the afternoon, with an hour and 50 minutes left until 5 o'clock. I looked out the window at the street below, perhaps because there were no living people around. The zombies seemed to have lost their target and were wandering aimlessly. Although this group of zombies posed no threat to me at the moment, I knew very well that these seemingly weak zombies would start to devour their kind and evolve after today, leading to a collective mutation of the zombie horde. I gently pushed open the door, stepped out of the room, and slowly moved towards the end of the hallway, being careful not to make a sound, as even a slight mistake could attract a horde of zombies. 5 minutes later, I successfully retreated to the 2nd floor, but what troubled me was that those wandering zombies on the street made it nearly impossible to pass directly through them. If I forced my way through, I would only end up being eaten. Suddenly, I remembered that the corner room on the 2nd floor was a broadcast room, which connected to numerous speakers on the left side of the street. In my previous life, I attracted the attention of most zombies through the broadcast room, allowing me to cross these 2 streets. However, Before entering the broadcast room, I swung the baseball bat in my hand because in my previous life, when I opened the door to the broadcast room, a zombie suddenly jumped out and knocked me down. If I hadn't been wearing thick clothes at the time, I would have been scratched and infected. This time, I naturally couldn't let such a thing happen. Just as I opened the door to the broadcast room, a dull thud sounded, and the zombie man was knocked to the ground by the baseball bat, completely silent. Immediately, I turned on all the speakers on the street, and the nearby zombies rushed towards the nearest speaker. I took the opportunity to deal with the scattered zombies and successfully entered the skyscraper. The baseball bat in my hand was already covered in blood. I leaned against the wall of the corridor, gasping for breath. This body is too weak now. Without undergoing the awakening baptism, the gene lock has not been opened. Fortunately, thanks to the adrenaline in my body, but the consequence is that I have exhausted all my strength. So, I took out the chocolate I had prepared in advance to replenish my energy, and only after the feeling of fatigue subsided did I continue on my way. There are still 40 minutes until 5 o'clock, but the skyscraper has a total of 37 floors, and I am still on the first floor. Moreover, the elevator to the top floor is broken, so the only way is to climb the stairs. At this moment, Zhou and Sun Qian were already hungry, their stomachs growling. Sun Qian immediately picked up her phone and continued to urge me. In no time, there were 99 messages, but there was still no response. This chief phoneling is really too much. How dare he not reply for so long? When he comes in the afternoon, Ying, you must not give him a good face, Zhou sneered. With someone like him, he has nothing to offer. If it weren't for those damn zombies outside, I wouldn't even want to look at him. As long as he can deliver food, he has no value to me. Then she took out her phone and made a call. Phone Ling, why are you still not here? I've been waiting for a long time. Zhou suppressed her nausea and deliberately spoke in a soft voice. In her impression, as long as she spoke in this tone, I would be enchanted and rush over regardless of any obstacles, and this time would surely be no exception. However, upon hearing this, I felt a chill run down my spine, but I still pretended to be anxious and said, I'll be there soon. I brought a lot of food, and I'll surprise you all when I arrive. After hanging up the phone, I looked down at my watch. There were only a few seconds left until the awakening pearl appeared. At that moment, I had just arrived at the rooftop of the skyscraper. Moments later, the sky above the rooftop began to twist and deform, and a black pearl the size of a fist rolled to my feet. I was all too familiar with this pitch-black pearl. It was the awakening pearl that could change the entire human landscape. With a snap, I crushed it without hesitation. In the next moment, bright red liquid flowed out of the pearl, spreading from my right hand all over my body. This process took only 10 seconds, and the next second, a light blue pop-up window appeared in front of me. Human number 0001 Chief Phoneling, level, first tier low rank, Awaken profession, Undead Emperor, profession rating, SSS level, strength, 10, agility, 10, spirit, 10, constitution, 10, companion skills, summon undead, can summon up to 10 undead spirits from the world of the dead, with the summoned undead's level not exceeding one level above the summoner's level. Undead chant a requiem for the undead, doubling the attributes of summoned undead within a radius of 100 meters centered on oneself, with a cooldown time of 1 hour. Seeing this scene, Chief Phoneling immediately brightened up. Originally, he thought that after obtaining this SS grade awakening bead, he was supposed to be awakening the SS grade profession, six-winged fallen angel, just like Yi Tian in his previous life. As a result, it hadn't occurred to me, he was actually able to awaken an SSS rank occupation. It is important to know that there were only 3 SSS level professional awakeners in the previous world, and those 3 were the 3 strongest in the world. And nowadays, he had unexpectedly awakened the SSS rank occupation, Undead Emperor, as well. Rank, first level low level. Any awakened person who completes their awakening is out of the realm of mortals, and their rank will be directly promoted from mortal to first level low class. Level 1 is only the lowest level of the awakened. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, Level 4, Zunshur level, Epic level, Legendary level, Mythic level, Supreme God, a total of 9 levels, each with 4 small stages, each with a world of difference. In his previous life, Chief Phoeneling's awakened profession was an A-rank, demon hunter, and despite the fact that he had experienced countless lives and deaths, and had also received a strange encounter that broke through the limitations of his profession's rank. However, his rank before he was reborn was only Legendary Intermediate, ranked the 10th of the world's top 10 strongest, while those 9 in front of him were basically at the peak of the Legendary, and there were even others who had reached the Mythic level. In this life, he had awakened the SSS rank, Undead Emperor. He wanted to break the limits and ascend to the throne. He would ascend to become a god and behead gods with his own hands. The gods viewed people as playthings, so Chief Phoneling would use his mortal body to behead the gods. Chapter 4 Skeleton Squad. Undead Summoning, Undead Chanting. These two skills are truly worthy of being SSS-ranked companion skills. Undead summoning not only allows you to summon 10 undead from the undead realm, but also has a maximum level of no more than one level above your own. That is to say, the undead he summoned would not have a minimum level lower than a low level one, while the highest level could reach a peak level 2. Now is only the 7th day of the end of the world. The zombies have not even begun to massively devour themselves to evolve. The most powerful zombie might just be a low level 2, and a peak level 2 undead. What kind of concept was that? It meant that Chief Onling could walk sideways at will in the end times, and this skill is something that can grow as you grow in level. Reread, Undead Chant, chanting an Undead Requiem, doubling the attributes of the undead summoned in a 100-meter radius with yourself as the center. This attribute, it was simply heaven-defying. At this stage, summoning a grade 2 undead object and chanting the Undead Requiem, that attribute wouldn't directly explode. He could even ride on the Zombie King's head. After Chief Onling had eaten up his profession and skills, he then heavily exhaled the turbid breath that he had been holding for a long time. Chief Onling stared at Summon Undead and softly murmured, "Summon." A spell of undead skulls appeared around Chief Onling's body, surrounded by flashes of translucent airy green light, and a low chant from the realm of the undead followed. The next moment, in the middle of the spell formation, a figure suddenly appeared. As the green light dispersed, the figure gradually appeared. A humanoid skeleton warrior that was 2 meters tall and hollow pupils glowing with eerie green soul fire. A huge bone blade clutched in his hand. He stood so still in the white bones of the undead realm beneath him. Skeleton Blade Warrior, first level middle rank, a blade warrior from the undead realm with the belief of invincibility. The lowest ranked soldier in the undead warband. Power, 20. Agility, 20. Spirit, 20. Physical fitness, 20. Skills, none. After this skeleton sword warrior, 8 more identical skeleton sword warriors came out one after another. Just when Chief Onling thought that these 10 undead summoned for the first time were all going to be first level mid-stage skeleton blade warriors, suddenly, the spell formation lit up with a haze of light. A figure even taller and sturdier than the skeleton blade warrior appeared. A skeleton knight rode a tall bone horse with a skull still hanging from the lance in his hand, his hollow eyes glowing with green bone fire. Skeleton Knight Commander, 2nd level. Middle rank, a knight commander from the undead realm, with the same invincible beliefs and a more powerful physique. A squad leader in the undead army. Power, 70. Agility, 70. Spirit, 70. Physical fitness, 70. Skill, charge. Each time you lead a squad charge, you can double the unit attributes of all squad members. When Chief Onling saw the attributes of the skeleton knight leader with his own eyes, especially when he saw its charge skill, people were numb. At this stage, this almost heaven-defying high attribute aside, just the charge skill alone. Surprisingly, it wasn't a single increase skill, but a collective increase. Chief Onling could even already imagine the doubling of all attributes if he used the Undead Chant skill first. Then the skeleton knight leader was initiating the charge and the attributes of all unit members were doubled again. Then this could be quadrupled. 50 strength, directly changed to 200, and still all attributes quadrupled. According to Chief Onling's knowledge, the attributes of a grade 2 middle-ranked zombie were only a couple hundred or 200 at the beginning, although the skeleton knight leader was also a level 2 mid-rank. If he was under the mutual reinforcement of Undead Chant in charge, he would kill a level 2 zombie in minutes. Hiss. Thinking about this, Chief Onling couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Right at this moment, Chief Onling's cell phone rang again at an inopportune time, and pressed to connect. Joing on the other end of the phone was just about to open her mouth to question, when Chief Onling's voice came to her ear. "Don't be anxious, we'll be there soon." With that, he hung up. It is indeed coming soon, and soon he will personally come to their door to give them a big surprise, to make them memorable for the rest of their lives. Chief Onling glanced at the 10 skeletons waiting in place and ordered, "Start clearing from the top." Before going up to the rooftop on the top floor, Chief Onling took a lot of effort to clear the zombies in the hallway, and several times he almost got injured, but it was good that he had done enough protection before leaving the house. Although the zombies in the building's hallways had been pretty much cleared by him, there were still a lot of zombies in various rooms within the skyscraper. Before awakening the profession, killing zombies could not generate any profit. However, after awakening to the profession, zombies were like wild monster NPCs in the game. As long as they were killed, they would bring experience. After the zombies started devouring each other for promotion a few days later, there was still a chance to drop awakening beads after killing them. Only this chance was extremely small. The skeleton knight leader led the 9 skeleton blade warriors to begin clearing the zombies layer by layer as per Chief Onling's orders. The zombies now, although they were a bit more powerful than the average person, but here in the skeleton warriors, it was like chicken *******. one slash at a time was as simple as chopping a melon and cutting vegetables, and the only damage the zombies could do to the skeleton warrior were simple attacks like tearing and infection. But skeleton warriors are naturally immune to infection. As for the damage caused by tearing, it is negligible. Skeleton Blade Warrior kills unranked zombie, gaining 5 experience points. The Skeleton Knight Leader kills an unranked zombie and gains 3 experience points. Each zombie, because it was unranked, could only bring 5 experience points. It looked like these Skeleton Blade Warriors still had a chance to evolve and upgrade, but soon Chi Fongling realized that something was wrong. Skeleton Blade Warrior killing a zombie and Skeleton Knight Leader killing a zombie were surprisingly different in terms of the experience they brought. The latter brought even fewer experience points. Soon after, Chi Fongling immediately told the Skeleton Knight Leader not to participate in the cleanup operation. This was because the Skeleton Knight Leader's level was level 2, while the zombies were unranked, and with a difference of 2 levels in between, the experience would naturally be less. Very quickly, Chi Fongling then led the skeleton squad to clear from the top floor to the 18th floor, and downstairs was the floor where Zhou and Sun Shi were. The soundproofing of skyscrapers wasn't very good, and because of his own awakening, at least when Chi Fongling stood on the upper floor of Zhou and Sun Shi's room, the conversation between the two of them clearly fell into Chi Fongling's ears. Ying, why hasn't this Chi Fongling come yet? I'm afraid he's not fooling you, right? Hearing Sun Cici's words, Zhou was also a little less confident. No way, he has always obeyed me, he should. But soon, Zhou thought of something else and changed the topic. Don't mind that licking dog. Anyway, soon Brother Yi Tian will arrive. At that time, even if he, Chi Fongling, is afraid of death and doesn't dare to come, Brother Yi Tian will definitely bring us food. If he, Chi Fongling, really doesn't come to bring us food, then when the time comes, I'll take Brother Yi Tian to his house, eat all his food in front of him, and also throw him down to feed the zombies, so that he would dare to make this young lady wait for such a long time. It's simply damned. Chapter 5 A Zombie Horde? Walking experience points. Listening to Zhou and Sun Shi's conversation about herself, Chi Fongling just silently laughed a little, and in her heart, she couldn't afford to raise half a bit of anger. After all, who would be angry with these people who are going to die? Apparently it was completely unnecessary. Just at this moment, 1703's room door was knocked on. Zhou and Sun Shi looked at each other. That lickspittle Chi Fongling is here? It should be. Just when Zhou and Sun Shi both thought that the person knocking on the door outside was Chi Fongling, the man who was standing outside the house and knocking on the door was the one who spoke. Ying, open the door. I'm Yi Tian. Yi Tian. When Zhou heard the name of the man outside, she immediately brightened up and hurriedly hid the look of disgust she had just felt, and changed it to an expression of delight, quickly walking to the door to open it. Just as soon as she opened the door, Zhou immediately jumped headfirst into Yi Tian's arms the moment she saw him. Brother Sky, I'm so scared. Feeling the watery Zhou in his arms, Yi Tian was very happy, and hurriedly patted Zhou Ying's delicate white back, comforting. It's okay, I'm here. From now on Ying don't need to be afraid anymore, okay? Zhou raised her head to look directly at Yi Tian, and then hurriedly lowered her head in a shy manner and gave a soft Zhou and Yi Tian urgently embraced each other, which caused Sun Shi, who was watching the scene from behind, to clench her back teeth. Yi Tian was the recognized male god in the school. Sun Shi had fallen in love with Yi Tian a long time ago, and during that time, she even shared about Yi Tian with Zhou, her good best friend. Originally, Zhou had no interest in Yi Tian at first, but after Sun Shi shared so much, Zhou became interested in Yi Tian. The two just went back and forth and slowly got better. As for Chi Fongling, as far as Zhou was concerned, he was nothing more than a licking dog who only knew how to deliver things every day. It was also from this moment, Sun Shi completely hated Zhou, and Zhou also from the beginning to the end did not look at the side of this moment to follow their own, but also ordinary girlfriends. This is a rare pair of besties. After entering the house, Yi Tian swept a glance at the somewhat cluttered room. In the living room, in addition to eating the leftover garbage, even the shadow of a bit of food was not seen, which made Yi Tian couldn't help but knit his brows a bit dissatisfied. Yi Tian had risked his life to come over this time because he had run out of food, and he had been starving for 2 days. If it wasn't for Zhou saying that there was food in the house, he wouldn't have risked being eaten up by the zombies. But once he entered the house, where was the semblance of food except for the garbage all over the house? Although Yi Tian already wanted to get angry, but for the sake of the food, he still held back his temper and forced a smile as he inquired, Ying, didn't you say there was plenty of food in the house? There was a pause. Perhaps Yi Tian also realized that he had asked this question a bit too bluntly and added, I mean, I'm here. Do you have enough supplies? If that's not enough, I'm on my way to pick up the food I asked a friend to store in this building earlier. Yi Tian, where there is a friend, ah. Furthermore, This under the end of the world food themselves are not enough. How can there still be a friend to save a copy waiting for Yi Tian? This was nothing more than Yi Tian's condescending rhetoric. If Zhou and Sun Shi really ran out of food, Yi Tian would definitely not hesitate to leave them behind. Of course, he'd make sure to squeeze the last of their value out of them before abandoning them. In the face of Yi Tian's fake concern, Zhou squeezed out a smile of embarrassment and hurriedly said, "Yes, someone will bring the food in a moment. Brother Tian, you can just sit and wait." Saying that, Zhou quietly took out her cell phone again and started contacting Qi Fengling. Looking down at the caller ID of his cell phone, Qi Fengling revealed a cold smile. This was really an extreme pair. "Let's go. It's time to go down and get to work." The skeleton squad quickly cleaned up all the zombies on the 18th floor without any injuries. Qi Fengling immediately led them to continue cleaning up the next floor. It was also the 17th floor. The zombies on the 17th floor had just been agitated because Yi Tian had made a lot of noise when he broke in. Now that Qi Fengling had brought the skeleton squad downstairs, it immediately caused the zombies to mob them. Soon, a hissing sound came out from the hallway. The three of them, Zhou, who were on the same floor, heard it clearly. However, they all tacitly pretended not to hear it. Zhou and Sun Sisi exchanged a glance with their eyes across the room. They were all a little worried that the hissing sound coming from the building was not triggered by Qi Fengling. Of course, they weren't caring about Qi Fengling. Rather, they were concerned about the food Qi Fengling was carrying. If Qi Fengling dies, he dies, but don't lose the food. Otherwise they won't be able to spare Qi Fengling. Inside the building, there were far more zombies on the 17th floor than on the floors above combined. Logically, the zombies on the 17th floor should also be similar to the zombies on the floor above. However, because Yi Tian had rushed all the way across the street, it was only by relying on his life that he had rushed up to the 17th floor. Yi Tian was safe, but he had also attracted a large number of zombies downstairs. Qi Fengling just casually glanced at the head of the zombie group, estimated that there are no less than 40 to 50 heads. In the face of the ferocious swarm of zombies, Qi Fengling not only did not retreat, but also very excited. The reason is simple, because these, however, are walking experience points. 1 zombie, 5 experience points, 40 to 50 zombies, at least 200 experience points. This was more than even the 10 or so floors above him that he had cleared with his skeleton squad combined. This is like giving away benefits. Facing the collective attack of the zombie horde, countless hands shaped like withers were tearing at several of the skeleton blade warriors that made up the front row, and these zombies were using their teeth to tear with all their might. But the damage that could be done to the skeleton blade warrior was minimal. But right now, after all, the zombie horde is large in number, plus it is a narrow section like a building. The skeleton knife warrior is not good to play for a while. Seeing that they were about to reach a stalemate, Qi Fengling played a chant from the undead. Undead chanting. The moment the undead chant sounded, the collective attributes of the skeleton blade warriors all doubled. Each slash could easily take away several zombies. The brains of these zombies erupted and dyed the skeleton blade warriors blood red. In less than 3 minutes, the dozens of zombies in the hallway were all easily disposed of. Qi Fengling, surrounded by the skeleton blade warriors, stepped on the corpses of the zombies that had fallen like rotting meat and walked out of the building. And the voices heard coming from the building grew smaller and smaller until they fell silent. After some agonizing, Zhou and Sun Shi still decided to open a small crack in the door of their room and poke their heads through the gap, carefully checking out the movement at the building. Right at the moment when Zhou and Sun Sisi poked their heads out, Qi Fengling also walked out of the building just in time, surrounded by the skeleton squad, 6 eyes facing each other. Chapter 6, Changes in the bitch situation. Bang! Only a bang was heard, and the gap opened by the door was ruthlessly closed by Zhou. Phew! Phew! Sitting on her butt on the ground, Zhou Ying's face turned pale as she kept gasping for air. She, you, did you see it? Holding onto Sun Shi's hand on the side, Zhou Ying spoke that was stuttering. What? It was obvious that Sun Shi, who was on the side, was also shocked, and her eyes were still unfocused even now. Those are skeletons. They've got big knives in their hands, and they've got blood all over them, and there's zombies all over the ground. And Qi Fengling also looked at me. Zhou Ying did not say further, but the trembling body already said it all. Just a moment ago, the moment they opened the door, they met Qi Fengling's eyes. At that moment, Zhou Ying saw coldness, ruthlessness, and endless killing intent in Qi Fengling's eyes, and it was that look that caused her to directly shut the door. Outside the door, the corner of Qi Fengling's mouth then grinned. He also did not expect that Zhou Ying's reaction would be that big. But that being said, who in their right mind could accept the existence of a skeleton? And the kind of skeletons that kill with blood. It was just that Qi Fengling wasn't flustered at all. He hadn't come to find them. He hadn't come to please them at all. As for the seemingly solid iron gate, It was a matter of sprinting for his own Skull Knight leader. Ing, Sun Shi, what skeletons? What exactly did you guys see? Yi Tian, who was on the side, was stupefied by Zhouing and Sun Shi's expressions. Brother Yi, there are skeletons outside the door, the kind we've seen in the movies. It's really scary. Sun Shi trembled her shoulders and her speech clamped down. And with that, she was ready to lean towards Yi Tian's arms. On the other side, Zhouing was indeed startled by Qi Fengling and that skeleton, but out of a woman's perception, she instantly guessed what Sun Shi wanted to do. What a wavy hoof! My man, you also dare to rob. After Zhouing secretly said in her heart, that was to rob Sun Shi a step, directly jumped into Yi Tian's arms. Brother Yi Tian, I'm really scared. You said you would protect me. Leaning in Yi Tian's embrace and gently turning her face sideways, Zhouing looked at Sun Shi, who was stopping by, and couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. It seems that Zhouing is still better at playing this game. Only at this moment, Yi Tian's mind was no longer here at all. If it wasn't for these two women's food, he would have kicked these two heartthrobs away. Ing, don't be afraid. I said I will protect you. Only, the food you said, where exactly is it? Gently holding Zhou Ying's shoulders, Yi Tian barely squeezed out a concerned expression. This. Thinking of Qi Fengling and that skeleton, Zhou Ying's words immediately choked on her mouth. Oh, Ing, who did I think it was? Just now at the entrance I seemed to see that your boyfriend risked his life to bring you food. Seeing Zhou Ying's expression of wanting to speak, Sun Shi's corner of her eye then curved gently. What? Boyfriend? Sun Shi predicted well. When Yi Tian heard this, his eyes were filled with anger, and his hand holding Zhouing unconsciously used force. Yi Tian did not like Zhouing. Yi Tian was angry, just angry that Zhouing even took him as a spare tire. No matter what, he was also the schoolboy of Yunchang University, the only male god. If it wasn't for this mouthful of food, Yi Tian wouldn't even look at this Zhouing. No, brother Yi Tian, don't listen to Sun Shi's nonsense. There's no such thing at all. Now, Zhouing really panicked, and the fear she had pretended to have before was swept away. Ing, then how come I always hear you contacting that Qi Fengling, and you're calling Fengling one after another? You guys are so sweet. I thought he was your boyfriend. Sun Shi put on a surprised expression and said with a mouthful covering her small mouth and bulging eyes. Sun Shi, you crazy woman, will you stop yelling? Seeing that Yi Tian's face had completely sunk, Zhouing no longer maintained that soft stance. Brother Yi Tian, don't listen to Sun Shi's nonsense. That Qi Fengling is nothing more than my licking dog. I've never liked him, and I only talk to him for his food. In order to completely set aside her relationship with Qi Fengling, Zhouing no longer hid it and said what she should or shouldn't have said. At the moment, the doorway, after swallowing the awakening bead, Qi Fengling's hearing had been enhanced, and the words they said in the house, Qi Fengling that heard them clearly. If it was said that before Qi Fengling still had some pity for Zhouing, now those feelings that were completely gone. Qi Fengling gritted her teeth, her eyes cold and thorough. Even the skeletal warriors beside Qi Fengling felt their master's killing intent. Their bones cackled and the soul fire in their brains emitted an oozing light. Brother Yi Tian still has. On the side, that Sun Shi obviously didn't have the intention to stop. By the looks of it, she wanted Yi Tian to completely give up Zhouing. That's enough. Stop talking. Ing, that Qi Fengling you're talking about. He's at the door right now, isn't he? And, he even brought all his food? Stopping Sun Shi, who still wanted to speak. Yi Tian's expression at the moment was serious. As the school bully of Yunchang University, Yi Tian had contacted countless women, and he was able to see the small minds of these two women clearly. What he wanted now was for Zhouing to bring over all of that Qi Fengling's food. Then he could take it himself and leave. He didn't want to use the extra rations to feed these two useless women. That's right, that Qi Fengling is at the door. I'll have him bring in the food now. Zhouing seemed to have completely forgotten that there was that oozing skeleton warrior at the door. Qi Fengling, is that you? Zhouing didn't open the door and just called out from inside, her voice no longer soft because Yi Tian was on the side. However, with her understanding of Qi Fengling, even if she was cold to him, Qi Fengling wouldn't go away, and if Qi Fengling saw Yi Tian, she might even think that she didn't do a good job somewhere. Indeed, the Qi Fengling of his last life had been in love with his brain to such an extent that things like buying 2 breakfasts for a goddess and her boyfriend had been done by Qi Fengling. Ing, it's me. I'm here. I even brought all the food. Open the door. Originally Qi Fengling was planning to violently break down the door, but after listening to those words, Qi Fengling was planning to come in harder. After all, as the saying goes, it takes a madman to make him perish. Really? Qi Fengling, I seem to have just seen that there are skeletons all around you. It's really scary. Hearing that Qi Fengling had brought food, Zhouing was initially excited, but the next second, she thought of those oozing skeletons. Skeleton? Ing, what are you thinking? How can there be that kind of thing in the real world? Can't you open the door and take a look? Said Chi Fongling and silently recited a sentence to disappear. In an instant, the skeletons that crowded the corridor that disappeared. But 2 of them, on the other hand, were carrying large swords toward the 16th floor. Squeak! When Chi Fongling said that, he heard the sound of the door being gently opened, and the one who poked her head out was none other than that Zhou. Seeing the scene outside the door once more, Zhou couldn't help but rub her eyes, because the skeletons that were originally surrounding Chi Fongling, she really didn't see them anymore. Ing, can I go in now? Opening the bag full of food, Chi Fongling revealed a look that she only had in her last life. Chapter 7 Lord of the City in the previous life. Ing, let me go in too. I've got all my food here. This situation was like a scenario reenactment, and perhaps only Chi Fongling knew it best. This was the case in his last life. After he desperately crossed 2 zombie streets to bring the food over, Zhou did not care about himself in the slightest. Even this door was only opened less than half a meter wide, and after hearing again that she had no food, coupled with her wretched appearance, Zhou also decisively abandoned herself, and then it was to create a huge commotion, trying to lure the zombies to come and bite herself to death. Chi Fongling, you know, I'm a traditional girl. You're not my boyfriend yet. You're not allowed to enter my boudoir. Zhou lowered her head in a well-behaved manner. The Chi Fongling of his last life could eat this, and it was Zhou who often brainwashed him this way, so that Chi Fongling couldn't listen to the advice of his friends around him either. Chi Fongling, Cici and I have been starving for days. This food isn't enough for us. If you can go out and find some more food, I'll be your girlfriend, okay? This was also a common routine used by Zhou, first giving Chi Fongling a slap on the face and then giving him a sweet date. After saying this, Zhou didn't care what Chi Fongling's expression was. She was about to close that iron door, because in Zhou Ying's opinion, Chi Fongling would definitely choose to go and look for food. In Zhou Ying's opinion, now that brother Yi Tian had come, it would be best if Chi Fongling was bitten to death by a zombie in the process of looking for food. If Chi Fongling could come back again, then PUA him again. If Chi Fongling had to come in, then she would have to tear her face off with Chi Fongling. Anyway, her brother Yi Tian had told her that he would take care of her in the future. Chi Fongling, what's wrong with you? I've told you that you can't come in. Zhou only felt as if the door was stuck master by something. No matter how hard she tried, the door couldn't be closed. The door was fine. Of course, it was just propped up by Chi Fongling. Looking at Zhou closing the door with almost all her strength, Chi Fongling was angry and happy. Angry of course because this woman was actually really this ruthless. As for happy, it was because Chi Fong was inspired by the power of the Awakened. Although his current self was only a low level 1 and his strength was only a mere 10 points, but that might have been as much as twice as much as Zhou, who was still a mortal, could say. Yes, Zhou, then who is he? Chi Fongling no longer wanted to beat around the bush with Zhou, only to see Chi Fongling pumping hard, while the iron door that was to be closed was directly opened. In an instant, Chi Fongling's eyes finally met with that Yi Tian. Yi Tian, the male god of Yunchang University. At this moment, Chi Fongling also identified his other identity, which was, in his previous life, the Yunchang City Lord. The current Yi Tian hadn't changed much from his last life when he had awakened the 6-winged fallen angel, but one thing was unchanged, and that was his kind of unbeatable eyes. In his last life, Chi Fongling and Yi Tian did not have any interactions. One was the high and mighty lord of Cloud City, and the other was an ordinary awakened who was seeking to survive in the end times. If Chi Fongling hadn't encountered all sorts of strange encounters, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to meet Yi Tian. However, Chi Fongling didn't have a good impression of Yi Tian. In his last life, under the common desperation of all ordinary people and awakened people, humans finally drove the zombies out of Cloud City, and Yi Tian, who had the strongest strength, was naturally elected as the Cloud City City Lord. In the beginning, Yi Tian was really doing a good job at being this city lord. Only less than half a year later, Yi Tian had changed. He is no longer bent on finding a way for Cloud City to develop. He oppresses ordinary people, scorns low-level awakened, suppresses high-level awakened who don't support him, and even stifles those who may surpass his juniors. In less than 2 years, Cloud City had completely turned into Yi Tian's forbidden domain, and it could be said that he was the emperor in Cloud City, a chaotic and dim-witted ruler. And under Yi Tian's lethargic governance, many awakened people had chosen to silently leave Cloud City, and Yi Tian had even refused to cooperate with other cities. And at that time, Yi Tian, who had reached the peak of the epic level, had completely disregarded them. Then later on, there was the rise of the zombie emperor, who gathered all the zombies around him and laid siege to the fortified Cloud City. And at that time, Cloud City, the city's defense and people's hearts were not as strong as they were in the beginning, and with no support from other cities, The once glorious and prosperous Cloud City was completely taken down by the zombie emperor in less than 5 days, and Cloud City became the first large city to be taken down by zombies after the end of the world. Yi Tian himself was even chased and besieged to death by the zombie emperor and 10 epic level low-level zombies, and this was the life of that Yi Tian. It could be said that Yi Tian was the one who saved the Cloud City in the beginning, and it was also him who overthrew the Cloud City in the later stages. In general, Yi Tian's faults outweigh his merits. Humph. Is this the dog that's been chasing after you and licking you? It's really a dog. Being pointed straight at by Chi Fengling, this Yi Tian also didn't take himself as a little white boy at all. Instead, he said to Chi Fengling with particular contempt, "Brother Yi Tian, he's the one who keeps pestering me. I have nothing to do with him. If it wasn't for my fear of him going crazy, I wouldn't have said those words against my will." Things had already developed to this point. Zhou also directly chose to abandon Chi Fengling. "Kid, did you hear me clearly? Ying never liked you. For the sake of this food of yours, within 10 seconds, get the hell out of here." Taking the food from Zhou Ying's hand, Yi Tian then gave an expulsion order to Chi Fengling. "Kid, you're deaf aren't you? If you don't get lost again, don't blame my fists for not being long-sighted." Seeing that Chi Fengling didn't have the slightest intention of leaving, Yi Tian's face also sank. "Humph, Yi Tian, ye big male god, I would like to see what ability you have to make me roll." Raising her head, Chi Fengling's face did not see a trace of fear. Times were different now. Yi Tian was no longer the lofty Cloud City Lord, and now he was not even an awakened yet. "Bastard, you're looking for death." Chi Fengling's words had just finished when Yi Tian's punch came at his face. It was just that Yi Tian's intention to attack had long been captured by Chi Fengling. You kid, you really have some skills." The sneak attack punch was steadily caught by Chi Fengling. Yi Tian gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with shock and anger. However, at this moment, the one who was more shocked was Chi Fengling only. Although he was a first-level low-rank awakened person, but compared to the ordinary human state of himself, his power that was doubled. Chi Fengling originally thought that he could easily crush Yi Tian, but he just didn't expect that this Yi Tian's strength would be on par with his own. That's for sure, because there is a gap between ordinary people, like a baby and a boxer. They were both supposed to be of ordinary status, but whereas a baby might have a strength of 1, that boxer had a strength of 10. Thinking again of the 3 years of his career as a licking dog, the imbalance in Chi Fengling's heart disappeared in an instant. Chi Fengling's family was in an average condition, and the money he usually spent on buying meals and gifts for Zhou was all left over from him, one bite at a time, and it would be strange for him to be in good physical condition under these circumstances, and that Yi Tian was different. He had a lot of suitors, which gave Yi Tian a lot of money and time to do other things. Chi Fengling had heard before that Yi Tian had even practiced professional sparring. No wonder Yi Tian was able to do so well in his last life. Isn't this template of his a born protagonist's destiny? It's just a pity that in this life, Yi Tian's fortune can all go to him. Chi Fengling. Chapter 8. They're all tough guys. "Kid, I admit that you do have a bit of strength, but if you want to fight with me, Yi Tian, you're bound to die." "Zhou, Sun Shi, what are you two waiting for? Don't come and help yet." Yi Tian's first sentence really startled Chi Fengling, who had thought that Yi Tian had completed his awakening a long time ago, and was just about to show him the ability of the six-winged fallen angel. It turned out to be an empty joy. In the past, he might have been afraid of them, but now, if he wanted to be suppressed by numbers, then Chi Fengling could only say that they were going to lose completely. Chi Fengling, hurry up and get out, or else I'm going to do it." Zhou Ying's movements were really fast. At this moment, she had already picked up the fruit knife on the side and tremblingly pointed it at Chi Fengling, who was fighting Yi Tian with all her might. Ying, what are you still standing there for? Can't you see that brother Yi Tian is working so hard?" Sun Shi, who was on the side, was even more ruthless, copying the chair on the side and about to smash it at Chi Fengling. "You three, you really don't have any conscience at all. To be like this, all die for me." Having thoroughly seen the faces of the three, Chi Fengling no longer had any mercy. Only Chi Fengling silently recited summon in his mind. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately after that, there were several consecutive pops in the air, accompanied by a burst of white mist suddenly drifting out. Clunk! A sound of a chair hitting something hard followed. At this moment, surrounding Chi Fengling's weak, 7 skeleton warriors with large swords and glowing eyes had suddenly appeared. As soon as the skeleton warrior appeared, he backhanded the fruit knife in Zhou Ying's hand. If Chi Fengling hadn't given the skeleton warrior an order in time, this Zhou would have been cut in half by the skeleton warrior's backhand. Ah, yes, skull. It was only the 7th day of the end of the world, where Zhou and Sun Shi had seen this battle. Just the first moment they saw the skeletons up close, Zhou had gone limp on the ground. That Sun Shi was better. After dropping her chair, She was about to run in the direction of the gate. Only, where would Chi Fengling give her this chance? That the only gate that could go out had long been guarded by the skeleton knight leader, and the pressure of this skeleton warrior leader could be much higher than those skeleton warriors. Chi Fengling, what's going on? At this moment, Yi Tian, who was still confronting Chi Fengling, had long been scared out of his wits, but he, who had always been proud of himself, did not choose to give in. Humph, great city Lord Yi, do I even need to say this? They are all my helpers, and your helpers are just them. Oh right, didn't you just say that I'm bound to die? Pointing at the two women who were trembling in fear, Chi Fengling's eyes were filled with contempt. What Yi city lord? Chi Fengling, the two of us don't seem to know each other either. Alright, this showing isn't my girlfriend either, and that Sun Shi I'm even less familiar with. I think there must be a misunderstanding between us. No wonder this Yi Tian was able to become the city lord in his previous life. Although he was arrogant, he was not brainless. Although Yi Tian didn't know why these skeletons appeared out of nowhere, he was certain that these skeletons were indeed listening to Chi Fengling's orders. The situation now was that he wouldn't be a match for Chi Fengling no matter what, and in his opinion, Chi Fengling had come for this woman. He himself didn't have any interactions with Chi Fengling. If he immediately cleared his relationship, maybe this Chi Fengling would let himself go. As the saying goes, if you stay green, you are not afraid of having no firewood to burn. He believed that with his ability, he would definitely encounter strange encounters after the end of the world as well, and when that time came, he would come back to properly clean up this Chi Fengling. Brother Yi Tian, it's not like that. Didn't you say that you would protect me for the rest of the days? On the ground, Zhou tearfully said to Yi Tian, Zhou, don't talk nonsense. When did I say that kind of thing? Chi Fengling is such a good boy. You even took him as a licking dog. You are really damned. In order to completely clear the air, Yi Tian that was directly dumping the pot on Zhou. Brother Yi Tian Zhou, can't you see that Yi Tian didn't take you seriously at all? On the side, after listening to Yi Tian's words, Sun Shi finally came to an understanding. Chi Fengling, this matter has absolutely nothing to do with me. It's Zhou who wanted to hang you, and that Yi Tian, the two of them are joining forces to cheat you. You know, I'm a girl in the post-apocalyptic world. A person is simply no way. So that Chi Fengling also did not expect is that Sun Shi, who had just finished saying that, even backhandedly sold Zhou and Yi Tian. And at the moment, Sun Shi's expression seemed to be showing him his charm. Sun Shi, you stinking woman. You're just a dog following my ass. How can you have the face to say such things? Good you Sun Shi, how did I treat you in the past? How dare you sell me out like this? How dare you do this? Then no one will be good. Sun Shi's remark was a fire that lit the fuse directly in front of the trio's bomb. A dramatic scene occurred. Within the room, Chi Fengling didn't say a word, while the three of them began to tear each other apart. In just 10 minutes, Chi Fengling was like he had been eating melons for 3 years. Zhou, don't think I don't know. You look like a glorious broad lady at school, but in reality, you are *TCH. Well, shut up. I don't want to hear any more of this, and I'll only spare one of you three, in 5 minutes, so decide for yourselves. Oh yeah, don't make a scene. Those words, Chi Fengling really didn't want to hear anymore, because the more he heard, the more he knew how unbearable the goddess in his eyes once was, and how lowly his behavior was. As soon as Chi Fengling's words were finished, a hint of ruthlessness flashed across Yi Tian's eyes, and in the next second, he rushed straight to Zhou Ying's face. Zhou Ying on the ground hadn't reacted yet. Yi Tian was kicking her hard on her stomach, and that usually pampered Zhou Ying. When had she ever suffered this kind of pain? With just one kick, Zhou Ying was already twitching on the ground, and this Yi Tian did not have the slightest bit of compassion. Brother Yi Tian, please, let me go. Under Zhou Ying's crying and begging, only to hear two cackling sounds, Yi Tian even twisted Zhou Ying's legs. After doing this, Yi Tian was like a hungry wolf staring at Sun Shi. Looking at the collapsed Zhou Ying, Sun Shi knew that she would end up the same way, and she wanted to turn to Chi Fengling for help. At this moment, however, Chi Fengling was standing straight across the room, cocking his head and scratching the message on his cell phone for her to see. A sparring expert facing two soft girls. This result is self-evident. If not, Chi Fengling said not to make a scene. I am afraid that this Yi Tian really will kill these two people. After twisting off Sun Shi's legs again, Yi Tian that was deeply out of breath. That look, as if he had been saved. This Yi Tian is really ruthless enough. No wonder Zhou Ying and Sun Shi died in the zombie tide in the last life. It looks like, after Zhou Ying and Sun Shi lost their utilization value, Yi Tian decisively abandoned them. Chi Fengling, you've seen the result of this. 3 people, I live. Standing up, Yi Tian said to Chi Fengling with a serious face. I, Chi Fengling, will do what I say. If you go, I won't stop you. Chi Fengling did not block that Yi Tian who was going to leave, just squatted on the ground and looked at Zhouing who was too painful to speak. Only that Yi Tian had just reached the doorway when a long spear with a greenish light stopped his way. Chapter 9 I'm just acting you out. Chi Fengling, what do you mean by that? Didn't you say it was done? 3 people will let one go. Yi Tian, who had been stopped in his path by the skeleton lance, was furious, but he could at most condemn Chi Fengling on a moral level. Yi Tian's words were clearly intended to awaken Chi Fengling's conscience. However, it doesn't work. City Lord Yi, I did say that I would let you go. You see, it's not like I stopped you. Chi Fengling stood up and lightly shrugged his shoulders. It's like saying it's not that I'm not letting you out. That's the Skull Knight leader's own behavior, not mine. If you don't believe me, look. Hey, get out of the way. Quickly let him pass. After saying that, Chi Fengling turned around and shouted right at that Skeleton Knight leader. It just froze for a while, and the Skeleton Knight leader didn't move. The Skeleton Knight leader certainly didn't understand human language, but Chi Fengling was its master, so it could understand it as per normal. Only, the Skeleton Knight leader still didn't move, and that was because, with regards to his own summons, Chi Fengling could give it the final order in his mind. As for what Chi Fengling had just said, it was merely an attempt to put on a show for Yi Tian. You, Chi Fengling, you, how could you? Gritting his teeth and clenching his fists, Yi Tian tried hard to restrain himself from getting angry, because he could feel that if that Skeleton Knight leader wanted to kill himself, it would be a matter of one shot. Ha ha ha, cough cough. Yi Tian, you deserve to die. A heartless person like you is more cold-blooded than even that skeleton. You deserve to die. Ha ha ha. On the ground, Sun Shi struggled to make herself sit up. At the moment she was in a sorry state, but after seeing Yi Tian's anxious and helpless look again, Sun Shi also laughed out loud. You stinking, believe it or not, I'll let you die right now. Although Yi Tian couldn't help Chi Fengling, but it was still easy to kill this Sun Shi, not to mention the fact that he was now on the verge of enduring it. Humph, I'm already like this. What difference does it make if I die or not? As long as you, Yi Tian, can die, it will be worth it for me. Ha ha ha, come on, you come. Sun Shi, who had her legs broken and was still half dead from Yi Tian's beating, had long since gone crazy. With that look, she was truly a crazy woman. You seek death. Yi Tian slowly turned around. 3 words slowly squeezed out from between his teeth. Hiss. Only, just as Yi Tian was about to make a move on Sun Shi, an unusual hoarse neigh resounded inside the house. Ah, Chi Fengling you. Boom, boom, put. When Yi Tian had just turned around in panic, the scene that just happened. Yi Tian, who was unable to react, was directly hit by the Skeleton Knight leader's warhorse. Yi Tian, who was still a mortal's previous body, had no resistance against the grade 2 middle-ranked skeleton warhorse, and with just one strike, Yi Tian was knocked 7 or 8 meters away. Yi Tian's body slammed hard against the wall, accompanied by a mouthful of blood was spat out from his mouth when Yi Tian landed on the ground. It could be seen that this strike had caused Yi Tian to be seriously injured. Cough cough. Chi Fengling, you bastard, how dare you lie to me? You shall not die. Slowly climbing up from the ground, Yi Tian just glared at Chi Fengling and said fiercely, Yi Tian, great city Lord Yi, you saw it yourself. It wasn't me who didn't let you go, and it wasn't me who just made a move on you. Chi Fengling tilted her head with innocence and contempt on her face. Chi Fengling, don't think I don't know that you guys are just acting. Humph, even if I, Yi Tian, die today, I will still curse you. You shall not die well. Sooner or later, one day, you will die even worse than me. Probably knowing that Chi Fengling would not let himself go, Yi Tian no longer had any prayers and filled his mouth with curses against Chi Fengling. Yi Tian, I was kind enough to spare you, but you cursed me. Surprisingly, then don't blame me for being ruthless. And you too. Are my Chi Fengling's feelings so easy to fool? Don't you guys like your brother Yi Tian? I'd like to see how far your brother Yi Tian will help you. Putting away the smile on his face, at this moment, Chi Fengling's eyes were cold, as if he couldn't see a trace of popularity. Ow! Roar! Ah! The sound was familiar, for it was the sound of the zombie's mindless hissing and hunger for flesh and blood. At the moment, though, there was no such thing as a zombie wave, accompanied by the Skeleton Knight leader letting the door open. A skeleton warrior walked in carrying a walker. This zombie's legs had been chopped off, but its life didn't end. He was just lying on the back of the skeleton warrior, biting the hard bones with those broken teeth. Chi Fengling, you, what are you doing? You have the guts to give me a hard time. Looking at the suddenly appearing disabled zombie, fear finally appeared on Yi Tian's face. Great city Lord Yi, don't be in a hurry. I, Chi Fengling, will give you one more chance to live. Whether you can or not depends on your own ability. After saying that, Chi Fengling ordered the skeleton warrior to place the disabled zombie on the ground. As soon as that zombie was put on the ground, his eyes directly locked onto Yi Tian in front of him. Although there were 4 humans in the room at the moment, the blood on Yi Tian was the newest, and his position just happened to be the closest to the zombie. Aha! Chi Fengling, you shall not die. Seeing that the zombie was about to crawl towards him, Yi Tian, on the other hand, endured the pain and suffering of his entire body and slowly crawled to the side. I don't need you to worry about whether or not I'm going to die. You'd better take care of yourself first. After saying that, Chi Fengling did not stay any longer, but directly closed this only iron door that could go out. 20 seconds later, the skeleton warriors who were still in the house then appeared out of nowhere around Chi Fengling. Only from this house, it was an even more vicious tirade that came out, because just now, Chi Fengling hadn't let the skeleton warrior come out after closing the door behind him. Chi Fengling's orders were to hide the knives in the house and block the door with a refrigerator, closet or whatever. Zhou Ying's 3 people, Chi Fengling didn't want any of them to live. However, Chi Fengling didn't want them to die too painfully either, and the current state was the best. Zhou Ying and Sun Shi's legs were broken. Yi Tian was seriously injured. All 3 were not dead, but they could not stand up either. They want to live. They have to endure severe pain, hunger, fear, and constantly crawl through small rooms, and their state, as well as the tools in the house, weren't enough for them to take the walkers down, and that only door to get out was blocked by Chi Fengling. It could be said that they weren't going to die for a while, but their stamina was limited, while the zombie's stamina was unlimited. For the rest of the day, they could only watch as they fought as hard as they could and then exhausted themselves and ended up being eaten alive by the walkers. Chi Fengling didn't know where he got these cruel ideas. He just felt that it was as if this idea had appeared in his head out of nowhere. Ah, Yi Tian, what are you doing? Don't you come over. Yi Tian, you deserve to die. Zhou Ying, you, get out. Get the hell out of here. Sun Shi, you crazy. You shall not die. You shall not die. Soon, the house was filled with the sound of them hurling curses and insults at each other. And Chi Fengling was eager to hear the game of life though. It's just that he has more important things to do as opposed to these 3 certain deaths. Chapter 10 Zombie Emperor, 2035, July 7th, 1825 hours. Looking at the time on his cell phone, Chi Fengling still dismissed the intention to continue exploring downstairs. Although this time of year was not long after the summer solstice, the climate of Blue Star had changed a bit since the arrival of the end times. Just like these past few days, Chi Fengling hadn't seen the sun since the end of the world. So right now, it was pretty dark outside as well. It was reasonable to say that today was the first day that the awakening bead appeared, and the chances of encountering a strange encounter would be high. It's just a shame that humans are the human equivalent of plants and animals in terms of their ability to sense psychic energy, which is a natural disadvantage. Just like this awakening bead, at first when it appeared in front of humans, they would only feel that it was an ordinary bead, but for the animals, they would be able to more or less feel the spiritual power contained in it. That is to say, even if one knew the awakening bead was powerful, it was difficult to find it by oneself, whereas the plants and animals, on the other hand, were much easier to find. Moreover, night was never the home ground for humans. After darkness fell, the zombies would be more active, and some of them even doubled their attributes at night. Although he now had a nearly invincible undead squad, it was only a squad. If he encountered hundreds or thousands of zombie hordes, the only one who could stand out was afraid that it would only be the skeleton knight leader. Another important point is that in the first month after the end of the world, the power technology system was not completely paralyzed, and mankind still had the strongest card, that is, thermal weapons. While there was random zombification in the military and higher-ups at first, this was quickly stabilized by the military. It was also around the 15th day of the beginning of the end times that the military once again took over. Only 15 days later, before the military could find enough technicians to use the large weapons were unusable. Slowly, the status of the awakened manifested itself. So right now, for Chi Fengling, the most important thing should be to make himself stronger, and then not attract the attention of the army, and preferably establish his own forces in certain places. In this way, one would not only be able to protect himself from the large and small waves of zombies, but he would even be able to gain an advantage in the battle for the city's lord in the future. So, where can Chi Fengling go now? That's a good question, and the answer is that Chi Fengling doesn't need to go anywhere. Chi Fengling's current location was in the skyscraper, the most central location in Cloud City, where the number and chances of high-quality awakening beads appearing were the highest, and where the opportunities were the most numerous. After determining his purpose, Chi Fengling led the skeleton squad back towards the roof of the building, and also took the expensive quilts from other people's homes along the way. The roof of the skyscraper. That was the place where the SS awakening bead had appeared. and Chi Fengling believed that after one night, more awakening beads would surely appear wherever. With full expectation, as well as some worry, Chi Fengling finally returned to the entrance of the top floor of the skyscraper again. Dug out. Finished stuff. As soon as they arrived at the door, Chi Fengling's heart went cold for the most part, for at this moment, 7 or 8 torsos of corpses were lying in the doorway of the top floor, some of which were zombies, and some of which were humans who had been chewed to death. This meant that at this moment, on the top floor of the skyscraper, very powerful creatures appeared, and he could even take them out easily. However, what Chi Fengling is afraid of is not this. What Chi Fengling is afraid of is that powerful creature knows the role of the awakening beads. Maybe at this moment that creature really enjoy those precious awakening beads. Thinking of this, where did Chi Fengling dare to have any hesitation? And with an arrow step, he rushed to the top floor of the skyscraper. Sure enough, the heart is cold alright. At this moment, on the top floor, a man with tattered clothes and gray skin is devouring the awakening beads on the ground, and beside him are 5 or 6 bodies of zombies. Where is this a human being? Gray skin. Isn't this a zombie? I didn't expect that now. Such a powerful zombie would appear. Chi Fengling also understood that the zombies around him were the ones he killed because he was afraid that his kind would snatch those awakening beads, and this zombie was really powerful. The first moment Chi Fengling appeared, he instantly raised his head and converged his gaze on Chi Fengling's body. Ow! People! Class! This time, let Chi Fengling surprise twice things happened. The moment he saw himself, this zombie since slowly squeezed out human language from his mouth, and that meant that the zombie in front of him had already reached the level of a level 2 zombie, and moreover, he was an intelligent zombie. However, this wasn't what shocked Chi Fengling the most. What shocked Chi Fengling the most was the face of this zombie. Corpse Lord. Looking at the zombie in front of him, Chi Fengling frowned tightly and tensed his body as he slowly uttered these 2 words under his breath. Corpse Lords. This was the name that the humans of Cloud City called that zombie emperor after the end of the world, meaning simply that he was the lord of the zombies. Dig the groove. What the hell is this? The day of awakening had just begun, and one had encountered a zombie emperor, and it was still at the level of level 2. It seemed that this skyscraper was truly a magical place, and in the last life, not only did the Lord of Cloud City like Yi Tian appear here, but also the unstoppable zombie emperor. In an instant, Chi Fengling's brain finally realized something. Is there a possibility that when Yi Tian awakened the 6-winged fallen angel in his last life, that zombie emperor was nearby? Only that the zombie emperor at that time was not as powerful as the awakened Yi Tian. In that case, the zombie emperor should have also known about the power of that awakening bead that Yi Tian had swallowed. So later on, the zombie emperor would do everything in his power to overthrow Cloud City. Even in the end, the zombie emperor would gather most of the high combat power of his men and surround and kill the then powerful Yi Tian. No wonder, in his last life, the scale of the zombie wave of the Cloud City overthrow battle was very large, and the strength of the zombies was also very strong. Chi Fengling all thought that he was bound to die at that time. He was also not expecting that when the zombies broke through the Cloud City, those high combat power zombies disappeared, and it was precisely because of this that the Awakened like Chi Fengling, who were not too high or too low, were able to take advantage of the chaos to leave Cloud City. If so, then wouldn't Yi Tian be his savior? Corpse Lord. Ha, 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 ha. Hearing Chi Fengling's name for himself, this corpse emperor even thought for a moment before he laughed, looking like he was very satisfied with this name that others had given him. Human. Class. You are strong. I want to eat you. After laughing, the zombie emperor then stared tightly at Chi Fengling. Then his mouth endeavored to say these. How did you see that I'm strong? Aren't I just a low-level one? Chi Fengling was speechless in his heart. After all, the current self couldn't even crush the unawakened Yi Tian one-on-one. So how could he talk about being powerful? That doesn't make sense. This zombie emperor can feel that high-quality awakening bead in his body. Corpse Lord, I think the unlucky one is you. Originally, you could have accomplished something great, but you met me, so your greatness is going to be terminated early by me. Looking at the zombie emperor in front of him who had a great appetite, Chi Fengling was instead excited. This zombie emperor had indeed reached level 2 no less, but the current self, in his hand, still had the undead squad. That skeleton knight leader's battle power was also level 2 alright. What Chi Fengling was really excited about was that he could use his numerical advantage to cut down the zombie emperor on the spot before he could rise. Chapter 11 Defeating the Corpse Lords. People. Class. Roar. Die. Obviously, the current Corpse Lord's IQ wasn't very high. He couldn't understand any words of achieving greatness. He only knew that the human in front of him was very delicious. Moreover, in his body, there was still power that he craved so much, and as long as he could eat this human, his strength would definitely increase a lot. Glancing at the zombie emperor who was still having a hard time speaking, Chi Fengling just gently shook his head. He also didn't expect that he would have to end two of the most powerful people in Cloud City just after the beginning of this end times. Die. On the opposite side, after sizing up Chi Fengling's state, the zombie emperor couldn't hold back any longer, and after hissing, he directly lunged towards Chi Fengling's position. The corpse lord was worthy of being a legendary zombie emperor. It had only just risen to level 2, and that running and sprinting was very close to human. As normal, after humans turned into zombies, the functions of their brains would be confused, and even many low-attribute zombies, after reaching the second level of high rank, walked in a staggering manner. And this zombie emperor was really different. Not only was he running very steadily now, but this speed, it was faster than the speed of an Olympic 100-meter champion. Trenching. How could this zombie emperor be so fast? Only then did Chi Fengling react violently. The zombie emperor had come to kill himself. At this speed, if he ran into him in the wild, he would surely die. It seems like there's no way out. Right now he doesn't have any special abilities himself. If he wants to defeat the zombie emperor, he still has to rely on the undead emperor's abilities. With just a single movement of Chi Fengling's mind, 3 skeleton warriors appeared right in front of Chi Fengling's heels, and they held large swords without the slightest bit of fear. This sudden appearance of the skeleton warrior obviously startled the zombie emperor, but the zombie emperor's reaction speed that was really fast. Just as the skeleton warrior's great sword was about to slash at him, he then violently raised his arms. Dang! After only hearing a sound like the clash of weapons, the zombie emperor then retreated back. And the skeleton warrior's greatsword was no mortal object, and as this blade went down, the zombie emperor's already festering skin and flesh fell off even more. Only, this corpse lord's bones were too hard. The 3 skeleton warriors who chopped together hard didn't cut the corpse lord's arm off. Roar! This time, the repulsed zombie emperor wasn't in a hurry to charge anymore, as he stared with those miserable white eyes, carefully sizing up the skeleton creature in front of Chi Fengling. Gala! Gala! In place, the zombie emperor's neck that was turning boom. He was using his thin IQ to think about how this skeleton creature had appeared and would protect that human. But well, he obviously couldn't figure this question out, because even Chi Fengling himself couldn't explain it clearly. Roar, and die. No longer thinking about it, the zombie emperor then roared at Chi Fengling again. Only this time, the zombie emperor didn't charge directly. He was actually using his hands to frantically scratch the back of his hands. At first, Chi Fengling thought that the zombie emperor was crazy, but in the next second, Chi Fengling couldn't be happier, because at this moment, on the backs of the zombie emperor's hands, there were 6 bone claws over 10 centimeters long, and that look reminded Chi Fengling of a certain self-healing man-wolf in a movie. Come out, all of you, come out. Chi Fengling knew that this zombie emperor was going to get real with himself, and Chi Fengling didn't dare to be too big. In just a breath of time, all 9 skeleton warriors appeared around Chi Fengling. As for the skeleton knight leader, that was Chi Fengling's final card to defeat the zombie emperor. Roar! The war pipe was suddenly 6 more skeleton warriors appeared, but that zombie emperor was not panicked at all, because he could clearly feel that the battle power of these skeleton creatures was much lower than him. After roaring, the zombie emperor directly rushed towards Chi Fengling, and the bone claws on his hands even danced in the air with a whirring sound. Dang! Kala! Kala! This time, Chi Fengling was shocked, and was also a bit heartbroken, because in just a single glance, the zombie emperor had decapitated a skeleton warrior's head with a single claw. Come back, gather, and then go together. Chi Fengling understood that whether it was speed, strength, or physique, the skeleton warriors were too much lower than the zombie emperors. If it was still this decentralized and encircling type of attack, then sooner or later, the zombie emperor would finish off the skeleton warriors one by one. At Chi Fengling's command, the skeleton warriors then began to gather together. Only, although this increased their defense, the range they could swing at was greatly reduced. Roar! There was another hiss, and this time, Chi Fengling was truly shocked by the strength of the zombie emperor, because just a moment ago, the zombie emperor that was lifting up the zombie corpse on the ground and threw it towards the front of the skeleton squad. The zombie emperor was hiding behind the corpse, and although the skeleton warriors chopped up the corpse, one of the skeleton warriors, too, had his head clawed off by the zombie emperor, tightly gripping the baseball bat in his hand. Chi Fengling wanted to go up and help, but Chi Fengling knew better that if he went, the zombie emperor would definitely go even crazier, and the end result would definitely be ahead. I'm sorry, I can only sacrifice a few of you. After speaking to the skeleton warriors, Chi Fengling then changed his strategy again. This time, the remaining 7 skeleton warriors were no longer cowering together, but redispersed to slash at the zombie emperor. Dang! Roar! After the zombie emperor cut down another skeleton warrior, Chi Fengling's eyes finally met the corpse lord's. There was something so frightening about those bleak eyes with some blood in them, and they were, well, getting closer. Nope, this zombie emperor even came directly towards himself. At this moment, in front of himself, there was only one skeleton warrior left, and the speed of the other skeleton warriors obviously could not catch up with the zombie emperor. The distance was getting closer and closer, and Chi Fengling was also able to see the ghastly white face of the zombie emperor more clearly, as well as the unique stench of rotting flesh of a zombie. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. The zombie emperor's bone claw that was getting closer and closer to himself. Chi Fengling didn't even need to suspect that with this grab. His head might still be able to see his body. But, humph, corpse lord, you're finally too young. Today, you'll be a good corpse. Except that Chi Fengling, who should have been scared, was suddenly laughing. Skeleton Knight Leader, charge, less than half a meter away. Only Chi Fengling shouted, and in the next second, a creature riding a skeleton horse and holding a skeleton lance appeared beside Chi Fengling. This time, Chi Fengling even used the Skeleton Knight Leader's companion skill without hesitation. Kala, kala, boom, only to hear a boom. The skeleton warhorse directly crashed into the body of the corpse lord, and under the size suppression and charging skill, the corpse lord was even sent flying almost 10 meters away. Only, the corpse lord was worthy of being a zombie emperor. That critical shot from the Skeleton Knight commander was actually blocked by him with his bone claws, although the cost was that the corpse lord's bone claws were completely broken. Roar, people. Class, put. The corpse lord who was knocked away really didn't die. He slowly stood up. His face was pale and twisted, and a mouthful of black blood was directly spat out. Chi Fengling probably knew that the corpse lord was calling himself despicable, and said that he would definitely let himself die. It's just a pity. The zombie emperor is now seriously injured, while the skeleton knight commander's state is still intact. I'm afraid that the one who is going to die today is you, the zombie emperor. Chapter 12 Gaining a little and losing a lot. Skeleton Knight Leader. Charge me. Although Chi Fengling was confident, he wasn't conceited, and when he saw that zombie emperor climb up, Chi Fengling directly gave an order to the Skeleton Knight Leader. What Chi Fengling had to do now was to cut down the zombie emperor as fast as he could. After all, this kind of chosen one would have more opportunities if he lived for one more second. Although the zombie emperor was a lot smarter than the average zombie, but he was only a level 2 zombie now. Chi Fengling didn't believe that the zombie emperor would disguise a serious injury and then transfer the Skeleton Knight Leader away from his side. Roar, human, class, I, corpse lord, remember, you, standing up. That zombie emperor unexpectedly nearly complete words to Chi Fengling. What a cow, a level 2 zombie could hold a grudge, so he definitely couldn't let him go. Just when Chi Fengling thought that the zombie emperor would still lunge at him, the zombie emperor suddenly turned around and directly ran towards the edge of the skyscraper. Is it hard to believe that the corpse lord is going to jump? This is the 37th floor. At this height, even a level 3 zombie could be killed by a fall, not to mention that the corpse lord had only reached level 2 now. Only, Chi Fengling did not let his guard down, because Chi Fengling felt that the zombie emperor would not choose something as silly as directly jumping off a building. On the top floor, the Skeleton Knight Leader's speed was certainly fast, but the necrotic emperor was particularly close to the top floor's edge. Just at the moment when the Skeleton Knight Leader's lance was about to poke the zombie emperor, the zombie emperor managed to jump. Click, click, click. Chi Fengling didn't run over there the first time. After all, he was still afraid that the zombie emperor would have some kind of hidden means, but not a moment later, Chi Fengling heard a particularly harsh sound. The sound was like a cat's paw scratching a chalkboard. Not good, could it be? As if he had thought of something, Chi Fengling could no longer hesitate, so he ran straight to the edge of the top floor. Dig it, corpse lord, you're so NB. Seeing the scene in front of him, Chi Fengling couldn't help but give the corpse lord a thumbs up. At the moment, the wall of the skyscraper was leaving a few very unusual blood marks, as they were black and red in color. Chi Fengling was truly surprised that even after all this, the zombie emperor didn't die. The necromancer, now, was gripping the wall of the skyscraper deeply with the clawed armor on his hands and feet, and he was doing this precisely so that he could slide down the wall. Only, there were times when the claw armor would be smoothed out, and what Chi Fengling really admired was that this zombie emperor even went so far as to use his teeth to bite directly on the wall in order to slow down his slide. This did work, but at a price. The zombie emperor's teeth and even his mouth could be smoothed out. Clunk! Only hearing a clanging sound, Chi Fengling's high-hanging heart was finally dead, because this sound was the sound of that glass being broken. In other words, the zombie emperor managed to break the glass and escape to one of the floors of the house. Looking at the height, the zombie emperor estimated that he had reached the 20s floors. Chi Fengling understands the principle of cutting off the roots. Just now, what can one do? First of all, it was the fact that he himself wasn't sure exactly how far the zombie emperor had gotten to that floor. The second thing was that one wasn't sure exactly what the state of the zombie emperor was. Then there was the fact that he was only a low-level one. and his skeleton squad couldn't fly, and they weren't as smart as the zombie emperor, so if he ordered them to jump like that, it was certain death. In the end, even if one rushed down to the zombie emperor regardless, what if another creature came to the top floor? Should one give up the awakening bead here? Looking at the dilapidated downtown buildings, Chi Fengling shook his head helplessly, or he was careless. The zombie emperor did not kill even if he did not kill, but also let him remember his revenge. It seemed that he had to seize the time to become stronger, and when he next encountered the zombie emperor, he must cut him down on the spot. Thinking of this, Chi Fengling also stopped fidgeting and quickly returned to the center of the top floor and began to pick up the awakening beads that were scattered here. After 20 minutes of careful searching, Chi Fengling finally got all the awakening beads. It was just a pity that what was now in Chi Fengling's hands, there were only 7 awakening beads left, so it seemed that the zombie emperor had really eaten a lot of them. That's more like it. While looking at the stations of the skeleton warrior and the skeleton knight leader, Chi Fengling nodded in satisfaction. Absorbing the awakening bead was an important process, and Chi Fengling didn't want any accidents to occur. And now, 2 skeleton warriors were guarding the top door, while 4 skeleton warriors as well as the skeleton knight leader were guarding beside Chi Fengling. Chi Fengling's order was that if a special situation arose, they had to protect themselves with their lives. Click. No longer hesitating, Chi Fengling then decisively crushed an awakening bead. Occupation, SSS Undead Emperor. Occupation, Sea Iron Killer. Soon, something like this appeared in Chi Fengling's mind. Apparently, this awakening bead that Chi Fengling had just crushed was a quality sea occupation, the Iron-Blooded Killer. And if Chi Fengling was willing to do so, a single thought would be enough to change the occupation. Only, Chi Fengling was no cutie pie. Only a cutie pie can do that. Can do it. As for things like changing careers, they existed after the end times, but very few people changed. This is because after exchanging professions, all of your abilities from your previous profession, as well as companion abilities, will disappear. And not only that, but your level will go back to 1 level lower. So, unless it's a B-ranked or lower profession for an S-ranked or higher profession, no one is going to switch at all. However, awakened person's occupation is not only one. Some particularly powerful people even can awaken 2 to 3 different occupations, and this, completely depending on the opportunity. Although, Chi Fengling was unable to absorb the profession of this awakening bead, Chi Fengling could use the awakening bead to strengthen the quality of his profession or use it to level up. That is to say, with enough awakening beads, the lowest E-rank professions could be elevated to the S-rank level. It was just that awakening beads were a very rare thing, and Chi Fengling could use them so extravagantly. That was because it was the beginning of the end times, and most people still didn't know the usefulness of awakening beads. Without any further hesitation, Chi Fengling then directly absorbed the energy of this awakening bead. After all, his profession was of the highest quality, and what he had to worry about now was the level. Unfortunately, an awakening bead did not allow Chi Fengling to upgrade. It was very difficult to level up an awakened, and this could be related to one's qualifications, as well as the quality of one's profession. In his last life, Chi Fengling had seen that someone who had an A-ranked perfect profession, but no matter how much he cultivated, to the point of death, he hadn't broken through to the peak level of Tier 1 either, and that means that it's this body of his that's not working, and he'll be stuck at that level for the rest of his life. What also affects the level is the quality of the profession. Like the lowest A-rank profession, even if you are the chosen one, you can only rise up to the highest level of the peak of the second level. Knowing his level, Chi Fengling was no longer discouraged, but took out the next awakening bead. Occupation, SSS Undead Emperor. Occupation, D Demon Canine. Chi Fengling didn't even hesitate for a second before directly using up this low-quality awakening bead. Above the top floor of the skyscraper, Chi Fengling's face was very ugly. It was speechless and heartbreaking. 7 awakening beads. In the blink of an eye he had used up 6 of them, and of these 6 awakening beads, the best one was, Occupation, a Flame Mage. It seemed that one's Undead Emperor profession was truly a stroke of heavenly luck to obtain it, and what made Chi Fengling speechless was that none of the 6 awakening beads had allowed himself to rise from a low first level to a medium first level. Looking at the last awakening bead in his hand, Chi Fengling shook his head helplessly and finally crushed it. Chapter 13 First Grade Intermediate. Click. With the sound of a glass bead being crushed, a liquid like blood flowed onto Chi Fengling's hand. Only the liquid wasn't as sticky as blood, nor did it have the same flavor as blood. In less than 10 seconds of work, the blood-colored liquid that was still flowing all over Chi Fengling's hand had completely disappeared. Profession, SSS Undead Emperor. Profession, be Knight of Light. There is no greater sorrow than the death of the heart. What do you say you were expecting? Although Cloud City was barely ranked in the country of central China, it was only on the middle to upper level when placed in the cities of the whole of China. It's already remarkable that the Undead Emperor and Zombie Emperor are two major SSS-level professions that can appear here. If any more rare professions appeared, it wouldn't make sense, would it? Without thinking too much, Chi Fengling directly absorbed the energy of the last awakening bead. Buzz. It was also at the moment when the energy of that awakening bead was completely absorbed. Chi Fengling only felt a buzzing in his brain, and then he felt that the blood flow of his body all accelerated in general. Not only that, even the exhaustion from the battle with the zombie emperor just now was now mostly gone. Could it be? Thinking of this, Chi Fengling then checked his attribute panel without hesitation. Name, Chi Fengling. Race, Awakened. Level 1 medium. Awakening profession, Undead Emperor. Occupational quality, SSS. Strength, 20, reflections of Chi and defense. Agility, 20, embodiment of speed. Reaction. Spirit, 20, manifestation of mental power. Control. Physique, 20, embodiment of vitality. Vigor. Companion skill, Undead Summoning, 7/12 can summon undead spirits from the undead world. The maximum level of the summoned undead is no more than one level higher than their own level. Undead chant an undead requiem, doubling the attributes of the undead summoned within a 100-meter radius centered on oneself. Cooldown time is 1 hour. Sure enough, Chi Fengling guessed right, he finally leveled up. Don't look at himself just from a low level to a middle level. His basic attributes, that is all doubled it. And now, the introduction of this attribute panel is much more detailed yet. Skeleton Warrior leveling up. 1 low level 1 medium level. Skeleton Warrior level up. Level 1 low level 1 medium. Before Chi Fengling could finish digesting the joy of the upgrade he had just received, Chi Fengling felt another change in his summons. I didn't expect it. As they leveled up themselves, those 6 first-level low-level skeleton warriors leveled up as well. It was just a pity that one's current level was still a large chunk below the skeleton knight leader. So right now, the skeleton knight leader's level didn't change. Chi Fengling didn't want that much, as he seemed to notice that he had added 2 more to the number of undead he could summon. Excluding the 3 skeleton warriors that had just died in battle at the hands of the zombie emperor, Chi Fengling was now able to summon 5 more undead creatures. Swallowing and adjusting his breathing, Chi Fengling decisively chose to summon. In less than 10 seconds, Chi Fengling felt 4 identical auras respond to his call, only to see a flash of green light on the ground with remnants of bloodstains. 4 morose white figures were erected in front of Chi Fengling. Name, Skeleton Warrior. Race, Undead. Level, First Intermediate. Power, 20. Agility, 20. Spirit, 20. Physical fitness, 20. Skills, none. Chi Fengling was a bit speechless. Was that huge undead realm only filled with these lowest level skeleton warriors? Or was it because his level was too low and he could only summon these low level undead at the moment? Just when Chi Fengling thought that the last summon was also a skeleton warrior, a foul odor was all over the top floor, right before his eyes. A humanoid creature with corrupted skin and poisonous green bones appeared in front of Chi Fengling. Name, Poisoned Bone Corpse. A person who has been poisoned to death has unresolved grievances and hates the living. The skin is not completely decayed. The flesh is poisonous and the bones are even harder. One of the common creatures in the undead world. Race, Undead. Level, First High. Power, 30. Agility, 30. Spirit, 30. Physical fitness, 30. Skill, Poison Eclipse. Attacks will poison the target. Vomit. Okay, you get back in there. Chi Fengling simply couldn't bear it for a second, and directly sent the poisoned bone corpse back to the undead realm for the time being. Although this poisonous bone corpse was a first-ranked advanced summon object, the smell from it was so stinky that just in the few seconds of effort it took for it to appear, Chi Fengling felt as if he had eaten 2 mouthfuls of rotting meat. This kind of summons, it's okay to fight humans, but against zombies it's almost the same as a skeleton warrior. After all, zombies aren't afraid of any poison. It was also really amazing. The poisonous bone corpse disappeared not a moment later, and the rotten smell from the top floor disappeared. Chi Fengling had just thought that if this place always smelled this bad, he might as well move down and sleep. Yes, Chi Fengling was the one who planned to spend the night at the top floor tonight. Not that Chi Fengling had to suffer, but Chi Fengling believed that there would definitely be more awakening beads appearing this night today. Maybe there won't be as many awakening beads again, but it's better than nothing. After arranging the stations of the skeleton warrior and the skeleton knight leader, Chi Fengling slowly fell asleep while hugging the quilt. Ta-da! Early in the morning, it wasn't the dazzling daylight or the annoying alarm clock that woke up Chi Fengling, but a small black bead that smashed into his face. July 8, 2035, 8:15 p.m. Looking at the somewhat laggy 4G network on his cell phone, Chi Fengling couldn't help but sigh. This is only the 8th day of the end of the world. He was watching as the 9G network slowly turned into a 4G network, and it seemed that it wouldn't be long before the internet era would have to bid farewell to him completely as well. Thinking of this, Chi Fengling quickly browsed through the major websites, and sure enough, Everything was the same as in the previous life, and some people had discovered the role of the awakening bead. Not only would these people not hide it, they instead pretended online, and although they were a bit pretentious, Chi Fengling was quite thankful for them. If he hadn't also looked at his cell phone in his last life, he might have even missed the appearance of the second batch of awakening beads. And then look at the cell phone contact inside the display offline. Goddess, Chi Fengling feels like a dream in general. 2 lifetimes, the current self finally have an account of the past self. After swiping through the internet a bit more, and then liking and spamming a few more people, Chi Fengling finally put away his phone. Sure enough, everything was just as he thought. The awakening beads would definitely appear again last night. Only the quantity would definitely not be as high as the ones that appeared yesterday afternoon. 3 black beads appeared in Chi Fengling's hand after he searched carefully. It seems that the direct blessings of the gods on humans have passed, and humans can only rely on hard work and opportunity to become stronger. Without hesitation, Chi Fengling decisively crushed these 3 awakening beads. Profession, SSS Undead Emperor. Profession, D Qigong Master. Profession, SSS Undead Emperor. Profession, C Orc Warrior. It's true that they're all weak legacies. It's just that I don't know who was unlucky in this life. Even these low-level inheritance cannot get. However, what does this have to do with himself? The weak are the strong. Chi Fengling didn't even think about it and directly absorbed the energy in it. The last one. Occupation, SSS Undead Emperor. Occupation, a Undead Wise General. It was rare. One could even come across an inheritance of the same profession. And it was still A-ranked. But it was just a pity that Chi Fengling didn't need it. Only this time, along with Chi Fengling's absorption of this awakening bead, he only felt that his eyes were painful and itchy, as if there was something that was going to grow out of his eyes. Chapter 14 Eye of the Undead Emperor. Drop! Drop! Chi Fengling sat on his knees, his hands propped up on the ground while a drop of liquid slipped from the corner of his eyes. The intense pain almost made Chi Fengling unable to open his eyes, and he could only vaguely see that the world in front of him had turned a blood-red color. It can't be. Are the gods so hateful? The zombie emperor ate so many awakening beads and was fine, but he's going to be punished for using a few more. Rubbing his eyes, Chi Fengling cried out unwillingly, but what Chi Fengling was most afraid of was that he would go blind on this. Nope, no longer bothering with the pain on his eyes, Chi Fengling then opened his attribute panel. Name, Chi Fengling. Race, Awakened. Level 1 Medium. Awakening Profession, Undead Emperor. Occupational Quality, SSS. Power, 20. Agility, 20. Spirit, 20. Physical Fitness, 20. Companion Skill, Undead Summoning, 12/12 can summon undead spirits from the undead world. The maximum level of the summoned undead is no more than 1 level above their own level. Undead Chant, chanting an undead requiem, doubling the attributes of the undead summoned within a 100-meter radius centered around oneself. Cooldown time is 1 hour. Eye of the Undead Emperor, the possessor can see the basic attributes of any creature not 1 level above him, including unique skills already used. Ineffective against mythic level powerhouses and above. Undead Blood Sacrifice, sacrifice the flesh and blood of a living being to perform a powerful summoning, with the value of the summoned object and the value of the sacrifice varying. When looking at his full attributes again, Chi Fengling slowly let out a breath of air. Last second, he thought he was going blind. Unexpectedly, he was gaining new skills. If that's the case, then one's own eyes should have already been replaced by the eyes of that undead emperor. Although it was a bit scary to think about, as long as he could become stronger, Chi Fengling didn't care that much. Eye of the Undead Emperor. It wasn't a combat skill, nor was it any kind of support skill. However, it was very useful. It was like saying that if Chi Fengling had obtained the skill, Eye of the Undead Emperor, before he fought against the Zombie Emperor, then Chi Fengling would be able to know all of the Zombie Emperor's basic attributes. As for the special skill that the Zombie Emperor possessed, it shouldn't be possible to see it directly, but if the other party had used it, it would be possible to see it. Undead Blood Sacrifice? When he saw the skill, Chi Fengling couldn't help but frown because this skill was bloody as soon as he heard the name. This reminded Chi Fengling of a novel he had read earlier, in which the villain was the one who kept acquiring these powerful abilities and then ended up being taken over by the evil god because he didn't grasp the power in them. What's the point of thinking so much? If there really is a day, I'll pull that evil god down as well. Only this thought was dismissed by Chi Fengling just as soon as it appeared. As expected, the pain in his eyes was slowly subsiding with the passage of time, and after another 10 minutes of sitting in silence, Chi Fengling stood up steadily. You guys, that stuff on the internet is true or not? It's the end of the world. Zombies can appear. So what's with the awakening beads? I think it's real too. Wow. Then won't I be able to cultivate immortality? Ha ha ha. So excited. Keep your voice down. What if there are walkers up there? Trust me, there won't be any. I saw a guy yesterday, with a bunch of skeletons. Kill all the walkers up there. Bull *******. I was scared to death last night. I was hiding and a zombie covered in blood broke the glass. I thought I was dead yesterday. I didn't realize that the zombie just ran away and didn't pay any attention to me. Just listen to your nonsense. Nowadays zombies have problems walking and jumping off buildings. You can really brag. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, go to my room and take a look. You think Enough. Stop arguing. Let's go up and see if we have those awakening beads first before we talk. Just as Chief Fengling had just slowed down, there were surprisingly human voices coming closer and closer from the other side of the stairs. The skyscraper was so big that it certainly made sense to have people who hadn't been found by themselves, but what they were talking about was very much of Chi Fang's inspired interest. The first was that someone had actually seen themselves leading the skeleton squad. The second is that someone found the zombie emperor. According to the meaning of his words is that the zombie emperor was seriously injured yesterday, and also afraid of Chi Fengling to find him, did not choose to eat people and ran away. Third, they are here for the awakening bead. In order not to scare these few people, Chi Fengling then decisively put the skeleton warriors back, and after tidying himself up, Chi Fengling then walked directly towards them. Big brother, people, there seems to be someone. Nonsense, you're not human, or I'm not human. No, big brother look. One of the men was obviously flustered, half unable to speak, only able to gesture and point ahead. Kid, who are you? Are you a human or a zombie? Turning around, the man saw Chi Fengling walking towards them. Out of vigilance, the man then directly raised the kitchen knife in his hand. Chi Fengling didn't bother with them, but silently opened his Eye of the Undead Emperor. Name, Liu Chang. Race, human. Rank, none. Power, 6. Agility, 4. Spirit, 3. Physical fitness, 4. Skills, none. This Eye of the Undead Emperor was really good. In just the blink of an eye, the man's basic information was known by Chi Fengling. This Liu Chang's basic attributes were still very good. No wonder he could survive until now and be the boss of a few people, if he didn't have himself as a special reason. This group of people who dared to take risks should have become awakened today. Kid, don't come over again. Be careful, I'll do it. Liu Chang's hand trembled a little, but his eyes were firm. You, don't be surprised. Tell your minions to settle down. I'm human. Before that Liu Chang could react, Chi Fengling rushed to his side. Not only that, but the weapon he had been holding for the last second was now against his neck. Is this the power of the awakened? If it was in the past, his own weak body would have been killed by this person in minutes. Stop. You guys stop. Sensing the power of Chi Fengling, Liu Chang there still dared to resist and directly gave orders to his men. At Liu Chang's order, the 4 people in the group stood honestly in front of Chi Fengling. Next, you guys will say whatever I ask. Do you understand? Chi Fengling didn't want to talk nonsense with them, he just wanted to know the news about this place as soon as possible. Good. We definitely know everything and say everything. This Liu Chang really can bend and bend. Where do you all live? How many people are still alive in this building? How much food do you still have? Chi Fengling, but not a word of nonsense. These were the most crucial questions. Big brother, we all live in the 23rd floor. This building should still be alive now. 20. The man's words were not finished, but Liu Chang was curbed. Big brother, you listen to me. The end of the world came too fast. Can live. In addition to the 4 of us, there are still 2 women did not come out. As for the food, well, forehead. Liu Chang answered in a very sheltered manner, as if he was deliberately hiding something, and when it came to food, his eyes were even more evasive. There was no need to even think about it. For ordinary people, food was the most precious thing. He was probably afraid that Chi Fengling would rob him of his food. As for how many people had lived, Chi Fengling was not caring at all, and he was just asking curiously. Alright, it's alright, you guys can go now. Chi Fengling didn't want to have anything to do with them, flinging down the chopper and preparing to go downstairs. Big brother, did you come down from the top floor? It was just that Chi Fengling hadn't taken 2 steps yet, and that Liu Chang actually took the initiative to open his mouth. That's right, big brother. Then you're up there. Did you see any black beads? Liu Chang asked cautiously. No, it wasn't that Chi Fengling was high and mighty. It was that he was a bit embarrassed because those awakening beads they were talking about had all been used up by himself. Big brother, do you want to go and sit at our place? Liu Chang was silent for a while and surprisingly said this. Only Chi Fengling didn't notice that underneath his respectful expression, there was a hidden viciousness. Chapter 15 Hidden Killings. Small rooms, scattered furniture, blood-stained floors. Looking at this room, how could Chi Fengling not dare to think that the skyscraper in the center of Yun City had such a cheap room inside? What's wrong with that? Do real estate developers also look at people of average means with money in their hands? Yes, The current Chi Fengling had already arrived at the 23rd floor, and the house he was in at the moment was none other than that Lu Chang's home. Chi Fengling meant that he was going to go downstairs anyway, so it wouldn't be a hindrance to go with them to check it out and get some food. But well, the scene in front of me really let Chi Fengling some difficult to strain, because the furnishings of this house, at first glance, is a skyscraper in the poor, which can still get what to eat. Wow. Just as Chi Fengling was about to refuse to stay, that Lu Chang was the one who walked behind the dilapidated bookshelf, and under Chi Fengling's puzzled eyes, he seemed to press some button. With the touch of this button, the originally good wall unexpectedly began to move, and in less than 10 seconds of effort, an extremely luxuriously decorated room appeared in front of Chi Fengling. Ugh! Seeing this, Chi Fengling still slapped himself for his ignorance. That's right, those who can live inside skyscrapers, where will there be any poor people? And those real estate tycoons also simply do not see the poor people in the hands of the 3 melons and 2 dates. It turns out that the room outside, just to confuse others with, if someone asks to borrow money, this into the door, I guess they are embarrassed to open their mouths. Big brother, I still don't know what your name is? After displaying his room, Lu Chang then asked Chi Fengling's name in a flattering manner. Chi Fengling, the name had nothing to hide. After all, he himself, in the future, was the man who was going to be the Lord of Cloud City. Oh, so it's Big Brother Fengling. Ah, this is my home. You feel free to sit. I'll get you some food and drink too. After getting the name, this Lu Chang is even more polite, said to the inner room to go. You also do not say. This Lu Chang's home really is a first-class luxury, with the opulence to obviously are not too much. It was only a pity that after the arrival of the end of the world, electrical devices were slowly failing, and the things that Chi Fengling had only seen on the internet in the past were now unusable. Oh, Big Brother Fengling, come and have a drink. Call what Big Brother Fengling? Ah, look how young and handsome he is. Isn't it good to call him little brother? On the sofa, Chi Fengling didn't wait for Lu Chang, but waited for 2 women who were dressed very demonically. They wear heavy makeup, sexy and flamboyant clothes, wiggle their asses and wink their eyes in a seductive manner. These 2 women should be the people that Lu Chang had talked about, placed before the end of the world. This was definitely a woman who wouldn't look high on Chi Fengling. This end time, it's really changed a lot. Women, I'll take them all. It wasn't that Chi Fengling was horny, but Chi Fengling wanted to see what this Lu Chang really wanted. Just now outside Chi Fengling hadn't noticed anything, but just as soon as he entered this house, Chi Fengling smelled the odor of blood that he couldn't hide. As someone who had been in the post-apocalyptic world for almost 10 years, Chi Fengling was more than familiar with the taste of blood, especially human blood. Even if Lu Chang had deliberately sprayed a lot of expensive perfume, he could not suppress the flavor of it. And Chi Fengling also noticed that of the 4 people who had come in at the beginning, 1 had disappeared for no reason. To be able to survive after the outbreak of the end times and still live such a prosperous life, and still have the guts to go to the top floor to find the awakening pearls, this Lu Chang is definitely not simple. So Chi Fengling would like to see what they want to do to themselves? Seeing that Chi Fengling had no intention of refusing, the 2 women also had a very tacit agreement to surround him on both sides. 1 pulled Chi Fengling's hand, and 1 even sat directly on Chi Fengling's lap, and began their seduction offerings. To be honest, Chi Fengling, who was able to reach the epic rank in his last life, what kind of women hadn't he seen before? Even the same level of charmed demon awakened, Chi Fengling was able to carry their temptation. That's to say nothing of the 2 of them. Ha ha ha, Big Brother Fengling, I have all the food ready. You too, don't come down yet. Big Brother Fengling is my honored guest. Seeing a woman all riding on Chi Fengling, Lu Chang also pretended to be a bit angry and said, Ugh, Kung, isn't this what you meant? Chi Fengling didn't want to play dumb riddles with him anymore and directly pointed it out. Big Brother Fengling, where are your words? How dare I speculate on your mind? Come on, come and eat, otherwise it'll get cold. Lu Chang had embarrassment written all over his face, but he still rounded back calmly. Although he had obtained the SSS inheritance, his level was still too low, and Chi Fengling was still really a bit hungry after yesterday until now. With the 2 women's traction, Chi Fengling soon arrived at their restaurant, and it had to be said that the decoration, Chi Fengling's lack of vocabulary no longer knew how to describe it. At this moment, on top of the dinner plate, there was a cutlet garnished with sauce, and on the side, there was a glass of red wine as colorful as blood. It's really just a case of drought for drought and flood for flood. Not to mention that it's the end of the world. Even if it's normal, there are still a lot of people who can't enjoy such a delicacy. Big Brother Fengling, what's wrong? Is the dish not to your liking? Seeing that Chi Fengling did not take a long time to take a bite, Lu Chang then weakly asked. After starving for a day, where would Chi Fengling still pretend to be elegant? Only this meat, let Chi Fengling get up a killing heart. In his previous life, Chi Fengling had led his own demon hunting squad and had once terminated an underground meat farm in Cloud City. To this day Chi Fengling still remembers how those poor people were hung up in rows with iron hooks through their bodies, and then some specialized in cutting off their meat for all kinds of cooking and selling. And the color and taste of that flesh and blood was the same as the plate of meat that was now in front of him. It seems that he was not wrong. This Liu Chang really is not a good person. No wonder a group of them were not starved to death, but also live so well. It turns out that they are really in the cannibalism. That's not true. I thought of something sad. Chi Fengling pretended to be sad and casually picked up the red wine on the side. Although Chi Fengling was holding the wine and his eyes were still a bit lax, he had been paying attention to the changes around him. Killing intent. It wasn't just Liu Chang, including the two women by his side, and the people hiding in the shadows. Only, when Chi Fengling picked up the red wine, the corners of Liu Chang's mouth apparently rose a bit, and it looked like the problem was in this red wine. However, what kind of person is he? He is a first-class middle-order awakened person, and he has SSS inheritance. Should he be afraid of them? The so-called fine wine is good for thinking about people. Big brother Fengling might as well savor it. This is my 83 la fight. This Liu Chang, not only can he read people's minds, but he's also a good talker. Yeah, it's still 83. Then I'll be polite. Upon hearing this, Chi Fengling pretended to be shocked and drank the red wine into his belly without saying a word. This is a egg 83 red wine. The blood flavor that can't be masked. Can't I taste it? This of course Chi Fengling did not say. Just the first moment he drank it, he tasted it, accompanied by the red wine in his stomach. Chi Fengling only felt that there was a surge of energy into his head, a strong feeling that was continuously destroying his consciousness. Not bad. In other words, one should have been hit with a plus-sized dose of montage. Chapter 16 I can spy on you even when I'm asleep. Kala. Puff. The sound of a crisp glass breaking was followed by the sound of a person falling to the ground. Humph. Still big brother Fengling. I poo-poo. Brat. A hick is a hick. Just you deserve to drink my la fight. Looking at Chi Fengling, who had collapsed on the ground and was motionless, Liu Chang that was very disgusted kicked a few feet. Kung, did I just do okay? Brother Chang, for you, people just sacrificed a lot. Seeing that Chi Fengling was no longer conscious, the two women quickly surrounded Liu Chang and spoke in an inviting tone. Damn stinking, off to the side. I'll come back to properly clean up you two after I've dealt with him. Only, Liu Chang's attention could be completely off these two women. He was just staring closely at Chi Fengling on the ground. You two, go and take a look. Is there any awakening beads left in him? Probably scared by Chi Fengling's speed and strength. Even now that Chi Fengling was fainted, this Liu Chang still didn't dare to act rashly. On the side, the two little brothers were also reluctant, but after seeing Liu Chang's sinister expression again, they still walked up. One touch later. Big brother, on this kid, except for this cell phone, there is nothing left. Picking up Chi Fengling's cell phone, the two little brothers said in succession. Damn, brat, that what awakening bead must have been used up by you, or else you could have beaten lousy? Sniffing, Liu Chang that was kicking Chi Fengling again. So big brother, what should we do now? What can we do? He ate that awakening bead, so we'll eat him, said Liu Chang, while sitting down at the table. He was ready to enjoy the still untouched meat steak. Big brother, it's bad, Ma he had an accident. Should we go and take a look? The cut meat was not yet fed into the mouth. A voice then came from outside. Chi Fengling could hear this voice clearly. It was the person who had just suddenly disappeared. Of course. Chi Fengling even saw Liu Chang's problem and dared to choose to drink the wine he had a problem with. So naturally, he couldn't have been dunked so easily. Name, Chi Fengling. Race, awakened. Level 1 medium. Power, 20. Agility, 20. Spirit, 8/20. Physical, 15/20. Skills, Undead summoning. Undead chanting. Eye of the Undead Emperor. Undead blood sacrifice. This was Chi Fengling's current state. One could only say that this Liu Chang was ruthless enough, and it was also fortunate that Chi Fengling had reached the first level middle stage. Otherwise, after this glass of wine, one's spirit would have been 0, and by then, one would really be at their mercy. What are you shouting? I am not deaf. Say it. What happened to Brother Ma? Listening to this tone, that Ma should also be a character. Only Liu Chang does not seem to obey him. Oh, Ma he took someone to find that awakening bead in the morning. Only that awakening bead didn't find it, but he encountered a walker halfway. Walker, do not stutter. Zombies we are not the first sentence to see. So panic why? The little brothers Inc. So that the original upset Liu Chang even more upset. But, Ma said, that zombie can talk. Even a gun can't hurt him. And, finish your sentence for me once and for all, or I'll let you die right now. This cowering appearance of the little brother made Liu Chang furious. Moreover, that zombie also brought another zombie. The other zombie is 2 meters tall and has 4 heads. If not for Ma's quick reaction and 2 brothers who fought for their lives, Ma would be dead. This little brother said in a voice as if he was in the scene. Well, do you believe what you're saying? Still 4 heads. How come it's not 3 heads and 6 arms? Lu Chang showed impatience. Alright, what else did Ma say no? Asked Lu Chang with some displeasure after taking a bite of the meat steak. Speaking of which, Ma asked you how your search for the awakening bead was going, and that no matter what, you should go down and find him. Clunk. Damn. Ma Zhuang himself was killed by zombies, but also dared to order me here. If not, you have a gun in your hand. You have long died in the hands of the old man. Listen to it. That Lu Chang is even more angry directly to the plate or throne, accompanied by the delicious-looking cutlet falling to the ground. The little brother on the side that was gluttonously gulping. It looks like this Lu Chang is not too good to them, although he will manage a bite of food for them, but he can't guarantee the quality. On the ground, Chi Fengling had heard everything clearly, and the talking zombie that the little brother was talking about was probably the corpse lord. As for the 4-headed zombie beside the corpse lord, it caused a bad feeling to rise in Chi Fengling's heart. There was also the fact that this Ma Zhuang, in Chi Fengling's memories of his previous life, seemed to have this person. Phew, you, and you, bring that kid with me, let's go down. After taking a deep breath, Lu Chang then ordered his minions. Big brother, this kid won't wake up in the middle of the day. Obviously, the little brothers had also seen Chi Fengling's strength. They were for stuttering, but they were also afraid of death. What are you afraid of? I've given him 3 times the amount of this drug. Even a cow would have to sleep for 3 days. Sure enough, Chi Fengling hadn't guessed wrongly. This Lu Chang was still very smart. He had considered the fact that he might be an awakened, and had directly given himself a lethal amount of ecstasy for an ordinary person. Lu Chang said so. That little brother did not dare to talk more nonsense, carried Chi Fengling and went towards the inner room. This undead emperor's eye was really powerful. Even if Chi Fengling didn't open his eyes, he could see the surrounding situation clearly. Only, Lu Chang didn't take Chi Fengling to the location where he had just come in. Instead, he took Chi Fengling to another room in the inner house. Rich people's world themselves really do not understand. Even if the skyscraper had such a large secret room inside, it even had a special elevator. The point is, with the outside elevator not working, this internal elevator even works. So this is the power of money. As the 5 entered the elevator, Lu Chang pressed a 9th floor. Seeing this, Chi Fengling's heart then balanced a bit. Because of this internal elevator, there are only 4 floors that can be pressed. 9, 14, 23 and 34. Only now, the button on that 34th floor had gone black, and it looked like the people on that floor were supposed to be dead. This goes to show that not all occupants living inside skyscrapers can afford that hoity-toity in-room housing. Maybe those people don't even know that this skyscraper is hiding this kind of thing. The speed of the elevator was fast, and in less than a minute it reached the 9th floor, and along with the door being opened, a stronger smell of blood was smelled by Chi Fengling. Brother Ma, it's me, Lu Chang. Little Lu, put down the gun. Put down the gun. At this moment, Chi Fengling that was even more admired Lu Chang. He really showed that he could bend and stretch to the fullest. Yo, it's not Brother Lu. What's the matter? Are my orders not good anymore? Ma Zhuang said conspiratorially. Ma, that's their words. Your words. I always listen to them. Humph, that's more or less the same. By the way, I explained to let you find the awakening bead thing. How did it go? Putting away the gun, sitting on the sofa, embracing the woman on the side. Ma had a lofty look. Brother Ma, we went looking above the top floor, but there aren't any awakening beads. What? Ma, don't worry, but we found this kid on the top floor, and I suspect that the awakening beads were all used by him. Seeing that Ma was about to get angry, Lu Chang stepped aside. At this moment, Chi Fengling finally saw this Ma Zhuang who had an answer in his heart long ago. Sure enough, he was right. This Ma Zhuang is the one he thought of. It seems that this skyscraper really came out quite a lot of powerful characters. Chapter 17 The Mob Leader's Submission. Even the brightest light has a place where it cannot shine, and that is darkness. No matter how good a person is, he has a trace of impurity, and that is evil. In his last life, although Yi Tian's governance of Cloud City did have some problems, but then again, he was the nominal lord of Cloud City, and there were some unseemly things that he wouldn't be able to do, and those who cannot see the light of the hook, by the Cloud City's largest underground gangs to do, and that Cloud City's largest gang leader, is called Ma Zhuang. However, the name Ma Zhuang was indeed a bit popular, and at first, having heard this name, Chi Fengling did not dare to confirm it until this moment. Rumor has it that before the end of the world, Ma Zhuang was a famous mobster, and more than 70% of the real estate business in Yunchang was made by Ma Zhuang. It was also a few days before the end of the world that Marstrom looked into the development of underground arms, and that's why he had a gun. As Liu Chang moved his stance out of the way, Qi Fengling decisively used, Eye of the Undead Emperor, on Ma Zhuang. Name, Ma Zhong. Race, Awakened. Awakening profession, Ruthless Gunner. Occupational quality, D. Level, First Class Lower. Power, 10. Agility, 9. Spirit, 11. Physical fitness, 10. Skills, Expert Gunner. Able to skillfully use any hot and long-range cold weapon with greatly improved aim. Seeing Ma Zhuang's basic attributes, Qi Fengling couldn't help but be a little shocked, because this Ma Zhuang, surprisingly, had also awakened his profession. It seems that the awakening beads don't only appear on the top floor. Qi Fengling also understood. No wonder the zombie emperor will be like that to chase Ma Zhuang. So it is Ma Zhuang ate the awakening pearl. However, Qi Fengling seemed to remember that in his last life, Ma Zhuang's awakened occupation should be, as cold-blooded tyrant. Moreover, in his last life, this Liu Chang was still his third in command, and his awakened profession was an A rank. So it seemed that it was indeed his own appearance that had changed their normal fate. What's wrong with this kid? After surveying Qi Fengling for a week, Ma Zhuang then asked coldly, Brother Ma, you don't know. This kid is fierce. If it wasn't for my quick reflexes, I wouldn't be able to see you now. I was thinking, this kid even used the awakening beads, so let's eat him so we can gain power as well. Liu Chang lowered his waist and spoke respectfully. Humph. You too. Go up and look for it. Ma Zhuang didn't respond to Liu Chang's words, but ordered his sidekick to act. Under Ma Zhuang's observation with his gun raised, Liu Chang and his group were searched very reluctantly, while the remaining two people took the elevator up the stairs. 10 minutes later, along with the elevators being opened, the two minions then shook their heads lightly. It looked like Ma Zhuang didn't really trust Liu Chang, and he now fully understood the usefulness of the awakening bead. What a waste. Can't do anything right. People stay. You go back first. I'll call you if something happens. Standing up, Ma Zhuang said while walking towards Qi Fengling's position. But big brother, obviously, Liu Chang is not satisfied with this arrangement. You have a problem with that? Marstrom raised his head and frowned with a non-committal expression. No, then I'll go up first. Looking at the gun in Ma Zhuang's hand, Liu Chang's anger was once again suppressed, and in place, this Ma Zhuang was also ruthless enough to pull out a knife directly from his waist. However, he wasn't trying to kill Liu Chang. His target, obviously, was Qi Fengling, who was still unconscious on the ground. No wonder this Ma Zhuang could make things happen. He understood the role of the awakening bead that would make people stronger, and then hearing Liu Chang's compliments on Qi Fengling's strength, he was determined not to leave Qi Fengling alive. Swish! Ma Zhuang moved quickly, raising his blade in a flash. On the ground, Qi Fengling had originally planned to continue observing for a while, but now, it was clear that there was no such opportunity. Just when Ma Zhuang's knife was about to fall on his body, the originally unconscious Qi Fengling was suddenly stormed up. Faster punch that was directly toward Ma Zhuang's wrist. Clunk! The knife had just landed, and Ma Zhuang, who was also an awakened, came with a quick draw. But it was just a pity that no matter the strength and speed, he wasn't as fast as Qi Fengling. Big brother, you, all stand still for me, or else. Seeing the little brothers were about to rush over, Qi Fengling then increased the strength of his hands, and in a moment, Ma Zhuang's face was pinched red. Little brother, what do you want? You tell me everything. I will definitely satisfy you. Having been strangled by Qi Fengling's throat, Ma Zhuang said with great effort, I don't want anything either. You guys just have to answer my questions. Qi Fengling just smiled gently and slammed Ma Zhuang heavily to the side, but also took away the gun on his waist in passing. Brother Liu, don't go away. Your 83 La fight is really strong, huh? Just now, that Liu Chang has not left yet. Pop, snap, big brother Fengling, it's all my fault. It's me who had the eyes to see and offended you. It was Ma Zhuang who ordered me to do it. He had a gun in his hand. I couldn't help it. Hearing Qi Fengling's voice, that Liu Chang even directly turned around and knelt on the ground, and started slapping himself to apologize. Liu Chang, you crazy dog, when did I let you drug me? Obviously. That's enough. All of you shut up. I said, what I ask, what you answer. Qi Fengling didn't want to listen to them dogfighting. He just wanted to know something he wanted to know. How many people are alive in this building? Now, little brother, there should still be 21 people alive in this building. There are too many zombies under the 5th floor. I can't get down. I guess everyone is dead. With his gun pointed at his head, Ma Zhuang replied truthfully. Okay, so how much food do you have left? We still have 20 pounds of snacks, 100 buckets of pure water, 20 pounds of vegetables, 30 pounds of meat, and a cabinet of various wines. It's not right. Did you leave something out that you didn't say? Chi Fengling played with the gun in his hand while his gaze was locked on Lu Chang in the distance. Big brother Fengling, that wasn't even my idea. It was all that Ma Zhuang's idea. How dare I eat human flesh? That Lu Chang instantly understood what Chi Fengling meant, and immediately began to dump the pot. Lu Chang, you dog, wasn't this your idea? You also said that you ate human flesh before the end of the world. You farted. I didn't say that. Enough with the barking. What's inside that 14th floor? Chi Fengling didn't want to listen to them argue. He rather wanted to know what was kept on that 14th floor. Things, supplies, it's supplies. When Chi Fengling asked this, Lu Chang and Ma Zhuang, who were still exuberant, both became silent. That tone, as if they were hiding something. However, without them saying it, Chi Fengling could also make a rough guess. They did eat human flesh, and human blood really didn't smell good, and it was also easy to stink. So, this 14th floor, that would be where they keep those poor people in captivity. Boom, boom, yo, it's a real gun. Looks like I'm not a bad shot. Underneath the sound of gunshots and screams, Chi Fengling was teasingly saying, at this moment, Lu Chang and Ma Zhuang, two people, are holding their thighs hissing and roaring. It can be seen that their eyes to Chi Fengling all killing intent. Only that the gun was in Chi Fengling's hands. They couldn't do anything other than curse Chi Fengling in their hearts. As for their juniors, all of them squatted down in fear. Chi Fengling knew very well that these two people were not good things. Letting them go would be the equivalent of having a few more enemies. But right now Chi Fengling didn't want to kill them, because Chi Fengling wanted to go up and see what kind of hell on earth was that 14th floor. Chapter 18, What's Below the Floor? Ding! Welcome home, my Princess Han Han. As soon as the elevator on the 14th floor opened, Chi Fengling heard this already recorded ringtone. The speaker was a boy with a gentle voice, so I guess he was the owner of the house. As for that Hanin, she should be the mistress of the house. Only, Chi Fengling had just taken a step forward when he smelled an even stronger smell of blood, and the smell of stinky meat, as well as the smell of roasted meat mixed together, which was a very strange smell. Meow. You three, get a move on. If you starve my meow, you're in for it. Ha! Before Chi Fengling could speak, a cat call and a female voice came out. Only the woman spoke in a tone that Chi Fengling didn't like very much. Okay, Mrs. Well, wait, I'll go cut a good piece of meat here. Dash. Have the balls to give me a hard time. You shall not die. You shall not die. What are you screaming for? It's a blessing in your life to be our sister-in-law Hugh's ration. It was the voices coming from their house, and these were all different, and by the looks of it, there were at least 6 people in there, and this was not the key. The key was, Chi Fengling could hear that the people inside were really cutting and eating human flesh. Hannah, yes, I'm sorry. Voyager, let me die. I can't take it anymore. Just let me die. Just as Chi Fengling was about to enter that room, 2 very weak male and female voices came from the other room. This instantly attracted Chi Fengling's attention, because the Hanin mentioned just out of the elevator seemed to be inside that room. Meow. Who are you? Did Brother Ma ask you to come up here? Just as the curious Chi Fengling was about to walk into that house, that woman's voice came from behind Chi Fengling, accompanied by Chi Fengling turning around. A woman wearing black silk, high heels, sable fur, and holding a white cat in her arms appeared in front of Chi Fengling's eyes. It seems that this flavorful woman is that Ma Zhuang's woman, sister-in-law Hugh. The woman looked at Chi Fengling without the slightest bit of fear in her eyes. Not only that, it was as if Chi Fengling could see playfulness and hunger in her eyes. Yo, you are new here, right? This little face, it's quite tender. It's a youthful male big, right? Looking at Chi Fengling's handsome appearance, the woman instantly became interested, dropping the cat in her hand, twisting her hips and walking towards Chi Fengling. Seeing this scene, Chi Fengling then quickly put away the gun in his hand. It seems to be that everything that happened downstairs this woman does not yet know. She only thought that Chi Fengling was a junior recruited by Ma Zhuang. Why don't you say something? What's the matter? I'm afraid my sister will eat you. Ha, said. The sister-in-law Hui even rapped to the Chi Fengling body. That restless hands also touch up. Sister Hugh, don't be like this. It's Ma who asked me to come up here to familiarize myself with the environment. How can I put it? This wasn't exactly pretending to be young. After all, Chi Fengling's current body was really just male large. It's that old man again. I think he asked you to come up here to supervise me. After mentioning Ma Zhuang's name, the woman clearly lost the interest she had just felt. Not only that, Chi Fengling seemed to feel a moment of killing intent. Don't just stand there. Come with me and meet me. Kids, don't get scared and cry later. Yo, ha. And as she spoke, the woman walked into the room. This time, Chi Fengling didn't hesitate, but directly followed the woman into the room that was just filled with pain. Look, these are the things we eat. When Shi Fengling entered the house, the woman then raised her hand, closed her eyes, and sniffed the air inside fiercely, as if her entire being was intoxicated. This appearance of the woman, along with her name, made Shi Fengling remember. This woman was called Hua Qianhui. After the end of the world, the underground queen of Cloud City, in charge of all kinds of bright and dark erotic transactions. It could be said that her status was not at all lower than Ma Zhuang. It really is bull. This little skyscraper is hiding so many powerful characters, and they're all sinful contraptions. Seems like it's hard to raise good people with money, riches, nice places to live and luxuries to enjoy. The room, a huge kitchen, was even a few degrees warmer inside because the electrical system wasn't completely down. The scene here can only be described as bloody and inhumane. In addition to Hua Qianhui, there are 5 chefs dressed as butchers, and the rest of the house is filled with people. Some of these people are still alive, some are barely alive, and some are dead through and through, but they all have one thing in common. That is, they were tied up, and then the flesh, in more or less parts of their bodies, was cut off. Shi Fengling didn't believe it before. After all, this was the beginning of the end of the world, so there would be people who really dared to eat human flesh. However, after watching this scene, Shi Fengling had really underestimated the horror of the last days, as well as the darkness of human nature. On the ground, those poor people were either looking at themselves with fierce eyes or looking at themselves with supplicating eyes, and they had only one purpose, and that was to let Shi Fengling kill them painfully. Looking at their eyes, Shi Fengling's anger was slowly surging to his heart. Perhaps he still had 1% of the intention to spare them before, but now, that 1% was gone. Ha ha ha, I told you that you would be scared. Don't worry, let me show you an even better 1 inch. Just at the moment when Shi Fengling was about to pull out his pistol, that Hua Qianhua was pulling Shi Fengling's hand. The anger was suppressed for the time being, not that this flower thousand flowers was alluring, but Shi Fengling wanted to see where the lower limits of these people were. With Hua Qianhui leading the way, Shi Fengling finally walked into the house he wanted to enter, because in this house, it seemed like there was that Han, cough, cough, kill us, kill us. As soon as he entered the house, a voice came out from the corner. It was a man with one arm and leg removed, his eyes hollow with anger, a look that was like a ghost. Want to die? It's not that easy. Look, I've brought a new person to take care of your wife again. Hua Qianhui said contemptuously to the man on the ground before pulling Shi Fengling over with her hand. Seeing the scene in front of him, Shi Fengling instantly closed his eyes. The anger in his heart no longer hard to suppress. It was a woman in complete bondage. And what was even more pathetic was that the woman's clothes were all pulled off and her body was in an extremely perverted pose. Even more disgusting was the fact that something unknown remained on the woman's body and around her. In this scene, it was estimated that everyone understood that this group of people, not only did they eat people, but they would also abuse them. And listening to what Hua Qianhua said, this man and woman should be husband and wife. And now the woman is tied up here, and her husband is bound to the ground, and he has to watch other men come and wantonly trash his wife. I'm afraid, it's not something one can think of anymore. You get away, have the balls to come at me. On the ground, the man, although extremely weak, was still shouting with all his might. It was obvious that he really loved his wife. Yo, you're looking straight. You're a little boy your age. I've seen it all before. What are you waiting for? Go on. Ha ha ha. Hua Qianhui laughed in a very Thai way, as if she had already forgotten that she was also in a daughter's body. Shi Fengling didn't act, but turned around and coldly looked at Hua Qianhui. She can't. I want you. Chapter 19 Snake Queen. Ha ha ha. Want me? Little friend, have you grown your hair out yet? And you dare to molest your sister like that? Aren't you afraid that I will really eat you? After hearing Shi Fengling's words, not only was that Hua Qianhua not afraid, on the contrary, she laughed even more joyfully. It was this time, Shi Fengling stopped talking. His face had turned iron blue. That icy cold eye seemed as if he wanted to cut Hua Qianhua alive. Humph, kid, a bit of strength huh? I guess you must have eaten that whatever awakening bead too. However, the current me, not to mention you, even that Ma Zhuang, can't move me anymore. Hua Qianhui wasn't stupid. She could naturally see Shi Fengling's killing intent, but with her words, she instantly made Shi Fengling react. Eye of the Undead Emperor. Name, Flower Chihuahua. Race, Awakened. Level 1 medium. Awakening profession, Serpent Queen. Occupational quality, S. Power, 10. Agility, 25. Spirit, 15. Physical fitness, 20. Skill, 1000 soft snake bones, 100 Viper Queen. Shi Fengling admitted that this time it was him who had been gullible. He should have used the Eye of the Undead Emperor on Hua Qianhui when he was sure that she was the underground queen of the previous life. It seemed that Hua Qianhui's strange encounter had not been ended by Shi Fengling. In her previous life, she had also obtained this inheritance, and it was this powerful inheritance that allowed Hua Qianhui to become the underground queen of Cloud City. However, Qi Fengling is very unconvinced. He can now reach the level of the first level of the middle stage. That is to take no less than 10 of the awakening beads, and this flower 1000 flowers by what? Now can also reach the first level of the middle stage. Is that so? I'd like to see what the Snake Scorpion Queen is capable of. Except that Qi Fengling wasn't afraid of the Snake Scorpion Queen at all. After all, he was the one who had fought off a level 2 zombie emperor, and this mere level 1 middle rank, he didn't put it in his eyes at all. When Qi Fengling said that, Hua Qianhui, who had been smiling on the opposite side of the room, her face instantly collapsed, and at this moment, the way she looked at Qi Fengling was filled with curiosity and chilliness. This was simple. After all, this was only the beginning of the end times. Everyone had just obtained their inheritance. Who would know whose inheritance? What Hua Qianhui was shocked by was that Qi Fengling was able to accurately say her awakened profession. Hua Qianhui's attributes, Qi Fengling was already well aware of them. It seemed that everyone's basic attributes were different. Just like this Hua Qianhui, the same level 1 middle rank, her power was even directly lower than half of his own. Thinking of this, Qi Fengling also gave up his intention of summoning a skeleton squad. However, Qi Fengling soon regretted his conceit, because just now, when he was about to pull out his pistol from his waist, that Hua Qianhui rushed to him at an even faster speed. Ah, little friend, sister's body is comfortable, isn't it? Just enjoy it and sleep in it for a long time. Coiled around Qi Fengling's body, a smile rekindled on Hua Qianhui's face. At this moment, the two of them were softly together in a very bizarre stance. To put it more directly, that Hua Qianhui had completely tied up Qi Fengling with her own body. It seems that this is the awakening skill that flower 1000 flowers comes with. Name, Flower Chihuahua. Race, Awakened. Level, First Intermediate. 1000 soft snake bones. The awakened person's bones can be extremely stretched. The toughness of the flesh is increased, and can be coiled and slithered like a giant snake. And the strength of the coils can be as high as 5 times their own strength. 100 Viper Queen? As expected, the Undead Emperor's eye was true to its word. Only after the opponent used an exclusive skill could the Undead Emperor's eye see the details of that skill. At this moment, Qi Fengling's hands and feet had been completely bound by Hua Qianhui, and what shocked Qi Fengling even more was that no matter how hard he exerted himself, he was unable to break away from Hua Qianhui's bindings. Little friend, you're quite strong, but don't you bother, unless you have the strength of 50, otherwise, you'll just sleep and die in your sister's arms. Ha ha ha. Hua Qianhui's neck was stretched out, and that snake-like face floated in front of Qi Fengling, and from time to time, she would also spit out her long tongue, which was a bit strange. In the room, in less than a minute's effort, Qi Fengling's face was suffocated red. It seemed that this Hua Qianhui really wanted to use the python's method to entangle herself to death. Cough, cough, cough. Worthy of being the Snake Scorpion Queen, you really do have a few skills, but if that's all you have, I'm afraid that the one who's going to die today will still be you. The comfortably held Qi Fengling still succumbed. It seemed that she could not defeat the Snake Scorpion Queen with just her own abilities. Humph humph humph. Little friend, I think you've been strangled, silly. In less than 2 minutes, I can let you die. What else can you do to get out? Qi Fengling's words made Hua Qianhui despise them. She only felt that Qi Fengling was bragging. Come out, my soldiers. Not bothering with Hua Qianhui's taunts, Qi Fengling's mind then silently recited the summoning. Swish, swish, swish. After only hearing a series of strange sounds, accompanied by a faint white smoke, 10 skeleton warriors with large swords appeared inside the spacious room. What's this? Not good. The appearance of the skeleton warrior also startled Hua Qianhui, and just as she was still watching, the 10 skeleton warriors, however, raised their large swords in unison, and without a trace of emotion, they chopped at Qi Fengling. It was true that Hua Qianhui possessed 1000 soft snake bones, which was good, but that didn't mean that her flesh wouldn't be cut by a knife. So at this moment, if she still had the option to strangle Qi Fengling to death, then she would probably be hacked to death by the skeleton warrior first. Kid, what exactly are they? Retreating to the side, Hua Qianhui was filled with wariness and incomprehension. In just a moment ago, she had thought that the skeleton warrior was going to kill the two of them, and for a second, Hua Qianhui had to watch Qi Fengling being hacked to death. Can't you see? They're my men. Kid, I admit that I underestimated you, but as a man, are you going to bully the few with the many? Looking at her already blocked back road, Hua Qianhui could only try to use the agitation method. Oh, sister, didn't you just call me a little friend? What? Now you're scared. However, Qi Fengling didn't fall for her trap. Against this kind of chosen one had to be 100% sure to kill them, or else they would only leave themselves in the same situation as the zombie emperor. Well, you made me do it. Hiss ah. Seeing that Chi Fengling had no intention of letting herself go, that Hua Qianhua was the one who suddenly ripped out her voice and yelled. The voice was a puke and a mockery, as if someone's voice had broken and they were still there yelling. Snake Scorpion Queen, don't you think? Chi Fengling's words were only half spoken when he suddenly remembered something. Name, Flower Chihuahua. Level, First Intermediate. 1000 soft snake bones. The awakened person's bones can be extremely stretched. The toughness of the flesh is increased, and can be coiled and slithered like a giant snake. And the strength of the coils can be as high as 5 times their own strength. Queen of the 100 Vipers, the blood of this awakened person possesses a disorienting toxin. And when infected by the blood of this awakened person, the poisoned person is controlled for a certain amount of time and is immune to most of the toxins. It's true, someone who could become the underground queen of Cloud City was really not simple. And with this second skill of hers, it was definitely a great killing technique to turn the tables. Chapter 20 Their Story. Dang, dang, dang. After Hua Qianhua hissed, outside the room, there was indeed a continuous and irregular sound of stepping on the ground. Kill him, and soon a roar that was nearly witless came in from outside. There was no need to even think about it. This must be the voice of the group of chefs. At this moment, their eyes were green, their hands were holding kitchen knives, their mouths were salivating, and they were walking unsteadily, with the appearance of having gone mad. Queen of Snakes and Scorpions? Is this all you've got? I'm afraid that with these people, you still don't have a single chance of winning. Chi Fengling didn't care about this, because those people controlled by Hua Qianhua were nothing more than ordinary people. Kid, that's not something you should bother about. Hua Qianhui completely lost her mind to banter with Chi Fengling. She was now in a tight state, her eyes sizing up Chi Fengling, as well as all of the surrounding skeleton warriors. After so many years of mixing in the post-apocalyptic world, Hua Qianhui's thoughts were instantly insight by Chi Fengling. This woman, now, is planning to run away. Hua Qianhui's strength was not as good as his own, and he had no advantage one-on-one. Plus now that he had so many more henchmen, there was 100% no possibility of Hua Qianhui defeating him head-on, and her current behavior was nothing more than an attempt to create chaos, and then escape from this room with her super-fast speed and special body. Humph, none of you are worthy of sympathy. Kill them, leave no one behind. Chi Fengling didn't say much and whispered to the door. Hiss, ah, monster, ah, I don't want to die yet. As Chi Fengling finished saying those words, a hoarse neigh sounded outside the door, followed by the 4 people's miserable screams. It was audible that, at the end of their lives, the spirits of the 4 men who had been held in check had at last awakened to the. They probably weren't clear on why they had rushed here, either. They were probably even less understanding of why skeleton men riding skeleton horses had suddenly appeared here, right? Tada! Within moments, the skeletal warrior chief came forward, and it raised its lance, and on that lance, were the 4 men who had been skewered into sugar plums. Seeing this scene, Hua Qianhui, who was still standing up straight, her body instantly went limp because not only did she not create any chaos, but she also met Chi Fengling's even more powerful henchman. Serpent Queen, do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? Ha ha ha, don't call me some snake queen. My name is Hua Qianhui. Surprisingly it's hard for me to escape death. Can I know your name? Slowly sitting on the bed aside, Hua Qianhui's mouth was all helpless. She had thought that with all the post-apocalyptic wonders she had gotten, she should be the chosen one. Only she hadn't realized that one mountain was even higher than the next. Chi Fengling. Chi Fengling? Good name. Then little brother Chi, could you be willing to listen to my story? This time, Hua Qianhui was very serious. Even her sitting posture was much more upright. Little brother Chi, I'm already a person who must die. Do you not even have the patience to listen to me for a couple of words? Seeing Chi Fengling ordering the skeleton warrior to come towards him, Hua Qianhui's eyes were filled with sorrow. Then, tell me. Intuition told himself that this man should be killed immediately, but his conscience told him that he should listen. Good, you're the first person to know my story, and you'll be the last. Seeing Chi Fengling agree, Hua Qianhui couldn't help but see a light shine in her eyes, but it was a light of adoration. My name is Flora Chihuahua, and as you can see, I am a prodigal woman who gave up the love of my life and willingly married an old man. I just don't want to suffer anymore. I don't want to get up at the crack of dawn to work anymore. I don't want to clean stinky toilets anymore. And I don't want to wash grease-laden dishes that are never finished. I don't want to be that girl anymore, who doesn't have cosmetics, who doesn't have little toys, who doesn't have enough to eat, who doesn't even have new clothes for New Year's Eve. I'm hellbent on being a rich woman. Is that wrong? Ha ha ha. In the end I succeeded. I married a famous rich merchant in Yunchang. I know he is very old. I know he just figure my body. I know he plays with flowers too. But so what? In the end I ended up living here, the most luxurious place in Cloud City, the 34th floor of a skyscraper. But why did the damn end times come? Why is my life of comfort passing by in a flash? Why didn't this old thing prepare enough food? Why did this old thing go down there and borrow food? Why is it that when I open the door, it will be the group of Manhwa? Why is it that what I see is that old thing nibbling on a piece of cheap bread, not caring in the least about my cries for help? I know I'm a lowly body. They've spoiled me, my shame is dead. I don't feel that? But why? They want to force me to eat the flesh of that old thing. They want to force me to kill? They want to force me to watch them do evil? I was mad, yet I was also saner. I began to eat people voluntarily, and I began to become debauched because I was convinced that one day I would kill all of these. On the bed, Hua Qianhui became more and more agitated as she spoke. Her face was suffocated and red. Her eyes were tears of sadness and equally tears of madness. There's something to be said for the hateful. No wonder Hua Qianhua was able to obtain such a powerful inheritance. Just this mind of hers alone was something an ordinary woman couldn't have. Qi Fengling, you know what? You really look like him, said Hua Qianhui. She actually stood up. Her eyes were sincere. Her hands trembled. It looked like she wanted to touch her own face. You, go away. Ha ha ha, you're not him after all, because he won't kick me out no matter what. Qi Fengling's icy tone also made Hua Qianhui wake up. She shook her head, her eyes gradually getting lost. Hua Qianhua, then if this would all start over again, would you still choose these riches? Qi Fengling didn't know why. She ghostly asked this sentence. If that day, he could have been a bit more firm, I might have been a peaceful woman as well. After a long period of silence, Hua Qianhui then slowly uttered these words. Alright, I know. After saying that, Qi Fengling turned around, which meant that he didn't want to see the image of Hua Qianhua being hacked to death by the skeleton warrior. Wait, little brother Qi, don't you want to know their story? Just for this moment, Hua Qianhui seemed to have a lot to say. Along with the skeletal warriors retreating once again, a story flooded back into Qi Fengling's mind. This was the 14th floor, not her Hua Qianhui, nor Lu Chang, nor Ma Zhuang's house, but this young couple's house. Before the end of the world, both were doomsday enthusiasts, stocking their house with thousands of buckets of pure water, endless snacks, and exceptionally well-sealed vegetables and meats. Unexpectedly, one day, the end of the world really came, and fortunately, neither of them turned into zombies. With an abundant stockpile of food, the two lived a fairly nourishing life. But just one day a man knocked on their door, a man who was miserable and humble, recounting to them how hungry and cold he was. Only, the man didn't open the door. He understood how sinister the human heart was after the end of the world, even if the man had begged him no less than 100 times. And then there was a steady stream of people who came to the door and prayed, either strong men, or enchanting women, or drooping old men. Only none of these people moved the hearts of the men. Only one day, while he was cooking for his Han, there was another knock on the door. Chapter 21 Gone and Dead. This time, the knock on the door was a poor woman holding a child in her arms, and probably because of hunger, the child didn't even cry out. The woman was kowtowing on the ground with her baby in her arms, and she said she didn't want anything. She didn't even want a mouthful of food. She just hoped they would save her baby. In that moment, Hanin's heart moved, but she wasn't about to open the door and let them in. She just wanted to gently open the doorway and hand out some food to the poor mother and child. And little did he know that it would be the most regrettable decision she'd ever made in her life. The moment the door was opened, the woman threw away the already dead child in her hand, and the doorway was rushed out, hiding from the previous group. With hunger and anger, the young couple was easily subdued. The men said they were willing to leave the area voluntarily without taking any food at all if they would let the couple go. Only, the group didn't let the couple go, probably because of the anger brought on by the continuous rejection. The man at the head of the group had one of the man's arms and legs cut off and tied him up. What is even more heartless is that they tied up his wife, right in front of him, right in their matrimonial home, and made him watch, in desperation, as his wife was bullied by a group of people. And then later on it was that the man at the head of the group was afraid that the food would run out, and he didn't want to feed the useless invalids. Soon, what was once a cozy little home is transformed into a human kitchen, and the couple is left to suffer in despair. And this is their story now. And the man who was the leader of the evil was no other than that Ma Zhuang. Baiting with good is more evil than evil. Only, there wasn't an ounce of good in the group, and there wasn't much evil in the young couple. It is a matter of affection that they are willing to open the door, and it is a matter of duty that they do not open the door. And why should they give you the food that they have saved up for themselves, on the basis of a word of prayer from you? After hearing these words, Qi Fengling's anger had reached the extreme point. He had thought that Ma Zhuang's group would be something else, but he hadn't thought that these people would be so something else. That Ma Zhuang and that Lu Chang, their legs have already been broken by themselves, and this skyscraper is in crisis outside. Qi Fengling does not believe that they dare to go. At this moment, Ma Zhuang and Lu Chang were equivalent to having been sentenced to death. And as for this Hua Qianhui, she was certainly pitiful, but Qi Fengling was more afraid that she would retaliate against herself. Brother Shao Qi, I have one last request, can you grant me? Just as the skeleton warrior was about to slash over again, that Hua Qianhui spoke again. Speak up, my patience is limited. Really, can't you give a dead man a good look? I don't want to be killed by these horrible skeletons. If it's possible, I hope I can die in your hands. Is that okay? After saying that, Hua Qianhui opened her arms and closed her eyes, with a look of waiting for death. Swish, sighing, Qi Fengling still took that big knife from the skeleton warrior's hand. Looking at Hua Qianhui's tender neck, Qi Fengling gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and slashed down. Boom! The greatsword landed on the ground. Only it didn't cut into Hua Qianhui's neck, but instead, the blade slashed on top of the bed she had just been sitting on. When Qi Fengling opened her eyes to look, at this moment, Hua Qianhui's body had already twisted into the shape of a snake. And this was less than 2 seconds of work. She had already walked and scurried to the position of the doorway. Swish! The sound of a long spear cutting through the air, which was extremely fast, as if it could pierce through the air. Hua Qianhui took advantage of Qi Fengling's kindness. She also expected Qi Fengling to close her eyes, and she knew better that she was faster than Qi Fengling. But what she didn't expect was that the skeleton knight leader was even faster. And without even a special order from Qi Fengling, the skeleton warrior leader was able to naturally stab a shot at Hua Qianhui. At this moment, the skeleton lance was even less than a centimeter away from Hua Qianhui's chest, and honestly, there was no possibility for Hua Qianhui to live anymore. However, at this moment, Qi Fengling inside the room raised his hand in time, accompanied by a gentle wave of Qi Fengling's hand. The skeleton knight leader who was blocking the doorway disappeared. Qi Fengling, Hua Qianhui, remember you, I'll see you again. Hua Qianhui certainly understood what Qi Fengling meant, and she was also afraid that Qi Fengling would renege again, and after saying that, she quickly left the room. Inside the house, Qi Fengling just coldly looked at Hua Qianhui's back as she left. It would be easy for him to kill her, but Qi Fengling knew that Hua Qianhui was also a poor person. But this was not a reason for Qi Fengling to let her go, because Qi Fengling knew better. Hua Qianhui was a person who would return a favor, and Qi Fengling believed that this woman, sooner or later, one day, would give herself a surprise. Ahem, you stay away from my wife. What's coming at me? On the ground, seeing Qi Fengling walking towards his wife, the man that was forcefully shouted, click. However, Qi Fengling wasn't as disgusting as he thought. Qi Fengling just went over and slashed the rope binding the woman. Looking at her husband, who was already a cripple, the woman's mouth seemed to have 1,000 words, but before the words came out, she lost her voice and cried. Maybe she doesn't understand why she has to suffer like this when she obviously didn't do anything. Honor, let's go. Qi Fengling seemed to hear. The man gently said to the woman. Clunk. In the next second, the woman turned around and raised her hand to grab the large knife in Qi Fengling's hand. It's just that this big sword can weigh more than 30 pounds, and it's a bit of a struggle for one's own level 1 intermediate to pick it up. That's to say nothing of this poor woman of hers. Picking up the knife on the ground, Qi Fengling's face was chilled as he couldn't understand why these two people wanted to kill themselves. Big brother, please, kill us. Only, before Qi Fengling could say anything, the woman knelt down in front of Qi Fengling and spoke with a face full of tears. For a while, Qi Fengling was also speechless. Big brother, I know you are a good person. Thank you for saving us. This life, we can't repay. If we can have a next life, we will be an ox as a horse to pay you back. As he spoke, the man also knelt down in front of the Qi Fengling. At this moment, the love until death was embodied by them. I can give you power, give you a new life, and let you take revenge with your own power. Are you willing? Qi Fengling didn't want to kill them, probably because he couldn't bear it, or maybe he wanted to see the scene where the good guys ended the bad guys with their own hands. Qi Fengling, thank you, but we don't need it anymore. After hearing Qi Fengling's words, the two of them slowly raised their bodies, and after giving Qi Fengling an incomparably sincere look, they directly rushed towards the large sword in Qi Fengling's hand. Drop, drop. In the spacious room, on the bright big knife, blood just like that slowly flowed down from the tip of the knife. At this moment, the two people finally realized the nominal, all their life together. While looking at the corpses of the two, Qi Fengling slowly let out a breath, and at this moment, the smile on Qi Fengling's face completely disappeared. Kill, all of them, leave no one behind. Silently walking out of the room, Qi Fengling coldly said. At this moment, an evil thought, on the other hand, was born. Chapter 22 Kill them all, leave no one behind. Ding, the 23rd floor is here. Welcome home, Lord Owner. Get lost, if Lu sees you, you'll be in trouble. What are you afraid of? That Lu Chang is just a strong man. Stop hiding and let me have a kiss. Hey, Hey, stop it. I think I heard a sound. It should be that Lu Chang is back. Damn, what a bummer. With the powerful hearing of a level 1 middle rank, Chi Fengling heard the sounds inside the house just as soon as he reached the door. But it's so ironic. The end times, it's really messed up all the ethics and morals. Cough. Brother Lu, you're back. Not long after, a woman who had previously seduced Chi Fengling, on the other hand, walked out with a red puffed face and straightened her hair. You? How could it be you? Where's Brother Lu? How come Lu Chang didn't come up? Seeing Chi Fengling standing at the door with a chilling look on her face, the woman was obviously a bit flustered. Kill them, leave no one behind. Chi Fengling didn't say anything more to them, he just turned around and faintly said, and the next second, a line of 10 skeleton warriors appeared in the house as white smoke suddenly appeared. There was no expression on their faces, and the first moment they appeared was when they rushed towards the house with their greatswords. Skull, it's him, it's this kid. What for? Don't come over. Ah, Brother Chi, let me go. I was all forced by Lu Chang. Ah, no, don't. I haven't lived enough. Don't. There were screams and prayers, and none of these sounds moved Chi Fengling in the slightest. Don't look at them pitifully now. Then who can think that the cries of their kind, when they are lording over them and devouring their flesh and blood, must not be more miserable and longer than this? 5 minutes. With a miserable scream, the noisy room cleared up all of a sudden, and the hot blood even flowed all over the smooth ground. Just all of these did not make Chi Fengling turn back a bit. He just silently turned around and entered the elevator, gently pressed a 9th floor. Ding! The 9th floor is here. Welcome home, Mr. Owner. The kid's coming. Get ready. Beat him to death. Bang! 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 Dang! 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 As the elevator doors were opened, a series of gunshots rang out in the room, and in front of Chi Fengling, it was raining bullets. Only, the densely packed bullets, any did not hurt Chi Fengling in the slightest. So, what's that? Skeletons? Dig it. There's no such thing as a skeleton. What are you waiting for? Shoot me. Big brother can't. This bullet won't hurt them. Brother, I'm almost out of bullets. Inside the elevator, Chi Fengling was steady as an old dog as he watched Ma Zhuang and his party begin to panic. As expected, he was right. How could someone in the underground arms business only have one pistol? Ma Zhuang must have other hot weapons. What was even more expected by Chi Fengling was that these shots in Ma Zhuang's hands couldn't even break the defense of the skeleton warrior and the skeleton knight leader. As for those heavy heat weapons, how could Ma Zhuang keep them at home? There was also the fact that with the arrival of the end times, heavy heat weapons had begun to become ineffective. Damn it, when the bullets run out, all of you charge me. Didn't I raise you guys for so long just to use them now? Obviously, Ma Zhuang was already in a hurry. He hadn't expected at all that Chi Fengling would still have such powerful henchmen. What are you waiting for? All give me to go. Ah, whoever doesn't go, I'll let him die now. Listening to the sound of gunfire gradually taunting down, Ma Zhuang's panic could not be concealed. Big brother, no way, this gun can't even hit it. If we just rush over like this, we're just dying. That's right, big brother, why don't we withdraw? That's right, ah big brother, staying green is not afraid of not having firewood to burn, one of the little brothers suggested, instantly gaining the approval of most of the people. Aha, withdraw? Retreat? What retreat? Do you have food? Even if we don't get bitten to death by the zombies, we'll starve to death. Painfully lifting his leg, Ma Zhuang still denied his little brother's idea. In fact, what he said were just words. He was just afraid. If he just ran away, he still had injuries on his legs. In case he was abandoned by these juniors, it would be certain death. But big brother, there's no buts. All of you, or I'll kill you all right now. The muzzle of the gun was aimed at a little brother. Ma Zhuang said fiercely. Bang! Ah, Li Lei, what are you doing? After a gunshot, the gun in Ma Zhuang's hand also fell with a sound, and at the moment on his wrist, there was an additional gunshot wound. Brother Ma, I'm sorry, I don't want to die yet. Surprisingly, you don't want me to live. Then I can only fight for it myself. Maybe Ma Zhuang didn't expect that the one who shot at him was one of his most trusted little brother. Asterisk. Dog thing, you shall not die. Clutching his wrist, Ma Zhuang's mouth was full of profanity. Little brother. Oh no, big brother Chi. That Ma Zhuang has been subdued by us, and Lu Chang has long been dead. We don't want to be your enemy either. We were both forced by Ma Zhuang. I think there must be some misunderstanding between us. We surrender. Surrender. Swish, swish. Throughout the whole process, Chi Fengling didn't say a word, and it was this cold sense of oppression that made Ma Zhuang's group of juniors, one after another, all throw out the guns in their hands. Just now, their conversation was also heard clearly by Chi Fengling. For that Ma Zhuang, staying and fighting Chi Fengling to the death was probably the best outcome. Don't look at the house repaired in the interior. There is a great soundproof effect, but such intense gunfire will certainly attract the surrounding zombies, not to mention the skyscraper zombies are coming. At least, the zombies on the 7th, 8th and 9th floors are now gathered at the door, and those little brothers may still be able to rush out, but Ma Zhuang, whose leg has been injured, is bound to not be able to escape. Maybe Ma Zhuang also did not expect that his group of minions will sell him to sell so decisively. Let's put it this way, Shi Fengling had never intended to spare any of them this time when he came down, and the behavior of this group of juniors only exacerbated this idea of Shi Fengling's. Kill, leave no one behind. Still the same words. This time, Shi Fengling didn't even step out of the elevator. Ah. The screams were endless, and in less than 5 minutes of work, the eerie white skeleton warrior, too, was dyed red with blood. Big brother, please spare my life. I, Ma Zhuang, am willing to be an ox for you. Amidst the piles of corpses and pools of blood, even Ma Zhuang, who had experienced a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, was scared at this moment. He didn't know why Shi Fengling hadn't killed him. He only knew that begging for mercy was probably the only chance he had to survive. Shi Fengling still didn't say anything, but just silently turned around, while in the next second, the skeletal warriors crowding the room disappeared. Immediately afterward, however, a pervasive stench emanated from the house. What is this? No, don't come over, don't you come over. Ma Zhuang just took a breath. A creature whose body was half rotted, even its bones were green, was the one that appeared here. Under Ma Zhuang's desperate cries, his skin and flesh began to rot, pus and blood and incrustation continued to roll out from his body, and within a few moments, Ma Zhuang, who had been alive and well before, was reduced to a trip of blood and water. At this point, inside the skyscraper, there were finally no longer any living people. Chapter 23 Big Gamble. Phew, roar, dangling, leaning against the corner of the 18th floor, Shi Fengling panted heavily, and after wiping the foul-smelling old blood off his face, Shi Fengling also threw away the kitchen knife that had been chopped and blunted. Since yesterday's elimination of Ma Zhuang and his group, Shi Fengling had planned to leave the skyscraper, but the zombies had already crowded the 9th floor. Even if Shi Fengling had the assistance of the skeleton squad, the skeleton knight leader would not be able to protect himself 100% in the narrow stairwell. If he wasn't experienced in battle, I'm afraid that right now, a piece of flesh on his face would have been grabbed by the zombie dog. So, if you want to leave the skyscraper, you should still improve your strength first. After thinking about it, Shi Fengling was planning to clear all the zombies above the 9th floor by himself without relying on the power of the skeleton squad. Name, race, zombie, level, first class lower, power, 15, agility, 5, spirit, 5, physical fitness, 15, skill, bloodlust. After approaching within 3 meters of a human, it will explode 3 times its speed. I didn't expect that in just 2 days' work, those ordinary zombies had reached the level of a first-class low level. No wonder the human race's survival environment was so difficult at the beginning of the end of the world. Not only that, just this one small level up, the skin and flesh of the zombies were a lot tougher, and all the way to this place, Shi Fengling had already cut and scrapped a dozen different knives. Picking up the last kitchen knife on his waist, Shi Fengling once again rushed towards the pile of zombies. Fortunately, the 17th floor had been here by itself, and the zombies here had been pretty much killed by himself. What's going on? How did the door break open? Looking at 1703's door that had been pierced through, a bad premonition surged through Shi Fengling's heart. This 1703 was exactly the house that held Yi Tian, Zhou Ying, and Sun Shi, and at that time, Shi Fengling had also locked a zombie in. Not only that, the windows and other things inside were also sealed by themselves. That situation, Yi Tian 3 people are bound to die, and zombification didn't rehabilitate their already crippled legs, so Shi Fengling didn't think that they had the ability to break this door down either. After carefully surveying the door's appearance, Shi Fengling then did his best to kick the door of room 1704. Sadly, the idiosyncratic gate didn't change in the slightest, except for the fact that my own feet hurt like hell. Is it? In an instant, Shi Fengling had an unsettling premonition in his heart. Come to think of it, yesterday, when he was mesmerized by Lu Chang, one of his minions seemed to have said that an extremely powerful and talking zombie had sneaked up on Ma Zhuang, and in the midst of that, there was a 2-meter-tall alien zombie with 4 heads. That talking zombie was obviously the corpse lord, and as for that 4-headed zombie, Shi Fengling now had an answer. It should be that the zombie emperor had passed by the 17th floor on his way down and heard the strange cries from inside. Only a zombie emperor could break that iron special door with his own strength, and then that zombie emperor should have used some special means to fuse Yi Tian's 4 people and that zombie together. If everything was as he expected, then he was really in big trouble. Just one zombie emperor alone was already very difficult to deal with. Plus Yi Tian was originally the chosen one. If Yi Tian didn't die, then he would definitely encounter other wonders at a later stage. In this situation, if Yi Tian and the Corpse Lord joined forces, he was afraid that he, and even Cloud City, would have difficulty surviving. No, there was also that underground Queen Hua Qianhui. These three people hadn't killed anyone themselves. If those three people joined forces, I'm afraid that I would have to leave Cloud City overnight. Thinking of this, Qi Fengling's eyebrows knitted into a chuan, while that evil thought in his heart became even more determined. Sure enough, after some searching, inside of 1703, apart from the cluttered furniture and dried blood, there was nowhere to find any zombies. It seemed that Yi Tian's trio really didn't die, according to the zombie emperor's vindictive appearance. This skyscraper, he couldn't stay for long. Come out, my skeleton warriors, let's kill down together. Thinking of this, Qi Fengling then decisively summoned his skeleton squad. In order to speed up the process, Qi Fengling didn't care how smelly it was, and that poisonous bone corpse was also summoned by Qi Fengling. This time, with the skeleton knight leader leading the charge. In less than half a day's work, Qi Fengling had once again killed his way to the 9th floor. Name, Skeleton Warrior. Race, Undead. Level, First High. Power, 30. Agility, 30. Spirit, 20. Physical fitness, 30. Skills, none. Looking at the several skeleton warriors that had been upgraded under his command, Qi Fengling was really a bit speechless. He had obviously worked so hard. How come it was so difficult to ascend one rank? That's not right. One was at least an undead emperor. Couldn't he summon some temporary and powerful creatures? Below the 9th floor, the number of zombies was several times that of the upper floors, and if they fought with their own formation, it would take at least 7 or 8 days. 7 or 8 days. He didn't dare to gamble anymore. In case the zombie emperor led an army of zombies to surround the skyscraper, he would really be dead. Thinking of this, Qi Fengling couldn't help but think of that evil idea again. He just didn't know if there was any punishment for doing so. You guys, all of you, come over here. Having made up his mind, Qi Fengling gathered the 10 skeleton warriors and that poison bone corpse together. Undead blood sacrifice, sacrifice the flesh and blood of a living being to perform a powerful summoning, with the value of the summoned object and the value of the sacrifice varying. Yes, this was a special skill that Qi Fengling had acquired when he reached the middle rank of level 1. Originally, Qi Fengling was planning to sacrifice the entire living beings of the skyscraper to do an undead blood sacrifice after killing the first floor of the skyscraper. Only now, there was not much time left for Qi Fengling to take his time. Along with Qi Fengling's appearance of this thought, a bizarre symbol suddenly appeared around the weak of the skeleton warriors and the poison bone corpses. These symbols should be the writing of the undead realm, and they should also be the initiation of the undead blood sacrifice. Click, click. However, just as Qi Fengling was about to activate this undead blood sacrifice, the skeleton knight commander standing on the side moved. It danced the lance in its hand, and the skeleton warhorse under its crotch also stirred. On the other side, even those skeleton warriors began to dance their greatswords, as if they wanted to say something to themselves. You go with them as well. Sighing, Qi Fengling still gave this order. Although the skeleton warriors and the skeleton knight commander had become undead, there were feelings between them, and Qi Fengling's behavior was to sacrifice these warriors. So how could their chief live alone? This time, he had really played a big game. If the undead blood sacrifice could summon something good for himself, it would all be worth it. If the blood sacrifice of these summoned a piece of trash, then he had really lost money to his grandmother's house. In the middle of the spell formation, along with the skeleton knight leader walking in, the skeleton warriors quieted down. They stood neatly, their gazes looking straight ahead at Qi Fengling. It was like when Qi Fengling first saw them. Chapter 24 Skeleton Giant. Cluck. With a puff of white smoke blowing over the spell, the line of 12 skeleton minions all disappeared into thin air. Right now in front of Qi Fengling, a giant was standing. It was more than 3 meters tall, without a trace of skin or flesh on its body, with thick and tough white bones, and its huge head carried a deep scar. It looked like this was how the skeleton giant had been hacked to death in his lifetime. And that wasn't even the point. The point was that on his back, he was carrying a huge bomb. On that bomb, there was an exclusive pirate's skull painted on it. It was hard to believe that this skeleton giant was a pirate in life. No longer thinking about that much, Qi Fengling then decisively opened the skeleton giant's attribute panel. Name, Skeleton Giant. Race, Undead. Level 3 low. Power, 140. Agility, 50. Spirit, 50. Physical fitness, 100. Skill, Death Bomb. The skeleton giant was proficient in artillery shell manufacturing during its lifetime, so the skeleton giant is immune to hot weapon attacks and will ignite the shells behind it when it dies, inflicting a great deal of explosive damage. Skill. Looking at the skeleton giant's cold data panel, Qi Fengling didn't know what to say for a moment. The attributes of the third level low level were really powerful, but the skeleton giant's ability was also too special. Either it destroys the heavens and destroys the earth, or it can't be used at all. And if it wasn't for the fact that these basic attributes were still justified, Chi Fengling would have cried out, "Alright, my giant, charge me." After adjusting his state, Chi Fengling then gave an order to this powerful henchman of his. Cluck! Only, the skeleton giant didn't go in the direction of the pile of zombies, but slowly turned around and stared at this human, who was several times weaker than it, with those empty eyes. I told you to charge. The skeleton giant's behavior really scared Chi Fengling. If this skeleton giant wanted to kill itself, with its 140 strength, it was estimated that if this punch went down, its own bones would have to fall apart. Boom! Only a loud bang could be heard, and the spot where Chi Fengling had just stood had been punched out by the skeletal giant. And at this moment, Chi Fengling was hiding at the side and gasping for breath. Just now it was good that he had kept an extra eye out, or else his current self would have been a cripple. Roar! Roar! The loud noise attracted the zombies downstairs, and soon, the zombies pounced on them like a tidal wave. This was also the first time Chi Fengling had seen fear in a zombie's body, even if it only existed for a few moments. The pressure that was 2 levels higher than them made the zombies that rushed in front of them pause for a moment. Only, the zombies didn't recover much of their IQ, and after more and more zombies came, they forgot about their previous fear and lunged at the skeleton giant with open teeth and claws. And that skeleton giant's IQ doesn't seem to be very high. Looking at this oozing army of zombies, it doesn't care about the suddenly disappeared Chi Fengling, but instead, it took a big step towards the zombie group. Cluck! Roar! Soon enough, group fighting broke out in the not-so-spacious stairwell, and this time, the skeleton giant wasn't like the skeleton knight leader, who would be forced to be immobilized by an army of zombies. In the eyes of the skeleton giant, these zombies were like mosquitoes biting on its body. Just a fling and a slap. These zombies that would only nibble around and couldn't nibble it were easily killed by it. Is there something wrong somewhere? The corner of the wall. Looking at the overwhelming battle, Chi Fengling wasn't very happy. Although the skeleton giant was a creature that he had summoned, this skeleton giant did not listen to his orders at all, and Chi Fengling even felt that there was not much of a connection between him and the skeleton giant. Chi Fengling seemed to have remembered. Wasn't it true that he could only summon undead creatures that weren't 1 level above him? Then this skeleton giant. It seemed like it violated the laws of summoning. Thinking of this, Chi Fengling then immediately opened his data panel. Name, Chi Fengling. Race, Awakened. Level 1 medium. Awakening profession, Undead Emperor. Occupational quality, SSS. Power, 20. Agility, 20. Spirit, 20. Physical fitness, 20. Skill, Eye of the Undead Emperor. Possessor can see the basic attributes of any creature not 1 level above him, including unique skills already used. Ineffective against mythic level powerhouses and above. Undead blood sacrifice. Sacrifice the flesh and blood of a living being to perform a powerful summoning, with the value of the summoned object and the value of the sacrifice varying. Trenching. What about my undead summoning and undead chanting? After reading all of his information again, Chi Fengling couldn't wait to curse in place. No wonder he was able to summon a skeleton giant that was 2 levels higher than himself. It turned out that this damned undead blood sacrifice had sacrificed his 2 major companion skills as well. Cluck! At the corner of the wall, before Chi Fengling could lose his temper, he heard a sound of bones rubbing in the air. Nope. This time, Chi Fengling didn't have the slightest bit of place, and with a full-strength stomp of his legs, he left the position he had just been in. Boom! It was also in that instant that the position he had just been in was blasted by a punch from the skeleton giant. Seeing that he hadn't killed Chi Fengling yet, that skeleton giant also tilted its head and scratched its head with those huge fingers. Maybe it didn't understand why this weak thing wasn't charging towards itself like the group of things that weren't afraid to die just now. And as Chi Fengling looked sideways, he couldn't help but stare in disbelief. How much effort was this? The zombies encamped on the 9th floor had all been slaughtered by the skeleton giants. What are you doing? I'm your master. Kill me. Aren't you afraid of the punishment of the law? Slowly stepping backward, Chi Fengling didn't care if the skeleton giant could understand it or not. He just shouted loudly at it. Seeing that the skeleton giant was still coming towards him, Chi Fengling then used his spiritual power to attack the skeleton giant. But the effect of this was basically the same as nothing. The skeleton giant didn't do anything other than pause for a moment, so it was no wonder that it couldn't summon summons whose level was 2 levels higher than its own, as the summoner itself might not be able to control them. Yes, the law of summoning exists, and it works on both sides. If a summoner kills his or her summoner, the summoner will die on the spot, as the summoner appeared after enjoying the summoner's sacrifice and signing a soul contract. Similarly, a summoner could not cancel the summoning contract at will, and if the summoned object died, the summoner would suffer a backlash. or in lesser cases, lose a large amount of spiritual energy. In the heaviest case, that summoner will be labeled as inferior, and even if his or her sacrifices are better in the future, no powerful summons will answer the call. Thinking of this, Chi Fengling then slapped his head hard. No wonder his two major companion skills had disappeared. It turned out that his blood sacrifice of the skeleton warriors had violated the laws of summoning. Master? Gore doesn't have such a weak master. Gore's master is only the Undead Emperor. Originally Chi Fengling thought that the skeleton giant would still mindlessly attack himself. He just didn't expect that the skeleton giant would actually speak. It looks like Gore is the skeleton giant's real name. And looking at the way the skeleton giant talks, it should have intelligence, but its IQ shouldn't be high. Chi Fengling boldly guessed that the IQ of this skeleton giant should be at the level of a human 5 or 6 years old. If that was true, wouldn't he be able to cajole the big guy a bit? Chapter 25 Coaxing Gore into a mental stupor. Ahem, Gore, to tell you the truth, I am your master, the Undead Emperor. Posing correctly, Chi Fengling said proudly, after all, he could really have obtained the inheritance of the Undead Emperor. No, you're not. Although Gore hasn't seen Lord Emperor with his own eyes, Lord Emperor would never be as weak as you. After sizing up Chi Fengling for a long time, the skeletal giant then bluntly mocked the confident Chi Fengling. What? Am I weak? I'm here, you're there. Chi Fengling originally wanted to retort, but the words came to his mouth but couldn't be said. After all, he really isn't very strong right now. Good, then what do you say? What is the Undead Emperor like? To be honest, Chi Fengling was still really interested in this Undead realm's most powerful man. Rumor has it that Lord Emperor, standing 10,000 feet tall, with 10 heads and 100 eyes, 1,000 arms and 10,000 feet, with one hand, the entire Undead realm will tremble. With Chi Fengling's current insight, he really couldn't fantasize what the Undead Emperor looked like. Chi Fengling only felt that this Gore was also talking nonsense. Alright Gore, I won't lie to you. In fact, I'm Lord Emperor's emissary in this world. My purpose is, on behalf of Lord Emperor, to open up territory in this world. Are you willing to help me? Disguising the Undead Emperor wouldn't work anymore. But Chi Fengling felt that this skeleton giant was still very good at cheating. To summon Gore here, and with the scent of the Imperial Lord on you, Gore trusts you. Gore is willing to help the Imperial Lord. Chi Fengling also didn't expect that the skeleton giant that was skeptical of himself in 1 second, but in the next second, he directly knelt down in front of him. But what it said about having the aura of the Undead Emperor on him, which made it difficult for Chi Fengling to get to the bottom of it. It was hard to believe that the skeleton giant could feel the inheritance he had obtained again. Before Chi Fengling could think about it, the skeleton giant did something that shocked Chi Fengling even more, only to see that it also pulled out a dark green flame from its own eyes. It's soul fire. This was something that only undead creatures of the second level or higher could coalesce, and the value of this item was like the awakening bead that the awakened had already absorbed into their bodies. This soul fire was equivalent to the life of the skeleton giant. Chi Fengling had thought that the skeleton giant would be very good at cheating. It was just that Chi Fengling hadn't thought that the skeleton giant would be so good at cheating. Well, I've seen your loyalty. Now, charge with me. While gently probing his hand into the skeletal giant's soul fire, Chi Fengling quickly added his own mental brand to it. Now, as long as Chi Fengling's spirit moved, this skeleton giant would be in pain. It wasn't that Chi Fengling was cruel, but this was a right that the summoner already had. It was just that the difference between the two's levels was too great now, and the role was too small. The key is that Chi Fengling is also afraid. In case the skeleton giant suddenly went crazy that day and whacked himself to death, what to do? And in the undead realm, it's supposed to be that the strongest is the most honored. Things like this, adding a mental brand to the opposite side of the soul flame, was something that most strong people would use on the weak. Gore obeys. Chi Fengling guessed correctly. After being added to the spirit brand by himself, the skeleton giant really didn't resist, but respectfully stood up and rushed towards the place Chi Fengling pointed out. Boom! Only a loud bang was heard. The zombies that were gathered by Chi Fengling on the 3rd floor, that were easily knocked away by Gore's punch. On this journey down, Chi Fengling's frown was not stretched, because the further down this floor went, the more the number of zombies increased, and literally not a single living person appeared. Hiss! Chi Fengling was just about to go downstairs when she only felt her head spinning, as if she would pass out if she took another step. Name, Chi Fengling, level 1 medium, spirit, 4/20. Thinking of this, Chi Fengling decisively opened his attribute panel. This does not look I'll look startled. No wonder his head is so faint. It turns out that his mental state, now there are only 4 points left. Is it? Looking at the skeleton giant that was quietly guarding himself on the side, Chi Fengling suddenly understood. In his last life, he had also encountered some summoners and other professions whose various physical values were not high, but their spiritual power was ridiculously high. At that time, Shi Fengling had heard them say that in order to maintain many powerful summoned beasts appearing in this world, it would require consuming a large amount of the summoner's spiritual energy. Because Shi Fengling at that time wasn't a summoner or anything like that, he didn't care about those words, and at that time, Shi Fengling thought for a moment that spiritual strength was the most useless stat yet. Spirit, 3/20ths, just the time it took Shi Fengling to think about it. This spiritual energy was depleted a little bit more, and it was this point that made Shi Fengling almost faint on the ground. Well, Gord, don't go down there yet. I'll take you back first. But master, there are still so many. Before the skeleton giant could finish its sentence, Shi Fengling sent it directly back to the undead realm. Shi Fengling was afraid that if the skeleton giant existed for one more second, his spiritual power would run out, and by then, he would be finished if he fainted in this stairwell. The moment he sent the skeleton giant away, Shi Fengling felt much better, although he still hadn't recovered. That feeling of fainting that had been intensifying was gone. Not daring to stay here any longer, Shi Fengling then held onto the wall and quickly ran towards the upper floor. Fortunately, the zombies along the way were all attracted out and killed by the skeleton giants, and Shi Fengling didn't encounter any more zombies when he went up again. Why is this door open? Confusedly arriving at the 7th floor's location, Shi Fengling then saw that the door of a room that was previously closed tightly was opened. Casually picking up a wooden stick from the ground, Shi Fengling then once again raised his stupefied spirit and quickly stepped into this room. The house was clean, or relatively clean after all, and things were a little messy, but there were no bodies in it. It looks like this should have been the first moment of the zombie outbreak when the people inside ran out, and it was because there was no one there that the zombies didn't go in. Because of the high level of mental concentration, Shi Fengling only felt her head become even more dizzy. Quickly locking the outside door, Shi Fengling didn't care so much, finding the bedroom's big bed and falling asleep. Nightfall, the roar of the zombies wailed through the city, and the screams of whichever unlucky survivor could be heard in no time, followed by a variety of different sounds. At night, it was the world of the zombies, and likewise the world of some mutated beasts and abnormally awakened people, and in the darkness of the night, bloodshed and cruelty would be played out to the fullest. Kala, squeak, after only hearing a sound of unlocking, the door on the 7th floor, which was originally closed to death, was suddenly opened. In a short while of work, from each room, one after another, several humans with gray skin and green eyes came out. Their movements were a bit stiff compared to ordinary people, and their bodies even emitted a stench unique only to zombies. Morning, where are the walkers? Where are all the walkers out there today? One man actually spoke up after a week of searching. I don't know. Who dares to come out in broad daylight? I think I heard a great commotion at noon, and the door of my house was almost broken. Then what should we do? Without zombies, what are we going to eat? This seems like to have a human flavor. In 707, isn't that one's house? Come on, let's go check it out. Suddenly, a man seemed to smell the scent of humans in the air, and with that man leading the way, the group headed for the door of 707, and that room was the room that Shi Fengling had gone to before she fainted. Chapter 26 Cannibalistic People. Knock knock. Brother Rulan, open the door. Brother Rulan, the zombies outside are gone. What should we do? Brother Rulan, why do I smell someone's odor in your house? Night. In a city full of zombies and alien beasts, on the 7th floor of a building, there are still people who dare to knock on the portal so arrogantly. Downstairs, two zombies also walked to the 6th floor, but these zombies did not rush toward their position. Apparently these zombies do not take these people as a target. Brother Rulan, I am clearly. Squeak. Just when one of the people at the door was still about to shout, the closed door was suddenly opened. The man who opened the door was a burly man, but this man had grayish-white skin like them, only his eyes, however, were not as glowingly obvious as theirs. What are you screaming for? The zombies won't be attracted to you. What if you attract the Fae? Are you going to deal with it? Or you go? The door was only opened a crack. The strong man was very angry said, Brother Rulan, I'm sorry we were wrong, but we're so hungry and the zombies outside have all run away. Yes Brother Rulong, I seem to smell a human smell in your house. These people are also really fast at recognizing mistakes, but their noses are also really smart. What humans? Where are there any humans on this skyscraper? It's you guys who are overthinking it. Wang Rulong's words paused a bit, and it could be heard that he was lying. Hungry? Zombies, that's not a lot. There's none on the 7th floor. You guys won't go to the 6th floor, the 5th floor, or outside the skyscraper to look for them. Wang Rulong replied in a hurry, as if he was in a hurry to do something. Brother Rulong, as you know, we can't go fast. If the zombies bite us, we'll be accounted for there. Yes, Brother Rulong, do you have any more food in the house? We can't go looking for food until we're full. In front of the door, these people did not want to leave. The thin human scent, so they could not help but drool. Click. What are you doing? Believe it or not, I'll clip off your legs. Wang Rulong didn't want to pay attention to them. Just as he was about to close the door, a person then directly pressed his legs against the doorway. Brother Rulong, don't lie to us, we can't smell what's going on. If our brothers are hungry, they can do anything. This person was obviously not afraid of Wang Rulong's threat, because when he said this, many people had put their arms and legs over. You guys, each and every one of you is a white-eyed wolf. Have you forgotten who saved you from surviving? Wang Rulong tried. The door couldn't be closed, and his expression became fast, instantly becoming a helpless look. Brother Rulong, we haven't forgotten, but these days, we've helped you quite a bit. For your sake, we've lost quite a few of our brothers. Only these people, apparently, hadn't been morally kidnapped by Wang Rulong. You are fine, I can let you guys in, but after you come in, I'll be honest with me, otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Finally, Wang Rulong still gave in. Squeak, the door was opened, and as Wang Rulong let them in, 15 people crowded into the small room. Ha ha, it's really a human. I can't stand it. It's been a long time since I've had one. I'm going to take a bite. In the first moment of entering the house, someone spotted the human tied to the bed. Hunger made him lose his mind, and he didn't care what Wang Rulong had just said, drooling and dancing his arms towards the bed. Click, puff. Also, just as he was about to pounce on the man on the bed, an axe was flying over and accurately chopped him on the head. Not to mention people, even zombies, who would die instantly from an axe in the skull. Brother Rulong, what are you doing? Are you not wanting to share it with your brothers? Seeing one of their brothers die just like that, many people became angry. I told you, be honest with me. This is what happens if you move around. Taking out the bloodied axe, Wang Rulong said with an angry face. Yes, it's human, but he's just this big. Is it big enough for 15 of us? If it gets messy, you'll just bite, and that will only lead to more deaths and bigger conflicts. Now, it's up to me to divide it up. Do you guys still have any objections? Seeing that everyone was bluffed by himself, Wang Rulong then made his own suggestion. Okay, I'll listen to Brother Rulong, as long as there's food. Brother Rulong can do whatever he wants. I also listen to Brother Rulong. Me too. Under the charm of Wang Rulong's accent words, the remaining people finally agreed to Wang Rulong's request. At the moment, on the bed, there was a youth tied up with blood all over his body. The youth's face was quite handsome. His height was around 1.75 m, with slightly long and slightly curly hair. Although he looked like he was in a mess, he gave off an extraordinary feeling. Yes, this youth was no one else but the chief foamling who had fainted due to a massive overdraft of his spiritual power. The owner of this room, and the man who had tied up Chief Foamling was called Wang Rulong, the elder brother of the group. At noon, Wang Rulong also discovered Chief Foamling who had killed all the way down, and he was just blindly betting that Chief Foamling would turn back, so he cleaned the house with all his strength, opened the door, and hid himself. As it turned out, he won the bet. Chief Foamling had entered his house and had fainted. After the night came, he then came out and tied the unconscious Chief Foamling to the bed. Originally, he was also planning to share Chief Foamling's flesh with everyone, only that he felt a difference in Chief Foamling's body, and he felt that if he could eat this man, he would become stronger. It's just that this idea of his was just discovered by these brothers, and there was no way out. He had no choice but to share it. Under everyone's gaze, Wang Rulong slowly raised his axe, and that black and red blood, even more so, flowed onto Chief Foamling's face along with the axe blade. At this moment, Wang Rulong hesitated. He wasn't trying to let Chief Foamling go. He was thinking about what he would do to have this person all to himself. Hiss, my head. Where is this? Who are you guys? Just as Wang Rulong hesitated, the youth whose face was dripping with black blood unexpectedly awakened. Brother Rulong, he's awake. He's awake. I saw it. I don't need you to repeat it one more time. Chief Foamling's awakening also made Wang Rulong startled, but after he saw that the youth didn't break free from his bindings, he on the other hand calmed down again. Kid, I'm sorry, count yourself unlucky. You won't survive when you meet us today. Putting down his axe, Wang Rulong unexpectedly began to greedily caress Chief Foamling's face. Don't touch me. I'm going to count to 3. Let me go or you'll all have to die. Chief Foamling only felt disgusted. He wasn't ha 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 ha, kill us? You're afraid you're not still dreaming. You don't even look. What kind of situation you are in now? Kid, I admire your courage. However, to be my Wang Rulong's food, this is considered your good fortune. Seeing that Chief Foamling was not only unafraid, but also showed an expression of contempt for them, Wang Rulong came on strong. Brother Rulong, he's been scared silly by you. What are you still talking to him for? Hurry up and kill him. Aside, these people were already gulping and swallowing. It was obvious that they were really hungry. It's you, half-corpse king. Wang Rulong. Shi Fengling wasn't scared silly, he was just reminiscing. Fortunately, he remembered that in his last life, there was also an extremely powerful person in Cloud City, that is, the half-human, half-zombie king, Wang Rulong. Chapter 27 Half-Corpse King, Ling Xiao Sword Saint. A half-corpse king? Speaking of half-corpse king, then we have to mention a new race, that is, half-corpse. Half-corpses were not an alien species, nor a special race given down by the gods, but a special species evolved by ordinary people on their own. They were all ordinary humans, and after the arrival of the end times, they went into hiding and escaped being assimilated by the zombies. Unfortunately, they were not as lucky as Marjan and his party, who had all kinds of food to eat. This type of people languished in the post-apocalyptic world, suffering from the ravages of hunger, and it was because of this that they had their minds set on a special kind of meat, and yes, it was the flesh and blood of the zombies. Only, the flesh and blood of the zombies was not fresh, it was as disgusting as carrion, but they still chose to eat zombie meat as opposed to living before. Of course, they were naturally afraid that after eating zombie meat, they would be assimilated into zombies, so before eating, they had either cleaned it countless times or cooked it at high temperatures. It's just a shame that zombie meat is an alien substance that can't be removed from it, no matter what you do with it. Fortunately, those people were the ones who didn't turn into that mindless zombie after swallowing zombie meat, and they didn't change other than starting to feel nauseous. That's exactly why, with no food still available, they continue to feed on zombie flesh and blood. And that, in a nutshell, is the beginning of the change. Gradually, they will no longer find zombie meat disgusting. They will even find it okay, nice, tasty. Immediately after, and without their control, their skin begins to turn a grayish-white color and their eyes glow a strange green. Of course, some people post unusual changes in themselves. They get scared, and they start trying to abstain from zombie meat. Only, they still hadn't gotten any other food, and the zombie meat was like a debilitating drug that kept tantalizing their taste buds. After realizing that they still hadn't turned into zombies, some of them didn't care about the abnormalities on their bodies, but continued to start eating zombie meat. After this, they develop the same smell as the zombies, and slowly, they move around. Immediately afterward they begin to fear the light, and in the sunlight they become extremely tired, and if they are exposed to it for a long time they die. And this is the moment when they stop being human and become a new species, that of the half-corpse. After being fully turned into half-zombies, the zombies will then treat them as their own kind, and they will understand both zombie and human languages. Only, the blood flowing through their bodies is not pure zombie, but tainted human blood, which excites the zombies in the same way. So if they bleed and get hurt in front of the walkers won't treat them as their own kind on the spot, and they'll be munched on by the walkers as usual. As time passes, human feelings fade in them, and because of this, they can smell the scent of humans in the air more acutely. As the half-zombies get higher in rank, they will, once again, grow to hate eating zombie meat, and human food is hard for them to swallow. In this case, there is only one food that they can particularly love, and that is human flesh. If the half-corpse level was getting higher, they could even sniff out if a human was an awakened or not, and they could also sniff out the quality and approximate level of the awakened. Another thing that is the most problematic issue is that after leveling up, half-corpses will gradually regain their human features. Their skin began to change back to normal again. Their bodies wouldn't have the stench of zombies again, and their eye pupils no longer glowed. And at that time, even if they blended in with the crowd, no one would notice them. And this is that special, pathetic, and hateful race of half-corpse. Then why did Shi Fengling uniquely remember this person? Wang Rulong? Because Wang Rulong was the half-corpse king of Cloud City in the previous life. Before the corpse lords had attacked Cloud City with all their might, Wang Rulong had almost wiped out the entire Cloud City with his own strength. In his last life, Wang Rulong managed to survive and became a not-so-small official in Cloud City. But what couldn't be changed was that he was always a half-corpse as a species, because the high position allowed Wang Rulong to eat humans more openly. Only, as Wang Rulong's level grew higher and higher, ordinary people could no longer satisfy Wang Rulong's appetite. At that moment, he set his sights on the awakened, and at first, he would only go in search of those awakened who were lone warriors in general. Later, because more and more Lone Ranger awakenings in Cloud City had accidents, the Lone Rangers got scared and they started to gather. It was because of this that Wang Rulong had lost his goal again, and in his extreme longing, it made him target a new place, which was Cloud City University. Everyone knows that college students are clear and stupid, and it's awakened people like that are the most delicious in the eyes of a half-corpse. However, Wang Rulong had also messed with the last person in Cloud City that he should have messed with, and that was the leader of Cloud City University, the Ling Xiao Sword Saint. In Cloud City, Yi Tian wasn't the only one who had an exclusive SS profession. There was another person, who was even stronger than Yi Tian's fallen angel. and that was Cloud City University's Ling Xiao Sword Saint, the girl who also had an SS profession. Cloud City University was very strong at the time, with many powerful professions, but it was because college students were hot-blooded and good at cheating that Wang Rulong tricked them into doing his job as a high-ranking official, and that resulted in them falling into the food of Wang Rulong. With more and more of her classmates strangely missing, the Ling Xiao Sword Saint was enraged, and she used the power of the entire Cloud City University to start searching for the culprit who had plunged the entire Cloud City into fear. She found it, and at that time, Wang Rulong was devouring the body of one of his classmates, and at that moment, the Ling Xiao Sword Saint's anger reached the extreme. It was just that he didn't expect that Wang Rulong's mind was so far-flung that he had raised a large group of his kind, the race of half-zombies hidden in Cloud City. That battle was a shocking one, as Cloud City University deployed all of its Awaken to battle Wang Rulong's half-corpse race, which had thought that after feeding on a large number of awakenings, Wang Rulong was the first powerhouse to break through to the Zunshi level before Yi Tian, the Ling Xiao Sword Saint, in order to ambush this demon, the Ling Xiao Sword Saint that had overdrawn all of his life force, and at the end, the Ling Xiao Sword Saint had even exploded his mini-universe, forcibly beheading the Zunshi level low-level Wang Rulong with the strength of a 4th level high-level, and after that battle, the Ling Xiao Sword Saint died. The combat power of the Cloud City University was heavily damaged, and the race of half-corpses that used to make the entire Cloud City terrified was completely eradicated by the Ling Xiao Sword Saint and his group within the Cloud City. It was because of the death of the Ling Xiao Sword Saint and the demise of the group at Cloud City University that preached equality for all that Yi Tian's group was able to fully rise to prominence, and in the end Yi Tian was able to become the Cloud City City Lord, and that was the last life. All the memories about Wang Rulong. Thinking of this, Chi Fingling's heart was already shocked beyond belief. What was the charm of this skyscraper? Almost most of the strongest people in Cloud City in the last generation had risen from here. Yi Tian, Lord of Cloud City, the Zombie Emperor, the Zombie Lord, Flower Chihuahua, Queen of Cloud City Underground, the King of Cloud City's Underground, Ma Strong, the Half-Corpse King, Wang Rulong. Chi Fengling didn't even dare to think about what other big shots were hidden in this skyscraper. Chapter 28 The Superiority of Being Reborn. What Half-Corpse King? Kid, I admit that you have a lot of courage, but if you fall into my hands today, you won't be able to fly. If, right now, you're willing to beg me, I might even be able to give you a hard time. Chi Fengling's words surprised Wang Rulong, and often the more flustered he was to cover it up, the more it meant that the others were right. Only then did Chi Fengling react. It was he who had been reborn. The others hadn't been reborn. It was the beginning of the end times. If Chi Fengling was Wang Rulong, and suddenly met someone who could actually accurately name the occupation he hadn't yet told anyone about, I'm afraid Chi Fengling's reaction wouldn't be much better than Wang Rulong's. Thinking of this, Chi Fengling still used the Eye of the Undead Emperor on Wang Rulong. Name, Wang Rulong. Race, Half-Corpse/Awakened. Level, First High. Awakening Profession, Half-Corpse King. Occupational Quality, S. Power, 30. Agility, 15. Spirit, 20. Physical, 25. Skill, Might of the Half-Corpse King. In front of the Half-Corpse King, all half-corpse cannot hide their attributes from him, and their overall strength is reduced by 20% when fighting the Half-Corpse King, and their actions will be affected by the Half-Corpse King. Eating corruption and acquiring new, swallowing any food can accelerate the speed of cultivation, and if you swallow an awakened person or a person with special abilities, the speed of cultivation will be greatly accelerated. Tainted blood? Sure enough, it was a Half-Corpse King. Only what Chi Fengling didn't expect was that Wang Rulong's race was still an awakened, and his rank, surprisingly, was higher than even himself. Now Chi Fengling understood even more. The Undead Emperor's eyes could not see the active skills, like this kind of skills that did not have any attacking power and assisted in the battle, could directly see clearly. Ha 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 ha, don't you think it's funny? I've begged you and all still have to die, so why am I begging you? Chi Fengling really thought it was funny, because in the past, he had heard this kind of words on TV dramas. Oomph. Kid, you do have a good enough mentality to make a good point. No matter if you beg me or not, you are bound to die today. Wang Rulong first stared blankly. Then on the other hand, he resumed his serious expression. Fellow citizens, I'm not a zombie, we're all human. Why do you have to eat people? Think about it, in case the end times just pass and after returning to peace, won't you be scared because you've eaten human flesh? On the bed, Chi Fengling didn't stop talking, but said some strange words. Chi Fengling knew very well that it would never be possible to go back after the end of the world, and by saying these words, he was giving these one last chance. Some of these people have completely turned into half-zombies, but some of them haven't been eating zombie meat for a long time, so as long as they are willing to quit, they still have the possibility of turning into human beings. Kid, what are you talking about? This is the end of the world, not a movie. That's it, put aside to play the divisive trick. I've eaten dozens of pounds of zombie meat, and I'm still afraid. What I'm afraid of is that I'll starve to death. Brother Wang, it's better to kill it quickly. I can't take it anymore. On the bed, Chi Fengling had rolled her eyes. Sure enough, nothing in the TV series was reliable. According to the normal plot, shouldn't there be a few people who suddenly had a moment of conscience and then disagreed with them? It wasn't that Chi Fengling was talking too much, but it was because now. Name, Chi Fengling, level 1 medium, mental power, 10/20. Chi Fengling also didn't expect that he felt like he had obviously slept for so long, but this mental state hadn't returned to full strength. Based on strength alone, he indeed had no problem defeating these juniors, but not against this Wang Rulong. When the time came, he would still have to summon the skeleton giant. If the battle wasn't resolved for a while, and the skeleton giant consumed too much of his mental energy, then wouldn't he be finished? Kid, see, don't try to sow discord. You'd better accept your fate obediently. On the side, Wang Rulong then crooked the corner of his mouth with a smug look on his face. Looking at Wang Rulong's appearance, Chi Fengling then understood that the reason why these juniors were so united, besides being really hungry, their actions were more or less influenced by the half-corpse king, and that level of influence is such that the greater the difference in rank between them, the more they are influenced. Kid, villains die from talking too much. I won't beep with you more. In your next life, be careful. Seeing Chi Fengling stop talking, Wang Rulong then raised the axe in his hand and chopped straight towards Chi Fengling's neck. Click. The axe chopped down. Only this axe didn't chop down to Chi Fengling's body, but chopped down on the bed. And at this moment, Chi Fengling, on the other hand, quickly flashed to the side. Wang Rulong, what era is this? Still using rope to tie people up, and your strength. It's smaller than a pussy. On the side, Chi Fengling directly mocked. This was the reason why Chi Fengling was so laid back, because the first moment Chi Fengling woke up, he felt that this rope was tied loosely, and it wasn't Wang Rulong's fault, because the time when he tied up Chi Fengling was during the daytime, and at that time, his status was cut down by a large portion because of the daylight. It was not easy to make it to the night. He was just about to make a move on Chi Fengling when these little brothers came, and that was the reason Chi Fengling could easily break free from his bindings. Humph. So what? Do you think that the current you can run out? Waving the axe in his hand, Wang Rulong said confidently, is that so? That's not necessarily so. When it was too late, Chi Fengling unexpectedly rushed directly towards Wang Rulong, his hands directly gripping on top of the axe handle. What's going on? It's hard to believe that you've also reached the first level high rank? Seeing that he was unable to suppress Chi Fengling, Wang Rulong's face was filled with doubt. And that's where Chi Fengling's confidence came from, because he knew the half-corpse race too well. Until they reached the third level, half-corpses were in a weaker state than their leveled counterparts, and those under the second level had some difficulty even moving. Although Wang Rulong was an awakened, he still couldn't get rid of the identity of a half-corpse, and that was the reason why Chi Fengling dared to go straight on. Kid, I don't know why you know me so well, but if a person is too confident, they will also overturn their car. As he spoke, Wang Rulong unexpectedly grabbed Chi Fengling's hand all of a sudden. At the same time, Chi Fengling then felt that a liquid flowed onto his hand, and in this instant, Chi Fengling only felt that his state was much lower again. Boom! Ta-da! It was also in the moment when Chi Fengling froze, while Wang Rulong suddenly raised his leg and sent Chi Fengling flying 3 meters away with a single kick. You guys, find me something to block the door. This kid, I want him to have no way to heaven, no door to earth. After kicking Chi Fengling, Wang Rulong ordered up the group of juniors. Boom! Clunk! And the group of minions moved quickly, and in no time at all, they had blocked the door with all sorts of things. Wang Rulong was right. He was indeed overconfident. The reborn sense of superiority he had to quickly remove, or else he would suffer sooner or later. But well, the overturning of the card that is not to. After all, they still have the bottom card. Chapter 29 Killed and Wounded. Name, Wang Rulong. Level, first high. Skill, King of the Half-Corpse. Eating corpses to gain new ones. Tainted blood. The awakened person can freely control the flow of his own blood. When other people touch the blood, the overall combat status will be weakened by 10%, lasting for 20 minutes. If the tainted blood remains on the surface of the body, the weakening effect will always exist. Name, Chi Fengling. Level, first intermediate. Spirit, 8/20. Chi Fengling guessed correctly. He couldn't have gotten weaker for no reason. And this Wang Rulong couldn't have rubbed his hand in blood for no reason. After reading the overview of Wang Rulong's skills, Chi Fengling didn't care if the blood was disgusting or not, so he just wiped it on his own body. On the side, Wang Rulong's stretched brows were gently wrinkled after seeing Chi Fengling's movements, and there was a feeling in the underworld that told him, the man in front of him knew all the information about him, and that feeling also told him that this man, he couldn't kill. He'd better run now. Only, after Wang Rulong ascertained his surroundings, he still dismissed this idea. He didn't think that the person in front of him had any more cards. You, all of you, get on me. Whoever can kill him will be rewarded with a whole leg. After watching for a while, Wang Rulong still didn't choose to get on personally, but instead gave seductive orders to those juniors. On the side, Chi Fengling rolled his eyes. He had seen the temptation of bounty, but it was the first time Chi Fengling had seen it with his own leg as a bounty. Looking at Wang Rulong, who was hiding behind the crowd, Chi Fengling also finally looked squarely at this person. No wonder he was able to hang out so well under the watchful eyes of Yi Tian and the Ling Xiao Sword Saint. It was obvious that even though he felt victorious, he was still cautious in person. Legs, mine, they're mine, get lost, don't snatch it from me, that leg is mine. Wang Rulong's seductive order was effective. Perhaps it was because Wang Rulong's blood on Chi Fengling was effective. All of a sudden, everyone showed themselves greedy eyes. But well, you guys are weak. Chi Fengling didn't hide anymore, and after rolling over and unloading a bed leg, he swung at the group of half-corpses. Hiss. The battle was simply overwhelming on one hand, and although he himself had been hit by Wang Rulong's tainted blood, the strength of this group of half-zombies was not even as good as the lowest-level zombies. In less than 3 minutes of work, the 13 half-corpses that had rushed over had already been ruffled by Chi Fengling to 5, and when Chi Fengling looked up, that Wang Rulong revealed a treacherous smile. It turned out to be their own overthinking. This Wang Rulong did not imagine that cautious, but he is his own unexpected cold-blooded. Wang Rulong wasn't afraid that Chi Fengling had any more cards. He just felt that if he easily subdued Chi Fengling, then the rest of these people would still have to come and share Chi Fengling's flesh. Instead of sharing a few more people, it would be better to incentivize them with rewards they couldn't possibly get, and then kill them by Chi Fengling's hand. These, not only could consume Chi Fengling's stamina, but also eradicate many of his kind who wanted to share their flesh and blood with him. Chi Fengling could even bet that even if there were only 5 people left in the end, or even 2, Wang Rulong still wouldn't share the flesh and blood with them. When the time came, he, on the other hand, would be able to kill these people more easily. A good plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, but if you want me to work for you, it's impossible. After seeing Wang Rulong's intentions, Chi Fengling didn't just chop up these half-corpses anymore. Instead, he approached Wang Rulong while fighting. These half-corpses were indeed weak, but they still had human intelligence. If they saw that, after their party had fought over, Wang Rulong was still avoiding fighting, then they would no longer sell their lives to Wang Rulong. Brat, count your strength, come and eat my axe. After being seen through by Chi Fengling, this Wang Rulong no longer avoided the battle and rushed towards himself with his axe. It did work. The half-corpses that were still questioning Wang Rulong, that were once again choosing to charge. Wang Rulong, you bastard. The battle was fierce. The half-corpses were indeed weak, but they couldn't resist the fact that they were fighting in a group. Plus Chi Fengling didn't want to get hurt, so the battle was a tiring one. And in this, Chi Fengling saw an even more disgraceful scene, saying that he was here to help. Wang Rulong actually seldom went on personally. Not only that, he would even take advantage of everyone's inattention and personally cut down 2 half-corpses that had lost their fighting ability. This scene was in the eyes of Chi Fengling, but Chi Fengling didn't say anything because this Wang Rulong was thinking that he had eaten himself, while Chi Fengling wanted to see what expression he would have when Wang Rulong was isolated in the end. With Chi Fengling swinging off one bed leg after another, along with Wang Rulong's covert help, the 14 half-corpses were down to 3 by now. The dwindling number of companions finally caused these last 3 to unearth the heresy, and they didn't dare to go up again, but instead turned back to Wang Rulong. That look seemed to be saying, so many of your brothers have died, why are you not hurt at all? Only, Chi Fengling wouldn't give them a second chance. When they chose to completely make an enemy of themselves, their lives were equivalent to coming to an end. Boom! Another stick went down, a half-corpse's head that was straight hit by Chi Fengling. All of a sudden black blood that came out from his 7 orifices. Kid, suffer death. Also just as Chi Fengling lifted his wooden stick, that Wang Rulong unexpectedly swung his axe and cut off the head of a half-corpse. Only, the drunkard was not drunk, and after that overabundance of force had passed through the half-corpse's head, it was slashing straight at himself. This Wang Rulong really picked a perfect time, and at this moment, there was no way to avoid himself. Having no other choice, Chi Fengling then crossed his wooden stick over his hand and hardened himself to receive this axe from Wang Rulong. The axe easily cut through the wooden stick and sunk deep into Chi Fengling's palm. Luckily, he had taken the wooden stick to unload the force. Otherwise now, his palm would have been cut off by Wang Rulong. Wang Rulong, what are you doing? That was our brother. Seeing that Wang Rulong personally hacked his own brother to death, coupled with the fact that there were only 3 people left in the room, The half-corpse finally panicked. Sweet, such a sweet flavor. Brothers? Humph. You guys aren't worthy yet. Licking the blood of Chief Feng-ling on the axe, Wang Rulong that was showing an extremely enjoyable expression. Wang Rulong, what are you doing? Ah, that half-corpse was about to stand up. Wang Rulong's an axe that was directly swung over. After a miserable scream, the large room, there is only Chief Feng-ling and Wang Rulong, two people. Delicious, truly delicious. This kind of deliciousness, is it not for you and others to enjoy? Once again picking up the axe, Wang Rulong then swayed towards Chief Feng-ling. Half-corpse king, you really are ruthless. In this life, I won't let you rise again. Clenching his own palm, Chief Feng-ling then said coldly, Humph, how dare you speak up when you're dying? I don't care if you're a traveler or a reborn. You'll die in my hands today. Chief Feng-ling's puzzling words instantly made Wang Rulong hyperactive, and he no longer hesitated as he lifted his axe and jumped and chopped at Chief Feng-ling. Humph, come out, my giant. Chapter 30 Explode your corpse core. I see, you are just crazy, still a giant. Suffer death. Jumping in mid-air, Wang Rulong had gathered all the chi in his body. With this axe going down, Chief Feng-ling would surely die. Dang. After only hearing a crunching sound, the axe in Wang Rulong's hand that was shattered alive, and in front of Chief Feng-ling, a 3-meter-tall skeleton giant appeared in front of him. Master, what's wrong with you? Gore is going to avenge you. The first moment the skeleton giant appeared, he spotted Chief Feng-ling who was bleeding from his hands. At this moment, the ghostly green soul fire rolled and burned in the skeleton giant's eyes, and it was evident that the skeleton giant was truly angry for Chief Feng-ling. What is this? Kid, what is it saying? Throwing down the axe handle in his hand, Wang Rulong that was quickly retreating to the side. Yes, the current ones couldn't understand the languages between the various races, except for the wisdom Awaken such as prophets, arithmeticians, and rune masters. Ordinary Awaken had to reach the 3rd level before they could easily understand any language. He said that he wants you to die. Feeling the constant flow of his mental state, Chief Feng-ling didn't want to spend too much time with Wang Rulong. No, it's impossible. You're obviously so weak. What makes you have such powerful men? I don't submit. Wang Rulong was shocked. While he spoke, he groped in the direction of the doorway. Go Gore, catch him for me. Wang Rulong's thoughts. Chief Feng-ling had an instant insight. He was trying to run. It was only a pity that the various miscellaneous items piled up at the entrance were ordered by Wang Rulong himself. In the spacious house, Skeleton Giant really made it to the top. His speed, which was considered weak among the ability users of the same size, but this limited house was a great help to Skeleton Giant. Boom, probably because of Chief Feng-ling's injury. At this moment, the Skeleton Giant that was full of energy, punching and slapping, the walls and floors were beaten to pieces. That Wang Rulong was even worse. Under the suppression of his level, no matter what attack he used, he was unable to inflict effective damage on the Skeleton Giant. Click. Let go of me. Finally, Wang Rulong was still unable to dodge. Was the Skeleton Giant straight grabbed the body? Under the huge force, Wang Rulong's body's bones that were pinched crunching. Wait, don't kill him first. If Chief Feng-ling hadn't said these words in time, I'm afraid that Wang Rulong would have been pinched to death by now. Lord Half-Corpse King, do you have anything else to say? Walking slowly in front of Wang Rulong, Chief Feng-ling said with a face full of mockery. Little brother. No, master, I think there must be some misunderstanding between us. Please let me go. Wang Rulong's face was ugly. He wanted to resist, only now, he couldn't use any more strength. Misunderstanding? Look, can this be a misunderstanding? Pulling out the palm that was covered in blood, Chief Feng-ling said coldly. Master, I know I'm wrong. It's the little one who has eyes to see. As long as you can let me go, I'll do whatever you want me to do. The moment Chief Feng-ling's hand pulled out, the Skeleton Giant also unconsciously increased the strength of his hand, which caused Wang Rulong pain. It was at this moment that he realized that if he didn't beg for mercy, he would really be crushed alive by this giant. Oh, anything? Hearing this, Chief Feng-ling was aroused. No, that's right, as an ox, as a horse, on the mountain of swords and in the frying pan, I'll die by all means. At this moment, Wang Rulong said all the words of devotion that came to his mind. That's not so bad. All you need to do is hand over your corpse core and let me leave a spiritual imprint on it. Chief Feng-ling crooked his mouth and said indifferently, corpse core? Yes, it was something that only coalesced in the heads of high-level zombies or half-zombies. Something that was as important as the soul flame of the Skeleton Giant. If Wang Rulong really gave Chief Feng-ling the corpse core to make a mark, that would mean that Wang Rulong's life and death would be a matter of Chief Feng-ling's word. What? Not willing? Looking at Wang Rulong who had stopped speaking, Chief Feng-ling's face was filled with a snickering color. This Wang Rulong he knew too well. like the kind of oath of loyalty he had just made. He could say it to anyone. The sincerity of the words might even fool him. Only that he was never one to keep his word. He could indeed grovel to Chi Fengling now, and if one day he was powerful, or if Chi Fengling fell on hard times, he would be the first to lay his hands on Chi Fengling. Perhaps Wang Rulong himself was confused. How did Chi Fengling know about something like a corpse core? No, I'm willing, but Grand Master, look at me being so bound. I can't give it to you even if I wanted to. Re-lifting his head, Wang Rulong then revealed a look of love. This Wang Rulong's mind he knew too well. He either wanted to die with himself, or he wanted to prostrate himself. Wang Rulong, if you were tenacious and unyielding, I might even let you off the hook, whereas I won't believe you at all with your ugly face of showing loyalty. Looking at a room full of corpses, Chi Fengling understood that leaving Wang Rulong alive was the biggest threat to himself. Another thing was, didn't Wang Rulong's words admit that he really had something like a corpse core in his head? Corpse core is the essence that coalesces from the heads of zombies and half-zombies, which does not contain any zombie toxins, and is used in the same way as awakening beads. Depending on the quality of the corpse core, anyone can take it, and most people will get some enhancement, and a small number of people will have a chance to gain a little bit of the special ability of the owner of the corpse core after taking it. Chi Fengling understood that at the beginning of the end of the world, and in the face of a cunning person like Wang Rulong, Chi Fengling still valued the corpse core in his head more than his loyalty. What do you mean by this? Can't you trust me? At this moment, Wang Rulong panicked. He was angry at the same time. He only felt that the person in front of him was just teasing him. What do you say? This how do you ask me to believe you? Chi Fengling just spread his hand out. The corpses all over the ground in front of him was the best answer. Grandpa, I was trying to help you. I just wanted the two of us to join forces and kill them all. This Wang Rulong was really thick-skinned. Even now, he was still shaking off the pot. Kill it, give me a slow pinch. Chi Fengling didn't want to listen to Wang Rulong's nonsense anymore, and directly gave the order to the skeletal giant. No, you, remember, Wang Rulong, will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Although he couldn't understand what Chi Fengling had told the skeleton giant, Wang Rulong could clearly feel that his body was being pinched even harder. You shall not be good. The skeleton giant seemed to have heard that Wang Rulong was scolding its master. He didn't care about Chi Fengling's order anymore. Instead, he lifted his thumb and together with the palm of his hand he exerted force, and in just an instant, Wang Rulong's head was crushed and exploded in a hard way. My lord, this is what you wanted. Gently shaking off Wang Rulong's body that was like rotten mud, the skeleton giant's hand then held a beautiful crystal core that glowed with purple light. Gently receiving that beautiful crystal core, enduring the pain of having his palm cut open, Chi Fengling that was kicking Wang Rulong again in passing, looking at the corpse on the ground that was already indistinguishable from a human. Chi Fengling then gently shook his head at Wang Rulong. Unexpectedly, the man who shook the entire Cloud City in his last life, the king of the hallowed half-corpse, died in this life in such a suffocating manner, and even in the end, he didn't even know his own name. Chapter 31 Miracle Flower. This is the corpse core. Corpse cores are also divided into qualities, according to their colors, from weak to strong, white, green, blue, yellow, purple, and red. This Wang Rulong is worthy of being a half-corpse king. At only a first-level high rank, he was able to produce a purple corpse core. It was truly formidable. Surveying this hard and translucent corpse core in his hand, Chi Feng no longer hesitated and directly swallowed it. That smell. Vomit. As expected, he was still careless, and he ate the corpse core directly before the tainted blood on top of it was cleaned. For a moment then, Chi Fengling was almost about to throw up. However, this corpse nucleus appearance touches hard and unparalleled. In fact, the entrance is melted. Chi Fengling even before it is too late to spit that corpse nucleus directly into his mouth. It's not right. In his last life, after he took the corpse core, he could more or less feel an increase in his physical ability. How come this time, after waiting for 5 minutes, he didn't change at all? Name, Chi Fengling. Race, Awakened. Level 1 medium. Awakening profession, Undead Emperor. Occupational quality, SSS. Power, 20. Agility, 20. Spirit, 6/20. Physical, 17/20. Skill, Eye of the Undead Emperor. Possessor can see the basic attributes of any creature no higher than one level above him, her, including unique skills already used, and can directly distinguish a half-corpse and know the skills and attributes of any half-corpse, not effective against mythic-level powerhouses or above. Undead blood sacrifice, sacrifice the flesh and blood of a living being to perform a powerful summoning, with the value of the summoned object and the value of the sacrifice varying. Chi Fengling froze hard for a while before realizing that the skill Eye of the Undead Emperor had been boosted. The current eye of the undead emperor was just an added effect that specialized in dealing with half-corpses. And looking at the wounds on his hands, Chi Fengling couldn't wait to drag Wang Rulong up and beat him again. Alright, you push them all over there. Sat down on his butt on the bed while Chi Fengling gave orders to the skeletal giant. It was still the middle of the night, and with the fact that he, now, had suffered a great deal of damage to both his hands and his spiritual power, Chi Fengling did not have the intention of continuing downstairs anymore. After this incident with Wang Rulong again, Chi Fengling didn't want to go to another room to rest anymore, even though this place was full of corpses, but they were all too dead to die. Seeing that the skeleton giant had piled all of the half-corpses into the corners of the house, Chi Fengling couldn't hold out any longer, and after sending the skeleton giant back to the undead realm, Chi Fengling fell into a deep sleep. Night. The zombies were hissing and the beasts were roaring, while the humans were hiding in the corners and shivering. The end times are such that whether it's animals or plants, they mutate and evolve faster than humans. Has mankind ever thought that the blue star, which has ruled for nearly 10,000 years, has changed his master in less than a month? Humans were weak, but they were also powerful and the type of race with the greatest potential, and in less than a year's time, the humans would then regain their footing in this chaotic world. In less than a decade, humanity will be back on the high ground of the blue planet, but only those who are still sleeping now know that perhaps the gods are the key to dominating the world all this time. Aha! He didn't know how long he had slept for, but Chi Fengling finally woke up from his sleep, and as this sleep went on, Chi Fengling finally found the feeling of being full of vitality again. Name, Chi Fengling. Level 1 medium. Spirit, 2020. Physical, 7/20. Trenching. What's going on? After looking at his own attributes, Chi Fengling, that is silly. How this sleep down? The spiritual power back to full. This physique is down it. Just as Chi Fengling patted his thigh in disbelief, he finally realized that something was wrong. His own right hand, which had originally been cut out by Wang Rulong, had now completely recovered, and he could not even feel any pain even when he pummeled it with force. What an eye-opener. Worthy of being an SSS awakened? Chi Fengling didn't remember that his last life's physique had an automatic recovery effect. It seemed that as long as he wasn't missing an arm or a leg, his physique was able to bring him back to full strength. 2035, July 11th, 1650 hours. Looking at the cold time on her cell phone, Chi Fengling reacted that she had slept for more than a day. At the moment, the once ridiculously fast 9G network has finally dropped to 2G. I guess it won't be long before the phone can only play single player. Thinking that this was the last of the internet era, Chi Fengling didn't rush to explore the road, but instead, he explored his old favorite websites. Hot 8, the latest discovery in the land of small days is the method of euthanasia by slitting the wrists without pain. It is better for all of us to die together as opposed to being scared. 10 million likes plus. 3 million discussions plus. Labor feat on the whole service, nickname Grizzly. Listen to your nonsense. How to slit your wrists will hurt. Right. Want to die? I advise you to jump off a building. Looking at the nonsense copy inside, Chi Fengling still couldn't help but go and spray a little bit. Fortunately this network still works, and his own comments were still sent out. Yes, Labor's footsteps all over the service is Chi Fengling's nickname, or screen name, on the internet. Hot 5, shocked. Pretty country's latest discovery. Zombie meat is non-toxic and additive-free. Can be eaten with confidence? I believe it won't be long before zombies will be eaten by humans to extinction. Likes 20 million plus. Discussions 8 million plus. Big shocker. Labor's foot in the service, nicknamed Don't Believe It. I have a friend who ate it. It's like and it's poisonous. My friend has now been killed by me for turning into a zombie. Of course, Chi Fengling certainly didn't have that so-called friend, because Chi Fengling knew clearly that this person who made a big deal about eating zombie meat had already turned into a half-zombie, and he was trying to encourage more people to do the same as him. Chi Fengling was certainly ruthless, but Chi Fengling was still a human being, and he didn't want everyone to turn into that kind of cold-blooded, heartless creature. Hot tip number 3, the world kisses me with pain, and I return the favor with a song. Fellow countrymen, first hand, the day before yesterday I couldn't take it anymore and I offered myself up to the zombies. However, the walkers stopped biting me after a few bites. Now that I've become one of their kind, nothing will change except my skin a bit. Trust me, humans and zombies can coexist. You have to be more tolerant of them and they will inevitably treat you with kindness as well. 10 million likes plus. 30 million comments plus. If the above content Chi Fengling was greatly shocked when he read it, then this hotspot Chi Fengling was dumbstruck when he read it. How could anyone dare to say such words? This was also the hotspot where Chi Fengling saw that there were 3 times more discussions than likes. Still, most of this netizens have brains, and most of the discussion is spewing about the person who posted this thread, though there is a crumbling portion of people who choose to believe him, and there is only one outcome for those who choose to trust him, and that is, there is no return. Chi Fengling felt that this was like someone saying in a peaceful era that you could take your head back if you chopped it off. You could try it, but that was try and pass away. Laborer's footsteps, nickname. It's true that there are all kinds of birds in the forest. If you don't want to live, please don't harm other people, okay? Personally, I suggest you have your zombie friend take a CT scan of your brain. For this kind of post, Chi Fengling of course did not hesitate to choose to spray off. However, when Chi Fengling scratched his phone to the end of the post, Chi Fengling couldn't help but stare in disbelief, because the nickname of the person who posted this was Corpse Lord. What's even scarier is that the IP address of this person called Corpse Lord is in Cloud City. Chi Fengling didn't believe that there would be such a coincidence in the world. It seemed that this Corpse Lord had not only regained a lot of his IQ, he was even able to go online and post pits. Chi Fengling didn't even dare to think about how strong the Corpse Lord would be now. Hot topic number 1, Miracle Flower. The Last Redemption. The end times are scary, but it is also our rebirth and the beginning of everything. Trust me. Just come here and you will know that the end times are not scary. Likes 130 million plus. Discussions 50 million plus. After slowing down, Chi Fengling then saw the hot first post. This is a real cow. Even before the end of the world, there are very few posts that can reach such heat. With a curious heart, Chi Fengling then clicked on the post. The first time to open the comment section, Chi Fengling was even more shocked. I did not expect. In this comment section almost everyone gave a favorable review. Chi Fengling froze for 5 minutes and didn't see a single bad review. Disappointed, he closed the comment section, while Chi Fengling carefully read the post. This post has very little textual content, which is roughly to say that the world is broken, but miracles and happiness have not given up on us, and that miracles and miracle flowers will surely appear around us if we are willing to look for them. The post does have little textual content, but it is accompanied by a very large number of photographs, in all of which the odd yellow flower appears, and in this photo, there were also humans, zombies, half-zombies, zombie aliens, and evolved lifeforms, and the point is that they actually didn't fight, but instead giggled and danced around with a yellow flower. Is that so amazing? 5 minutes. Chi Fengling brain are trying to burst did not think of it. The last life of their own cell phone lost too early. These information Chi Fengling do not know, but all of Chi Fengling's friends also didn't know that something like the miracle flower had appeared in the last life. Like this kind of post with hundreds of millions of likes, it must be a topic that is often talked about after the end of the world, when people are nostalgic for the past, but in the last life, even when Cloud City was broken, Chi Fengling had never heard of this word? Could it be that this miracle flower was something that only appeared after one's rebirth? Chi Fengling had thought that something like the butterfly effect would happen, but the place where he was reborn to cause an impact was only in this skyscraper. Why would this world turn into something he didn't understand at all? The more he thought about it, the more Chi Fengling's curiosity just grew. Time passed by, and Chi Fengling had already lost count of how many pictures he had flipped through. The IP address of these photos. What pretty country, kimchi country, small day country, Nico country, A3 country are all there, even accurate to every place. Therefore, Chi Fengling believed that there would definitely be people in the country of Huaxia who would also send out photos, and Chi Fengling was even more convinced that there was such a thing in the province of EU. With his heart hanging in the air, the more Chi Fengling looked at it, the more he felt marvelous, because even Dream City appeared to have pictures of the miracle flower. Dream City, that's one of the most developed urban areas in E province now, and it's also the closest city to Cloud City. When seeing this IP address, Chi Fengling knew that Cloud City would definitely have this place as well. Cloud City. What is the most prosperous place and what neighborhood has the most people? If nothing else, it seems to be this skyscraper, which is where Chi Fengling is now, thinking of those who appeared in the skyscraper. Cloud City Lord Yi Tian, Zombie Emperor Corpse Lord, Cloud City Underground King Ma Zhuang, Cloud City Underground Queen Hua Qianhui, and Half-Corpse King Wang Rulong. Chi Fengling had a vague premonition in his heart, because Chi Fengling felt that the place where the miracle flower of Cloud City appeared must also be in this skyscraper. Click. The phone fell. Yes, because she was too shocked. Chi Fengling didn't hold her cell phone steady, because in this thread, Chi Fengling really found a photo belonging to Yin Cheng's IP address. There were those strange miracle flowers in the photo, and what shocked Chi Fengling even more was that the scene in that photo was on the first floor of this skyscraper. At this moment, Chi Fengling's hands were trembling. It was fear and excitement. He inexplicably had a feeling as if the world was circling around him. How amazing people and things could be encountered by himself. After hesitating for a long time, Chi Fengling finally clicked on the comment section once again, and this time, Chi Fengling even boldly clocked his position. Labor's feet in all clothing, nickname brothers. Is there really such a magical thing? Can it really give us hope? Chi Fengling didn't know how, but he ghosted that sentence himself, gently putting down the cell phone. Chi Fengling was ready to take a breather. Drip, drip, only, Chi Fengling's cell phone had only been put down for less than a minute, when this cell phone dripped and rang, and the frequency of this sound was not even weaker than the speed at which he had been a licking dog to send a message to Zhou. Trenching surprise. Chi Fengling really didn't dare to think that this was the end of the world, and it was still the era of the 2G network, and he had just sent out a message for less than a minute, but he had received 2,000 plus likes, and 100 plus comments. If it was before the end of the world, Chi Fengling would have been happy as hell, but now it was the end of the world. How come so many people had cell phones? And they kept staring at the comment section. I am your light, nickname brother. Please don't be disappointed in the world. He never gave up on you or on us. Sunbathing, nickname bro. What are you waiting for? I see your address is right here. Come on down and feel happy together. Love egg, nickname Wasia people don't lie to Wasia people. You'll know it when you come down. These were a few of the comments that Chi Fengling saw that had more likes, and one by one, they were posting these ecstatic words as if they had been seduced by happiness. What's even more frightening is that 1/3 of the people who replied to Chi Fengling had their address on the first floor of a skyscraper. This world, what's going on? Is this still the end times? This is what Chi Fengling thought in his heart. He was shaken. Even when he returned from Rebirth, he was shaken by this information. How he wished he hadn't opened his cell phone and swiped the internet, but he opened it, and besides, they weren't hallucinations. Labor's foot in the service, nickname okay? I'm coming. After ghostly snapping these words, Chi Fengling then turned off his cell phone, and after cleaning up the bodies at the door, he headed downstairs. Chapter 32 The Path of Phantom Dreams, 2035, July 11th, 1720 hours. Evening. The sun was gradually setting, and the afterglow of the setting sun shone on the towering skyscrapers, giving what should have been dilapidated buildings a hopeful glow. Perhaps it was the setting sun, or perhaps there was something special in the air in the first place. By the skyscrapers from the bottom to the top, the air also became more and more yellow. In the past, the skyscrapers were bustling with people, but now half a day there is no one walking in the middle. Oh, no, there's a man. At the location on the 4th floor of the skyscraper, a youth with bloodstains and a disheveled image was walking down from the upper floors alone. The youth's pace was shaky, his expression slightly dull, the look as if he was being controlled. Drip, drop. It was also just when the youth stepped into the 3rd floor of the skyscraper that the cell phone in his arms was untimely ringing for 2 years. The voice was small, but abrupt, and the sound was enough to bring the stupefied youth to his senses. Dig, me, how did I get here? Looking at the large 3 on the stairs, the youth couldn't help but stare in disbelief. He was confused. He didn't even know how he got down the stairs. Pull out your cell phone and unlock it. Goddess, Fengling, I'm not dead yet. It's a surprise. I'm surprised too. Do you want to see me? Smiley, but I really want to see you again. I'd love to see your face when you see me again. Playful. Originally, Chi Fengling was groggy, but when he saw this contact that had once mesmerized him, Chi Fengling simply replied a few words by reflex. What about my Ying, nicknaming Ying Ah? I would love to. When Chi Fengling reacted, he had already snapped out these words. This was too outrageous. He himself was a reborn person, and as normal, this current self had disliked Zhou for more than 10 years, but why is it that right now, his mind is full of fantasies of a bright future for himself and Zhou, and even in his fantasies, he has even thought of the name of the child of the two of them. Snap. Chi Fengling didn't care about the pain, and slapped himself on the face, and the bright red slap mark knew how hard Chi Fengling had hit. After coming to his senses, Chi Fengling then opened that website. It's only been half an hour, and the random post I made has already received 12,000 plus likes and 1,500 plus comments. But that wasn't what Chi Fengling cared about. What Chi Fengling cared about was that the comment he had sprayed the Corpse Lord with had actually been replied to by the Corpse Lord. Corpse Lord, nicknamed Chi Fengling, smile 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 smile. The Corpse Lord replied simply with his name plus the death smile. At this instant, Chi Fengling all understood. It seemed that Yi Tian, Zhou, and Sun Shi really didn't die. If nothing else, Yi Tian's trio should have fused with that unknown zombie. And right now, the Corpse Lord should be with the monster they fused with. The name on his own network Corpse Lord naturally does not know, but Zhou Shi knows, plus now he opened the IP address. Is not the Corpse Lord knows that he is still in the skyscraper, thinking of the Corpse Lords hiding in the shadows, and the miracle flower that had appeared on this floor at some point. Chi Fengling felt his head spinning. If he could really get out of the skyscraper safely, then he would definitely be awesome afterward. Slowly, Chi Fengling has come to the location of the 3rd floor. Originally also crowded here zombies that are all disappeared. There weren't many signs of a fight on the ground, nor was there a zombie body present, which meant that the zombies hadn't been killed, but had left on their own. Thinking again of the scene in the photo where all the characters coexisted peacefully, Chi Fengling's interest in the miracle flower reached the extreme. 2nd floor. Originally the second most zombie floors, now also the shadow of a zombie is not found. Even if Chi Fongling deliberately creates some movement, still did not pounce out of the zombie. At this moment, Chi Fengling's attention was focused to the top, and this led him to notice that from the first floor down, some yellow powdery objects slowly floated up. Because these powders were getting more and more, as if the air had turned yellow, could it be that these were the pollen of that miracle flower? Thinking of his appearance just now as if he had lost his mind, Chi Fongling that was hurriedly shutting his mouth. On the second floor, which used to be the location with more zombies, Chi Fongling didn't even think about the fact that there could be something like pure water here. Tick-tock, there was no way around it, so Chi Fongling took a piece of his body's tattered and dry smelly clothes and turned around to pee on it. While the rag covered his mouth, Chi Fongling slowly walked towards the location on the first floor. It's not right. I'm stupid. Didn't take 2 steps before Chi Fongling reacted that he was indeed a bit foolish. Stopping the pace of continuing downwards, it was only with a movement of Chi Fongling's mind that a skeleton giant appeared in front of Chi Fongling. Go Gore, you're my eyes. Only to see Chi Fongling standing in place, covering her eyes with one hand, and in the next second, a large eye blurred out of the skeleton giant's otherwise empty eye socket. Yes, these were the eyes that Chi Fongling had temporarily placed on the skeletal giant. This was a solution that Chi Fongling had just thought of. By normal, summoners should all have the vision of their summons, and by covering one of their own eyes, they were doing so in order to both have the vision of the skeleton giant, and at the same time be able to see what was in front of them. Right now, the skeleton giant didn't understand what Chi Fongling had done to it, and it didn't care what exactly was ahead of it, so it took a step towards the location on the first floor. The first floor was the lobby of the skyscraper, which was so large that the height of this first floor staircase alone was already much longer than that of the other floors. Along the way, Chi Fongling utilized the vision of the skeleton giant to see that there were no zombies present in the stairwell, not even corpses, and that's not even the strangest thing. The strangest thing is that the staircase made of marble is now covered with weeds, and in many places you can still see the yellow buds that have not yet opened. What the hell is going on here? The end times had only broken out 11 days ago, and he hadn't found these grasses and flowers when he came to the skyscraper on the 7th day. What kind of power is this that can take 2 or 3 days to make the secular land bloom with freedom? Ignoring the view from the stairwell, Chi Fongling instead continued to order the skeleton giant to head downstairs. As the skeleton giant continued to go down, Chi Fongling saw more and more yellow flowers, as well as deeper and deeper grass, and amongst the grass, Chi Fongling seemed to see thick vines. Finally, the skeleton giant stepped down the last step, and when he looked around, the scene in front of him made Chi Fongling stare blankly. Where was this place a skyscraper? It was clearly an outdoor grassland where humans, zombies, half-zombies, zombie alien beasts, and evolved creatures were surprisingly living together in harmony. They had happy smiles on their faces, either dancing or singing, and Chi Fongling even saw that there were some people specifically holding their cell phones, constantly flipping through the posts that were ranked number 1 in terms of hotness. What the hell is going on? Wow! Just as Chi Fongling was puzzled, the sound of a voice piercing through the forest and striking leaves rang out from the side. As the skeletal giant turned around, a thick vine holding a blooming flower appeared right next to it. Chapter 33 Flower of Monsters. Zigella. It was a flower the size of a faceplate. It has 5 petals like a 3-pronged leaf. The open flower is as chic as a 5-pointed star, and the whole flower looks pale yellow. But looking from the center of the bud toward the petals, there are orange-red stamens, and behind the petals, there are a few purple lines. It was as if this miracle flower was alive, and after it was raised in front of the skeletal giant, the petals were fully unfolded, as if the flower could fawn. But, the skeleton giant is already a dead thing. Its feelings are only left with survival and allegiance. Looking at this sudden appearance of flowers in front of him, the skeleton giant hard froze for a long time, did not know how. Wow! In the next second, the skeleton giant was seen stretching out its big hand and ripping off the thick vine, and the ripped off vine was like a child that had been beaten and cried, tossing and turning a few times before it was collected in the distance. It couldn't be helped. This was the autonomous reaction of the skeleton giant. It didn't understand if the vine and the flower had any malicious intent. It just felt as if the vine had been rubbing against it, commanding the skeleton giant to pick up the peculiar flower. Chi Fongling, on the other hand, looked more and more familiar, as if this kind of flower, he had really seen it somewhere. Only, letting Chi Fongling mobilize the memories of his 2 lives, he did not recall the name of this flower. Chi Fongling originally wanted to order the skeleton giant to observe the surroundings, but a lump of sticky liquid attracted Chi Fongling's attention. It was a mass of blue-purple liquid. The liquid was sprinkled on top of the weed, and the weed, as if it had absorbed an excessive amount of fertilizer, actually grew wildly. Oh, Chi Fongling remembered. This bluish-purple liquid. Wasn't it the vine that had just flowed out? Looking at the traces left along the way, Chi Fengling instantly had a bold idea. Giggle karma. On top of the lawn, the sound of the skeletal giant's bones rubbing together seemed particularly abrupt, but even so, none of the various creatures around it had any thoughts of hitching a ride. At the moment, they are still holding those flowers, immersed in their own world of joy. Following the trail of blue-violet liquid, the skeletal giant then headed in the direction of the counter on the first floor of the skyscraper. The grass is getting darker here, but the yellow flowers are fewer and fewer, and there are fewer and fewer creatures of all kinds around. 3 steps later, the skeleton giant lost all traces of the blue-violet liquid, and in front of where this liquid disappeared, a green waterfall of weeds and vines unexpectedly appeared. There was no need to even think about it. The secret of this miracle flower must be right behind this green waterfall. Wow! Click, click, the vines and weeds were writhing. The skeleton giant's arm was exerting force, and in just a minute's work, the green waterfall in front of him was pinched out alive by the skeleton giant. Boom! Only a loud bang was heard, and the skeleton giant no longer spared its strength, and its stored punch directly broke a piece of the vine wall. After the vines scattered, a hole in the ground unexpectedly appeared in front of the skeletal giant. That is, Chi Fengling. Yes, it was a hole in the ground. I didn't realize that the hard floor of a skyscraper had been dug out to a radius of 3 or 4 meters, and none of that mattered. What mattered was that above the hole in the ground, a huge yellow flower was blooming, and all around this hole in the ground, blood and limbs could still be seen all over the place. The setting sun shone on the giant flowers, which bloomed extraordinarily bewitching, and the yellow pollen even floated all over the skeleton giant. Unconsciously, Chi Fengling even felt that the bond between the skeletal giant and himself had weakened quite a bit. No, there's something wrong with the flowers. Just when Chi Fengling was still thinking, the hole in the ground unexpectedly suddenly stretched out 10 vines as thick as basketballs. Those vines had a clear target, locking straight onto the skeleton giant that was at the edge of the hole. LOL. However, the skeleton giant was a level 3 undead. Its chi power was not comparable to ordinary creatures, and in just an instant, the 3 vines were hardened and broken by the skeleton giant. Also, just when Chi Fengling was about to take a breather, in the hole in the ground, another 5 vines were sticking out, and the vines that appeared this time, that were directly locking onto the legs of the skeletal giant. No. At this moment, Chi Fengling sensed that something was wrong. He was giving orders to the skeleton giant in an instant, probably because of the effect of the pollen. The skeleton giant froze hard for 5 seconds before responding. Late, under the combined effect of the huge number of vines, the skeleton giant was actually pulled down hard, and the location where the skeleton giant fell was the deep, bottomless hole in the ground. Okay, expedition over. Chi Fengling didn't panic. After all, the skeleton giant was only his own summoned object, only to see Chi Fengling's intention. The skeleton giant that should have fallen into the hole in the ground was sent back to the undead realm by Chi Fengling. Leaning against the wall of the second floor, rags covering his mouth and nose, Chi Fengling was smiling faintly. Only this time, Chi Fengling wasn't obsessed. He was happy that at the last second just now, he utilized the skeleton giant and used the undead emperor's eyes on that huge flower. Without hesitation, Chi Fengling opened the data panel of that giant flower. Name, Zigera, branch, race, monster, rank, power, agility, spirit, physique, skill, flower of monsters, hope pollen. When Chi Fengling looked at the flower's information, it was instantly frozen on the spot. What surprised Chi Fengling was not only its rank that was so high that he couldn't see its attributes, the most crucial thing was its name. Zigera. Oh, my god, what is this? Chi Fengling couldn't even believe his eyes, not realizing that such a thing could really exist in the world. Chi Fengling finally remembered. He had indeed seen this flower. Or rather, most children had seen this flower, but not in real life, but on television. A plant that was supposed to come out of make-believe. If Chi Fengling remembered correctly, Zigella, on the other hand, was from what he had seen when he was a child, a peculiar monster within the Deju Ultraman. In the setting, this flower is the key to bringing down the entire super-ancient human civilization. Everything was right. Zigera's pollen, when inhaled by any living creature, becomes so blissful that they lose their mind and then become completely immersed in the fantasized bliss. If this was all true, Chi Fengling was a bit disappointed, for he had been brought up to believe in the light, as he had been told by the older children, who had all become light. But even he was almost mesmerized by Zigella's pollen, and in the TV show, the person who really has the light, he is always awake. It seems, he is not the light, and the world, there will not be the so-called Ultraman appear. Wow! Just as Chi Fengling was still immersed in disappointment, the vines around him were squirming, only that these vines were not attacking themselves, but rather, they were rapidly recycling back. Nope, Chi Fengling remembered. If this flower was really the legendary Zigera, then it should also fit as setting. Thinking of this, Chi Fengling then looked up at the setting sun outside the window. The sun, at this moment, is setting. Chapter 34 Chinese Gun God? At this moment, the setting sun completely faded into the horizon, and the brilliant light completely disappeared from Cloud City. At this moment, the dead memories told Chi Fengling that a big commotion was going to happen here. As Chi Fengling turned to look towards the first floor, another sight that was reflected in his eyes. As the sun set, the ziggurats began to shrink, and without the nourishment of the ziggurats, the weeds on the ground seemed to be shorter. Chi Fengling could see clearly that even the flowers held in those people's hands withered in an instant, and that air, which was originally dyed yellow by the pollen, was rapidly turning into a normal color because of the greedy sucking of various creatures. Roar! Hiss! Flowers, my flowers! Ah, my flower! Don't take my flower! Die! Die for me, all of you! Roar! Whoa! Ah! In less than 3 minutes, the various species that were still harmonious on the first floor had now gone berserk, and they stopped dancing and singing. They began to look for the Zigera flowers that were still visible in the hands of others, and gradually the zombies regained their bloodlust, and the Fae regained their bestiality. That original harmonious picture instantly turned into a gladiatorial look. Everyone lost their minds, and it was as if they no longer feared death, killing anyone they saw. In this scene, Chi Fengling then didn't dare to breathe a single breath. In case these people found out about themselves, then they would definitely become a target. It was also when Chi Fengling was carefully peeking that he finally noticed something strange. On this slaughterhouse, a lot of vines slowly grew, and the vines secretly wrapped themselves around the already dead corpses and secretly pulled them towards the counter on the first floor of the skyscraper without anyone noticing. Chi Fengling understood that these corpses would definitely be pulled to that big pit that was so deep that it couldn't see the bottom. And the reason why this Zigera flower could grow so fast must be that it had sucked the energy from those corpses. That explains everything at once. No wonder the layer became so clean. No wonder so many walkers and other species come in every day and the house doesn't get crowded because these happy visitors are cleaned up at night after a day of fun. Is this Ziggy Lawa? At this moment, Chi Fengling's memory was confused. This Zigera flower can be even bloodier than what one has seen on TV, and it actually eats people. If the Zigera flower is allowed to grow like this, I'm afraid that it won't be the zombies but the Zigera flower that will cause the extinction of human beings and species. Thinking of this, Chi Fengling wanted to pick up his cell phone, wanting to capture this scene on the internet. After all, to save a person is a person. However, Chi Fengling gave up this idea before he could do anything, because his own power is small, and the power of those water armies is strong, and people tend to believe in more than they can handle, rather than believing in the right. Chi Fengling was even certain that the first second his post was posted, it would be flooded with countless bad comments and insults. But he would not allow Cloud City to fall into the hands of Chi Jialahua. After all, he still had to go down from here, and he still had to become the Lord of Cloud City. Right, I can still use hot weapons. The suddenly sorrowful Chi Fengling looked like he had thought of something and pulled out his legs and ran towards the 9th floor. On the 9th floor, it is the home of that Ma Zhuang, and that Ma Zhuang has also started to do the arms business. Chi Fengling does not believe that they will shoot all the bullets in that battle. Soon, Chi Fengling returned to this room again. Everything was the same as when he had left, except that the Ma Zhang killed by the poisonous bone corpses had become even more smelly, and a lot of the carcasses had maggots growing out of them. If it wasn't for Chi Fengling's need for hot weapons, he would never have come back. But Chi Fengling was still happy. At least he could be sure that Ma Zhuang was dead for good. 30 minutes later, under Chi Fengling's carpet search, all the guns and ammunition in the hidden rooms on the 9th floor were turned over by Chi Fengling. I did not expect Ma Zhuang even hit a good sniper rifle and used, which should be something that Ma Zhuang and the group of minions would not use. Only, the fact that they wouldn't didn't mean that Chi Fengling wouldn't. After all, Chi Fengling had been a man for 2 lifetimes, and in his last life, on his own side, there were some gunsmith inheritances that had appeared. Although these inheritors were trashy in the late end times, they still had a high status at the beginning of the end times. At the moment, on Chi Fengling's back was a large sniper, as well as more than 20 rounds of large sniper ammunition, and at his waist were 2 unbroken and still clean pistols. It seems people can't push their juniors too hard, because they didn't even finish their bullets. At this moment in Chi Fengling's pants pocket, it was holding more than 130 pistol bullets. It's outrageous. In 2 lifetimes, Chi Fengling had to do battle with a hot weapon for the first time. Soon, Chi Fengling once again touched the location where the first and second floors of the skyscraper met. At this moment, the first floor could only be described as tragic. The original flowery and green ground was now covered in blood, dirty blood, severed limbs, and internal organs. Most of the creatures were already dead, and the individual strong creatures were in a state of serious injury and collapse. They were lying weakly on the ground, quietly waiting for the vines to harvest their lives. bang. Well, this big sniper is much better than what Chi Fengling imagined. Although he hasn't touched the gun much, Chi Fengling is comfortable using it. Is this the difference between ordinary people and awakened people? Evening. A gunshot that was completely breaking the silence that was there. And the power of this big sniper really didn't disappoint Chi Fengling. After all, a plant is a plant, where it can catch up with the hardness of steel. As this shot went down, a basketball-thick vine was surprisingly snapped off by Chi Fengling with a single shot. As expected, this Chi Jiela flower still had intelligence. After sensing the threat, some of the vines closest to Chi Fengling gave up pulling the corpse that was stretching straight towards Chi Fengling's position. Humph humph humph. Guys, let's show you the power of the last sniper god of China. Looking at the vines that were snaking around, Chi Fengling that was not afraid at all, lifting up his big sniper and casting Go A. The last sniping god of China? Of course it's a lie. There's no one here, so Chi Fengling can blow it any way he wants. Bang, bang, bang. But without blowing up, Chi Fengling's marksmanship was surprisingly good. Even in the dark, walking and fighting, he froze without an empty shot. Humph, what a monstrous flower. It's nothing more than that. Then I'm still the ruler of darkness. Let's put it this way. Chi Fengling, who had a little bit of skill, went and played a couple of human games before starting to load up. It's loaded early. Wow, ka-ching, rumble. Just when Chi Fengling thought that Chi Jiarawa was so easy to deal with, behind Chi Fengling's back, there was a sudden loud bang. When Chi Fengling looked back, his entire body was dumbfounded. The flower of monsters really lived up to its name, so it seemed that his own gunshot hits were all deliberate by Zijera flower. At this moment, Chi Fengling's staircase leading to the second floor had been completely broken by the vines, and the residual force of the collapse had smashed many steps. Chi Fengling roughly estimated that if he wanted to go to the second floor now, he would have to jump at least 5 meters away. And, as the vines continued to be destroyed, this height was increasing. By the looks of it, he definitely can't go back to the second floor, and it looks like he and Zijialawa are going to have to do a life and death duel today. Chapter 35 Cutting off the grass. Removing the roots. If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. Rumble. Only heard a loud bang. Gray air is splashed with smoke and dust. Chi Fengling that is to use all the strength of the body, finally is safe to jump to the ground on the first floor. Looking back, Chi Fengling also unconsciously gulped. Was this the true strength of Chi Jialahua? At this moment, at the location where the first and second floors met, on the collapsed stairwell, a sky full of vines had unexpectedly appeared, which were of different thicknesses. Some were as thick as a basketball, while others were only as thick as a finger. But when they came together, it was something that could crush even a staircase. Probably knowing Chi Fengling's power, at this moment on the first floor, all the vines were no longer going to drag the corpse. Their target was clear. That was the Chi Fengling with the gun. Bang, bang, bang. Holding a big sniper in his hand, Chi Fengling dared to stay in place. A run, a jump, a roll is to dump a sniper. It could be said that even if Chi Fengling were to shoot randomly at the front with his eyes closed right now, he would be able to hit one or several vines. Snap. Chi Fengling only felt that something grabbed his ankle. Flowers, give me flowers, please. Also just as Chi Fengling was about to quickly leave the spot, a hand was coldly grabbing Chi Fengling's leg. Unexpectedly, this was still a human. At this moment, this person, his abdomen seemed to have been stabbed by something, and his legs and arms were each broken. But even so, he still didn't die, and he still longed for the Zijera flower. It's true, the most powerful thing in the world is not necessarily pure force suppression. The most powerful thing may be a complete mental breakdown. It could be said that if Chi Fengling hadn't been awakened by the message bouncing at that time, and then slowed down to the first floor and savored that Zijera pollen, it was estimated that his own self right now would be about the same as these people. Damn it, get lost, get lost. However, Chi Fengling didn't have the idea of saving him. After all, the current Chi Fengling was also having trouble protecting herself, possibly seeing Chi Fengling's bound feet. Those vines that were originally in an encircling manner no longer spread out, but quickly reached out towards Chi Fengling's position. Dig in, let go, let go. This scene also startled Chi Fengling. He kicked the man hard, trying to get him to let go of his hand. No, don't. I want flowers. I want happiness. Give it to me quickly. This man is really tenacious, and also hateful to death. He himself is going to die, but also want to pull other people as a cushion. I want your mom's flowers. Go to hell. The man's appearance made Chi Fengling's killing heart rise. This kind of person was already incorrigible. Bang, bang, ah, no, ah, Hannah, ah. All that could be heard was the sound of an iron hammering against a skull, followed by the sound of a man screaming in agony. For 5 seconds, Chi Fengling froze without blinking, hard enough to smash the man completely out of breath before freeing himself from his bonds. Damn it! However, the man's idea of pulling someone's back had already been achieved, and at this moment, the vines that filled the sky had already blocked all of Chi Fengling's paths of retreat. Wow! Right in front of him, some of the vines actually began to intertwine, and in less than 10 seconds of work, the number of vines was reduced by half. But this didn't let Chi Fengling relax his guard, because these vines became even thicker, and some of them even grew barbs. 15 rounds, after counting, there were only 15 bullets left in the big sniper, and Chi Fengling knew clearly that for these thicker vines, perhaps only the big sniper could cause damage. Come out, my giant! Without the slightest hesitation, Chi Fengling quickly summoned the skeleton giant. The first second the skeleton giant appeared, it instantly attracted the attention of the vines behind Chi Fengling. It was this skeleton giant that Chi Fengling dared to give his back completely to. This skeleton giant was also worthy of being a level 3 undead. Even if that was a vine with barbs, it could still be ripped off alive by the skeleton giant. And now, the skeleton giant was a bit far away from that big pit, so Chi Fengling was no longer afraid that the skeleton giant would be pulled away. While putting away the large sniper in his hand, Chi Fengling quickly pulled out 2 pistols from his waist. A pistol will be much weaker than a large sniper, but it's at least a long-range weapon, and at the very least more useful than hitting yourself with a stick. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, a series of gunshots rang out here and there, and Chi Fengling's target was clear, hitting the vines that hadn't grown barbs yet, because Chi Fengling had tried it. The pistol basically couldn't do damage to vines with barbs. As Chi Fengling fought and retreated, that pistol was also played by him. If it was in the peace era, Chi Fengling might be able to mix a village-level gun god. Cluck, trenching, in between changing bullets, Chi Fengling that was twisting his head to look at it, and this look also startled Chi Fengling. Now that the skeleton giant had been completely wrapped up by the vines, if it wasn't for the skeleton giant's eyes glowing, Chi Fengling almost wouldn't have been able to find it. There was no way around it. The skeleton giant's strength was indeed great, but it was not fast and large, so it was really not good at dodging for this kind of vines that filled the sky. My giant! Go back! My giant! Come out! In response, Chi Fengling was not at all panicked, only to see that after Chi Fengling said 2 sentences, the skeleton giant first disappeared into the first floor. Then the next moment, it was on the other side of the floor in an intact position. That was the benefit of a summoner. He could safely let his summon go exploring and just send it back at the first sign of danger. The reappearing skeletal giant didn't linger either, as it growled before continuing to run towards the area with the most vines. Bang, bang, bang. Wow! On the first floor of the skyscraper, the battle was so intense that if there were no weeds here, you might see that the ground was already full of shell casings. At this moment, Chi Fengling, name, Chi Fengling, level 1 medium, spirit, 13/20ths, physical, 17/20ths. After a quick tour of his stats, now that he was himself, his physique had returned for the most part, but his mental energy had been depleted quite a bit. It seems that level 1 commanding level 3 undead creatures into battle really consumes mental energy very much. The house is leaking. Click. It was also right after Chi Feng finished firing a barrage of bullets that he suddenly realized that the pistol's bullets had been completely exhausted by himself. What's even more desperate is that he's sent the skull giant back and forth 3 times now. The good thing about this is that the skeleton giant was basically unharmed. And the downside of this was that Zygellaflower seemed to have seen the relationship between the skeleton giant and Chi Fengling as well. It no longer commanded most of the vines to attack the skeletal giant, and at the moment, most of the vines were coming towards itself instead. However, Chi Fengling's efforts were not without effect, and those 130-odd rounds of ammunition had smashed quite a few vines. At least now it looked like the vines weren't covering the sky as much as they had been in the beginning. Throwing down the pistol in his hand, Chi Fengling re-picked up his big sniper, counting the 15 rounds of bullets. A bold idea then entered Chi Fengling's mind. The vines might be able to be cleared away, but it would take a lot of bullets and energy, which he clearly didn't have right now. The only way to survive now that you can't escape, can't make a truce, is to decapitate Ziggy Lawa. So now, Chi Fengling's target was no longer these vines that were interfering with him, but the mother of that Zigera flower branch. It's the same old saying, if you don't cut the grass, it will grow again in the spring. Chapter 36 Qian Donkey's skills are exhausted. Wow! Ta-da! Raise the big sniper, aim at the target, put it on your back and fight your way out. In the hall on the first floor of the skyscraper, Chi Fengling's state was such that in the face of the vines that covered half of the sky and half of the ground, Chi Fengling just raised his gun over and over again, and put it down again and again. There were only 15 bullets now, 1 less to use, and now one's target wasn't these vines. It was behind the front desk, dominating all of this. Ziggy Raffles, help me, get out. Flowers, I want flowers, go to hell. Along the way, the closer they got to the Zigera flower proper, the more half-dead creatures there were on this ground. praying, picking at them, cursing. However, this time, Chi Fengling would no longer give them any more chances. As long as they dared to pickpocket themselves, one of his own gun butts would make their heads explode. Along the way, Chi Fengling was also constantly recalling the skeleton giant and then calling it out as he continued to do so. And it was with the skeleton giant's special characteristics that Chi Fengling was able to slowly approach the front stage's position. Bang, 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 unavoidable. There is no need to save the bullets. And then a few shots down, the huge vines that are should fall to the ground. The blue-purple pulp is sprayed all over the Chi Fengling. Bang, 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 gore, get on. After precisely smashing a few vines that were wrapped around the skeleton giant's advance, Chi Fengling then quickly gave an order to the skeleton giant. Kaboom! Upon hearing that, the skeleton giant was not ambiguous, and his stored-up punch directly hit that green vine waterfall. As the vines that were covering the front disappeared, the gigantic Zygella flower finally appeared in front of Chi Fengling. Since the sun had completely set, the ziggurats closed up their blooms just like in the TV show. However, what Chi Fengling saw more clearly was that around the giant flower, dozens of vines were connected, some of which led above the hall, while others led under the large pit. In the half-darkness of the night, a glowing blue-violet slurry rolled in the vines that connected out from the giant flower that was the mother. Chi Fengling understood. The Zigera flower would absorb the energy of the corpses that were thrown into the hole in the ground and replenish it to the giant flower, which in turn would transfer the energy to the vines, allowing these vines to be immortal. Thinking clearly about the cause, Chi Fengling also pulled down his face, because at this moment, there were only 9 bullets left in the big sniper. So how could he defeat this level 3 plus monsters flower? Wow! There was no time for Chi Fengling to hesitate, because the vine barrier that had just been broken was being quickly recovered by Chi Jialahua, and it looked like it was either you or me today. Bang, 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 aiming at the roots of the vines connecting to the hole in the ground. Chi Fengling didn't have a soft hand and shot up. Fizzle. This time, Chi Fengling really saw the giant flower in pain. It trembled its buds and shook its vines, as if the next second, the closed bud was going to open up again. Bang, 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 one shot after another. Chi Fengling didn't give the giant flower a chance to breathe. One bullet that hit the root of the vine with precision. Wow. Ah, gore, come on. Just when Chi Fengling was in the gap of changing bullets, a vine that was wrapped around Chi Fengling at an extremely fast speed. Before Chi Fengling could finish his words, the vine covered his mouth. Chi Fengling, who had no support, that was instantly lifted up to the ceiling of the first floor by the vines. And even if the skeleton giant reacted, it couldn't reach its bound master. It wanted to jump, but after suppressing Chi Fengling, more vines that were tightly stopping the skeletal giant's advance. And at this moment on the ceiling, Chi Fengling had been bundled into a green cocoon by the vines, and Chi Fengling was writhing madly in it, like a butterfly that needed to break out of its cocoon. Suddenly, the Chi Jiala flower opened its bud, a vine that glowed with yellow light that was rapidly heading towards Chi Fengling. The moment the yellow vine stained Chi Fengling, the green cocoon instantly turned yellow. Among the vines, Chi Fengling was unable to break free even with all his strength, and he felt his consciousness begin to be confused. In his mind was no longer the dastardly Chi Jialahua, but the image of himself and Zhou together raising their children. Gradually, the corners of Chi Fengling's mouth actually sketched out a smile, and his tensed muscles began to loosen up. Name, Chi Fengling, level 1 medium, spirit, 10/20, spirit, 9/20, spirit, 8/20. In the midst of the confusion, Chi Fengling opened his data panel, and this look cleared his consciousness. It was horrible, literally visible to the naked eye, and one's mental state was rapidly diminishing. There was no need to think about it. It wouldn't be long before one's spirit would be zero, and that's when the skull giant would be gone, and one would be thrown into the pit to become a complete sustenance for the Zygeller flower. But, what else can one do? Even if his opponent was a corpse lord, he still had the power to fight. But this Chi Jialahua, even if it was only a branch, its battle power was not comparable to a grade 1 middle stage Chi Fengling. Above the large pit, the Zigera flower was trembling. It seemed to be laughing. It was laughing at Chi Fengling's insouciance. It was laughing at the weakness of humans. Spirit, 4/20. In less than a minute, Chi Fengling already felt that he had less and less time to be awake. It seemed that in less than a moment, he wouldn't even know how he died. Click. It was also at this moment that a sound that belonged solely to the breaking of soul chains then resounded in Chi Fengling's head. Go! I won't stop you. Chi Fengling understood that this was the sound of a summoned beast forcibly breaking its contract with itself. In order to forcibly dissolve the contract, the summoning beast had to be much stronger than the summoner, and before the summoner's spirit collapsed, and also under the premise of damaging most of its own cultivation, the summoning beast had the chance to voluntarily dissolve the contract. Chi Fengling no longer wanted to stop the skeletal giant. He had managed to hold out until now, Chi Fengling was really happy. Master, please remember Gore. Gore will fight for you even if he dies. Just when Chi Fengling was about to give up completely, the voice that belonged solely to the skeleton giant surprisingly appeared in his own head. Gore, what are you doing? Chi Fengling gave a quick reply. Because he heard this tone, the skeleton giant was going to his death. Under the yellow sound of the vine human cocoon, only to see the skeleton giant let out a popping "huh." This time, the vines that wrapped all over it were all shattered. And in the next second, the skeleton giant was all out, leaping with all its might towards the giant flower of Zajara on top of the big pit. Quite accurately, the skeleton giant hugged on top of the giant flower in one go, and its silver-white skeleton teeth snapped off the yellow vine. In the next second, on the back of the skeleton giant, the giant bomb that was like a pendulum then began to glow. Understood, the skeleton giant was trying to detonate the bomb on its back. This was the skeleton giant's exclusive skill. Chi Fengling still remembered that it was written that it was released on death, and that it was extremely powerful. Above the large pit, the Zajara flower seemed to have sensed the power of the bomb, and in just an instant, it mobilized all the vines around it. The vines sped along, quickly reaching toward the skeletal giant, while the ones already on top of it kept pulling downward, trying to throw the bomb into the deep, bottomless pit. But the bomb was like the flesh and blood of the skeletal giant. No matter how much the vines tore at it, they couldn't take it away, and it was as if the skeletal giant had made up its mind. Even as the vines reached into its eyes and tortured its soul fire, the skeletal giant had no intention of letting go. Chapter 37 One Thought Divine Demon Sword. This scene in front of him was clearly seen by Chi Fengling, who had loosened his bonds, and he understood that there was a binding between himself and the skeleton giant's soul flame, and if Chi Jiela flower destroyed that soul flame, he himself would be more or less harmed. Although those injuries weren't enough to be fatal, but if one was already in a state where one's mental power was going to be scarce, that kind of torture would really break one, and even if one recovered, one might turn into a little cutie because of it. At this moment, Chi Fengling shed tears. He had always thought that the skeleton giant was a dead thing. It was heartless. Chi Fengling even thought that it was little cute. He himself could trick it with just a few words. But Chi Fengling now realized that perhaps he was stupid. How could Gore not see a lie that simple? Master, please don't cry. Thank you for talking to Gore, who has been alone for thousands of years. Gore is gone. Above the Zajara flower, Gore seemed to see the Zifeng spirit crying as well, its mouth opening and closing as if it was saying these words. As the bomb behind the skeleton giant became redder and redder, the energy contained therein was also increasing, and that meant that the skeleton giant's existence was becoming less and less. Suddenly, the skeleton giant who was clinging to Chi Jielahua was the one who suddenly stretched out his right hand and pointed at Chi Fengling's head. In a daze, Chi Fengling only felt as if he had gotten something, and then later, he finally fainted completely. Boom! After this finger, the bomb behind the skeleton giant finally exploded, and the monstrous flames even illuminated the dark night for a few seconds. Under the impact of the explosion, the vines and weeds around the large pit began to burn out, and that Zajara giant flower was even blown apart. There was a loss and a gain. The first floor was stronger than expected with the Zajara vines wrapped around it, and even a blast like that didn't cause the skyscraper to crumble. 2 days. As the sun rose, it bathed the land once again, as well as the crumbling building. On the ground, amidst a pile of charred corpses, a slightly miserable youth then moved his fingers. Cough, cough. I'm still alive? Slowly rising from the ground, the youth patted his face and touched his body, his eyes full of unbelief. He distinctly remembered falling through the ceiling. He distinctly remembered the skeleton giant detonating the bomb on his back. He distinctly remembered that the aftermath of the explosion and the flames had swept up in front of him. But why was he not dead? And even his own skin was not burnt. Thinking of this, the youth that was quickly opened his attribute panel. Name, Chi Fengling. Race, Awakened. Level, First Intermediate. Awakening Profession, Undead Emperor. Occupational Quality, SSS. Power, 20. Agility, 20. Spirit, 12/20. Physical, 9/20. Skills, Eye of the Undead Emperor. Undead Blood Sacrifice. Blessing of the Skeleton Giant. This blessed person is immune to 90% of shell damage. When Chi Fengling finished looking at his attributes, the entire person that was frozen in place, looking at the ground that was red with flames, Chi Fengling tightly clenched his fists. Chi Fengling didn't even think that after being reborn, the first person to make himself cry wasn't a human being, but the skeleton giant that had to hurt him in the beginning. At the end of his life, after breaking this summoning contract with himself, the skeleton giant surprisingly didn't run, but chose to die with Zajela flowers. Even at the last moment of its life, it gave its most sincere blessing to Chi Fengling. Yes, one can be silly. The skeleton giant was supposed to play with bombs, so how could it be blown up? Moreover, The Skull Giant's skill panel clearly stated that the Skull Giant was immune to damage from bullets and guns. The Skeleton Giant would die simply because it had given its life-saving skill to Chi Fengling. Thinking of this, Chi Fengling once again stood up, picking up the ground that hadn't been blown up with the big snipes, while Chi Fengling slowly walked towards the dead Ziggy Lahua. At this moment, the Zajara flower had completely lost its vitality. The yellow buds became black and green, and the vines and roots that were connected to the body were even blown apart. Bang! 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 Aiming at the bud of Chi Jiela flower, Chi Fengling didn't show a trace of mercy. The only remaining bullets of the big sniper that were all into the tattered bud of Chi Jiela flower. But what can be done about it? The dead skeleton giant still can't be saved. All one can do now is to live well. Phew! 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 Sitting on his butt on the ground, Chi Fengling that was constantly gasping for air. After spending half an hour, he finally gathered all the vines of the Chi Jiela flower. Of course, Chi Fengling wasted so much effort. Naturally it wasn't to come and vent his anger. He was going to resummon and use the undead blood sacrifice again with the body of Chi Jiela Hua. Although it was said that this Zigella flower in front of him was just a branch, and although it was dead beyond death, what couldn't be changed was that it was a powerful monster plant in its own right. So Chi Fengling was sure that he would be able to summon something powerful. After circling around Zajara's flowery torso for a week, an obscure incantation came out of Zifengling's mouth. Immediately after that, the carcass of the Zajara flower on the ground began to turn red, and slowly, its carcass began to disappear, as if there was something that was constantly gnawing on this carcass. Buzz, only to hear a buzzing sound. The Zajara flower that had just been among the ruins that was instantly disappeared, while a burst of strange symbols was revealed on the ground. It just didn't take long for the symbols to disappear into thin air as well. Where's my stuff? Looking around, nothing appeared. Chi Fengling could not help but stare wide-eyed. It is hard to believe that he was undead blood sacrificed to the pit. Buzz, just as Chi Fengling was about to curse up, a sound of a sharp sword cutting through the air suddenly rang in his ears. Only when Chi Fengling turned his head, a large sword that glowed with a purplish red light unexpectedly stopped less than a centimeter away from his eyes. It could be said that, but if one's reaction was slower, this sword would have blown one's head off. And when Chi Fengling saw this big sword, the big sword as if it had lost its power, straight down at Chi Fengling's feet. If not for the big sword from time to time also emerging faint purple light, Chi Fengling all suspect that this is not just that sword. Could it be? Sacrificing an entire bead of ziggurat summoned this? Didn't we agree that the value was equal? How Chi Fengling looked at it. This sword wasn't worth as much as that Chi Jiela Hua. After 5 minutes of disliking it, Chi Fengling still very reluctantly picked up this great sword. So what could be done? Something was better than nothing. As Chi Fengling picked up the greatsword, all the information about it flooded into Chi Fengling's mind. Name, Ikimoku Sword of the Gods and Demons. Quality, SSS. Level of development, 1%, plus. Power, 10. Speed, 10. Skill, Ichinjinjin, gives the user a change in appearance, and the user's strength and spirit are boosted. And when the user swings the Ichinjinjin sword, a wave of light over a meter is struck, and the damage inflicted on the dark races is boosted, determined by the user's state of mind. One thought demon grants the user a change in appearance, and the user's speed and constitution are increased, and the user wields the one thought demon sword, and for every 3 attacks, an additional blow is dealt to the target, and the damage dealt to the light race is increased, determined by the user's state of mind. Chapter 38 The Mystery of Rebirth. Chi Fengling is conscientious, and very conscientious. Nay, the opposite side gave too much, which made Chi Fengling's conscience a little too much. Upon reading all the information about this thought divine demon sword, Chi Fengling's wide-open mouth was unable to close for a long time. Just 5 words. That's outrageous. It really was a bit outrageous that he had summoned an SSS rank top-tier weapon with just a dead Zygellan flower corpse. But, well, why does this weapon feel so familiar? It feels like a weapon used by a game character in a handheld game I played years ago. For a moment then, Chi Fengling only felt that he shouldn't have scolded this undead blood sacrifice. The measure of its value could be really spot on. And the reason why Chi Fengling felt heartless was because after seeing the attributes of the one-thought divine demon sword, Chi Fengling couldn't keep the corners of his mouth down. It was as if Chi Fengling had already forgotten that there was a skeleton giant who had just lost his life for him. Only, how come this thought divine demon sword wasn't in its peak state? And what does this development level of 1% mean? Thinking of this, Chi Fengling then focused his attention on the plus sign after the degree of development. A Chinin divine demon sword, increasing the level of development can strengthen the basic attributes of this sword, as well as the strength of its skills, and the method of strengthening it. Leveling up. As the user levels up, the degree of development of the one-thought divine demon sword increases with it. Second, consume corpse cores to enhance development based on their quality. Half corpse and zombie nuclei. Third, Consume the beast's spirit to enhance its development according to its quality, evolving the essence of the beast's brain. 4. Consume bug crystals to enhance development based on their quality. Crystals from the brains of insect world creatures. V. Consuming soulfire enhances development based on its quality. Soul flame in the eyes of undead creatures. 6. Consuming dragon's blood enhances development according to its quality. Heart's blood of the dragons of the dragon realm. 7. Consuming essence to enhance the degree of development according to its quality. Inner elixir of cultivation for otherworldly practitioners. 8. Consumption of awakening beads enhances the level of development according to their quality. Energy orbs with the power of inheritance. 9. Consume the power of faith to enhance the level of development based on its quality. Magical elements needed to break through the mythic and higher ranks. Chi Fengling didn't even realize that so many words had popped up in this instant. Among them, awakening bead, corpse core, beast spirit, and soul flame he had also seen. However, bug crystals, essence, dragon blood, power of faith. What were these things? In his last life until his death, Chi Fengling had never heard of these things. And this world has become more and more unacceptable to Chi Fengling, the last life to his own death. The biggest crisis that threatens the human race, and only the zombie this species. But why is it that since one's rebirth, these things that one has never even seen before have appeared? First the flower of monsters, Zejera, and then what with the bug realm, dragon realm, and immortal cultivation realm? What on earth are these, and why were they not there in the last life, but have appeared in droves since one's rebirth? At first, Chi Fengling just thought that he was able to be reborn, perhaps by luck, or perhaps the gods wanted to see the monkeys for amusement. But now, none of what had happened could be explained. Had the gods added so many things that had never been seen before just for the sake of their own rebirth alone? Moreover, if the gods could really fuse so many world planes, then why didn't they fuse them in their last life? Could it be that there was something in their own bodies that the gods couldn't even see through? Doubts about being reborn caused Chi Fengling to lose the idea of continuing to survey the one-thought divine demon sword. Could it be? One is just a pawn of the gods? Could it be? Whose plan was it to rebirth yourself? Could it be? The gods of the blue star have been crushed, and there are more dimensional gods looking at this place, sitting on the ground. More and more bizarre thoughts then surfaced in Chi Fengling's mind. Originally, Chi Fengling thought that he was a reborn person, and that he could grow fast in this life with his experience, and then become the strongest person in Huaxia, or even the entire blue star. But now, everything had changed, which caused Chi Fengling's ambition to be crushed all of a sudden. So what? I am who I am, and as long as I don't die, I will become stronger, and both the gods of the blue planet and the gods of the heavens and the worlds will have to submit to my feet. After 10 minutes of silence, Chi Fengling was the one who raised his head violently. The endless pressure and challenges didn't overwhelm this man, but made his goal even more ambitious. Good, let me see what else I can summon. With this conviction, Chi Fengling was no longer disheveled, but stood up and viewed the entire skyscraper. Yes, Chi Fengling's goal wasn't small to begin with. Long after he slaughtered Ma Zhuang's group, an evil idea appeared in Chi Fengling's mind. For the sake of this evil idea, Chi Fengling re-entered the top floor of the skyscraper after slaughtering Ma Zhuang's group. That day, Chi Fengling started from the top floor and carefully checked every room, finding zombies and slaughtering them with his own hands, and finding humans and letting the skeleton warriors take action. Anyway, it was that the rooms that Chi Fengling passed through left no one alive, and after killing each person or zombie, Chi Fengling would leave a mark on their body, and Chi Fengling did this for the purpose of now, which was, to sacrifice the entire skyscraper of dead things. As Chi Fengling closed his eyes, and as the incantation for the undead blood sacrifice was recited by Chi Fengling, starting from the 9th floor upwards, those corpses, and even plasma began to emit a red light. Immediately afterward, along with the red light, the corpse and plasma instantly disappeared in their original positions. Phew, 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 the undead blood sacrifice ended. Chi Fengling that was panting heavily sat down on the ground, but fortunately, Chi Fengling had thought that such a large action of the undead blood sacrifice would make him mentally faint. I didn't realize that right now, I was just feeling tired. Nope. 1 second Chi Fengling was gloating about it, and the next second, Chi Fengling couldn't be happy anymore. If this undead blood sacrifice doesn't take any effort at all, doesn't that mean that what was summoned wasn't very good? However, it was an entire skyscraper that he had sacrificed. One couldn't summon out an undead knight for oneself. Buzz. Also just when Chi Fengling was anxious, an energy impulse then swept through his entire body, a feeling as if the entire blood of his body had been replaced. Thinking of this, Chi Fengling that quickly opened his data panel. Name, Chi Fengling. Race, Awakened. Level, First High. Awakening Profession, Undead Emperor. Occupational Quality, SSS. Power, 30. Agility, 30. Spirit, 30. Physical fitness, 30. Skill, Eye of the Undead Emperor. Possessor can see the basic attributes of any creature not one level above him or her, including unique skills already used. Ineffective against mythic level powerhouses and above. Undead blood sacrifice, sacrifice the flesh and blood of a living being to perform a powerful summoning, with the value of the summoned object and the value of the sacrifice varying. Blessing, blessing of the skeleton giant. This blessed person is immune to 90% of shell damage. Sure enough, Chi Fengling hadn't guessed wrongly. It was an upgrade. After wasting so much energy himself, he had finally upgraded. Even though it was only by a small stage, it was still progress. Only, after sacrificing the entire skyscraper himself. Was this the only reward? Chapter 39 Skeleton Witch. Someone summoned me? Weak race. You will pay for this. Just as Chi Fengling was confused, a somewhat hoarse female voice rang out from Chi Fengling's ears. When Chi Fengling sniffed and looked, just to his left, a black door of light appeared out of nowhere, and as it rotated, it seemed like a scepter was revealed first. It was a bone staff with a hideous skull at the top, which didn't look like a human or a beast, and on top of that, from time to time, it would emit a weird sound. This sound was like the horror movies he had seen before, the sound of a ghost screaming. Chi Fengling had not listened to it for long before he felt that the hostility had increased quite a bit. As the bone staff was revealed first, a silhouette also stepped out from the black light door. This is a human, but in her body, Chi Fengling cannot feel any human breath, but Chi Fengling can see her fresh flesh. The woman wore a dark purple witch's robe and had gray skin, but not the ghastly whiteness of a zombie. This was more of a sickly skin color. Not only that, the woman's appearance made Chi Fengling smack his lips. The woman stood around 6'5", stepped on high heels made of skeleton bones, and wore black lipstick on her gray face. Her eyes were bubbling purple. Even her hair was dyed blue and purple. This look reminded Chi Fengling of the word, that is, non-mainstream, kill mart. And when the woman was fully present, Chi Fengling redefined the word, that outrageous dress. If the person wearing it didn't look good, then it was a killer. If it looked good, then it was a woman with personality. The woman in front of her was not only perfectly sized and chic, but also had a beautifully born face. It was a pretty melon face, tight and lubricated as if water could seep out of her skin, and every inch of her skin was smooth as well. Wide eyes in a trance, purple pupils seemed to let a person have endless reverie. At this moment, that if open and close the black lips is not so abrupt. Human, surprisingly a weak human. How dare you make a summoning contract with the great savvy? Just as Chi Fengling was still immersed in the woman's beauty, the woman then spoke. The woman's words Chi Fengling was very unhappy to hear. What do you mean by weak human? And what is the greatness of her? The summoning contract can barely be said to be a mutual agreement, and you even consumed my sacrifice, so you should become my summoned beast. Chi Fengling was just about to open his mouth, but immediately stopped. After all, he had suffered too many losses. This time, he had to see clearly before acting. Name, Skeleton Witch, Savvy. Race, Undead. Level, Level 3 low. Power, 40. Speed, 40. Spirit, 220. Physical fitness, 40. Skill, Skeleton Summoning. The Skeleton Witch is proficient in skeleton magic and can summon 2 skeleton warriors indefinitely. The level of the skeleton warriors increases with the level of the Skeleton Witch. Proficiency in black magic. The Skeleton Witch is proficient in black magic, and can use a variety of strange effects of black magic to assist in battle. Skeleton Transformation. The Skeleton Witch is familiar with skeleton magic, and can transform skeletons or other objects with skeleton transformation. Luckily, he was the summoner of the Skeleton Witch, which allowed Chi Fengling to familiarize himself with all the information of the Skeleton Witch in advance. Very strong. This was another Tier 3 Undead summoner. However, this Skeleton Witch's combat attributes were really not good. He himself was at the first level high rank, and his strength and speed had reached 30 points. She was already at the third level low rank, and surprisingly, she was only 10 points higher than him. That couldn't be helped. The Skeleton Witch was a mage or something like that at first glance, and seeing her spiritual power that was as high as 220, Chi Fengling could really be envious. Skeleton Witches should have names that belong to them, just like skeleton giants, and this Savvy should be the name of the Skeleton Witch. Only, being the same third level undead, the Skeleton Witch's IQ was much higher than the skeleton giants, not to mention the fact that she was proficient in a superb amount of black magic. Chi Fengling had the feeling that she already roughly knew her attributes just by the first moment she appeared. It was no wonder people were unconvinced. The Skeleton Witch was at least a third level undead. How could she submit to the hands of a first level human? Moreover, Chi Fengling also knew that women who were from other worlds like this and who had powerful abilities were very misogynistic towards men. And now, Chi Fengling is satisfied. Man. Weak, colorful 3 major attributes. It is these 3 add up. Even if it is the second level of the Skeleton Witch, I am afraid that it will not like Chief Ongling. Ahem. Savvy, you even accepted my sacrifice, then you should obey me. Don't worry, I won't force you to do something metaphysical. Straightening his posture, Chief Ongling that was very serious said, weak human, those sacrifices of yours, shouldn't they have volunteered their allegiance to me? For the sake of your sacrifices, I, Savvy, will spare you. As long as you are willing to take the initiative to undo the summoning contract, I might be able to let you go. And if you perform well, I can also bestow you with some rewards. Only for Chief Ongling to not expect that his own kind words had been exchanged for the skeleton witch's disdain. What do you mean by voluntarily breaking the summoning contract? Similarly, summoned beasts that voluntarily break the contract will be greatly penalized, with the lesser cases suffering serious injuries and level regression, and the heavier ones even having their souls scattered. Although the penalty for a summoner to voluntarily break the contract would be smaller, that was likewise very hurtful. Plus Chief Ongling's current level was already low. Moreover, he had also sacrificed the skeleton squad without knowing it, and if he took the initiative to break the contract again this time, to put it bluntly, Chief Ongling, the Undead Emperor's legacy, was afraid that it would be ruined. Savvy, I'm your master no matter what. I don't want to hear the words weak human again in the future. Want to break the contract? Fine, then you choose to die. After Bai Gongbi had no effect, Chief Ongling no longer held back, but directly said the most ruthless words. His current self was different from when the skeleton giant first appeared. Now the skeleton which was still a low level 3, but he had already reached a high level 1. In other words, if one activated the power of the summoning contract, one could still inflict damage on the skeleton witch. And the worst thing that could happen was that Chief Ongling died on the spot. The result of this was that the skeleton witch would be unable to break the contract and then give herself a burial. And this was Chief Ongling's bottom line. When Chief Ongling finished saying this, he could clearly feel the killing intent and pressure coming from the skeleton witch's body. In the eyes of the skeleton witch, a human as weak as a worm not only didn't listen to her words, but even dared to confront her. If it was in the undead realm, such a person would have long been refined by her into a death skeleton that would never be allowed to be reborn. Weak human, you wait for me. Sooner or later, one day, I want you to die in body and soul. The skeleton witch seemed to sense Chief Ongling's battle intent as well, and it was as if there was nothing she could do about it. Looking at her, she should want to go back to the undead realm and then quickly cultivate to level 4. At that time, she would be able to break the summoning contract at a very small cost and then screw this person over. After she said those words, only her phantom poisonous skeleton staff was seen dancing out of thin air. The next second, just as it had come, a black door of light slowly began to appear. It was all like this. Could Chief Ongling not understand? This skeleton witch even wanted to return to the undead realm without her consent. Chief Ongling even believed that Savvy had black magic in the undead realm that temporarily shielded him from summoning. So how could one make it easy for her to go back? Chapter 40 Light and Darkness in Our Body. As the saying goes, it takes magic to beat magic. And in special cases, physics can beat magic. Seeing that the black door of light was getting bigger and bigger, Chief Ongling no longer hesitated and lifted up the one-thought divine demon sword that he had just summoned. So he slashed directly towards that door of light. Whoa! Snap! With the sound of a sharp sword slicing through the air afterward, the light door that was about to be formed was literally cleaved by Chief Ongling. Ha! By normal, doesn't this kind of light door appear instantly? Where would you give someone a chance to interrupt? Yes, indeed. Normally, such otherworldly teleporters are done in a flash. Nay now, it wasn't a normal situation. Chief Ongling, as a summoner, not only didn't agree to let the skeleton witch go, but even kept blocking her with a summoning contract, which would be most abnormal if she was allowed to go straight away. Human, how dare you stand in the way of the great Savvy? You, alright, shut the hell up. Opening your mouth is the great Savvy. Surprisingly you are so great, then why did you become my summoned beast? Aside, Chief Ongling really didn't want to listen to the skeleton witch pretending anymore. Weak human, you're looking for death. Hearing this, a hint of redness could be seen on the skeleton witch's grayish cheeks, and it looked like the skeleton witch was also angry. Waste what words, I'm going to let you know today, how to go about being a summoned beast. Raising the one-thought divine demon sword in his hand, Chief Ongling that was directly in a fighting stance. It was also at this moment that the one-thought divine demon sword, which was originally half golden green and half purple red, was completely turned into a purple red color, and not only that, Chief Ongling's appearance had also partially changed. The most obvious thing that could be seen was that Chief Ongling's dark hair had now turned a light purple red color, as well as the deep purple red pupils of his eyes. Although Chief Ongling was unable to detect the change in his appearance, Chief Ongling could clearly feel that when the one-thought divine demon sword had completely turned purple red, his own attributes had also produced a change. Name, Chief Ongling. Level, first high. Power, 40/30. speed, 50/30ths, spirit, 30, physical, 50/30ths. It was worthy of being an SSS-ranked artifact. Just as soon as he grasped this magic sword, Chi Fengling felt that his speed was much faster, and at the same time, that heart that craved for bloodlust was also much stronger. How is that possible? Didn't you not even reach level 2? Chi Fengling's speed really scared the skeleton witch. She had only just raised her bone staff when Chi Fengling rushed in front of her. Yes, the current Chi Fengling was even 10 points faster than the skeleton witch with the one-thought magic sword's boost. However, the skeleton witch was not at all panicked, only to see her raise her hand to retreat, while her feet gave birth to a ball of skeletons. Just a split-second's effort, the skeleton witch and Chi Fengling pulled away from a distance of 4 meters. Humph, you did surprise me a bit, but trying to defeat me is never possible. From afar, the skeleton witch still recognized Chi Fengling's strength, but she didn't give in. Kala, Kala. Just as Chi Fengling was about to rush over, in front of the skeleton witch, 2 skeleton warriors with large swords appeared out of nowhere. Name, Skeleton Warrior. Level, first class lower. Power, 10. Speed, 10. Just roughly scanning the panel of this skeleton warrior, Chi Fengling didn't look any further, because this was the weakest skeleton warrior, and compared to his current self, he was no match at all. Dang, dang, click, click. After the sound of 2 weapons clashing, Chi Fengling then made a magnificent turn as he only slightly struck out and the 2 skeleton warriors were cut down by himself. Humph, that's all you've got. Kala, Kala. Just as Chi Fengling's mocking words came off, he heard the sound of bones assembling turn out behind him. Sure enough, when Chi Fengling looked back, the 2 skeleton warriors that had just been hacked to death stood in front of him intact again. Upon seeing this scene, the skeleton witch on the opposite side of the room but laughed disdainfully, a laugh that seemed to be mocking Chi Fengling's ignorance. I am ignorant of all. Capture the thief first, capture the king I still dig groove, said. Chi Fengling also does not care about the 2 skeleton warriors. It is directly towards the skeleton witch to pounce. However, the skeleton warrior who was clearly behind him just now, suddenly flashed in front of him, and if it wasn't for the one-thought demon sword crossing in front of him, he was afraid that he might not have been cut by the skeleton warrior just now. Click, click, 2 more swords went down, and this skeleton warrior was hacked to death by Chi Fengling again. But Chi Fengling knew clearly that if the skeleton witch wasn't subdued, these 2 skeleton warriors just wouldn't die. Only, just as he tangled with the skeleton warrior, the skeleton witch quickly dodged to the side, once again distancing herself from him by 5 meters. Why? In the distance, the skeleton witch who was gazing at Chi Fengling was the one who suddenly raised the skeleton scepter in her hand before reciting some obscure incantations. And after that incantation was recited, a black light flew out from the skeleton scepter, aiming straight at Chi Fengling in front of him. Chi Fengling wanted to dodge, but the black light was locked, and he could not hit it. Chi Fengling could only watch. The black light surged into his body. Gula ding dong woo. Chugging. That wasn't the end of it. The skeleton witch on the opposite side of the room sang as if she was singing, and in less than 10 seconds of work, 3 more black rays of light surged into her body. In an instant, Chi Fengling only felt that his body had been attempted to be hollowed out for a moment, and his original state of full vitality disappeared. Name, Chi Fengling. Level, first high. Power, 30. Speed, 40/30ths. Spirit, 18/30ths. Physical, 40/30ths. After rereading his attribute panel, Chi Fengling's face then wore a pain mask. Sure enough, it wasn't true that the skeleton witch was proficient in all sorts of black magic, and it wasn't true that just a few incantations went down, and her own full attributes were lowered. And there was another point that Chi Fengling had just reacted to. The skeleton witch belonged to his own summoned beasts, then her existence would continuously consume his spiritual energy. So even if the skeleton witch didn't fight herself, she could still drain herself of her spiritual power, and at that time, not only could the skeleton witch return to the undead realm, she could even forcibly dissolve the summoner's contract now. Thinking of this, Chi Fengling's confidence just now all disappeared. In front of him were these 2 undefeatable skeleton warriors, and in the distance was the skeleton witch that had crazily cursed herself. He was now unable to hit her, and would be constantly weakened by her, so it seemed it wouldn't be long before he passed out. Could it be? One has to give in to the skeleton witch? No, if there was this one time, then one's image in front of the skeleton witch would never be raised, and then, one would be even less likely to command her. Then one couldn't just not want this summoned beast. Summoning the skeleton witch had cost an entire skyscraper's worth of dead things, in case the corpse lord was right outside. I'm afraid that with just the one-thought divine demon sword in his hand, he wouldn't be able to defeat the mighty corpse emperor and his endless legions of zombies. Ha 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 ha. Weak human. Feel the fear. Feel the darkness? My black magic is not something that a tiny human like you can deal with. Seeing Chi Fengling losing his spirit, the skeleton witch then laughed out loud. Her confidence probably stemmed from that pure dark magic. Wait, is it dark magic? A thought surfaced in Chi Fengling's mind in an instant. Phew, phew, light is condensed at the tip of the sword, like lightning and fire. I will purify the world of evil and pluck out the darkness with the fire of righteousness. Light grants you salvation, sharp blade in hand. Sanction the 8. Only Chi Fengling suddenly stood up straight, while that one-thought demon sword was held high above his head. Immediately after, a passage that was both pretentious and middle of the road came out of his mouth. Luckily there was no one here. If there was someone, Chi Fengling could already feel how embarrassing it was. Humans, don't pray to the angels or to the light. The light won't shine on the body of a weak and evil person. To the side, seeing Chi Fengling saying all this as if he was having a seizure, the face of the skeleton which was filled with sarcasm. Listening to her tone, it was as if the skeleton which had believed in the light before, it was just that this light had abandoned her, and it was probably precisely this that caused her to fall into endless darkness, and her thoughts were also very simple. That is, Chi Fengling was an undead summoner and had blood sacrificed an entire skyscraper. It was absolutely impossible for someone like him to be saved by the light, and at this moment, Chi Fengling didn't care what the skeleton witch was saying. He abandoned those evil thoughts and was filled with thoughts of how to punish the evil in the world. Obsessed. You guys, give it to me. The skeleton witch didn't care if Chi Fengling was really stupid. After giving the skeleton warriors 2 blessings, she let them launch an attack on Chi Fengling. Wow. It was also at this moment that the one-thought demon sword that had been held aloft by Chi Fengling seemed to know its owner's state of mind, while the purplish-red body of the sword was rapidly fading away. In just the blink of an eye, the magic sword that had just emitted an evil glow that was instantly turned golden green. Under the illumination of the golden light, Chi Fengling's appearance also quickly produced a change, and that purplish-red hair instantly turned into a light golden green color. The pupils of those deep and evil eyes were also filled with sincerity and light at this moment. Chi Fengling had done it. This was the one-thought divine demon sword's one-thought divine state, and after switching to this state, Chi Fengling also checked his attributes. Name, Chi Fengling. Level, first high. Power, 50/30ths. Speed, 40/30ths. Spirit, 37/30ths. Physical fitness, 30. Sure enough, one's guess was right. Since ancient times it has been said that light and darkness are opposites, and endless darkness can devour the light and keep itself from being purified by the light. In the same way, a powerful light can dispel darkness and keep itself safe from it. With Chi Fengling's relentless persistence, the light finally coalesced around him. The skeleton witch was right. Chi Fengling was indeed cruel. He would even sacrifice the entire skyscraper. But the skeleton witch was wrong again. Chi Fengling still had a kind heart. At least he would still save people online. He would at least give others one last chance. As for sacrificing the entire skyscraper, it was because Chi Fengling was completely disappointed in this place. It seemed that the undead blood sacrifice really understood Chi Fengling too well, as if this one-thought divine demon sword was prepared for himself. Wouldn't that mean that he might not be afraid of light and darkness in the future? Name, Skeleton Warrior. Level, first class lower. Power, 20/10ths. Speed, 20/10ths. Looking at the skeleton warriors once again, sure enough they had been strengthened by the skeleton witch as well, and this strengthened Chi Fengling's resolve to take in the skeleton witch as she was just too comprehensive. Click, click, only, even though the skeleton warriors had been strengthened, they were still no match in Chi Fengling's hands, only to see Chi Fengling wield the one-thought divine sword. Before those 2 skeleton warriors could even get close to themselves, they were shattered by the wave of light swung by Excalibur. No, it can't be. This is the power of light. How could light descend on you? Seeing that her enhanced version of the skeleton warrior was killed more easily by Chi Fengling, the shock on the skeleton witch's face seemed to overflow the screen. Humph, there's a lot you don't know. If you're willing to submit to me, I'll make you stronger. Convincing while fighting was the best way. Humph, weak human, you dream, to make my great savvy submit to you, unless I die. Arise, my warriors. Obviously, the skeleton witch did not accept the olive branch thrown by Chi Fengling. In her eyes, this human man was still so underhanded and weak. However, this time, Chi Fengling could tell that the skeleton warrior that could have recovered in just 1 second. This time the skeleton witch had taken 5 seconds to recover. It seemed that this thought of Excalibur would really cause more damage to the dark creatures. Click, click. The 2 skeleton warriors had just recovered when Chi Fengling that was flung out 2 more sword chi. This time, the skeleton witch's just recovered skeleton warriors shattered again. Chi Fengling ignored the clueless skeleton witch. He understood that now was the best time to approach the skeleton witch. Whoa, Lola. With the same speed, Chi Fengling had just approached the skeleton witch when she slipped away with her dark magic, and the skeleton warrior reappeared right in front of him. Trying to catch me? It's not that easy. Bam, bam. On the opposite side, the The skeleton witch seemed to know that dark magic was ineffective against Chi Fengling, only to see her wave her bone staff, and a dark magic surged into the skeleton warrior's body. Name, Skeleton Warrior. Power, 25 tenths. Speed, 20 tenths. Sure enough, the skeleton warrior had gotten stronger again. This skeleton witch was not only smart, but also resilient. Against herself, she was one set after another. Click, click. After hacking the skeleton warrior again, Chi Fengling also felt a little tired. If this continues, even if his spiritual power is not exhausted, his physical strength will have to be exhausted. Ha ha ha, if you want to deal with me, you can catch me first. Opposite, the skeleton witch laughed again. That's a real kick in the pants. Looking at the dark traces left behind because of the skeleton witch's skidding, Chi Fengling's heart had another idea. Don't you want me to catch you? Then I'll catch you. Chapter 41 Savvy Submission. Boom, boom, click, click. In the early morning on the first floor of the skyscraper, the sound of explosions and the sound of bones breaking that came one after the other. The layer of ground that was already in a state of disrepair was now even more pitted, and on the large and small pits, it was as if some sparkling points of light could still be seen. Ha 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 ha, weak human, is this all you have? The power given to you by the light is nothing more than that. In the hall, the skeleton witch's loud laughter resounded once again. She was mocking Chi Fengling's weakness, she was mocking the incompetence of the light. In the earlier part of the day, Chi Fengling held the one-thought divine sword in her hand and swung wave after wave of light at her, only that none of those waves of light hard hit her. Boom, boom, Chi Fengling didn't pay any attention to her. He just took the divine sword of one thought and kept forcing the skeleton witch to make displacements, and in less than 10 minutes, this hall was already full of potholes that Chi Fengling had punched out. Yikes! Ah! Click, click. Only Chi Fengling jumped up with all his might and used all his strength to finally break those two skeleton warriors once again. Now, after the constant reinforcement of the skeleton witch's black magic, the skeleton warrior's basic attributes had already reached an outrageously high level, and now Chi Fengling, froze, had to exert 12% of his strength in order to repel the skeleton warrior. Weak human, you're bound to lose. I'll see how much longer you can hold out. Seeing Chi Fengling take such a great deal of effort to finish off her skeleton warriors, the skeleton witch's smirk could no longer be suppressed at all. Is that so? Let's see. The one who loses should be you. Seeing that the skeleton witch had once again moved to a new place, this time a smile finally appeared on Chi Fengling's tired face. I think you're dreaming. You'd better catch me first. Gala. Zip. Hiss. Ah. Only this time, the skeleton witch just finished her arrogant words, and then she dislocated to the side. And this time, her skeleton heel that was directly snapped on the ground. The tiny, thin white feet were even more roasted by the bright afterglow on the pit. How can you? Enduring the pain in her feet, the skeleton witch finally focused her gaze around. This is not to see. I'll look shocked. At this moment in her surroundings, the normal ground has long been gone. The ground full body pits, and the pits are emitting the bright energy left behind by the one-thought divine sword. It was this bright energy that blocked the displacement of the skeleton witch, and the radiant light that baked her dark body. Puff. Zip. Ah. Weak human man. Get out of my way. Get out of my way, or I'll kill you. The burning from the light distracted the skeleton witch, and it was this carelessness that allowed Chi Fengling to pounce on her in one fell swoop. You do not say. This skeleton witch, although defined is undead, but her body is almost the same as a human woman, not only still have a temperature, but also soft and incomparable, which makes the skeleton witch lying on the body of the Chi Fengling for a time is still a little cozy. Make them disappear. Hurry up. Comfort was comfort, but Chi Fengling didn't have a hint of slackness. While that one-thought Excalibur was directly raised above the skeleton witch's head, the skeleton witch was a very good summoned beast. If she couldn't be subdued no matter what, it wasn't as if Chi Fengling couldn't bear to kill her. After all, at this moment, the two skeleton warriors had already raised their swords to slash at themselves. Do you think I wouldn't dare? If this sword goes down, even if you don't die, your appearance will be damaged forever. Seeing that the skeleton witch was still glaring at herself with a murderous face, Chi Fengling didn't mind forcing the one-thought divine sword a little closer. You, ha! This time, Chi Fengling bet right. Although the skeleton witch's dress was peculiar, she still had carefully primed herself. In that case, the skeleton witch must have cared a lot about her appearance. At this moment, what he was holding in his hand was the divine sword of one thought, which contained incomparably pure light energy. If this sword went down, even if the skeleton witch didn't die, then her dark body would be irreversibly damaged. And with a wave of the skeleton witch's small hand, the two skeleton warriors who were about to launch an attack on themselves just now instantly turned into a puddle of dead bones. Weak human, why don't you get up for me? On the ground, the skeleton witch's hatred towards Chi Fengling, but it didn't abate at all. I said call me master. You dream, call it or not. Never. No call. Right. What can you do? Snap. Aha. Human. I'll gouge your eyes. I'll cut off your hands. I'll crush your soul, shouted the ground savvy that was uncaring. Of course. Just now, she foamling that was a slap on her butt, a slap that did no substantial damage, but was extremely insulting. Don't scream. If you scream again, then don't blame me, said Chi foamling while he kept bending his fingers and was about to grab at Savvy's breasts. You, what do you want? Stop it for me. Gasping for air and glaring, the skeleton witch still conceded. Humph, how nice for you to be like this earlier. I don't want anything, you just need to obediently submit to me. In fact, Chi foamling wasn't that perverted, and what he asked for was also the most basic. Impossible. It is impossible for the great savvy to submit to a human, and a nasty human man like you at that. Turning her head, the skeletal witch didn't really want to bother with Chi foamling. I'm nasty? And those skeleton people in your undead world are nasty? You just dislike me for being weak. Don't you just want to go back to the undead realm to train and then forcefully break the summoning contract? So what do you think? Is it faster for me to get to level 2, or for you to get to level 4-inch? I can let you go now, but when I ascend to the second level, I will summon you out again. At that time I will use the power of light and brand a mark in your soul fire. At that time, I will see how you can still survive in the undead world. Indeed, Chi foamling had broken his defense a bit. He wasn't nasty even if he wasn't handsome. As for the things he just said, he could really do it himself, and he didn't want to spend time with the skeleton witch. Now, either leave or submit to me. Standing up, Chi foamling then turned around and spoke to the skeleton witch in an icy tone. Savvy would like to worship you as her master. The skeleton witch who stood up was ready to leave, but thinking of what Chi foamling had just said, she still wimped out. Level 3 to level 4 could be much harder than level 1 to level 2, and since Chi foamling could beat her like this at level 1, she would be even less of a match for Chi foamling at level 2. And the most crucial thing was that if her own soul flame was branded with the seal of light, she would really not be able to raise her head in the undead realm. Humph, how nice to be like this earlier. Hearing this, Chi foamling who turned around that was out of breath. A lot of what he just said was just to intimidate the skeleton witch. Let's see if there's anything we can do. Turning around again, Chi foamling then resumed his serious expression, casually flinging the large sniper to the skeleton witch. This big sniper hadn't even been destroyed after an explosion and his own light wave attack, so it must be a high-grade item, and it was a bit of a shame to just throw it away. It just so happened that the skeleton witch was also proficient in skeleton transformation, and if the skeleton witch could really transform it, then wouldn't he have another weapon? Chapter 42 Skeleton Bone Sniper. What's this? So skillfully made, so hard, so perfectly constructed. It's just a shame that it seems to require some kind of soul power to activate it. Ha! Pity! After disdainfully accepting the large sniper thrown by Chi foamling, Savvy acted that very resistant at first. However, her expression changed from disdain to seriousness as she scrutinized the delicate weapon. This was also the reason why Chi foamling appreciated Savvy. Although she was a bit conceited, she wasn't blindly confident, and she didn't begrudge her compliments for those things that were truly good. And this Savvy was also worthy of being proficient in skeleton modification. Just this less than a minute of observation, she even roughly knew the principle of using a sniper rifle. She could even guess that the big sniper couldn't be used right now because there were no more bullets. If the big sniper was just lacking bullets, Chi foamling would have a way to fix it. It was just that as the end times progressed further and further back, even physically logical thermal weapons would be completely ineffective. Maybe that's how powerful the gods are. If those nukes, missiles, and atomic bombs still existed, zombies below the epic level would have been taken away in one shot. Therefore, Chi foamling was trying to see if, with Savvy's black magic, he could transform this big sniper into a magical weapon, chanting, "It's a pity that even the great Savvy can't do anything about it. It seems that our human technology is still very advanced. Even dark magic can't change it." Chi foamling shook his head and put on a helpless expression, saying that he was about to take away the big sniper in Savvy's hand. Wait, what do you mean dark magic can't help you human technology? Today, I, Savvy, am going to try it. I don't believe that I can't transform it. As soon as Chi Fingling's words came out, Savvy immediately changed his face and directly opened Chi Fingling's outstretched hand. Forget it. Don't force it if you can't. Who says I haven't tried it yet? Wasn't that your own word for pity? Alright, don't disturb the great Savvy. After avoiding Chi foamling once again, Savvy that was directly meditating in place. Looking at Savvy, who had already closed his eyes and started using dark magic, Chi Fingling's mouth finally couldn't help but lift up. This Savvy was certainly powerful and proficient in all kinds of dark magic, but she was still worthless when it came to the schemes that had been passed down for thousands of years in China. Chi foamling just a desire to escape, a provocation, and a cupping, made Savvy fall into his trap. and while Savvy was delving into the black magic transformation, Chi Fengling touched the window on the first floor of the skyscraper. Looking at the empty street outside, Chi Fengling's shock level towards Zijie increased again. What it means to have no chickens or dogs for miles around is true at this moment. On the street now, not to mention humans, even the shadows of zombies and alien beasts were nowhere to be seen, and it looked like all the nearby creatures were attracted by the Zajara flowers. But this was good, otherwise he would have been eaten by the zombies during the time he was unconscious. Click, click, click. Just as Chi Fengling was still surveying the outside, there was a strange sound coming from Savvy's side. When Chi Fengling turned his head to look, the bones that were originally piled up into a puddle were suddenly floating, and at this moment, Savvy's body was radiating a black light. In the next second, that big sniper also flew up, and under Chi Fengling's gaze, Bones and the big sniper unexpectedly began to split up and combine. Who said that my dark magic is inferior to your human technology? Now open your eyes and take a good look. Gasping for air, Savvy said with a tired and arrogant face. This look really made Chi Fengling find her cute and funny. Yeah, let me see. Here, take it. Angling his head, Savvy that was disdainful, gave this remodeled great sniper to Chi Fengling. Name, Skull and Bone Sniper. Quality, B, Power, 80, Speed, 20, Spirit, 50, Physical Fitness, 10. Skill, Bone Bullet. When the skeleton bone sniper touches a corpse with bones, the corpse will be automatically converted into bullets, and the skeleton bone sniper can store a maximum of 50 bone bullets at a time. Bone Healing. When a skeleton bone sniper touches a bone with a corpse on it, the damaged skeleton bone sniper will be automatically repaired. Trenching. That's awesome. After reading the attributes of the skeleton bone sniper, Chi Fengling's eyes were filled with praise. Although the skeleton bone sniper was only a B-grade quality weapon, it was in full bloom. Unlike the one-thought divine demon sword in one's hand, which was certainly powerful as hell, nay it was now open to just 1%. Moreover, Chi Fengling's greatest fear had been solved. The greatest fear of a hot weapon was running out of bullets, as well as damage to the gun's body, and now with Savvy's modifications, both of these drawbacks had been solved. Humans? That's not even a compliment? Thrusting his hands, Savvy was like a child who longed for a compliment. It's nothing more than that. In my opinion, it's average. Chi Fengling didn't want to praise Savvy. After all, Savvy had just submitted herself. If she recognized her so quickly, wouldn't she soon look down on herself? Human, that's all you've got. Not only are you nasty, but you also have a hard mouth. This Savvy, it was fine if he didn't open his mouth, but when he did, he could really taunt people. Fine, then I'll show you what it means to be a top-notch weapon. What do you want? I'm just telling the truth. There's no need for you to hurt someone. Seeing that Chi Fengling was about to throw the one-thought divine sword at him, the just now haughty Savvy immediately became afraid. That was, after all, the one who had just defeated her was mainly the one-thought divine sword and then Chi Fengling. Take it. I won't harm you, said Chi Fengling, only to see that the one-thought divine sword turned into a purple-red one-thought demon sword with a single movement of his mind. In response, Chi Fengling rolled his eyes greatly. Was his heart that bad? Turning into a one-thought devil sword was a matter of moments, whereas turning into a one-thought divine sword would require a long time to store up power. Wow. In the first second of receiving the magic sword, Savvy acted still very scared, while when she saw that the magic sword wasn't able to hurt her, she carefully measured the sword, and Savvy's expression was just like what Chi Fengling thought. From disdain at the beginning, it turned into a look of incomparable shock. I'm afraid that only the Undead Emperor is worthy of such a divine weapon. After a long time, Savvy slowly opened his eyes and said with a somewhat dull gaze, You know what it means that there are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heaven. Still not calling master. After raising his hand to send the demon sword away, Chi Fengling also raised his head in a lofty manner. It's the sword that's powerful. It's not you that's powerful. Quickly give me the skeleton bone sniper. I want to bring it back to the undead realm to study it properly. Except that Savvy still hadn't succumbed to Chi Fengling, and she stretched out her hand, and was ready to ask for the skeleton bone sniper that was in Chi Fengling's hand. Savvy, I see you're tired too. Get some rest. I'll call you over when the need arises. What do you mean? Then you'll have to take first as well. Savvy's words hadn't even finished when her body instantly disappeared into thin air. Want a gun? How could it be? Although the skeleton bone sniper was only a B-rank weapon, its current attributes were much stronger than the one-thought divine demon sword. How could Chi Fengling give it to Savvy? Gripping the bone sniper in his hand tightly, he once again looked up and scanned the place, while Chi Fengling walked towards the entrance of the skyscraper without looking back. Chapter 43. The military bombed me. Buzz. Ahem. People inside the skyscraper. Oh no. Creatures inside, listen up. if you will. What are you talking about? They're not human anymore. It says it all. They've been taken over by the Zagera flowers and won't return to normal. But Team Zhang, do you really believe that Zigzag La Fleur exists? Isn't that something from a TV show? Don't believe? I used to believe in the end of the world the least. Look now, zombies, alien beasts, and awakened people are here. What else is impossible? But Team Zhang, what if there really are still normal humans inside? There, and what can we do? We are soldiers. Our natural duty is to follow orders. If the top tells us to bomb, we bomb. But Team Zhang, Qianer even contacted me yesterday. Enough. You and I both know exactly what happens when you snort Zagella pollen. Fire away. Yes. Within the skyscraper, Qi Fengling, who was just about to go out, heard this conversation coming from the sky outside. Outside, the sound of helicopter propellers that were humming. It looked like the outside was ready for a physical strike on the skyscraper. Today was the 13th day of the arrival of the end times, and by this time, the army had almost finished clearing out the zombies and had gathered some technicians. By the end of the 20 days before the end of the world, the army would slowly become the biggest force in Cloud City. But after 20 days, the speed of the collapse of the hot weapons that was getting faster and faster. The value of the hot weapons wouldn't be able to catch up with the awakened ones. Within the building, Qi Fengling, who heard this, was all excited. But he wasn't the kind of excitement that longed to be saved, but rather a kind of fear. He himself was only a level 1 high, no better than a flesh-eyed mortal. And if the helicopters had bombed the place destructively, even if he hadn't been blown up, he would have been crushed to death by the mojo. Wait, don't fire first. I'm a normal person. After hearing the soldier's reluctant reply of the words "follow orders," Qi Fengling then shouted and rushed out. Hiss! The sunlight could be so dazzling. Qi Fengling hadn't seen such a beautiful sun in a long time. The beauty of the sun was secondary to the 5 helicopter gunships flying in the sky, and it was obvious that each helicopter was equipped with missiles. It seems that there are people in the military who brush up on the internet on a regular basis, and there are people in the military hierarchy who recognize that it's a zigzag flower. I guess he knew that the people compelled by the Zagera flowers could no longer be recovered, and for the sake of Cloud City's safety, he planned to blow up the entire skyscraper. It's cruel, but it's also the right thing to do in a post-apocalyptic world. Zhang team, someone, do you think she will? Shut up. It's not like you haven't seen pictures before. How can there be any normal people left inside a skyscraper when it's like this? Gongzi, I know you miss Qianer, but the person is already dead. You'd better think about it. On the helicopter, that Zhang team obviously didn't believe that Qi Fengling was a normal person. Don't shoot. I'm a normal person. I'm really a normal person. Seeing that all 5 helicopters were aimed at him, Qi Fengling had to bow his head. Human? Oomph. How did you survive a weak human in a monster-infested environment? Kill yourself. At least you were human before. I don't want to use force. On the helicopter, that Team Zhang's logic left Qi Fengling somewhat speechless. I'll kill myself your ass. I'm an awakened. I'm capable. And I'm lucky, aren't I? Didn't we agree that the army is to protect the people? What are you guys doing? Qi Fengling was a bit agitated and cursed without any regard for his image. Look, Team Zhang, zombies and controlled people don't say things like that. Shut up. Have you forgotten what it says up there? No matter what comes out inside, shoot on sight. At this moment, Team Zhang had completely blackened his face, and his hand was placed on the firing button position, still saying it's not a monster. Even the god of war can't run so fast. Fire for me. On the ground, after hearing Team Zhang finish saying those, Qi Fengling understood that it was impossible for them to let go of their own today. Instead of standing up there and giving them a blast, it would be better to quickly hide. As for going back to the skyscraper again, Qi Fengling didn't have that intention. Soon, the bullets were like rain, clattering down on the spot where Qi Fengling was walking. At this moment, Qi Fengling, holding the one-thought demon sword in his hand and carrying the skeleton bone sniper on his back, with the added speed of the 2 weapons, allowed him to barely dodge the baptism of bullets. Qi Fengling guessed that the military god they were talking about should be the strongest awakened person in the army, and they should not believe that their own abilities would be more powerful than their military god. Team Zhang, he went into the building. I don't need you to tell me what I saw. Missiles, bomb him with missiles. But Team Zhang, that's a civilian building. What if there are still survivors inside? Gundam, we're soldiers and it's the end times. It's time to be ruthless. All of you, point your guns at that building and fire. In the helicopter, the voice that came from the speakers that was heard in Qi Fengling's head, that person called Gangzi might still have some humanity. As for that Team Zhang, let's not say there was no humanity. It can be said that it is too inhuman. That kind of person will become more and more cruel, and at the same time more and more able to live in the end of the world. Only, These were no longer events that Chi Fengling had to consider. What he had to consider now was how to survive the bombardment of missiles. The small building in which he now perched himself was only 5 stories high and had no bomb-proof construction, so it could be said that it served no purpose other than to cover his tracks. Phew! Shoo! Shoo! Just as Chi Fengling was thinking, the sound of that missile launching also sounded in the air. Finished. This group have come to really blow up the building. Is it hard to be cool yourself? No. No matter what, even as a great evil, one must live. Only Chi Fengling picked up the one-thought demon sword and the skeleton bone sniper and stuck them by his side with all his might. Come out, skeleton witch savvy. Chi Fengling's operation was that of a single breath. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. What for? Summoning the great savvy again. Human, let go of your dirty hands. What the hell do you want? Savvy, who had just come to Chi Fengling's side, still had a condescending face. Only, Chi Fengling didn't have time to explain to her. The next second, Chi Fengling hugged her whole. Then the two of them fell to the ground. Chi Fengling that was dead set on keeping Savvy in front of herself. Boom! Boom boom! What kind of power is this? Human, how dare you punk me? The missile still arrived as expected and easily shattered the simple building. At this moment, Savvy, who was angry to the extreme, finally realized that Chi Fengling had summoned her just to let her resist damage for him. Or rather, to let himself die in his place. But how can you hold back and die here when you are so fancy? Come out, my skeleton warrior gate. Whoa oh ya woo. Savvy's reaction that was extremely fast, instantly summoning the skeleton warrior, and after the skeleton warrior plopped down on her, all sorts of black magic was unleashed by her. Boom, buzz. The missile still blew up to the location of the first floor. The loud noise of the explosion, the hot wave of heat, and the collapsed stones, that is a time all over the body of their own line of people. Finally, the building collapsed, and Chi Fengling and his party that were completely crushed underneath. Chapter 44. Suck it till you pass out. Okay, that's enough. Stop, stop, stop. Do you guys have any brains at all? What is our mission? Back to Team Zhang. Our mission is to bomb skyscrapers. You still know this little Thai building. Just fire a few missiles. Why do you have to hit the light? Team Zhang, that's not what you said. Alright, don't be stumped. Go and blow up the skyscraper and get back quickly. Stopping his men from continuing what they were going to say, while Team Zhang gave them their latest orders. Buzz off. This Team Zhang, on the other hand, flew a helicopter around the ruins, and after looking at the broken building that was so rotten that it couldn't be any more rotten, he flew towards the skyscraper as well. Phew, shoo, shoo, boom, 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 boom. Only a series of sounds were heard, followed by the missile that was dumped on top of the entire skyscraper. In less than a minute, the once lofty skyscraper was already full of holes, and immediately afterward, the skyscraper even collapsed. At this moment, smoke and dust filled the sky. The collapsed giant building was even more indiscriminately smashed down the nearby buildings. It seems that the skyscraper nearby kilometers, really any living beings are not left. Gongzi, one must always look ahead. Let's go. Yes, yes. Dropping the pocket watch in his hand, the 5 airplanes that were slowly left the place, leaving this once most luxurious section of Cloud City. However, even after they had walked for a long time, this sky full of smoke and dust had not completely dispersed, and the blue-white air was mixed with gray soil and blood mist, which looked particularly bizarre under the illumination of daylight. At this moment, under countless ruins, under layers upon layers of suppression, beside a great sword that shone with a purplish-red light, an incomparable man in a sorry state was gasping for 2 ragged breaths. Cough, cough, hiss, slowly opening his eyes. Chi Fengling only felt pain all over his body, and his entire state was even lower to the extreme. Name, Chi Fengling, level, first high, power, 30, speed, 30, spirit, 19/30ths, physical, 5/30ths. It seemed that it was that powerful self-healing ability that had restored his current self. If Chi Fengling's state was wretched, then Savvy's state was extremely poor, because she was blocked by Chi Fengling. At this moment, Savvy, the skeleton on her back had been burned to powder. Her skeleton vestments were even completely burned, and a lot of her hair had been burned off. What was even more frightening was that her perfect body also had a number of wounds. Fortunately, Savvy was of a higher rank and those wounds were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This Savvy really cared about her face. Just now at that moment, Savvy had hidden her face all the way into Chi Fengling's chest, which made it so that her face didn't suffer any damage. Name, Skeleton Witch, Savvy, level 3 low, power, 40, speed, 40, spirit, 15 of 220, physical, 5/40ths. How tragic. After seeing Savvy's current state, Chi Fengling that was very embarrassed. If Savvy hadn't used a large amount of spiritual power, it was estimated that she would be dead right now. Savi's ability to survive comes from her decisiveness, as well as a large amount of black magic support, and then her higher rank. As for Chi Fengling to survive, can really not open up? According to normal, Chi Fengling is bound to die. Even if he used so many protective measures, it is also useless. The key to Chi Fengling's survival was the dead skeleton giant. If it wasn't for the skeleton giant's blessing, which made himself immune to 90% of the damage from the cannonballs, it is estimated that he would have become a puddle of cooked meat by now. Looking at that Savi who was still unconscious on top of herself, Chi Fengling was also too embarrassed to wake her up, because this time, he really owed her. Supporting the boulder with one hand, Chi Fengling that was gently placing Savi onto the ground. It really was all sorts of things that added up to one's survival. If it wasn't for the one-thought demon sword holding up a corner, it was estimated that oneself would have been crushed to death by the boulder by now. Only, the B-rank skeleton bone sniper on the other side wasn't so lucky, and now the skeleton bone sniper had been crushed into 3 pieces. It still works. Picking up the broken skeleton bone sniper, Chi Fengling only felt that his power had doubled a few times, and that meant that the attributes of the skeleton bone sniper were still there, meaning that it could still be repaired. With his feet on the ground, his hands propped up on the stone slab, the broken skeleton bone snipe on his back, and the unconscious Savi on the ground. At this moment, Chi Fengling was as if he had fulfilled some kind of oath. If the sky falls, I'll hold it. Boom, boom, only a loud bang could be heard, and after Chi Fengling had bitten his teeth to the point of bleeding, the largest stone block was finally thrown out by Chi Fengling. After another half an hour of cleaning up, Chi Fengling finally cleaned up the nearby debris. Looking at the skin that was scratched all over his hands, Chi Fengling then shook his head helplessly. Cough, cough, human, don't you dare try to harm the great Savi. On the ground, the unconscious Savi who had been unconscious for a long time was finally awake for a bit, only she said in a daze before she could open her eyes. Are you alright? Seeing Savi awaken, Chi Fengling then quickly went over to help her up. Thirsty, I'm thirsty. Unconscious, Savina was crying out softly. It was obvious that at this moment, Savi's lips had long been dry and cracked, and with the burns caused by the missiles, it was assumed that the moisture in her body was pretty much depleted as well. But where is the water here? If you don't say that the missile bombing is devastating, the neighborhood has really become scorched earth. Not an inch of grass can grow. Thirsty, I'm thirsty. In her arms, Savi's voice was also getting smaller and smaller. By the looks of it, if it continued like this, she couldn't carry the missiles. She couldn't carry the physical exertion either. Chi Fengling was trying to send Savi back to the undead realm, but Chi Fengling was also clear that Savi back in the undead realm was still unconscious, and if she still had any enemies, then wouldn't he be letting her die if he sent her back? Ha! Hiss! Who made me owe you? Enduring the pain that was already there, Chi Fengling that was biting through her finger. Oh yo! You lighten up! The moment the finger was placed in Savi's mouth, the woman sucked like crazy, which made Chi Fengling that hurt like hell. Wow! This Savi was really a blood pump. Just in a short period of a minute, Chi Fengling felt like 2 pounds of his blood had been sucked away. Well, I still want more. I still have no choice. Chi Fengling could only forcefully withdraw his fingers. And at this moment, Savi finally opened his eyes. Cough, hiss, human, you're damned if you're going to try to drag me on your back. Get lost, turn around for me. Savi's words were only half said before she reacted to the fact that she was lying in Chi Fengling's arms and was unclothed. What could be done about that? The searing flames had burned pretty much all of the 2 men's clothes, and they were lucky to be alive. Okay, go. Indeed, he was the one who was at a disadvantage. Chi Fengling stood up and was about to leave. Only, just as he stood up, Chi Fengling felt the sky spinning before his entire body fainted. Oomph. Human, you also have today. Savi, can finally. Seeing Chi Fengling fainted, Savi was overjoyed, barely standing up and about to walk towards Chi Fengling. Standing by Chi Fengling's side, Savi was ready to make a move towards Chi Fengling, and it was at this moment that a drop of unconsumed blood then flowed from the corner of her mouth. This blood, it's surprising that you, after tasting the drop of blood and seeing Chi Fengling's physical state, Savi's raised hand was still put down, and her eyes, which were originally disgusted, actually had a few more touches in them. Chapter 45 Mate, Mouth, Kala, Hiss, it's so hard, change the bed for me, I don't want this kind that moves. In a daze, Chi Fengling only felt something so hard that it cackled her chest cavity painfully. Stop, what a bed change, you're awake. Suddenly, Chi Fengling heard a familiar and unfamiliar word, resisting the urge to not want to get up. Chi Fengling still opened her eyes. Holy, no wonder he felt so hard and bumpy. It turned out that he, right now, was being carried by a skeleton warrior, also right next to himself. Savvy was also on the back of a skeleton warrior, but she was in a much better state than Chi Fengling. Oh, yeah, come to think of it, Chi Fengling finally remembered that after leaving the skyscraper, he had been bombed by the military and ended up fighting to the death in a close call, and then because he had fed his blood to Savvy and then passed out himself. Unexpectedly, Savvy not only didn't take advantage of his unconsciousness to make a move on him, but also brought him to a new place. How long have I been dizzy? And where is this place? Shaking his head, Chi Fengling asked seriously. You've been out for what must be 10 hours. Here, I don't know where it is. Anyway, I'm just leading you blindly, Savvy replied faintly. What? I've been passed out for 10 hours? And you were there the whole time? Chi Fengling was so shocked that her eyes widened. What are you doing? Why are you making such a fuss? I just ate a little more of your blood. Why are you trying to coax me? On the other hand, Savvy turned her head away, looking like she also knew that she had sucked too hard. Only, this was not what Chi Fengling cared about. Surprisingly, he was willing to suck her, so he wouldn't care about this. Chi Fengling was surprised that he had fainted for 10 hours. That is, 20 hours, and during this time, Savvy had been present all the time. Didn't Chi Fengling remember that Savvy's presence would consume his spiritual power? Name, Chi Fengling, level, first high, power, 30, speed, 30, spirit, 27/30ths, physical, 21/30ths. Chi Fengling was surprised. He didn't expect that not only did his status not fall off, but on the contrary, it was almost back. Could it be that, by giving Savvy the use of her own blood, she could exist without consuming mental energy? What's wrong with you? If it wasn't for you pulling my back first, I wouldn't have sucked you so hard, alright? Seeing that Chi Fengling didn't say anything for half a day, Savvy was obviously a bit angry. No, I didn't think that. Let me ask you again, haha. During the time I was unconscious, didn't you meet anyone else? To which Chi Fengling was also curious. After all, skeleton warriors didn't know fatigue, and they had probably traveled dozens of miles in those 20 hours. There were, but they were all so weak. Some tried to eat you, some tried to take you away, but they were all killed by me. Savvy answered quickly and dully. Well, you're awesome. Chi Fengling didn't know what to say. It looked like the humans and zombies that wanted to come and cause trouble were all killed by Savvy. That's for sure. Alright, I'm too lazy to be poor with you. I'm surprised you're already awake. So hurry up and send me back to the undead world. It could be seen that Savvy, who was praised, was still happy, but she didn't seem to be used to this world. Name, Skeleton Witch, Savvy, level 3 low, power, 40, speed, 40, spirit, 210/220, physical fitness, 40. Okay, then you can go back. Thanks anyway. After looking at Savvy's state, Chi Fengling also breathed a sigh of relief. In her state, she should have no problem going back to the undead realm. Oh yeah, it's better if you take it. Also, just as Chi Fengling was about to send Savvy away, Savvy that was backhandedly pulling out the skeleton bone sniper. Don't you want this gun? Then take it back and study it. Right now Chi Fengling was just begging for Savvy. Who wants this? This is something I've already studied and understood. It's nothing more than that. On the contrary, in your world, although your kind is weak and small, the weapons are terribly strong. Take this and defend yourself well. Holding his head high, although Savvy's tone was icy cold, Chi Fengling really heard the concern. What? Is the great Savvy concerned about me now? What concern? We don't have a summoning contract. I don't want you to die and make me bury you with you. Savvy still had a haughty expression, but Chi Fengling understood that Savvy was no longer so heartless. Well, don't call me in too often from now on, haha. I don't want to clean up your mess. Alright, go away you. Chi Fengling inexplicably felt that if she didn't send Savvy away, she might still be talking in a long-winded manner for half a day. Ouch. Taking the liberty. The very moment Savvy left, the skeleton warrior carrying him disappeared with him, which caused Chi Fengling to fall on his face. Aha! This is standing up. Chi Fengling finally realized that Savvy seemed to have given herself one of her skeleton vestments to wear, which were really peculiar. That is, except for the breast position. Everything else was too small. After surveying the outfit, Chi Fengling then looked at his surroundings. His hometown was in Dream City, but he had come to Cloud City since his freshman year. Speaking of which, Chi Fengling really had to feel that Joing had made him a licking dog for 3 years. At least now, Chi Fengling still knew the entire route of Cloud City. Although the current Cloud City was already devastated, Chi Fengling still knew his current approximate location. Naya, Savvy, you're awesome. After determining his position, Chi Fengling then gave a thumbs up to Savvy through the air. It didn't look like the skeleton warriors had been carrying themselves for 20 hours, but they'd been going in circles for most of the journey, and they were only 5 or 6 kilometers away from the skyscrapers in a straight line. Chi Fingling's original intention was to make a trip back to his place of residence first, but right now, it was estimated that his place of residence had been pretty much destroyed by the fallout of the skyscraper's collapse. His current location is the closest to the largest supermarket in Cloud City, Want Fat Supermarket. Although 14 days had passed since the end of the world, Chi Fengling still believed that the things in this biggest supermarket had not been robbed yet. The current self doesn't say that he can walk sideways in Cloud City. At least no one could stop themselves, and surprisingly, they had come here. So why not go to that big supermarket and shop around and get a little bit of supplies? After making up his mind, Chi Fengling put the skeleton bone sniper on his back and walked towards the direction of Want Fat Supermarket in his memory. Chapter 46 Known Classmates. Unknown Forces. The Way Forward. Pedestrians were barely visible on the road, and zombies did appear in a few waves and patches. He had a skeleton bone sniper in his hand, but Chi Fengling didn't make a move. After all, his target wasn't them, and Chi Fengling didn't want to cause too much trouble. After 10 days of the end of the world, humans had understood their situation. Countless zombies and alien beasts were encamped in every corner of the city. In order to survive, they could only choose to hide. Who would have thought that the former province, ranked the second most prosperous city, has now become a dead city? The magnificent shopping malls, no one to go shopping. A variety of expensive jewelry that is scattered all over the place. An even expert appraisal of over 1 million things. The streets are littered with rubble, limbs and blood, and the only ones still confident are probably the celebrities, with their big grins and huge billboards endorsing whatever product they're holding. But what use are they? What irony? What fun? That before the end of the world it couldn't give you moral support, and after the end of the world, you'd be on the ground, hissing and biting by zombies, while the billboards of the stars looked at you with a smile just like that. In half an hour, under Chi Fengling's sneaking, he finally arrived safely at the shopping center of Cloud City. The billboards that didn't go out for almost half a month seemed to be the best endorsement of the place. The post-apocalyptic outbreak is random, which means that places like this where the crowds are the densest are the most dangerous, and maybe only 5,000 out of 10,000 people here will turn into zombies. But in the confusion, fear, and hissing and biting, perhaps 9,000 out of 10,000 turned into zombies. Looking in the distance, the once clean ground had been completely stained dark red with blood. Some of the corpses had not been eaten and already stank, and when the wind blew, garbage floated in the air, as well as some foul smells. If you had said that this place was the shopping street of Cloud City 15 days ago, I'm afraid everyone would have called you a cutie. Help, help, help. One way, don't yell. I don't want to live. I'm going to die anyway. That's it. Well, how, don't say that. There is help. There will be help. Turning a corner, a cry for help reached Chi Fengling's ears. Chi Fengling that was quick to find cover and looked away with the lens on the skeleton bone sniper. It was 2 miserable men. At the moment they are tied in front of the Want Fat Supermarket. The body is everywhere visible, beating scars. And then look at their yellow skinny look. Obviously is hungry for a long time. Behind the 2 men was a wall of many jeeps, and it was evident that a small defense pattern had been formed. Another thing that appealed to Chi Fengling's idea was the fact that on the 2 men's tattered clothes, the word D was written in large letters. As Chi Fengling looked more and more closely, the memories of that dead decade or so seemed to come flooding back at this moment. Chi Fengling was indeed a body in his 20s now, but he had been reborn back from a few years after the end of the world, which meant that his impression of these people had stopped many years ago as well. Oh, yeah, finally remembered. Under Chi Fengling's powerful spiritual power, it finally allowed him to find these 2 people in his memory. These 2 people, one called Lin Wenwei, one called Wei Wuhao, is their own college classmate. The 2 and their relationship is purely average, is the kind of not too familiar, also not hostile relationship. Chi Fengling remembered, as if a classmate had told him, that the school was facing a food crisis at that time, and had organized some people to go look for food, and these people just never returned. It seemed that there really was such a thing, and I guess it was the same in the last life as it was now, that those of them who had come out to look for food had either died halfway across the country or had been captured and used as bait to lure in the living or the zombies, just like they had been. Chi Fengling does not have much affection for these 2 people. If his goal is not Want Hair Supermarket, Chi Fengling may turn around and leave. Only, he just wanted to go into the supermarket to have a look now. Plus the 2 of them were classmates with him, so he would just save them. Think so. But Chi Fengling did not rush over, because this look has seen, in the Want Fat Supermarket inside, has formed a preliminary power. Moreover, Chi Fengling wasn't sure what these people wanted. Thinking of this, Chi Fengling then communicated with the Undead realm, and in the next second, he only saw Chi Fengling's mind move, and the skeleton bone snipe that was on his back disappeared. Showing weakness? Yes, It was the easiest way to get close to them and know what was going on inside. And Chi Fengling didn't think that anyone could control him if he really wanted to resist. Help! Help! Wohow! Is it my eyesight? It seems like someone is coming over. Lin Wenwei, who was tied to the pillar and shouting helplessly, seemed to see someone walking towards them in between as if, humph. Now, where could there be anyone now? It's thank goodness it's not a corpse tied. On the other side, Wei Wuhao was obviously disappointed too many times. No, Wuhao, it's human. It's really human. And what? Come on. It seems like Chi Fengling. It's Chi Fengling. As Chi Fengling and the two of them got closer, that Lin Wenwei finally recognized Chi Fengling. What? You said it was that licking dog. Ha, what's the point of him coming alone? When he raised his head and saw that the visitor was only Chi Fengling, Wei Wuhao's spirit instantly lowered. Fengling, we're here. Come and save me. Come and save. No, Chi Fengling, you go quickly. The people in here are really something. You go back to school. Go back to school. On the pillar, seeing that it was Chi Fengling, Lin Wenwei was very excited. He was thinking of saving his life at first, but soon, he realized that Chi Fengling might not be able to save them, and he just shouted loudly, hoping that Chi Fengling could leave quickly. This sentence to go quickly warmed Chi Fengling's cold heart a little. At the beginning of the apocalyptic outbreak, the ones who suffered the most were them, the college students, who still retained morality and kindness in their hearts. In many cases, some people will still say, you're young and a college student, so let's just get out of our way. Under this kind of moral abduction, most college students will be trapped, and the last life of himself is also the same, the first time to enter the society. Chi Fengling still do not know that the hearts of the people are dangerous and evil, and have been pitched many times. If he didn't have the opportunity and strength, he might have really died halfway. At this moment, Lin Wenwei's shout made Chi Fengling feel as if he had seen his own shadow in his body at the beginning. Chi Fengling, go quickly. The people in here are all you can't save me. Chi Fengling, hurry back. I don't need you to save. Although the two expressed themselves differently, Chi Fengling understood that both of them had good intentions. Wow. Click. Brat. Don't move. Raise your hands and stand there obediently for me. Just as Chi Fengling was halfway through his relief, a scolding voice came from the side. Moreover, Chi Fengling also heard that the sound of pulling a pistol had just appeared, and some, which should be the sound of pulling a crossbow. Humph, count on your kid's good sense. You guys go tie him up and press him back to see Big Brother. Seeing Chi Fengling obediently raise his hand, the people hiding behind the wall of the car also came out one after another. There were 12 of them in the group, most of them with kitchen knives, baseball bats, and the like in their hands, 2 of them with improvised crossbows, and 1 with a pistol in his hand. What made Chi Fengling pay more attention was that on their bodies, it was greatly written, C, B, and A respectively. Chapter 47 Restoring Imperialism? The collapse of civilization may only require a dozen days of ungovernance, or perhaps a total loss of ethics and morals. At the first glance after entering the Want Hair supermarket, Chi Fengling's first reaction was this. Once upon a time, the neatly organized, clean and sanitary supermarket complex with its wide array of products has long since disappeared, and the inside, though not as depressed as the outside, is filled with chaos all the same. Originally, Chi Fengling had wanted to find out what kind of big shot could occupy the entire supermarket cluster. Now, I don't need to inquire, I already know. As soon as Chi Fengling raised his head, he could see that on the wall directly in front of him, a few words were left in blood. That is, long live City Lord Zhu Yong. I never thought that the imperial system overthrown by the Xinhai Revolution would now be built in this tiny place. Even if it is as strong as Yi Tian, he does not dare to explicitly call himself an emperor. This Zhu Yong is good. Now it is already a city lord. I am afraid that it will not be long before he can call himself an emperor here. Speaking of this Zhu Yong, Chi Fengling's memory really did have him. In his previous life, he was Ma Zhuang's second-in-command, and he, Ma Zhuang, and Lu Chang, constituted the entire underground kingdom of Cloud City. Rumor has it that Zhu Yong was mainly involved in the Triad Society and organ trading jobs before the end of the world, and had done a lot of dehumanizing deeds before the end of the world. But good people do not have good karma. Evil people do not have bad karma. The last life, Zhu Yong is also the 3 people in the most nourishing life of the one. Anyway, before their own death, this Zhu Yong is still alive and well it. Brat, what are you looking at? Give me to go inside. In place to think of Chi Fengling was directly kicked by a person. Chi Fengling see clearly, he has a gun in his hand, and there is a letter A on his clothes. What are you looking at? You want to eat a bullet, don't you? Seeing Chi Fengling staring at him coldly like that, the man actually pulled out his pistol in fear. Although Chi Fengling didn't do anything, he felt that this person was dangerous. Zhao Daqian, Brother Zhao, what's going on? Doesn't Lord Mayor have a rule? Inside, You can't pull out your gun without his order. Just as Chief Fengling was thinking about how to quickly solve him, the mocking voices of other men came from behind him. This man Chief Fengling didn't recognize, but the clothes he was wearing also had the character A written on them. And what was even more striking was that he had a scar on his face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Get in the front. Humph. Scar. I don't need you to say this. This Zhao Daqian can be a real wimp. He couldn't say anything about that scar. He could only kick Chief Fengling again to vent his anger. Yo, Mr. Zhao. You've worked hard for 2 days to catch such a white boy. If you're like this, I'm afraid you won't be able to work as a foreign control captain. Scar's face was filled with mockery as he sat on the bloodied wooden stool. Sure enough, Chief Fengling guessed correctly. They tied the people outside to call for help just to attract people and zombies over. However, the end of the world has already passed so many days. People who are not short of food will not risk going out. People who are short of food would have starved to death or become half corpses long ago. Zhao Daqian's method, indeed, does not apply anymore. What little white boy? He's a college student. Or just ran out of Cloud City University. I was about to offer him to Big Brother City Lord. Listening to this tone, Zhao Daqian was obviously flustered, and as the person in question, Chief Fengling knew that he was talking nonsense. What he had shown himself, at most, proved that he was Lin Wenwei's classmate, but he didn't say that he had come out of Yunchang University. Humph, Cloud City University is more than 10 miles away from here. With this fine dog-like appearance, can he run from Cloud City University to here? Also, Big Brother City Lord has something going on right now. He doesn't have time to take care of you. This Scar was obviously not believing in what Zhao Daqian said, and then listening to that tone of voice, that City Lord seemed to be doing something bad. You, go catch a few more people when you have time, then bring it to Big Brother City Lord. After mocking Zhao Daqian some more, that Scar waddled away. Damn, it's infuriating. You too, bring him inside for me. The rest of you, will go out. After complaining, Zhao Daqian then gave orders to Lin Wenwei and Wei Wuhao, while he himself turned around and went out again. Soon there were 2 more men with kitchen knives at the side of the trio, and on their clothes, the word C was written in large letters. Kid, put this on, and you too ding et al. Bring him in to me haha, otherwise you'll have a good time. The 2 men's attitudes weren't much better, and flung a piece of raggedy clothes at Chief Fengling before leaving. The clothes stank, and there was visible blood on them, as well as a bullet hole imprint. It appeared that the previous owner of the clothes had been taken out by a single shot. Chief Fengling, I'm sorry, I'm the one who caused you harm. As he walked, that Lin Wenwei came out of nowhere. Chief Fengling, what brings you here? Is there anyone else from our school who came along? On the side, Wei Wuhao was obviously a bit more realistic. No, I came alone. Heard the 2, and the disappointment was visible to the naked eye on their faces. Tell us, what's it really like in here? Chief Fengling didn't want to talk too much with them. He just wanted to know the general situation of the place. The thing is like this. Although they didn't understand why their classmates had become like this, the 2 of them still talked to Chief Fengling about what happened here. About 10 days ago, because the school's cafeteria was overrun by zombies, they were starving, so a group of 40 people made a date to rush out together. After coming out, the 40 people were divided into 3 waves, and in the end, they still didn't have a unified opinion. 8 people went in the direction of the skyscraper, 12 people aimed at the Want Hair supermarket, and 20 people chose to go to the troops. The 12 of them were more fortunate, and when they arrived here at the Want Hair supermarket, there were still 10 people alive, 6 men and 4 women. They originally wanted to eat their fill and bring some food back to the school, but when they were about to go out, they encountered a wave of zombies, and in the end they were forced to stay here. 7 days ago, a gangster group sprung up in the supermarket, especially their leader, who possessed 2 or 3 times the strength of an ordinary man, and was heard to be able to suck other people's body tissues to strengthen himself. In less than 2 days, that person completely dominated the entire Want Hair supermarket with their own strength, weapons, and manpower, and then in just 1 day, they cleared the supermarket of all the zombies. Then the man instituted a hierarchy in the supermarket, where individuals were categorized as A, B, C, or D according to their abilities, and demonstrated worth. Among them, Category A people have the highest status, with the right to hold hot weapons, as well as access to all sorts of good resources. Again, the dingbats are the lowest of the low, doing the work that kills them, using the least amount of resources, and anyone can bully them. The beginning of the development of this system was opposed by most people, but under Zhu Yon's forceful suppression, everyone had to give in. Slowly, after some people enjoyed the benefits of power, they too began to fall into it and embraced the system, and that's how the power was probably formed. Chief Fengling understood that 7 days ago, which was the day the awakening pearl appeared, It was estimated that on that day, Zhu Yong obtained the inheritance, and then he gained a strong power, and finally gathered a group of juniors and became the city lord here. Oh yeah, didn't you guys say there were 10 classmates? How come there are only 2 of you now? Listening to this, Chi Fengling reacted as if there were indeed some people missing. Chapter 48. Why should this be what happens to students? Just be afraid the air will suddenly go quiet. Chi Fengling didn't even realize that he had only asked with a slight expression of concern, and the 2 of them directly froze, as if they had asked about some topic that they shouldn't have asked about. Just not a moment later, Wei Wuhao on the side was furious. His teeth clenched and boomed, and the veins on his face were about to burst out in general. Damn, Tian Mingjing that. Wuhao, calm down, Fengling it's better for me to talk to you. After holding down Wei Wuhao who was about to go crazy, Lin Wenwei began to tell the backstory. Here's what probably happened. After Zhu Yong formulated that system, even though he used force to suppress it, there were still intermittent revolts on Earth, the biggest of which was going to be led by those 10 people from Cloud City University. However, Chi Fengling remembered that Tian Mingjing seems to be the school committee of the class, belongs to the kind of people who want money, want to have a face, study well, speak gently and do things carefully. It could be said that if it wasn't for Tian Mingjing would have been the kind of schoolboy of Yunshan University. Also, no wonder Chi Fengling didn't have a bad impression of Tian Mingjing. Chi Fengling seemed to remember that Tian Mingjing died very early, and nothing about him was rumored, so Chi Fengling didn't know what happened to him. That revolt was organized by the then sports committee, who told them that he had been given a legacy that could not defeat Zhu Yong, but could take them away. With the private organization of 10 of their classmates, a 30-man resistance squad was soon organized. The night before last was the best time for them to escape, but their seamless plan fell apart. When the sports committee drove a road to leave Want Fat supermarket, Zhu Yong had long ago organized a group of people to squat at the entrance, and at that time, Tian Mingjing was standing next to him with a fawning face. When things fell apart, the body committee chose to fight with Zhu Yong. Only, there was a big gap between the strength of the two, and in the end, the body committee was sucked into a human stem by Zhu Yong, and of that line of 30 people, the 10 that made the most noise were killed on the spot, including 2 boys from Yunshan University. By the end of the day, Tian Mingjing even went so far as to uncover the fake skin on his girlfriend's face in order to stabilize his hard-earned position. Tian Mingjing's girlfriend is one of the most beautiful women in the class. When the 2 were together, many people said that they were a man and a woman. Fake leather. That was a kind of artificial facial skin that was researched after 2030, and when worn on the face, it could conceal one's original face value. That thing that could literally be made to look like a fake. It was things like fake leather that made those 4 girls willing to come out and risk their lives. After seeing the real faces of the girls from Yunchang University, Zhu Yong was excited for a whole day, and that day was also the darkest moment for those 4 girls. The reason why Wei Wuhao was so excited was because his girlfriend was exactly one of them. After hearing this, the originally expressionless Chi Fengling's face also surfaced with anger. This Tian Mingjing was really just a human face. It was abominable enough that he betrayed that line of people, and he was even able to give up his own woman for the sake of his so-called position here. Where are they? Chi Fengling's tone was cold and his eyes were firm. They're on the 6th floor. Not only that, all the better-looking girls are locked up there. As long as someone is willing to sell their life for Zhu Yong, they can all go and enjoy some cloud and rain. Lin Wenwei got angrier and angrier the more he spoke, and Wei Wuhao who was on the side was biting his teeth to make them bleed. Brotherly, how is it? Is it cool? Just when Chi Fengling's trio was in a rage, a man's extremely lewd voice came from outside the house. Hey, don't get so close to me. I'm not like you right now. In front of that lewd man, the man called Li was pushing him away in disgust. What's wrong, Rico? Humph. See, Lousy is now in a different status from you guys. Lousy is C now. Shaking the word C on his clothes, that Li was proud of himself. Humph. Look at you. You let me go out with you and you didn't go. Now you're good. You don't get your share of the benefits. Brotherly, I know I'm wrong. Next time I'll definitely bring my brother. The lewd man bent over with a lowly look on his face, which made him look even more lewd. That depends on you. Don't worry, Li. I understand everything. So can you continue to talk about what happened upstairs? It could be seen that the lecherous man still wanted to know what happened upstairs. Ahem. So I'll talk to you, haha. Cool. It's so cool. Not bad for a college student from a prestigious university. That body is so shiny. That skin, oh, hiss, so soft, oh. This Li said with a look of enjoyment. Brotherly, quickly say it. Keep talking. This lewd man's brain power was also really strong. This could even be fantasized. Ha and ha. That big but also white fluttering. But give me a shot of red. Just a pity it is a pair of feel a little poor. And then what? And then what? Did they call? Humph, that goes without saying. You're brotherly. I am the Optimus Prime. With me, it's heaven and earth. Ha ha ha. The two were very lewd, and also the more they talked, the more energized they became. They also didn't notice at all Wei Wuhao, who was already furious to the extreme. What are you looking at? Die aside. Suddenly, that Li saw Wei Wuhao, who was glaring at him. Brotherly, those two are that woman's college classmates. On the side, the lewd man then immediately explained. Oh, who did I think it was? So it's the goons. The girls in your school are still counting on us socialites to deflower them. Ha 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 ha. Having learned the identity of the two, Li countered by increasing his mockery. At this moment, Chi Fengling couldn't bear it anymore. What do you mean the social man came to open the bud? The boys respect the girls, and what the girls have guarded for over a decade has just been forcibly taken away from you, and you have the nerve to backhandedly mock it. What are you looking at? What? Are you still going to stand up for the two of them? That's right, brat. You don't want to see. Brotherly is now a C-class person. You are still a small ding-dong. In order to reflect himself, the lewd man then directly blocked in front of Brotherly. Kid, what are you doing? Puff. Seeing that Chi Fengling was still walking forward, that indecent man was about to come up and push someone, but before he could finish his words, he had already gulped his breath on the spot, and throughout the entire process, the indecent man didn't even make an unnecessary sound. At the moment, in Chi Fengling's hand, he was holding a large sword that glowed with a purplish-red color, and drops of blood fell from the sword as that life passed away. You, what do you want? I am a C-class person. This Li was so scared that he just slowly backed up, and even forgot to call for help. Only, Chi Fengling doesn't care if it's U, D or C, even if it's A and so on, he still kills them. Fengling, what is this? Looking at the large sword in Chi Fengling's hand, the two of them were filled with astonishment, because this sword, beautiful as it was, didn't look like something from this world. You two hide, I'm going to go up. Chi Fengling didn't explain too much, his anger would not be quelled by the death of these two people. Fengling, I'll go with you. Wuhao, don't go. We'll only slow down Fengling. After nodding to the two of them, Chi Fengling put away his greatsword and quickly walked towards the location on the 6th floor. Chapter 49 The Heart of the Beast. In the old days, each floor of a supermarket had a character that belonged to them, or it belongs to department stores, or clothing, or food. But today, each floor of the supermarket represents a different status and position, and the more people live in the higher floors, the more they enjoy the best resources. Chi Fengling walked all the way up, and the state of the people was different on each floor. The first tier, representing the poorest, weakest, and most death-prone dingus. The second floor, on the other hand, was inhabited by D-class people who might be able to leapfrog to C-class people, and although they lived on the second floor, they still had the lowest status. The third floor, where the CS and the Bureau of Numbers live, barely have a normal status, but their lives remain full of adventures, because if they don't struggle, they will fall into the DS. The fourth tier, which is inhabited by the bees with greater power, enjoys the vast majority of power and rarely has to do anything to sell their lives. They exist to solidify the existence of the lower tiers. The fifth floor, which is relatively more spacious, less damaged by walkers, and a better environment, is home to the smallest number of Class A's. Their position is equivalent to one person, 10,000 people. They can face the boss of one fat supermarket, Zhu Yong. Likewise, they have the power to decide whether a person lives or dies. At least here, on the 6th floor, this was not the residence of any one category of people, and it could be said that any category of people could come here. The 6th floor was just as spacious, and before the end of the world, it was originally an entertainment venue, and at a later date, it was transformed by Zhu Yong into a kinky field and a storage floor. Yes, most of the food and necessities of the one fat supermarket are stored here, and every day the survival supplies of all the people are distributed by the A and B categories. The kinky field, in the simplest sense of the word, is a collection of all the women who have been tricked or captured and who have a little bit of good looks. Of course, Zhu Yong as the city owner, is not defined as a category of people. He does not live in the 1st floor to the 6th floor. He lives alone in the 7th floor, enjoying the entire one fat supermarket top resources, as well as the people he needs. On the way up from the 1st floor, although Chi Fengling was mocked by many people verbally, but no one made a move on Chi Fengling, because in the one fat supermarket, you can't kill anyone above the 2nd floor. Soon, Chi Fengling walked to the 6th floor, and compared to the smell of wine, meat, sweat, and blood on the 5th floor, this place was more of a tawdry, smelly, and deliberately sprayed perfume. Snap, are you Maple Spirit? How did you get here? Just as Chi Fengling was still surveying his surroundings, A hand was tapping on Chi Fengling's shoulder. Tian Mingjing. Although he hadn't seen this person himself in his last life after the outbreak of the end times, Chi Fengling still had a very deep impression of him. In the class, his image as a licking dog had long been deeply rooted in people's hearts, and this Tian Mingjing, surprisingly, was one of the few who didn't taunt him. No one would have believed that such a brilliant person would turn out like this. However, Chi Fengling had been hanging out in the end times for a long time, and he had seen all kinds of people. People like Tian Mingjing are indeed very good people in a peaceful society. They don't even make enemies of anyone, but inside their hearts, they often hide the deepest evil. As a simple example, it's usually the kind, smiley people who love anyone who are perhaps the most abusive category of cat and dog abusers. They are evil on the inside, but they don't dare to show it. They can only manifest it in places or creatures where no one can speak. If Chi Fengling hadn't guessed correctly, then Tian Mingjing was in this category. Ahem. Fengling did you come alone? How was Cloud City University? And aren't you following Zhouing? Did Zhouing come? Seeing that Chi Fengling didn't speak for a long time, Tian Mingjing was putting a softer tone. If Chi Fengling hadn't been reborn, and if Chi Fengling had escaped here through all the hardships, he would definitely be touched by Tian Mingjing's concern. I came here with more than 20 classmates. They asked me to come and scout the way first. Also, Zhouing died. Chi Fengling lowered her head and pulled a lie, while pretending to have a sad face. 24 classmates. Where are they? Can you? Ahem. Fengling Zhouing, she didn't like you in the first place, so forget about dying. We can find a better woman. Walk, come in with me. Tian Mingjing probably also knew that he was acting too excited. He quickly returned to his concerned expression. Sure enough, he had guessed right. As long as he said that, Tian Mingjing would definitely be interested in himself. This was because after Chi Fengling went up above the 5th floor, he used the eye of the undead emperor on everyone. Unsurprisingly, all those people who were defined as Category A people, they were all awakened, and although their level was very low, they were really much more powerful than ordinary people. As for Tian Mingjing, he is still just an ordinary person, but he can actually mix a Class A. Then he can mix this position. In addition to betraying his girlfriend, he should have cheated a lot of female students, and only in this way, Zhu Yong will give him this position. That's why he would be so excited that he couldn't control it when Chi Fengling said that he came with more than 20 classmates. Fengling Zhouing is nothing. Look, what kind of women are not here? We are all classmates. Which one do you fancy? Just go for it. Riding on Chi Fengling's shoulder, Tian Mingjing was like a pimp, pushing these bound women. Although it was very inhumane, it had to be said that the women who could be locked up on the 6th floor really didn't have a low face value, and there were even several who were prettier than Zhouing. What? Can't see it? Come, take a look over here. Seeing that Chi Fengling did not move for a long time, Tian Mingjing was also a bit anxious. After looking around, he pulled Chi Fengling further inside. Take a look. These little sisters, if they weren't Class A people, I wouldn't even bring them here. Pointing at the girl locked on the bed, Tian Mingjing's face was filled with perverted colors. At the sight of this scene, Chi Fengling's last image of Tian Mingjing also completely collapsed. So it turned out that a person with a human face and a beast's heart would be much more terrifying than an evil person. What appeared in front of Chi Fengling at the moment was a dozen or so particularly young girls, the oldest of them less than 20 years old, and the youngest probably just over 12 years old. Their common characteristic was that they were petite and cute, and Chi Fengling really didn't expect that Tian Mingjing would be reduced to this level. In her last life, the underground queen of Cloud City, Hua Qianhui, although she was also in this business, she was the most staunch defender of women's rights in Cloud City. The erotic hookups she operated were basically all voluntary women. And even if there were involuntary ones, Hua Qianhui wouldn't let women under the age of 18 do this. Yes, some people will tear up other people's umbrellas when they've been in the rain, but others will hand them an umbrella. So that's probably the difference between false good and true evil. Master, come and play. Ha, 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 come on. Seeing that someone else had entered the house, a few of the girls that were there opened their legs mechanically, their eyes dull and their expressions mute, as if they had lost all their light. Looking at their skinny bodies, their flesh covered in red marks, and the cherry red bloodstains on the bed. Although they didn't say a word, Chi Fengling understood everything. Fengling go get high. After you're done, tell me where your classmates are. I can take care of them. Tian Mingjing patted Chi Fengling's shoulder. There were threats and lures in his words. Tian Mingjing, are these all your thoughts alone? Chi Fengling didn't go on, but asked faintly. Ha ha ha, not really. Anyway, the idea was mine. Let me tell you, don't look at them as small. They are called up one by one. Pust. Chi Fengling, you, what are you doing? Tian Mingjing was talking so much that his hand followed the gesture. and it was at this moment that a sword was plunged into his chest. Chapter 50 Flesh Stitchers. Drip! Hot blood continued to drip from the tip of the sword, and the breath belonging to life was rapidly passing away here. At this moment, Tian Mingjing's expression gradually changed from pain and suffering to disbelief, anger, relief, dismay, and defiance. Fengling why are you here? It's so dangerous here. Hurry up, Qi Fengling, I treated you so well, how dare you backstab me? I'm not convinced. Why I've worked so hard. I'm so good. Why I'm still not number one. Why everyone likes Yi Tian. I'm not convinced. I'm not. Leaning on Qi Fengling's shoulder, Tian Mingjing was like having a split personality, saying words in 3 different contexts at once. Unfortunately, to the last moment of his life, Tian Mingjing still had not unraveled his knot, and his life was forever fixed in this moment. Looking at Tian Mingjing who had stopped breathing, Qi Fengling still regretted it. The lives of the students of Yunchang University, the bodies of these innocent girls, were all ruined because of Tian Mingjing's selfish heart. Qi Fengling regretted that he was too impulsive to kill Tian Mingjing with such a sword, compared to those who died because of him and these girls who were irreparably harmed. It was really too cheap to let Tian Mingjing die just like that. Suddenly, Qi Fengling remembered something. It was true that there was nothing he could do when Tian Mingjing died, but Savvy was proficient in dark magic, so maybe she could do something. With Qi Fengling's intention, a black light door that flickered away. Human, calling me over again are you? You're really, people, class, really I am blind. You are really colorful. Today, I Savvy want you to die. The Savvy that appeared at the beginning was as arrogant as ever, but when she saw the room full of humiliated young girls, she was instantly furious. Black light flashed on her body. The skeleton bone staff was also danced by her tiger. This look, that is non-killing Qi Fengling cannot be. Savvy, don't get excited. Listen to me. Hear me out. Fine, I'll listen to you, but you'd better give me the best explanation you can. Fortunately, Savvy wasn't in a witless state and she calmed down for the moment, though she still hadn't lowered the bone staff in her hand, and she'd still be able to do it to herself for as long as she gave the wrong reasons. What? There are such hateful people in the world. Hearing this, Savvy's anger then shifted to Tian Mingjing, who was already dead on the ground. Luckily, it's not long to die. I still have a way. Before Qi Fengling could continue to ask, Savvy placed his hand on the top of Tian Mingjing's head. With that look, as if he was in a hurry to leave, Qi Fengling did not say any more, and agreed to Savvy's request to leave at once. And with a flash of the black light door, both Savvy and Tian Mingjing disappeared into thin air. So much was happening at once in the colorfully lit house, but the girls were unperturbed, as if they had lost interest in anything. In the era of peace, which one of them was not the little darling of the family? In just a few days' work, their worldview had completely collapsed, and their bodies had been irreversibly damaged. Qi Fengling didn't say anything more, just gently untied their bonds. They were certainly pitiful, but he couldn't save them for the rest of their lives. If they wanted to die or live, it was up to them to make their own choices. After doing so, Qi Fengling then silently left the place, due to the fact that this place was built relatively hidden, or that Tian Mingjing was personally in charge of it. Even after making this kind of commotion, it didn't attract too many people over. The 6th floor, a shameful and ridiculous place where some of the houses are visible both inside and out, which includes the kinky field built by Zhu Yong. Imagine the perversity of being naked and being ravaged by disgusting men who will still be there for all to see. It is under this torture that some choose to die, and those who survive have either adapted or are numb, gently passing by the side of the house. The scene inside was even more in the eyes of Qi Fengling. Looking at the uniform of Yunchang University that was still hanging on a girl's body, Qi Fengling's anger could no longer be contained. However, just rushing in and solving so much is not a complete solution to the problem. And what you have to do now is that you have to tackle the thief and catch the king. Ah, Lord City Lord, spare me, I won't dare to run away anymore. Lord Mayor, yuck, another wasted body, ha ha ha, my little beauty, smile, what, is it not enough? As Qi Fengling walked slowly up to the 7th floor, these words reached Qi Fengling's ears. The 7th floor was a large space, but it was filled with an even stronger odor of blood, where even severed limbs and internal organs could be seen everywhere. Boom, 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 someone's dead. Someone jumped off the building. What's going on? What's going on the 6th floor? How could someone jump? Upstairs, pull her, she's going to jump, soon. The supermarket was in chaos, people shouting that they were in shock, the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground. That was the sound of someone jumping off a building. Qi Fengling didn't even turn around. He knew very well that those people who jumped from the building were the little girls he had just saved. It was not that Qi Fengling was ruthless, but Chi Fengling followed their own choices, and instead of living a life of pain, it would be better to choose their own transcendence. What's going on? How come it's so noisy? The movement and noise downstairs naturally attracted Zhu Yong's attention. His tone was very bad. He was about to go out and yell at him. Squeak! But, before Zhu Yong could go out, his big door was pushed open. Who is it? Who let you guys in? Didn't I say so? No one is allowed to come in during my enjoyment time. Angrily climbing up from the girl's body, Zhu Yong's tone was full of anger. Only, the one who came in didn't say a word and just stared at him dead in the face. And when Zhu Yong turned around completely, Chi Fengling also got a good look at him. This Zhu Yong could no longer be described as weird, he was simply a sewing monster. Every part of his body's skin and flesh was different. Can you imagine? Like, 10 fingers from one person, coming from 10 people's bodies entirely? Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? Delicious, delicious awakened one scent. Your body is so good. I want it. Ha ha ha. Four eyes met. Zhu Yong also saw Chi Fengling who entered the room. And this Zhu Yong was also powerful. He was able to determine that he was an awakened person just by smelling the air. Name, Zhu Yong. Race, awakened. Rank, peak level 1. Awakening profession, flesh sewer. Occupational quality, A. Power, 52. Agility, 49. Spirit, 46. Physical fitness, 61. Skill, organ reorganization, flesh suture. This Zhu Yong was really powerful. Or rather, there were really too many people who had died in his hands. This Zhu Yong was able to reach the peak strength of level 1 so quickly with his A-rank inheritance. And looking at his uneven basic attributes, I guess that should be the effect of different people in different bodies. Chapter 51. A male lead with a villainous demeanor. Ha ha, kid, scared silly. Be a good boy and become part of me then. Zhu Yong's distance was getting closer and closer to Chi Fengling, but Chi Fengling was standing still, which made Zhu Yong even more maniacal. He only felt that the person in front of him was already in his pocket. His eyes were darting, his mouth was drooling, and his muscles were writhing as if inside him. He was holding many people. Snap! Boom! It was also at the moment when Zhu Yong's large hand was about to grab Chi Fengling, but a skeleton bone sniper suddenly appeared on Chi Fengling's right hand, gripping the head of the snatch with both hands, only to see Chi Fengling fling it with force. The butt of the skeleton bone sniper hit Zhu Yong's face directly. Chi Fengling's rank was first level high. His power was a bit weaker than the current Zhu Yong, but the power provided by the skeleton bone sniper was 80. Just this fling, that Zhu Yong was like a golf ball and was directly jerked into the distance by Chi Fengling. Ahem. Put. Kid, what's that you're holding in your hand? Stood up and a mouthful of broken teeth was spat out by Zhu Yong, but his attention was all on the gun in Chi Fengling's hand. Chi Fengling, on the other hand, was the opposite of Zhu Yong. His attention was all on Zhu Yong's body, and just now, Chi Fengling saw that after Zhu Yong had just spit out a mouthful of broken teeth, another intact set had grown out of his mouth. Name, Zhu Yong. Rank, peak level 1. Occupation, flesh stitcher. Skill, organ restructuring. After touching another person, this awakened person can devour another person's powerful organs or limbs for their own use, and can strengthen their own attributes. Flesh suture. This awakened person can store another person's body tissue and can complete the replacement at any time. Was this Zhu Yong's full attributes? It had to be said that this skill of his was still very powerful, which meant that Zhu Yong was fully capable of being strong in the face of strength. Don't say anything, right? When I snatch the gun in your hand and swallow you, I'll make you not be able to say a word. Chi Fengling's high coldness that was once again angered Zhu Yong. Adjusting his state, he then once again pounced towards Chi Fengling. Bang bang! Chi Fengling wasn't a little cutie. He had a long-range weapon in his hand, so why did he have to go over there and physically fight? Seeing that Chi Fengling was not panicking, he fired 2 shots at Zhu Yong's head. Ah, brat! I want you to pay. Only a miserable scream was heard. That Zhu Yong was still hit by Chi Fengling. Only the shot did not hit the head precisely. On the side, Chi Fengling, on the other hand, had a somewhat more comprehensive understanding of flesh stitchers. Just now, Zhu Yong that was himself tore off the right arm that was hit by himself. Just less than 2 seconds, a new arm grew back. In response, Chi Fengling was smiling disdainfully. He wanted to see if Zhu Yong had more stored limbs or if he had more bone bombs in his own bone sniper. Bang, 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 ah, ah, ah. In the middle of the 7th floor, the sound of gunfire and screams that are one after another. The battlefield is even more bloody cannot go to see, because at the moment, the ground was full of arms and legs abandoned by Zhu Yong, and even more frighteningly, there was even half of Zhu Yong's head twisted off. This Zhu Yong, perhaps when he devoured the first person, his body wasn't the same self he was initially. It seemed that becoming stronger would really make a person completely insane. Kid, who the hell are you? there's no grievance or enmity between us. If there's anything, we can discuss it. After throwing away another arm, Xu Yong finally gave up on his mindless charge because he really didn't expect that the bone sniper in Chi Fongling's hand would be that powerful. The closest he had come to Chi Fongling was when he had rushed to a position of 2 meters. But as the saying goes, 7 paces away, the gun is fast. Within 7 paces, the gun is fast and accurate. If he hadn't been quick in his resolve and quickly twisted off that half-mutilated head, he would probably be dead by now. Discuss? Why should I consult with you? When you were killing those weaklings, did you discuss with them? Except that Chi Fongling had no intention of making peace with him. After all, he had a weapon in his hand. He was now the advantage. And what he should have done was to cut down the roots. Kid, do you really want to cut off the roots? Aren't you afraid of? Bang, 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 damn, brat, you even play sneak attack. Only halfway through Xu Yong's words, Chi Fongling copied the bone sniper and fired 2 shots bang bang at where he was standing. This time, Xu Yong that was another 2 arms broken. Humph, you think I'm watching a TV show? Why do I have to wait for you to finish your sentence before I fight? Do I have to leave you time to recover? Even at this moment, as Chi Fongling spoke, he didn't stop sniping at Xu Yong. Yes, Chi Fongling felt that he was supposed to kill Xu Yong, so why should he talk nonsense with him? It's like the plot of a TV show you didn't understand growing up. Why don't the monsters fight them when Ultraman transforms? The villains clearly have a gun to the protagonist's head, so why do they have to bull ***** them about not shooting? Why give them breathing room when you know it's your enemy? Bang, bang, bang. On top of the 7th floor, under the suppression of Chi Fongling's powerful firepower, Xu Yong, who was at the peak of level 1, was in a sorry state, with blood and severed limbs scattered all over the place. Also said this Xu Yong is deserved. Originally 7 upstairs is a lot of counters or stores. He in order to have the feeling of the Emperor's Hall, but led a person to all demolished. Now it was bad. After being chased by Chi Fongling for so long, he had hardly found a place to hide. Kid, oh no, master, I surrender, as long as you are willing to release. Bang, bang, bang. Chi Fongling still didn't give Xu Yong any chance. As long as he dared to stop, the bullet would greet him. Chi Fongling could see that Xu Yong's speed was starting to get slower and slower. The speed of replacing his limbs was also much slower. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before he didn't have the strength to fight. Big brother, someone jumped off the building below. What should we do? Big brother, or this seems to have a gunshot above. How do you? However, with so much bustle below and so much commotion above, it was natural for the Class A people living on the 5th floor to react. Some of them went down to maintain order, while some came up to see what was happening, and they naturally saw Xu Yong, who was beaten up and in a state of disarray. ********. Are you guys deaf? With all the commotion up there, why are you only coming up now? Big brother, isn't that what you said? You enjoy the time. No one can. The younger brothers said more and more quietly, because they know that how to say it now is wrong. Shut up, can't you see? Kill that brat for me. Xu Yong that was infuriated, raised his palm that was already pierced through, and pointed at Chi Fongling in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. At Xu Yong's command, intensive gunfire came from the 7th floor entrance, and their target was Chi Fongling. Damn it, give me some aim. But unfortunately, the shooting skills of this group of juniors were not as accurate as Chi Fongling's. Coupled with Chi Fongling's super-fast movement speed, their bullets all hit the air. Bang, bang, ha, brother, I hit it, too, I hit it, too. As the saying goes, often walk by the river which has not wet shoes. Chi Fongling after all, is still a level, if in so close, but also the space is so small cannot hit the words. Then I'm afraid it is not in the filming of the divine drama. Chapter 52 Killing and Taking Land. Big brother, I hit. Big brother me. Bang, bang, puff. The minions were excited, as if they had hit some amazing beast with that shot. Only, the 2 little brothers hadn't been happy for long before 2 bullets like bones plunged into their heads. Dead. 2 awakened people who had obtained the inheritance had lost their lives just like that. With this, at the same time, on the ground in the distance, Chi Fongling that was fiercely pumping the clip. Yes, the Chi Fongling just now was indeed hit. Chi Fongling himself thought that he would be seriously injured, but the once unbreakable bullets didn't do much damage to him. At the moment on Chi Fongling's right arm, the 2 bullets had sunk into his flesh more than a centimeter deep, and bright red blood was still flowing down Chi Fongling's arm. It hurt, but it wasn't fatal, and it wouldn't even affect Chi Fongling's movements. It would just make Chi Fongling angrier. It seemed that the blessing that the skeleton giant had given himself really wasn't a cover. This 90% shell damage reduction gave himself the resistance of a level 3 awakened person right now. Click, click, aiming at a somewhat confused junior. Chi Fongling pulled the trigger. Only, The bone sniper rattled a bit, but no bullets came out. Boss, he's out of bullets. He's out of bullets. Hit him, keep hitting him. Seeing that Chi Fengling was out of bullets, the originally panicked juniors were instantly energized. They copied their guns, and the dense bullets came at Chi Fengling once again. Ha ha ha, kid, finally out of bullets. I'm going to dismantle you. It was really a leaky house, and Zhu Yong inside the building was also charging at himself once again. Looking at the back and forth scene, Chi Fengling's brain that was spinning rapidly. Now, a frontal battle was definitely out of the question. Zhu Yong's entire strength was slightly higher than his own, plus there was a group of Awaken's firepower pressing behind him, but whenever he was entangled by Zhu Yong, he would have to shed his skin even if he didn't die. Dang, what is that thing? Run, run, the kid's coming at us. With the sound of bullets being blocked, the junior brothers that were panicking again, all they could see was that there was a large sword glowing with purple light in front of Chi Fengling, the spinning greatsword that was easily blocking their bullets. Seeing Chi Fengling just rushing towards them, the individual minions who were afraid of death still wimped out. What are you running for? He doesn't have any bullets. You guys give me suppressing fire. Within 10 seconds, I'm going to finish him off. If you guys dare to escape again, I'll kill him, and I'll kill you guys next. Behind Chi Fengling's back, Zhu Yong, who was struggling to catch up, was also furious. Those Class A people he usually commended. At the critical moment that was of no use at all. Bang, 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 dang. Under Zhu Yong's coercion, the minions who were going to escape still folded back. They fought and retreated, trying as much as possible to keep themselves from being afraid of this man who was not even afraid of bullets. Under the suppression of the minions' firepower, Chi Fengling's speed still slowed down, and at this moment, even without turning his head, Chi Fengling vaguely felt that Zhu Yong was already on the verge of catching up with him. Kid, you're dead. Ha ha ha. The voice was less than a meter behind himself, and it wasn't going to work any longer, only to see Chi Fengling quickly retrieve the one-thought divine demon sword. Enduring the pain of the bullet breaking his flesh, he jumped forward, and at the same time, Chi Fengling also threw the bone sniper out. In the next second, at the same time as the bone sniper touched the corpse unexpectedly disappeared into thin air. With his back against the ground, Chi Fengling could only try out this yet untried idea. With Chi Fengling's thought, the skeleton bone snipe that had been thrown over disappeared into thin air. Only Chi Fengling slightly raised his body and made a pose of holding a gun with both hands, while in his head, he was thinking about bone sniper appearing quickly. Brat, what's the point of gesticulating there without a gun? Die for me. Looking at Chi Fengling who was performing on the ground without a physical object, Zhu Yong's face was filled with the color of madness, only to see him jumping up high, the nails of his hands that were rapidly becoming longer and harder. That look was like a hungry tiger pouncing on a tiger. Can't I? Can't you? Seeing that the distance between the two was getting closer and closer, and just as Chi Fengling was about to get ready to summon the skeleton witch, that longed for skeleton bone sniper finally appeared in his hand. In the air, Chi Fengling could see that Zhu Yong's eyes that were a bunch of wide open. He froze and didn't think about where the skeleton bone sniper in Chi Fengling's hand came from. Go to hell. Without saying much, the bone sniper aimed at Zhu Yong's brow. Chi Fengling that was decisively pulling the trigger. Bang! What? Don't! Puff! It was only at the moment when he heard the gunshot that Zhu Yong really panicked. He had just been thinking that Chi Fengling was just scaring him with an empty gun. With a burst of gunfire, Zhu Yong's body that was straight from the air fell, and this time, falling to the ground, he never tumbled up again. What? Big brother, he's dead. Big brother is dead. Run, run. This scene, that is guarding the building entrance fire support minions scared crazy. They look at that full of bullets, but still can act people that is shocked. With one of the juniors leading the escape, the rest of the juniors also abandoned their defense, put away their pistols and ran downstairs. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, Chi Fengling was in the guise of a headshot messenger, and one shot was all it took for a low-level Awaken to get his head blown off. Standing on top of the 7th floor, Chi Fengling's bone sniper was pointed in the direction of the supermarket's entrance, but whenever anyone approached, Chi Fengling would give them a shot no matter what rank they were. Soon, after more than a dozen corpses piled up in front of the supermarket, the people inside the supermarket no longer dared to run outside, and all of them knelt down, as they prayed, hoping that this god of murder would let them live. Very well, listen up. Your city lord is dead. Good, I killed him. Bang, dead. Isn't he the marksman? It's over. It's over. Don't move. We can't afford to mess with it. On top of the 7th floor, Chi Fengling pulled the bullets from his body while speaking slowly and methodically, and in just a moment, Chi Fengling instantly raised his bone sniper, and with a gunshot, on top of the 5th floor, a man hidden in the crowd was sniped to death by Chi Fengling in seconds. Just now when Chi Fengling was chasing this group, he noticed that there was an awakened of the marksman inheritance in the crowd, and he was also the one who looked at Chi Fengling with the fiercest eyes, as if this Xu Yong was close to him. As expected, Chi Fengling guessed correctly, although he also kneeled down. He tried to hide behind the people, and slowly raised his gun towards himself, and he himself waited for this moment. This time, it was like a double whammy, not only killing this hidden disobedient, but also letting everyone see his own power with their own eyes. Want to kill me? That's the price. And if you want to live, I don't think that I need to say anything else. Glancing at the dead man, Chi Fengling then refocused his attention on the group of A-class people. We surrender. We surrender. Wow. These people, who were able to work under Zhu Yong, naturally still had eyesight. After Chi Fengling finished that sentence, those who were holding guns quickly dropped the guns in their hands. At this moment, everyone lowered their heads, and they didn't dare to talk to each other anymore. They just quietly knelt. And this was the submission that Chi Fengling really needed. Chapter 53 Bloody Suppression. Fallen 1. The land of 100 people was silent. Good. Looks like you all realize now who is the real boss here. Stared at all of them for 5 minutes, and also watched all of them shivering on their knees for 5 minutes. Not only was this a declaration of his own awesomeness, but at the same time, Chi Fengling had also lined up the dangers of this place. Inside the Want Hair supermarket, excluding the women who couldn't come out, there were a total of 126 people that Chi Fengling saw right now, 15 of which were awakened, with the highest ranked being no higher than a first-level middle stage. Perhaps it was the survival of the fittest in the end times, or perhaps it was Zhu Yong's cruelty. Anyway, among these 126 people, Chi Fengling didn't see any adults older than 50 years old, and likewise there were no children under the age of 10. It seems that in Zhu Yong's eyes, he only needs those who can truly contribute. As for those old and young, and those who resisted, they have long been disposed of by him, right? From now on, there will be no more classes of A, B, C, or D here. There will now be only 2 kinds of everyone, adventurers and guardians. My lord, I don't think that's... Bang! Only a gunshot was heard, and the man who had just raised objections fell in a pool of blood before he could finish his sentence, while Chi Fengling just gently lowered his gun, not caring about his status as an awakened. Any objections? Where does this dare anyone to speak? They can be sure that as long as they have any objections, the killing god upstairs will take them away with one shot. Good. I'll continue. An adventurer is someone who is willing to go out and explore. They give more and likewise enjoy better resources. Guardians don't need to take risks, but they need to be responsible for the construction of this place and work together to maintain the order of this place. And since they don't need to take risks, the resources they enjoy are naturally inferior. Who's in favor and who's against? Said Chi Fengling, while slinging his gun over his shoulder. Asked with a smirk on his face. Ditto. Agreed. We agree. We agree. Chi Fengling could see that his proposal was embraced by most of the people, because most of these people were those who were once in the C and D categories. As for those in categories A and B, it was evident that they were not very supportive of the proposal, except that with the gun at their head, they had to give in. Next, Chi Fengling also issued some new rules, such as explicitly prohibiting the occurrence of forced sex transactions. However, Chi Fengling knew very well that this regulation couldn't play too much of a role. After all, under the strong pressure of the end of the world, the need for these things would be even stronger and more intense, which belonged to a form of release that couldn't be completely curbed. The purpose of Chi Fengling doing this is to force these people will not do those things in the open. As for how to do in private, as long as it is not too much, Chi Fengling will not be too strict. There was also the stipulation that Chi Fengling had given the position of boss here to Lin Wenwei. Although there was enough food stored here, the number of awakened ones was too small, and if one wanted to form a powerful force, or if one wanted to become the Cloud City City Lord, the number and quality of awakened ones under one's command was the most crucial. Moreover, Chi Fengling also understood that Lin Wenwei was just an ordinary person, and couldn't shake these murderous heart-floating punks, and what he was doing now was just building up his reputation. Yes, right when he himself announced that Lin Wenwei would be the boss, not only the Category A people, but even the Category D people at the bottom of the hierarchy voiced their dissent. But Chi Fengling's approach was also the simplest and roughest. Just a minute's work. There were 6 more corpses on the ground, and under the blood and death, everyone still recognized the rule. As for that Wei Wuhao, his girlfriend has been humiliated here. If the right is given to him, he will certainly wait for the opportunity to retaliate, and with his own ability he will certainly not be able to shock them. And then once he leaves, in less than 2 days, this place will certainly be chaotic. Are you Chi Fengling? Just as Chi Fengling finished doing that, the girl's voice finally came from behind her. In fact, in the first moment Chi Fengling entered the room, she had already seen that girl who was bullied and humiliated by Zhu Yong, who was also her classmate. Was that Tian Mingjing's girlfriend? Shin Wei ran. Not bad. It's me. Only that Chi Fengling didn't have too much affection for her. If it wasn't for the classmate relationship, Chi Fengling wouldn't even bother with a single word about her. Is that really dead? After hearing that it was Chi Fengling, Shin Wei ran that was slowly climbed up from the bed collapse. She also did not care whether she had clothes on her body. Is dumbfounded pointing to the ground has died Zhu Yong. He's dead. I won't stop you if you want to do whatever you want. Chi Fengling's tone was still cold, as if he was facing a stranger. Aha! You, damn you, die. After confirming that Zhu Yong really died, Shin Wei ran, who was still standing in place, was suddenly mad. She didn't care about her image anymore, and after rushing to Zhu Yong's side, she started pounding, clawing, pulling, and yanking on Zhu Yong's body. Before Zhu Yong died, his body had been shot many times, which allowed Shin Wei ran to easily tear through his flesh. For a time, blood and broken meat that was splattered everywhere. At this moment Shin Wei ran just like has become a bloody person, but even so, she still did not stop the action of the hand. On the side, Chi Fengling didn't stop. After all, every person has their own way of venting. As long as it doesn't affect them, Chi Fengling won't intervene too much. Nope. As Shin Wei ran continued to be angry, Chi Fengling also felt that Shin Wei ran's aura had changed, and a kind of boundless hostility continued to pour out of her. Is it? Eye of the Undead Emperor. Name, Shin Wei ran. Race, Fallen. Level, First High. Power, 40. Speed, 40. Spirit, 10. Physical fitness, 40. Skills, none. I didn't realize that in this life, Shin Wei ran was the first Fallen he had encountered. The Fallen, a human-specific variant that, upon great stimulation, the human will go into a state of insanity, with a rapid clearing of intelligence and a significant increase in all attributes. The Fallen are undefinable species. Some of them specialize in killing people while others specialize in hunting zombies, and cannot revert back to human or be infected by the zombie virus after becoming a Fallen. The only belief they have in their minds is what stimulated them the most before the fall, and if they find something similar, they will go into a state of insanity again, and then they will not be able to distinguish between their enemies and themselves. Enough, get up for me. Seeing that Shin Wei ran was about to go and nibble on Zhu Yong's head, Chi Fengling finally couldn't stand it anymore. No matter what, Shin Wei ran is also her classmate. At this moment she may still have some sanity for the time being. If she really lets her finish venting, it is estimated that in the future she will be a completely witless monster. Chi Fengling, what are you doing? At this moment, Shin Wei ran really did still have some wisdom, but when she turned her head, she was looking at Chi Fengling with an angry face, as if Chi Fengling had interfered with her doing something big. If you looked closely, you would even see that Shin Wei ran's eye pupils had turned blood-colored. What for? You calm down. Looking at such Shin Wei ran, Chi Fengling didn't have any pity for her, and threw the butt of a gun at Shin Wei ran's face. Chi Fengling's strength is very large. Just a moment. Directly Shin Wei ran flew 3 meters. Only, the Shin Wei ran who was sent flying did not seem to suffer any injuries. That was quickly climbed up. At the moment, she was propped up on the ground with her arms and legs together, her eyes staring and her mouth wide open in a beastly manner. Click. In place, Chi Fengling had already lifted the skeleton bone sniper. The muzzle of the gun was aimed straight at Shin Wei ran's head. As long as Shin Wei ran dared to launch an attack on herself, Chi Fengling didn't mind sending her out of this world right now. Bullet loaded. Muzzle lock. Trigger grip. Ready to blow your head off. At this moment, Chi Fengling's eyes no longer had any classmates in them, because what was in front of him at this moment was an extremely dangerous Fallen one. The Fallen are unintelligent, which is exactly why they have very little ability to perceive injury, which allows them to fight and forget about life and death altogether. In the midst of the end times, if you saw a level 1 human who dared to launch an attack on a level 3 awakened without hesitation, then you could be sure that this person was a Fallen without a doubt. Chi Fengling, is that you? Ah, me, how did I do this? Did I do all this? All of this? It was probably because the time of the fall was still not long, and it was also impossible to feel the threat of death, which allowed Shin Wei ran, who was originally part of the frenzied state, to recover a bit. She looked at her body that was covered in blood and broken flesh, and then looked at Zhu Yong who had already been torn into pieces, and her entire body once again entered a state of madness. Only this time, she didn't show any more attacks to Chi Fengling. She stretched out those sharp claws and scratched her face fiercely, as if this was cathartic. It was only that the Fallen's physical attributes were higher, and they consumed and recovered faster. Chi Fengling could see that the face that she had cut was but recovering quickly. Enough, Shin Wei ran. Do you still recognize me? Pulling Shin Wei ran's hand, Chi Fengling asked coldly. You're Chi Fengling, you saved me, but, Shin Wei ran raised her head, her blood-red eyes just looked at Chi Fengling. Her expression was very painful, as if she was experiencing something, But what? But it seems like there is another self in my body. She told me to kill you. She told me to kill all the men. She is so strong. I can't hold on any longer. Shin Wei-ran gritted her teeth and said with a pained face. Hearing this, Chi Fengling's taut nerves finally loosened up a bit. This state of Shin Wei-ran's only appeared in a small number of fallen, because most of the fallen, in the beginning, would be completely consumed by that fallen personality. Since then, that person's body would no longer be controlled by the person who was originally him, and it could be said that although that person's appearance remained the same, he was no longer the same person. And right now, Shin Wei-ran was fighting with that degenerate self for control of her body, and as long as she defeated the degenerate personality for the first time, then she would be the main owner of this body from now on. Yes, the fallen are called fallen, and that is because their fallen personality can never be removed. Even if you have defeated the fallen personality countless times, it is still possible for the fallen personality to usurp power and take over the throne at a later date. Shin Wei-ran, hold on. If you pull through, then we're still friends, but if you fail, I'll still kill you. Letting Shin Wei-ran's nails sink into her palms, Chi Fengling that was speaking to her with a firm face. Like at times like this, Shin Wei-ran was equivalent to being in a state of isolation, and at that time, the voices of the fallen personality would attack from all sides. The fallen personality will continue to uncover her scars and keep her in a constant state of breakdown, and she will likely have a mental breakdown from this without assistance from others. Chi Fengling's physical behavior is very touching, but Chi Fengling's words are very cruel. But at the very least, at this moment, Shin Wei-ran is hearing a third voice that belongs to the fallen man extraordinarily. Kill them all. No, don't. I can't. You believe in Tian Mingjing so much, but how he treated you. You prayed for Zhu Yong like that, but how Zhu Yong treated you. Have you forgotten all these? Tian Mingjing is dead. I killed him. Zhu Yong is dead. You killed him. You don't live for them. You live for yourself. Chi Fengling could see that the fallen personality epitomized Shin Wei-ran when she was at her most desperate, and as long as she said this, Shin Wei-ran would be unable to resist. Tick-tock, dead. They're all dead. I want to, for myself, live. As drops of Chi Fengling's blood fell, Shin Wei-ran's words were squeezed out of her mouth word by word. Chi Fengling could see clearly that after Shin Wei-ran finished her sentence, the pupils of her eyes finally changed from a blood color back to normal. Chi Fengling yes, I'm sorry, recovered Shin Wei-ran, as if she had returned to her gentle appearance before the end of the world. Looking at the nail she had sunk into the palm of Chi Fengling's hand, she had guilt written all over her face. I'm fine, take a look. Do you feel any discomfort? Pretending to be fine and withdrawing her hand, Chi Fengling also resumed her high-flying appearance. Yes, Chi Fengling had said before that he wouldn't intervene in the lives and deaths of these women, but this was for those who were completely worthless. The current Shin Wei-ran, surprisingly, had reached the first level of high rank in just a few moments, and together with that strong physical quality, it was a very powerful aid at the beginning of the end of the world. Chi Fengling saved her, and that was because he needed her strength. That was all. I'm fine, just a little headache. Shaking her head, Shin Wei-ran said with some bitterness. Yes? Then do you remember Zhu Yong? He ravaged you. Remember Tian Mingjing? He betrayed you. Remember these past few days? You suffered a lot of ravages, but no one helped you. At this moment, Chi Fengling was like, specializing in uncovering people's scars. Chi Fengling, I want you dead. Clunk. Sure enough, after Chi Fengling finished those words, Shin Wei-ran's eyes instantly turned red again, and Chi Fengling didn't hesitate, and threw the butt of a gun at her face. Get up! Rubbish! You rotten woman! Chi Fengling, die for me! Clunk! On top of the 7th floor, Chi Fengling just stood in front of Shin Wei-ran, and as soon as she recovered, Chi Fengling would continue to verbally stimulate her, and once Shin Wei-ran was about to enter the state of a fallen one, Chi Fengling would fling the butt of his gun in her face without any mercy or sympathy, and so on and so forth in a cycle of behavior. Shin Wei-ran, get up! Look at how dirty you are now! Maple spirit, don't say another word. I won't care about this anymore, though you. Anyway, thank you very much. Chi Fengling didn't know how many times he had said this, and this time, Shin Wei-ran finally didn't go into a frenzy. Name, Shin Wei-ran. Race, fallen, autonomous. Level, first high. Skill, rage fall. The fallen person can enter the state of fall on his own initiative. During the fall, all attributes will be increased by 20%. IQ will be cleared. Ignore injuries. No distinction between friend and foe. At least lasts for half an hour. After seeing Shin Wei-ran's data again, Chi Fengling also lowered the gun in his hand. It was true that what he had just done was not a personal act, but only in this way could Shin Wei-ran completely grasp the initiative of her body. Or else one day, one of the people around her would accidentally say this. and it would not be good for her to go into a state of insanity all of a sudden. Chapter 54 almost taken. Well, there you go. Ah, Fengling, can you not drive me away? Blinking her eyes, Shinwei Ran had completely lost that look of wanting to kill just now. Then look at that look, eyes rolling with shimmering light, as if they were about to cry out. If not for the inappropriate scene, Chi Fengling thought that he had met an ignorant girl. It seemed that his own deterrence was effective, which not only allowed Shinwei Ran to take control of her depraved personality, it seemed to have made her dependent on him. You're overthinking it. Why would I kick you out? I've already handed this place over to Lin Wenwei. You'll be responsible for assisting him in overseeing this place. Only that Chi Fengling didn't need this kind of dependence, not because Chi Fengling disliked her, but because Chi Fengling never played with other people's feelings, and what he couldn't give, he wouldn't promise in the first place. Similarly, Chi Fengling didn't have the ability to completely suppress a fallen, so he wouldn't give Shinwei Ran much to rely on. Ha, what about you? You're not staying here? The uneasy and bloodied little hand floating in front of her chest, Chi Fengling could see the supplication in Shinwei Ran's eyes. Yes, I'm going to make a trip to Yuncheng University, but I'm not giving up on this place. Without looking squarely at Shinwei Ran, Chi Fengling instead moved her attention to Zhu Yong. Yes? Then can I accompany you? On the side, Shinwei Ran still didn't give up and only asked weakly. No, you have too many indeterminate factors. This end world is already different from what I imagined. I can't take you with me. Chi Fengling still refused her. What he said was true. The fallen was too susceptible to her environment, and if she fought with the zombie hordes, or other survivor bases along the way, should he or she make a move or not? There's also the fact that this post-apocalyptic world is really different from the last one. Leaving aside any peculiar species, let's just say this zombie. In his last life, before the army completely cleaned up the zombies were all over every place in Cloud City, and there would not be such a situation where he could not meet any zombies even after walking for half a day. Is it possible that the zombies have left Cloud City in large numbers? Or has a new race emerged that specializes in hunting zombies? Chi Fengling didn't know for sure. Then will you come back? Seeing Chi Fengling's firm attitude of refusal, Shinwei Ran also no longer continued to pray. She just hoped that Chi Fengling would not abandon them. Will do. Just guard this place for me. Chi Fengling still gave Shinwei Ran a firm reply. Oh, okay, don't worry. I'll definitely guard this place. After saying that, Shinwei Ran didn't say anything more. Instead, she was about to go downstairs following Chi Fengling's words. Wait. Thank you, Maple Spirit. Seeing Chi Fengling walking slowly towards her, and even draping her own jacket over herself, that Shinwei Ran instantly blushed with shame. The color of blood and shyness mixed together, making her face look even redder. There's no way around it. It's like the woman is stupid and dumb, obviously not wearing a single piece of clothing. While the people downstairs were probably still kneeling, Shinwei Ran would probably cause another commotion if she just walked down. It seemed that a woman's clothes had to be worn by a woman, and Shinwei Ran actually had a bit of a witch's demeanor after putting on Savvy's vestments. After confirming that Shinwei Ran had left the 7th floor, Chi Fengling then walked towards the already dead Zhu Yong. Boom! Only a loud bang was heard, and Zhu Yong's only head that was still intact was also blown up by Chi Fengling. Chi Fengling did this not to vent his anger, but to see if he had gambled on that 1% of luck correctly. Gently peeling away the bloody brain tissue, a marble-sized orb appeared in front of Chi Fengling. Ha! The bet is on. Luckily, he didn't let Shinwei Ran eat Zhu Yong's head, or else he would have missed out on an awakening bead. Looking at this awakening bead on the ground, Chi Fengling is more and more strange. Normal awakening bead is not black? Why does this one look green? Whatever, it was a pure energy body anyway, so Chi Fengling took it into his hands, needing to improve his strength too much himself. Chi Feng had thought that his reborn self should have crushed these people, but these days, the people who didn't move and appeared were all above the 1st level high rank, which made his reborn advantage vanish. What's going on? Originally, Chi Fengling was still thinking about how much energy this awakening bead could raise. However, the awakening bead, which could normally be crushed with force, was not moving at all at this moment. What is this? Just as Chi Fengling was about to take a closer look at this awakening bead, from within the awakening bead was a stream of green light that gushed out. The stream of light wrapped around his arm, and everywhere it passed was dyed green, and what was even more terrifying was that where the stream of light swept through, Chi Fengling couldn't even feel his senses. Buzz! In less than a second, Chi Fengling didn't even have time to struggle. The stream of light unexpectedly surged directly into his brain. Chi Fengling only felt that his consciousness was being eroded by something, so fast and powerful that he couldn't do anything to react. It can't be. Could it be that my rebirth in one life is going to end up here in a few? Chi Fengling was unconvinced, but the stupor of his consciousness made him unable to speak at all. Boom! Buzz! Also, just as Chi Fengling's consciousness was about to completely dissipate, he only felt as if an explosion had occurred in his head, while the eroded feeling was instantly driven away. How is that possible? How could you have the aura of an undead emperor on you? Could it be that you? When he opened his eyes, Chi Fengling saw a green shadow of light appear in front of him, and it was it that said these words. You? What the hell are you? Holding a skeleton bone sniper in one hand and the one-thought divine demon sword in the other, Chi Fengling instantly assumed his strongest stance, because Chi Fengling knew clearly that the thing that was going to take over his consciousness just now was this strange light shadow in front of him. Humph. Griffin, you don't deserve to know my name yet. Your body is strange. I'll remember you. Just wait. That light shadow, however, was incredibly condescending and arrogant, and had never even looked at Chi Fengling squarely. He only carefully sized up Chi Fengling, as if he wanted to see through this person. Wow. Wow. BZZZ. BZZZ. Ah, Griffin, what are you holding? How dare you hurt me? As Chi Fengling swung out two waves of light, the Ghoul King, who was originally conceited to the extreme, screamed in pain. Chi Fengling had guessed correctly. A SSS-ranked light weapon could still cause damage to an evil spirit like the Ghoul King. Griffin, the revenge of destroying my torso and injuring my spirit body. I, Corpse Ghost Lord, have remembered it. The next time I see you, it will be the time of your death. Seeing that Chi Fengling was about to wield the light wave again, that Corpse Lord still panicked. After he let out a few harsh words, his figure floated straight out of the building like smoke. It was also just before the light shadow left completely that Chi Fengling finally locked onto it. Name, Ghoul King. Race, Undead/Zombie. Status, Spiritual Illusionary Body. Rank, Power, Speed, Skill. What's this? The Ghoul King? It seemed like Chi Fengling had never heard of this person in his last life, and why his race was somewhere between undead and zombie. One clearly remembers that it wasn't the awakening bead in Zhu Yong's head, and the inheritance Zhu Yong obtained was clearly the flesh stitcher. How in the world did this Ghoul King come to be in the state of a spirit illusion body that couldn't be physically attacked? This world was really becoming more and more unintelligible to himself, and listening to the words of this Ghoul King, it seemed like he was coming to seek revenge on himself as well, but really speechless. The strength did not improve much. The enemy that is tied up a whole lot. It seems that he must accelerate the speed of becoming stronger. Chapter 55 Flaming Skeleton Horse. Maple Spirit, the bodies are all here, but there aren't any more zombies in the neighborhood, so this won't work. At the entrance of the Want Fat supermarket, Lin Wenwei on the other hand had people move out all the corpses that had died inside the supermarket. Only he thought that Chi Fengling was trying to attract the zombies with this method. This I know. I have my own use for it, so you don't have to care. Lin Wenwei was still an ordinary person after all, and Chi Fengling didn't want to explain too much to him. Alright, surprisingly, you don't want to talk about it, so I won't ask too much. But, it's going to be dark soon. Do you really want to leave overnight? It could be seen that Lin Wenwei was really concerned about himself. Time is not on my side. Don't worry, nothing will happen to me. Patting Lin Wenwei's shoulder, Chi Fengling said seriously. Okay, but then, what should I do next? Seeing that Chi Fengling's intention to go had been decided, worry still surfaced on Lin Wenwei's face. Yes, as a college student who hadn't graduated yet and had been a Ding class person for so long, and now all of a sudden became the boss here, Lin Wenwei naturally didn't know what to do. You, don't be too soft-hearted. You have to be ruthless when you need to be. When you meet someone who wants to force their way out, you go to Xinwei Ran. Remember, during this time there must be an order forbidding forced erotic dealings, or rather, that sort of thing should not be seen by Xinwei Ran. You just have to hold on for another 15 days. By then, I'll definitely come back for you guys. At this moment, Chi Fengling was like an old father who was about to leave for a long trip, explaining everything to Lin Wenwei, and Chi Fengling was still most worried about Xinwei Ran. With Xinwei Ran's current strength, if she entered the state of a fallen one, the entire Want Hair supermarket would be killed by her. Good, Fengling, don't worry. I'll definitely stand firm until you come back. Nodding his head deeply, Lin Wenwei didn't linger any longer and led the people right into the interior of the supermarket. Yes, the scene was still a bit scary for them, and they had seen corpses before, but a whole bunch of them, that was the first time they had seen it. At this moment at the entrance of the supermarket, there was a whole pile of 33 corpses, which included people who had been killed by Chi Fengling, and also women who couldn't stand jumping off the building later. This kind of scene was something Chi Fengling was already used to seeing, but for them, they still threw up just by looking at it. Lin Wenwei was right. It was about to get dark, and the night in the end times could be much more dangerous than the day. However, one's opponents were already getting stronger and stronger, and if one didn't go out and take a risk, then one would definitely be surpassed by them, and the price for being surpassed could be just death. Thinking of this, Chi Fengling then closed his eyes, and as the incantation in that inhuman language emerged from Chi Fengling's mouth, red special runes began to appear around that mountain of corpses. Undead blood sacrifice. This was the safest way for Chi Fengling to become stronger now, although there was an element of gambling, but whether it was the skeleton giant, the one-thought divine demon sword, or the skeleton witch, this undead blood sacrifice hadn't pitted itself yet. However, this time, Chi Fengling didn't have much of a bottom line. After all, the sacrifice that summoned the one-thought divine demon sword was the Chi Jielawa, the sacrifice that summoned the skeleton which was the entire skyscraper's dead weight, and this time, the sacrifices were just these 33 corpses, and although there were a dozen awakened among them, their ranks were all too low, and the professions they had awakened were particularly crotch-pulling. Chi Fengling even felt that the quality of this offering was even less than one-fifth of the quality of Chi Jie's flower. Disgusting as it was better than nothing, and as Chi Fengling finished the incantation, the corpses that were piled up like a small mountain were rapidly disappearing. This is a good thing. It means that a creature has consumed its sacrifice, and then it becomes its summoned beast. Only, the current Chi Fengling was still a bit torn. His current self was still a high-level one, and if he summoned another level 3 creature, it would take him a long time to tame it again. However, if they summoned a level 2, or level 1 creature, they would play too little of a role, even though they could be easily controlled by Chi Fengling. It was also during the time that Chi Fengling was entangled. The corpse at the entrance of the supermarket also completely disappeared from the area. Not even the blood and broken flesh left on the ground. Winnie, before you see them, you hear them. Before the white smoke on the spell had disappeared, Chi Fengling heard a loud chirping sound. It seemed that this time, the creature he had summoned was no longer a humanoid species. Soon, the chirping sound dispersed along with the white smoke, and Chi Fengling had yet to see what the summoned beast looked like, but he could already feel the fiery sensation, and it felt as if there was a ball of fire that kept coming towards him. Holy, cool. This was Chi Fengling's first feeling, and for once, something from a movie had finally appeared in reality. The summoned beast this time was a horse, but this horse was not simple. It didn't have the flesh and blood of an unusual horse. The entire body of the horse was cast in skulls. However, if it was only like this, then it could only be said to be scary, and not handsome. It was handsome in that the horse's whole body was burning with red-colored flames. The flames were coiled right around the bone. The flames had no intention of going out, and the bone didn't feel like it was being burned. Isn't this the mount of a man dressed as a cowboy in the West who wields the power of the devil in a movie? At that time, when Chi Fengling watched the movie, he thought that the flaming warhorse was more handsome than the hellish motorcycle, and he didn't expect that one day, he would really be able to ride this warhorse. Name, Flaming Skeleton Horse. Race, Undead. Level, Grade 2 High. Power, 50. Speed, 150. Spirit, 50. Physical fitness, 100. Skill, Flame Treads, a blazing fire burning all over his body. The flame cannot be extinguished, leaving traces of flame wherever he passes through, which will last for a long time. That's all there is to say about the Flaming Skeleton Horse. And let's just say that the skills are just as good with or without it, and that all the other attributes are lower than those of creatures of the same class, except for the speed, which is good enough to be seen. Winnie, on the side, the Flaming Skeleton Horse seemed to have sensed its master's dislike as well, as it raised its hooves and leapt forward, meaning that it was saying that it would let Chi Fengling ride it for a show. But well, after hesitating for half a night, Chi Fengling still didn't straddle this Flaming Skeleton Horse. After all, Chi Fengling wasn't sure if these fires would burn himself. There's no point in this rebirth if you burn your lifeblood. Winnie, seeing that Chi Fengling didn't get on his horse for a long time, the Flaming Skeleton Horse even fluttered in place. That way, it looked like a child who was being pampered. The unusual sound of the horse still attracted the attention of the survivors in the supermarket, and as they looked at the skeleton horse full of flames, their admiration for Chi Fengling increased a little more. Fine, fine, don't you scream. I'll just you. Face to this, Chi Fengling is also not on it. As Chi Fengling slowly placed his hand on the flames of the skeletal horse, the flames actually burned onto himself in a smooth manner. Only, the flames didn't burn themselves, not even the tattered clothes they were wearing. Good horse. Seeing that the flames really didn't burn themselves, Chi Fengling then made a vigorous leap and jumped directly onto the horse's back. Winnie, seeing that his master had mounted himself, the Flaming Skeleton Horse was overjoyed, and under Chi Fengling's command, in just an instant, the one man and one horse rushed 7 or 8 meters away. That's fast. At this speed, it looks like in less than 4 hours, one will be able to make it back to Cloud City University. Chapter 56 Horse Stomping on a Flying Corpse. The sun was setting in the sky, and the sky was slowly turning from blue to gray, with building corners connecting to the sky. And what a beautiful city evening it would have been if there hadn't been smoke, debris, and corpses, air particles cold. Memories slowly come to mind. Do not know how many years. Not in the memory of the city to roam. Even if it is now the Cloud City has been full of devastation. But this by the fact that it cannot change their own familiar love for it. Da-da-da-da. Chief Fengling steered the horse galloped. The evening wind blew. If the fresh water of the brush. If the jade hand of the rub. Once again enjoying the unique beauty. So that Chief Fengling has a kind of indescribable coziness. Dynasty Street. This street is at least one of the busiest streets in the Cloud City. Traffic. Gates. Every time into the night. This place in turn will become more lively. But now. Chief Fengling shook his head. Now the street was in chaos. Because of the sudden appearance of the zombies, it led to a mega car accident on the street. Hundreds of vehicles crashed together horizontally. The luxury cars that used to bring tears to the eyes of the people with a little rubbing are now piled up like scrap metal wherever they are. God! What is that? As his gaze continued to migrate, Chief Fengling then saw a huge ruin. And the cause of this situation was not something else, but actually the airplane high in the sky. Chief Fengling didn't even dare to think about how desperate some people would be for life when they managed to escape the mouths of the zombies, gasping for air and hiding under the table, looking at the airplane that came out of control and blew up at them. Sure enough, airplanes are still unsafe, either all dead or all alive. Only good reviews, no life bad reviews. Da-da-da-da. Although Chief Fengling had never ridden a horse before, this flaming skeleton horse took good care of itself, and it didn't run very fast, so that it could let itself slowly familiarize itself with this feeling. The Imperial official. Stop, quickly stop. Suddenly, Chief Fengling then saw a store on the street that hadn't been destroyed much, even though the entrance of the store was covered with bloodstains, severed limbs and large pits. This still couldn't pull it down because this was the most famous men's clothing in China. Before the end of the world, the cheapest piece of clothing here cost tens of thousands of dollars. And even if you wanted to buy it, people wouldn't buy it because those clothes were given away by customers who bought millions of dollars of clothes. Looking at the model still standing in front of the glass cabinet, wearing expensive clothes, Chief Fengling is still moved. After all, that luxury brand, their two lives have not been worn once. At Chief Fengling's command, the flaming skeleton horse raised the front half of its body and drew in its neck to neigh, with an amplitude so great that it almost didn't shake Chief Fengling down. When Chief Fengling managed to stabilize his body to dismount, the flaming skeleton horse was pulling away the hooves, like a ball of flames generally rushed to the front. This speed is incredibly fast. If not their own tight grip on the reins, I'm afraid that now there is only prancing, not steering the horse. Hey, what are you doing? I'm asking you to stop, not to speed up, and even if you want to speed up, then slow down a bit. I almost. Boom, boom, on top of the horse. Chief Fengling grabbed the reins and said with great anger, after all, it was the clothes of the imperial official. No man can restrain the favoritism. However, before Chief Fengling finished his words, a huge rock fell from the position where the two of them were just now, and on that rock was standing a humanoid beast-faced monster, and on the monster's back, there was also a pair of huge bat-like wings. What's that? The distance between Chief Fengling and them was getting farther and farther. Gradually Chief Fengling could only see their blood-red eyes. Unfortunately, Chief Fengling didn't use the Undead Emperor's eye to see their basic information. Seeing that Chief Fengling stopped talking, the flaming skeleton horse on that crotch chirped instead. It seemed to be saying, you still don't thank me, I saved you. How to say it? It was true that one did not feel the presence of that monster. The boulder shouldn't have hit him directly though. It's not like he's an imbecile after all, but the cost would be that he'd get splattered, and that consequence would be that he could get into a nasty fight because of his injuries. No wonder the clothes of that imperial official are still intact there. So there are monsters that specialize in using this to hunt humans. It seems the night is still the domain of monsters. He himself, a mud-blood, was not destined to wear good clothes after all. Roar, roar. Perhaps Chief Fengling's commotion was too great. Or perhaps the flames on the back of the flaming skeleton horse at night attracted too much attention. Up ahead, Chief Fengling finally saw a decent-sized wave of corpses. There were more than 100 zombies in a line. They were no longer tearing each other apart. And at the front of the line of zombies, that was standing a zombie that was a little bit more lanky. As expected, humans would awaken, and zombies would also evolve. Like this zombie, who had either mistakenly eaten the awakening beads or devoured too many of his own kind. And now he had just become the boss of this small wave of zombies. Because it hadn't been long since they entered the post-apocalyptic world, human elements were still evident in some of the zombies. Things like a well-worn tie, a watch that still reads, and stockings that aren't bad for just looking at your legs, are what make them look extra oozy. What are you doing? If we rush in, we'll surely die. Chief Fengling shook the reins, obviously trying to make the flaming skeleton horse change its course of action. However, this flaming skeleton horse had a unique personality. Not only did it ignore Chief Fengling's order, it also sped up and charged towards the zombie tide. Isn't that add up? He himself was only at the first level of high rank now, and he didn't have any means of ranged attack, although it was still no problem to subdue a dozen zombies. But if he got caught up in this tide of corpses, he would sooner or later be consumed to death. Now Chi Fengling could be even more convinced that the martial arts stars on TV said that they could beat up a dozen ordinary people with their bare hands. Isn't that pure ing bull? One-on-one or one-on-two you're okay, but if the crowd is not afraid to die and surround you, one person can kick you half crippled. Dead horse, quickly change direction for me. Whacking the flaming skeleton horse's bones, Chi Fengling was helpless, because the flaming skeleton horse's speed was too fast. The distance between himself and the tide of zombies was now just a dozen meters. If he sent it back to the undead realm now, when the time came, he would first be thrown down, and then he would be the one who would lie down on his back and be surrounded by the zombies. Okay, I'll believe you once. You must be that Magnolia White Dragon cult. Gripping the reins tightly, Chi Fengling could only choose to believe in the flaming skeleton horse. The so-called Yulan White Dragon cult was Zhao Yun's mount back then when he went 7 times into 7 times out of Changban Pa, and that horse accomplished the rescue of his master from danger and rushed out of the encirclement. I hope this dead horse has that same role. Nay dash. At his hips, the flaming skeleton horse seemed to have understood Chi Fengling's meaning as well, and in an instant, the flames burning on its body were all a bit more intense. Okay, it's a pity that the cell phone was blown up and gone, or else high and low to commemorate it. Looking at himself also wrapped in flames, Chi Fengling was really wanting to take a picture. If this was sent out, it would be absolutely explosive. As the flaming skeleton horse accelerated, the distance between them and the tide of zombies was getting closer and closer. And now, Chi Fengling could already make out the half-rotted bodies of the zombies and the stench that seemed to be visible. Roar! Tap! Tap! Just at this time, the leader of the zombie that is directly accelerated jumped over. Just when Chi Fengling to draw out a thought of God and demon sword, that flaming skeleton horse is jumping higher. The double hooves with flames stomped on the face of the zombie little leader, only to hear a boom. A group of zombies including the zombie little leader were all stepped on the ground. This power was not small. That zombie little leader's face had been deformed by the flaming skeleton horse kick, and his body was ablaze with flames that could not be extinguished and would not spread. Phew! The flaming skeleton horse gave a long hiss, the air through the rainbow, as bright as a meteorite falling to the ground. The hissing ended. The flaming skeleton horse's battle intent was even more intense. In the next moment, the zombies that pounced up transformed into the pedals of the flaming skeleton horse, and the one person and one horse unexpectedly galloped rapidly over the tide of zombies. A scene that looked so hot-blooded and weird. Chapter 57 First look at the undead realm. Beneath the night, above the tide of corpses, a man and a horse galloped strangely through the air just like that. Fortunately, the flaming skeleton horse belonged to the undead creatures, and its barren flaming hooves would not be infected by the zombies, no matter how much they scratched and bit. Dead horse. I thought I was already crazy enough, but I didn't expect that you were even braver than me. Looking at the herd of zombies underneath him to be thrown off, Chi Fengling still gave this flaming skeleton horse a hint of encouragement. Only, as if the flaming skeleton horse had misinterpreted its own meaning, after Chi Feng had finished saying those words, the flaming skeleton horse actually began to run back. Fortunately, the flaming skeleton horse still had some intelligence, and it just seemed as if it was only trying to scare Chi Fengling. Tread. After trampling to death dozens of zombies, the one man and one horse finally jumped out of the surroundings of the zombie horde. But, the hooves of the skeleton horse seemed to be a bit loud, and with the roar of the zombie horde, it made the two of them stand out in the night. In less than a minute, zombies began to appear from corners, in buildings, in the jungle, and in all directions, hissing loudly and showing absolute devotion to their food. Alright, don't make a scene. Quickly go. Looking at the zombies that were pouring out of the ooze, Chi Fengling was still afraid. He patted the back of the flaming skeleton horse, signaling for it to leave now. Now that's what post-apocalyptic times should be like. The tumbling tide of corpses. In the night, behind the one man and one horse, that was followed by thousands of bloodthirsty zombies, and that number continued to get larger with the bouncing of the flaming skeleton horse. Looking at this increasing number of zombies, Chi Fengling at least had an answer. That is, the zombies in Yunchang did not leave. It was only that zombies below level 3 had little intelligence, and even if they did, it would be washed away by that desire for blood and flesh. Therefore, there is only one answer. That is, in Cloud City, there is something that is deliberately hiding the zombies. This is a very bad rhythm. Chi Fengling always feels that in this life, Cloud City is hiding too many secrets. Between thoughts, the flaming skeleton horse under his crotch, however, had already run out nearly 2 kilometers away, only in this direction. That was not on the way to Cloud City University at all. Don't you make any more noise, or I'll break our contract. and by then, you'll be an inferior summoned beast. Patting the flaming skeleton horse's head, Chi Fengling said in a slightly threatening manner. Phew. This time, the flaming skeleton horse's neighing also became much weaker, as if it also understood Chi Fengling's meaning. Chi Fengling truly doubted that this flaming skeleton horse was still at the age of a child. It was merely coming to this completely different world for the first time to the point that it was too curious and excited. What are you stopping for? Are you tired? Phew dash. The flaming skeleton raised its hooves and pointed at the stores in front of it, as if telling Chi Fengling something. This is Urban Beauty? Chi Fengling's eyes widened as if he had seen something incredible. Urban Beauty. This is the most famous women's clothing brand in China. That luxury is not comparable to the imperial officials. Is it possible? The flaming skeleton horse also knew that he wanted a dress with a brand name, and that's why he sent himself here specifically? But he's a man. What's the point of bringing yourself to this women's clothing store? Although Chi Fengling's mouth was very refusing, but her body was very honest. 3 steps, Chi Fengling stepped into the luxurious women's clothing store that she didn't even dare to look at before. This was worthy of being a luxury store. It seems that even before the end of the world, very few people came to shop here, so much so that by now, most of the clothes here are well preserved, and there aren't too many traces of zombie damage here either. It's beautiful. Looking at the counter in front of, wearing on the body of the model is still shining white long dress. For a second, Chi Fengling also how wish I can be a girl alright, come out, Savvy. After thinking for a while, Chi Fengling still chose to summon Savvy out. Summoned me again human. What is it that you need me to fix again? Was the same condescending Savvy as before? And at the first moment she appeared, Chi Fengling heard her trademark taunt. How many times have I said it? Don't call me human. I'm your master. If you really can't, you can call me Chi Fengling. For this woman in front of him, Chi Fengling finally gave in. Chi Fengling? Is this your entire name? Hearing Chi Fengling say his name, Savvy acted shocked, as if he had heard something that shouldn't have happened. What's wrong? Is it hard to hear? No, it's not. It's just, and somehow Savvy became suddenly embarrassed. Well, I just wanted to ask you, how are you handling Tian Mingjing? Originally Chi Fengling still wanted to give Savvy a surprise or something, and now, that was not in the mood at all. People, don't worry Lord Maple Spirit, although I can't do anything about him in your world, but in the undead realm, I'll have plenty of ways to deal with him. A man like him, 9 deaths are hard to quench the hatred in my heart. As soon as Tian Mingjing was mentioned, Savvy's face that was still somewhat smiling immediately went cold, and from what she said, she should have inflicted a very cruel black magic on Tian Mingjing. Chi Fengling knew that Savvy could be cruel, but she wouldn't describe it specifically, so she just mouthed the words, which made Chi Fengling distressed. Lord Fengling, don't be afraid. Look, slowly walking to herself, Savvy but suddenly raised her palm, and on her palm, there were actually 2 moving eyeballs, which startled Chi Fengling. However, considering that Savvy wouldn't harm himself anymore, Chi Fengling stopped retreating and allowed Savvy to put his palm on his face. Savvy's hands were cold, while those 2 eyes were moist, and in just a moment, Chi Fengling lost his immediate vision, and the next second, a brand new scene appeared in front of Chi Fengling's eyes. There are no skyscrapers, no blue skies, no green shades or lakes and ponds here. All there is the boundless, uncountable white bone skeletons. Some of those skeletons had long since decayed, while others were slowly moving, and some were slowly appearing with spots of ghostly green fire. Is this the realm of the undead? As far as the eye can see there are all skeletons white and gray and black, and ghostly flames like eyes. It's really scary. If a normal person is banished here, he would probably go crazy in less than half a day, right? As Savvy moved his palm, Chi Fengling's perspective changed. Here was a small 2-story building built out of white bones, and thousands of the lowest level skeleton warriors stood 1,000 meters near the small building. There wasn't much in the house either. What there was extremely Spartan decorations, and various household items made of skulls and crossbones. Other than that, there were many books that glowed black, as well as a few mauve-colored robes that Chi Fengling could sporadically see that had been cut out. This should be Savvy's territory. It seems that Savvy's territory in the undead world isn't too small. In the words of this world, Savvy is also a wan ho ho. Chi Fengling could also understand why he had lulled his weak self so much when Savvy first appeared. Ahem, don't look at those. I'll find him for you. At this moment Savvy acted like a great lady who was being peeped into her boudoir. Only Chi Fengling didn't care about that. He only wanted to see what had become of Tian Mingjing. Chapter 58 Endless Torture. Aha, please, kill me. Whoosh. Chi Fengling you shall not die. Whoosh. Aha, I was wrong. Spare me, please spare me. Whoosh. Aha, old hag, just wait, I'll get my revenge. Soon. Savvy moved her view to the ground floor of her building, which, to her surprise, was much wider, and after passing through one underground cage after another, Tian Mingjing's figure finally appeared in Shi Feng's spirit perspective. Although he couldn't hear the voice from Tian Mingjing's mouthing, Shi Fengling already knew that Tian Mingjing was constantly cursing and begging for mercy. It's a very strange phenomenon. If someone praises you to the heavens 1 second and then curses your ancestors the next, and so on and so forth, then you definitely won't let them off the hook. And there's only one thing that can put a person into that state, and that's if that person is, right now, as good as dead. Yes, that's what's happening to Tian Mingjing at the moment. At this moment, his arms and legs had been broken as much as possible, and on his left and right, there were 4 more skeleton warriors tightly controlling him, and in front of him was a grotesque-looking half-skeleton creature who held his hands in Tian Mingjing's face before that rotting tongue wrapped around it as well. In half an hour, that tongue had actually drawn Tian Mingjing's soul out of his body in a hard way, and just as the half-skeleton creature was about to devour Tian Mingjing's soul, the skeleton warriors on the side would then forcefully drag Tian Mingjing's soul back again, and such behavior would occur once every half hour and never stop. In the realm of the undead, souls were also equivalent to being undead, and coupled with Savvy's unique black magic, this allowed Tian Mingjing's soul to not dissipate, and the agony of that soul being forced to be drawn out of his physical body would be constantly played out. This kind of pain Shi Fengling had the honor of proposing once, that is, in his last life, there was an undead who wanted to take over himself, forcibly extruding his soul out of his body, and if it wasn't for the assistance of the light sacrifice, I'm afraid that Shi Fengling had already been successfully taken over at that time, and it felt like the feeling you get when you're being controlled, and then your sense of pain is increased tenfold, and then someone cuts into your flesh and rips the sinews and bones out of your body the hard way. At that time, you wouldn't be dead yet, but you could feel extreme pain and suffering, and this Tian Mingjing was even worse. He had black magic cast on him by Savvy. In this state, Tian Mingjing wouldn't die from the pain, but he would feel several times or even dozens of times the pain and suffering, and then the cycle would go on and on and on. Tough. The so-called most poisonous woman's heart was true. Shi Fengling didn't even dare to think that if he lost to Savvy in the first fight, would he end up worse than this? Lord Fengling, are you still satisfied? Retracting his palm, Savvy that asked with a face of expectant praise. Ha, 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 of course, but what? But can we get to the 77 or 49 days and execute Tian Mingjing completely, so that his soul will be dispersed? Oh, is it your lordship who took pity on him? Hearing that, Savvy then gave a puzzled expression. Of course not. How could Shi Fengling pity such a person? It only appeared inside Chinese mythology, where some people died but their souls didn't dissipate and suffered endless torment. This not only didn't let him die, but it also allowed his soul to continue to become stronger in the midst of the torment, and in time, he even reached the status of transcendence before nearly destroying the 3 realms. It's just a myth. But now, with the end times coming and the gods appearing, what bizarre things can't happen? What Shi Fengling wants to do is that the people he wants to die, he can torture, but he won't give his enemies any chance to resurrect and take revenge. And if he wants his enemies to die, he has to die in a way that frustrates his bones and scatters his soul. That didn't. Anyway, you just listen to me. For this to dark thought, Shi Fengling didn't explain to Savvy. Oh right, have you ever heard of the Ghoul King? Thinking that Savvy had read a lot of books and had spent so many years in the undead world, Shi Fengling also asked curiously. After all, his own knowledge of the Ghoul King was too little. Ghoul King? How did Lord Maple Spirit know this name? Have you met him? Hearing the words Ghoul King, Savvy instantly became serious. His eyes filled with dislike. Yes, but that wasn't the main body. It was just a phantom. He tried to take over me and was driven away by me. To which Shi Fengling replied honestly. What? The Ghoul King he? At this moment, Savvy, like a mother who was afraid that her child will wear less clothes, examined Shi Fengling's body many times before starting to tell the story about the Ghoul King. The Ghoul King, at the strongest moment of his essence, reached the peak mythic rank. Peak of myth. What is that? That is the highest realm under the supreme god. A strong person who reaches this rank is already no different from a god. That kind of powerful strong person. I'm afraid that with the move of a finger, Cloud City will be destroyed. Only, the Ghoul King ended up dying, having his godhood taken away by both sides at the same time for betraying both the Undead Emperor and the Necrotic Emperor. And this Ghoul King, originally a general under the Undead Emperor, was sent to lurk at the side of the bereaved Emperor after receiving the Undead Emperor's immortality blessing. Only, the ability of the Ghoul King to lurk was too weak, and was discovered by the Necropolis Emperor 10,000 years ago. Only that the Necropolis Emperor didn't kill him, but instead also granted the Ghoul King the blessing of immortality, wanting him to lurk back at the side of the Undead Emperor. and that was the beginning of the mutation. After the Ghoul King received the immortal blessings of the two emperors, he was actually just one step away from reaching the rank of Supreme God. It was then that the arrogant Ghoul King began a widespread killing and land-grabbing behavior in the Undead and Carrion realms. At that time, the Ghoul King even wanted to break away from the Undead Emperor and the Zombie Emperor and establish an interface that only belonged to him. Later on, the Undead Emperor and the Zombie Emperor made a temporary truce and jointly crushed this traitor. It was only because of the immortal blessing of the two emperors' blessings, even under the combined pounces of the two emperors, the Ghoul King surprisingly still didn't die. In that battle, the Ghoul King's physical body was completely destroyed, and his soul was broken apart over and over again. And it was under this constant torment that the Ghoul King's rank began to regress, all the way back to a state where he couldn't even coalesce his soul. But even so, the Ghoul King still didn't die, and his remnant soul was transformed into the lowest level of spirit phantom, wandering the undead realm with an extremely weak existence. And this is the story about the Ghoul King. The story is a bit simple. Even the context is not clear. It looks like the story of the Ghoul King. Savvy is also hearsay. In that case, then, this end of the blue planet really gave the creatures of the various interfaces a chance to be reborn or consigned to life. Then since the Undead Emperor had a legacy that appeared on the blue star, why couldn't the Ghoul King? If that was the case, Zhu Yong should have been the first flesh body that the Ghoul King was satisfied with, and he should have wanted to borrow Zhu Yong's body to slowly survive and take over the body to become stronger. It was just that he was the one who had once again destroyed his physical body and injured his spirit illusion body, so it was no wonder he hated himself so much. After hearing this, Chi Fengling also relaxed a bit. After all, the Ghoul King was the defeated general of the Undead Emperor. He couldn't fight the Undead Emperor in the Undead realm. Then in the blue star, he was bound to be no match for himself. Chapter 59 Trick Witches into Wearing Modern Clothes. Lord Maple Spirit, did you summon me out just to ask this? Savvy asked, cooing and sympathizing with his eyes. Of course not. Oh, is that because Fengling-sama met another damned man like Tian Mingjing? Savvy's expression changed really fast, and all of a sudden it turned into a look of disgust again, as if she had a deep hatred for those people. No, I say you're at least a girl. How come there's only fighting and killing in your eyes? To which Chi Fengling was indeed somewhat helpless. What about otherwise? In our undead realm, if you don't get stronger, there will be people who will come to take your territory. And not only will they encroach on your territory, they will also enslave your body and brand your soul. Although I, Savvy, am weak, I have grown by myself step by step. The skeleton which will never give in, said Savvy, but she became more serious. In her body, Chi Fengling also seemed to see himself at the beginning. The reason why it was like his own self in the beginning was because later on, Chi Fengling realized that if the talent inheritance you obtained in the beginning was very crotch-pulling, then no matter how hard you worked, you wouldn't be able to compare to those heavenly destined children. Okay, let's not talk about this today. See, this is the best place to sell women's clothing in this world of ours, and I thought I couldn't waste it, so I thought I'd see if you'd like it, so I called you over. Pointing to the bright and colorful clothes at the back, Chi Fengling said lightly. Savvy froze. What? Don't like it? Then forget it, just pretend I didn't say it. I'll send you back here. Seeing Savvy just standing there dumbfounded, Chi Fengling was also embarrassed and a little uncomfortable. No, you just wanted to give me clothes today? Sniffing, Savvy then waved his hand repeatedly, and his tone became a bit unnatural. What about otherwise? I'm an abominable person, but I still have a conscience. It was my fault for using you as a meat shield last time. This time, let's take it as me making it up to you. The thing Chi Fengling said was the first time out the skyscraper was bombed by the military. Ah, it's like this, just compensation? But you even told me your full name. After hearing Chi Fengling's words, Savvy's face was a needy disappointment. What's wrong with that? Don't I know your name too? That's normal, right? Chi Fengling scratched his head with a puzzled look on his face. It couldn't be helped that in his last life, his awakened profession was demon hunter, and that was a role that belonged to the category of decapitating zombies and foreigners when they saw them, so he didn't really know much about the culture of the foreigners. Okay, only, these are clothes, but why are the colors all so bright? Being colorful is the only way to show off your femininity. But, why is the neckline of that top so low? If there's a fight, won't everything be exposed? That one's not meant to be worn for fighting. We usually wear it for important occasions. So, how does that one say? Why do the pants have that gash? Wouldn't that make you naked if you walked a little? That's not pants. That's called a cheongsam. It's like your witch's vestments, very much in the tradition of our Chinese nation. Wow, that's just a little bit of fabric. How can I wear it? It'll show off my body. Ahem, it's underwear, not for outside wear, but it's not impossible if you want to wear it outside. What's underwear? I don't wear that kind of stuff, ugh. Yeah, let me con. Try it on anyway. Just wear it underneath. For a while, Savvy acted like a curious baby, curious about whatever clothes she was wearing, but she didn't understand it at best, which was probably the difference in aesthetics. Except that the undead realm does do what Savvy says, where there is no time for fighting, and the price of losing a battle is death and conquest. In this kind of tense environment, where would those female undead have time to dress up, like Savvy's trimmed skeleton vestments, fearing that they weren't already the beautiful clothes of the undead world? No, don't. I don't want to wear that. Savvy shook his head, kept waving his hands and kept backing away. Actually, Chief Fengling hadn't done anything abominable when he just took out that gorgeous white dress and wanted Savvy to try it on. People always need to change their style. If you don't try it on, how do you know if it suits you? But Chief Fengling still didn't give up because he really wanted to see where Savvy's face value level could go after wearing this dress. Well, okay, I'll try it then. And with a half-hearted push, Savvy had to agree. But where do I change? Looking at the empty surroundings, Savvy instantly became embarrassed again. Of course it's right here. Anyway, there's no one else. It's not like I'm going to bully you, and I promise not to peek, okay? Chief Fengling's expression was particularly serious, but that wasn't what was on her mind inside. Humph, don't you dare try to trick me. Wo yakula woo. Apparently Savvy didn't fall for Chief Fengling's trap, but instead closed his eyes and chanted a strange incantation in place. Gala, gala, boom, boom. Just after Savvy finished the spell, the otherwise quiet store was the one that started to get noisy, and then there was the sound of violent banging on the door. Swish! Chief Fengling didn't hesitate, instantly pulling out the one-thought divine demon sword, and his battle stance was displayed. That said, this is at least the largest women's clothing goods store in Cloud City. Even if it's to the end of the world, how could there be no one here? Only, the wave of zombies Chief Fengling expected did not appear. After a violent crash, a dead man like a withered bone instead walked out from the locker room. Name, race, human, death, power, 2, speed, 1, spirit, 0, physical, 0, skills, none, status, a dead thing dominated by dark magic. Part of its memories from before it was born forever. Losing the dark magic will return it to the dead state. Yes, they are the dead. Literally dead. They didn't turn into zombies. They didn't turn into half-zombies. They just died in the locker room for whatever specific reason. Isn't that simple? Looking at their skinny bodies, they should be the ones who hid in the locker room out of fear after the end times came. Looking at that again, the door to the locker room should have been locked by them. Like this kind of place, where would there be any food? In the end they should have been starved alive in despair. Now I am your master. Come, serve me. Savvy didn't even look at Chief Fengling, but arrogantly gave orders to those dead people. As well, there was only one other person present who had the ability to drive the dead, and that was the skeleton witch, Savvy, who was well versed in dark magic. While the dead wriggled their ragged bodies under the unwilling eyes of Chief Fengling, they led Savvy into the locker room. 10 minutes, half an hour, 1 hour, time passed by minute. Chief Fengling was really going to explode with boredom. Wasn't Savvy a woman of the undead realm? How come it took so long to change clothes and dress herself up as well? Chapter 60 Savvy * loves white. Ahem, I've kept you waiting. Take a look. Just when Chief Fengling was so bored that he was about to pick his feet, Savvy finally came out of the locker room. Luxurious shiny snow-white dress, crystal clear white high heels, slightly curled smooth purple hair, delicate and smooth tight skin, slightly red moist cherry mouth, disorientation charm violet pupils. This appearance of Savvy's instantly made Chief Fengling look straight in the eyes. It turned out that Savvy could look so good when dressed up. If we were to use Chinese aesthetics to grade it, Savvy had already reached the level of a city flower. Why don't you say something? Am I ugly? Ruffling the Sioux hair that floated from time to time around her ears, Savvy said with some embarrassment. How come? Clothes should be worn like this to look good. You now definitely finished off those witch partners of yours. Sucking back his saliva, Chief Fengling then gave a thumbs up. Wait for me then. It was true that girls couldn't stand this kind of compliment, and Chief Fengling could see that Savvy's smile was grinning up to her ears. Only, the next is the darkest moment of Chief Fengling. The whole night, Savvy is like a tireless machine. Under the service of those dead people, Savvy hard to try most of the clothes here. How to say it? It's true that if you look good, you can handle any outfit, and it was a boring evening, but the visual experience was pulled together. What are you doing? Watching Savvy conjure up a black light door, Chief Fengling's face was filled with confusion. Of course I'm taking all these clothes with me. It's not like you can take them with you. Holding the shopping bag of urban decay, Savvy looked like a girl who had found a treasure. Won't our stuff go bad if we leave it in the undead realm? Except that Chief Fengling's mind could be completely off. Of course not. although our undead world looks a little gray, but the air quality is definitely much better than your world. These things will not go bad in 100 years if they are placed in our place. Savvy raised his head, his face full of pride, wanted to say something and then stopped. What can Chi Fengling say about this? The 3 countries stink to high heaven. The small day country discharges nuclear sewage indiscriminately, and the pretty country creates smoke everywhere. Plus everyone is in a state of hatred of the rich. Speaking of protecting the environment connects to the fact that the rich don't protect it, so why are they required to do so? And in this vindictive spirit, they have started their own pollution as well. At this rate, the air quality in Blue Star is already long gone from what it was a decade or so ago. What for? I didn't say anything wrong. Why are you looking at me like that? Seeing Chi Fengling looking at herself with wide eyes, Savvy was a bit embarrassed. Chi Fengling naturally wasn't thinking about Savvy, he just thought of a good idea. Surprisingly, these clothes could be kept intact in the undead realm, so why didn't he stockpile some supplies at Savvy's? In the undead realm, the undead didn't need human food at all to survive, and the food was kept at Savvy's to ensure that it didn't go bad as well as to ensure that it wasn't robbed. And since one can summon Savvy at any time, doesn't that mean that one can pick up the supplies placed with Savvy at any time? So then, in that case, what about Savvy being his own space ring in addition to being his own major warlord? It's fine. I just think you're too beautiful. These things are really too suitable to give to you. Chi Fengling rubbed his hands and said with an attentive face, yes, is it? Actually, I think we still have a lot of good things in this world. Can we put them at your place as well? Before Savvy could finish his sentence, Chi Fengling expressed his meaning in advance. Or these nice clothes and stuff? That's certainly fine. At this moment, Savvy, who had been completely swept away by these clothes, couldn't see Chi Fengling's true intentions at all. Hiss! Ah! Clutching his right hand, Chi Fengling that was in pain rolled on the ground. At this moment Chi Fengling's right hand fingers, the skin and flesh had completely disappeared, leaving the bloodied bones. Just now, Chi Fengling was also acting out of good intentions, wanting to help Savvy take a few clothes to the undead realm, only for Chi Fengling's hand to just pass through the black light door, and the power belonging to the rules consumed Chi Fengling's flesh and skin. If Chi Fengling hadn't reacted quickly, it was estimated that half of his body's flesh and blood would have been devoured. What are you doing? Quickly give me a look. Seeing Chi Fengling fall down, Savvy also put down the clothes in her hands and started to treat the injury on Chi Fengling's hand. Fortunately, Chi Fengling's bones were still there, and with Chi Fengling's self-healing ability being strong enough, after 10 minutes, the disappearing flesh and skin grew once again. Are you not stupid? I'm your summoned beast. We signed a contract, I can naturally come here. And you're not an undead creature or a dead thing. How can you trespass into the undead realm? Seeing that Chi Fengling was no longer in pain and suffering, Savvy then resumed his serious expression. Yes, Savvy was right. This was the power of law that every world possessed, rules made by the strongest god of the world to prevent other gods from encroaching on their world. If Blue Star didn't have this power of law, then at the beginning of the end times, creatures from all the major realms would have flocked to Blue Star. At that time, the average ordinary human who was less than 1 level, in front of the insect tide, beast tide, undead army, and flying dragon team, those were opponents that were not even as good as ants. And at that time, I'm afraid that the extinction of human beings would be something that could be accomplished in a day. Then can't I go to your undead realm? Chi Fengling was very unconvinced. Why could only people from other realms attack Blue Star, and Blue Star's people couldn't counterattack? Of course you can. Either you complete a summoning contract with a creature of the undead realm, or you reach the Zunshur level and then go through the interface gate, or an undead powerhouse of epic level or higher invites you over. To Chi Fengling's question, Savvy had already thought of an answer. Hearing this, Chi Fengling could only shake his head helplessly. He originally thought that if he could go to the undead realm at will, then he could feel free to go on adventures, and just run to the undead realm when he was under a deadly threat. It seems that this idea of spinning a blank has long since been discovered by those rulemakers. By the way, Lord Fengling, where is that vestment I gave you? Looking at Chi Fengling in tattered clothes, Savvy finally thought of something. That. Oh, it's broken. It was scratched and damaged by the zombies. Chi Fengling seemed to remember. That vestment was given to Shen Weiran by himself, because the clothes were too ill-fitting to wear. Is it? Can that lowly creature scratch through my vestments? Yeah, why would I lie to you? You should go back quickly, try on those clothes. Afraid of being discovered by Savvy, Chi Fengling was rushing Savvy away. Alright, Fengling-sama, thank you very much for sending me these clothes. Actually the name I told you isn't all that. My full name is Savvy * run by. When Savvy said her full name, her cheeks had long since reddened as if she had just said something confessional. As Savvy left, the black door of light disappeared from sight, and the dead returned to their dead forms once more. Chapter 61. One look at you and you're not human. A horse honked under the bright sun in the broken city. Dead horse, be quiet. If you dare to make that whole dead out last night again, I'll definitely dissolve the summoning relationship with you. Glaring fiercely at the flaming skeleton horse in front of her, Chief Onling said fiercely. It was now 11 a.m. on July 17th. The journey that should have been made to Yunchun University last night was hard to be dragged out by Savvy for the night, and after a brief rest, Chief Onling then set off once again. To be honest, this flaming skeleton horse seemed to have a bit more of a vestigial feeling in the daytime, and the flames burning all over its body looked even more intense. Phew! Being rebuked by Chief Onling in such a manner, the flaming skeleton horse instantly lowered its head, with a look like a child who had done something wrong. Alright, just be obedient. I'm not that unreasonable. Chief Onling's behavior belonged to slapping and then giving a sweet date. This, however, worked for the flaming skeleton horse, which was understanding Chief Onling's meaning and began to nod its head repeatedly. Alright, let's get going and start scavenging. Few dash, 8 pineapple cigarettes and liquor. Kick the door in. Roar. Put. Happy betting. Breaking and entering. Are you human? Help me. Hide yourself. I don't have time for you. Vegetarian World Church. Push the door in. Nothing. Close the door and walk away. Home World Butchery. Knock on the door and enter. Vomit. Cloud City Souvenir Shop. Banging on the door. Who are you? Get the hell out of here and don't touch my stuff. Die or get out of the way. What for? Don't even think about it. Dash. At the moment, Chief Onling was disguised as a Cloud City bandit, and the stores that he usually didn't enter, or didn't want to enter, Chief Onling was the one who wanted to enter. Anyway, it's just that, if there are good things to grab, if there are zombies to kill, if there are people blocking the way, also kill, as long as it can be used. Chief Onling all robbed and put it in Savvy's territory. In just an hour's time, all the large and small stores in Cloud City were robbed by Chief Onling. It's just a shame that the end times have been over for so long. Most of the food has been eaten, and a lot of the supplies have been spoiled, so don't look busy for so long, but the collection is actually just that much. Thinking about it, Chief Onling also gave up his intention to continue scavenging. Locking the direction of Cloud City University, Chief Onling was about to steer his horse. Buzz. The lonely air was empty as far as the eye could see, and the sudden helicopter perched in the sky, the sound of its propellers humming as if it was the beast that was disturbing the quiet world. Yes, the daytime Cloud City, although depressed, but it seems everyone quiet. Stars 2 or 2 zombies appeared, as if to become the normal residents of Cloud City. Team Zhang, I don't want to do it anymore. I want to be discharged. Gonzo, do you realize what you're saying? Your behavior is desertion. Team Zhang, are we still soldiers? Don't we become soldiers to serve the people? But what have we been doing these past few days? They're obviously normal people, obviously our partners, but we have to shoot them. We have innocent blood on our hands. The bloodthirsty man in the helicopter barn finally couldn't help himself. Gundam, I know what you mean, but we have to stay alive too. Don't you understand? It's no longer the world of the army. It's now the world of the awakened. We ordinary people. Only by hugging this tree tightly can we survive in this cannibalistic world. In the helicopter barn on the side, that iron-blooded man finally said this against his will. Da-da-da-da. But Team Zhang, alright, stop it. Look, what's that? Just as that Gangzi was about to argue something else, Team Zhang seemed to have discovered something. Right now on the empty and cluttered streets, a warhorse made of white bones was galloping down the road, and on its back was riding a man covered in fire. Necromancer? It's hard to believe that the zombies have evolved to this level. Gundam's face was filled with disbelief. Whatever. Attack. Wait a minute, Team Zhang. Didn't it say above that if you meet someone special, shouldn't you first determine if they're awakened or not before considering whether or not to take them in first? Gangzi, don't you understand? There are too many monks and not enough gruel. The more awakened ones there are in the team, the worse our days will be. At this moment, that Zhang team's face was an expression of hatred. Yes, this was the situation shortly after the beginning of the end times, especially evident among the military, where all major powers would prioritize the recruitment of awakened people, and the status of ordinary people would become lower and lower. Human nature cannot be tested, and where would anyone be happy to give of themselves indefinitely, especially when their faith is collapsing? And that was why, in the end, it wasn't a high-ranking officer in the army who became the city lord of Cloud City, but Yi Tian who became the city lord. The people down there, are they people or zombies? Depressing the altitude of the helicopter, Team Zhang then shouted to the one person who was on the street. And who else could this one man and one horse be? Naturally it was Chief Onling and the flaming skeleton horse who were in the midst of the Mercedes. In fact, Chief Onling had already spotted them when the two exchanged words, only that his target was too big and he had already been locked by the helicopter. So Chief Onling didn't run inside the building. Only, Chi Fengling still underestimated the power of modern technology too much. Don't look at it as just a helicopter. But its speed was not at all slower than the flaming skeleton horse. He had speeded up explicitly and implicitly, and had taken turn after turn, and still hadn't lost them. People down there, once again don't say anything and I'm going to shoot. The helicopter was relentless, and so were the people. If I say I'm human, will you guys let me go? Chi Fengling didn't stop, but frantically surveyed his surroundings. It was just a shame that after the outbreak of the end times, everything was in disarray, and those kinds of underground passages had long been blocked by all kinds of debris. Team Zhang, he's human, he's human. Hearing Chi Fengling speak, Gangzi on the side was excited. You shut up and do everything I say. Humans? Humph. I can tell right away that you're not human. Does fire burn in humans? Can a human ride a fire-burning skeleton horse? I see. You are clearly a mutated zombie. No wonder this Zhang team told Gangzi to shut up, because what he said was not human. Lao Zi is also convinced. How come I can meet you guys everywhere? This was the worst that Chi Fengling expected. Just didn't expect that it would be so watery to run into. What do you mean? You've also met us? On the helicopter. Team Zhan was also interested in Chi Fengling. Or else. Seems like it's you guys too. Bombing skyscrapers indiscriminately. And soldiers. Know how many innocent people will die in that bombing. Chi Fengling didn't expect them to spare themselves. He just wanted to make the two men have a guilty conscience. Hiss. You. I remember. Aren't you the kid who came out of the skyscraper at that time? But shouldn't you have been blown up? At this moment, Team Zhang's eyes widened, and although the words came out of his mouth, his eyes were full of unbelief. Yes, with his current thinking, how could he understand how a normal, let's just say, awakened or a zombie, that would be able to deflect the damage of bullets, bombs, heat, and collapse all rolled into one? Humph humph humph. Have you guys given me a chance to explain? Even if I say it's not now, will you guys believe me? For them, Chi Fengling was already speechless. Sure enough it was you. Boy, you should have died there. The other day. Chapter 62 Boss Crash. Chugging. Da-da-da-da. Dang. The attack battle was imminent. That Zhang team was like an enemy who had hated Chi Fengling for years. Pulling the trigger, the bullets swept onto Chi Fengling like rain. Fortunately, Chi Fengling hadn't thought about being able to leave safely from the start, and was ready to prepare for battle when the few people exchanged words. At the moment, Chi Fengling had a skeleton bone sniper on his back and was dancing with the one-thought magic sword in his hand, and most of the bullets that came his way were dodged by Chi Fengling. Only, the flaming skeleton horse wasn't so lucky. It was large in its own right and had no immunity to artillery fire, which made the bullets that hit it sink into its bones. It was fortunate that the flaming skeleton horse belonged to the undead creatures, or else even a level 3 summoned beast would have been injured as a result. Team Zhang, what are you doing? How could you shoot indiscriminately? On the side, not only did Gangzi not shoot, but instead, he was infected by what Chi Fengling said, and he hovered around Team Zhang, sending out soul tortures. Indiscriminate? Gundam. Have you ever seen a human who can withstand bullets? Have you ever seen a human who can change form? But Team Zhang, alright, stop talking. I don't care if you don't help me, but don't get in my way. That's an order. Team Zhang had already eaten his words and wouldn't turn back until he killed Fengling. Boom, boom rumble. Kid, want to hide? Never. Only to see Zhang team a cannon blast down. Chi Fengling hit into the small building that should be collapsed. However, a sudden change occurred. Ah, get off me. Get off me. Where did you come from and why was the little building I was hiding in bombed? Asterisk 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 let go of me. Let me die with my wife. As Chi Fengling rushed out of the small building before it collapsed, while a slim man shouted from the back of his horse. Just now, Chi Fengling rushed into the small building simply to dodge some bullet attacks, but what Chi Fengling also didn't expect was that in this small building, there was actually a couple in distress hiding. They had had a very miserable time, and the man's wife seemed to be still sick, lying weak and moaning in her broken bed, while the man did not give up on her, but only hid away and carefully boiled the medicine. As for their food, some of it was the expired food that they had gotten from who knows where, and for that, the men still couldn't spare more than a bite. But in spite of this, the two did not seem to have given up hope of living, and they struggled on, probably waiting for the so-called army to assist them. At the end of the day, the army they waited, but instead of aid, they waited for the relentless artillery fire. Just now, Chi Fengling had thought about saving the two men, only that the three of them were a bit far away, and if they saved the man's wife again, all three of them would be crushed under the rubble. In that case, the young couple would surely die, and he himself might be able to carry the first wave of collapse, but this time, that Team Zhang, he would surely blast the place until it was leveled. Team Zhang, right, see for yourselves, what have you all done? Pulled back the emotionally out of control man, while Chi Fengling yelled at the sky. In fact, For this matter, what both of them did was not something, only that Team Zhang would be a bit more badass. Chief Lingling's original intention of entering the small building was not to use these ordinary people to protect himself. He was simply trying to dodge the bullet attack. But for the innocent young couple, they wouldn't have died without Chief Lingling's sudden intrusion, and it was Chief Lingling's fault. As for Team Zhang, his fault was even greater. The first thing was that he didn't listen to Chief Lingling's explanation and shot indiscriminately without understanding Chief Lingling's true identity. The second and most important thing is that Zhang Team ability is a soldier. His duty is to protect the people, and at that time, his eyes were only killing, and he didn't care if there were any human beings inside and started bombing. What did I do? Kid, don't brush yourself off. If you hadn't trespassed on the building, would I have fired? Also, your current behavior is hostage-taking. If you don't let go of him, I can shoot you at any time. This Zhang Team is also powerful. Not only is he not being reasonable, but he is coming back at him. Ha ha ha. Do you think I'm stupid? Did I stop just for you to kill? Team Zhang. Right. If you want him to live, it's simple. Just don't chase me, and I promise you, I'll never hurt him. In the extremely fast Mercedes-Benz, the two people also began to quarrel. They are very calm, but that is completely do not care about the feelings of the real victims. Kid, you think you're beautiful? How many people you've killed and whether you'll kill him or not? I'm afraid you know it all very well in your heart. At this moment, the two people, that is each have their own mind. Chief Fengling thought of delaying time to give the flaming skeleton horse a reprieve, and then how to escape. And Team Zhang's mind was even simpler. He was simply changing ammunition. Team Zhang, what are you doing? That's our compatriot. Chief Fengling naturally didn't know what Team Zhang was going to do, but Gongzi, who was also a machine combat soldier, knew it very well. Fellow humans? I think they are all zombies. Have you ever seen any human that can't be burned by flames? Team Zhang didn't care about the end times. He was just using the humans before the end times to measure the humans now. Yes, according to normal, if this man touched the flaming skeleton horse, he would be burned in the first moment, but this was Chief Fengling pulling him. That is to say, this man indirectly got the approval of the flaming skeleton horse. Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Will you release them, or continue to escape? Locking the trajectory of the two men's movements, Team Zhang spoke in an icy tone, and for the last time, we're both human, and there's no way I'm stopping for you to kill me. On the back of the horse, Chief Fengling's attention was focused to the extreme, which also finally allowed him to discover that there was a reasonably safe pond 10 meters ahead. If one were to carry this man around like this, in the end both of them would die for sure. Only by releasing him would both of them have a chance of both surviving. Ha ha ha, let go. Me, let go. Chugging. On the back of the flaming skeleton horse, behind Chief Fengling, after hearing these words, it was as if the man was somewhat mentally deranged. He didn't struggle anymore, only his mouth was chanting. It was also at that moment that Chief Fengling had found the perfect moment to let him go. But the gun went off, the screams came out, the blood flowed, and the life was lost. Hey, wake up. Hey, Puff. I'm sorry, it's me who caused you harm. I hope that you will not be a human being in the next life. No longer able to detect the man's breath, Chief Fengling, after lamenting a sigh of regret, then threw the man off the horse. Humph, fake benevolence, go to hell. At this moment this Zhang Team, his face had long lost its majesty and kindness. All that was written on his face was that twisted killing intent. Chugging, da-da-da-da, dang, rumble. The chase didn't stop with the death of the innocent man, which in turn caused Team Zhang to go into a complete frenzy. And as long as Chief Fengling dared to hide in the building, he wouldn't hesitate to take a shot. Phew, as the bullets continued to pour out, the way Chief Fengling had traveled had long been pitted, and the flaming skeleton horse, which seemed to be tireless and unafraid of pain, also let out a hard cry. Fixing his eyes, the originally white bones of the flaming skeleton horse had long since been shot out of 1,000 holes, and with every run of the flaming skeleton horse, some bullets would fall down from the bullet holes. This won't work. If this continues, in less than 10 minutes, the flaming skeleton horse will be broken apart, and by then, with the bullets coupled with the artillery fire, he will surely die today. However, the path forward had long been disrupted by Team Zhang's chase, and Chief Fengling didn't know where to go next. Click. But, the sound of helicopter bullets pouring out came to a screeching halt, and even when Team Zhang pressed his hand until it cramped, none of the bullets came out. Winning on your own? Team Zhang's bullets had run out. That Gangzi wouldn't shoot, and even if they rammed themselves with a helicopter, they weren't afraid anymore. On the back of the horse, the originally desperate Chief Fengling was finally seeing hope. It turned out that the goddess of fortune would occasionally stand by herself. Buzz. However, Chief Fengling hadn't been happy for long before the sound of propellers turning rapidly came out again from several other directions. When Chief Fengling looked up, The sky collapsed in an instant as 3 different helicopters flew out from several other directions in the sky. However, Chief Fengling was more than familiar with them, because together with Team Zhang and that Gangxi's helicopter, the helicopters that had bombed himself outside the skyscraper at that time had all arrived. What are the instructions? Boss, you guys? Gundam's eyes widened and his mouth was full of incredulity, because in the army, this kind of ganging up was not allowed. Gangxi, that old routine won't work anymore. We ordinary people have to hug each other if we want to survive. That's Gangxi, don't be stubborn with Team Zhang. Join us. Humph, you guys, forget about him for now. Give me the chance to kill him first. Only this Zhang team's attention was not on these few people. Right now, he was bent on killing Chief Fengling. Yes, sir. Boom, boom. In just a few moments, the 3 helicopters had targeted Chief Fengling again, and what had been a bullet attack had turned into a ranged artillery strike. On the ground, the flaming skeleton horse seemed to feel the threat of death as well, as it bounced its hooves and quickly traversed the road. But the flaming skeleton horse can run again but also need to step on the ground, while the cannonball is wherever it hits. Several times Chief Fengling had to fall off the horse, and the flaming skeleton horse's legs were even shocked by the aftershock several times. This won't work. Come out. Savvy. Having lost all means, Chief Fengling could only hope for the skeleton witch. How did you summon me again so soon? This, where is this? On the back of the flaming skeleton horse, in Chief Fengling's arms, because the skeleton horse was displaced by an exceptionally large margin, which caused Savvy to let out a different kind of gasp. Boss, why did a woman suddenly appear there? Leave it, there's something wrong with that kid. Kill him. Boom. Only a loud bang was heard. The originally impassable road was blasted open by a cannon, which also allowed Chief Fengling to temporarily escape the moment of doing danger. Gonzo, what are you doing? Team Zhang, I can't watch you guys do evil anymore. They are human beings. I was born as a soldier. I must protect them. Gundam, you were born a soldier. Shouldn't you follow your officer's orders? Yes, obeying orders is a soldier's vocation, but you are, now, no longer my officer. Gundam's expression was resolute, as if he had made some kind of determination. You, boss, what Gangxi said was just gas. A few of us can kill that kid. It could be seen that these people had not completely fallen out with Gangxi. In the air, the quarrel of a few people was buying Chief Fengling some buffer time, while Savvy on horseback was finally understanding the current situation. Phew, no, I can't, they're too far away, my black magic can't lock onto them. Gasping for air, Savvy said helplessly. Let's see then. Can I strengthen my attributes and then protect the flaming skeleton horse? Chief Fengling didn't blame Savvy as the helicopter and Chief Fengling did maintain a distance of more than 50 meters. Also, they were all moving at high speeds, and it was normal for Savvy to be unable to lock onto them. Yes, except that my black magic is useless if it's an attack on the scale of the last 1 inch. Savvy lowered his head, his face full of helplessness. Yes, with a helicopter gunfire configuration like Team Zhang's, a level 4 creature wouldn't even dare to guarantee that it could survive hard damage, let alone her supporting black magic. Ha, kid, there's really a road to heaven that you don't take, and there's no door to hell that you barge in. Let's see how you're still going to walk today? Just as Chief Fengling was pondering what to do next, the arrogant shouts of Team Zhang came from above his head, and when Chief Fengling fixed his eyes to look, the whole person was also dumbfounded, because the current self had already run to the Yunjiang Bridge here. The Yunjiang Bridge is the longest bridge in Yuncheng, with a length of nearly 300 meters, and it would have been a sight to behold. Just now, Yunjiang Bridge looks that is congested, because of the sudden appearance of zombies, the vehicles on the bridge that is chaotic collision together, waste cars mixed with corpses. This place has become a dead end. Boom boom boom. Chief Fengling wanted to retreat, but the path of retreat had long been blocked by the artillery. Savvy asterisk loves white. Flaming skeleton horse, nice to meet you all. In place, Chief Fengling also gave up on escaping. After saying this, a sentence of obscure incantation was recited from Chief Fengling's mouth. Lord Fengling, don't be like this. Run by is willing to die with you. Phew dash. As if they knew what Chief Fengling was going to do. Savvy and the flaming skeleton horse both became agitated. Yes, this time, the spell Chief Fengling recited was the spell to dissolve the summoning contract. This time, he was in trouble, and these two loyal summoned beasts, Chief Fengling didn't want to pull them along with him. Buzz. Click, click, click. Boss, what's going on? My helicopter seems to be malfunctioning. Boss, so is mine. It's over. It looks like the power's gone. My system is completely down. How can that be? It was just fully charged. No, boss, let's jump out of the plane. What's going on? No, it's locked. I can't open it. I can't click on it either. It's over dash. Also just as Chief Fengling was about to finish his incantation, the bullets that were originally hitting him that came to a screeching halt. Even the buzzing sound of the helicopter disappeared. Is it? Ha 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 ha. July 17th? Truly the heavens will help me. The scene in front of him suddenly made Chi Fengling laugh out loud. He remembered that in his last life, it was on this day that large heat weapons failed, and it was on this day that the world's armies slowly lost their dominance over the world. Whoosh, whoosh, in less than 3 seconds, that propeller completely stopped rotating, and that huge beast hovering in the air was now falling towards the ground at an extremely fast speed. And at this moment, Chi Fengling seemed to have thought of something, only to see him quickly draw out his skeleton bone sniper and lock onto his target. Bang! Bang! Last-minute hits. Chapter 63 Injunctive Magic. Boom! Rumble! In the sky, the helicopter that was supposed to dominate the sky was now like a bird typed by a bullet, suspected to have lost all its strength and fell straight down from the air, 50 meters of that originally distant height, at the moment as if less than an inch from the ground. Zhang teamed that line of people even before they had time to struggle. They will be with the helicopter blast smashed on the ground. The streets, the grass, the lakes and ponds, the out-of-control helicopters just slammed straight into them, the massive impact deforming most of them. Riding on the back of the horse, Chi Fengling then coldly gazed at the 5 people in front of him. Among them, except for Team Zhang and Gangzi, the remaining 3 people's luck that was extremely bad. With this smashing down, they directly lost their lives. The 3 men died in extremely gruesome ways. Some pierced through their chests by the steel bars of the helicopter's undercarriage, some squeezed to the point where their bodies were deformed by left and right plywood, and some beaten beyond recognition by flying parts from the control room. As for the reason why Team Zhang and Gangzi were still barely alive, it wasn't because they were lucky, but because at the last minute, Chi Fengling had used a skeleton bone sniper to destroy the helicopter's locked self-preservation system. In the last 5 meters of the helicopter's descent, Gundam finally got out of the helicopter. Only such a low distance made it impossible for the parachute to open. At this moment, Gangzi was lying on the helicopter with a face full of blood. Looking at his state, he should not be far from death. As for that Team Zhang, Chi Fengling had only smashed his self-protection system when the helicopter was about to land, and the only advantage of doing so was that Team Zhang could perform a final act of self-protection, only that the flesh was still weak in front of the machine, even though Team Zhang had shrunk himself into a ball at the end and hid in the safest position in the helicopter. It still couldn't change his certain death. Name, Zhang Kun. Race, human. Rank, none. Power, 8. Speed, 7. Spirit, 0. 5/6. Physical, 1/8. Skills, none. Slowly walking to the side of Team Zhang, the data about him was also taken in by himself. This Zhang Kun deserved to be able to become the captain. This physical quality, it had almost caught up with the initial Awakened ones. Only, the Zhang team in front of him was covered in blood. His sternum poked outside his body because of the impact. The top of his heavenly cap to the machine compartment seemed to have been rubbed open, and the huge impact caused his lower teeth to directly bite off the bridge of his nose, and both of his arms rotated by 720 degrees. But even so, the Zhang team in front of him still retained a thread of life, and although this thread of life could not support him to live, it was enough for him to completely see Chi Fengling's face. Looking at this person who was going to die and still looked at himself viciously, Chi Fengling doubted for a second. Was he really some kind of demon? Ignoring Zhang Kun's dead or alive, Chi Fengling then walked quickly to the side of that Gangzi. Although Gundam had jumped out of the helicopter by the end of the day, his parachute had failed to open, and he'd had some bad luck, which had still caused him to hit the helicopter's propeller hard. At this moment, Gangzi's limbs were broken, his internal organs were ruptured, his breathing was weak, and his 6 orifices were bleeding. The only thing he was thankful for was that his head had not suffered any damage, which allowed the current him to barely be able to speak. Name, Genshin Gang. Race, human. Rank, none. Power, 6. Speed, 5. Spirit, 2 of 7. Physical, 0/6. It was the first time Chi Fengling had seen that someone whose physique had dropped to 0 could still survive. Could this be the legendary vegetable? Tone, comrade, you really are human. I didn't save the wrong person. Cough cough. After seeing Chi Fengling's face clearly, Yuan Tian Gang on the broken and ruined helicopter strained to say these words of concern. Chi Fengling really hadn't heard this title for a long time, and to be honest, after the end of the world, there were really too few people who could still maintain this initial heart. For this Yuan Tian Gang, Chi Fengling didn't have hatred, but more gratitude, because he was the only one who still believed that he was human, and not only did he buy time for himself, but he also helped to open the way for himself. It was just a pity that the helicopter was falling so fast that his own reaction speed was limited, and the most he could do was to help Yuan Tian Gang blow up that self-protection system. I'm an awakened. Chi Fengling, thank you. Holding Zhen Tian Gang's hand that was no longer conscious, Chi Fengling said sincerely. Chi Chi Fengling? I'm very, very glad that I can know your name. Can I ask you for something? Yuan Tiangang spat blood from his mouth. His eyes were full of supplication. Go ahead. I'll try to satisfy you. Thank you. Thank you. I wish you could bury us together. Even though they've changed. But they're still my comrades in arms. Genten just tried to squeeze out a smile. His eyes were still filled with fond memories of the past. It was a simple request. But Chi Fengling hesitated. Yuan Tian had just helped himself. And someone like him probably didn't deserve to die. Savvy, do you have any way to keep him alive? Turning into an undead is fine. Without answering Zhen Tiangang's words, Chi Fengling instead spoke to Savvy with a serious face. Lord Fengling, is he someone very important to you? But he was clearly inside that iron beast just now as well? Savvy naturally didn't understand what a helicopter was. She also didn't understand that Zhen Tiangang had helped Chi Fengling. All she knew was that Zhen Tiangang wanted to harm Chi Fengling just as much as those few people. Sort of. Let's see if there's anything you can do. If not, forget it. After thinking for a while, Chi Fengling still recognized Yuan Tiangang, but he didn't want to make things too difficult for Savvy. There are ways, but just have a way. Do you need me to do anything? Before Savvy could finish her words, Chi Fengling interrupted her, because at this moment, Zhen Tiangang was almost at the time of taking his last breath. Good. Savvy didn't say anything more than she raised her bone staff and waved it, and the otherwise dead trio, including Team Zhang and Zhen Tiangang, staggered to their feet. They walked at an extremely awkward pace and finally converged. It was a strange placement stance. The bodies of the 5 people were placed in a pentagram layout, and that Yuan Tiangang was at the head of the pentagram. Only in the next second, Savvy cut her palm, accompanied by blood flowing onto the 5, and their bodies began to emit a strange glow. LOL. Ka-ching. As time passed minute by minute, something that shocked Chi Fengling happened. The broken and unrecognizable bodies of the 5 first burst apart and then surprisingly began to splice and reorganize. Under Chi Fengling's gaze, the 5 bodies were hardened and fused into one by Savvy, with only the one head, which was still the one belonging to Yuan Tiangang. Lord Fengling, I managed to do it. Putting down her bone staff, Savvy said extremely weakly, and if it wasn't for Chi Fengling's quick reaction, she would have fallen to the ground. Savvy, what happened to you? Holding Savvy's somewhat cold hand, Chi Fengling's eyes were filled with guilt and worry. Name, Savoy * Love White. Race, Undead. Level 3 low. Power, 40. Speed, 40. Spirit, 5 of 220. Physical, 10/40. Skills, Skeleton Summoning. Black Magic Mastery. Skeleton Transformation, disabled for 5 days during Revolt. After seeing Savvy's exact state, Chi Fengling that was even more self-condemned. If he had known that this magic consumed so much to cast, he wouldn't have let Savvy use it. Lord Fengling, Runbai is fine. Runbai is going to rest. Savvy strained to squeeze out a smile before closing her eyes. If not for the fact that Chi Fengling could still feel her breath, he was afraid that he would be able to say that she was dead. Chapter 64. Compare openings with me? Gala. Ha ha ha. Is this what power feels like? Gongzi, I really have to thank you. Just as Chi Fengling put his arm around Savvy to apologize, the strange laughter of Zhen Tiangang that was different came from behind him. Lord Maple Spirit, you need to use a thought, said coincidentally to just right. Just at the moment this voice appeared, Chi Fengling just sent Savvy back to the undead world. Vaguely Chi Fengling heard that Savvy seemed to know what was going on here. Only before the words were finished, Savvy returned to the undead realm. Chi Fengling knew clearly that the current Savvy was in an extremely poor state. Something like this kind of summoning across interfaces was still very damaging to the body, and if he called Savvy over again, he would probably damage her origin. No longer lingering, Chi Fengling turned to look at the Zhen Tiangang who had been revived by the forbidden black magic. Name, Genshin Gang. Race, Undead/Human. Grade, Level 2 low. Power, 50. Speed, 50. Spirit, 50. Physical Fitness, 50. Skill, Flesh and Bone? Simply can't stand it. Chi Fengling is speechless. How is it now a person? Are higher than their own rank? He is also a reborn person to put it bluntly. Plus the SSS inheritance recipient. How can he be so tired of mixing? You are, Jiang Kun? Chi Fengling did not step forward, but instead spoke coldly to Yuan Tiangang. Although it was Zhen Tiangang who had just spoken, Chi Fengling knew that Zhen Tiangang would never speak to himself in that tone. There was also the fact that this black magic of Savvy's was that unstable. He himself had clearly seen Jiang Kun die through before allowing this black magic to be cast. Could it be that Jiang Kun's obsession was too deep? Or that a person who had just died wasn't considered completely dead? Humph. Chi Fengling, right? What a way to learn your name until you die. Across the room, Zhen Tiangang did not dismiss Chi Fengling's guess. but instead looked at himself very playfully. Chi Fengling understood this feeling. It was a feeling of extreme confidence, and with the addition of this feeling, a person would feel invincible. Yes, Zhang Kun was nothing more than an ordinary man before he died. Even if his basic physical qualities were better, he still only had the strength of a mortal. But now, he had directly skipped the transition time of level 1 and directly reached level 2, which made him not even know what it was like to grow up step by step anymore. Let's put it this way, a walking dead man can now break a boulder with one punch, and now that he's seen his enemy, will he be so confident that he'll have a seizure? Sure enough, it's Zhang Kun. Say, what did you do with Zhen Tian Gang? Chi Fengling didn't care about this Zhang Kun. He only wanted to know where the Zhen Tian Gang that made Savvy waste so much effort to resurrect had gone. Don't worry, we are at least comrades in arms. I won't hurt him, but well, from today onwards, he will live in my heart for the rest of his life. Twisting this brand new body, Zhang Kun said playfully. Zhang Kun's meaning wasn't hard to understand. As Chi Fengling, who had read many novels, he naturally knew that Zhang Kun and Yuan Tian Gang's state wasn't a takeover, but a symbiotic relationship. Only now, Zhang Kun had taken over the dominant power of this body and had sealed Yuan Tian Gang inside his body. If he wanted to liberate Yuan Tian Gang, he had to completely obliterate the soul of Zhang Kun. Good, then you can go to hell. Chi Fengling didn't want to talk nonsense with him, summoning that one-thought demon sword and charging towards Zhang Kun. Kid, without that horse, do you think you can still beat me? Seeing Chi Fengling charging towards him alone, Zhang Kun's face was filled with disdain. Flaming skeleton horse? The moment the boss crashed, Chi Fengling sent it back to the undead realm. After all, the flaming skeleton horse had carried most of the damage during the run just now. Wow! In the next second, under Chi Fengling's gaze, Zhang Kun drew out his spine in a watery manner, and in Zhang Kun's hand, the spine that was bloody 1 second turned into a white bone whip in the next second. Name, Zhang Kun / Zhen Tian Gang. Race, Undead / Human. Grade, Level 2 low. Skill, Flesh and Bone. I can freely control my own bones and can accomplish the transformation between bones and flesh and blood. Fortunately, this skill was very general, almost no highlights. Then this Zhang Kun. I'm afraid that he is not his opponent at all. Dang! In the next second, the one-thought devil sword collided with Zhang Kun's bone whip, only that he did not expect that this kind of bone weapon would be able to go 50-50 with the one-thought devil sword. It seemed like he had to accelerate his leveling up. This 1% developed one-thought divine demon sword wasn't even considered an SSS-level weapon. Kid, I didn't expect that. You still have a few more points of strength. However, you'd better die here today. Zhang Kun was only slightly shocked at Chi Fengling's performance. Just as Chi Fengling was puzzled, Zhang Kun's chest suddenly moved, and it looked as if something was about to break out of the ground. Click, click, puff, ha ha ha, kid, you are indeed powerful. I can give you a chance. As long as you are willing to submit to me, I can consider sparing your life. Looking at Chi Fengling, who was collapsed on the ground covering his arm, Zhang Kun's laughter could no longer be suppressed. Just a moment ago, when the two of them were just sparring with each other's strength, that Zhang Kun had actually let his two sternums fly out. The sternum transformed into a sharp sword. If Chi Fengling hadn't reacted fast enough, it probably wouldn't have been as simple as scratching his own arm. Hanging on, is it? Surprisingly, you shouldn't blame me. As he spoke, Chi Fengling summoned the skeleton bone sniper. Bone gun? Humph humph humph. Playing with bones with me is simply playing with a sword in front of the Guangong. I'll show you how powerful I am. Only that Zhang Kun was still very disdainful of Chi Fengling's maneuver. In the next second, from Zhang Kun's body, bones of all sizes flew out, and in that manner, it was almost forming a skeleton man. If Zhang Kun could familiarize himself more with his skill and body, he might be able to accomplish dual body combat with his flesh and bone body. Clunk! Kala! Kala! You, how is it possible? How could you suddenly be that powerful? Looking at the shattered bone whip in his hand, as well as his unbearable bone formation, Zhang Kun's eyes were filled with shock. That was natural. To say that opening up, Chi Fengling was obviously a little bit more powerful. After all, Skeleton Bone Sniper was simply providing 80 points of power. Now Chi Fengling's power could be much more than this Zhang Kun. Clunk! 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 Only, Zhang Kun was clearly unconvinced, and more bones were used by him. Only, these bones were not even hard enough to suppress the skeleton bone snipes in Chi Fengling's hands. You, what are you doing? Where did you get my bones? Looking at the bone fragments that disappeared in front of him, Zhang Kun that was completely confused, and Chi Fengling just wanted to try it out. He remembered that Skeleton Bone Sniper had an effect of absorbing bones. He didn't realize that it was prioritized above Zhang Kun's bones. Chi Fengling, you wait, sooner or later, one day, I want you to pay the price. Seeing that he was completely out of Chi Fengling's league, this Zhang Kun was also not fond of fighting and turned around to escape. But well, This skeleton bone sniper is a gun itself, not a bone stick, and it's time for it to be put to real use. Bang, 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 puff. Only gunshots rang out one after another, and Zhang Kun also fell to the ground in response. Chapter 65. This man, positively evil. Again, it's all bones, but there are differences. Zhang Kun could indeed control the bones freely, but the only bones he could control were the ones that belonged inside his own body. The skeleton bone sniper could also control bones, but it only absorbed unowned bones, like the ones held in Zhang Kun's hands could not, and only those fragments that fell on the ground, or corpses that were already dead, could be absorbed by the skeleton bone sniper. This meant that if Zhang Kun wanted to fight Chi Fengling, he could only hold his bones firmly or keep an eye on his bones at all times, or else he would be devoured by the skeleton bone sniper if he was not careful. How is it possible? I'm this strong, how come bullets can still hurt me? Paralyzed on the ground, Zhang Kun just roared like a madman. In his eyes, he only saw that Chi Fengling was immune to bullet attacks, but he didn't know that Chi Fengling's ability to be immune to bullet attacks stemmed from other blessing enhancements. At the moment, all of Zhang Kun's limbs were hit by skeleton bone snipes, and the bone bullets that did not belong to him were stuck in his body, preventing him from moving normally at all. No, don't, I admit defeat, please let me go, let me go. Seeing Chi Fengling aiming a gun at his head, the unbeatable Zhang Kun finally conceded. No, you can't kill me. If you kill me, Gongzi, he'll die as well. Seeing that Chi Fengling had no intention of letting himself go at all, Zhang Kun then moved out Yuan Tiangang. Hearing the name of Zhen Tiangang, Chi Fengling still hesitated. Not that Chi Fengling liked Zhen Tiangang so much, but because reviving Zhen Tiangang had wasted so much effort from Savvy. Chi Fengling didn't want to let Savvy down. Humph, do you think that this will keep me from killing you? As long as there is a day of your existence, Yuan Tiangang will not be released by you. That seems to be what you said. Thinking of something, Chi Fengling that was once again raised his gun. Compared to letting someone who held a grudge against him live, Chi Fengling could be more willing to completely erase the danger. Your comrade Fengling. How did I come out? Just as Chi Fengling loaded the skeleton bone sniper, Zhang Kun on the ground then suddenly changed his tone. Name, Yuan Tiangang / Zhang Kun. Luckily, Chi Fengling had the blessing of the Eye of the Undead Emperor. Just by looking at the name, Chi Fengling knew that just a moment ago, Zhang Kun had finally returned the dominance of his body back to Zhen Tiangang. No, Team Zhang, you lied to me. I'll never trust you again. Just as Chi Fengling was still hesitating, that Yuan Tiangang actually muttered to himself. Comrade Fengling, kill me now. Team Zhang told me to use my identity to fool you, and then he's going to seek revenge on you. I know that the old Team Zhang will never come back, and I know that you're a good person. Thank you for saving me, but I don't want to see someone using my body to plague others anymore. Staring straight at Chi Fengling in front of him, Zhen Tiangang said very seriously, but you'll die. To be honest, Chi Fengling really didn't want such a person to die. If I live like this, I'd rather die. Comrade Fengling, you shoot. On the ground, Zhen Tiangang closed his eyes and stretched out his hands with an expression of relief. Damn, Gonzo, how could you be so stupid? Chi Fengling, you don't dare to kill me. If you kill me, Gangzi will really die. Suddenly, the Yuan Tiangang in front of him was a change from his normal state. The eyes that belonged to Yuan Tiangang were once again replaced. Name, Zhang Kun / Zhen Tiangang. Click. Chi Fengling didn't want to accompany them any longer and raised his bone sniper to take a shot at Zhang Kun. Comrade Fengling, wait. Captain Zhang has been subdued by me. Don't worry, I won't let him out. On the ground, Zhang Kun but suddenly opened his eyes. He clenched his teeth tightly. His forehead was even more sinewy. His face was also suffocated red, a very difficult expression. But well, name, Zhang Kun / Zhen Tiangang. Only, Chi Fengling, who had the Eye of the Undead Emperor, was not that easy to fool, and this Zhang Kun also understood that Chi Fengling would not be able to let him go. In this current state, he should be trying to suppress Zhen Tiangang from coming out. Yeah, alright then, Gongzi, you have to control yourself. If I find Zhang Kun coming out again, I won't show any more mercy. With that, Chi Fengling turned around, and at the same time, he also retrieved the skeleton bone sniper. Good, Comrade Fengling, just trust me. On the ground, Zhang Kun was still struggling to speak. Looking at the source, Tiangang was doing his best to regain the dominance of his body. Pust, Comrade Fengling, what are you doing? Only a sound of a sharp sword piercing through the chest was heard, and that Zhang Kun showed a very painful and bitter expression. At this moment, a large sword glowing golden green was penetrating Zhang Kun's body, which made him extremely uncomfortable. Aha, what's going on? Why can't I go back? Gongzi, this is Team Zhang, come out. As the one-thought divine sword continued to emit its luster, Zhang Kuna hissed and roared, and Shi Fengling could even see that a gray light was drifting out from within Yuan Tiangang's body. Yes, just a moment ago, Shi Fengling finally was able to understand Savvy's meaning. She should be wanting herself to use the light power of the one-thought divine sword to completely eliminate the evil soul belonging to Zhang Kun from within Yuan Tiangang's body. And what he had just done was just to make Zhang Kun let his guard down so that he could strike a blow. And this time, Yuan Tiangang was no longer fooled by Zhang Kun's words, and under the purification of the divine sword of one thought, Zhang Kun could only keep letting out unwilling curses. Name, Genshin Gang. Race, Undead/Human. It was not until Zhang Kun completely stopped shouting that Shi Fengling completely pulled out the one-thought divine sword, and at this moment, he was really the only one left in Zhen Tiangang's body. This Yuan Tiangang was also worthy of being a level 2 human. After Shi Fengling sucked away the bone bombs from his body, Yuan Tiangang quickly recovered. Comrade Fengling, thank you for saving me. Your great kindness well, good intentions have good rewards. You have yourself to thank for that. This kind of nonsense Shi Fengling didn't want to hear more. He only focused on something more substantial. Yuan Tiangang, I'm going back to Cloud City University. Why don't you come with me? Helping up the kneeling Yuan Tiangang, Shi Fengling asked in a sort of pleading manner. This Yuan Tiangang was all righteousness, and his strength was not weak, so he was indeed qualified to be his teammate. Comrade Maple Spirit, as a soldier, I must be with my unit, even if it is no longer the same as it once was. But there are always people who still look forward to the salvation of the army, even if the former army will never come back, and I will always stand firm, even if I am the last beam of light in the army. Shi Fengling had thought that there was no reason for Zhen Tiangang to refuse. However, this Yuan Tiangang didn't open his mouth, but the moment he opened his mouth, he was full of positive energy, which made Shi Fengling feel that he was positively hairy and evil. This kind of person was indeed very good. Nay, the two of them had completely different ambitions. Shi Fengling could even think that even if he saved him, if he killed people indiscriminately in front of him, he would still come to stop himself. At this moment, Shi Fengling finally realized that it was really right to say that the Tao was different. Fine, I won't stop you wherever you want to go, but I want to know what you'll do when you see me doing evil in the future. Shi Fengling lowered his head, and the one-thought divine sword in his hand also turned into a one-thought devil sword at this moment, because at this moment, Shi Fengling had already made his intentions to decapitate Yuan Tiangang. It was true that Yuan Tiangang was very good, but Shi Fengling wouldn't allow the existence of a powerful enemy who would strike out against him. Comrade Fengling, I believe you're a good man, but, if one day, you are really doing 10 evil things, I will do my best to kill you and then kill myself. I know that my life, I got it from you. Genshin Kon's words were really positively hairy and evil. Okay, you go. Finally, Shi Fengling still put down the one-thought divine demon sword in his hand, because Shi Fengling felt that this person was like a child who had just turned 18 and hadn't experienced the poisonous beatings of society, and there might be a day when he had grown up, and he would realize that there was justice that was built on endless killing. Chapter 66 Surprising Goblins. Well, Comrade Fengling, the mountains and the waters have met. We'll meet again. Ha? What? Blah blah blah. It's see you later. See you later. Shi Fengling also didn't expect that this Yuan Tiangang was still a tease and gave off a silly feeling. At this moment, the two were at the other end of the Yunjiang Bridge, and just now the two had combined their efforts to cross the dangerous bridge without any danger. The end of the world has arrived 17 days ago, and it can really be said that there are no survivors on the Yunjiang Bridge, because the number of people is limited, and the level of zombies is not very high. The only dangerous thing is, this mother ***** zombie will even detonate the car. If not Shi Fengling for Yuan Tiangang blocked a bomb. This young man is afraid not to die in that. Cloud City University, located in the southwest direction of Cloud City, from the skyscraper and Want Fat supermarket over. The nearest road is to take this Cloud River Bridge. As for the location of the Cloud City Army, it was located in the southeast direction of Cloud City, and taking the Cloud River Bridge was also the closest way, which was why the two would work together once more. From the road of adventure just now, the two of them also chatted a little bit. I did not expect. This Yuan Tiangang is only 21 years old this year. This can be really a college to join the army. It seems that his family is still several generations of military heritage. It is no wonder that Yuan Tiangang's positive energy will be so abundant. Along the way, Yuan Tiangang's humor is also to make Shi Fengling's mood better. It is no wonder that the Zheng team a few people cannot afford to kill him. Wait, don't meet later. It seems like someone is coming over. Let's hide for a while. Suddenly, Shi Fengling then keenly sensed the movement not far away, and in a flash, he pulled Yuan Tiangang to a side of the grass. This grass is also not good. Before the end of the world is piled up as garbage. After the end of the world is piled up as corpses, this putrid smell, the two almost did not vomit out. As the two entered the grass not a moment later, two humanoid creatures with sticks in their hands and dark green skin appeared where they had just been. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this, like, a kobold? Shoo, shut up. Chief Fengling really hated to slap this kid. That movement of his had directly attracted the attention of those two classes of people. In fact, Genshin was right. These two people really look exactly like the kobolds in the manga. They were only about 1 meter 3. Their skin was dark green. Their noses and ears were exceptionally pointed. Their two canine teeth were exposed. Their eyes glowed blue. And the nails on their hands and feet were exceptionally long. They were basically shirtless. And the only piece of cloth on their entire body was to hold their crotch. ## and dollar. Oh, exempt. Let you learn a foreign language. See, is it not understand? Covering the mouth of the source Tian Gang, Chief Fengling then came to a sentence quietly. Aha! Listening to this, Yuan Tian Gang also widened his eyes. If it wasn't for Chief Fengling covering his mouth, he would have said something high and low. Obviously, these two kobolds were speaking kobold language. Not to mention Yuan Tian Gang, Chief Fengling couldn't understand them either. In the Blue Planet, the powerful Chinese nation had made the world's common language Chinese in 2032, so there was no need for Gen Tian Gang to learn a foreign language. Well, Yuan Tian just didn't say anything, but he had already pulled out his bone knife. That meaning was self-evident. In the eyes of a soldier, there has always been a belief in the saying, that is, those who are not of my race will have different hearts. So when they saw the kobolds coming towards the two Gen Tian Gang, that didn't give them a bit of goodwill and was ready to intercept them. Wait, except that Chief Fengling didn't want to kill them just like that, probably still out of curiosity. In his last life, until his own death, Blue Star only had battles between humans, zombies, and mutant beasts, and creatures like kobolds were something Chief Fengling had never seen before. Chief Fengling wanted to know how the hell they came to Blue Star, and since kobolds were originally swarming creatures, Chief Fengling was going to use these two kobolds to directly find their tribe. Rustling. It was also fortunate that it was Chief Fengling who reacted quickly, dragging the corpse aside as soon as he could, and then deliberately revealing one of the corpse's arms. Ow! This was the sound of a zombie, and in the post-apocalyptic world, this kind of sound was also the one that everyone heard the most, and this was a sound that Chief Fengling had also learned a long time ago. Yen and asterisk %#, hashtag percent asterisk and dollar. You can't tell. It worked, and after seeing the arm again, while another kobold was about to continue on, another kobold pulled it away. Which was this moment? Name, Goblin Warrior. Race, Beast Elf. Level 1 medium. Power, 9. Speed, 12. Spirit, 7. Physical fitness, 30. Skill, short and sharp. Kobolds are extremely strong and quick to recover, so as long as they have a breath of air, they can survive. Hypergamy gene. Kobolds are so fertile that they can impregnate any flesh and blood female creature with a greatly shortened birth cycle, and they prefer women of other races. Name, Kobold Stallion. Race, Beast Elf. Level, first class lower. Power, 6. Speed, 6. Spirit, 4. Physique, 18. Skills, short and sweet. Super pregnant genes. This was all the information about these two kobolds, and after reading this, Chief Fengling only wanted to say that the manga was really sincere. This goblin warrior Chief Fengling can still accept it. But what is the matter with this goblin stallion? It is hard to believe that he is specifically used to pass on the generation. So is it not a donkey of the production team? Only when Chief Fengling saw certain parts of his body, the previous doubts were swept away. No wonder one of them was a goblin warrior and one of them got to be a goblin stallion. Because that goblin stallion thing? It was really ridiculously big, probably a few pounds chopped off. After hesitating for a while, the two kobolds still left the place, leaving the two of them to cover their crotches with an embarrassed face. Comrade Maple Spirit, this kobolds don't look like good things. Why don't you let me kill them? Seeing the goblins walking away, Gen Tian Gang also let out his doubts. Who says I don't want to kill them? But have you seen the anime about kobolds? Seen? What's wrong? Apparently, Gen Tiangong's brain seemed to be a bit underused, giving him such an intelligent name for nothing. You don't know that after seeing you. Is a kobold a lone wolf? Chief Fengling said with a slight roll of his eyes. Oh, you mean, you're a fool. If you don't stop them, they'll go far away. Chief Fengling was also speechless, pulling Gen Tian Gang along. I see, Comrade Fengling, do you think that the goblins must have a tribe or something in Cloud City? We are going to go and kill them all in one go. After being pulled along by Chief Fengling for quite a while, Gen Tian Gang also revealed a wise expression. Yes, and ha. In the future, when someone asks you, don't say you're called Yuan Tian Gang, you're still called Yuan Benshu. Ha, why my parents gave me my name, even if it's hard to hear. I Alright, shut the hell up. They seem to have found something? Chi Fongling reacted a bit faster and directly pressed Jen Tiangang down. And the next second, the two kobolds did look back quickly. But well, Chi Fongling was able to live for so long in his last life. His skills of detection and concealment were still very high, which allowed Chi Fongling to directly anticipate their preconceptions. Sure enough, the kobold warrior continued on after hitting the kobold stallion in the head. Chapter 67 Unknown Living Sacrifice. Comrade Fongling? What's wrong with you, Comrade Fongling? Say something, you're scaring me. Following the two kobolds for 5 minutes, during which time Chi Fongling didn't say a word, which also confused Yuan Tiangang who was on the side. He gently shook Chi Fongling's arm, hoping that he could answer his own 2 sentences. Stop it for me. I'm fine, just follow me. Leave me alone for now. I want to do something big. Finally, Chi Fongling still couldn't take it anymore and turned around to cover Jen Tiangang's mouth again. Seeing that Chi Fongling wasn't stunned, Yuan Tiangang didn't push Chi Fongling away. He just stared wide-eyed and nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. At this moment, Chi Fongling wasn't dazed. He was now splitting into 2 spirits. The first was continuing to track the kobolds, while the second spirit was connecting to the undead realm. Yes, Chi Fongling was trying to mentally communicate to Savvy, who definitely hadn't recovered much by now, but it shouldn't be as weak as it was in the beginning. It wasn't like Chi Fongling wanted her to do anything very tiring. Chi Fongling just wanted to see if Savvy could give herself the ability to temporarily understand the kobold language. Meanwhile, the realm of the undead. On the bed of the small white bone building, Savvy slowly raised the skeleton bone staff to the side, and after reciting the incantation, he swung it at Chi Fongling's projection. In the next second, that black energy actually did pass through the projection to Chi Fongling. At this moment, Chi Fongling was becoming more and more impressed with Savvy. It seemed that having Savvy was the same as having an all-powerful 100 treasure chest. Ahem, Genshin Kong I've told you to read more when you have time. See, now that the kobold is talking you don't understand. After getting a boost of black magic, Chi Fongling wanted to tease this bean. What are you talking about? Is it hard for you to understand? I don't believe that your Cloud City University would teach goblin language. By Chi Fongling saying so, Yuan Tiangang's already white eyes that were even whiter. He didn't even dare to think about what kind of insanity Chi Fongling was having to be able to say such words. Well, you don't believe me, do you? Then I'm bound to disbelieve it. Yuan Tiangang was excited because he suspected that Chi Fongling was treating him like a little cutie. Okay, if I can understand kobold language and still communicate with them, you must trust me unconditionally for once. Fine, but if you don't understand, you have to come back to the barracks with me. Thinking for less than 3 seconds, Jen Tiangang agreed to Chi Fongling's gamble because in his opinion, Chi Fongling was just bluffing. Moreover, he seemed to appreciate Chi Fongling and wanted to drag him into the army to help more people. Isn't that a dream? The army, it's already changing. Fine, just wait. You'll understand when the time comes. Chi Fongling naturally wouldn't play a bet that he wasn't sure of, but he wouldn't mind breaking the contract if he really lost. Yen and asterisk percent hashtag, asterisk hashtag and $%, percent dollar hashtag asterisk. It was also really coincidental that right after Chi Fongling and his duo had just made a bet, the two kobolds exchanged words, and by the looks of it, there was a disagreement between them. Well, what are they talking about? Ganma Tiangang crossed his arms and gave an expression of preparing to watch a clown show. What? Can't understand it. I told you that you're pretending. Seeing that Chi Fongling didn't say anything for a long time, Yuan Tiangang that was more confident. I'll give you that, but you have to calm down. Chi Fongling was serious. It looked like what the kobold said was abominable. Okay, go ahead. They said that their chief was ready to start the sacrifice and that they had to hurry back. The other kobold said he found human scent here. Might as well capture it and increase the sacrifice. Then the two had a conflict. But now, they decided to capture the human back first. Chi Fongling said in a cold tone with a dark face. The words of the kobolds were clear. They were making some kind of sacrifice with human lives, either to strengthen them or to summon more partners to the blue planet. How could they? Visible to the naked eye, there was already anger on Genshin Khan's face. Bam! Dang! Boom! All that was heard was the sound of a stick whacking against a broken door, and the next second the two kobolds were pouring into a room. Well, going up or not? Seeing the kobold enter the house, Genshin Khan was ready to follow. Listen to me carefully, if you just want to save 2 people, you go now. I won't stop you. If you want to save more people, and want to exterminate this group of kobolds in their entirety, you hold back now. What do I do? What do you do? Chi Fongling did not stop Yuan Tiangang, but reasoned with him. As he finished saying this, Chi Fongling already had plans. If Yuan Tiangang was on now, he would choose to go straight back to Yunshine University. because by killing these two kobolds, they wouldn't know where the kobold's lair was, and Chi Fengling wouldn't bother wasting his time looking for someone. The key was that the goblin leader's sacrifice must have succeeded at that time. Rather than face the unknown and possible danger of losing his life, Chi Fengling was more reason to stay alive and become stronger. Why? After struggling for a long time, Zhen Tiangang still squatted back to Chi Fengling, seeing that although the source Tiangang was a bit reckless, he still had a big picture view. Such a friend, he could indeed make. Ah, who are you? Let me go. Let me go. Rip. Let go of my wife. Let go of her. I'll fight you. Soon enough, the two kobolds came out of the house. While at the moment the two kobolds had each grabbed a human. Shut the up. Here's what the kobolds said. Since Chi Fengling can understand it now, it's just written out like this. Remember, Zhen Tiangang still can't understand it. Only heard a scream. The kobold warrior that was a stick on the man's mouth. All of a sudden the man lost a large part of his teeth. The pain made him unable to speak for half a day. And the reason the man was so excited was precisely because the kobold stallion on the other side of the room, as soon as he came out, tore the clothes from the woman's body. And looking at the kobold stallion, it was as if he wanted to have a mating in situ. What's the hurry? There's plenty of time for you to get high. And if we delay the chief's sacrifice, it's no use chopping that thing off of you. Also, just as the giant thing was about to break through the door, a kobold warrior stepped aside to stop him. Even though the goblin warrior said it in such a proper way, out of their nature, it also made the goblin warrior have a physical reaction. On the side, Zhen Tiangang's fists had already clenched into a green color. It could be seen that he was really angry. The whole time, the woman didn't put up much of a fight, not because the woman gave in, but because, well, the woman ran out of steam. It was obvious that this was also a couple in distress, and the fact that the man still had strength meant that they didn't have much food. It should be that the woman eats very little, and she should be giving up all her food to her husband, who she hopes will survive, and then is looking for food to keep herself alive as well. Alright, little beauty, let's see how I'll clean you up when I get back. At the mention of their leader, the goblin stallion surprisingly softened a lot in an instant, and by the looks of it, their leader should be ruthless. After beating the man again, the kobold warrior and kobold stallion then proceeded to the city with the fallen couple. Only the two of them didn't know that two executioners, full of killing intent, were following them silently. Chapter 68 Third Floor Stage. Come if you have life. Twisted but dry. While trailing the two kobolds along the way, Chi Fengling and the two of them arrived at the largest yoga club in Cloud City, which was called Twisted but Dry. This place was still known to Chi Fengling, because before the end of the world, many female students from Yuncheng University would also come here, which included Zhouing, yoga, an art and a sport where strangers can get close to each other. Chi Fengling didn't like this, but for some reason, a lot of girls liked it. It can be said that 70% of this yoga club is filled with girls, and a large portion of the remaining 30% of guys, who are not really into yoga, come here just to get close to the girls. Then associating it with the habits of the kobolds, Chi Fengling instantly understood. Kobolds don't like females of their own race, and they especially like females of the humanoid race, for which they have also evolved super-sensitive noses. It could be said that as long as there was a woman present in the nearby kilometers, they could more or less capture the smell of it, and it was that the higher their rank was, the further they could smell it, and some could even smell that it was a female trait. And this yoga club, that's where the most female flavors are. It's no wonder that the kobolds have formulated this place as a lair. After the arrival of the end of the world, the yoga club was also affected. The most obvious can be seen. A lot of glass upstairs are broken. It seems that to the last moment, many girls chose to jump off the building. Twisted but Dryer's doorway. The two kobolds that were very cautious to observe the situation for a week. After making sure that no one was there, they even took off their already scarce cloths, and then pissed around. Vomit. Even though Chi Fengling and them were separated by 100 meters, Chi Fengling was then smoked by the strange smell of urine. Such a strong smell of urine, that was 100% capable of masking the scent of human beings. It's no wonder that the place rarely seems to get damaged by the walkers anymore. Only, that's not good. If the place is rarely damaged by walkers, it means that the kobolds probably showed up at Blue Star a long time ago, combined with the kobolds' already super fast reproduction rate. If nothing else, I'm afraid that there are already human women giving birth to kobolds. After peeing, the two stopped hesitating and entered the yoga club, dragging the human who was taller than them. Comrade Fengling, if we just go over like this, won't they find out? Seeing Chi Fengling just strutting over like that, Yuan Tiangang was a bit flustered. Afraid of what? Didn't I tell you? They're holding a ritual right now. They won't send anyone to guard it at all. Now, we have to speed up. After casually explaining to Yuan Tiangang, Chi Fengling quickly walked towards the inside of the club. Ha, TSK, TSK, TSK. It can be really disgusting. In the past, Chi Fengling also came here very often, because there are more women here. The hygiene of this place that is very good, even the air is fragrant. And now, Chi Fengling hated to seal all of his nose and mouth. One more breath of this air would be blasphemy to his lungs. Just as soon as he entered the club, Chi Fengling smelled a monstrous stench, a smell that had kobold urine, human feces, stinky meat, bad blood, and a special liquid. How to say it? It's the smell that makes you want to die. No wonder kobolds were low on the list of any other creatures, precisely because they were very unhygienic, but their vitality was on the other hand tenacious, which made them pressurized and unafraid of harboring any viruses. Comrade Fengling, I feel like I'm dirty. Before he could walk for a while, Zhen Tiangang revealed an extremely disgusted expression. Damn, don't say such words to me, haha, make it seem as if I've done something to you. Hearing this, Chi Fengling then unconsciously moved a little further away from Yuan Tiangang. It's hard not to believe that this soldier brother is a sissy. Comrade Fengling, I don't mean that. I mean, how miserable those female compatriots are living. This Yuan Tiangang was also bullish, and his ability to bring in misery was number one. Don't go crazy later, huh? You want to play the hero but don't get me killed. Listening to these words, Chi Fengling only felt that when Yuan Tiangang saw that miserable scene, he would go crazy and rush straight up. Comrade Fengling, don't worry, if you don't go on, I won't go on either. You this. Forget it, follow me. Chi Fengling was really speechless. This Yuan Tiangang really can't talk. What he meant was like, two people were playing a game, and Zhen Tiangang was playing as a support, but he also favored Chi Fengling, the C position, to go face scouting the bushes. The path inside the yoga club was very mixed, and there were rooms of various sizes, so Chi Fengling didn't dare to follow too close, and the price for this was that the two had lost track of the kobolds. Only well, the source of Tiangang is very panicked, but Chi Fengling is not panicked at all. After all, this place can be too familiar with their own. Chi Fengling guessed where the goblins will be. In the yoga club, there's a particularly large and well-decorated ballroom, so you could say that the entire third floor is one big ballroom. It seems, and is rumored, that the reason for building this big three-story ballroom is that some of the leaders especially like to see thousands of enchanting women, wearing revealing clothes, giving them a communal dance. Soon, with Chi Fengling leading the way, the two of them arrived outside the door of the large third-floor ballroom. Sure enough, Chi Fengling hadn't guessed wrong, because before he even entered the door, Chi Fengling smelled an even worse odor, as if all the stench in this place came from here. Ah, oh great kobold god king, I am your most devout follower, Branth** Donald. Today I will offer you my heart in this brand new land. I will sacrifice fresh flesh and blood to make way for you in this world. Look favorably upon my callings, devour their souls, slaughter their flesh, and grant me and my people the slightest blessing, and I will be forever subservient to thee. Comrade Maple Spirit, what's all the gibberish inside? Outside the door, Zhen Tiangang that was in a daze, because he didn't know what that kobold inside was barking at. How to say it? It's the words that are said against one's will before praying to the gods. Chi Fengling didn't have the leisure to recount that kobold's words all over again. Anyway, it meant to show sincerity. Chief, we're back, and with new humans. Well, that's good. Come on over here. You two wait a minute. Are these the only two humans you've encountered? Chi Fengling couldn't see what was happening inside, but he could hear that the kobold leader looked like he had discovered something. Puff. Yes, chief. We only encountered these two. All of a sudden, the two kobolds fell to their knees. Their tone was trembling. It was obvious that they were scared. Whoosh. Boom. Look out. Seeing that there was no sound for half a day, Chi Fengling seemed to have sensed something and pulled Zhen Tiangang and ran towards the front. In the next second, the two of them were bombarded by a ball of light where they had just been hiding, and fortunately, the power of the ball of light was not very great. You two losers, you're being followed and you still don't realize it? Holding up the bone scepter in his hand, the goblin leader said in a very angry manner. And just now, because of dodging the attack, Chi Fengling and Yuan Tiangang also appeared within the vision of all the goblins. At this moment, all the images of the three-story grand ballroom, that was completely taken in by the duo. Chapter 69. You're all garbage. The memories of the past are as old as ever, but the fallen ballroom is not what it used to be, because they were attacked by the goblin leader. The two's vision was still exposed to all the goblins, and this allowed Chi Fengling to see the current scene. The once smooth and shiny floor had long since disappeared, replaced by layer after layer of thick paste-like objects. Without even thinking about it, this paste was coalesced from blood, urine, feces, and special liquids, and just stepping on it made Chi Fengling feel nauseous, because the paste is too soft. My own shoes have long been broken. the paste seems to seep into the shoes. Goblins, themselves, also possess some of the elven bloodline, which gives them a high level of creative ability as well. The large stage today was filled with simple tents piled up by the kobolds with all kinds of materials, and this was a form of habitation for tribal life now. At the moment, all the kobolds stood around the kobold leader, and in the middle of the large ballroom, an alien spell was supposedly depicted in blood. In the middle of the phalanx, those were human men who were stripped naked, covered in wounds, with weak breath and painted totems, and by the looks of them, they should have been tortured quite a bit. The reason why there were no women in the phalanx wasn't because the kobolds had a bit of a conscience. It was because the human women had had a much worse time. At the other end of the ballroom, in the simple tent built by the kobolds, the human women were locked in there, just as naked as they were. Their eyes were lax, their bodies were covered in scratches and stench, and what was even more annoying was that the bellies of individual human women were already slightly bulging, and a bit of them had even reached the point of going into labor. It seems that this goblin's reproductive ability is really strong. It's only been more than 10 days since the end of the world, and they've already made humans conceive their heirs. And even more frightening, on the other side of the tent, 3 women were holding a child, either breastfeeding or teasing, and by the looks of them, the child was clearly their own. But how could they allow a human woman to raise a human child here in Koboldland? Can't even think about it anymore? Those kids, they must be kobold hatchlings too. Humans, you still have some skills, but after interfering with our rituals, you will surely die. Waving the scepter in his hand, the kobold leader seemed to be about to cast some kind of magic again. Name, Kobold Wizard, Blues * Toner. Race, Beast Elf. Rank, Peak Level 1. Power, 10. Speed, 15. Spirit, 65. Physical fitness, 70. Skills, short, concise, super pregnant genes. Proficiency in low-level magic, can use all kinds of low-level magic and can understand any language. The goblin chief said something so scary that Chief Foamling also had to open his attribute panel. But at this look, Chief Foamling rolled his eyes. He thought how strong this goblin leader could be. Wasn't this just a lowly version of Savvy? Savvy himself was barely able to subdue it at a mid-level 1. That was to say nothing of this much weaker kobold leader. By the looks of it, it should be that when the end times came, a dimensional gate appeared in the kobold's world, and this kobold led his men down. As for the goblin god king that Bruiser * Donor had just spoken of, that looked to be a mythic level or higher powerhouse. Like a powerhouse of that level, his followers were countless, and a creature like a kobold that could easily survive and reproduce was feared to number in the hundreds of billions. So it would be strange that the kobold god king would pay attention to him. Human, what kind of expression is that? Are you looking down on me? Or are you blaspheming our god king? This goblin leader was worthy of being a sorcerer, and Chief Foamling's micro-expression changes were all easily captured by him. I'm sorry, don't get me wrong, I'm not targeting you. I'm saying that all the goblins present, and your goblin god king, are all garbage. Chief Foamling didn't pretend anymore, and the mocking words that came straight out of his mouth. Once these words came out, all of the kobolds, including the kobold leader, were enraged as they screamed and danced the wooden sticks in their hands, about to strike at Chief Foamling. Comrade Foamling, you really know how to speak goblin language. I, Yuan Tian Gang, admire you, and also, your Yincheng University is also a cow. Seeing Chief Foamling really communicating with the kobolds, Yuan Tian Gang's eyes were nothing but shock and admiration. However, Chief Foamling, rolled her eyes. This Yuan Tian Gang was too good at cheating. If there wasn't an apocalypse, Cloud City University wouldn't be able to teach goblin language even if it existed for another 100 years. Comrade Foamling, what should we do? I'm the one who harmed you, or else I'll hold the fort while you go first. The kobolds were weak on average, but there were more than 30 of them. With the large number of people, their morale was also boosted, and this scene clearly bluffed the unseen Gentian Gang. As the saying goes, a man in need is a man in need. Although this Yuan Tian Gang was a bit dull, he was still a very good person. Yes? Thank you. But well, I think I can one-up them. All of them. Pointing at the group of dwarfs, Chief Foamling's eyes were filled with mockery. What can be done? The strongest kobold leader here are at the peak of the first level, and his strength is only up to 10 points. I'm afraid that Chief Foamling is not holding the one-thought divine demon sword, and he can be chopped up by a single blow. Ah, are they that weak? I look okay with that, Chief. This instant, Gentian Gang was also confused. He thought Chief Foamling would say, let's fight side by side once more words. Little ones, humans dare to insult us, dare to desecrate our god king. Can you bear it? Can't. Then do you dare to fight for your lives? Dare. Alright then, let's go on and kill them for me. This goblin leader was also powerful, and with just 3 words, he completely mobilized the goblins, and after a roar, the kobolds charged, dancing with the great clubs they held. Whoa! Ah! Yikes! Although humans and kobolds did not speak the same language, the screams when suffering pain and death were the same. Just seeing Chi Fengling wielding the one-thought demon sword and Yuan Tiangang slashing out the bone blade, with just a light strike, that kobold was easily defeated by the two of them. Comrade Fengling, what are you doing? Isn't this a bit? Seeing Chi Fengling frantically mending his sword against the corpse of the already dead goblin, Zhen Tiangang's face then was a bit puzzled. Turn around and see for yourself. Chi Fengling didn't want to explain too much, so she pointed to the goblins that had just been hacked to death by Yuan Tiangang. It was a shock to see that the kobolds that had just been chopped up by Yuan Tiangang's blade, the broken pieces of their bodies seemed to be able to move, and it looked as if they were trying to put it all together. It can't be. Kobolds have such a tenacious life force? Seeing this scene, Zhen Tiangang's eyes all widened. Or else, do you think I'm going to put aside here to chop up corpses to vent my anger? Chi Fengling shrugged his shoulders and said very plainly, because these kobolds were not their own opponents at all. The reason why kobolds were fierce was because of their endless numbers, and their tenacious vitality. However, right now, the number of goblins wasn't very large, plus their individual strength was weak, so Chi Fengling wasn't afraid of them at all. Creatures are afraid of death, and that certainly includes the kobolds. After seeing Chi Fengling slash the kobolds into pieces with each sword, slashing them beyond death, those kobolds shrugged. The reason why they just dared to go on was firstly because they were compelled by the goblin leader, and secondly they were just certain that they still had a chance to be revived. And now, they had seen that Chi Fengling had completely cut off the possibility of their resurrection. Soldiers, sons and daughters, on behalf of the Kobold God King, I will grant you immortality. Now, all charge me. Just as the kobolds were cowering, that kobold leader was the one who snapped again, with just a wave of his scepter. A green light flooded into all the kobolds. The ability to not die? That's pretty sick. Chapter 70. Come even if you're dead. How many soldiers bump their heads when a brainless officer yells? The kobold leader was not a brainless officer, but his behavior was now similar to that of a brainless officer. And this group of kobolds, one by one, just like a silly ball, that is to say what to believe, now they, no longer afraid of death, carrying a big stick will continue to Chi Fengling duo rush to, blessing of immortality? Isn't that bull asterisk? If there really was this kind of powerful blessing, how could the goblin chief shrug like that? Moreover, the goblin chief was only a mere peak level 1 beast elf, and he only knew low-level magic. What made him know the immortal blessing? Obviously, the kobold leader had lied to the group of kobolds, but the only thing that would reassure the kobolds would be that their leader did not choose to run away. Dug out. Yuan Tiangang, quickly help me top. We must kill the goblin leader as soon as possible. Just after seeing the behavior of the goblin leader, Chi Fengling that was startled. At this moment, the kobold leader, stood in the center of the sacrifice. He held the scepter in his hand and recited an incantation under his breath. There was no need to even think about it. He was going to continue the sacrifice. To be honest, Chi Fengling wasn't afraid that his sacrifice would succeed because the mythic level goblin god king wouldn't give a damn about him. What Chi Fengling was afraid of was, once this kind of sacrifice was successfully operated, whether or not they got feedback from the other party, those humans who served as sacrifices would lose their lives. Chi Fengling originally didn't care about the lives of this group of people, but now, the kobolds were foreigners, and in front of the foreigners, Chi Fengling still wanted to be united first. It's like the history of the Chinese nation. She can allow Han Chinese to fight each other for their own territories, but once a foreigner comes to invade, Han Chinese can all put aside their past hatred and join forces to fight against the invading foreigner, except for a few silly balls. Okay, don't worry and leave it to me, even if I die, I won't let them get close to you. Glancing at the goblin leader in the distance, Zhen Tiangang instantly understood Chi Fengling's meaning. Just by listening to his words, one could tell that at this moment, he truly admired Chi Fengling as a person. Don't look at Chi Fengling's surface doesn't care about other people's deaths and lives, but when it comes to the critical moment, he will still find a way for people to think. Such a person can be much better than those people who smile and hide the dagger, and who are not in the right place. In front of him, there were hordes of kobold warriors who were not afraid to die, and he could indeed cut them down one by one, but the price for that would be that the kobold leader completed the sacrifice. Putting down the one-thought divine demon sword in his hand, Chi Fengling then quickly crouched down, while in the next second, a sniper rifle made of skeletons appeared in his hand. Bang! Boo! Ah! A gunshot rang out and a scream was heard, only to see that the goblin warrior who was blocking in front of Chi Fengling was directly shot in the head. I don't know if the power of the skeleton bone sniper was too great, or if the ordinary kobold's head was too weak, but just with this shot, the kobold's head was reduced to a powdery form. It was safe to say that the kobold didn't need to mop up anymore, as he was already dead as dead could be. Zhen Tiangang, the situation was urgent. Chi Fengling didn't want to say too much. He only hoped that Zhen Tiangang would understand him in seconds. Yes. Sure enough, Chi Fengling hadn't gambled wrongly, and Yuan Tiangang that had understood Chi Fengling's meaning in seconds, only to see all the bones in his body fly out after Yuan Tiangang let out a violent yell, and Yuan Tiangang himself even directly lunged his flesh in front of Chi Fengling. The good thing about this was that the goblins blocking Chi Fengling's vision were completely pulled away by Zhen Tiangang, and the bad thing about this was that Zhen Tiangang took a large amount of damage all at once. When Yuan Tiangang sold his life like this, Chi Fengling naturally wouldn't let it down. Locking onto the goblin leader's head and pulling the trigger, a shot was fired again. Bang! Click! Shocked. This wave was something Chi Fengling didn't expect. The bone bullet did shoot out, and the target was the head of the goblin leader. The kobold leader was also too preoccupied with the ritual to notice the projectile coming in, which was supposed to be a one-shot kill, only for a sudden change to occur. Chi Fengling didn't even think that the simple scepter in the hands of the goblin chief had the effect of generating a boundary, and that flick down just now just broke that boundary. What was even more impressive was that Chi Fengling's shot not only broke the goblin leader's boundary, but also blew up the scepter in the goblin leader's hand. Good news. The kobold leader has no defense left. Bad news. The kobold leader has realized that Chi Fengling is in a headlock. Everyone, stop him for me. Stop him. Don't worry. With me here, you're not dead, all of you. Dropping the already broken scepter in his hand, the goblin leader pointed at Chi Fengling and shouted, "Go on, charge, kill, for the chief. For Lord God King, seems like it's good to have a small brain." That's no brain. The kobolds can't even realize this. The kobold leader is completely unconcerned with their lives. Aha! Comrade Fengling, shoot quickly. I won't be able to hold out much longer. Among the kobolds, Yuan Tiangang had already been hit all over his body, but in order to allow Chi Fengling to hit the kobold leader, he stiffly didn't take a step back. But, the goblin warriors were already surging up, and their own vision was once again blocked. Damn! Whatever. After letting out a deep breath, Chi Fengling didn't care about these disgusting goblins, and his entire body rushed into the goblin group just like Zhen Tiangang. Sure enough, as soon as he got close to the kobolds, Chi Fengling smelled a stronger stench. Enduring the nausea from the drool that flowed onto his body and the pain from the bites that had already been inflicted on him, Chi Fengling, on the other hand, raised his gun once again. Bang! A shot that lives up to the hype and closes with a headshot. How is that possible? I don't. Bang! Puff! Chi Fengling wouldn't give the goblin leader a chance to say his last words, and shot the goblin leader in the head again. This kobold leader deserved to be the leader. Besides, he could use some magic. His head was also harder than the other kobolds. These two shots didn't make his head explode. Damn it, get the hell out of here. Seeing the goblin leader completely fall, Chi Fengling no longer endured. With the one-thought divine demon sword in his hand, 4 or 5 goblins met their deaths on the spot. You lowly creatures, your leader is dead, and you still believe in the so-called immortal blessing? Retreated, while Chi Fengling spoke in goblin. How? How can that be? The chief Sama is dead. Doesn't Lord Chief know undead magic? How could he die? What to do? What are we going to do when the chief Sama is dead? Wait. The chief lord doesn't seem to be dead. I see his fingers moving. Yeah, that's right. I saw it too. After Chi Fengling finished speaking, the kobolds first panicked, and then, it seemed as if a kobold saw their leader's finger move. How is it possible? Is it a scam, or a muscle reflex? Dig the groove. Really? When Chi Fengling looked over, the goblin chief's fingers did still move a bit, and that action, it seemed like he was completing the sacrificial spell on the ground. It was also at this moment that the spell formation, which was still a pale light, was a green light. At this moment, Chi Fengling knew that it was over, because the goblin chief's sacrifice was still completed. Chapter 71 Bad Formation Out of God's Envoys. No, I'm so hard. No, I don't want to die yet. Somebody help me. Only to see the green light over the phalanx flourish, and in the next second, the human men who were still in the phalanx then let out a heartbreaking roar, and when Chi Fengling fixed his eyes, that raised hand was still lowered, because it was too late. It was only just that second that a force from nowhere began to crazily suck the life force of those men, and in less than 3 seconds of their cries, those men were completely turned into human trunks. It's literally a human, having had all the essence and blood sucked out of their bodies alive, and at the moment, they're dead as a skin and a rack of bones. You damn kobolds. The scene in front of him only made Chi Fengling feel pathetic, but on the other side, Zhen Tiangong's anger came up all of a sudden. Only after he yelled a few times, most of the bones in his body returned to his body, which gave him a boost in strength. After violently breaking away from the goblins, Genshin Kong began to decimate the goblins who were starting to get scared. Seeing that Yuan Tiangang had already entered a state of insanity, Qi Fengling didn't want to put in any more effort. Instead he crouched down on the ground and used his gun to aim at the kobolds that were preparing to flee. Yes, by this moment, some of the kobolds finally reacted, and they finally realized that the immortal blessing was a fake. Only now, did they have the chance to be able to run? The bloody slaughter lasted for 10 whole minutes. These 10 minutes Qi Fengling didn't dance the one-thought divine demon sword. He just crouched in place and shot and sniped at the kobolds who wanted to run away. As for the task of completely killing the kobolds, Qi Fengling gave him to Yuan Tiangang. Anyway, there was no experience value in killing kobolds, so what was the point of wasting that effort for nothing? At this moment, the bodies of kobolds were lying all over the entire third floor of the grand ballroom, and a bit of the kobolds even tried to get help from their leader, and their bodies fell on top of the kobold leader. What an irony! Qi Fengling had indeed guessed correctly. For a peak level 1 goblin to want to speak to a mythic level goblin god king was simply a dream. Calm down, then do me a favor now. Seeing that Yuan Tiangang had calmed down, Qi Fengling then had a small request for Yuan Tiangang, because at this moment, the body of the goblin leader was lying with the corpses of 7 or 8 goblins. Wasn't this a natural undead blood altar? Now all that was needed was for Zhen Tiangang to drag the bodies of the remaining goblins over there, and Qi Fengling would be able to perform an undead blood sacrifice. You say, if this makes the goblin chief know that his hard-earned sacrifice didn't work, and instead, his own body became a sacrifice, will he be furious? Comrade Fengling, thank you for letting me vent out. I'm willing to help with anything. Withdrawing his bone knife, Zhen Tiangang that was all serious. It's not much, just help me pile over all these kobold corpses. Comrade Fengling, you're going to overpower them? Yuan Tiangang was also a cow. How could he think of this? Then if I tell you that I am also a sorcerer, do you believe me? Qi Fengling rolled his eyes and said in a slightly flirtatious manner, Comrade Fengling, even though they're dead, they're still our compatriots. How can you use them as sacrifices? After hearing Qi Fengling's words, Zhen Tiangang that was shocked stopped his hand movements, because the location of the kobold bodies was not far from the human man's body. Genshin just assumed that Qi Fengling was going to use them all as sacrifices. Buzz. What the heck? I didn't mean that. No, Zhen Tiangang, run, get out of there. Qi Fengling was about to explain to Yuan Tiangang when he suddenly heard a strange sound coming from where the goblin chief's sacrificial phalanx was. Although he didn't know what was going to happen, instinct told Qi Fengling that it wasn't a good sign. What? Zhen Tiangang naturally did not understand. He still wanted to look back, but an invisible force controlled him in place, only to see a greener light emerge from the spell formation cast in human men, and it was as if there was a shadow in the light, directly dragging down Zhen Tiangang, who was about to run. What was even more terrifying was that Qi Fengling could see that Yuan Tiangang's flesh and blood seemed to be being sucked. Not good. The goblin chief's sacrifice might have succeeded. That shadowy figure might be the goblin god king, and he should, right now, be sucking away Zhen Tiangang's life force. You wish for it? Without going into too much consideration, Qi Fengling then instantly pulled out the one-thought divine demon sword. This time, probably because Qi Fengling was eager to save his friend, this thought divine demon sword was in the state of a thought divine sword as soon as it appeared. Whoosh, whoosh, only to see Qi Fengling clenching his teeth and exerting all his strength to swing 2 swords at the imaginary shadow, while in the next second, 2 golden-green sword shadows hit on top of the imaginary shadow. This is the power of light? Under the light wave attack of the one-thought divine sword, the void still put down the controlled Zhen Tiangang, and the void even spoke out. Name, Kobold Messenger. Race, Beast Elf. Status, Idea Void. Rank, Other Attributes? Qi Fengling didn't dare to be arrogant and opened the Undead Emperor's eye in one go, while part of the information of this shadowy figure flooded into Qi Fengling's brain. Fortunately, this wasn't the Goblin God King's original body. If it was the original body that had come, I'm afraid that the silhouette would have been able to instantly kill Qi Fengling and Yuan Tiangang. God's messenger? As the name suggests, he should be the messenger of the Goblin God King, but that shouldn't be the case. The goblin leader here was only a mere pinnacle of level 1. Even if it was a goblin god's messenger, there was no need to take care of him. Whoosh, giggle. After being cut by the one-thought divine sword, the shadow began to fade, and the next second the shadow surged to the corpse of the goblin leader, and sure enough, the goblin leader stood up. Name, Kobold Chief, Raider. Status, Dead/Returned. Race, Beast Elf. Level, Grade 2 High. Power, 60. Speed, 60. Spirit, 160. Physical, 0. Skills, Short and Sweet, Invalidated. Super Fertile Gene, Invalidated. Low-level Magic Proficiency, Inherited. Unexpectedly, just a mere shadow had directly seized the goblin chief, and it had also allowed him to directly reach the second level high rank. However, how is this physique 0? Fortunately, the stats of the goblin leader who was taken over are not too scary. This is at least something he can still deal with. Plus he still has Gen Tian Gang. 2 against 1 oneself is still very confident. Humph, the barriers of this world are still so thick. What a weak body. Griffin, you dare to behead my kobold subjects and desecrate the sacrifice to the God King. You can't atone for your sins with 9 deaths. The kobold leader who stood up again was indeed no longer the same kobold as before. It seemed that Chief Fengling's guess was right. There existed barriers on the blue star that isolated the entry of strong people from other realms. Otherwise, if epic and legendary level strong people had appeared at the beginning of the end times, then the human race would have long since perished. Funny, do you guys not know how to address anything but mole crickets? Also Goblin God Envoy. Here, I am the master. Chief Fengling knew that this God Envoy would not let himself go. Then surprisingly so, there was no need for him to grovel. Comrade Fengling, I'm so tired. Just as Chief Fengling had just blurted out, Gen Tian Gang on one side unexpectedly collapsed to the ground in an instant. Yuan Tian Gang was fine. He had only been sucked some blood and was tired and sleeping, but Chief Fengling was not fine. Now this powerful opponent would have to deal with it all by himself. Chapter 72. Dare you say this is low-level magic? Oomph humph humph humph. A mole cricket is a mole cricket. This god ambassador only exerted a little force and your mole cricket partner can't do it? Chief Fengling also did not expect that today's slap in the face actually came so quickly. He had just put down his harsh words, and Yuan Tian Gang could not carry it. So what? You're just a remnant soul. You want to defeat me. There's no such thing as that possibility. With that said, Chief Fengling picked up the one-thought divine demon sword, his high battle intent unable to be erased. Humph. Dying struggle, stemming from the oppression of the rank, caused the Goblin God Envoy's face to be written with disdain, only to see him raise his hand and wave it. The scepter that had long been shattered by Chief Fengling on the side was easily restored by the Goblin God Envoy, and the next second, a ball of light much larger than the one the Goblin leader had coalesced with was made for him. Bang! Pop! Only one shot was heard, and unfortunately, the physical damage of the bone sniper didn't seem to be able to break up the ball of light. Boom boom! Fortunately, the ball of light struck by the Goblin God Envoy wasn't a lock-on skill either, which allowed Chief Fengling to easily dodge it. Bang! Ka! Bang! Ka! Chief Fengling knew very well that he had the skeleton bone sniper, so why did he have to physically fight the Goblin God Envoy? But the ideal is rich and the reality is bony. The barrier that the Goblin God's envoy had coalesced after picking up the scepter could be much harder than the Goblin Chief's. Looking at the bullets scattered around the Goblin God Envoy, Chief Fengling knew that he wouldn't be able to deal damage to the Goblin God Envoy with just the skeleton bone sniper anymore. Dang, Griffin, I didn't expect you to have a few skills. I underestimated you. After the fierce strike, the Goblin God Envoy was also shaken back a long way by Chief Fengling. That was inevitable. The Goblin God's envoy was only a projection after all, and because of the dimensional barriers, the strength he could display was just too little. Humph, the price for underestimating me is death of the body. Chief Fengling didn't want to talk nonsense with the Goblin God Envoy, because with just this strike, Chief Fengling had discovered the Goblin God Envoy's weakness. The Goblin God's envoy was able to appear in Blue Star precisely because he temporarily took over the body of the Goblin Chief, but at that time, the Goblin Chief was already dead, so the Goblin God Envoy's physique was 0. That is to say, the current Goblin God Envoy basically had no defense whatsoever, and a body that had been slashed was 100% unrecoverable. Griffin, so what if you found out? This God Envoy even dared to come across the realm, so he naturally has a way to deal with you. On the opposite side, the Goblin God Envoy's face was one that could not see a trace of panic, as if Chief Fengling's guess had been expected by him. My dead folk, rise up and fight for me once more. Just as Chief Fengling was puzzled, the Goblin God Envoy was raising his scepter again, and after some chanting, he was pointing at the goblin corpses on the ground. Ka! Lola! Whoa! Roar! Ah! Under Chief Fengling's gaze, those goblins that were originally dead through and through actually stood up again, and even more terrifyingly, those goblin corpses that had been hacked into pieces actually finished reorganizing quickly. Name, Goblin Dead. Race, Beast Elf / Undead. Level, Level 1 Medium. Power, 5. Speed, 5. Spirit, 0. Physical fitness, 5. Skills, none. Blessing, Kobold God Emperor's Blessing of Immortality. During the Kobold God Emperor's existence, this creature cannot be physically killed. While the goblins were standing up, Chief Fengling checked their attributes. There were good and bad. The good thing was that their attributes really weren't that high. They could be hacked to death with a single sword themselves. The bad thing is, I didn't realize that something like the Immortal Blessing really existed. It seems that as long as the Goblin God's envoy still survives in Blue Star, these zombie-like goblin deathstalkers won't be killed. Griffin, this god envoy knows that you're somewhat powerful. However, you're ultimately a human. There's a time when you'll run out of strength. Floating 2 meters in the air, the goblin god envoy said lightly. Floating? This is something that can only be done by those who have reached the Zunshur level of power. I didn't expect the goblin god envoy in the state of a remnant soul to be able to do it. It seems that this goblin god envoy is much more powerful than he imagined. Ah! Swish! Swish! Bang! Bang! Boom! Boom! Inside the big ballroom on the 3rd floor, the sound of gunshots, the sound of big swords swinging, the sound of light balls exploding that was constantly ringing out. The goblin god's envoy was right. After just 5 minutes, Chief Fengling was already going to be exhausted, because during this time, no matter how much they killed, the goblin dead would be resurrected by the goblin god's envoy, and the goblin god's envoy in the distance would sneak up on them with a ball of light as they fought to take on the goblin dead. Chief Fengling hadn't fought such a suffocating fight in a long time, and Chief Fengling knew better. If this continued, he would really be consumed by the goblin god's envoy. I'm going to kill everyone here, and I'll kill anyone I see. When I get stronger I'm going to the army, and I'm going to kill all the people you saved. While fighting and dodging attacks, Chief Fengling yelled at the fallen Yuan Tian gang, because Chief Fengling believed that the power of belief could sometimes transcend life and death. Comrade Fengling, you can't be like this. You're a good persons. Ha ha, Chief Fengling gambled correctly. Under the stimulation of his own words sentence after sentence, the collapsed Gen Tian gang really stood up. Don't look, help me stop them. If it doesn't work, I'll really do that. Looking at that Yuan Tian gang who was still a bit dumbfounded, Chief Fengling that was directly throwing the skeleton bone sniper over. Weapons like the one-thought divine demon sword and the skeleton bone sniper were usually recognized by their owners, but with the owner's permission, it could also function temporarily in other people's hands. Good. With just a glance, Gen Tian gang understood the situation in front of him, only to see him roll over and take his gun to hide in a good sniping position. True to form, these things didn't need to be taught at all, and that was the reason why military awakened people would be stronger. So all this, did you anticipate this in advance? After only hearing a loud and clear warhorse neigh, a flaming skeleton horse appeared under Chief Fengling's crotch, and in less than 3 seconds of work, Chief Fengling crossed over the goblin deathstalkers who had extremely low speeds. In fact, if it was just Chief Fengling riding the flaming skeleton horse, he still wouldn't be able to jump out of the encirclement. The reason why Chief Fengling was able to jump out was because Gen Tian gang was behind him to provide fire cover. You are an undead summoner? Chief Fengling could see with the naked eye that panic appeared on the goblin god envoy's face, but this panic was gone after a second, and Chief Fengling that was completely confused. Now that he was just 2 meters away from cutting down the goblin god's envoy, where in the world did he get his confidence from? Of beast elf magic, temporary sealing technique, rise, only heard the goblin god's envoy chanting under his breath before he was pointing at the flaming skeleton horse. Not good. Chief Fengling could feel that his mind communication with the flaming skeleton horse was rapidly disappearing. Dredge, is this still low-level magic proficiency? Which of these magic spells that the goblin god's envoy knew wasn't perverted to the point of perversion? At his hips, the flaming skeleton horse seemed to know that he would be leaving for a while as well, only to see it shaking its back vigorously in the air. As expected, the flaming skeleton horse still returned to the undead realm, but fortunately, at the last moment, the flaming skeleton horse still helped Chief Fengling. Come to me dead. Ka-ching, put. Only hearing Chief Fengling let out a loud roar, after the one-thought divine demon sword easily broke through the goblin god envoy's barrier, that was steadily stabbed into his chest. Chapter 73. I didn't even know I had a card. Above the sky, Chief Fengling's sword was stabbing into the goblin god envoy's chest with an unstoppable momentum. Along with Chief Fengling increasing the strength of his hand, the still warm blood of the goblin leader just flowed down. This sword Chief Fengling could guarantee that the goblin leader's heart had been completely stabbed. Aha! Griffin, you even have this ability, but you think you can kill me? I'm a god. This, what kind of power is this? Originally, the goblin god envoy was completely unconcerned about Chief Fengling's sword. After all, this body was not his own. Even if it was completely destroyed, it did not matter. However, while he was confident to the point of conceit, a holy force of light was filling the goblin chief's entire body, and this force of light seemed as if it could actually cause damage to the goblin god envoy. Not bad. This was the divine form of the one-thought divine demon sword, which had the power of supreme light, but purified darkness. Chief Fengling had thought that the goblin god envoy had already touched the rank of god and should belong to the light camp, but he just didn't expect that the darkness of that one-thought magic sword was unable to harm him. It seems that the race of kobolds, since the beginning, have been creatures of the evil camp, as their god kings, are all gods of the dark camp. This is the power that can kill you. Remember, those who commit my blue star will be executed even though they are far away. Seeing that the aura of the Goblin God Envoy on the Goblin Chief was getting weaker and weaker, Chief Fongling once again put down his harsh words. Aha! Ha 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 ha! Griffins are just so easy to fool. In the air, the Goblin God's envoy who had been screaming in pain unexpectedly laughed out loud, and the words he said were even more puzzling to Chief Fongling. Of Beast Elf Magic, Summoner Confinement, Gather. While Chief Fongling was speculating, an obscure catchphrase was recited by the Goblin God Envoy again. Although he hadn't seen anyone else use this magic yet, just by hearing the name, Chief Fongling knew that something bad was going to happen. Humph humph humph. Reacting now? Too late. Just as Chief Fongling realized and was about to pull out that one-thought divine demon sword, he felt that the Goblin God had already sucked the one-thought divine demon sword to death using this corpse. Whoosh! Puff! Just as Chief Fongling was struggling to draw his sword, the body of that goblin leader suddenly flew backward, and together with the one-thought divine demon sword, it landed in the corner of the large ballroom, and at this moment, in front of Chief Fongling, there was a shadow without a body floating, and this shadow was undoubtedly that Goblin God Envoy. A mole cricket is a mole cricket. Everything about you is within my expectation. What I really fancy is only your body. That's all. Ha ha ha. Don't bother. Your divine sword won't be able to return for a while. Seeing Chief Fongling frantically summoning his one-thought divine demon sword, the Goblin God Envoy even laughed out loud. Sure enough, the Excalibur that was stuck in the goblin leader's body in the distance, although it had been trembling violently, it just couldn't go back to Chief Fongling, and it couldn't even send it back to the world where it belonged. At this moment, Chief Fongling was finally seeing the power of the God Envoy, and probably understood that his one-thought divine sword could injure him as soon as he appeared. Instead, he had done a double take in front of him. Either he wouldn't be able to cope with his first wave of attacks and then be killed directly by him, or in the current situation, he would lose his only weapon that could hurt him. Hiss, what do you want to do? Come out of me quickly. At this moment, Chief Fongling was already going crazy because the Goblin God Envoy's shadow had actually broken directly inside his body. Ha 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 ha, just be at ease and become a part of me. The silhouette had disappeared, but this voice, it was coming from Chief Fongling's body. Aha! No, don't! Struggling, Chief Fongling could already feel that her body was getting out of control and her spirit was getting faint. Is this what it feels like to be taken over? Why is it that things that I had never even heard of in my last life would happen to me one after another this time? They were gods. He himself was still a district level 1 advanced. How could he fight against them? Thinking about it, Chief Fongling's spirit was festering more and more, as if he was going to fall asleep in the next second. Comrade Fongling, just wait. When you're asleep, I'm going to lead my troops into Yunchun University and take in all of my classmates. I'm going to get all my classmates to be pioneers, and I'm going to tell your girlfriend that you were bitten by a walker while whoring. In his dying moments, Chief Fongling only felt that someone was shouting his name, and then a bunch of words that irritated him. Yes, Gentenko, the kid is a fast learner, and this one is on himself. Stop screaming. I have nothing to do with their deaths. Just don't spread rumors about me. You now, quickly go and bring that divine sword to me. Fortunately, Yuan Tiangang's shout still made Chief Fongling wake up a bit, and this also made Chief Fongling see hope once again. As long as Zhen Tiangang could deliver the one-thought divine demon sword to his hands, he would be able to force the Goblin God Envoy away with the power of light from the one-thought divine sword. Humph. You wish. Beast Elf Magic. Berserk. Except that the Goblin God Envoy wasn't a cutie pie. How could he allow someone to interfere with his plans in an honorable manner? After hearing the Goblin God Envoy recite another spell, the Goblin Deadmen who were originally in what looked like a low-grade zombie state went crazy all of a sudden, and it was visible to the naked eye as their dark green skin began to turn red. Within the hall, originally could barely cope with a bit of the Source Tiangang that was even more miserable, coupled with the fact that he had just been absorbed by the Goblin God's Envoy's life state, and now under this attack, directly let the Source Tiangang was beaten without the power to fight back. Looking at Yuan Tiangang, who was being forced further and further away by the Goblin Dead, Chief Fongling's hope that had just been ignited was dashed once again. It seemed that today's self was really going to die? Buzz. What? The Undead Emperor, Ghoul King, Griffin, what are you hiding in your body? Just when Chief Fongling felt that his head was about to be completely invaded by the Goblin God's Envoy, there was a buzz in his own head, and in the next second, the Goblin God's Envoy who had already entered his body was just popped out of the water, and even that weakness of his was much weaker. Flop, clatter. At the same time, within the ballroom, the Goblin Death Dealers that were still chasing after Yuan Tiangang that were instantly collapsed, and the magic that had been cast by the Goblin God's Envoys on their bodies had completely disappeared, and at the same time, Chief Fongling finally got in touch with the one-thought divine demon sword again. No, I can't stay here. This matter, it has to be dealt with by Lord God King himself. The Goblin God envoy who was ejected was very flustered, and after muttering a few words to himself, it was as if he was about to leave. Swish, want to go? You're dreaming. Tell me, what exactly is inside my body? After a sword cut through the light door that the Goblin God envoy had coalesced, Chief Fengling then asked with his sword pointing at the Goblin God envoy's silhouette. The Ghoul King, who had failed to take over himself a few days ago, had his scent in his own body he could still understand. But what Chief Fengling didn't understand was that both the Ghoul King and the Goblin God envoy were the same. And at the moment they were about to completely take over themselves, they were driven away by the mysterious power within themselves. So now what Chief Fengling was most puzzled about was whether this Undead Emperor's inheritance was just an inheritance, or is it a projection of the Undead Emperor himself? Chapter 74 Bargaining is Death. It was as if he wasn't the one who lost the battle. Doggone God envoy. I didn't keep you to see you act like a pussy. You now, either talk to me about what's in my body, or die. Gripping the one-thought divine demon sword in his hand tightly, Chief Fengling also finally gave up on being polite to the God envoy. Dog, day, you. The Goblin God's envoy naturally didn't know what this meant, but he could see that Chief Fengling's face was full of contempt, so he concluded that it wasn't a good word. You what you? I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. Humph, this God ambassador isn't threatened big time, so go ahead and kill. By then, you won't know what's in your body. Raising his head, the Goblin God ambassador came back with a counter-threat. Fine, say goodbye to this world. Chief Fengling can really not spoil him. Want to threaten himself? Simply dreaming. Hey, wait a minute. Isn't bargaining popular among you humans? You should return the favor. Seeing that Chief Fengling's greatsword was really going to cut into him, that proud Goblin God envoy finally panicked. The reaction of the Goblin God's envoy also made Chief Fengling a little confused, because the Goblin God's envoy had only projected a shadow over, and the death of the shadow would at most only deplete him of some of his levels or power of faith. As a legend rank or above powerhouse, there was absolutely no need for him to be afraid of his own. Then for him to even be like this, it must be that he had a reason to remain in Blue Star. Bargaining? That's fine. Tell me what's in your body and then let me control your soul brand. Slightly raising the corners of his mouth, Chief Fengling said with a teasing face. Human boy, do you call this bargaining? Is this not robbery on your part? Chief Fengling's fleshly eyes could see that the Goblin God envoy's face darkened. Of course, one's request could be considered very excessive, even though it was just a shadow being engraved with a soul mark. However, the Goblin God envoy was the messenger of the Goblin God King. If he branded his own mark on his soul, it was estimated that his main body would be killed by the Goblin God King in the next second. Yo, you haven't been in China for long, but you're learning fast. Then tell me, what is your bargain? Chief Fengling is not compromising, he is doing this on purpose. This behavior is like a merchant selling something. First mention a dead expensive price that you will inevitably not buy, and then pretend to be in a difficult situation to reduce the price. At the end of the day, the merchant acts like he's losing money and you feel like you're making money. But the end result is that the merchant is still making money off of you. It's simple. That's the equivalent exchange. You let me take over your life. I'll tell you it's AI. Aren't we still discussing this? Why did you do it again? With Excalibur against his neck, the Goblin God envoy didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore. Humph, do you think your joke is funny? This time, it was Chief Fengling's turn to have a black face. Alright then we'll each take a step back. I'll tell you what's in your body and you find someone for me to take over? And then let me go. How about it? Slightly raising the corners of his mouth, the Goblin God's envoy said indifferently. Oh, wow. Chief Fengling really couldn't play with these old demons after all. He didn't expect that the measurement he had counted on the Goblin God's envoy would be returned to him so quickly. Comrade Fengling, why don't you kill him yet? He could have killed so many of our compatriots. Also at the time of Chief Fengling's thoughts, Yuan Tian gang that was walking over with difficulty. Naturally, he couldn't understand what the two were exchanging, but he knew that the Goblin God envoy was not a good person. Chief Fengling, don't you really want to know what's in your body anymore? Only when the Goblin God envoy had just turned his head, Chief Fengling's sword stabbed into his shadow. At this moment, the power of light was like a fire stick scalded meat in the shadow, constantly emitting nuisance sounds, and it made the Goblin God envoy's expression particularly ugly. Of course I want to know, but I'm not satisfied with your price. Surprisingly, I can only let you die. Gripping the one-thought divine sword in his hand, Chief Fengling had absolutely no intention of letting go, because at that moment just now, Chi Fengling had a bad premonition in his heart that the Goblin God's envoy would take advantage of his inattention to make a surprise attack to seize Yuan Tiangang. That kobold leader was already dead could be elevated by him to the second level of high grade. If Yuan Tiangang was seized, the one who would fall under the jailer at that time would be himself. Aha! Griffin, just you wait. I'll remember you. Sooner or later. One day, I'll make you pay. Feeling his power rapidly disappearing, the Goblin God envoy also let out impotent rage and vicious curses. Ta-da! 3 seconds later, the Goblin God envoy's silhouette finally disappeared completely into the world, and a dark green bead fell from where he had just been. Name, Goblin Ritual Bead. Introduction, special beads left behind by Kobold Wizard's sincere sacrifices, rich in kobold scent. Function, can be used by a kobold shaman to complete the ritual again, or to enhance the level of the ritual's offerings. Wow! The Kobold God's angel died and exploded this equipment? And the roll is also particularly limited. If it is not now Chi Fengling everything is missing, he would like to directly pinch this bead burst. Feng, Comrade Fengling, I knew you were a good person. Seeing that the Goblin God envoy had been completely killed by Chi Fengling, the praise for Chi Fengling on Zhen Tiangang's face that was a few more points. I can't stand it anymore. We've only met for a day. Tell me how many good guy cards you've sent me. Rolling her eyes, Chi Fengling was really a bit speechless and helpless towards Yuan Tiangang. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Is Comrade Maple Spirit a dog licker? Maple Spirit. Stop, mouth. A hand covered the mouth of the source Tiangang. Chi Fengling is not expected. This person not only cannot speak, sometimes guessing is quite accurate. How did he know that he had been a licking dog? Fine. I won't say anything. But what are we going to do about them? The only good thing about this Yuan Tiangang was that it would stop at the right moment, and with the direction that Yuan Tiangang was guiding, Chi Fengling was able to see the human women who were locked inside the goblin tents. Half of them were already mentally deranged from the whole thing with the kobolds, and even after all the gruesome fighting that had just taken place, they were still sitting there motionless, and there were some that might have been captured not too long ago, and the way they looked at that kobold corpse was full of hate, and there was nothing more pathetic than the 3 human women among them, who had already given birth to children for the kobolds, and when they saw the attention of the 2 Chi Fengling men coming over, they even unconsciously hid their children a little bit backward. What do you say? I'm going back to Cloud City University. I won't take any of these people with me, and I won't help you send them to the army. Chi Fengling wouldn't say anything against her just because Yuan Tian had just helped her. Because of these women, 70% of them had lost their fighting power, and the remaining 30% would have to be protected for a long time even if they were able to fight. And Chi Fengling, right now, didn't have that ability. Alright, I'd better thank you for them. Genshin Kong didn't get angry this time. He just bowed to Chi Fengling before walking towards the women. And this time, Chi Fengling didn't go over there, because now behind himself, so many kobold corpses were the best undead blood sacrifice offerings. Chapter 75 Forced Violent Aftermath. Buzz. Endless Abyss. Eternal Undead. Answer my call. Don't you touch me. The country really raised you in vain. The people really raised you in vain. Where were you when my husband died? Where were you when I was spoiled by them? Ma'am, please calm down. When the end times broke out, our army was in hard times too, and we are also the people. In front of the pile of kobold corpses, Chi Fengling was chanting the incantation for the blood sacrifice when the sound of the women's chiding came from the other side of the kobold tent, as well as the sound of Yuan Tiangong's constant apologies. Listening to the woman's irrationality, as well as Zhen Tiangang's brainless apology, it made Chi Fengling's incantation couldn't help but be interrupted. Forget it, what do I care? I have a clear conscience anyway. After consoling a few words in his heart, Chi Fengling once again focused his attention on the blood sacrifice. Endless Abyss. Eternal Sleep of the Dead. Respond to my. I don't care. I pay so much tax every year. Why? When it comes time to use you, you're not useful. Where does our money go? Ma'am, I'm just a little soldier. I don't know about all this, but I'm sure that money has served its purpose. Again with this kind of talk. What else do you guys talk about but this? When have you ever solved any of the problems we've brought up? And that guy, why doesn't he come over here? Why is he still acting all high and mighty? We're the victims, okay? Ma'am, I'm telling the truth. And as for the comrade, he's not a soldier. I'll be fine here. Not a soldier? Is he a man then? So he has no kindness at all? What a dog man. Before the spell formation, Chi Fengling originally didn't want to pay attention to them, but those women were talking that was getting harder and harder. Not only were they unreasonable, but they even rose to the level of personal attacks. But what they said wasn't without merit. It was fair to say that the people who could be based at the best yoga club in Cloud City had some money, high or low, and they paid the most taxes and suffered the least before the end of the world. Only they can't stand is, just instantly, their high position disappeared, also suffered inhuman torture. Some women chose not to say anything, while some women that is crazy, unreasonable to see people bite. Bang, 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 watch your mouth. It's the end of the world and I'm not that kind. Let me hear anyone talk about me again and I don't mind if there's another body here. Stopping the summoning of the undead blood sacrifice once again. Chi Fengling that was decisive fired 2 shots into the sky with that disgusted expression that didn't look like an act at all. No, what's wrong with you? Are you still a man? I'm not just saying. Bang. Ah. I won't say it. I won't say it. A gunshot to the woman's side. The threat from death made the woman who was going to say anything more quiet in an instant. Comrade Fengling, calm down. Leave it to me. I'll take care of it. Seeing that Chi Fengling really shot this way, Yuan Tiangang that was directly blocking the front of the women with his physical body. His face was full of prayers. Humph. Endless abyss. Eternal undead. Answer my call. Listen to my heart. Feel my sincerity. And for this I will offer. Don't you come any closer. This is my baby. Don't you touch him. Don't you touch him. Ma'am, will you come to your senses? He's the scion of a kobold. Keeping him in Blue Star will only leave us with a scourge. No, he's my child. The doctor said I'd never have a child in my life. And now that I do, no one can separate us. Ma'am, would you please look at this child and see if he has any human characteristics? This child will grow up to have nothing but hate for us. No, I don't care. Don't you come over here. Ah, the soldiers are bullying the people. Soldiers kill children. Is there any justice in heaven? There's no. Bang, bang, bang. That's enough. All shut up. Aside. Chi Fengling finally couldn't help it. Although these women didn't say anything more about themselves, but the words they said were simply not human words, and there were even a few women who started to be unreasonable. Chi Fengling had thought that they would have developed a great hatred for the kobolds after their bodies were tortured, but she just didn't expect that these people wouldn't dare to say anything to the people who persecuted them, while they were endlessly demanding of the people who treated them kindly. Chi Fengling knew what kind of person Zhen Tiangang was. If he kept on dwelling like this, those few kobold scions were bound to die. And the kobolds were just like what Genshin had just said. They were born with inferiority in their genes and they wouldn't care about the so-called motherly love. There is also no ethics within their awareness. They only have cravings and pleasure from the physical. The bad thing to say is that when they grow up, they might even rough up their mothers. Comrade Fengling, don't be agitated. I can handle this matter. At this moment, the tired-looking Yuan Tiangang was still pleading for them, because Yuan Tiangang was afraid that Chi Fengling would really kill someone. Yuan Tiangang, do you still remember that you promised me one thing? It's that no matter what I do, you can't intervene. Yes, this was the bet that Chi Fengling and Yuan Tiangang had won in a bet. Remember, don't worry, I have my own measure. Pushing away the hesitant Zhen Tiangang, Chi Fengling then stood straight in front of the women. You, what do you want? Seeing this god of murder standing in front of them, almost all of the women unconsciously took a step back. No, give me back my child. Give me back my child. Chi Fengling's movements were extremely fast, and before the 3 women could react, the goblin heir in their arms was snatched into Chi Fengling's hands. Whoa, whoa, boom. After only hearing the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground, the baby's cries came to an abrupt end. While on the ground was a large pit, and in the large pit was the kobold baby that was already almost reduced to a pulp. Ah, no, what are you doing? That's my baby, my only baby. You devil, I'm going to fight you. I'm going to fight you. Touching the already dead child on the ground, the woman yelled and was about to charge towards Chi Fengling. Looking at that look in her eyes, she had completely lost her mind, and for Chi Fengling, her savior, there was only endless hatred. Bang! It was just a pity that after a gunshot, the woman fell unwillingly into a pool of blood. The whole process, less than 2 seconds, and on the side, Yuan Tiangang that was about to say something. He knew that it was too cruel for Chi Fengling to do so, but he understood that only by doing so, could the problem be solved in the most efficient way? Very well, you now, all of you, stand in line for me. Seeing that no one spoke anymore, Chi Fengling then gave them a new order. You, what are you doing? You have to kill everyone, don't you? Comrade Fengling, you can't do this. Seeing Chi Fengling pulling out the one-thought divine demon sword, the women who were originally trembling in fear that were even more flustered. Even the Yuan Tiangang on the side also got agitated. Brush, I don't want to die. Me, I'm not dead? Alright, you can go over now. Chi Fengling didn't explain to them. Just a sword shadow swung on the woman's stomach. The shadow of the sword passed through the woman's body without causing any damage, which also calmed down Zhen Tiangang, who had summoned the bone blade. Chi Fengling wasn't fooling around. He was going to do a real decapitation. In other words, he was performing an artificial abortion. Chapter 76 Blessed as a Dharma. Level 1 peak. In front of the kobold tent, which was now drenched in dirt and blood, there were a number of human women's corpses, and among them were many kobold babies that had not yet been formed. It seemed that the kobold genes were really strong as hell, and all the remaining women except the first one didn't carry a kobold child. Of course, the process of forced abortion was very painful and bitter, and during this process, individual women committed suicide, and there were also individual women who tried to resist, except that they were no match at all in front of Chief Onling, and that resulted in either being forcefully subdued or being beheaded on the spot. After doing so, Chief Onling didn't care what attitude the women had towards him, and turned around before walking towards the undead blood sacrifices spell formation once again. Endless abyss, eternal sleeping undead, answer my call, listen to my heart, feel my sincerity, for which I will offer pure flesh and blood for your enjoyment. Cross the barriers of space and descend to my side. This time, finally, no one was bothering them anymore, and as Chief Onling finished reciting the summoning mantra, the spell formation began to emit a dazzling red light. Under Chief Ongling's gaze, the goblin's corpse was rapidly disappearing, and the signature grayish-white smoke began to come out from the spell. It seemed that the summoning had succeeded again this time, only this time, Chief Onling didn't take out the goblin sacrifice bead. After all, this undead blood sacrifice was based on the sacrifice of the goblin chief, and Chief Onling was afraid that after using the goblin sacrifice bead, he would summon the goblin god envoy out once again, and then, he would be finished. Well, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, woohoo! Just as Chief Onling was full of anticipation about what the summons would be this time, there was a succession of laughter coming from the spell formation, a laughter that was déjà vu and very magical. Yes, it's just laughter, and aside from that, it's as if the summoned beasts won't be able to speak this time around. Accompanied by the smoke dispersing completely, Chief Onling finally was able to see what was summoned this time, but it's too much of a stretch. There were a total of 7 things summoned this time, and they were all white with golden lines, with big eyes, and big white teeth that popped out, and mouths that were always smiling. They had no limbs, they were more like giant white eggs to be exact. They couldn't talk, and other than a big laugh all they could do was shake left and right. Cute. It was indeed cute, but what was the point of having these cute things for yourself? This is the end of the world, not a pet in a peaceful era. Just as Chief Onling was speechless and helpless, those 7 white things that looked like tumblers actually swayed towards him. Name, Buying as Dharma. Race, Shinto. Level, first class lower. Power, 1. Speed, 1. Spirit, 2. Physical, 0. Skill, fast leveling. Bong Dharma has no worldly pursuits and levels up extremely fast. Devotion, Buying is a Dharma that is happy to give of itself, and can provide its master with a notable amount of upgrade experience value. Out of caution, Chief Onling was initially backing away, but it wasn't until Chief Onling had finished looking at all of Bong Dharma's attributes that Chief Onling not only stopped his pace, but he also walked over facing the 7 white eggs. Bowed as Dharma. The memories that belonged to a long time ago told Chief Onling that this seemed to be something inside a game that he had played when he was studying, and since they didn't have much combat power, Chief Onling had pretty much forgotten about them. I just didn't expect that this undead blood sacrifice would understand himself so well. He had just complained that upgrading was too slow, but he didn't expect that he would now summon a summon specifically for upgrading. Spreading his arms wide and relaxing, Chief Onling then waited quietly for the Bong Dharmas to make their move. In front of them, after the Bong Dharmas staggered to themselves, they unexpectedly lined up neatly and then drummed and jumped towards themselves. Unexpectedly, Bong for the Dharma are quite flexible. Gently jump even can jump 2 meters high. Just after the highest position, Bong for the Dharma is suddenly exploded in the air, accompanied by a loud bang afterwards. That white golden Bong is Dharma instantly transformed into a stream of white golden light. Under Chief Ongling's gaze, the light streams were like air and like fine water, and the moment they soaked into his skin, those light streams completely melted into his body. It was a very soothing feeling, like a person being suddenly pulled into a secluded mountain forest after decades of living in a sewer. A feeling that made Chief Onling feel as if his soul had been washed. Boom, boom, boom. As the explosions rang out in succession, the bongos lined up to give their lives. Life? Do they really have life? The significance of their survival, and its joy was to devote themselves, and this was the kind of life that Chief Onling couldn't understand the most. But so what? One couldn't care less. It was enough that they made one stronger. As the Bong Dharmas offered themselves one by one, the stream of light also surged into their bodies one by one. And right after the third Bong Dharma surged into his body, Chief Onling only felt as if his entire body's flesh and blood had been renewed. It's the feeling of leveling up. Name, Chief Onling. Race, Awakened. Synopsis, a powerful reborn with a mental age of 32 and a physical age of 23. A confident and conceited human awakening with low self-esteem, and many unsearchable secrets hidden in his body. Rank, Peak Level 1. Awakening profession, Undead Emperor. Occupational quality, SSS. Power, 40. Agility, 40. Spirit, 40. Physical fitness, 40. Skill, Eye of the Undead Emperor. Possessor can see the basic attributes of any creature not one level above him or her, including unique skills already used. Ineffective against mythic level powerhouses and above. Undead blood sacrifice, sacrifice the flesh and blood of a living being to perform a powerful summoning, with the value of the summoned object and the value of the sacrifice varying. Blessing, blessing of the skeleton giant. This blessed person is immune to 90% of shell damage. Sure enough, he did not guess wrong. After struggling for so long, he finally reached the peak of the first level of the rank. Although this is still a long way from the second level. But, now he still has 4 bongs as Dharma useless But then again, how come there's another synopsis out there now? And it's so detailed that it even tells your age. But what was the meaning of this self-confident and conceited with low self-esteem? Was one that contradictory? And then there was the fact that one's own body was indeed harboring some secret that even the eye of the Undead Emperor couldn't fully see through. But right now, Chi Fengling didn't want to care that much, because nothing could be more comfortable than enjoying yourself becoming powerful. As the Bong Dharmas exploded one by one, Chi Fengling could only feel his rank being consolidated. Just by consuming 5 Bong Dharmas, Chi Fengling felt as if he had already touched the threshold of the second level of low level. Comrade Fengling, be careful. Just as Chi Fengling was about to enjoy the 6th Bong Dharma entering his body, the voice of Zhen Tiangang came from his ears. It was also the moment the voice appeared that Chi Fengling only felt that his body was forcefully pushed to the side. Chapter 77 Piggybacking hurts people. Comrade Fengling, be careful. As Genshin just finished yelling, the unsuspecting Chi Fengling was pushed to the side by his watery face. No, don't! Only to see the collapsed Chi Fengling unwillingly stretching out her hand, looking at the deathly looking Yuan Tiangang, that was itching with hatred. Boom, boom, only, the Bong Dharma's explosions didn't stop because of the change. In less than 3 seconds, Chi Fengling that was watching the Bong Dharma's light streams surging into Zhen Tiangang's body. There is no greater sorrow than the death of the heart. Chi Fengling was truly surprised that after he had removed all the threats, his pig teammates were his biggest threat. Maple, Comrade Maple Spirit, after being nourished by the Bong Dharmas, Zhen Tiangang that was apologetic, because not only did he not suffer any harm, but he also received a strength boost as a result. Name, Genshin Gang. Race, Undead/Human. Synopsis, a 21-year-old human soldier with a heart for justice gets a change of fate with the help of a nobleman, and will gradually become a strong man in the midst of his suffering. Level, Grade 2. Middle Order. Power, 70. Agility, 70. Spirit, 70. Physical fitness, 70. Skill, bone and flesh. I can freely control my own bones, and I can complete the transformation between bones and flesh and blood. I really, teeth gritted with a boom. Chi Fengling now really wished that Yuan Tiangang was a zombie, then he could kill him now to vent his anger. Comrade Fengling, I'm sorry, I thought you were under control. I didn't think that much at the time. And then, Zhen Tiangang rubbed his hands together urgently, self-reproach and uneasiness written all over his face. Why? Forget it, just remember from now on, you must unconditionally agree to one more condition from me. Do you hear me? After a deep sigh, Chi Fengling finally let go. Then what could be done? He hadn't made it clear to him, and Yuan Tiangang was still bent on doing what was best for him, so he couldn't really kill him, although Zhen Tiangang was a bit dull. But something was really on him. Instead of having another enemy like that, it would be better to have another powerful fighter. Good. This matter is what I did wrong. In the future, if Comrade Fengling needs me anywhere, I'm absolutely obliged. This time, Yuan Tiangang answered especially fast, as if he was afraid that Chi Fengling would back out. Comrade Fengling, look at how late it is. Why don't you stay here for the night and then set out tomorrow? Seeing that Chi Fengling was about to leave, Yuan Tiangang that walked over quickly and blocked straight in front of Chi Fengling. Indeed, the time passed quite quickly, just for a moment, and the sun was now gone from the sky. Cloud City at night was indeed dangerous. Now that a race like goblins could appear in Blue Star, wouldn't there be more races from other realms appearing in Blue Star? If he encountered some weak races, it would be fine, but if he encountered a powerful race, wouldn't he be loaded there? Thinking of this, Chi Fengling's intention to leave faded a bit, but after looking at this abominable Yuan Tiangang again, Chi Fengling still decided to leave, because this person was just too infuriating. If it wasn't for him, his current self might have reached the second level low rank. The nobleman that Yuan Tiangang said in his profile, he was afraid that it was not himself, and Chi Fengling was afraid that if the two of them stayed together any longer, their own opportunities would be divided up by him as well. What am I staying here for? Listen to them complain? I'm not obligated to protect them. Taking a look at the women over there who had been whispering crickets to themselves, Chi Fengling was also speechless. Comrade Fengling, they are also bitter people, so have pity on them. Don't worry, you'll go to Yunchang University early tomorrow morning. I definitely won't stop you. It could be seen that Yuan Tiangang really didn't want to let himself leave. But, Comrade Maple Spirit, I see you've been hungry all day too. I found a lot of food inside the goblin tent. Why don't you come and eat some too? Seeing that Chi Fengling was still going to refuse, Yuan Tiangang unexpectedly broke such a news. At those words, Chi Fengling that was instantly wide-eyed. He indeed hadn't eaten properly for a long time, and he had specifically searched for food 2 days ago, but unfortunately he had found nothing, and now it seemed to be a blessing in disguise. Go go go. Shoo, stop it. It's over. It's over. He's not coming for me. As Chi Fengling walked in the direction of the goblin tent, the women all involuntarily trembled, and some of them even huddled together, fearing that Chi Fengling was coming to trouble them in general. But well, Chi Fengling cannot be so small-minded. After all, he is indeed a bit violent. Let them say a few words will not fall fast meat. Soon, under the leadership of Yuan Tiangang, Chi Fengling then arrived at the innermost part of the goblin tribe. It was a very large camp tent, compared to the outside, the inside that was really much better, and in the room, that was filled with all kinds of human snacks and package items. The point is, the food is still premium, and before the end of the world it was all of the kind that was worth a lot of money. I really didn't expect that these not so good looking kobolds would be so eye-catching and know how to enjoy life. After looking for no more than 30 seconds, Chi Fengling didn't have the slightest bit of politeness with Yuan Tiangang, and the whole person pounced on him. That is, which one is expensive, which one is tasty and which one is picked. Wind up and feast. Hiccup. Yuan Tiangang, why aren't you eating? Seeing that Yuan Tiangang just kept gulping, Chi Fengling's eyes were filled with doubt. Comrade Fengling, please also keep this a secret for me. Now that the troops are also short of food, I want to hide this place and then wait for the troops to come and move them away. Yuan Tiangang didn't hide it in the slightest, and directly spoke out the true thoughts of his heart. Looking at such a sincere Zhen Tiangang, Chi Fengling that rolled his eyes greatly. How many people are in the troop? Don't look at this camp tent in front of the two of them is very big, but in front of the troop and the survivors that they have collected, this food can't even let all of them to eat a single point of fullness. It's okay to keep your secret, but I'm taking 30%. 30%? Comrade Fengling, don't joke. Look at you. How much can you take? Okay. Seeing Chi Fengling all tattered and torn up, Yuan Tiangang was also speaking big words in a rare moment. However, he had really underestimated Chi Fengling, not to mention 30%. Even if it was all the food, Chi Fengling would be able to carry it without a single piece. Finally, under the shocked and unwilling gaze of Yuan Tiangang, Chi Fengling then slowly closed the light door to the undead realm. Of course, all of these things were placed in Savvy's house by Chi Fengling, and after doing so, Chi Fengling picked a good spot to sleep steadily. Chapter 78 A Fleeting Wave of Corpses. Endless Abyss. Eternal Sleep of the Undead. Riotous Hell. Answer my call. I will offer the flesh and blood of the dead. Make a pact with me and descend to my side. At the entrance of the big ballroom on the 3rd floor of Twisted Qiankuan, in front of the pile of corpses piled up into a small mountain, Chi Fengling was chanting a summoning incantation with reverence. This time, the women all hid within the tent and didn't dare to speak, while that Yuan Tiangang also stood at a distance with a guarded face, leaving Chi Fengling alone to look at the pile of corpses that were constantly being consumed. One could only say that the eye of the undead emperor was honestly not deceiving me, and that he himself was really Zhen Tiangang's destiny. Last night, Chi Fengling thought that he could sleep peacefully and have a good night's sleep, but he just didn't expect that the zombies were like they smelled a fresh piece of meat, and they pounced this way in waves. At that moment Chi Fengling was understanding that Zhen Tiangang's luck was really good. Because of the demise of the entire tribe of goblins, the smell that covered this place was also disappearing fast, together with Chi Fengling's abortion. It filled this place with the smell of blood. Last night, if Chi Fengling had really left, Yuan Tiangang alone really wouldn't have been able to defend these 3 waves of zombie tide attacks. Yes, last night's wave of zombies came in 3 waves, and the first wave only had 20 zombies, which the 2 took down fairly easily. The second wave of zombies, however, directly came 40 zombies, but fortunately, with the advantage of the terrain, the 2 were also able to hold the place without any danger. And just when the 2 thought they could take a break, the 3rd wave of zombies came, and in this last wave, a whole 100 zombies appeared. The already clogged hallway, that was even more stuffed with no space in sight, and the hissing of the zombies spread all over this yoga club. For a second, Chi Fengling was planning to abandon everyone and go alone. She just didn't expect that Zhen Tiangang would fight so hard for these people she didn't know. Inspired by Yuan Tiangang, Chi Fengling also chose to let go of the fight, and at the end of the day, with the two of them consuming a lot of physical strength, they finally decimated all the invading zombies. And at this moment, Chi Fengling was using the bodies of these 160+ zombies to complete his 6th undead blood sacrifice. As the bodies of the zombies were disappearing at a rapid pace, Chi Fengling also knew that this undead blood sacrifice had succeeded. He just didn't know what the thing that was summoned out of the putrid corpses this time would be. Roar, ow dash, whoa dash. Just as Chi Fengling was full of anticipation for the summoned beasts that appeared this time, the sound of a succession of zombie roars came from above the spell formation. Through the grayish-white smoke, Chi Fengling then saw a body that had reared up. They hadn't changed in any way from before, still showing that bloodthirsty eyes looking at everything inside. The two strands were warring, and they wanted to go first. The situation could not be more appropriately described with these words. After not sleeping well all night and fighting off so many zombies, Chi Fengling now really did not have the strength to deal with the fourth wave of zombies. If the zombies rushed in mindlessly again, no matter how much Zhen Tiangang fought for his life, Chi Fengling would not choose to stay any longer. Comrade Fengling, you, aside. Yuan Tiangang also took a fighting stance. Only now he is very torn. He wants Chi Fengling to go straight away, but he also knows that if Chi Fengling goes, these poor women will really die. Roar. The zombies' roar continued, and the two of them had been in a fighting stance for a long time, except that the zombie just roared as if it was controlled by something, and had no intention whatsoever of attacking. Ouch. In place, the zombies hadn't attacked yet. Chi Fengling only felt a dizzying pain in his brain. This feeling was like the feeling of summoning Savvy for the first time and then overdrawing too much of his mental power. Name, Chi Fengling. Rank, Peak Level 1. Power, 40. Speed, 40. Spirit, 21 of 40. Physical fitness, 40. What ah? He was holding the one-thought divine demon sword in his hand, and this weapon didn't consume much mental energy at all. So how come half of his mental energy had been consumed in less than 2 minutes? Nope. Chi Fengling suddenly remembered. It seemed like he had just performed the 6th undead blood sacrifice. Surprisingly, the sacrifice had already been consumed. So where had his summoned beasts gone? Thinking about it, the smoke on the spell also completely disappeared, and a whole 77 zombies were standing at the original location of the spell. 55 of these zombies were at the low level of the first grade, 15 were at the middle level of the first grade, 6 had reached the high level of the first grade, and only 1 was at the peak level of the first grade. And of those 77 walkers, 52 were male walkers and 25 were female. Wait a minute, something didn't seem right. How could these zombies themselves make their attributes so clear just by looking at them? Could it be? In an instant, Chi Fengling had a bad thought in his mind, and with Chi Fengling's intention, that zombie that had reached the peak of level 1 took a step forward alone, and then also gave an extremely awkward military salute. Oh, wow! Chi Fengling was understanding that these zombies were not the fourth wave of attacking zombie waves, but the summoned beasts of his 6th undead blood sacrifice. It looked like it should have been an undead blood sacrifice that consumed half of the zombie corpses and then resurrected the other half as a summoned beast for itself. To be honest, on the 18th day of the end times, having a team of such zombies was really strong, but why would these zombies consume their spiritual energy together? Chi Fengling could even feel that in just 5 more minutes, he would have collapsed here due to a complete overdraft of his spiritual power. There's no way out. We can only gamble. Having made up his mind, Chi Fengling then restood before the zombie group, and recited the unfamiliar incantation under his breath again. My servants, I will unlink our spirits and return you to freedom. However, I will command you as your old masters not to slaughter humans again. Fortunately, there really was a spell to lift the mental connection, and as the former owner of this group of zombies, Chi Fengling gave them one last order. Roar, roar, roar. The moment the mental connection was undone, Chi Fengling felt his mental state ease up a lot, and the previous connection with the zombies, if any, completely disappeared. The zombies instinctively growled as they looked at the living humans in front of them, except that their eyes no longer showed any longing for humans, and instead there was a compliant dislike. It seemed that his last order was successful, and in a short while, the zombies left the yoga club on their own. Comrade Fengling, could it be that you saved us again? Seeing that the last zombie also disappeared in front of his eyes, Zhen Tiangang then looked at Chi Fengling with a puzzled expression. Yeah, otherwise you think it's a walker being kind, but how did you do that? Why? You wouldn't understand if I told you anyway. How will I understand if you don't tell me? Comrade Fengling, I'm still very. Stop. Just think of it as me sacrificing my own interests, alright. Looking at the inquisitive Zhen Tiangang, Chi Fengling really didn't want to explain too much. Well, you don't say anything more. There is a meeting in the landscape. We will meet again. Seeing that Yuan Tiangang revealed a touched-to-death expression, Chi Fengling that was pulling his leg and about to leave. Wait a minute. Comrade Fengling, Cloud City University, maybe getting incorporated. Chapter 79. The army comes to Cloud City University. I am a foreigner offering life and death, and I look back to my old home to be stolen. Hearing Yuan Tiangang's words, Chief Fengling's current state of mind was nothing more than this. He had single-mindedly helped Yuan Tiangang and the others, but he didn't think that they would even think of incorporating Yunchang University. Having been reborn once again, Chief Fengling had long since made Cloud City University his forbidden domain, not only because Cloud City University contained Chief Fengling's memories, but also because Cloud City University possessed a lot of awakened ones, and the number of awakened ones was the key to determining the size of one's own power. These so-called incorporations are nothing more than crowning tactics to weaken others and strengthen ourselves. What? What do you mean by that? Sniffing, Chief Fengling then slowly turned around. His face was unable to hide his killing intent. Comrade Fengling, don't get excited. The army is just trying to make the living forces of Yuncheng University and the army one and the same. Seeing Chief Fengling so agitated, Yuan Tiangang that was immediately comforted. Combining two into one? Yuan Tiangang, you yourself know very well that food is already scarce in the army, and this living force you are talking about, I'm afraid it's not just the awakened ones in Cloud City University. Although Yuan Tiangang's words were said euphemistically, Chief Fengling instantly understood the meaning. I'm not really sure. Probably because Chief Fengling had hit a sore point. Zhen Tiangang stammered all of a sudden. Humph, Yuan Tiangang, I've really lost my eyesight. I've sold my life here to help you, and you're even hiding such a big secret from me. Fine, let's end our affection here. What Chief Fengling said was not an angry word. The current him was really angry, because the matter that he was going to go to Yuncheng University, Yuan Tiangang, he had known about it for a long time. He was willing to stay and fight him to the death, and he had kept such a big thing hidden until he left. Comrade Fengling, it's not what you think. You also know that I'm just a junior soldier. These things, how could I possibly know in advance? On the other hand, Yuan Tiangang also had an aggrieved look on his face. That expression of his, it didn't look like a lie at all. Could it be that you are lying to me? After carefully sizing up Yuan Tiangang, Chief Fengling then said coldly, the current Yuan Tiangang did not have a piece of good clothes all over his body, such that it was impossible to hide the walkie-talkie on his body. So this news, either Yuan Tiangang knew it long ago, or he made it up on the spot. No, Comrade Fengling, I'm not lying to you. It's true. Last night during the battle, part of Captain Zhang's memories flooded into my brain, and I was ready to tell you at that time. But, said Zhen Tiangang, embarrassed to speak down, but, you're afraid that I'll know about this and walk away, and then there'll be no one to help you protect them, right? Pointing at the women in the tent, Chief Fengling's expression remained icy cold. Not like this. I am a soldier. This is a military secret. According to military discipline, I cannot say, but Comrade Fengling, you are different. You. Words to the mouth of the source of the sky just stopped talking again. A young man in his 20s, hard to be interpreted by him as a little girl. Alright, you don't have to say anymore. We'll meet again later. Chief Fengling naturally understood what Yuan Tiangang meant. Yuan Tiangang was a qualified soldier. It was already quite enough for him to have made it this far for himself. But well, once High and Mighty has already done it. One can't just pull the plug and forgive him right away. After saying that, Chief Fengling didn't care what Yuan Tiangang said anymore. And after summoning the flaming skeleton horse, he ran straight in the direction of Cloud City University. After crossing the Yunjiang Bridge, the route to Yuncheng University was no longer difficult, basically following a big road. Looking at the broken cars, bloodstains, limbs, dead bodies, and rotten buildings along the way, Chief Fengling's brows that were wrinkled again and again. Yeah, in his last life, Chief Fengling had never heard that the army had the intention of incorporating any place, because in the last life, the zombies that were all over the entire Cloud City, and the army collected a lot of survivors. That side suffered the most zombie waves. In later years, when hot weapons were becoming more and more dysfunctional, the army, that was struggling to protect itself, had no energy left to take in other places, and this life has really changed. The zombies that were supposed to be all over Cloud City can only be seen in stars in 2x2, and without the crisis of the zombie wave, the army can finally move outward. I just didn't expect that the army would target Cloud City University above in this life. Yuan Tiangang wouldn't lie to himself, so that meant that the army had really gone to reorganize Yuncheng University, and what Chief Fengling was most afraid of now was that by the time he returned to Yuncheng University, the vast majority of the awakened at Yuncheng University had already been reorganized. Thinking of this, Chief Fengling that was even more nervous, and that flaming skeleton horse, as if it also sensed its master's urgency, its galloping hooves seemed to be much faster as well. Meanwhile, dozens of miles away, cultivate one's body and unify one's character, respect teachers and love friends, be virtuous, and learn to change the future. This was the motto of Yuncheng University, which used to be labeled above the south gate of Yuncheng University, but nowadays, those big words were destroyed for various reasons. The once tidy campus is also gone, now with household garbage everywhere inside, and bloodstains and severed limbs and even corpses can be seen everywhere. Death and gloom enveloped the entire Yuncheng University. The students were no longer passionate, they either bent their heads low or shivered, fear and vicissitudes written all over their pale yellow and bloodied faces. And at this moment, the gates of Cloud City University were tightly closed, and inside, it was divided into two factions, each standing with nearly 100 students who were still in good spirits. Outside the school gates, however, were orderly, well-dressed and well-armed army soldiers. They clutched the guns in their hands, only that the guns were not aimed at the enemy, but the students in Cloud City University. Battalion Commander Liu, as I said, we don't agree with your proposed policy of integration. Please return the way you came. The speaker was a girl dressed like a cultivator. At the moment in her hand is holding a faintly glowing ancient sword. From a distance there are some female sword fairy style, and this girl was the leader of one of the two factions. And as to what the difference between the two factions was, you could tell at a glance, for it was almost always girls who stood on this side. Run! I don't think that you alone can represent the whole school. Besides, this is an order given from above. I must obey it. Hearing this, a man also stepped out from among the army. The man's aura was very bland, not the least bit of an awakened's demeanor, but his official aura was not something that an ordinary awakened could display. That's right, Ren Changzhen, you can't represent the whole Yuncheng University, and you're not the hero of Yuncheng University. It's already the end of the world now. The only way we can survive the end of the world is to join the army. Before the girls could speak, on the other side of the room, one of the boys at the head of the group stood out and seconded Battalion Commander Liu's words. Lin Hanggong, I never said that I was the hero of Yuncheng University. What I want to do is just to protect Yuncheng University and all the students inside. Carrying her sword, even under the pressure of both sides of the manpower, the girl was not the least bit intimidated. Run! The army didn't say that they would abandon Cloud City University either. It's just that right now, the Awaken can't adapt and utilize their powers yet. All the army has to do is bring you all together for the time being, and then you'll all learn to become stronger together in order to save your partners and save the entire Cloud City. Battalion Commander Liu was holding his slightly protruding stomach, his hands behind his back, and on his fat, greasy face was an expression of looking out for everyone. Chapter 80. Who are you to represent Yuncheng University? The hallowed statement is a statement of intent. Battalion Commander Liu, I still say that if the military can take in all the students in Yuncheng University, I, Ren Changzhen, am willing to be the first to join the military. But, if the military doesn't have this ability, then the awakened ones from my Yuncheng University won't join the army. In the face of Battalion Commander Liu's words that were so polite to the point of false explosions, Ren Changzhen still responded very calmly. Ren Changzhen, who are you again? Who are you to represent our Yuncheng University? With me, Lin Lei here. You don't have a say yet. Ren Changzhen hadn't finished his words for long when a fat Mediterranean man from the boys' camp walked out. Even after entering the post-apocalyptic world, this fat man was still as fat as ever. Not only that, but he was still oily when his classmates were starving and mentally exhausted. On the other hand, in his body, but cannot see any awakened person's aura, that is to say, this fat person in the school status is not low, and after the end of the world after the life is nourishing. Yes, the man's name is Lin Lei, the vice president of Yuncheng University. Before the end of the world, it is considered to be one of the most talked about people in Yuncheng University. After the end of the world, he didn't obtain the awakening bead, but he had a good nephew, the representative of the boys' camp, Lin Hanggong. Before the end of the world, Lin Hanggong, because of Lin Lei, this layer of relations in the Cloud City University that is mixed with the wind and water. Rumor has it, this Lin uncle and nephew before the end of the world, but also scourge a lot of lovely looking female students. Run, you're still a child after all. You're still looking too close to the future of Yuncheng University. It's better to let us adults decide. Lin Lei's speech made Battalion Commander Liu refilled with the bottom, and at the moment the two fatties were just looking at each other through the door, complacency written all over their faces. Ahem, and who are you, Lin Lei? And what qualifications do you have to represent Cloud City University? Just as Ren Changzhen was being spoken to by the two men and didn't know how to reply, a voice then came out from the interior of Yuncheng University. The speaker was a middle-aged woman, but her looks were very iconic, but she now looked a little weak, and was able to walk here thanks to the assistance of two female students. She was wearing a work uniform, and although her clothes were a bit messy and even had bloodstains, this still couldn't suppress the aristocratic aura of the woman. Not only that, it was as if a faint halo of light could be seen on the woman's body. and just looking at this woman made one feel much more settled. Chang Nu watching, you, how can you be here? You shouldn't be. The woman's appearance made Lin Lei very shocked, even his speech stuttered. Should I pass out in the middle of the rescue now? Lin Lei, you really played your cards right. Leaving aside the female classmate who was assisting her, the woman that was staring at Lin Lei in front of her with an icy face. Ching Nor Ching? Who does not know this name in Cloud City? She is a nationally known academic leader, and became the president of Cloud City University at a young age. What was different between her and Lin Lei was that she was really working for the welfare of the students of Yunchang University, and it was under her management that Yunchang University had become the best university in the entire Yi province. It was for this reason that Chang Nuwatching's status among the students was extremely high, and basically every school rule that Chang Nuwatching proposed was embraced by the students. And after the arrival of the end times, Chang Nuwatching was given the opportunity to become the Radiant Light God Envoy, and although her combat abilities were not strong for the time being, she possessed notable healing powers. It was also because of Chang Nuwatching's existence that the survivors of Cloud City University were maintained to as many as 3,000. Cough cough, so you are Chang Nuwatching, Chang de Principal Ah. I've also heard about your name for a long time, and today, I really saw it. Aside, seeing Lin Lei being suppressed and unable to say anything, that battalion commander was the one who opened his mouth. Don't say those polite words. Lu Waste, Battalion Commander Lu is it? I've heard of you. Interrupting Battalion Commander Lu who was about to continue speaking, Chang Nuwatching's attitude remained cold. As a person who was extremely famous in Yunchang, Chang Nuwatching also had some understanding of this Battalion Commander Lu, and the fact that he was able to mention the position of Battalion Commander was not at all related to his own skills and abilities. Nay, he has a very hard relationship. His family still has some money, and finally in many ways to play under the code. When the Cloud City famous and unreal battalion commander, and after the arrival of the end of the world, most of the officers had mutated or died in battle on the front line, and in the end, the army had no one to use, so they really gave Lu Waste this right. As for the integration of Yunchang University, it was Lin Lei who took the initiative to contact Lu Wui, because Lin Lei could clearly feel that after Chang Nuwatching had obtained the inheritance of the Light God's messenger, his status in the school was also getting lower and lower, just like now. Chang Nuwatching's appearance made the somewhat shaken girls' camp settle down, and even quite a few of them in the boys' camp were a bit shaky. Ha ha ha, is that so? I'm honored to be remembered by a great beauty. Looking at Chang Nuwatching's pretty face, Battalion Commander Lu's face was a smile that could not be suppressed. Humph, eunuch soldiers and power generals, talentless and incompetent, greedy for money and colorful, crowned, such as you, who can not know ah. Looking at Lu Battalion Commander's colorful eyes, Chang Nuwatching that didn't want to give him any face at all. Chang Nuwatching you, was humiliated in front of everyone? All of a sudden Lu Battalion Commander's face also blackened. Chang Nuwatching, what are you talking about? That's Battalion Commander Lu. He's here for the future survival of our Yunchang University. How can you talk about him like that? On the side, Lin Lei was really good at reading people's words and immediately started to speak up for Lu Wulan. Oh, Mr. Changson, is that so? Holding Ren Changson's hand on the side, Chang Nuwatching asked seriously. No, Aunt Chang. Oh no, Principal Chang. Vice Principal Lin and that battalion commander Lu only want to incorporate the Awakened of our Yunchang University. They won't take away the rest of the people. To the side, Ren Changson then shook his head in denial. Lin Lei, Vice President Lin, at least you're the Vice President of Yunchang University. If you do this, can you stand up to those poor students? They came all the way to our Cloud City to study. Are we going to abandon them like this? Sniffing, Chang Nuwatching, who had only been indifferent in her attitude, became angry all of a sudden. It was obvious that she really loved these students. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Lei had intentionally let some of the boys get injured in the early hours of this morning, wanting to take advantage of Chang Nuwatching's kindness towards the students while depleting her spiritual power. The truth was more or less the same. If Chang Nuwatching didn't show up, the young Ren Changson couldn't fight these two scheming deadweights. By that time, all the Awakened in Cloud City University had gone, or were gone. Then those poor students in Cloud City University would either be starved to death or die in the mouths of the zombies. Senior Principal Chang, that's not what we mean. As you know, with the current zombie infestation, the Awakened can't master their abilities yet. The army just wants to train them systematically in order for them to better express their strength. And you know better. The Awakened are the key to the future of humanity's battle against the zombies, and having them in the army is just as much about protecting them. Also, the military is always for the people, and we never intended to abandon these future flowers of our country. It's just that they need to hold out here a little longer. Right now, at the critical moment, Battalion Commander Lu spoke again, and it was obvious that years of experience in the official world had taught him to say all kinds of false and noble words. Chapter 81. You can't say it. You can't fight it. Words can be disliked, but not lost. Oh, that's how it is. It turns out that Battalion Commander Lu and Vice President Lin have been thinking about our Yunchang University. It seems that my knowledge is shallow, but Battalion Commander Lu, there are still some questions that the young woman doesn't understand. Can you answer them? This Changnu watching is worthy of being a beauty embryo. This charming and gentle tone. That is the Lu Battalion Commander and Lin Lei, two people said like a spring breeze. Ahem. Yes, Principal Chang, please ask. I'm bound to give you a good answer. Tugging at his collar. Battalion Commander Lu seemed to have played it cool on purpose. Okay then. My first question is, may I ask what is eaten at every meal on the military side? This question was very plain. If it was before the end of the world, it would probably be a bit of polite conversation. Ha 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 ha. Then of course the food is good. 3 meals a day can't be missing. There's milk in the morning, meat at noon, tea at night, and even midnight snacks. This standard of living, it's quite good. When it comes to food and drink, this Lu Battalion Commander seems to have come to energy. Without opening his eyes, he said the army's dining standards. Principal Chang, what kind of expression is this? Seeing that Chang Nuoching did not say anything for half a day, Battalion Commander Lu that opened his eyes for a moment, but at this moment, Chang Nuoching had a puzzled expression on his face. Following Chang Nuoching's eyes, Battalion Commander Lu then locked his gaze onto the soldiers behind him. No way, is the food that good in your forward battalion? I only eat twice a day. What? We won't be able to eat meat for days alright. Why does the battalion commander still have a midnight snack? I've woken up many times in the middle of the night hungry and I've never heard of a midnight snack. Silly, don't you understand? This is the battalion commander, his own standard of living. Damn, really not convinced. What makes him represent us? Shoo, don't say a word. The battalion commander's looking at us. It was embarrassing that the soldiers weren't too far away from themselves, which made their conversation audible. Now, Battalion Commander Lu finally knew why Chang Nuoching had that look on her face, not realizing that the pussy she had just put up was immediately broken by her own soldier. Battalion Commander Lu, I'm not asking about your meals. I'm asking about the soldiers' meals. Oh, on the side, seeing Battalion Commander Lu's embarrassment, Chang Nuoching decisively chose to make up for it. As an awakened, she naturally heard what the soldier said, and she merely wanted Battalion Commander Lu to punch himself in the face and say it again. Ahem, Principal Chang. These may be my personal oversights, but don't worry, when the awakened from Yunchang University come in, their food level will definitely not be any lower than this. This battalion commander Lu looked to be someone who often drew a big pie, and instantly changed the topic for the better. Oh, that's right, then I'll ask a second question, Chang Nuochen said with a faint smile, her fingers jammed in front of her lips and blinking her eyes. You ask, may I ask? Battalion Commander Lu, are you an awakened yourself? Said Chang Nuoching, and her expression returned to seriousness. Not, hesitated for a long time. Lu Battalion Commander's face also crosses down. Looks like, not awakened person is his hurt place. Oh, so Battalion Commander Lu is not an awakened. Then where is your qualification to say that the students won't be able to use their abilities? If I did hand over the awakened to you, what are you going to teach them? Chang Nuoching's tone was flat, but the words were so precise that this one word was like a knife that cut deeply into Battalion Commander Lu's body. Yes, an ordinary person with little ability, who still eats better than all the soldiers, and still has the audacity to shamelessly say that he's going to teach the awakened ones. Where's his face? Please, you, and I, said Battalion Commander Lu, wanting to speak. Chang Nuoching, what are you talking about? Although Battalion Commander Lu isn't an awakened now, he will definitely be in the future, and there must be many other officers in the army who are awakened. They can teach the students. This Lin Lei and Lu Waste can really be said to be each other's salvation. When one party doesn't know what to say, the other party will come to the rescue. Yes, that's right, there are still many officers who are awakened, and I will definitely become an awakened in the future as well. This battalion commander Lu was also really good at going down the slope. Oh, that's right, later on, when the soldiers sell their lives to find awakening beads for you to awaken. Didn't expect that Chang Nuoching would still be shady. Principal Chang, what do you mean by that? Sure enough, no one could stand the yin and yang. Nothing? Battalion Commander Lu, I'll keep asking. You said that going to the army is protecting the classmates, so if the classmates go to the army, can't they not have to come out and risk their lives? And if there is a crisis, Battalion Commander Lu and the soldiers will protect them, right? It could be seen that Chang Nuoching was attacking every point that Battalion Commander Lu brought up. How is this possible? Students need to experience in order to grow. As for deaths and injuries, that's all unavoidable. For the sake of Cloud City, for the sake of Huaxia, we would all give our lives for this, wouldn't we? This time, Lu battalion commander refused. That is very decisive. After all, if agreed to Chang Nu-watching words, that is to say, the army recruited these people to enter is to feed for nothing, but also good food and drink to serve. Then he collected awakened the meaning of the significance of what is it? Yes it is. Battalion Commander Lu is really deeply righteous. Then may I ask again? The military said that they will not abandon the remaining students of Yunshan University. May I ask how soon they will come to pick them up? That was the crux of the matter, and the thing that Battalion Commander Lu was trying to avoid. Very soon, once the military has settled the awakened ones, I'll send someone over again. Battalion Commander Lu replied vaguely. It seemed that he didn't have that intention at all. May I ask just how long? Chang Nu-watching had an icy expression, obviously not wanting to listen to Battalion Commander Lu's ambiguous past. 10. No, 7 days, 7 days will be fine. As if he had thought of something, Battalion Commander Lu that was giving the exact answer. However, how could Chang Nu-watching not understand Battalion Commander Lu's small mind? This was just a delaying tactic. When the military really picked up the awakened people from Yunshan University, would they still come to take over these ordinary students? Oh, 7 days. Yes, as long as Battalion Commander Lu can give food to feed 3,000 students for 7 days, I will now bring all the awakened to join the military. Surprisingly, Battalion Commander Lu was playing hard to get. Chang Nu-watching didn't mind playing hard to get as well. Headmaster Chang, are you kidding? We've traveled 1,000 miles to get here. Do you think we can bring down that much food? Sensing that Chang Nu-watching was playing a real game with himself, Battalion Commander Lu stopped laughing playfully. Is that so? Doesn't Battalion Commander Lu know that if we all leave, then who will guard Yunshan University? Are the lives of these students not lives? Chang Nu-watching's appearance was really salty and sweet. Principal Chang, what do you mean by that? What exactly do you want? It was obvious that Battalion Commander Lu no longer wanted to negotiate with Chang Nu-watching. Battalion Commander Lu, Ren Shengzhen's meaning is my meaning. If you want to integrate Yunshan University you can. Either integrate everyone together or give enough food for 7 days. Otherwise, not a single person from Cloud City University will go with you. After all was said and done, the outcome of the negotiations remained the same. Principal Chang, as you know, this is an order from above that I have to follow. Seeing Chang Nu-watching's tough attitude, Battalion Commander Lu on the other hand moved to someone higher up. Battalion Commander Lu, the school is not the army. The end times is not a peaceful era, and your official authority can't be played here. And if you want to take away the awakened people of Yunshan University, I still have the same words. It's just a pity that Chang Nu-watching who has seen a lot of big waves and winds, but she doesn't eat Battalion Commander Lu's set of words at all. Chang Nu-watching, Principal Chang, your behavior is violating the military order. You know, at the critical moment, I can use force. Surprisingly, the soft one didn't work. Battalion Commander Lu also planned to come to the hard one. Whoa, wow, stump, 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 and as Battalion Commander Lu finished his words, behind him, the neatly organized soldiers quickly lined up, raising their guns and aiming them at the people in Yunshan University. Lu Waste, what do you want? Also disregarding how weak her body was, Chang Nu-watching then reached out and blocked the forefront of the students. What do I want? Isn't it obvious? I think that even awakened ones can't withstand the baptism of bullets. Bullets, artillery fire, and the absolute obedience of the soldiers were Battalion Commander Lu's biggest bottom line. At this moment, most of the students, except for individual students, trembled. Although they had entered the post-apocalyptic world, it was impossible for more than 20 years of memories to disappear in just 10 days. In the eyes of all the students, bullets and hot weapons were still terrifying, weapons that no human could resist. They weren't Shi-Fengling, after all, and didn't have 90% immunity to artillery fire. They weren't Shi-Fengling after all, because they didn't know that at this moment in the army, large and medium-sized thermal weapons could no longer be used. And in the first month after the end of the world, these ordinary guns and ammunitions wouldn't be able to take effect either. Chang Nu-watching, what are you doing? You keep saying that you're thinking about all your classmates, so don't you know that your current behavior is putting everyone at gunpoint? Lin Lei roared loudly. Maybe he was really scared, maybe he was acting, or maybe he was taking the opportunity to pull in people. Jesus, are they emptying their magazines on us? I don't think I can carry a bullet. Actually, I don't think there's anything wrong with going to the army. Otherwise, why don't we talk to Principal Chang and we'll go to the army first, and then pick up the students after we've stabilized? Battalion Commander Lu and Lin Lei's words were effective, and soon the students' faltering behavior spread through the crowd. And these people, they are still all awakened people who have the strength and guts to come out. So I guess those ordinary people who failed to be awakened are even more afraid to speak. Chang Nu-watching, you see, this is what the people want. If you really want to do it for the sake of your classmates, Then open the gate and let Battalion Commander Lu and the others come in. Seeing this, Lin Lei that was even more arrogant. With an arrogant stride he walked directly in the direction of the gate. Ren Changzhen, what do you want? As he spoke, Lin Hangong raised his glowing fist, aiming straight at Ren Changzhen across the room. On the other side, Ren Changzhen also raised the ancient sword in her hand, which was emitting a faint halo of light. Only Ren Changzhen's target wasn't Lin Hangong, but that Lin Lei who was going to open the door. Changzhen, don't be impulsive. We can't fight guns and bullets. Stopping the agitated Ren Changzhen, Chang Nuoching's face was helpless. But Aunt Chang, that battalion commander Lu simply won't take away all of his classmates. Unwillingly putting down the sword in his hand, Ren Changzhen was both impulsive and helpless. I know. Then is Changzhen willing to stay with me and protect these students? Chang Nuoching's face was not sad. What was there was a kind of relief. Auntie Chang, I do. Principal Chang, I'm willing too. Principal Chang, I'll stay too. Me too. Me too. Fear is inevitable in times of trouble, but the ability to choose to stand firm is valuable. Good. With you guys around, I'm sure Cloud City University will get through this. Seeing that there were still a lot of awakened ones who chose to stick around, Chang Nuoching's face rekindled a smile as well. Humph. A bunch of crazy students, and crazy teachers, you guys can stay if you want to. I'm going to go to the army to enjoy my blessings. Lin Lei didn't care what those classmates said, and his hands were going to open the South City gate of Yunchang University. Bang! Just as Lin Lei was about to twist open the gate of Yunchang University, a gunshot was suddenly appeared, and along with the end of the gunshot, that Lin Lei fell to the ground in response. Uncle Lin, what happened to you? Who fired the gun? Seeing his uncle died just like that, the Lin Hangong on the side that was instantly furious, yelled at Lu battalion commander. Yes, a place like a school would not allow guns, so the only ones who could shoot were afraid to be battalion commander Lu and the army he brought with him. Who the fired that shot? Turned around, and battalion commander Lu also shouted in anger, because this shot had sort of broken his idea of peacefully integrating Yunchang University. Just about all the soldiers were shaking their heads frantically. Not only did they not dare to shoot, they didn't want to, because they had been trained not to shoot innocent fellow soldiers. Tada! 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 Just as everyone was puzzled, and everyone was looking around, the sound of a horse's hooves trampling the ground was getting louder and louder. Battalion commander, I think there's someone in the back. No, not a man. A horse. No, it's a skeleton horse, and there's a man on it. This is a necromancer? As the voice got closer and closer, many of the soldiers could see who the visitor was. The one who came was a young man, who was covered in flames, and was riding a warhorse made up of skeletons on his hips, while on his back, one side was carrying a large sword that glowed with a purple, red and gold green color, while the other half was carrying a sniper rifle made up of skeletons. In this situation, who else could this person be? And the one who could have this kind of configuration at the beginning of the end of the world was naturally Chi Fengling, who had run all the way here. Chi Fengling had only just realized that the flame skeleton horse could also temporarily hide the sound of its hooves, and it was precisely because of this that Chi Fengling was able to quickly approach Cloud City University. Although Chi Fengling didn't know what was going on here, Chi Fengling could tell that Lin Lei wasn't a good person. In Jin's first life, it seemed like he was the one who introduced Wang Rulong to Cloud City University, and in the end, he also pitched many of Cloud City University's students together with Wang Rulong, which was the main reason for Cloud City University's late-stage collapse. Wang Rulong? Wasn't that the half-corpse king that had been decapitated by Chi Fengling back in chapter 30? Moreover, Chi Fengling himself didn't like this dead fat guy. When he was studying, he was the one who liked to make some boring and breathless to the point of bursting rules. For example, no trash in the trash can, no stuff on the desk, no one in the bed, or even no talking in the dorm is outrageous. Moreover, this dead fat man also suppressed the male students and molested the female students. Chi Fengling had long wanted to kill him. This life, this bad breath is also finally out. Chapter 82 Maple Spirit Messy Band. A fiery warhorse whistled, and no one was aware that Maple Spirit had come. Are you stupid? Shoot. All ing shoot for me ah. Seeing that his soldiers were just staring stupidly, and even kept retreating backward, Battalion Commander Lu directly cursed. At this moment, Chi Fengling's appearance was also really scary, perhaps saying that they hadn't seen such a person or skeleton horse until now. Chugging. Soon, under the order of Battalion Commander Lu, more than 120 soldiers fired their guns at Chi Fengling in unison, and for a while, bullets showered down on Chi Fengling like rain. Dang! Wow! It was just a pity that after Chi Fengling had reached the peak rank of level 1, his physical quality that had improved a lot more, and in the face of these densely packed bullets, Chi Fengling was able to block most of the bullets just by quickly dancing the one-thought divine demon sword. Of course, Chi Fengling's speed wasn't so fast that it was impermeable, and many bullets still hit Chi Fengling's body. Nay, the physical quality of the peak of the first level, as well as 90% of the artillery immunity effect is not covered anymore. Once also able to plunge into their own skin a centimeter-thick bullets, and so, can only cause broken skin such damage. What are you doing? Can you aim a little better? I'm asking you to shoot, not letting you guys be human body tracing masters. Seeing that Chi Fengling was still getting closer, Battalion Commander Lu was also a bit confused, but he who was not capable at all could only choose to be impotent and furious. Battalion Commander, we're firing. I'm balled out of bullets in a pike. Yeah, Battalion Commander, he doesn't seem to be afraid of bullets. Battalion Commander, why don't you pull back first? We'll cover for you. Really did not expect such a battalion commander actually have soldiers to give him a life. Looks like Lu Battalion Commander on these people or put some effort. Or that, Lu Battalion Commander there are other a little what means. Run? Where the hell are we going to run? Can we outrun that skeleton horse? If bullets don't work, throw me grenades, said Battalion Commander Lu, while walking in the direction of Yunchang University. Battalion Commander, I can't. They're so close, they'll hurt us by mistake. Battalion Commander you. The soldiers said and were ready to continue to report to Battalion Commander Lu, but when they turned around, their battalion commander had long been far away from them. At this instant, the soldiers who were still planning to pull out their grenades also gave up on this intention, because Battalion Commander Lu's behavior was completely making them innocent sacrifices. Although now is the end of the world, dare to ask who was not born and raised by parents. He Lu waste of life is life. Their lives are not life? Tut, 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 bang, bang, bang. As Battalion Commander Lu withdrew, the originally dense gunfire had turned into stars and 2 by 2. Some soldiers chose to continue shooting at Chi Fengling, some chose to swing and stand in place, while some leaned in the direction of Yunchang University as well. What are you doing? I told you guys to shoot. Throw grenades. Throw grenades ah. Battalion Commander Lu was furious, except that he could only curse and retreat at the same time. At the same time, Chi Fengling on the flaming skeleton horse also took a breather. Although these bullets couldn't cause any effective damage, he still knew the principle that many ants bite the elephant. What's more, he had an artillery immunity effect, but the flaming skeleton horse didn't. If he was hit by the dense bullets for another 3 minutes like this, I'm afraid that the flaming skeleton horse under his crotch wouldn't fall apart. During the whole process, Chi Fengling also chose to only defend and not attack. Firstly because he couldn't spare his hands, secondly because he didn't want to start a complete war with the military yet, and lastly, there were many of these soldiers who were like Yuan Tian Gang, so there was no need to hurt innocent people himself. Soon, under the soldiers' slack fire suppression, Chi Fengling quickly rushed into the soldiers' camp, and Chi Fengling didn't make a move on them, just ran straight in the direction of Cloud City University. Open the door, Principal Chang. Chang knew watching you open the door. In front of the south gate of Yunchang University, Battalion Commander Lu just shook the gate so angrily. Auntie Chang, what should we do? Should I open the door? I can't seem to beat that skeleton knight. Beside Chang Nuacheng, Ren Shengson was shaking her arm, his face also a bit flustered. Changson, it's fine. Look, that person rushed until now. Isn't he not hurt by a single person? I think, he's not a bad guy. He might be an awakened. He might even be a student of our Yunchang University. Looking at the ever-approaching Chi Fengling, the sixth sense from a woman told her that this person could be trusted by himself. What do you mean it's not a bad guy? Didn't he kill this Lin Lei? You can only cooperate with my military now to defeat this devil. At the door, Battalion Commander Lu that was shaking the door even more vigorously, and the urgency on his face was also a few more points. Battalion Commander Lu, what are you so excited about? As the saying goes, if you don't do anything wrong, you're not afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. Look, that demon didn't seem to kill any good people either. In response to Battalion Commander Lu's words, Chang Nuacheng used the softest yet most ruthless words to dislike him. You, Chang Nuacheng, you won't open the door, will you? Aha! Shrugging his shoulders knowingly. Okay, you too, open the door for me. Seeing Chang Nuacheng's look of being unconcerned, Battalion Commander Lu was also out of patience, and directly gave orders to the two soldiers beside him who were hiding their heads and faces. Good. The two soldiers didn't say much, just heard them let out a storm, and the two of them started to violently rip the door. Dang, dang. Seeing that the steel gate had been torn out of shape, where else would Rinshingson hesitate and slashed at these two with his sword? It was just that these two people's reaction speed was also fast, and their arms also had notable defense, and they were able to block Rinshingson's full force slashes. Rinshingson, your opponent is me. And just as Rinshingson was about to chop out his second sword against the two, the Lin Hangong who was on the sidelines actually swung his fist. Mr. Lin, What are you doing? Changsun is your classmate. Seeing Lin Hangong make a move on Ren Changsun, Chang Nuwacheng immediately questioned. Principal Chang, my uncle was killed by that demon. You believe in him? I don't. Now I can only cooperate with the military to have a better future. Only this time, Lin Hangong also no longer gave Chang Nuwacheng face, waving his fist and continued to hit towards Ren Changsun. Yeah. Soon, with Lin Hangong's tugging, Ren Changzhen couldn't interfere with the two soldiers pulling the door, and it was obvious to the naked eye that the just door was about to be pulled open. Dang boom! Only a booming sound was heard, but the position where the two soldiers had just stood was inserted with a large sword, and a large pit appeared on the ground. As the smoke and dirt dispersed, the two soldiers were standing next to the big pit with a wretched face, and because of the huge impact, the robes that covered them were blown apart. If Chi Fingling's appearance was that of a fireman, then the appearance of these two soldiers was that of two orangutans, and the only difference between them and the orangutans was that they had much less hair on their bodies. Puff! The Awakened? Under everyone's gaze, Chi Fengling fought to jump off the back of the flaming skeleton horse and landed steadily not far in front of Battalion Commander Lu and these two strange soldiers. Name, Ape Lu. Level, First High. Race, Awakened. Brief introduction, an awakened person with the ability to change appearance. Timid by nature, not good at speaking, and cooperates well with his brothers, so that he can better utilize his abilities. Awakening profession, Black Power Vajra. Occupational quality, A. Power, 40. Speed, 20. Spirit, 25. Physical fitness, 30. Skill, Darkness Mega Power. Attacks are accompanied by Darkness Power, which will cause additional damage to those in the light camp. Black plus white equals black. Attacks cause a corrosive effect when fighting alongside White Power Vajra. Name, Lu Ziki. Level, First High. Race, Awakened. Brief introduction, an awakened person with the ability to change appearance. Cowardly by nature, not good at showing off, but works well with his brother and can better utilize his abilities. Awakening profession, White Power Vajra. Occupational quality, A. Power, 30. Speed, 40. Spirit, 30. Body mass, 25. Skill, Bright Mega Power. Attacks are accompanied by the power of light, and will deal extra damage to those in the dark camp. White plus black equals white. When fighting alongside Black Power Vajra, attacks cause a burning effect. It was also the moment he landed on the ground that Chi Fengling used the Undead Emperor's eye on these two, and sure enough, he hadn't guessed wrong. There was no way Lu Waste would let two ordinary soldiers follow him closely, and it was even more unlikely that these two were gorilla mutant beasts. The only explanation was that they had obtained the awakening beads. Lu Waste, Lu Zhu, Lu Brisk? Oh, at this instant Chi Fengling understood. No wonder those two awakened ones were listening to Lu Waste. There must be a relative or even kinship between the three of them. It's no wonder that Lu Waste obviously has no skills at all, and still managed to mix the battalion in the position of dry after the end of the world. It seems that Lu Waste is a person who not only knows how to observe words and judge the situation, but also dabbles in a little bit of luck. Hiss. This person. Why do I feel so familiar? I seem to have the impression too. Oh, he seems to be that licking dog from the second class. Chi Fengling. Dig it. It seems like it's really Chi Fengling. It's hard to believe that all licking dogs nowadays have this kind of treatment. Shoo, you can keep your voice down. This Chi Fengling doesn't seem to be one to be messed with. Chi Fengling's moment of pretentiousness hadn't manifested for long before it was widely exchanged within Cloud City University. Looks like his previous reputation in the Cloud City University is still quite big. The so-called Cloud City First Deep Love. Want to know about it? Changsun, what are the students talking about? Is that person a classmate from our school? As the principal of Yuncheng University, Chang Nuwacheng had a lot of things to do on a day-to-day basis. She naturally wouldn't care about these little love affairs. Aunt Chang, he is indeed from our school, from the second class of clinical majors, ergo, the most famous dog licker in our school, said Ren Changsun, who also rolled her eyes, as she had even talked about Chi Fingling's behind his back before. Licking dog? Apparently, Chang Nuwacheng didn't know too much about these old internet phrases. Just like Vice Principal Lin likes you, then you don't say yes. He doesn't give up, and then he chases after all kinds of that kind of thing. Ren Changsun spoke without thinking, and even directly used Chang Nuwacheng as an example. Changsun, have you ever used your sister-in-law as an example like that? Okay, I know, but I do think that he is quite affectionate. Where would Chi Fengling have thought that he, who had an extremely poor image in front of everyone, would have received a favorable review in front of Grand Principal Chang? Chi Fengling? Well, it's true that there's still some face value. It's just too humble. I'm not too. Enough, please get it straight. You too. You're in a fight now. It's the end of the world out there. How do you still have the leisure to gossip? Aside. Listen to a long-time whispering Lin Hangong also cannot stand. After all, he is really dead uncle. Kid, Could it be that you are also an awakened? Seeing that the faded flame Chi Fengling was not a zombie face, Battalion Commander Lu's mood still calmed down quite a bit. Battalion Commander Lu, can't you see this? Raising his hand to retrieve the one-thought divine demon sword that was stuck in the ground, Chi Fengling replied in a slightly teasing manner. Ahem, Chi Fengling, right, are you also a student of Cloud City University? At this moment, Lu Waste, that was filled with curiosity towards Chi Fengling. Yes, not only Battalion Commander Lu, almost everyone was curious about Chi Fengling. Why would Chi Fengling appear outside of Cloud City University? Why had Chi Fengling transformed from a licking dog into a powerhouse? Why was it that Chi Fengling, who was also a student, wouldn't panic at all in the face of these people? Why didn't they go after Chi Fengling earlier? Why hadn't they gotten on good brotherly terms with Chi Fengling ahead of time? Of course, Chi Fengling would definitely not answer these questions to them, because his own rebirth would be a secret that everyone would not know. Battalion Commander Lu, surprisingly, you've heard it all, so why bother asking me again? Chi Fengling replied with the same ease, as if the person in front of him was not a battalion commander at all. The young man has a lot of spunk, how about it? Any thoughts on joining the army and putting yourself under my command? In order to not let himself fall on his face, Battalion Commander Lu that was straightening his back again. Is this Battalion Commander Lu recruiting me? That's for sure. It's true that joining the army is fine, but what skills do you have to convince me if I throw myself into your command? Chi Fengling that was not giving any face to Lu Battalion Commander, not only interrupted his words, but also directly denied him as a person. The young people are right. We are old. How can we teach you guys? The future is still yours. Little brother, put into my command. You don't have to listen to too many of my orders. It's just a name, and with my name, you'll also be able to mix well in the army. It could be seen that Battalion Commander Lu was still a person who could bend and bend. If it wasn't for the fact that Chi Fengling was really capable, he really would have already lost his temper. Oh, this way so I can get an official position in the army too, but I haven't graduated yet. I'll have to think about that. Thinking too much. It's already the end of the world. Where would Chi Fengling still care about these so-called academic qualifications? He said this on purpose for Chang Nuocheng to hear. He did want to establish power in Yunshan University, but it looked like Chang Nuocheng's voice in Yunshan University was higher than his own. So instead of inching his way through Yunshan University, going to the army to see the world wasn't a good choice. Therefore, what Chi Fengling meant now was to throw the choice to Chang Nuocheng. If she could say the conditions to stay himself, he would inevitably stay in Yunshan University. After all, college students are hot-blooded and not so much heart. However, if this condition is not possible, he does not mind hanging the name of Lu Waste in the army. Of course, there was a pitch for doing anything. If Chi Fengling really chose to join the army, then he would definitely help Lu Waste and pull away some of the Awakened from Cloud City University. Reborn for a lifetime now, those so-called classmates' feelings have long been less important than in the beginning. Not to mention, one's own eyes and the eyes of all the classmates, as if it was still a lickspill who, for some reason, suddenly reversed the trend, right? Chapter 83. Look at you jumping the beam. Man is not for himself, God is for him. Oh, I remember. You're that biggest lickspittle Chi Fengling from class 2, aren't you? If I remember correctly, the girl you like seems to be called Zhouing. She's nothing special, except for her screaming. Before the south gate, Chi Fengling hadn't waited for Chang Nuocheng's solicitation of himself, but first waited for Lin Hangong's mockery. Airman Lin, where is this place? What are you talking about? Are you still a student of Yunchang University? Hearing such words full of erotic colors, Chang Nuocheng on the side was indeed enraged. And as the person concerned, Chi Fengling wasn't much better. After all, in his last life, before he came to his senses, he had really been sincere to Zhouing. And to use an internet term for Lin Hangong's behavior, people experience the love of your life with a few hours of bells and whistles. Principal Chang, times have changed. What you're thinking about is long outdated. To Chang Nuocheng's questioning, Lin Hangong's face was full of unconcern. Name, Lin Hangong. Race, Awakened. Introduction, a human youth favored by the ancient martial arts master. Proficient in ancient martial arts fists and kicks. Gifted with extraordinary talent. And arrogant and unself-conscious. Rank, peak level 1. Awakening profession, divine fist master. Occupational quality, S. Power, 40. Speed, 40. Spirit, 35. Physical fitness, 45. Skills, martial arts sacred body, having been taught by a respected teacher. He possesses an extremely strong talent for learning. Fist light and elbow shadow, you can condense your power into your fist and strike a wave of energy that attacks farther and deals more damage. What are you looking at? Am I wrong? The introduction was indeed right. Lin Hangong was indeed very conceited. Even after Chi Fengling had shown his extraordinary strength in front of everyone, he was still so condescending. Of course, Chi Fengling couldn't just look at Lin Hangong stupidly. Chi Fengling was just using the undead emperor's eyes to observe Lin Hangong's attributes before recalling about Lin Hangong. Unfortunately, his own memories of Lin Hangong existed very little, and most of them still existed before the end of the world. Before the end of the world, Lin Hangong was the famous dude of Yuncheng University. Except for the bad about learning, everything else is very proficient. As for after the end of the world, Chi Fengling had only heard that Lin Hangong was very strong at first, only to perish in the second wave of zombie waves at Yuncheng University, so Chi Fengling didn't have many encounters with him. In that case, the two didn't have any hatred to speak of. After all, before the end of the world, Lin Hangong was someone that Chi Fengling couldn't possibly come into contact with, and after the end of the world, Lin Hangong just died too early for the two to have encountered each other. Then, if you say so, you and Lin Hangong, but there is a very subtle relationship. If it is not their own rebirth, the end of the world will still be the same as before. The development of the zombies will not become less for no reason. Lin Hangong is now also long dead, so there was that possibility that Chi Fengling was still Lin Hangong's savior. But what? He had just killed his uncle again with his own hands, and he had become his enemy again. Don't look at your uncle's relationship before the end times, but when it comes to the end times, one never knows when a loved one will leave them. Some unlucky people, a big family of 40 or 50 mouths, might be left alone on the first day of the end times. Humph, a licking dog is just a dog. You still want me, Yuncheng University, to make conditions to keep you. What you think is quite beautiful. Seeing that Chi Fengling didn't say anything, Lin Hangong even went as far as to directly mock Chi Fengling's intentions. Smart people. Yes, those who were able to obtain the inheritance of the Divine Fist Venerable Master were over the top in terms of intelligence and physique. However, Chi Fengling did not like this kind of intelligent person who was not friendly to him. Lin Hangong, you've had enough. Even if Chi Fengling is a licking dog again, but he doesn't wreak havoc on people. It's better than a big sea king like you. And what the hell are you trying to do? Do you have to push him over to the army side? When the scene was once tense, Ren Shengtsen on the side still spoke up. Although her words weren't very pleasant to the ear, she was at least on Chi Fengling's side. Humph, 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 humph. Army? This kid killed my uncle. I want him to not be able to go to either side. For Ren Shengtsen words, Lin Hangong, that was a face of disdain. Battalion Commander Lu, you promised my uncle that as long as we are willing to join the army, you will give me a company commander as a company commander. Does that still count now? After saying that, Lin Hangong that was directly facing Lu waist. Yes, as long as the awakened ones from Cloud City University can join my command, I will definitely give you a company commander job. Not only that, as long as anyone capable joins the army, they all have a military position that suits them, and as long as you're capable, I'll even give the battalion commander's position to him. The moment he was poked by Lin Hangong to penetrate his and Lin Lei's secret, Lu battalion commander was very speechless, but this man was not worthy of being a human savant. Just in a few words, he converted this private transaction into a tall solicitation. As battalion commander Lu finished his words, the awakened beings behind Lin Hangong stirred again. Yes, battalion commander Lu's words were very attractive. After all, which boy didn't have a dream of being a general before? Moreover, after these 10 days of the end of the world, their mentality has also produced a change. That is, why should they, who are capable people, awakened people blessed by God, why should they desperately try to protect those weak and ordinary classmates? That's fine even if it's for the sake of former friendships, but why do they have to save money with ordinary students even after they've put in so much effort? It was because of these reasons that more and more awakened people joined Lin Lei's camp, and it was only because Lin Lei had seized the moment, coupled with the fact that he had the line of Battalion Commander Lu, that he was able to launch this uprising today. Battalion Commander Lu, you're a good talker, but my uncle was killed by him now, and now I'm not asking you to give me the position of company commander. Then what do you want? Battalion Commander Lu's face sank all of a sudden. Chi Fengling's strength he had already seen, and the awakened person that Lin Hangong had brought with him he also wanted. So right now, he was on both sides of the fence and didn't want to offend. Even both sides of the fence he wanted to take under his wing. Humph, the revenge of killing my uncle is not shared. I'm going to fight Chi Fengling to the death, and when that time comes, I need you to help me stop Ren Shengtsen and the others. Lin Hangong's face was firm. By the looks of it, he was very confident in his own strength. This little brother, look, I also want to protect you, but you killed his uncle. I can't do anything about it. Whether you live or die, it's up to you. Battalion Commander Lu didn't even expect that Lin Hangong would make this kind of request. Instead of recruiting two conflicting people at the same time, it would be better to recruit a strong person from the start. And Lin Hangong saying this kind of thing really went along with him. Hey, Chi Fengling, are you scared silly? Hurry up and join us. At that time, We'll be your backing. Seeing that Chi Fengling didn't say anything the entire time, Ren Changxin from the school couldn't stand it any longer. It was true that she didn't like licking dogs like Chi Fengling very much, but she disliked people like Lin Hangong even more, and she didn't want to see Lin Hangong working with Battalion Commander Lu, and now was the best opportunity to not only successfully pull in Chi Fengling, but also avoid fulfilling the conditions Chi Fengling needed. But it's just that, Chi Fengling, who was not moving at all, wasn't scared silly. He was just wondering how he could get everyone to stop bringing up the matter of licking dogs with just one battle. Chapter 84. You can't either. Chi Fengling, did you hear that? Hey, Miss Ren, stop shouting. I'm not deaf. I can hear you. For this woman with a face and no brain, Chi Fengling that silently rolled her eyes. What? Willing to join us now? Widened his eyes. Ren Changzhen looked kinda clear and stupid. No, I appreciate your good intentions, but one person will be able to deal with it. After saying that, Chi Fengling turned around and coldly looked at Lin Hangong in the school. Ha ha ha, Chi Fengling, you're really arrogant. Even if you want to seek death, then I'll fulfill you. Boom, Kala. I don't know if Lin Hangong really had some strength or if it was the work of the two big black and white Vajra, but I only saw Lin Hangong pounding hard, and the tightly closed door was opened by him. Seeing that Lin Hangong had thrown open the door, that Chi Fengling didn't want to play with him as a first courtesy. Only hearing a whoosh sound, Chi Fengling rushed out. Aha! Chi Fengling, how dare you play sneak attack? How shameless! Just a photo effort. Just finished pretending to be a pussy. Lin Hangong was steadily suppressed by Chi Fengling. If not, Lin Hangong's arm has a golden light to protect. It is estimated that at this moment, his arm has long been cut off by Chi Fengling. Aha! Ahem! How? How is it possible? How can your strength be greater than Ren Changxin? Half kneeling on the ground, Lin Hangong had used all his strength, but even so, he was still unable to get up from the ground, and he was merely trying to get up. Name, Chi Fengling, rank, peak level 1, power, 70/40ths, speed, 80/40ths, spirit, 40, physical, 50/40ths. This was Chi Fengling's current state. Don't look at the fact that both of them were now at the peak of level 1, but Chi Fengling had a divine weapon in hand. Name, Ikimoku Sword of the Gods and Demons, quality, SSS, development, 3%, power, 30, speed, 30, skills, 1 thought of God, 1 thought of magic. The current 1 thought divine demon sword, the development degree had already reached 3%. Don't look at it as only raising the development degree by a mere 2%, but this raised attribute was very considerable in front of low-level awakened people, just like now. To put it bluntly, it was Chi Fengling who had engaged in a sneak attack. To put it nicely, Lin Hangong's reaction speed was not as good as Chi Fengling's, which was why he was easily suppressed by himself. Lin Hangong, right, you think you're really good just because I don't say anything? Now your little life is completely in my hands. Although his mouth was mocking Lin Hangong, the movements of Chi Fengling's hands didn't diminish at all. It wasn't that the arrogant Lin Hangong didn't want to speak, but because right now, he had no extra strength to do anything else. Drip! As the strength in Chi Fengling's hand grew, Lin Hangong's hard wrist could no longer withstand the pressure, and the sharp 1 thought magic sword still cut into his flesh. Aha! What are you guys still standing there for? Why don't you come and help? Don't you think about it? Who saved you? Will he spare you if I die? On the ground, the high and mighty Lin Hangong was finally bowing his head and starting to ask for help. Only he didn't bow his head to Chi Fengling, nor did he bow his head to Ren Changxin, and he didn't choose to bow his head to Battalion Commander Lu, or rather, even at the edge of life and death, Lin Hangong still didn't put his foot down. He was still ordering the awakened who had reverted to his camp to help him in the tone of a superior. What should we do? If we go up or not? It looks like the navigators will not be able to hold on. That's Lin Hangong, Divine Fist Venerable Master. He can't even beat him. Would it be useful for us to go? What then? It was Pilot Lin who saved us. We can't know a favor and not repay it, or else put up a fight. If Airman Lin dies, we won't be able to do well in school or in the army. Okay, spell it out. Go. Fear is human. Gratitude is putting your heart in the right place, and vested interests are what sway forward. Soon, under the deliberation of that group of awakened, they still chose to help Lin Hangong. Lu Waste, what do you want? On the other hand, seeing that the Black Force and White Force Vajra duo blocked Ren Changxin's way, Chang Nuoqing's face instantly pulled down. In her eyes, no matter how Chi Fengling and Lin Hangong fought, both of them were still people from Yunchang University, and she was even ready to talk out the fight and do the treatment in a while. However, this Lu Waste's behavior was clearly trying to make Chi Fengling and Lin Hangong's entire you die out. Plus the awakened from Lin Hangong's camp had just come out as well. If things really came to that, Chi Fengling and Lin Hangong would either die or one of them would die. Even if neither of them died, it would be impossible for them to work together. And at that time, the loss of Yunchang University would be really big. What for? Great Principal Chang. Can't you see this? Don't you teachers teach your students that you have to do what you say you're going to do? I even promised Airman Lin to help him watch over you guys, so I have to do it. Otherwise, how can I be this battalion commander? Slightly shrugging his shoulders, Battalion Commander Lu was helpless in tone, but his expression was a one. Humph, this is Yunchang University. It's not your turn to teach me. Classmates, go help Chi Fengling and stop them. Seeing this, Chang Nuochang also didn't want to mess around with Lu Waste anymore, and directly commanded the awakened who were behind her. Click, click, soldiers, raise your guns. Humph, I'll see which one of you dares to move. Chi Fengling, he's not afraid of bullets. I don't believe that you guys aren't afraid too. Seeing that the awakened on the other side were about to join the battlefield, Battalion Commander Lu that was decisively gave the order. In less than 3 seconds, the well-trained soldiers raised their guns again, and this time the direction of the guns was all the awakened within Cloud City University. And this time, without getting an order from Chang Nuochen, all the awakened in Ren Xingxin's camp stopped in their tracks because they were truly afraid. Among them, they were only awakened who had just acquired special abilities, and even their fists would still hurt when they hit the wall, not to mention bullets. So they knew very well that their bodies couldn't carry the bullets at all, and they even knew that Battalion Commander Lu would really shoot at them, and they, right now, didn't want to die. Lu Waste, are you trying to make an enemy of my Yunchang University? Cough. Chang Nuoching was anxious, which made her already somewhat overdrawn body even more unable to carry her. Senior Principal Chang, you'd better take care of yourself first. It's better to let the young people handle their own matters. Lu Waste's expression remained calm. Not only did he now want to see Yunchang University completely fall out, he also wanted to see what level of strength that suddenly appeared. Chi Fengling was at. Dang, you two, get out of my way. The ancient sword struck the arms of the Black Force and White Force Vajra duo. Ren Xingxin was anxious and angry. These two were not yet her opponents. Nay, the two were really well matched and had high defenses. For a moment, she really couldn't break free. At this moment, at the very center of the engagement, Chi Fengling was taking everything in. Ren Xingxin was a person of true nature and belonged to the category of friends that could be made. Chang Nuoching had some heart, but her heart was still kind, and she was bent on the development of Yunchang University. As for that Lu Wasted, he really is a person who smiles and hides daggers, and who is a masculine person. Following such a person, sooner or later, he will be counted in by him one day. Chapter 85 Fair 13-1. If I had my head in 6 arms again, why would I be afraid of being surrounded and attacked by several people? Of course, Chi Fengling didn't have the so-called 3 heads and 6 arms, but the awakened who surrounded him reached as many as 13. Some of them were swinging their fists, some were gathering special waves of energy, while others were standing far away, either wetting their throats or pulling slingshots. On the contrary, on his side, Ren Xingxin was stopped by the 2 Vajra of Black Force and White Force, and the awakened in Ren Xingxin's camp were suppressed by Battalion Commander Lu's soldiers. It looked like it was going to be a one-on-one, fair one-on-one fight by itself. Chi Fengling, I admit that you're a bit powerful, but don't forget that I'm not fighting alone. Because of Chi Fengling's diversion of attention, this allowed Lin Hanggong to have some strength to be able to come and taunt. Humph, surprisingly, you started the whole unfair match, then you can't blame me. Fiercely kicking the Lin Hanggong on the ground, Chi Fengling then instantly pulled away from everyone. I don't know if it's because of his rebirth that this life has really changed. Just to say that the number of these awakened people alone, there weren't this many in the last life. After all, the awakened who had just obtained the inheritance were not much different in strength from ordinary people, and most of them died in the zombie wave. While in this life, because of the inexplicable decrease in zombies, many awakened who should have died survived. While looking at the awakened who surrounded him, Chi Fengling quickly used the Eye of the Undead Emperor on them. Name, Zhao Qianhai. Race, awakened. Level, first intermediate. Awakening profession, Big Hand Rex. Occupational quality, C. Profile, age 23. Simple-minded rural child, who has suffered, has small aspirations, and has extremely strong hands. Power, 20. Speed, 10. Spirit, 10. Physical fitness, 15. Skill, power of big hands, can make one hand bigger, damage inflicted is increased, and the big hand is harder. Zhao Qianhai. This person Chi Fengling didn't recognize and hadn't heard of him in his previous life. It looked like he should be an awakened who had been unintentionally saved by Lin Hanggong. Name, Chen Ming. Race, awakened. Level, first class lower. Awakening profession, Rex. Occupational quality, E. Profile, age, 22. A sunny, hot-blooded young man. An awakened person who is somewhat more famous than a human machine. Power, 14. Speed, 7. Spirit, 6. Physical fitness, 6. Skill, vigorous, strength slightly increased. Chan Ming? Chi Fengling hadn't heard of this person even more. Not to mention that he was the lowest E-quality awakened. But he really didn't have anything outstanding. After the end of the world, half of the awakened were such lowest level awakened, as their occupation quality was E, which made their ceiling very low. Most of the E-quality awakened people would already be at their limit if they could reach the third lower level in their entire life. Not only that, their cultivation speed would also be much slower than normal awakened people. Later, based on the relative attributes of this class of awakened people, they were categorized into 4 groups, namely, with strength as some of the highlights, Rex, with speed as some of the standouts, Assassin, with spirit as some of the prominent ones, Warlock, with physicality as some of the standouts, Deadly Soldier. Don't look at them as the lowest class of awakened, but they were still very powerful existences in the eyes of ordinary people. This was because if one could not obtain the inheritance, an ordinary person who had spent his entire life exercising to the limit of his body could only reach the physical level of a first-grade high level, and this was something that only a very few people could achieve. Name, Xiaolu. Race, awakened. Level 1 medium. Awakening profession, master of grass and wood. Occupational quality, B. Profile, age 23. A gentle boy who loves flowers and plants. A good student who specializes in nature studies, and is looking forward to the future. Power, 12. Speed, 15. Spirit, 25. Physical fitness, 10. Skill, plant manipulation. A master of plants and trees can communicate with plants to make them attack or defend, and can also control plant growth. A powerful manipulator can even make poor soil produce flowers. Xiao Lu. This person Chi Fengling still had some impression. His role in the pre-apocalyptic period was very small. After all, his own level was low, and the plant's attacks were even weaker. But after the post-apocalyptic world, his ability manifested itself, as he could make green plants grow in places contaminated by zombies, and even spawned food that could be eaten, and his functionality was, obviously, higher than his practicality. Name, Zhang Lu. Race, awakened. Level 1 medium. Awakening profession, water spirit envoy. Occupational quality, B. Synopsis, age 22. Extremely snobbish girl who adores strong and capable people. Poor waif who has been cheated of her feelings and finds it hard to believe in love again. Power, 12. Speed, 15. Spirit, 25. Physical fitness, 10. Skill, water wave control, with the inheritance of water spirit messenger. It can control the surrounding unowned water source to complete the attack or defense, and those with strong water control ability can even summon the water source out of the air. A girl? Yes, this is the only female awakened returned to the Lin Hangong camp. The girl's name is Zhang Lu. She's quite good looking, and she's also a little famous in Yunshan University. Only this reputation of hers is not a good one, as rumor has it that she was cheated emotionally and physically by a college student when she was 16. Since then, Zhang Lu had become particularly prodigal. Let's put it that way, only a sophomore in college. She's already changed more than 20 boyfriends at Cloud City University. As for after the end of the world, you wouldn't even dare to believe that such a prodigal girl would come together with that introverted Xiaolu. In the late post-apocalyptic period, the two were still a famous crop duo in Cloud City. Xiaolu catalyzed the plants and Zhang Lu was in charge of irrigation, which was considered to have solved part of Cloud City's food problem. Name, Lu Tong. Race, awakened. Level, first intermediate. Awakening profession, Mad Dog Man. Occupational quality, B. Synopsis, age 24. Post-apocalyptic dog lover who ate his own dog. Loyal and epileptic oddball. Power, 15. Speed, 15. Spirit, 10. Physical fitness, 20. Skill, Mad Dog, actively enters the Mad Dog state. IQ is halved. All attributes are increased by 20%. Sense of smell is greatly increased, and sense of hurt is reduced by 20%. Madman, when entering the Mad Dog state, the heavier the damage taken, the higher the boosted attributes, and the higher the IQ weakened. Mad Dog Man, also known as Lulutong. How did Chi Fengling feel that this name and this awakened profession were so familiar? It was as if he had seen a character from a certain cartoon. But then again, this Mad Dog Man is not Mad Dog Man. At least the one in the cartoon had a brain, while this one is almost as good as being cut down. As for this person, Chi Fengling didn't have a deep impression of him. Before the end of the world, he was really the most famous dog lover in the whole school. About him eating dogs, if it wasn't for the profile, Chi Fengling wouldn't have known that there was such a thing. As for the end of this Mad Dog Man, it seems that it was because he went crazy and voluntarily pounced on the endless tide of zombies, and ended up being mercilessly engulfed by the tide of zombies. Name, Yellow Wave. Race, awakened. Level 1 medium. Awakening profession, Qigong Master. Occupational quality, C. Profile, age 25. An average college student with a passion for Tai Chi. introverted and better-tempered. Power, 15. Speed, 15. Spirit, 20. Physical fitness, 12. Skill, Yuan Qi Bomb, can condense invisible internal energy into a state of light waves, hitting a longer distance with explosive damage. Huang Lang? Sorry, not familiar. Maybe it's because the interests are completely unrelated, or maybe the guy is just really low-key. Qi Fengling had literally zero impression of him, and in his last life after the end of the world, he was also supposed to have died early, so Qi Fengling couldn't say a second word about him. Whoosh! Ta-da! Hiss! The steel ball hit on top of the arm. Originally bullets are not afraid of Qi Fengling. At this moment even felt a trace of pain. Guns and cannons didn't exist in Cloud City University, and it was surprising that the only thing that could cause damage to himself was a simply modified slingshot. A slingshot? You believe that? Turning her head and looking at this person who could cause harm to herself, Qi Fengling did not get angry, nor did any unpleasantness even appear on her face, because this person, she knew, and was familiar with. Name, Tong Wai Ho. Race, Awakened. Level, First High. Awakening profession, Master Gunnery. Occupational quality, A. Synopsis, age 23. A medically delayed genius with a gun. Steady and resourceful. Steadfast in his morals, and a stickler for convention. Power, 30. Speed, 30. Spirit, 35. Physical fitness, 30. Skill, gunnery proficiency, can instantly master any hot weapon and can flexibly use any cold weapon. Master of fortification, a master gunnery officer can double the effectiveness of any hot weapon he or she uses and significantly increase the damage of the bullets he or she fires. Tang Wei Hao, his own classmate, before the end of the world. The two of them were no more than nodding acquaintances, except that Tang Wei Hao wasn't like other classmates who would taunt Qi Fengling for being a licking dog. And after the end of the world, under various opportunities, Qi Fengling joined the demon hunting squad organized by Tang Wei Hao, who, at that time, was the captain of the demon hunting squad. The inheritance of master gunnery, but before the end of the world, was a very powerful inheritance, but this end of the world has made all hot weapons ineffective. It was also for this reason that Tang Wei Hao's status was getting lower and lower after the end of the world, and if it wasn't for Tang Wei Hao's very high basic attributes, I'm afraid he would have been eliminated a long time ago. And later, as Qi Fengling grew stronger and stronger, Tang Wei Hao logically ceded the position of demon hunting squad leader to Qi Fengling. As for Tang Wei Hao's end, he was sort of victimized by himself. In his last life, he had messed with the zombie emperor himself and was pursued to death by the corpse lord. Although Qi Fengling's demon hunting squad escaped several encirclements, the corpse lord was still too powerful and he had numerous henchmen, and in the end, Tang Wei Hao died protecting himself. On the other hand, Tang Wei Hao saw Qi Fengling looking at himself with a genuine face, but he was very puzzled. The two did know each other, but their relationship was not that good, and he was now the one who stood on the side of Lin Hangong. Put your hands down and walk together. We're all good friends. Lyrics. Just as Qi Fengling continued to scan the Awakened in front of him, a song that had its own sound and was like an original song reached Qi Fengling's ears. How could anyone play a song on such an occasion? The only explanation is that it was just someone singing. Name, Qi Fengling. Rank, Peak Level 1. Power, 70/40ths. Speed, 60/40ths. Spirit, 40. Physical, 30/40ths. Qi Fengling's senses were very sensitive, and in a flash, he opened his attribute panel, and could see that his full attributes, surprisingly, had been weakened. Name, Xiao Quan. Race, Awakened. Level, First High. Awakening profession, Chinese god of song. Occupational quality, S. Profile, age 24. Handsome-looking aspiring young man who loves to sing, and after obtaining his inheritance, is proficient in any song from the 5,000 years of Chinese history, with a resilient personality and unlimited potential. Power, 20. Speed, 20. Spirit, 50. Physical fitness, 30. Skill, Song of Excitement. The Chinese god of songs chants an exuberant song that causes all those who hear his song and are chosen by him to have their full attributes boosted, and can clear some of their confused consciousness. Song of Broken Gothic. The Chinese god of songs chants a mournful song that causes all those who hear his song and are chosen by him to have their full attributes lowered and can confuse part of their waking consciousness. Zhou Quan? This person was the Yunchang University's famous song king. It could be said that he was the only one who didn't recognize Qi Fengling, and there was no Qi Fengling who didn't recognize him. It was just a pity that in his last life, after the end of the world, Qi Fengling had never heard of this person again. It also looked as if Zhou Power had been devoured by zombies at the beginning of the end times, which was why people like that had gone down in obscurity. And after reading Xiao Quan's personal information, Qi Fengling couldn't help but be wide-eyed, because this person was really strong. Xiao Quan's power did not lie in his fighting ability, but in his supporting ability, his song, which could raise or lower the full attributes of his teammates or opponents. The most critical thing is that Xiao Quan's skill is not even a single effect. It is a ranged effect, so it can be said that whoever gets Xiao Quan will get a supporting god. In addition to the above awakened, there were 4 other awakened surrounding Qi Fengling, except that their awakened professions were all the lowest priced and they also just happened to gather the 4 professions of Rex, Assassin, Warlock, and Necromancer. At this moment, with the addition of Lin Hangong who had been kicked out by Qi Fengling, there were a total of 13 awakened who had surrounded him, a level 1 peak Lin Navigator, 2 first-class senior Qiao Quan and Tang Weihao, 5 first-level mid-order awakened, 5 first-level low-level awakenings. What? Don't say anything. Didn't you say I was unfair? Then what can you do about it? Twisting his wrist, Lin Hangong said with some pain. It could be seen that Lin Hangong was not in a good state. Just from the simple confrontation just now, he had already suffered a considerable amount of injuries. If these people had not come to help him, I am afraid that he would not have really been chopped up by Qi Feng in a flexible and raw manner. Alright, let me try your level. Sniffing, Qi Fengling only smiled faintly, and in an instant, the one-thought demon sword in his hand converted into the one-thought divine sword. Boom, boom, boom. With the sound of explosions ringing out one after another in his ears, Qi Fengling just slightly struck out and easily neutralized the long-range attacks that Huang Lang, Qigong Master, Zhang Lu, Water Spirit Envoy, and Tang Weihao, Gun Master, had called in. Hiss, my hand, how could it be so strong? The one-thought divine sword was quickly waved in the air, and several waves of light flew out, and these waves of light also hit a few low-level awakened who were about to attack themselves in an unbiased manner. Qi Fengling's one-thought divine state had already boosted his attack power, and coupled with the fact that the attributes of these low-level awakened were already low, this had caused the present-day scene, where the sword Qi was hurting people. Chapter 86. Come on, roll call. Originally, it was a siege and a group attack, but the unseemly was not a combined enemy. Taking a big plunge, Lin Hangong didn't even expect that the team of awakened that he was so proud of would be so weak. What a waste. Everyone, attack with me. After complaining, Lin Hangong no longer chose to rest, but directly stepped towards Qi Fengling. Dang. Woof. It was obvious that this time Lin Hangong was playing for real, and even Lu Luton, Mad Dog Man, beside him had entered the Mad Dog state. Tada. Just let go. You can't. Lyrics, Vine Entanglement, Ruthless Big Hands, Genki Bomb Wave, Invincible Water Dragon Bubble. At the very center of the battlefield, after Lin Hangong took the initiative to resist Qi Fengling's one-thought divine sword, the remaining awakened ones that were there showed their full strength. In a moment, the songs, steel balls, vines, light waves, water balls, and large hands all beckoned towards themselves, not to mention that the damage of these attacks was not high, but bringing them together really caused not bad effect damage. As for the originally injured Lin Hangong, he didn't know where he got the strength from, but he even began to glow all over, and in this state, he even steadily caught Qi Fengling's one-thought divine sword. In less than 10 seconds of work, vines, water balloons, steel balls, and light waves had all greeted him. If he continued to spend so much time with them, it was probably really hard to say whether he would win or lose. Fine. Unexpectedly, then it's not my fault. Fiercely thrusting the one-thought divine sword onto the ground, the energy emanating from the great sword also directly shook everyone, including Qi Fengling, away. With the force of the push, Qi Fengling pulled away from them in an instant, and it was at this moment that a sniper rifle made up of skeletons appeared in Qi Fengling's hands. Fengling student, they are all your classmates, don't hurt their lives. As soon as the big snipe came out, Cheng Nu watching in the distance also exclaimed. In her opinion, their previous fight was nothing more than going through the motions, and now, people might get killed. Only, Qi Fengling cannot have time to pay attention to that woman. Just now she was surrounded when she did not say. They want to counterattack but shouted a voice. Do not know also thought that he is not a student of this school. On the opposite side of the room, as Qi Fengling pulled out the skeleton bone sniper, all of the awakened, including Lin Hangong, froze for a moment. A gun. It's still such a strange gun. That said, if you get hit by this gun, will you really die? At the moment, I'm afraid that's not what they have in mind. Woo, charge. Just as everyone was watching, that Lu Luton who was on all fours was barking in a human voice for a moment, and then, he charged towards Qi Fengling in a frenzy. Good, very good, charge me. Seeing Lu Luton charging over, Lin Hangong was thrilled, because he had just been thinking about what he would use to get everyone to start charging again. Asterisk. Whatever, charge, go, battlefield. As Lin Hangong was the second to charge out, the rest of the awakened also chose to charge. Of course, except for a few awakened that could launch attacks from long range. Humph, out of your depth. Bang. Bang, 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 bang. Looking at these alumni who were hostile to themselves, Chi Fongling didn't show the slightest bit of mercy. The gun was aimed at them, and the trigger that was pulled repeatedly. Ah, my hand, no, my leg, ooh wow, charge, charge. With the sound of the gunshot, the bone bullet that was a shot that didn't miss hit those awakened who rushed towards them, except that Chi Fongling didn't strike them dead, only hitting their legs or hands. The blood of ordinary people was bright red, and so was the blood of the awakened, and their current physical qualities were not up to the point where bullets were invulnerable. At the moment in front of Chi Fongling, all the awakened who chose to charge except for that Lin Hangong fell to the ground and screamed in misery. Don't look at them as college students, but this was the first time they had received a gunshot wound. This kind of pain that drilled into their bones was simply too much for them to bear. Oh, no, there's one other exception, and that's Mad Dog Man, Lu Lutong. Being shot in the thigh, Lu Lutong did not regain his senses, but on the contrary, he became even more ferocious, and it was obvious that the wisdom of his eye power had faded again. Bang, ah woo, my beloved dog. Bang, ah, bang, ah woo. For this kind of human who was equal to a madman, Chi Fongling showed no mercy at all, and after 3 shots, all of Lu Lutong's limbs were hit by bone bullets. Under the special effect of the bone bullet, Lu Lutong lost his strength all of a sudden, and at this moment, he could only collapse on the ground, growling and hissing in place. Looking at the scene in front of them, the 3 people who were still condensing vines, light waves, and water balloons from afar that were instantly stopping their hand movements as they saw Chi Fongling's eyes that were filled with killing intent. Ta-da! Bang! With the sound of gunshots ringing out again, Tang Wei Hao, who was struggling to dodge in the distance, was still hit by a shot from Chi Fongling, who also did not expect that. Even at this point in time, Tang Wei Hao still dared to launch an attack on him, and with this shot, Chi Fongling not only broke Tang Wei Hao's modified slingshot, but also hit his palm. Chi Fongling, this is not fair. If you are a man, you don't use a gun. Let's fight one-on-one. Seeing Chi Fongling aiming his gun at himself, the Lin Hangong who was in a dilemma at the same place, that was waving his hand in succession. Although he was conceited, he still understood that the damage of a skeleton bone snipe was not something that the current him could carry hard. Fair, don't you think it's funny? Mr. Lin, do you think that 13 against 1 is fair? Also, who just mocked me with an arrogant face, staring at the man in front of him who was looking around? Chi Fongling's eyes were filled with mockery. Humph, Chi Fongling, you actually shot at me. In situ. Lin Hangong was just about to say something, but a bullet accurately hit his palm. The bone bullet sank into his palm and drops of blood fell. Looking at Lin Hangong who was roaring in pain, Chi Fongling then frowned, because for those awakened, Chi Fongling was not thinking of killing them, so he just chose to injure them. As for Lin Hangong, Chi Fongling thought of nothing but killing, so that shot just now, Chi Fongling had struck towards Lin Hangong's head. In reason, that shot should also be a headshot, but that Lin Hangong was able to ghostly block that fatal shot. Can't it be that Lin Hangong's body also has a secret that is not known? What are you guys waiting for? Return fire for me. Seeing that Chi Fongling was still aiming at himself, Lin Hangong then shouted and ran towards the interior of Cloud City University. Yes, he was trying to run away. After all, this was the moment when he really felt death. Bang! What are you waiting for? Come on! Another shot hit Lin Hangong's shoulder, while Lin Hangong, who was eating the pain, yelled at the group of frothing awakened. It's just that in the situation at hand, everyone knows that whoever dares to make a move is going to get shot. Bang! Dang! This time, Chi Fongling locked on very accurately and made sure many times. If nothing else, Lin Hangong would definitely get his head blown off. But a strange change still happened. The Lin Hangong, who had his back turned to escape, but suddenly raised his fist, and at that moment a brighter light emerged from his fist, and the bone bullet was actually bounced off by this punch. There was indeed a secret in Lin Hangong's body. And now, the secret was exposed. Chapter 87. You are the Divine Fist, Venerable Master? The heavens and the earth are moving. The gods are coming? That's naturally impossible. Being obsequious and not saying a word? It wouldn't be so unforced. At the entrance of Yunshan University, with Chi Fongling quickly snapping the skeleton bone sniper, soon that Lin Hangong was beaten without the power to fight back. Just when Chi Fongling was about to completely end him with a single shot, a golden light emerged from Lin Hangong's body, and in just an instant, Lin Hangong's aura as a person increased by quite a bit. Human brat, I admit that you're very powerful, but have you ever heard the saying that you should spare others when you have to spare them? After blocking the bone bomb shot by Chi Fongling, Lin Hangong didn't know if he was crazy or what, but he suddenly began to speak strange words. That look was as if he was suddenly possessed by a fairy, or perhaps it would be more apt to describe it as possessed by a ghost. Anyway, it made everyone except Shi Fengling froze in their tracks. Humph. Class act. Name, Divine Fist Honorable Master / Lin Hangong. Status, superseded. Race, Meteoric Immortal / Awakened. Occupation, Divine Fist Master. Rank, Level 2 High. Introduction, a meteoric immortal cultivator of several tens of thousands of years. In his lifetime he was a boxing master with extremely high attainments in boxing, and his rank at the peak moment reached the middle stage of the epic class. After his death in the fairy, his residual soul remains in the world. He is extremely confident in the Divine Fist and desires to teach powerful disciples, with an arrogant and conceited personality, and is vindictive. Power, 100. Speed, 70. Spirit, 70. Physical fitness, 50. Skill, Divine Fist Broken Ancient, wielding a supreme fist. You can strike a fist print that shakes the heavens and earth, and the damage dealt by the fist is increased by 5 times. Currently in a superseded state, unable to use this skill. In this life, it wasn't the first time Shi Fengling had encountered this kind of situation, so he instantly opened the eye of the Undead Emperor. Sure enough, the Lin Hangong was now no longer himself, but had been replaced by his inherited profession. Replacement? It's an enhancement that's so much better than a takeover, where the person being taken will be erased forever, and it's an extremely evil way to coexist. The person being replaced will only temporarily lose control of his body, which in the end will still belong to his original owner. Looking at the Lin Hangong in front of him, Shi Fengling inexplicably remembered a person from a novel he had read before, and that was Xiao Yan. Shi Fengling vaguely remembered that many times when Xiao Yan was in danger, the medicine old man in the ring would temporarily take over Xiao Yan's body, and in this case, it was commonly known as replacement. But fortunately, this Divine Fist Exalted Master was not as powerful as Medicine Old Man, or rather, Lin Hangong did not get a protagonist script like Xiao Yan's, simply because he had now met himself, and after reading the profile about the Divine Fist Venerable Master, Shi Fengling probably knows why he fell. An immortal cultivator, arrogant and conceited, as well as Jarius, who fell if he didn't fall. It was no wonder that this Divine Fist Venerable Master would like Lin Hangong so much. It could be said that the two people's personalities that were the same. Fortunately, Lin Hangong's current strength was too weak, and even if the Divine Fist Venerable Master temporarily replaced him, he still couldn't exert much strength. What made Shi Fengling even happier was that it was fortunate that the Divine Fist Venerable Master couldn't use his skills right now, or else as outlined by that skill, it wouldn't be enough for himself to be beaten to death by him 800 times. Oh, so it's the Divine Fist Venerable Master. It's just a pity that I, Shi Fengling, never leave behind an enemy, especially a powerful enemy like you. Looking at that Divine Fist Venerable Master who was clearly vulnerable but still pretending to be so, Shi Fengling's eyes that was without a trace of fear. Ha, boy, he said that about me? A great power in the immortal cultivation world, the invincible Divine Fist Venerable Master. Who wouldn't recognize him? Pure and simple bull *********. Shi Fengling was just trying to flirt with him. Then you even know my great name. Why don't you quickly submit, or else this Cloud City University of yours, I will be able to overthrow it with the lift of my hand. Seeing that Shi Fengling had spoken his name, the Divine Fist Venerable Master was shocked for a second before displaying an even more condescending stance. Yes, if at the peak state of Divine Fist Zunsure, this Cloud City University really gives him practice is not even as good as, although it is not to say that it is lifting the hand to overthrow it, but Ken Whack is inevitable. Humph, I'm really convinced, and I'm still honoring my teacher. You can believe me even if I brag? What do you mean by that? It was obvious that Divine Fist Venerable Master did not want to believe that he had been tricked. A mere remnant soul, how dare you pretend in front of me? Remember, this is not the immortal cultivation realm, and you're not the same Divine Fist Venerable Master you used to be. If you want me to submit, I don't know if you've got the skills. For the words of the Divine Fist Venerable Master, Shi Fengling's eyes only disdain. No wonder Lin Hangong's character in the end of the world can become so arrogant. It turns out that this master of his, that is more than ever. Kid, you're really looking for death, like how you're weak. This father doesn't know that he's already crushed dozens of continents. Holding his head high, the Divine Fist Venerable Master simply spoke without hitting a draft. Chow. In the immortal cultivation world, which was equivalent to a territory the size of the entire Blue Star, he was certainly powerful, but an epic middle-rank immortal cultivator wasn't capable of being in charge of a continent. Was he? So after hearing the Divine Fist Venerable Master say that he had killed dozens of people from several continents, Shi Fengling just inexplicably wanted to laugh. It seems that this Divine Fist Venerable Master still hasn't accepted the fact that he has already fallen, and it is estimated that it was the same in his last life. Precisely because he looked down on those zombies, he made Lin Hangong choose to do it head-on and hard. and finally landed in a situation where both of them went offline early. What are those two talking about so much? I don't get it. It looks to me as if Flight Engineer Lin has been knocked silly. What? Didn't you guys hear what Chi Fongling said? That's not Lin Hangdong anymore. That's the Divine Fist Venerable Master. Divine Fist Venerable Master. Can Chi Fongling beat Divine Fist Venerable Master? Just watch. It's none of my business. Inside Cloud City University, since the two had been bull ting for too long, this caused the soldiers and students watching from the sidelines to talk, but it was still unintelligible to them. Bang, 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 dang, 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 hiss, phew, kid, you've already managed to mess with this venerable master. If you give in now, it's still not too late. Across the street, after blocking several of his own bone bombs in succession, Divine Fist Venerable Master's hand had begun to shake violently. Even the tone of his speech trembled. It could be seen that the actual situation of him was not as easy as what he said on his mouth, and it was estimated that this second-level advanced grade was just something he pulled out temporarily to bluff himself. As the Divine Fist Venerable Master finished his words, Chi Fongling could even see with his naked eyes that the divine light on Lin Hangdong's body had receded a lot, and even that seemingly invincible Divine Fist seemed to have cracks in it. Pretending, and the deadly kind of pretending. Honorable Master Ha, I can't believe you're so powerful. Let's see how long you can last. For the God Fist Venerable Master's pretentious speech, Chi Fongling was not used to it in the slightest, and raised his skeleton bone sniper and aimed it at his head again. Bang, 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 dang, dang, hiss, 3 shots went down, and Divine Fist Venerable Master barely blocked 2 of them, while the last one still broke his golden light protected fist. Venerable Master, why are you injured? Aren't you the one who can overthrow several continents with the lift of a hand? Slightly pouting, Chi Fongling spoke that how exasperating it was. Phew, boy, you're really, bang, 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 just kidding. How could Chi Fongling give his enemy a chance to catch his breath? Before the Divine Fist Venerable Master could finish his sentence, several rounds of bone bombs continued towards the Divine Fist Venerable Master's face. This time, Chi Fongling wanted to see how a strong as Divine Fist Venerable Master was going to resolve this crisis. Chapter 88 Pleading for mercy doesn't delay the killings. The divine light dimmed and appeared in the flesh, and the golden body broke down and came out of the mortal world. Under Chi Fongling's intensive firepower suppression, the Divine Fist Venerable Master was instantly drenched in blood. His body was riddled with bullet holes, and the light that had coiled around Lin Hangdong's body had completely disappeared. Little boy, I'm a Divine Fist Venerable Master. This world of yours is suffering from invasions from various realms. With your current strength, it's impossible to resist. Seeing that Chi Fongling had stopped shooting, that unbeatable Divine Fist Venerable Master unexpectedly half-kneeled on the ground, spitting blood out of his mouth as he breathlessly spoke to Chi Fongling. In fact, Chi Fongling didn't want to listen to his nonsense, but he had just hit too many bone bombs, and now there were only 3 bone bombs left in the skeleton bone sniper. And these 3 bone bombs, Chi Fongling couldn't just hit them anymore. Oh, Divine Fist Venerable Master. So you're saying that there's a way to stop the invasion of the strongest people from the various realms? Chi Fongling knew too little about dimensional invasions, so he wanted to hear what Venerable Master Divine Fist wanted to say. I don't have that ability. Only, if you can spare me and let me regain my original strength, I can guarantee that within 10 years, no one will dare to invade your Cloud City University. By the looks of it, Divine Fist Venerable Master was a bit conceited, but he didn't like to lie to people. This doesn't interest me. I just need you to tell me what the dimensional invasion is all about. Resuming his icy expression, Chi Fongling raised his skeleton bone sniper once again. Like I said, I really don't know about this, except that the barriers of your world have been breached, and as time goes on, more and more powerful enemies are going to enter your world. Divine Fist Venerable Master also had a temper. If he hadn't been unable to display his original strength right now, this Chi Fongling who was like a mole would have been crushed to death by him long ago. Bang! Kid, what are you doing? Didn't you promise to spare me? After hearing only a gunshot, the Divine Fist Venerable Master, who had once again blocked one of his own bone bullets, was finally unable to lift his right hand. When did I promise you? How do I know? When you recover, will you kill me? Chi Fongling's expression was icy cold. At this moment, it was as if he was the one who looked like an uncompromising villain. Master, I don't want it. What a time to care about your face. Okay. Just as Chi Fongling continued to adjust the muzzle position, the Divine Fist Venerable Master on the ground actually muttered to himself. However, although they were all talking with Lin Hangdong's body, Chi Fongling understood that it was Divine Fist Venerable Master and Lin Hangdong communicating. Fongling student, I was wrong before. My uncle's death is forgotten. Can you spare my life? On the ground, Lin Hangong slowly raised his head. His teeth clenched and popped, his eyes glared, his eyes force was full of anger. Although he was begging, but it made it look like he wanted to kill. Bang! Principal Chang, Battalion Commander Lu, save me, quickly save me, only to hear another gunshot. The opposite side of the Lin Hangong that was let out a monstrous hiss. Finally, he stopped begging Chi Fengling for mercy. He knew that it was impossible for Chi Fengling to let him go. The only way he might have a chance of survival was to beg Chang Nuocheng and Battalion Commander Lu. Classmate Fengling, look, classmate Hangong has already put aside his revenge for killing his uncle. You're all classmates, so I think you should just spare him this time. Lin Hangong's cry for help was effective, and on the side, Chang Nuocheng, who had stopped for a long time, still opened her mouth, probably because she had other plans, or maybe because she was really kind. Little comrade Fengling, you've already won the contest between the two of you. I see, there's no need to hurt your life. Chi Fengling could see clearly. Battalion Commander Lu was not going to open his mouth, but just a moment ago, he seemed to have exchanged something silently with the Lin Hangong on the ground. It's really ridiculous. Did this Lin Hangong get the protagonist's script? How come he couldn't even kill him with his own gunlock? And there would be so many people pleading for him when he was about to die. Not only that, probably because the two giants, Chang Nuocheng and Battalion Commander Lu, took the lead. Those awakened who had originally been scared by Chi Fengling and belonged to Lin Hangong's camp also struggled to move over. They were all still students, and the end times had arrived not long ago, plus the fact that Lin Hangong might have saved them. At this moment, gratitude might have overcome the fear in their hearts. It's important to kill to establish authority, but if you're too ruthless, will you make everyone fear you? Thinking about this, Chi Fengling turned around, and at the same time, he also put away the skeleton bone sniper in his hand. Seeing this scene, most of the people present breathed a sigh of relief. Even the nervous Lin Hangong eased up quite a bit. Only, in the position that Chi Fengling could not see, Lin Hangong was long ago to Chi Fengling sentenced to death. This person sooner or later one day, Lin Hangong must kill. Click. Bang. Just as everyone was relaxing, the retreating Chi Feng suddenly turned around, and the skeleton bone sniper that had disappeared instantly appeared in his hand. Sure enough, everything was just as he thought it would be. Lin Hangong had let his guard down, and his position, still unchanged from just now. Chi Fengling, I won't be a ghost even if I puff. On the ground, Lin Hangong, who had long ago had both his arms disabled by Chi Fengling, that was staring with wide eyes. Only at this moment, as he breathlessly finished his words, the luster in his eyes also completely dimmed. Finally, impartially, the shot hit Lin Hangong squarely in the center of his eyebrow, and the huge impact was such that the bone bullet went straight through Lin Hangong's head. In the next second, as Lin Hangong's voice completely disappeared, the person's aura also completely dissipated. Yes, Lin Hangong was dead, killed by a shot to the head, a situation where it was simply impossible to resurrect this dead man as a Divine Fist Venerable Master of the Awakening Bead. Ahem, Fengling student, what are you doing? Didn't he already admit defeat, fellow navigator? On the side, Chang Nuocheng, who saw the scene, was also infuriated. She didn't expect that Chi Fengling would really be this merciless. This kind of mercilessness, like it wasn't something that should be there at this age, like it had experienced death countless times. Those present, other than Chang Nuocheng, Battalion Commander Lu, Tang Weihao, and Jiang Lu also reacted greatly. At this moment, Battalion Commander Lu was no longer as relaxed as he was before. He clenched his fists as if he was about to make some kind of decision. It seemed that he had indeed just reached some kind of agreement with Navigator Lin. As for Tang Weihao, his eyes were filled with shock and contempt. He was shocked that Lin Hangong would really die, and he despised Chi Fengling for rushing to his death. But this Jiang Lu was the most special one. At the moment Lin Hangong died, after a moment of shock, her eyes all converged on Chi Fengling's body. That kind of gaze, there is love and admiration as well as respect. Just, Chi Fengling can be lazy to care about them. People are their own kill. Kill is also a pair of pro-uncle and nephew. So what? Whether it was Lin Hangong or Divine Fist Venerable Master, the kind of hostility they displayed, couldn't Chi Fengling sense it? He already had so many enemies. Why would he want to set up another powerful enemy? Thinking of this, Chi Fengling's pace that was more determined. After picking up the one-thought divine demon sword that was stuck on the ground, Chi Fengling walked in the direction of Lin Hangong's corpse. Chapter 89. Good people and bad people are all me. The center of attention of the crowd, Fengling met everyone's gazes and walked towards the corpse that couldn't be dead anymore. In a short distance of a dozen meters, Chi Fengling received fear from most of the people, as well as contempt from a large portion of the people. But what could this be? Would someone who wasn't even afraid of bullets who wasn't even a match for a bunch of awakened ones, be afraid of these so-called spiritual attacks? Slowly walking to Lin Hangong's side, Chi Fengling just silently raised his greatsword, his hand rising and falling, splattering plasma everywhere. Boom! Chi Fengling, you vomit! Chi Fengling's behavior couldn't help but make everyone a little more scared, and quite a few students couldn't help but throw up. At this moment, Chi Fengling was standing next to Lin Hangong, only now, his head had been chopped off by Chi Fengling's sword. Under the huge force, blood splattered everywhere, and the brain matter exploded everywhere. Only Chi Fengling didn't care about this. He just squatted down on his own, and fumbled around in the fuzzy brain matter of Lin Hangong. Found it. After groping for a while, Chi Fengling finally was able to touch a glass bead-sized orb, and at the moment the bead was taken out of his brain, Chi Fengling also saw a hidden golden light on the bead. Awakening beads? Yes, this is the awakening bead that Lin Hangong swallowed. That belongs to the exclusive inheritance of the Divine Fist Venerable Master. Really did not expect that Lin Hangong is dead through and through. And this Divine Fist Venerable Master also left himself a hand. If someone swallowed this awakening bead again, then the Divine Fist Venerable Master would be able to resurrect as a remnant of his soul once again. Looking at the awakening bead in his hand, if it contained energy, Chi Fengling still decisively suppressed the idea of swallowing it, not because of nausea, but because of fear. This Divine Fist Venerable Master was feuding with himself. What if he took over his body after he swallowed it? Little comrade Fengling, things have come to a head. You should be joining my army now. Just when Chi Fengling was still playing with that awakening bead, to the side came the voice of Battalion Commander Lu. This time, Battalion Commander Lu spoke that without the slightest bit of politeness, as if he had already eaten himself. Only, if at the beginning, Chi Fengling still had the idea of joining the army, and the actions of Battalion Commander Lu just now had made Chi Fengling completely give up his intention of joining him. His own practical combat experience is indeed rich, and there are some skills, but even if he is reborn in a new life, his ability to play mind games is still not as good as this Lu Battalion Commander. If he follows him, sooner or later one day will fall for his dirty tricks. Battalion Commander Lu was really in a hurry. Just after the death of Company Commander Lin, "You've come to recruit me? Aren't you afraid that your soldiers will say something?" What Chi Fengling said were naturally mocking words, because Battalion Commander Lu had promised to give Lin Hangong a company commander. Fengling, little comrade, that Lin Hangong is not yet a member of my army, and how can we talk about Lin Liancheng? And the army is supposed to be able to. He died in your hands. Naturally he can't. I think, no one will say anything. This Lu Battalion Commander, really skillful. Changsun, lock the door. Yuncheng University won't accept them. Just as Chi Fengling was still exchanging words with Battalion Commander Lu, Chang Nua Chang in the distance gave an order to Ren Changsun. Aunt Chang, Chi Fengling is also from our school, and he doesn't understand why Chang Nuacheng is turning Chi Fengling away. Ren Changsun didn't understand why Chang Nuacheng was turning Chi Fengling away. We, Cloud City University, don't have cold-blooded and heartless people like that, said Chang Nuacheng. Then holding her head, she walked towards those awakened who were injured by Chi Fengling. No, Aunt Chang, I just clearly felt that Chi Fengling has a very righteous aura about her. On the side, Ren Changsun was waving her hands up, looking like she still had some good feelings towards Chi Fengling. Yes, during the battle just now, Chi Fengling had used the one-thought divine sword, a sword that could only be used by someone who was single-mindedly righteous, and it was that kind of aura that had been recognized by Ren Changsun. In school, call me Principal Chang, and shut the door. It could be heard that Chang Nuacheng was really angry. In her opinion, Chi Fengling not only didn't give her face, but also abused his classmates. Such a person was something that she, the light god envoy, couldn't accommodate. Hiss. Aunt Chang, you can't overdraw yourself anymore. In that case, you'll die. Seeing Chang Nuacheng's face instantly turn white after using a section of healing techniques, Ren Changsun that immediately ran over. So what can be done? This is the end times. If I don't cure them, they are going to be crippled. Slowly sitting up from the ground, Chang Nuacheng's eyes were misty and she said in a very weak manner. There was some truth in what she said. Although awakened people were much more powerful than ordinary people, low-level awakened people were not too far from ordinary people. It's like a gunshot wound like the one in front of them, and if they don't get medical attention within a certain amount of time, they could literally be crippled as a result. This kind of crippling could indeed be repaired after reaching the Zunshi level, but in the crisis-ridden post-apocalyptic world, it was basically impossible for a crippled person to live up to that point, and this was also the reason why Chang Nuacheng was angry, because in this battle, Chi Fengling had not only killed the strongest combatant other than Ren Changsun, but also injured so many awakened, which was a very big loss for Yuncheng University. What are you doing? Don't come in. If you come in again I'm going to make a move. Inside the school, A girl raised the iron rod in her hand. She didn't back off although she was very scared. Name, Deng Jiajia. Race, Awakened. Level, First Intermediate. Awakening profession, gun and stick instructor. Occupational quality, B. Synopsis, age 23. A college girl who loves guns and sticks. Kind and brave. Power, 15. Speed, 15. Spirit, 15. Physical fitness, 15. Skill, instructors might, opponents of lower rank than yourself will invariably fear you when facing you. Deng Jiajia? An Awakened from Rin Qingxin's camp. Shi Fengling wasn't familiar with her, and it was obvious that she was afraid of herself, but she even dared to guard at the entrance of the school, so it was no wonder that she had obtained the inheritance of the gun and stick instructor. Shi Fengling, what are you doing? Seeing Shi Fengling walking towards him, Rin Qingxin was also a little scared. After all, at this moment, Shi Fengling's body still had Lin Hangong's brain matter left on it. Cut the crap. They were hit with bone bombs. It's not easy to take them out. If you want them to really become crippled, or if you want to see your Aunt Cheng overdose, you can just keep stopping me. Standing quietly at the door, Shi Fengling was acting very calm. Inside the school, at this moment, Chang Nuocheng was already very weak, but it was as if she still didn't trust Shi Fengling, and she just shook her head frantically at Rin Qingxin. Jia Jia, don't stop him. Let him come in. Looking at her classmate with a pained face, and the incredibly stubborn Aunt Chang, Rin Qingxin finally chose to believe Shi Fengling. Treating gunshot wounds? Shi Fengling didn't have this ability. He hadn't obtained the inheritance of being a healer. It was just that the current situation was unique in that they had all been hit by their own skeleton bone snipes, and those bone bullets trapped in their bodies were just enough to be sucked out by virtue of the skeleton bone snipe's passive sucking. Yes, all of this was within Shi Fengling's expectations. He had never come to Yuncheng University for those students, but for these awakened ones, and if he wanted to take them in, he had to give them both grace and mercy. Chapter 90 to the top. War is the slaughter of 10,000 people, and peace is the Sai living Buddha. Ah, aha, thank you, stay back, it's all you. Ah, my hand is okay? Ah, that hurts. It doesn't seem to hurt as much. Oh, I'm sorry, I was wrong just now. Thank you for returning the favor. Humph, don't be hypocritical, you killed Lin Hangong. No matter what happens to them, there's no way I'm going to submit to you anyway. On the ground filled with the afterglow of the battle and bloodstains, as Shi Fengling pressed the skeleton bone snipers onto them, the bone bombs that had sunk into their bodies were sucked out one by one. This would not restore the wound so much, but it would relieve most of the pain, not to mention the fact that they were awakened, but their level was still too low, and to remove these bone bullets would still require surgery as per normal. Obviously, the immediate future does not have this condition, and even if they do have surgery, it will take a lot of time to repair, so maybe in their eyes, their life is over. So when they saw that Shi Fengling could easily take out the bullet that had penetrated into his body, almost everyone revealed an unbelievable expression, and everyone's ill will towards Shi Fengling completely disappeared except for Tang Weihao. It seems that even after being reborn, a person's personality still can't be changed. Tang Weihao is the kind of person who is more gracious. It seems that his forcible killing of Lin Hangong had a great impact on him. Only, Shi Fengling didn't have the time to care about him now. I'll be honest with you. The bullets in your body are not ordinary bullets, but undead bone bullets. Bone bullets contain decaying substances, and these are something I can't remove. Retrieving the skeleton bone sniper in his hand, Shi Fengling lied with a serious face. There was indeed a difference between bone bullets and ordinary bullets. Bone bullets were bone bullets, and although they did not have gunpowder or heavy metals, they did have the aura of the dead in them. If the bone bomb was kept in the body for too long, the dead spirit aura would gradually make this piece of flesh and blood lose its vitality, and in the end, it would just break down and rot. Sounds scary, but the bone bomb wants to function at least 3 to 10 days, during which, as long as this bone bomb is taken out, the dead spirit breath will also disappear instantly. As for why Shi Fengling said so, naturally, he has his little mind. As expected, after the awakened ones heard Shi Fengling finish his sentence, their spirit that had relaxed was tense again. They looked around and a bit of their lips started to tremble. But don't worry, although I can't take out these decaying substances, but our principal Chang, she's a goddess of light envoy. As long as she's there, hold on for a week, the decaying substances in your bodies will be completely removed. Saying that, Shi Fengling then turned his head towards Chang Nuocheng, and all of a sudden, the two of them were looking at each other in all directions. The first second they looked at each other, Chang Nuocheng's eyes were still disgusted, but it instantly turned into doubt, understanding and appreciation. Chang, Principal Chang, is it true what Student Fengling said? Principal Chang, please, you must save me. Principal Chang, it was all my fault before. It was Airman Lin who saved me. This favor, I have to return it. After Shi Fengling's words, The awakened ones seemed as if they had found salvation as they kept apologizing or expressing their loyalty to Chang Nuocheng. Don't worry students. You are surprisingly the students of Cloud City University, and I am surprisingly your principal. Then I will definitely be responsible for you. That, decaying substance on you guys. Don't take a week, 5 days and I'll be able to completely remove it. Chang Nuocheng also reacted fast enough and immediately began to speak along with the words Chi Fengling had thought up for her. As expected, after Chang Nuocheng had compressed the 7 days into 5, and then looking at Chang Nuocheng's weakened body, the eyes of all the awakened were filled with excitement and self-blame. No, wait. Little comrade Fengling, what do you mean by this? Didn't you promise me that you would lead the awakened people from Yuncheng University to join the army? Suddenly, Battalion Commander Lu, who had planned to watch the show, seemed to have reacted and interrupted this drama that Chang Nuocheng and Chi Fengling were jointly putting on. Yes, this was an impromptu play put on by Chi Fengling and Chang Nuocheng. Although Lin Hangong died, don't forget that they were willing to take Lin Hangong's side not only because he had saved their lives, but also because they weren't satisfied with Chang Nuocheng's system, and they themselves wanted to join the army. Lin Hangong is dead, they are in a group without a leader. Chi Fengling has been the bad guy and good guy at the same time, but after all, Chi Fengling has just returned to school, and with the scene of the violent killings just now, these people are only afraid of him, and will not serve him. But Chang Nuocheng was different. She herself was the principal of Cloud City University, and she had also obtained the inheritance of the Light God's messenger, and she herself had set an example by dedicating herself to Cloud City University. The most crucial thing was that all people were afraid of death, and this substance that Chi Fengling talked about that would corrode the flesh was, on the contrary, only solvable by Chang Nuocheng, but solving even if, on the contrary, it will take 7 days, and these troops that arrived from Lu Battalion Commander, it is simply impossible to stay in Yuncheng University for 7 days. The main reason was because there was not enough food at Yuncheng University. The second reason was because Chang Nuocheng was not welcoming them in the first place. And the last thing was, it was impossible for the army side to let Battalion Commander Lu bring so many people and not go back for so long. So these 7 days, that is to say, made it clear that it was impossible for them to rejoin the army. And that Chang Nuocheng was even more thoughtful. She knew that there was no substantial difference between 7 days and 5 days, but she was now weak, and in this situation she was still speeding up to give them the antidote. Adding to the fact that they were all still students who hadn't gone through the toxic beatings of society, this kind of selling of misery could easily make them fall for it. And if this went on, Chang Nuocheng would be able to easily keep these awakened people in Yuncheng University and would be grateful to herself. This mind of Chi Fengling and Chang Nuocheng, although the students could not see it, but how could that long-experienced officer Lu Battalion Commander not see it? Although he hadn't lost anything so far, he was unconvinced as to why his 10-pronged reckoning would be completely disrupted by a student who appeared out of nowhere. Battalion Commander Lu, should I help you recall it? What I said seems to be, I haven't graduated yet. I'm afraid that I'm not capable of doing my job in the army. I want to see what Cloud City University says. I think I said that. Battalion Commander Lu was a bit anxious, but Chi Fengling was calm, because he had never said anything about joining the army since the beginning. Little comrade Fengling, you killed Lin Hangong and injured so many of your classmates. As I see it, it should be hard for you to mix in Cloud City University. How about joining the army? I can give you, Battalion Commander Lu. Other children have said that he doesn't want to go to the army yet. Why do you have to force him? This time, before Battalion Commander Lu finished his big pie, Chang Nuocheng directly interrupted him. Chang Nuocheng, what do you mean by this? Are you, Yuncheng University, trying to make an enemy of our military? At this moment, Battalion Commander Lu had completely lost the idea of peace talks, because he could see that Chi Fengling and Chang Nuocheng were already on the same side. He could only try his best to muddy the water and maximize the benefits now. Battalion Commander Lu, I don't mean that. I mean, not bad, my Cloud City University, that's what I mean. Chi Fengling's voice was so loud that it directly covered Chang Nuocheng, who was about to argue something. Chapter 91. You kill yours, it's none of my business. Good, that's what Cloud City University is all about. At this moment, Chi Fengling's words seemed to have magic power, and kept lingering in Chang Nuocheng's ears. Even that Battalion Commander Lu was shocked for quite a while. He really didn't expect that a student would have the courage to do hard work with the army. Chi Fengling, right, do you know what you're talking about? Do you want to make the entire Yuncheng University an enemy of the army? Mentioning the army, Battalion Commander Lu was confident again, as if what he was representing at this moment was the military power of this Cloud City. So what if I am Battalion Commander Lu? I can represent the entire Yuncheng University, but can you represent the entire army? Chi Fengling slightly raised the corner of his mouth, as if everything was within his expectations. Battalion Commander Lu certainly couldn't represent the entire Yuncheng army, because right now, the communication system of all of China had pretty much collapsed. In the beginning of the zombie outbreak, many officers above the regiment turned into zombies, and even if they didn't, many of them were bitten to death by the zombies in the beginning. It was this that allowed Lu Waste, a small battalion commander, to have a voice in the army. Only, Yuncheng's military is not the only one of Lu battalion commander's officers, and there are also individual officers who have gained the inheritance. That kind of officer can be much stronger than the current Lu Waste. Moreover, Chief Yingling's memories from his previous life alone could tell that the Cloud City military was not united in the beginning, and there were a dozen or so battalion commanders and company commanders of all sizes, and likewise, the military's power was divided into a dozen or so divisions. For this battalion commander Lu to be able to bring his troops out, his forces in the military base must be pretty empty, so it's unlikely that he'll damage too much here at all. There was also the fact that if battalion commander Lu collected the entire Yuncheng University, then he would get a huge boost in both the number of reservists and the number of awakened ones. This, however, was something that many officers didn't want to see, so even if they knew that battalion commander Lu was in conflict with Yuncheng University, they wouldn't have chosen to support them. Just these are not the reason why Chief Yingling dared to be so arrogant, after all, but where the change to the end of the world before, the army if you can use nuclear weapons or missiles. At that time, not to mention Cloud City University, even the entire Cloud City and even E province would disappear from China. However, the arrival of the end of the world had favored the scrapping of these ultimate heat weapons, and just yesterday, even the army's helicopters could not be used, and Chief Yingling didn't believe that the army could still pull out any more heat weapons that could be taken out of their hands now, even if there were more. But so what? Since the outbreak of the end times, the military had taken in many ordinary people, and nowadays, the human race was particularly strong on the military side. Chief Yingling didn't even have to think about it, whether it was in his last life or this one. The number of zombies surrounding the military was the largest it had ever been, and without helicopters and other hot weapons, it would be even more difficult for the military to deal with the zombies. Therefore, synthesizing the above factors, Chief Yingling was certain that even if he declared himself an enemy of the military would not be able to spare the energy to deal with him. You, aren't you afraid that I will mobilize missiles and mobilize bombers to destroy your Yuncheng University? Chief Yingling's words were word for word. That pissed off battalion commander Lu to no end. Principal Chang, why don't you persuade student Yingling? We don't want to die yet. Principal Chang, what should we do? How can you watch Chief Yingling go crazy? Principal Chang, otherwise let's make peace with battalion commander Lu. I'm sure the army won't kill innocents indiscriminately. Battalion commander Lu's words were of no use to Chief Yingling, but they scared the students of Yuncheng University. They weren't reborn. They naturally didn't know that the military's thermal weapons had been pretty much paralyzed. I believe in Chief Yingling. After hesitating for a long while, Chang Nuoching was looking at the unyielding back with a firm face. She inexplicably felt that this Chief Yingling was not simple. Perhaps only by following Chief Yingling would Yuncheng University have a better future. Humph. Missiles? Bombers? Battalion Commander Lu's talk is so scary. If you guys really have these things, why don't you just drive tanks to negotiate? At that time, I'll absolutely raise my hands to surrender. Battalion Commander Lu's threat was only met with Chief Yingling's sneer. Not to mention the tanks. If those heavy weapons were still functional, Battalion Commander Lu wouldn't have brought his soldiers over on foot. Chief Yingling, do you really think that I don't dare to make a move? Kala. Suddenly, Battalion Commander Lu, who had his eyes tightly closed, suddenly raised his head, and as he let out a violent cry, more than 100 soldiers instantly raised the guns in their hands, while the direction of the muzzles of those guns was pointing at the entire Yuncheng University. Humph, Chief Yingling, don't think I don't know that you don't kill those awakened, but it's just because you want to be king in Cloud City. If these bullets can't hurt you, can they not hurt those awakened ones? Do you think that with your strength alone, you can protect all of them? Battalion Commander Lu's expression was icy cold. This was his worst plan for coming to these today. If the peace talks couldn't reel in Cloud City University, he wouldn't mind making an example out of him for a bit. And right now, he just wanted to find his face. This time, Battalion Commander Lu was really right. He had returned to Yuncheng University in order to come and form his own forces. He had killed Lin Hanggong because this person was very strong and would not submit himself. Lu Waste, what are you doing? Do you really want to hurt these innocent students? If you do this, can you justify it on the military side? Inside the school, Chang Nuoching was also a bit flustered. She didn't expect that Battalion Commander Lu would get real. That kid is right. It's true that the military won't help me, but it's also true that the military will definitely not help you. Right now here, I'm in charge. If you still want to keep the living forces of Yuncheng University, then submit to me earlier. It's better for everyone. Words to this point, Lu Battalion Commander also do not intend to continue to hide. Those so-called moral righteousness are on the basis of the law is still enforced to pursue. Ha 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 ha. Chief Fengling, what are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong? Seeing Chief Fengling suddenly laugh out loud, Battalion Commander Lu frowned again, because he always felt that this person was going to take some unusual path. Funny, you kill them. What does it have to do with me? Spreading his hands, Chief Fengling that was a face of disdain and indifference. Aren't they your classmates? Oh, I know. You want to cheat me again, don't you? Tell you. No way. This Lu Battalion Commander was really a bit mentally deranged by Chief Fengling. Facial expression that was becoming fast. Humph. Why would I lie to you? They were just about to kill me. Why should I care if they live or die? If you don't believe me, you can shoot me now. See if I'll stop you. Only, Chief Fengling remained calm. If there was tea and smoke now, Chief Fengling could act more relaxed. Chief Fengling, you licking dog. I knew you didn't have good intentions. Chief Fengling, if I die, I won't let you go even as a ghost. Student Fengling, what do you mean by this? Could it be that Cloud City University? And these classmates, aren't your friends? This time, not only the students, even Chang Nu watching was puzzled. She felt as if Chief Fengling really didn't care about their lives and deaths. On the side, Battalion Commander Lu was taking it all in, and for the first time, he also felt that there would be such a person that he could not see through at all. Chapter 92 Ling Xiao Sword Saint, Run Changxin. To laugh wildly before the battle is arrogance. To laugh wildly after the battle is relief. Laughing maniacally during wartime? I don't understand it. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Inside and outside of Cloud City University, when everyone was at their most tense, a loud nonsensical laugh then came out from the mouth of a youth. The youth was no one else but the focus of that crowd. Chief Fengling. Chief Fengling, what are you laughing at again? What exactly do you mean? Do you really think that I don't dare to shoot? On the side, the uncertainly happy and angry Chief Fengling had long since pissed off Battalion Commander Lu. It could be said that as long as Chief Fengling dared to taunt one more time, Battalion Commander Lu would really dare to order the shooting. Of course not. Lu Battalion Commander, you want to shoot. You can shoot but what? Seeing that there was a twist in the words, Battalion Commander Lu's spirits were lifted once again. But well, Yuncheng University is my alma mater after all, and they are also classmates with me. If you dare to shoot, Battalion Commander Lu, then don't blame me for shooting too. Saying that, Chief Fengling's face sank for a moment, and at that very moment, that skeleton bone sniper was once again summoned by Chief Fengling. Dang! Boom! Fengling student, be careful. Cough. Just as Chief Fengling was concentrating on confronting Battalion Commander Lu, the sound of energy wave impacts came from the side, followed by Ren Chengxin's anxious shout. As Ren Chengxin's voice looked on, Chief Fengling's face that was even more ugly, because at this moment, Ren Chengxin was half kneeling on the ground, holding the ancient sword that had been completely broken in his hand, and across from Ren Chengxin were the Black Force and White Force Vajra with black and white light emanating from their entire bodies. To be honest, when he said those words, his own attention was also distracted to Ape Lu and Brisk Lu. It was just that Chief Fengling didn't expect that the two of them would condense a wave of energy light in such a quick instant. That attack just now, one could have dodged it, but the price was that one might be injured. Chief Fengling also didn't expect that Ren Chengxin would react so quickly, and would also stop that strike for himself at the expense of his own injuries. You too, are you looking for death? Originally Chief Fengling did not want to make an enemy of these two awakened, but now, Ren Chengxin had been injured in order to help himself, and these two had just really tried to make a move towards him, so there was no need for him to show any more mercy. Chief Fengling, what do you want? Don't think I don't know. You still care about those classmates. As long as you dare to move, then I'll let them shoot too. Seeing that Chief Fengling took out a big sword that glowed with two colors of light, and also stared straight at the duo of Lu Ape and Lu Ziki, Lu Battalion Commander was so anxious that he directly put out harsh words. It seems that Lu Ape and Lu Brisk should be somewhat related to Battalion Commander Lu, or rather, Battalion Commander Lu only has these two awakened now, and he doesn't want to damage these two main combatants. Lu wasted. I said, you can shoot as much as you want, but as long as the gun goes off on your side, I can guarantee that your head is going to blossom as well. Chief Fengling was not intimidated, and with this situation in front of him, he really couldn't admit his weakness. Do you think that the two of them can also carry this skeleton bone sniper? This is not Chief Fengling bragging. According to the attributes of the skeleton bone sniper, as well as his own current physical quality, Chief Fengling can guarantee that ordinary awakened people below the 3rd level can't take a shot from himself. Battalion Commander, I'm fine, Battalion Commander, I'm not afraid to die. This Lu Apen Brisk finally spoke, but this kind of words, Chi Fengling didn't want to hear them say yet. Alright, shut up, you guys aren't afraid to die. I am. On the side, Battalion Commander Lu was also a bit speechless, because he understood that Chi Fengling really dared to shoot at him. Well, Chi Fengling, we each take a step back. None of us will shoot today. You let those uninjured Awaken come with me, and let this matter go. What do you think? This Lu Waste is also a fine. On his lips he said that each of us will take a step back, but in reality, he didn't give in at all. Battalion Commander Lu, do you think it's possible? I still say the same thing. I'll shoot if you dare. If you think your life is worth it in exchange for theirs, then let's try whose gun is faster. While Battalion Commander Lu played rogue, Chi Fengling played hard. An ordinary person's life, compared to the lives of dozens of awakened people from Yunchang University, was certainly not worth it, but that was all an outsider's view. He became a battalion commander. He wanted to take in Cloud City University, but he just wanted to make a better life for himself. If he really died like that, it really wasn't worth it. However, he had prepared for this day for so long and had lost so much face in front of the soldiers, and he didn't want to give up on it. Fengling student, don't be like this. It's not easy for the students to survive the end of the world. It's really not worth it if they die just like that. Just as Chi Fengling and Lu Battalion Commander were in a sword fight, Ren Changsun, who was resting on the side, slowly got up and said, wait, Chi Fengling, why don't we variously step back again? I see. Lu Ape, Lu Brisk and that girl doll have about the same fighting strength. How about you let them continue to compete? Whoever wins, listen to who. How about it? Seeing Ren Changsun speak, Lu Battalion Commander's head meloned that was suddenly thought of something again. Not good. Battalion Commander Lu, do you think I'm stupid? Their current physical condition, is it comparable? Just Chi Fengling could see at once that this Lu Waste was trying to take advantage of the situation, and was still trying to change the topic on this. Fengling student, I'm willing, just let me compete with them. You, ha. Fengling little comrade, the person in question has agreed. How bad is it for you to stop again? Don't worry. There won't be any deaths. Seeing Ren Changsun agreeing, Battalion Commander Lu was finally revealing a long-lost smile. Putting the decision in someone else's hands? Born again, Chi Fengling is not willing to do such a thing, but then again, Chi Fengling also does not want to really come to a death with Lu Battalion Commander. Besides, if Battalion Commander Lu can be a scoundrel, why can't he be? Turning his head in confusion, that Ren Changsun was revealing a confident smile. Is it possible? Does this Ren Changsun have any hidden tricks? Name, Ren Changsun. Race, Awakened. Introduction, age 23. Confident girl who has obtained the inheritance of the Sword Saint. Has an extremely high talent for learning, proficient in the Lingxiao sword technique, single-mindedly righteous and cynical, but simple-minded and a bit brain-dead, with unlimited potential. Grade, level 2 low. Awakening profession, Sword Saint of the Sky. Occupational quality, SS. Power, 50. Speed, 50. Spirit, 35/50ths. Physical, 30/50ths. Skill, Lingxiao Sword Chi. Lingxiao Sword Saint's body contains powerful sword chi, and every time he attacks, he can strike a sword wave of a certain length. Lingxiao Righteousness, Lingxiao Sword Saint is a righteous sword saint. Evil does not invade, and he is not affected by the power of darkness, and when facing enemies of the dark camp, his battle strength is improved. Lingering Waltz? Is this the strongest person of Cloud City University? The Lingxiao Sword Saint. From the previous life? The same inheritance was obtained on the 7th day, and for Ren Changsun to be able to reach the rank of 2nd level low level with just his own abilities was truly impressive. However, the current Ren Changsun, without her ancient sword, would she still be a match for the Black Power and White Power Vajra duo? Chapter 93 The Sword Saint who was a newcomer to the world. A level 2 powerhouse was as terrifying as this. Is this the confidence of a level 2 powerhouse? Obviously she was injured. Obviously her weapons were broken. Obviously her opponent's strength was still justified. But where did she get her confidence? Little comrade Fengling, it seems like you are not qualified to make decisions for others. Seeing that Chi Fengling was still thinking, Battalion Commander Lu on the side finally couldn't help himself. It was as if he had grasped the key to victory. Or perhaps, he really did have great confidence in Lu Ape and Lu Ziki. Good. Surprisingly, Battalion Commander Lu was willing to bet with Ren Changsun. Then I'm happy to watch. After being silent for quite a while, Chi Fengling was the one who raised her head again, a mesmerizing smile appearing on her face again. In just now, Chi Fengling still figured out that being in the end times, it was never about whoever had the hardest fists and whoever spoke, not whoever had the sense to speak. If Ren Changsun wins, then all will be happy. If Ren Changsun loses, then he will lose. It is Ren Xingchen who is betting, not himself. Just when the time comes, he may have to lose a little bit of his reputation. Little comrade Fengling, we can agree that it's them who are competing. No matter what happens during that time, we can't even make a move. On the side, Battalion Commander Lu only looked at Chi Fengling's expression strangely. He only thought that Chi Fengling was the one who could possibly play a black hand, but he didn't expect that Chi Fengling didn't intend to abide by the rules of this tournament to begin with. Chi Fengling, my ancient sword is broken. Can you lend me your precious sword? Just as Chi Fengling was concentrating on confronting Battalion Commander Lu, Ren Xingchen's voice came quietly from the side. Borrowing a sword? What's wrong with that? The one-thought divine demon sword was recognized as its master. Even if Chi Fengling gave it to Ren Xingchen to use for a year, this divine demon sword would still end up listening to himself. Take it. Chi Fengling didn't care what the expression of Battalion Commander Lu on the side was anymore, and casually threw the one-thought divine demon sword into Ren Xingchen's hand. Ding! Oh! Panting slightly. If Chi Fengling hadn't known that Ren Xingchen had taken the one-thought divine demon sword, this voice would have been misunderstood by anyone. At this moment, just at that instant when Ren Xingchen's hand touched the one-thought divine demon sword, the divine demon sword that was still glowing with purple, red and gold green light, all of a sudden that was a golden light. That brilliant golden light completely replaced the purplish red glow on the sword in just a moment. Wow! From the time Chi Fengling had gotten his hands on the one-thought divine demon sword until now, he hadn't seen the one-thought divine sword emit this kind of light. It seemed that the justice within himself, the one-thought divine sword was just very condescendingly recognized. As the one-thought divine demon sword was completely converted into the one-thought divine sword, the radiant golden light was continuously surging towards Ren Xingchen's body. This process Chi Fengling understood that Ren Xingchen was about to get her first temporary skin. In the next second, Ren Xingchen's dark hair began to turn golden green, followed by the pupils of her dark brown eyes. As the light completely cleansed Ren Xingchen's body, Chi Fengling could see that those scars on her body from practicing with the sword also disappeared in this instant, and even her skin was much whiter. Just when Chi Fengling thought that the transformation would end here, the set of clothes on Ren Xingchen's body unexpectedly changed as well. Sweatshirts turned into robes, casual pants turned into long skirts, the robes exuded hidden wisps of light, and the long skirts were windless in the air, but they didn't expose private parts at all. Was this the true Ling Xiao sword saint? If you compared it that way, the previous Ren Xingchen was nothing more than a fallen swordsman. However, on what grounds? The one-thought divine demon sword was clearly his own weapon, so why didn't he give himself a different set of clothes when he used it? It had to be made to look like a beggar. Wait, that's not fair. Boom, boom. That battalion commander Lu was also sharp-eyed. The moment Ren Xingchen's appearance changed, he shouted out. Although he couldn't see other people's attributes, he could feel that Ren Xingchen's aura had obviously gotten stronger after getting the weapon. Only, Ape Lu and Brisk Lu didn't have as much heart as Battalion Commander Lu, and when they saw that Ren Xingchen was ready, they directly hit the energy light wave. But unfortunately, the wave of light that could have easily crushed the ancient sword, that was simply blocked by the one-thought divine sword. Battalion Commander Lu, people don't say anything themselves, I guess. You're not qualified to make decisions for others. Probably Battalion Commander Lu didn't even expect that the mocking words he said would be said back in such a short period of time. As it was, good. We'll wait and see. Being said so by Chi Fengling, and then looking at the three people who had already fought, Battalion Commander Lu couldn't say anything else, and could only put all his expectations on the duo of Lu Ape and Lu Ziki. Ahem. Only to see Ren Xingchen's sword slashing towards the two men's stance as usual. Originally Lu Ape thought that the sword could still be blocked by him. Only this time, not only did the divine sword easily break down the barrier on his wrist, it also sank into his flesh. Zip! Divine sword trapped in Lu Ape's skin and flesh, like the sound of roasting meat nuisance. Originally is the black-powered diamond Lu Ape. At this moment that is painful. You, let go of my brother. Originally, Lu Ziki, who was hiding behind Ren Xingchen, had already stored up his strength for a good strike, but seeing how hard Lu Ape was acting, Lu Ziki also had to stop his hand movements. Out of concern for his brother, Lu Ziki suddenly gave a violent cry, and his body was directly in a wide-open fight toward Ren Xingchen. Such an attack may seem intimidating, and it was indeed intimidating, except that it was effective for the weak, but for the strong, as long as they only lost 200, they could kill 1,000. Seeing Lu Ziki's intimidating appearance, Ren Xingchen had to put away the divine sword that was suppressing Lu Ape and backhandedly blocked the Yixin divine sword in front of himself. It was a pity that although Ren Xingchen had obtained the inheritance of the Ling Xiao sword saint, and was still higher in level than them, and even held a divine weapon in her hand, it was a pity that she had too little experience in actual combat, and such an obvious opportunity to win was hard for her to miss. You too, what are you waiting for? give me a fight. Aside. Seeing that Ren Shinksen still had the advantage, Lu battalion commander then shouted, but, well, okay. In front of them, Lu Ape and Lu Ziki hesitated for a moment, and after sighing, the two of them still nodded their heads to each other, and immediately afterward, the two of them unexpectedly pulled their hands together and began to rotate in place. Under the strange movements of the two, the black and white rays of light on their bodies unexpectedly began to merge, and in an instant, above the heads of the two, a black and white combined Vidra seemed to be about to form. What are you still waiting to do? Quickly interrupt their combined skills. On the side, Chi Fengling, that is to see the real heartbreaking, really want to be on their own. This Ren Shinksen's real combat experience is really low. What rules to follow at a time like this? Do you have to wait for the others to finish their skills? Only after Chi Fengling's reminder did Ren Shinksen show a wide-awake expression, and immediately afterward, she rushed towards the two of them with the one-thought divine sword, mixed Vidra barrier. However, just as Ren Shinksen acted, the forward swing of the skills of the duo of Ape Lu and Brisk Lu passed, and Chi Fengling could see it. At this moment, in front of Ren Shinksen, then a huge Vidra void appeared, but the Vidra void didn't attack, it only trapped Ren Shinksen firmly inside. Is it? Chapter 94 Waltzing in the Sky. Is it? Could what? Even if again could not. Chi Fengling is not clear. This so-called hybrid Vidra cover is a thing. At this moment, Chi Fengling could only see that as Lu Ape and Lu Ziki continued to rotate their bodies, the barrier where black and white met was rapidly merging, and the space that was shrouded was also rapidly shrinking. Is it? Well, Chi Fengling knew what could it be this time. These two people should be trying to trap Ren Shinksen inside this barrier, and then use some special means to defeat Ren Shinksen. Little comrade Fengling, remember your promise. We can't even make a move. On the side, seeing Chi Fengling's eagerness to try, Battalion Commander Lu came to urge again. In fact, Chi Fengling was just looking very anxious, but did not want to go up to help the intention, because Chi Fengling also did not know what Lu Ape and Lu Ziki two people want to do. He naturally will not take his own life to risk. As for Ren Shinksen, she was one of the few SS awakened in Yunchang. If she really died young here, it would only prove that her ability was not working. As for herself, she would definitely drive away Battalion Commander Lu in the name of revenge. Another point was that, in the current Cloud City University, Chang Nuwaching represented its spirit, and Ren Shinksen represented its force, and with the two of them, it might be really hard for himself to obtain Cloud City University. However, Chi Fengling wasn't so narrow-minded. This idea was just a plan after the worst. If Ren Shinksen really died, he couldn't immerse himself in this endless sorrow. Click, click, classmate, you are really great. But sorry, under everyone's gaze, Lu Ape in the mixed Vidra shield but suddenly said a sentence. There was no joy on his face. There was a kind of helplessness and regret. Lu Waste, you asshole, how could you? Fengling student, I beg you, you must go save Changsen. The occurrence of this scene made Cheng Nuwachen, who was on the side, directly shouted out, and it was the first time Chi Fengling had seen that Cheng Nuwachen would act so flustered. It would be strange for Cheng Nuwaching not to be panicked, and at this moment, Chi Fengling also had a panicked and furious expression, because just a moment ago, Lu Ape and Lu Ziki had actually pulled off a grenade each. A grenade? Yes, it is a grenade, a weapon that explodes instantly and has an extremely high killing range. Chi Fengling did not even expect that Lu Ape and Lu Ziki would use this trick. However, looking at the emboldened appearance of Lu Ape and Lu Brisk, Chi Fengling could probably tell that this mixed Vidra shield should allow them to circumvent the damage of the grenade. However, Ren Shinksen could be different. She was only a second-level low-level awakened person and didn't have any defense gear. It was estimated that if these two grenades went down, Ren Shinksen was afraid that her body would be left without bones. It wasn't that Chi Fengling didn't want to help, it was just that the speed of the grenade's explosion was too fast, and he wasn't sure that he would be able to defeat this mixed Vidra shield. And even if it can really be broken, Chi Fengling doesn't dare to guarantee that Lu Ape and Lu ZZ have any other weapons, and when the time comes, he himself will also fold here, and that won't be fun. Principal Chang, don't beg him, he won't go. Let's go save Changsen. That's right, it was Sister Changsen who saved me from the mouth of the zombies. I'll fight to the death to save her. Principal Chang, leave it alone and let us go. During the entire process, Chi Fengling didn't say anything, but the students beside Chang Nuwaching were very excited, and they inspired each other to go and break into that mixed Vidra shield hard. Chang Nuwaching, you'd better make your classmates stop, or else I can't guarantee that the bullets will not hit them. Seeing that the awakened ones were about to act, Battalion Commander Lu that was speaking again. Bang, 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 only hearing a few gunshots. Battalion Commander Lu that was picking up the pistol on his waist and firing a few shots into the sky, while in the next second, he was aiming his gun at the awakened ones inside the school. It was certain that as long as Battalion Commander Lu shot at those awakened, those soldiers would not hesitate to shoot as well, and then it would really just be a one-sided slaughter. Everyone, stop right there. Battalion Commander Lu, your bullets don't have eyes. My bone bullets don't have eyes either. If you really dare to shoot, you'll also die here today. First he paused the hesitant awakened. Then Shi Fengling aimed his skeleton bone sniper at the Battalion Commander Lu in front of him. Didn't we agree? No one can go and help. Look how good this is now. Because of his family's relationship, Lu Waste has been smooth sailing since he was a child, and it has never been others who have gone along with him, and today has been the most suffocating day for him, and he never thought that there would be someone who would make it so difficult for him, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart and the embarrassment on his face. Battalion Commander Lu that was once again brought up the rules before the competition. However, Shi Fengling stopped paying attention to him and instead turned his head, once again focusing his attention into the mixed Vajra shield. At this moment, because of the continuous spells cast by the duo of Lu Ape and Lu Ziki, the range of that barrier had already been compressed to 5 meters, and Shi Fengling was also able to see clearly that Ren Shengsun had tried to leave many times, only that the power of this barrier was something she couldn't break for a while. Boom! Boom! Finally the time was still up, only to hear 2 loud bangs. Inside the barrier that was fire, smoke and dirt in the sky, grenades in the restricted space, but also to play the ultimate energy. The breeze was slight, the waves of fire brushed against their faces, and the location where the 3 of them had fought was blown out into a 3-meter crater. With this kind of damage, even Shi Fengling, who was immune to cannonballs, was afraid that there was no guarantee that he would be able to walk away in one piece. Dang! Dang! Click! Click! Ah! Ah! Put! Put! Originally, Shi Fengling had already prepared how to tear his face off with Lu Battalion Commander, but in the midst of the ashes, there was the sound of a fight, and the sound of Lu Ape and Brisky too being beaten and spitting blood. Is it? Could it be that Ren Shengsun is still alive? Could it be that remnants of souls like those of the Divine Fist Venerable Master also exist within Ren Shengsun's body? At this moment, not only Shi Fengling, but everyone focused their eyes on the center of the smoke and dust. Through the eye of the undead emperor, through the dirt and dust that had been raised and not yet fallen, Shi Fengling could only see a golden figure suddenly appearing and suddenly disappearing beside Lu Ape and Lu Ziki. And along with that figure, every time it appeared, wounds cut by sharp swords would appear on the 2 of them, Lu Ape and Lu Brisk. However, right now, the sword wound was only secondary. On that Ape Lu and Brisk Lu duo, it was still mainly the marks from being bombarded by artillery fire, and by the looks of it, their mixed Vajra shield couldn't completely protect their well-being. Wait, who's that? Shi Fengling was mesmerized as she watched, when suddenly, a figure that appeared out of thin air. She was wearing a Taoist robe and a long skirt, holding a long sword that glowed with golden light. Her hair was a bit messy, and her face was covered in dust. Although her appearance was somewhat wretched, Shi Fengling could be certain that she was the desperate Ren Shengsun. Name, Ren Shengsun. Race, Awakened. Level, Grade 2. Middle Order. Awakening Profession, Sword Saint of the Sky. Occupational Quality, SS. Power, 70. Speed, 70. Spirit, 50-70. Physical, 40/70ths. Skills, Lingxiao Sword Qi, Lingxiao Jingqi, Lingxiao Waltz. Lingxiao Sword Saint enters an egoless state, during which he cannot be selected and does not take any damage, and in the process he will keep appearing in the enemy's periphery, dealing 10 defense ignoring attacks. So, who's the lead? Chapter 95. I'm informing you. On the 18th day of the end of the world, obtaining the SS inheritance, getting embraced by a whole lot of people, and raising his level to the 2nd level of the middle order, as well as possessing a particularly powerful skill. Isn't this the protagonist? For a second, Shi Fengling thought that he had traveled inside a group novel, where anyone could be the protagonist in general. However, envy was envy. It was just that Shi Fengling didn't resent it very much. Ren Shengsun could win and was still good to himself. At this moment, Ren Shengsun, holding the one-thought divine sword in his hand, stepped on Lu Ape's body with 1 foot, condescending to him and pointing his sword at his throat, as if the next second, Ren Shengsun would cut him down on the spot. Speak! Although he only said 2 words, it showed the domineering spirit of the Ling Xiao Sword Saint. You are strong. Kill me. But can you spare my brother? At Ren Shengsun's feet, Lu Ape didn't cry for mercy but closed his eyes, hoping that Ren Shengsun could kill him then spare his brother. Ah! Puff! On the other hand, seeing his brother going to his death, Lu Ziki got up with great difficulty and swung his fist towards Ren Shengsun, but such a slow movement was easily dodged by Ren Shengsun, who also kicked Lu Ziki to the ground with a backhanded kick. Ren Shengsun's movements were done in a single breath, and when the smoke and dust completely cleared, Battalion Commander Lu did not see the 4 divided Ren Shengsun, but saw the woefully dying Lu Ape Lu Brisk and the 2 of them. What? How can that be? How can she be alive? Battalion Commander Lu, please abide by the rules before the competition. If you dare to move around, don't blame my bone sniper for not being able to see. Battalion Commander Lu was flustered and turned around, about to charge over there. Only this time, it was Chi Fengling's turn to confront him. Changsun, don't kill them. Preserving Yuncheng University is the key. On the side, just as Chi Fengling and Lu Battalion Commander were in a tense confrontation, Chang Nuochang was the one who suddenly came. Ah, yes, young student, don't be impulsive. If there's anything, we can discuss it. Chang Nuochang's words seemed to make Battalion Commander Lu grab onto a life preserver in the falling water, causing him to keep leaning upwards. Good, wanting me to release them is fine. However, your army must immediately withdraw from Yuncheng University, and can never hit Yuncheng University again. After thinking for a while, Ren Chengxin that was instantly made this request. Shouldn't have left the decision up to them. Is that what a winner demands? It's as if it's like an enemy invading your home, and after you've desperately defeated them, all you're asking for is for them to leave. And that's just a verbal assurance. Good, yes, Lu Waste, will do what I say, as long as you are willing to let them go. Lu Waste, will never hit Cloud City University again. Sure enough, Lu Battalion Commander, as if he had heard some good news, immediately agreed to do so. That way, he was afraid that Ren Chengxin would regret it. Alright, you two go. Seeing that Battalion Commander Lu agreed and still had a serious expression on his face, Ren Chengxin actually did retract the one-thought divine sword that was stabbing at their necks. Cough cough. Thank you. On the ground, Lu Ape stood up with difficulty, holding the seriously injured Lu Ziki and walked over in the direction of Lu Battalion Commander. Swish, after only hearing a sound of a sharp sword cutting through the air, in the next second, the one-thought divine sword that had been in Ren Chengxin's hand instantly flew into Chi Fengling's hand, and the golden-green luster that originally represented supreme radiance was instantly converted into a purple-red color at this moment. Perhaps the difference between justice and darkness was too great. This time, Chi Fengling only felt as if the fuchsia glow of the one-thought demon sword was even more demonic. Chi Fengling, what are you doing? Didn't we agree that I would just retreat? The incident happened suddenly. When Battalion Commander Lu reacted, Chi Fengling was already holding the one-thought demon sword against the necks of Lu Ape and Lu Brisk. Made a deal? Who said goodbye to you? Battalion Commander Lu. It seems like I never said I would let you guys go. Playing with the one-thought demon sword in his hand, Chi Fengling's face was a playful expression. Well, Chi Fengling, you say it. What do you want? To let them go. The first second he heard Chi Fengling's words, Lu Battalion Commander that was looking up at Chang Nuochang. But this Chang Nuochang has turned his head. Pressure does not give Lu Battalion Commander the opportunity to look at the other side. Ren Chengxin, but still because of the loss of the divine sword, a face of confusion. There is no way. Lu Battalion Commander can only then and Chi Fengling to make conditions. Them? No. There's you. Chi Fengling was a bandit, and as he spoke, he aimed his skeleton bone sniper at Battalion Commander Lu. Chi Fengling, what do you mean by that? Don't you want their lives anymore? Teeth clenched and popped, Lu Waste never thought that he would one day be pitted by a person so miserably. Battalion Commander Lu, your memory is really bad. I don't seem to have said since the beginning that I want them dead. It's fine, you let your soldiers shoot. I'll shoot too, and when that happens, you'll all meet in hell together. Raising his head and grinning, Chi Fengling said the most ruthless words in the most flat tone. What do you want? To describe Lu Battalion Commander's state in one sentence. That is, he is now already red warm. Ha 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 ha. Battalion Commander Lu, I, Chi Fengling, am not an indiscriminate killer, and I'm happy for no one to die. It's just that our Cloud City University is fine. It was just invaded by you guys. You fired a few shots and left, but we still have to stay here. Chi Fengling now, that was both able to say straightforward words as well as beating around the bush. Chi Fengling, just say what you want. Don't beat around the bush with me here. No, Battalion Commander Lu still couldn't hold back. Ha ha ha, Battalion Commander Lu was really painful. I don't need much. Look, they're shooting in bombs here. The zombies must have heard the sound and come over. We're all still unarmed students, so I was wondering if Battalion Commander Lu could keep half of his troops here to help us through this crisis? Drunkenness. Impossible. They are my soldiers and my life. Want to leave them behind. Unless I die. This time, Lu Battalion Commander that is refused very decisively, without a hint to give Chi Fengling to take this opportunity to negotiate. That's also true. The 100 or so people that Battalion Commander Lu brought this time are all the elite of his army. If he leaves half of them here, when he goes back to the army, he won't be able to do this. Battalion Commander Lu, don't be so agitated. Since that's the case, let's use your words. We'll each take a step back. You can take all the soldiers away. but leave half of the weapons, and all of your food, so that we can defend ourselves against the zombie wave that's about to hit us. Keeping people is all an excuse. This is Chief Fengling's real purpose, and this is the charm of words. This is like selling something, first raising the price, then reluctantly lowering the price. Can Battalion Commander Lu not understand this? They're all 1,000-year-old foxes. What's the point of playing chatty? Humph, Chief Fengling, the zombies were pretty much wiped out by us along the way. And, even if I left my weapons behind, you guys wouldn't be able to use them. I think, you'd better change your terms again. Suddenly thinking of something, Battalion Commander Lu instantly came back to his feet. Battalion Commander Lu, don't you understand your current situation? I'm not discussing with you, I'm informing you. To be honest, what Battalion Commander Lu said was still somewhat reasonable. It's just that right now, the truth was grasped in Chief Fengling's hands. Chapter 96. This is the pattern. A soldier may be killed, but he must not be dishonored. A general may be destroyed, but he must not regain his master. Chief Fengling, you can kill if you want to. I, Lu Ape, am not someone who is afraid of death. Moreover, you don't want to use my life to intimidate the battalion commander. Battalion commander, leave us alone. We're both too dead to die. Chief Fengling's request was indeed over the top, which also made Lu battalion commander think about it. But it was just that this Lu Ape and Lu Brisky duo, but they were agitated. The two of them held each other up, their words impassioned and as if they were at home in death, saying that they were about to embrace the one-thought demon sword in Chief Fengling's hand. These two are both Hans. If they could submit to themselves, Chief Fengling would not be honored, but it's just a pity that their minds are on Lu Waste. Surprisingly, Chief Fengling would not deliberately bypass their lives because they were Hans. During the whole process, Chief Fengling that did not move the slightest bit, because if they died in this way, it would be suicide, and have nothing to do with themselves at all, and those things they asked Battalion Commander Lu to ask for would not be reduced by the slightest bit. Enough, you two stop. If you dare to die, the old man will never forgive you in this life. Just when Lu Ape and Lu Ziki, two people want to wipe their necks together, that Lu Battalion Commander but shouted out. That look on Battalion Commander Lu's face was truly unmistakable, as if these two awakened who had lost their human appearance were not his soldiers, but his sons. Chief Fengling, I promise you that as long as I can fulfill your demands, you will let us go, right? Seeing that the two were no longer seeking death, Battalion Commander Lu however turned around and looked at the bland Chief Fengling with a serious face. Aha, okay, listen up teams 1 and 2, put down all your weapons, and everyone else, leave whatever food you have on you. Even after Chief Fengling gave such an ambiguous answer, Battalion Commander Lu still chose to believe him, and at this moment, Chief Fengling couldn't even understand whether Battalion Commander Lu made this decision because he was afraid of dying himself, or because he wanted to protect his soldiers. Battalion Commander, you can't do this. These weapons are the life of our 3rd Battalion. Without them, what will the 3rd Battalion do? Yes, Battalion Commander, the big deal is to fight them. I don't believe that Chief Fengling isn't even afraid of grenades. Battalion Commander, I'm not afraid to die. Big deal. We'll fight him. Rarely, this time, Battalion Commander Lu's soldiers didn't follow his orders, and they had this stance as if they were going to fight with Chief Fengling and the entire Yun University to the death. The soldiers' impromptu performance had really startled the students of Yunchang University, and even that Chang Nua Chang was a bit flustered. It was just that the entire time, no matter what the soldiers acted like, Chief Fengling was as calm as ever, and that raised one-thought demon sword and skeleton bone sniper didn't have a single tremor. Chief Fengling's performance, that was taken in by Battalion Commander Lu. After looking at Chief Fengling's last glance, he still secretly shook his head. That's enough. Shut up all of you. The life of our 3rd Battalion has never been about those weapons or those so-called ranks. It's about you. It's about each and every one of your soldiers. Without weapons, so what? As long as there is a day that I Lu waste in, the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion will not suffer, even if it is death. I Lu waste will also die in front of you. Alright, now everyone, do what I just said. Battalion Commander Lu's voice wasn't very loud, but it silenced all the soldiers. Is this the power of pre-war mobilization? On the side, Chief Fengling, who heard the words of Lu Battalion Commander, was also inexplicably a bit angsty. If he was a soldier of Lu Waste, then he would also choose to follow this ordinary battalion commander. Kala, Kala. Once Battalion Commander Lu's words came out, the soldiers really didn't say anything more, and after finally caressing their weapons, they still placed them carefully on the ground, as well as the few food items they had on them. Battalion Commander Lu, tell your soldiers to retreat 10 meters and I'll let them go. It wasn't that Chief Fengling didn't trust Lu Waste, but Chief Fengling had fallen for too many tricks. Everyone, fall back. This time, Lu Waste also stopped breaking bread with Chief Fengling and directly gave a new order to the soldiers. Alright, you guys go. Retrieving the one-thought demon sword in his hand, Chi Fengling still somewhat helplessly let go of the duo of Lu Ape and Lu Ziki. Chi Fengling was really surprised that Battalion Commander Lu would act so gentlemanly. Just now Chi Fengling had thought about it. As long as Battalion Commander Lu was angry or backtracked, he would take the opportunity to increase his demands. The whole army, retreat! When Lu Ape and Lu Brisk returned to the army, Lu Waste did not say much at all, and directly gave the order to withdraw the army. The whole army lined up and stepped away with great vigor. Although Chi Fengling hadn't been able to see with his own eyes what they looked like as they trooped to Yuncheng University, he had seen their backs as they withdrew, and it was no wonder that these were the only ones who dared to show their heads at Yuncheng University. Little Comrade Fengling, the last position of the troop, Lu Waste but suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked at this youth who made him suffer with a smile on his face. Battalion Commander Lu. What? Is it unconvincing? AI. Small comrade, do not be excited. I Lu Waste to you, admired to the point, will not have other plans? See Chi Fengling to raise the gun. Lu Battalion Commander that is even waved his hand and said, oh, then does Battalion Commander Lu have anything else? This time, it was Chi Fengling's turn to be confused. Little Comrade Fengling, today's invasion of your Yuncheng University was indeed ill-considered by me, and I wonder if these weapons and food can serve as my apologies to you? Slightly lowering his head, Battalion Commander Lu looked sincere. Battalion Commander Lu, what do you mean by that? Not only Chi Fengling, including everyone from Yuncheng University looked at each other in disbelief. They couldn't believe that Battalion Commander Lu, who was unbeatable 10 minutes ago, would act so lowly at this moment. Fengling little comrade, I have no other meaning. One more enemy is better than one more friend. I think, if in the future you, or Yuncheng University want to cooperate with the military, please be the first one to consider me. Lu Waste, I absolutely treat you with sincerity. Was this the pattern of a battalion commander? At this moment, Chi Fengling really had to face up to this ordinary person in front of him. This battalion commander Lu really has a pattern. If it were anyone else, he would have lost so much preparation, gone through so much effort, and lost so much face. Not to mention laughing, not cursing would have been good enough. And this Lu Waste, not only did he not get angry, but in the end, he made use of the weapons and food that he was bound to lose, and made friends with Yuncheng University. Ha. Battalion Commander Lu is so bold. I'm honored to work with Battalion Commander Lu. The so-called reaching out does not hit a smiling person. This reasoning Chi Fengling still understands. Moreover, it was true that he still didn't know much about the military, and this Lu Waste was even willing to befriend himself. So why wouldn't he be happy about it? Good, little comrade Fengling, we'll see you later. Sniffing, Lu Waste also smiled faintly, and said no more stops, turned around and his troops slowly disappeared in Chi Fengling's field of vision. Chapter 97 Cloud City Pigsty. Brother Fengling, come with me. They're all here. On the campus of Yuncheng University, a female classmate was holding Chi Fengling's arm with a fawning face. This female classmate still had some good looks. Her face value could barely be considered medium, and Chi Fengling didn't show any intention of refusing. She just followed the girl's steps towards the school grounds. Ah, campus. On this land that he had set foot on again, a dead memory also surged into Chi Fengling's heart. If the end times hadn't happened, what exactly would one have become? Was it an honest graduation and then being Zhou Ying's licking dog for almost 10 more years? Brother Fengling, what's wrong with you? We're here. Oh, the classmates are all inside. The female classmate clamped her voice. Her voice sounded a little soft, and this was finally what woke Chi Fengling up from his memories. Jiang Lu, just call me Chi Fengling. I'm not your Fengling brother. Skimming off the girl's hand that she held, Chi Fengling then walked slowly towards the building. Jiang Lu? Yes, the girl was the one named Jiang Lu. The female awakened, the water spirit envoy who had fought Chi Fengling not too long ago. Just now, after Battalion Commander Lu's troops had completely left Yuncheng University, Chi Fengling, on the other hand, wanted to enter Yuncheng University to take a good look. It was only because of his own cold-blooded performance that all his classmates showed alienation towards him. Even that Ren Xingxin was not good enough to show himself favor. Just when Chi Fengling helpless, Jiang Lu that is alone to welcome up, in all the contemptuous gaze, she that is slowly took Chi Fengling's hand. Then what happened later Chi Fengling didn't know. He didn't know how those weapons were disposed of, and he didn't know if they picked up the food. Just those, Chi Fengling didn't care. Right now, what stood in front of Chi Fengling was a large 5-story building. The construction of the building was very trendy and the scale was even grand. If you didn't go in to see it, you would even think that it was a large shopping mall yet. Unfortunately, this was not a shopping mall, but the cafeteria of Cloud City University, built precisely in these 2 years, and rumor had it that the cafeteria, in its full open state, could accommodate all the students and teachers of Cloud City University. Also, The most important thing after the arrival of the end times is food and water. However, what Chi Fongling didn't understand was that a place like the cafeteria should be the place where the zombie outbreak was the most intense. And the cafeteria had a lot of space and not much cover. Chi Fongling didn't understand how they drove the zombies away from here. Squeak. Doubtful. Chi Fongling still pushed open the door of the cafeteria. Ahem. Cold. I'm cold. Ah. No. Don't touch me. It hurts. It hurts. Hungry. Somebody give me a bite to eat, and I'll do anything he wants. Sister Jen. Who is he? Can you let me join the Cloud City University escort guard as well? Yes. Is it Principal Chang and the others who are back? Did they bring back any food? As Chi Fongling pushed open the door of the cafeteria, a completely different scene came into Chi Fingling's eyes. Here, where is this clean and hygienic cafeteria? I'm afraid it's worse than a pigsty. The surviving more than 2,000 teachers and students of Yunchang University, all crowded inside the cafeteria. Because of the large number of people and other reasons, the cafeteria's sanitary environment is particularly poor, and even in some corners, you can still see the excrement. In addition to those, garbage and food scraps are also everywhere, plus the lack of air circulation here, resulting in the smell of the place that is very unpleasant. Looking again at the students huddled here, some were in groups of 2 or 3, some were in clusters of a dozen, and some that were alone in place. Because of the long-term hiding here, most of the students' spirit has been a little out of order, coupled with the long-term hunger. Many students that have been made unrecognizable, and after seeing Chi Fongling and his duo come in, all eyes converged over. But after seeing that the two were not carrying any food on their bodies, all of them that were humming individually again. So what could be done about it? They looked pitiful, and Chi Fongling didn't look much better. Because of the battles along the way, Chi Fongling didn't have a single piece of good cloth on him, but this was just good, thanks to the fact that no one was disturbing them. Chi Fongling was also able to concentrate on searching for the person he wanted to find in the crowd. Brother Fongling, who are you looking for? I'm familiar with this place. Let me help you? Seeing that Chi Fongling was looking for something, then Jian Lu instantly embraced him and said with a tender face. This appearance of Jian Lu also caused many students to converge their gazes over, because in their eyes, Jian Lu was the noble awakened, and they all relied on these heavenly favorites to survive. Looking for someone? Yes, Chi Fongling was looking for someone. Looking for the one person that made him want to see the most back at Cloud City University. After the outbreak of the end times in the last life, Chi Fongling was not in Cloud City University, and later, Cloud City University gradually became strong in the hands of Ren Chengxin. It was just that this goodness didn't last long. Because of Lin Lei and Wang Rulong joining forces, a large number of awakened people from Yuncheng University were damaged. And in the end, even Ren Chengxin also died with Wang Rulong. And at that time, Chi Fongling hadn't returned to Cloud City University yet. And as for these past events about Cloud City University, they were all told to him by the people from the Demon Hunting Squad. The Demon Hunting Squad that Chi Fongling was in. Together with Chi Fongling himself there were a total of 6 people, 4 of which were all from Yuncheng University. One of them was the former captain of the Demon Hunting Squad, the Gun Master, Tang Weihao. Tang Weihao Chi Fongling had met him, but the current him, his preconceived notions about himself were too great, and he was unable to communicate with him for the time being. As for the remaining 2 people, they were also from Yuncheng University, and both of them were also awakened. But no matter whether they were in Lin Hangong's team or Ren Chengxin's team, Chi Fongling did not find those 2 people. Could it be that in this life, the 2 of them didn't become awakened, or that they died early at the beginning of the end times? Long Baiyu, Wenchen Zheng, do you know them? After scanning the weak or to no avail, Chi Fongling still had no choice but to turn his head and speak to Jian Lu. Long Pakyul, Wenchen Zheng, do we have these 2 people in our school? Listening to this, Jian Lu also had a puzzled look on her face. It seemed as if she didn't know who these 2 people were. That's also true. Cloud City University plus the teachers have a total of more than 10,000 people, plus every year there are old classmates leaving and new classmates joining. Where would anyone really know everyone now? Then, all the awakened people from Cloud City University, are they all out there? Only, Chi Fongling still didn't want to give up the search, because this 2 people in the previous life, were sacrificed for themselves. What they owed them, was really too much. Chapter 98 Dragon Lady Pakyul. I came again across my body in death. But you were nowhere to be seen in this life. Fongling here, take this. This will definitely come in handy. Brother Zhang, where do you still have the energy to refine talismans? These won't be. Take Prayut and go. If you don't go, it'll be too late. No, I can't. Chang, I won't leave you behind. Roar, get lost. My blood has been used to refine those 2 talismans. I'm already bound to die, but I don't want to see all of our demon hunting squad die here. Zhang, prayeth doesn't want to see you die. Be obedient. Your brother Fengling will definitely protect you. Chief Fengling, I'll leave poor Yul to you. If you let her get hurt, I won't let you go even if I'm a ghost. Boom! Roar! Doggone zombies! Come on! Your grandpa Zhang, the civil servant, is not afraid of you. Memories gradually flooded into his heart. Chi Fengling only felt as if he had dreamed a dream, but that was the reality that had disappeared. In his previous life, Wenqin Zhang was the equivalent of a support master in a demon hunting squad, and his awakened profession was Talisman Heavenly Master, inheriting a handful of Chinese universal talisman refining. What boosts strength, increases speed, restores spirit, increases physique, inflicts damage, etc. Anyway, anything that can be said, Wenqin Zhang can draw. Only, at that time, the demon hunting squad, the opponent was the entire zombie army led by the Corpse Lord, not to mention the endless tide of zombies. The single Corpse Lord alone is the 6 people cannot match the opponent. On the way to escape, the people of the demon hunting squad also died one after another in front of Chi Fengling. When Chen Zhang, as a talisman heavenly master, his own fighting strength was still too weak. Many times, the people of the demon hunting squad were injured trying to protect him, and in the end, Wenqin Zhang had condensed all of his life force into the talisman, and this was one of the keys to Chi Fengling being able to die with the Corpse Lord in the end. Dusty memories are like the tide. Once the tide comes up, it won't subside in a short time. It comes in waves, constantly washing over the dry land of memories. Although the tide will certainly subside that day, but at that time, the wet has been spread all over the place where the tide had roamed. That is, thoughts. Ha 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 ha. Chi Fengling, flee. Why don't you escape? Today, you're finally going to die in my hands. At the top of the canyon, the Corpse Lord was standing at the highest point, looking at the man and woman at the bottom of the canyon with a face of contempt. The man was Chi Fengling, who had awakened the demon hunter profession, and the woman was the only girl in the demon hunter squad. Long by you, a zombie emperor, to kill me and use so many men and schemes. I, Chi Fengling, look down on you. Good, then I'll satisfy you. Today, I'm going to personally abuse you and that dragon girlfriend of yours. In that battle, the sky was dark, the earth shook, and the battle between the 3 simply caused the canyon to crumble. Anon, the giant dragon roared, stepped on clouds and breathed fire, and its aura was a long rainbow. Dragon warrior woman. This was Long Baiyu's awakened profession, and as for why Long Baiyu was able to take on the form of a red dragon, it was because the demon hunting squad had once hunted a fire-breathing red dragon. It was just that even the red dragon that had shaken heaven and earth was nothing more than a wounded bird in front of the zombie emperor at this moment. Within the canyon, the Corpse Lord was riding on top of the red dragon's head, the sharp nails that were constantly piercing into the red dragon's head. On the ground, was the beaten and dying Chi Fengling. At the moment, Chi Fengling could only watch. The zombie emperor step by step abused the red dragon. Long Baiyu, on, Fengling, in this life, I long Baiyu. As if already feeling that his life has come to an end, the red dragon that has lowered his head, in the tone of a giant dragon, slowly squeezed out a few words. No, don't. In mid-air, the dragon form Long Baiyu hadn't even finished his sentence, but the Corpse Lord's sharp claws suddenly became longer, and just for a moment, the red dragon's head left its body. Boom! Hot blood fell like rain, and when the blood dripped on the dead wood burned directly, and the flame was like the flames of hell, dark and unquenchable. Is this what happens when a dragon dies and all things perish? Ha 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 ha. Chi Fengling, cry. Dare to steal my Corpse Lord's opportunity. This is what you'll get. But don't worry, I'll savor your body and let you die without any regrets. Beneath the giant dragon, the Corpse Lord opened his hands and let the hot blood drip down onto his body, accompanied by the red dragon's blood sprinkled all. That huge want to also be corpses fell down with a bang. The Corpse Lord even revealed a perverted maniacal laughter. Prayut. You. Suddenly, the headless body of the red dragon moved, and under Chi Fengling's astonished gaze, the red dragon's heart flew out by itself. Dragon blood baptism? The so-called dragon blood baptism was bathing in dragon blood, a situation that would give that person some of the power of the dragon blood of the original dragon, and that was the reason why the Corpse Lords would be so maniacal. But, not everyone knows that the best way to be baptized in dragon blood is to be baptized in the heart blood of a dragon. However, if you want the heart blood of a giant dragon, it's very difficult, because giant dragons are generally unyielding in death, and by the time you decapitate a giant dragon, its heart blood has long been used up. Only this wasn't what surprised Chi Fengling the most. What surprised Chi Fengling the most was that on this red dragon's heart, there was even a glittering talisman wrapped around it. It turned out that Long Baiyu had never used the talisman that Wen Xinjiang had given him in the end, and this was what Chi Fengling finally realized. Later on, under the double boost of dragon blood and talisman, Chi Fengling's strength was drastically increased, reaching a point where he could fight the Corpse Lord head-on. At the end of the day, Chi Fengling fought with everything he had and came to an end with the Corpse Lord, and at that moment, Chi Fengling closed his tired eyes. Only when he opened his eyes again, he returned to his hut in Cloud City, and this was the last memory of his last life, about Wenxin Zhang and Long Baiyu, and this was also what Chi Fengling experienced before he was reborn. Brother Fengling, all the awakened people from our Cloud City University are outside. What? Is something wrong? On the side, Jian Lu's shout once again pulled Chi Fengling back from his memories. Jian Lu stared wide-eyed and pouted, doubt written all over her small face. Although it was obvious to see that she was pretending to be adorable, her expression didn't lie. Could it be that, in this life, neither Long Baiyu nor Wenxin Zhang had obtained the awakening bead, or had they died in the mouths of the zombies long ago? Vomit. What a smell. It smells so bad. Needless to say, it must be that fishy ugly girl. Ouch. Why isn't she dead yet? I'm going to be smoked to death. Just as Chi Fengling was still immersed in sorrow, a strange stench drifted over, and of course, there were the abusive voices of his classmates. Although the cafeteria is now stinky, you can barely get used to it after staying there for a long time, but the smell of fish is unbearable. Fishy ugly? In an instant, Chi Fengling looked like he had thought of something, and sought out the stench and headed upstairs. Chapter 99. I'm your Fengling brother. The post-apocalyptic period of fighting side by side and suffering together allowed Chi Fengling to know a lot about her past. Long Baiyu comes from a small village around the Cloud City. That village seems to be called the Defeated Dragon Village. She has no parents. I heard that she is still being picked up by the grandparents of the child. It is this reason, so that Baiyu was born with low self-esteem. Not only that, but on Long Baiyu's face, there were fish-like scales, which made her look like a monster. As a girl, Long Baiyu was also very hygienic, except that the fishy odor on her body was innate and could not be washed off no matter what. Even if you spray perfume, don't take 2 hours for the perfume smell to be completely covered by the fish odor. It is the above total reasons that make Pakyu become the alien in the class, and become the object of everyone's dislike. If everything goes on like this, Long Baiyu will still be the same girl with low self-esteem and no one to talk to, but the arrival of the end of the world has changed all that. Who would have thought that the girl with fish scales and a fishy smell would awaken the powerful dragon lady warrior profession after the arrival of the end times? Long Baiyu and Chi Fengling said that before the end of the world, everyone used to call him, fishy ugly girl, seeking the smell and pushing away the students who blocked the way. Chi Fengling then came to a corner on the second floor of the cafeteria. Or it could be said that this corner was originally a garbage heap on the second floor. Isn't he Chi Fengling? It's been 10 days. Where did he appear from? Chi Fengling? You mean the biggest lickspittle in junior year? What else? There could be a few more named Chi Fengling in our school. What's he doing here? I feel like he's looking at that fishy ugly girl. An ugly girl with a licking dog. What a perfect match. Shoo, keep your voice down. Look behind Chi Fengling. Isn't that Lord Jiang Lu? Wow, it's an awakened one. Ugh. Why is she following Chi Fengling? Shut up all of you. With Jiang Lu scolding, those students who were chewing on the ground finally shut up. It looked like just those 10 days had made a huge difference in the relationship between the classmates. Once the end of the world came, friends turned into zombies, those who had never seen blood, guts, heads, and even death that was everywhere. It was these sudden fears that made these ordinary students afraid to go out. It's just that they have to live, and the food they need to live comes from the desperation of the awakened. And it's precisely for this reason that the awakened status is so high among their classmates. Brother Fengling, is she Long Baiyu? Seeing that Chi Fengling had been staring at the girl curled up in the corner, Jiang Lu also finally knew who the person Chi Fengling was looking for was. In fact, if Chi Fengling had said that he was looking for the fishy ugly girl, she could have led the way over herself, because the smell had annoyed her for a long time. However, at this moment, Chi Fengling that was simply ignoring Jiang Lu, only looking at the poor girl in front of her with a heartbroken face. Long Baiyu family conditions are not good. She is a semester on those clothes washed and changed. Changed and washed. It is difficult to imagine. Our 2035, there will be people wearing sewing and mending clothes, and the girl, wearing this kind of clothes. At this moment, Long Baiyu, he did not know what was left on his clothes. It looked yellow and had an inexplicable nausea. Her hair has been completely lumped together. Her face around the fish scales also flowed out of the blue nuisance water. Her arms and calves that are completely exposed. Just above that is a blue and purple. Should be a lot of beatings. At the moment her body was shaking, probably from hunger or fear. She didn't dare to look up or even move significantly. She was probably afraid that the smell would get out. Don't hit me. I won't shake. I'm wrong. Under the crowd's disdainful gaze, Chi Fengling that was over to hold Long Baiyu's shoulders, but this time, It was so that Long Baiyu kept begging for mercy. Bo Yu, don't be afraid, it's me. It's your Fengling brother who's here. Gently turning Long Bo Yu's head, Chi Fengling showed his rare gentleness. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know you. I don't have any brother. I'm fishy ugly girl. I deserve to die. Only, Long Baiyu, however, didn't dare to look at Chi Fengling yet, while she kept shaking her head and tried her best to turn her head away. At this moment, Chi Fengling's anger that was at the extreme point. Which person will be born to dislike themselves, say their own bad? It is estimated that after arriving at the end of the world, these so-called classmates forced her to say, Bo Yu, look clearly, I am your Fengling brother. Chi Fengling didn't care about that much and directly put Long Baiyu in his arms. In that moment, Long Baiyu was struggling hard, as if she was afraid what this strange boy would do to her in general. It was just that after a long time, the strange boy didn't do anything, didn't hit her, just kept her as warm as he could. Out of illusion and out of hope, Robakwako slightly raised the half of his face without fish scales. It was her, although she was in such a sorry state at the moment, although she was no longer beautiful at the moment. Chi Fengling recognized her at the first glance. She was the Long Baiyu who had silently guarded her in her last life. Name, Long Baiyu. Race, human. Profile, age 22. A human girl with dragon blood, lacks the awakening gene of the dragon race, unable to show her dragoness form, with a fishy stench and fish scales on her face. If she fails to awaken the complete gene at the age of 25, she will be devoured by the dragon's blood and die. She is innocent and kind, and she is devoted to others. Power, 3/5. Speed, 1/5. Spirit, 2 of 5. Physical, 1/5. Skills, none. It was possible that the memory would misremember, but the undead emperor's eyes would not lie. This Long Baiyu in front of him was really the one he was looking for. It was just that it was the first time Chi Fengling had seen that there were people who would be dissatisfied with their strength and speed without being cursed. Feng, brother Fengling? Thank you, but I really don't recognize you. After seeing Chi Fengling's handsome face, Long Baiyu that was quickly lowered his head and spoke very carefully. Yes, Long Baiyu is a sophomore this year, and he himself is a junior, and before the end of the world, the two did not have any interactions. As for the name Fishy Ugly Woman, Chi Fengling didn't understand it, and it was ridiculous to say that before the end of the world. Chi Fengling's eyes were only on Zhouing, a woman. Therefore, the title of the #1 dog licker of Cloud City University wasn't called for nothing. It's alright, don't be afraid. From now on, we know each other, and from today onwards, no one will dare to bully you. Wrapping his arms around this scared girl, Chi Fengling's tone was firm. But, why is it that everyone is surviving according to normalcy, but not Long Baekyul? According to normal, shouldn't the current Long Baiyu have already obtained this inheritance of the Dragon Lady Warrior? Brother Fengling, you quickly stop hugging. Let me take Sister Bo Yu to clean up properly. Chi Fengling was also a bit surprised. This Jian Lu not only didn't leave, but also walked beside them. This moment, not only Long Baiyu, everyone on the second floor was shocked. They really didn't understand how this disgusting and ordinary girl had gotten the attention of Chi Fengling, the awakened one. Trouble, this is for you. Gently handing Long Baiyu over to Jianglu, Chi Fengling that was casually pulling out 2 pieces of clothing from wherever Savvy was. Chapter 100. Kill all those who don't kneel down. I was in distress, but you gave me back my face in full bloom. On Chi Fengling's side, Jianglu's face was originally very plain, but when she saw Chi Fengling take out these 2 extremely exquisite clothes, the adoration in her eyes that was even more genuine. Just on the side, Chi Fengling was frozen. He didn't really understand what it meant to give a girl beautiful clothes, especially in such a harsh environment. Chi Fengling just felt that Jianglu had helped herself so much and didn't mind Long Baiyu at all, so even if there were clothes, what would be the harm in giving one to Jianglu? Whoa, I didn't see it wrong. That's Urban Decay Ugh? I know that dress. It's so expensive. I heard a shawl costs more than $200,000. Wow, envious. Wait, didn't you guys notice how that Chi Fengling pulled out that dress? Yeah, it seems to have appeared out of thin air. It can't be. Is this Chi Fengling also an awakened? The students were talking in a very low voice, but the eager gazes couldn't be hidden. But Chi Fengling didn't care what they said. He just silently stood guard in front of the locker room. The locker room wasn't big. It was previously a place for employees to change clothes, except that by now, it had become a symbol of having status. Ah, my hand, don't pull it, I'll just give it to you. Please give me this can. I haven't eaten in 3 days. Bauer, didn't you say you'd always spoil me? I'm so hungry now. Can you give me that piece of bread to eat? Get lost, don't touch me. If I hadn't broken my leg to save you, I'd be an awakened now. This was given to me by the awakened lord. No, I won't give it. Upstairs, Just as Chi Fengling was still concentrating on waiting, the originally fairly quiet first-floor cafeteria made a big noise, and as time passed, the noise seemed to slowly transform into a brawl. Girls, it takes a little time to clean up, and thinking of this, Chi Fengling, like some of her classmates, gathered in the corridor to watch the play. At this moment downstairs, the scene that is very chaotic, students or teachers, has completely forgotten the previous etiquette, that is no regard for the face, but also do not care about the lightness of the hand in the first floor of the melee up. This time, they fought not for gold, silver, and jewels, nor for their dear friends and lovers, but for a loaf or two of bread, and a can or two of canned goods. Yes, Chang Nuwatching and his group had finally returned to the cafeteria as well, and naturally they had brought back, along with what Battalion Commander Liu had left behind, the little food that was left. Chi Fengling also didn't know what they were thinking, and directly spread the food on the floor of the first floor, and it was for this reason that those students who had been starving for a long time had a seizure. Food. There's food. There's food on the first floor. Jesus, that's canned meat. Get down there. Maybe we can grab it too. Ugh, don't push me. Don't push me. Ah, don't have eyes. You stepped on me. Don't step on it. My tummy's going to wear out. The house is leaking. The strife downstairs wasn't over yet, as the students upstairs finally saw the food on the floor, along with some of the students who were gobbling it up, hunger overwhelming them to calm down. Boom, boom, ah, food, I want food. Things had gotten more and more uncontrollable. The fourth and fifth floors were fine, but on the second and third floors, there were even students who chose to jump straight down. All at once, death spread through the cafeteria, and the gore calmed some and maddened others. Class, calm down, it's all going to be there. Everyone will have something to eat. Let him go, or I'll do it. Changsun, you are all awakened. Quickly, don't hurt the other students. Of course, things had gotten so big, Chang Nuwatching of course had to step in to stop it. Just that, the strength of their 30-odd people, in front of the chaotic crowd that was insignificant, and there was also the fact that, their means of stopping it was too gentle. In fact, there was a way to calm the crowd down, and that was, an even bloodier suppression. Just by looking at that Chang Nuwatching's appearance, she clearly didn't want that to happen. There might be people asking, Cloud City University is still the same Cloud City University. Chi Fengling just came here, so why would what happened be different from the last life? That's certainly different. In this life, Cloud City has changed too much. The zombies have inexplicably disappeared, which has allowed students who shouldn't have survived to do so. And the result of this is that food that might have been enough to eat in the last life is no longer equitably distributed in this one. Chang Nuwatching was soft and hesitant. Ren Chengtsen was young and ignorant, and when faced with this situation, they certainly didn't know how to handle it. Maybe it was okay that Lin Lei was alive at this time, because Chi Fengling could be sure that Lin Lei would definitely be much more ruthless than Chang Nuwatching. Downstairs, as Chi Fengling continued to watch, the chaos had been elevated to another level as the students from upstairs continued to pour down, and the first floor had reached the point where it was shoulder to shoulder. And this situation did not happen for the better because of the large number of people, as some of the students got food, which made the other hungry students go into an even more frantic state, and they started to violently strike out at the people who blocked the way. At this moment, the so-called gentlemanly demeanor has long been gone. Usually how polite, now hit how very much, and upstairs, there is still a steady stream of students jumping down. Now, they might not be dead, but the students they smashed into didn't feel so good. This scene made Chi Fengling think of a creature. That is, a zombie. Yeah, what's the difference between such a classmate and a zombie? No humanity for the sake of food. Auntie Chang, what should we do? We can't hold out much longer. Yes, Principal Chang, a lot of students are fighting. Principal Chang, should we? Let's give them the food we have on us as well. There are other sorrows and dark hatred, but at this time no sound is better than sound. The Awakened man was also kind. After all, they had put in a lot of effort, and before they came in, each of them had some food stashed in their possession, maybe out of weakness. She on the other hand wanted to give away her share of the food, but to say something like that at this point in time would be like showing drugs in front of a junkie and flesh and blood in front of a walker. The chaotic crowd froze for a moment at the same time the girl finished that sentence, and in the next second, those students who were far away from the food and close to Chang Nuwatching and the others actually put their gazes on the group of awakened ones. The wolves found the lambs. That's how Chang Nuwatching felt right now. She had never felt that her classmates, whom she treated with sincerity, would look at them like this. What should we do? Auntie Ching, they're coming over. Principal Chang, or let's withdraw. We can't control this scene anymore. Principal Chang, hurry up. They're so scary. The crowd was gathering. At this moment, Chang Nuwatching was already a bit dumbfounded. Her state was a bit disoriented. The feeling was as if she had already lost her sense of hearing and sight. She could only vaguely see that the crowd was pushing their way further, and she could only see that the mouths of the students around her were opening and closing, but she had no idea what they were saying. She felt her body being pulled outward by her classmates. She didn't understand what she was going to do. She just felt as if what she had held on to was gone. She was lost. She didn't know what to do next. No, wait. In the midst of the confusion, on top of the second floor, a figure was as calm as if all this hubbub had nothing to do with him. Is it him? Was it that Chi Fengling? Why was his body the same as that of an ordinary classmate? But why was it that one could feel incredibly safe in his body? Well, Chang Nuoching opened her mouth. She wanted to speak, but for some reason, she only felt that something was stuck in her throat, making her unable to speak. She wanted to reach out, but she felt that she couldn't exert a bit of strength in her body. Upstairs, although Chi Fengling didn't move an inch, all the happenings were caught in his eyes, and naturally, Chi Fengling also saw Chang Nuocheng, who was open-mouthed and wanted to speak. Only, Chi Fengling did not speak either. He just stared tightly at Chang Sen's eyes. At this moment, both of them did not speak, but it was as if they were communicating thoroughly again. Come out, my warhorse. It's time for you to taste the flavor of human blood. On top of the second floor, after staring at Chang Nuocheng for 10 seconds, Chi Fengling that was directly choosing the undead summoning. Phew, after only hearing a tearing horse whistle, a warhorse made up of skeletons and covered in flames appeared in front of everyone out of nowhere. Boom, only to hear a loud bang. Chi Fengling that is a leap across the flaming skeleton horse, with a person and a horse heavy landing, to the flaming skeleton horse as the center. The nearby 3 meters of crazy classmates will all be trampled to death. Not only that, because the people were too close to each other, the flames from the flaming skeleton horse instantly burned onto the nearby students. The fire, how did it start? It's hot, it's hot. Skeleton, is that a necromancer? This domineering entrance of Chi Fengling finally calmed down some of the students. Only, even with someone dying, the students still hadn't completely calmed down. They were still grabbing food for themselves, grabbing it and eating it straight away, not grabbing it and doing it and not grabbing it and killing people. At this moment, as if those 10 years of cultural education had been ruined, what difference was there between this look, and the beast, and the zombie? Aunt Shang, that's Chi Fengling? Why is he abusing his classmates? Aunt Shang, should I make a move? Aunt Shang? As the only level 2 awakened in the entire room, Ren Shengsen naturally spotted the flaming skeleton horse and Chi Fengling who were killing the crowd. Out of that righteous heart, she wanted to step in, because in her opinion, the Chi Fengling at this moment was the devil, a devil who wanted to kill everyone. Just to her side, the sacred Aunt Chang in her heart had regained consciousness, and Aunt Chang, who should have been the first one to stop Chi Fengling, unexpectedly stood motionless, just watching her classmates die in front of her eyes. Is it? In an instant, a bad thought floated into Rin Qingsen's mind. That is, Chi Fengling's abusive behavior was approved by Chang Nuocheng. Pant. Among the crowd, it was also the first time Chi Fengling had seen the flaming skeleton horse so happy. Even the unquenchable flames on its body burned even more vigorously. Yeah, don't you forget what Chi Fengling's awakened profession is. It's the Undead Emperor. What the Undead Emperor is the supreme ruler of the undead realm, and the undead, by birth, are the mortal enemies of the living creatures. As for the zombies, they were already dead things. They were creatures that had traveled to the undead realm and had been specially resurrected. To be precise, the zombies might or might not be under the management of the Undead Emperor. At this moment, Chi Fengling was holding the one-thought devil sword in his hand, and the unquenchable flames were actually burning above the one-thought devil sword, and with every swing of Chi Fengling's sword, several students would die tragically at Chi Fengling's hands. Bang, bang, bang. Listen up. I'm only going to say this once now. Either put the food down and kneel on the ground immediately, or die. Glancing at Ren Qingsen's hostile eyes, Chi Fengling still stopped killing and raised his skeleton bone sniper to bang 2 shots. Phew, you be quiet. There will be plenty of opportunities later on. Only, Chi Fengling was stopping, but the flaming skeleton horse under that crotch was restless. It galloped as if it was going to crash into the group of tasty humans alone. No, don't kill me. I won't eat. Devil, I'll fight you. Who am I to listen to you? Now, no one is going to let me starve. No one. Only, Chi Fengling's words didn't have much effect, or maybe it was because the students were really hungry and scared. Some of them really knelt down. Some of them still kept grabbing for the food, while some of them actually chose to rush towards Chi Fengling. Good, you watch. Those who didn't kneel down, you can kill them all. Chi Fengling certainly didn't want to talk nonsense with them. After jumping off the flaming skeleton horse, he just gently explained with the flaming skeleton horse. Phew dash. Chi Fengling's words of instruction seemed to have given the flame skeleton horse a stimulant, and after it hissed, it charged straight towards the crowded crowd. Yes, in front of Chi Fengling, in front of the corpse lord, the ghoul king, and the goblin god envoy. It was just a small mount, but don't forget, the flaming skeleton horse itself was also a second-level high-ranked creature. To the flaming skeleton horse, these ordinary students were like freshly hatched birds, without any power to fight back. Dang! Boom! Boom! After losing Chi Fengling's suppression, the wildness of the flaming skeleton horse that was on full display, just by it kicking hard, a student was kicked in pieces. That was not to mention its stomp with all its might. Don't come over, I won't eat. I'm sorry. Ah, someone put out the fire. Ah, it hurts. Just a minute of killing by the flaming skeleton horse. Nearly 99% of the students knelt down. They were shivering, some of them even with flames burning on their bodies. They did not dare to move more than once. Okay, stop. Phew. This was the first time that the flaming skeleton horse didn't listen to Chi Fengling's orders as it hissed and ran straight in the direction of the cafeteria entrance. At the entrance of the cafeteria, that seemed to be the place where Ren Changsun and his party of Awaken came in. As awakened, they weren't troublemakers, they naturally didn't kneel down, and the flaming skeleton horse that had gone crazy with killing, naturally regarded them as enemies. Dead horse, get back here or I'll. Brutal creature, I've put up with you for a long time. You deserve to go back to hell. You deserve to be gone for good. Originally, Chi Fengling was prepared to forcefully summon the flaming skeleton horse to the undead realm, but right at that moment, that Ren Changsun roared, her face full of wariness, waving her fists, and she went straight at the galloping flaming skeleton horse. Chapter 101 Sword Saint Doma. The Sword Saint of the Sky has no sword? Barehanded against an opponent one rank higher than her? This was very interesting to watch. Thinking of this, Chi Fengling simply also gave up the intention of recalling the flaming skeleton horse back to the undead realm. He wanted to see where the strength of the person who could be on par with Yi Tian in his last life was. Die horse, die for me. Phew. At this moment, both Ren Changsun and the flaming skeleton horse let out a roar of war as they locked onto each other's targets and charged straight at their opponents. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters. The distance was getting closer and closer, and at this moment, everyone who was blocking the way backed up, creating a hard 4-meter clearing for the two in this otherwise crowded first-floor cafeteria. The battle hadn't even started yet, but Chi Fengling's praise for Ren Changsun had already been raised a notch. What a courageous girl that must be. Not to mention Ren Changsun, in his last life alone, even 2 months after the arrival of the end of the world, he was still shivering when he faced the zombies. But this Ren Changsun that is completely different. The end of the world this only came 18 days She dared to face the flaming skeleton horse. Principal Chang, will she be alright? Sister Ren, Principal Chang, this skeleton horse is so scary. Otherwise, let's go together to help senior sister Ren, Principal Chang. Otherwise, let's use our guns. Changsun won't be able to beat that skeletal horse. Before the fight even started, the students beside Chang Nuochen were talking. Most of them wanted to go and help Ren Changsun. There were also a few who wanted to escape, but no one went to believe that Ren Changsun would win. In place, Chang Nuochen did not answer their request. She just stood quietly in place, looking at the man who was the only one standing in the center of the cafeteria on the first floor. That man was Chi Fengling, who at the moment, was crossing his arms and shaking his legs cozily, looking at the battle that was about to take place with a look of anticipation. No, we can't shoot. The students are already scared birds now, and that bullet, it seems that it can't hurt that skeleton horse. For that student's suggestion, Chang Nuochen that was directly out of the mouth to negate it, but Ren Senpai really beat it. Yes, I believe in Changsun. She must have a number in her heart. She will definitely be able to defeat that skeleton horse. And also, I still believe in him. He will definitely not hurt Changsun. As she spoke, the light in Chang Nuochen's eyes rekindled. She then genuinely looked at Chi Fengling in the distance under the uncomprehending gazes of her classmates. That's too bad. This time Chang Nuochen thought too much. At this moment, Chi Fengling's order to the flaming skeleton horse was to fight as he should. Therefore, if Ren Changsun was too weak, so weak that he couldn't last 5 minutes, then the flaming skeleton horse would really kill Ren Changsun, and at that time, Chi Fengling probably wouldn't stop it either. Aha! Dead horse, die! At this moment, the distance between one person and one horse had been drawn down to 1 meter, and out of fear, and out of hopeful courage, Ren Changsun then let out a loud roar. Chi Fengling was also a bit startled, because at that moment Chi Fengling saw that it seemed as if a long sword made of light had appeared out of thin air in Ren Changsun's hand. Phew dash! Boom! Boom! Ha! The Ling Xiao Sword Saint was indeed powerful, but Ren Changsun was still too young, and his combat experience was equal to nothing. Where was the sense in going hard against an opponent who was so much taller than you? Where was the sense in taking it head on? Just a moment ago, when Ren Chengsen's lightsaber was about to slash the flaming skeleton horse was raising its hooves by instinct, sprinting coupled with its size and the way it impacted from above. With just the first strike, Ren Chengsen's lightsaber that had just coalesced was shattered by the flaming skeleton horse with a single hoof. Phew dash. Wow. Boom. Boom. Oh come on. Chi Fengling had thought that he would be able to see a passionate sparring match between one person and one horse. However, Ren Chengsen hadn't lasted more than 10 seconds, and was actually kicked directly out by the flaming skeleton horse. That boom and boom just now was the sound of Ren Chengsen being kicked a few meters away, along with the door to the cafeteria being kicked open. Phew dash. After a successful strike, the flaming skeleton horse that was screaming even more cheerfully, it didn't even turn around to look at Chi Fengling before directly charging in the direction of the cafeteria entrance. Boom. Dang. The flaming skeleton horse's speed was extremely fast, which didn't give the students any time to discuss. Probably, they didn't expect that Ren Chengsen would lose so quickly. As for the original spot, because the flames hadn't dissipated from Chi Fengling's body yet, at this moment, Chi Fengling looked like a fireman, and this allowed Chi Fengling's path forward to be undisturbed. Aha! Dead horse, trying to win against me. Ren Chengsen, never. Just when Chi Fengling was halfway there, Ren Chengsen's voice unexpectedly came from the doorway, and that voice didn't sound like an injured state at all. Instead, it was battle-hardened. Through the waves of people and flames, Chi Fengling then saw a woman with a haze of light all over her body, who was holding a rifle and catching the hooves of the flaming skeleton horse with a hard hand. Yes, the flaming skeleton horse's greatness lies in its boastful speed, and the charge damage it deals with its super-fast movement speed is very scary. As for the other aspects, even though the flaming skeleton horse had reached the second-level high rank, its other attributes were not as good as the second-level middle-rank Ren Chengsen. Originally, the flaming skeleton horse also had the unquenchable undead fire. It was just a pity that the Ling Shao Sword Saint also had his own haze of protection. It was precisely for this reason that Ren Chengsen had just suffered a kicking injury from the hoofs of the horse, but he had not suffered any damage from the flames. But well, in front of this fighting scene that is very bright, the original conservative Ren Chengsen's body so proud, convex and curved, long legs and waist, it seems that those robes and long skirts that has completely covered her body. It was probably because the Ling Shao Sword Saint's haze had been used to protect Ren Chengsen's body, which had caused her clothes to be burned by the undead fire, and from a distance, except for a few key points, Ren Chengsen was already close to being in a vacuum. But so what? None of the students on the ground dared to raise their heads. They were afraid that if they did, they would be targeted by the flaming skeleton horse. Phew dash. The neighing continued. Only this time Chi Fengling could hear that the flaming skeleton horse no longer had the confidence it had at the beginning. It was lashing out, it was shocked, and it had even felt afraid. It sensed that the woman's body burned with a force of justice, a force that seemed to purify it of the fire of its soul. You go die. Holding the rifle, Ren Chengsen that was pushing the flaming skeleton horse towards the inside of the cafeteria step by step, probably because of the excitement, the burning flames that was filling the surroundings. Now, the tide of people around them finally began to run upstairs, and Chi Fengling was finally kind. As the owner of the flaming skeleton horse, Chi Fengling could naturally withdraw the undead fire burning on them. Now, as if inspired, the crowd began to keep leaning around them, and those students who were close to the stairs ran back up, on the first floor of the cafeteria, with Ren Chengsen pushing the flaming skeleton horse back into the cafeteria completely. This first floor was also finally a large empty area. Isn't this, like, a natural battleground? Chapter 102 Chengsen fighting Maple Spirit. Flesh does not fear death and inflammation, and mortals want to be compared to the gods. Principal Chang, Sister Ren really won. Ha 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 ha, I told you. Senior Sister Ren is the reincarnation of the Sword Saint. She's the god of our Cloud City University. How could a god lose? Let's go Ren Chengsen. You must defeat that skeleton horse. As Ren Chengsen began to counter-suppress the flaming skeleton horse step by step, the students who had been weakening in their aura instantly became excited, as they chanted or focused on clenching their fists in anticipation that Ren Chengsen would be able to defeat the flaming skeleton horse. You also don't say. Human being is really a very amazing creature. Cheering is something that doesn't have any substantial blessing, but this makes Ren Chengsen's aura stronger and stronger. That originally could still hold on for a little bit of the flaming skeleton horse, and now that is being pressed by the bones began to shiver. Phew, humph. As the owner of the flaming skeleton horse, Chi Fengling naturally knew that it was asking for help. However, just now when it gained an advantage, it was a glance that didn't look at itself. This wasn't Chi Fengling being petty, but Chi Fengling wanted to let the flaming skeleton horse know it would always be its own subordinate, and in the future, it would need to get its own approval no matter what it did. And secondly, Chi Fengling also wanted to see where Rin Chengsen's limits were. Humph. I don't care who you are, but in my Rin Chengsen's eyes, there's only justice, and I hope I can never see this you again. Awa. Suddenly, Rin Chengsen began to speak to that flaming skeleton horse. Although Rin Chengsen was speaking to the flaming skeleton horse, Chi Fengling understood that she was speaking to herself. Ren Chengsen's Lingxiao Sword Saint, a character belonging to the Light Camp, coupled with the fact that Ren Chengsen was also bent on justice, it made her very disgusted with evil, especially or this kind of person who was bent on nothing but killing. And in Chi Fengling's body, she saw justice at first, saw Chi Fengling's righteous appearance of standing up for Yunchang University, forcing back Battalion Commander Lu forcefully, and also fighting for the welfare of Yunchang University. However, she saw Chi Fengling again with an evil face, beheading these unarmed ordinary classmates without mercy. She didn't understand why Chi Fengling changed so quickly. She only hoped that Chi Fengling could always retain that justice. Preserving justice? Ridiculous. One is not a saintly mother. What one wants to do is purely based on whether or not anything is of benefit to him or her. And this is what Chi Fengling is adamant about. Ha-ha! Boom! Boom! Seeing that Chi Fengling was unmoved, Ren Chengsen then completely exploded her full power, as she threw out her rifle with all her might. That flaming skeleton horse was actually sent flying several meters away by Ren Chengsen. Kalala! Kalala! Shocked, Chi Fengling couldn't believe his eyes. The Ren Chengsen in front of him was already ridiculously powerful. At this moment, Ren Chengsen, with one hand against the flaming skeleton horse's hooves and one hand holding the rifle, surprisingly pushed the flaming skeleton horse towards the corner of the wall in a hard manner. On the ground, as the flaming skeleton horse struggled, two extremely deep flame trails then appeared on the floor of the first floor of the cafeteria. Boom! Kill my classmates! Give me death! Death! Die! Phew! 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 This scene was beyond the cognizance of the students, and even Chi Fengling. Can you believe that a 1'7", not exactly strong woman, held a 2 or 3 meter tall, flaming skeletal warhorse against a wall? Immediately after that was the beanbag-sized fist that was punching the white bones of the flaming skeleton horse's chest. Chi Fengling could already sense that the flaming skeleton horse was scared. It couldn't break free from the bonds of Chengsen, and could only use chirping, as if trying to awaken its master's goodness. Go back to hell. Seeing that the flaming skeleton horse was no longer capable of resisting, Ren Chengsen no longer used his fists to take out his anger, but instead raised his rifle dyed with Hei's sword chi, and with the butt of his rifle, he was about to slam it into the head of the flaming skeleton horse. Whoosh! Dang! If this gun but really smashed down the flaming skeleton horse, even if it does not die, it is bound to regress in strength, which is not what Chi Fengling wants to see. Even if the flaming skeleton horse has already admitted that it is wrong, then he should also take action. As Chi Fengling's one-thought demon sword was flung out, the rifle in Ren Chengsen's hand was sent flying to the side. Chi Fengling, do you really want to save this skeleton horse? Seeing Chi Fengling standing beside the flaming skeleton horse, Ren Chengsen then revealed a displeased expression. It's my summoned beast, what do you say? Should I save it? Chi Fengling replied with a breezy voice. A summoned beast? So, what it did just now was all approved by you. Listening to this, the displeasure on Ren Chengsen's face was already on the verge of turning into killing intent. Aha! Chi Fengling didn't say much. The decision he made didn't need to be explained to anyone. Good, since that's the case, then let me wake you up. After saying that, Ren Chengsen directly put down the flaming skeleton horse in front of him, and even directly swung his fist at Chi Fengling. Tada! 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 Lingxiao Sword Saint. Even though he didn't have his ancient sword, a second-level middle-ranked Awakened person really wasn't something to sneeze at. In less than 20 seconds, Chi Fengling and Ren Chengsen had already exchanged punches and kicks no less than 100 times, and Chi Fengling could clearly feel that his current self, if he didn't have the support of the one-thought divine demon sword and the skeleton bone sniper, he probably wouldn't want to be defeated in Ren Chengsen's hands for more than a minute. It was just that Chi Fengling really didn't want to use the one-thought divine demon sword or the skeleton bone sniper because Chi Fengling could see that Ren Chengsen wanted to have a fair head-to-head fight with himself. The so-called head-to-head sparring is pure and simple physical combat. If he lost, or if he won with the help of a weapon, Ren Chengsen might never submit himself. But there was really something wrong with this silly woman's thinking. Is it really fair for both of them to fight against each other purely physically without using weapons? Where did Ren Chengsen know that she was a mid-level 2, while Chi Fengling was only a peak level 1, and that the base attributes of the two just weren't fair? The second thing was that Ren Chengsen's Lingxiao Sword Saint inheritance was, at first glance, a frontal, hard-driving inheritance, while his own Undead Emperor inheritance was, at first glance, a summoner-type inheritance. It's like asking a lawyer to go into the ring with a boxer. Such a contest is not fair from the start. And Chi Fengling said that Ren Chengsen was a stupid woman, that's it. she didn't care so much, she just recognized her own reasoning. As long as Chi Fongling lost to herself, then she would never submit. Awa! The battle continued. Without the aid of weapons and summoned beasts, Chi Fongling quickly fell into a disadvantage, and it seemed that it wouldn't take more than 10 seconds for Chi Fongling to lose. Fairness? Fairness probably never existed. And surprisingly, Ren Changzhen was unreasonable. So don't blame yourself. Thinking of this, Chi Fongling no longer hesitated, and his spirit immediately communicated to the one-thought divine demon sword on the side. At this moment, all that was needed was a movement of Chi Fingling's mind, and the one-thought divine demon sword would return to Chi Fingling's hand, and at that time, Chi Fingling's attributes would have to be higher than Ren Chingsen's. Chi Fongling, look here. But, also just as Chi Fongling was about to recall the one-thought divine demon sword, a shout unexpectedly came from above the third floor, a voice that made Chi Fongling feel a familiar strangeness. As Chi Fongling looked up, 3 talismans that glowed with a faint light unexpectedly flew straight towards his body. Chapter 103 The Skyrider in the Feather and the Blood. In the old days, Taoist ghost extermination talismans flew into the bodies of ordinary people. Familiar talisman, different luster. Looking at the glowing talisman that flew straight towards him from upstairs, Chi Fongling only felt that the familiar person seemed to have returned. Ding, ding, ding. The talisman floated extremely fast, and before Chi Fongling could see what was inscribed on it, the talisman even directly merged into his body. Spirit body talisman? Yes, this was a special kind of talisman paper. It didn't need to be a real paper talisman. Just a glow could simulate the appearance of a real talisman. This kind of spirit body talisman was very troublesome to draw, and the time of preservation was very short, and most importantly, the effect of the spirit body talisman was even lower than that of the entity talisman. But the only good thing about the spiritual body talisman was that it was directional, so to speak, and mission critical, and as long as it was drawn, there was no fear of it being taken away from them. In his previous life, Wenxin Zhang had also drawn spiritual body talismans for himself, only that the effects of those spiritual body talismans were too small, and they also consumed his spirit. Chi Fongling vaguely remembered that Wenxin Zhang had told him that in order to draw a powerful spirit body talisman, one would either have to be at an epic level or be extremely gifted, and it was obvious that Wenxin Zhang, at that time, didn't account for it at all. Name, Chi Fongling, rank, peak level 1, power, 60/40ths, speed, 50/40ths, spirit, 50/40, physical fitness, 40, blessing, enhanced by the attributes of the spiritual body talisman for 30 minutes. As the talisman entered his body, Chi Fongling could only feel that his attributes had increased quite a bit, and this instant, the situation where he was being overwhelmed was instantly eased a lot. However, this was only the 18th day of the end times. Chi Fongling didn't remember that when Shen Zhang's level was this high in his previous life. Like this level of spirit body talisman, when Shen Zhang would have to at least reach the 3rd level of high rank before he could condense it with difficulty. Is it? The person who threw out this talisman was not Wenxin Zhang. However, this person could clearly shout out his name, and his voice sounded so familiar. Only to see Chi Fongling push hard, finally breaking free from Ren Chingsen's suppression. At this moment, Ren Chingsen no longer continued to chase and beat up Chi Fongling, but instead, together with Chi Fongling, he shifted his gaze to the 3rd floor above. Chi Fongling was identifying the person in his heart, while Ren Changsen was wondering when there was still an Awaken hidden in Yunshan University that she didn't even know about, and why he would help Chi Fongling. As the two men's gazes moved away, a boy who was still neatly dressed and had a somewhat undernourished complexion then appeared before them. There were obviously so many students on the 3rd floor of the cafeteria, so why could the two of them be so decisively sure it was him? It was simple. Because of Chi Fongling and the flaming skeleton horse's bloody killings, this made the surviving classmates scared. They didn't dare to gather around the periphery to watch anymore, and even if there were a few who dared to peek, they behaved with particular caution. Only the boy in front of me, his body standing straight, although also starved of skin and bones, but his gaze is very godly. In other words, determined to join the party. Name, Wendian Zhang / Wenxin Zhang. Race, arithmeticist / awakened. Status, superseded. Awakening profession, heavenly mechanic / talisman master. Occupational quality, SS/A. Synopsis, older than 1,000 years old. A powerful arithmetician from Feather and Blood, with the ability to project the future and familiarize himself with the past. He died when his soul dissipated, and after his death, his soul traveled across the realm and appeared on the blue planet, possessing memories of his past life, with a mind that is unfathomable, and an extremely deep city. Rank, peak level 2, power, 70, speed, 70, spirit, 300, physical fitness, 70, skill, ancient and modern. Looking back, the boy didn't move. Chi Fongling naturally saw all his messages. This time, Chi Fengling was both happy and sad. Naturally, the reason for being happy was because the boy in front of him was the Wenqin Zhang that he had been searching for so hard, the boy who had sacrificed himself for him in his last life, and he had actually obtained the inheritance of the talisman Heavenly Master. The worry is that the body of the current Wenqin Zhang is not under his own control, but like Lin Hangdong, his body has been temporarily replaced by a strong person. Fortunately, this was a replacement rather than a takeover. So that means that this person called Wendian Zhang would definitely not frame Wenqin Zhang. When he saw the names of the two men, Chi Fengling was also shocked, not knowing that this was a takeover. Others thought that Wenqin Zhang and Wentian Zhang were brothers. This supplanter is very powerful. That, Heavenly Mechanic, S inheritance, but it's the same SS inheritance as the Ling Shao Sword Saint. However, the synopsis said that this supplanter city was extremely deep, so Chi Fengling couldn't understand whether he wanted to help his brother or whether he wanted to borrow his brother's body to be resurrected. There was another thing that was important, and that was, this supplanter seemed to come from a novel, Feather and Blood, a novel that Chi Fengling had even read back in the day. It was just that too much time had passed, and Chi Fengling didn't remember it very clearly. Chi Fengling only vaguely remembered that the protagonist of that novel was called Chi Yangyu, not Wentian Zhang. 2. What are you looking at me for? Do I have gold on my face? Seeing Chi Fengling and Ren Xingxin just staring blankly at themselves, the Heavenly Mechanic was not flustered, and was even able to joke around in this situation. This student, are you an awakened? Why haven't I seen you before? And also, why are you interfering with a fair duel between the two of us? The words of the Heavenly Mechanic made Ren Xingxin calm down a bit as well, and she asked with a serious face just like that, awakened? Humph, sort of, haven't seen me? But I've always been on the third floor alright, it's just that you haven't noticed me. Upstairs, the reply from the Heavenly Mechanic was still breezy, just a feeling of transcendence. Okay, pardon my eyes then, but why did you show up now? And to help him? Pointing at Chi Fengling, who was rolling his eyes across the room, Ren Xingxin was very shafted. Ha ha, Lord Sword Saint, do you think the duel between you is fair? Your rank is higher than Chi Fengling's, and your inheritance is a combat inheritance, so how can you talk about fairness in a match like this? Although he didn't know who this Heavenly Mechanic was, at this moment, Chi Fengling really wanted to applaud him, because everything he said spoke to his heart. His level is lower than mine? I don't believe it, and I don't care who you are, you shouldn't get involved in the fight between me and him anymore. Regarding the words of the Heavenly Mechanic, Ren Xingxin was half believing it. Ren Xingxin didn't have the Undead Emperor's eyes, so she naturally didn't know that Chi Fengling was only at the peak of level 1. She only knew that Chi Fengling was immune to bullet damage, and was even able to repel Battalion Commander Lu and his party with a single effort. Lord Sword Saint, I'm not subservient to you. I naturally won't listen to you, and I don't want to favor anyone, I just want you guys to have a fair fight. That's all. At this moment, the Tianji person upstairs that was a complete interpretation of the word not humble, only that the Tianji person's words, that was to make Ren Chengzhen's teeth itchy with anger. Ren Chengzhen, I think, let's not fight. If you have to fight, I'll count you as the winner. On the side, Chi Fengling that was unloading her defenses and said with a disinterested face, no, today I'm going to let you know that evil can't defeat good. Invisible pretending, the most fatal. Chi Fengling's admission of defeat not only didn't let Ren Chengzhen relax, but on the contrary, it made her even more angry. And you can help him if you want. I, Ren Chengzhen, am not afraid of you. Chi Fengling, watch the move, said the tenacious woman as she swung her fist back up again and struck straight at Chi Fengling. Chapter 104. How? Are you convinced? Barefoot Hungar's main battlefield. Fiber Song's spiritual talisman changes the trend of victory. Hey, ha, ha, tada, tada, tada. In the first floor hall of the cafeteria, the fight between Ren Xingxin and Chi Fengling seemed to have become some kind of art. It wasn't that it was a mixed fight of grabbing clothes and pulling hair. It was more like the kind of cool moves duel in a martial arts novel. In response, Chi Fengling could only say that such things as talent could not be cultivated, and even if he had been reborn in a new life, his martial arts skills were still inferior to this girl who had just obtained her inheritance. And somehow, this Ren Chengzhen that is more and more fight more and more energy, fancy punching and kicking fighting method is even more difficult to let himself to fight. Chi Fengling might even be certain that if he didn't use the one-thought divine demon sword and the skeleton bone sniper, he would definitely not be a match for Ren Chengzhen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the two of them were pulling away from each other again, 3 more spirit talismans flew down from above the 3rd floor, and this time, the target of the talismans was no longer Chi Fengling, but rather the wary Ren Chengzhen. Ren Chengzhen waved her fists as she tried to break up the spirit body talisman, but the talisman was not affected at all and flew directly into her body. Ha, damn it, get the hell out of here. The moment the talisman was like a body, Ren Xingxin's face sank. It looked like the heavenly mechanic should have given her a low buff that lowered her attributes. Click. Lord Sword Saint. Your opponent is not me. As I said, I'm just trying to make the contest fair. Only a sound of the barrier being shattered was heard, but that heavenly mechanic was standing in place without moving a single bit. His face was still as bland as since. And what had just happened? Chi Fengling that had seen it clearly. After the heavenly mechanic cast 3 spiritual body talismans on Ren Xingxin unexpectedly condensed a lightsaber out of thin air. Only that before the lightsaber could stab the heavenly mechanic upstairs, it was dissolved by the barrier he casually waved out. You, humph, Chi Fengling, I'll see how much longer you can hide. After another breathless moment, Ren Chengzhen then retargeted Chi Fengling. However, Chi Fengling also expressed his helplessness because he hadn't said a word about this heavenly mechanic strike. And this Ren Chengzhen, his brain was really a bit shafted. Because of the limited space on the first floor, soon Chi Fengling was entangled with Ren Chengzhen again. Only this time, Chi Fengling could clearly feel that after being hit by the celestial mechanic's spiritual body talisman, Ren Chengzhen's full attributes were weakened by quite a bit. Ha! When Chi Fengling let out a loud cry, the fist that was about to hit Ren Chengzhen's face stopped in time. Just now, after their attributes were basically balanced, Chi Fengling unexpectedly slowly gained the advantage, and Ren Chengzhen, who was skilled in martial arts, was ultimately unable to defeat the experienced Chi Fengling. Ren Chengzhen, I know you're not convinced, but you have to know that this world is inherently unfair. Today is my first day back at Yunchun University. Do you think that this classmate, and the things that happened today, are things that I could have predicted in advance? Closing her hands and standing in place, Chi Fengling had to reason with Ren Chengzhen once again. Chi Fengling was able to win over her now. She just thought that it was because the heavenly mechanic had made a move. But even Chi Fengling herself didn't know that when Chen Zhang had stayed at the school for so long that they would have failed to realize his existence. And Chi Fengling didn't even know that when Chen Zhang would be given a stronger opportunity in this life. Humph, cut the crap, you haven't won against me yet. Just now, Ren Chengzhen seemed as if she had eaten the scales, knowing that Chi Fengling had just let her go, yet she still refused to stop. In an instant, Chi Fengling had the illusion that he felt like Ren Chengzhen was angry with her boyfriend, and that if he wanted her to be good, he had to let her let out all the fire. Well, is it good? No. Convinced? No. Suit? No. As the saying goes, don't be angry. Anger reduces your intelligence. This was the case for Ren Chengzhen at the moment. After there was no attribute suppression, she was now on top of her game, and she didn't even have a chance to have a normal fight with Chi Fengling. In just 3 minutes, Chi Fengling had already put down 7 or 8 killing moves, but this Ren Chengzhen just refused to give in, and the fight slowly turned into a girl's splash. War, fight, with the humblest of dreams. Lyrics, just as Chi Fengling was still hand-to-hand sparring with Ren Chengzhen, the first floor of the cafeteria was resounding with the sound of a rousing song. The singing was really good. Without a stereo can sing the feeling of the original song. Just Chi Fengling think, this song in addition to good, it seems that there is no special effect. Nope, humph, Chi Fengling, if someone helps you, is there no one to help me? Still wanting to make me obey, absolutely impossible. And when Chi Fengling reacted, that Ren Chengzhen was directly knocking himself back 2 meters with a powerful punch. Yes, at this moment, Ren Chengzhen's body values were back to normal, which meant that they had surpassed Chi Fengling's level again. Sure enough, when Chi Fengling looked through the crowd, he saw that next to Cheng Nuocheng, a boy was obliviously singing a song. Chi Fengling remembered. This person seemed to be called Chao Quan, and had obtained the inheritance of the Chinese song god. His songs were divided into 2 types. One was a stirring song, which could increase the target's full attributes, and the other was a song of mourning, which served to weaken the target's full attributes. It was really unexpected that only on the first day back at Cloud City University, both types of songs were heard by Chi Fengling. As Chi Fengling glanced his gaze away, that Xiao Quan also involuntarily gulped, but after seeing Ren Chengzhen's genuine gaze, he chose to continue singing. Well, are you convinced? I asked if you're convinced. Serves no serves. At this moment, Chi Fengling was truly speechless, not expecting that what he had said would be returned unchanged by Ren Chengzhen. The point was, he had just said something about the world not being fair in the first place, and now that Xiao Quan had chosen to help Ren Chengzhen, he certainly had nothing to say. It's just that one really doesn't convince himself that there's no such thing as a summoner and a sword saint in pure physical combat. To the whimpering in the night and lyrics, woo, woo, only, the 2 of them were still fighting well, but the exuberant singing had suddenly stopped, and apart from the puzzled voices of the students, Chi Fengling could hear someone wooing and whimpering, with Chi Fengling casting his gaze once again. At this moment, Xiao Quan was staring with his eyes wide open and his mouth open. He wanted to speak, but even with his face stifled red, he couldn't utter a single word, and that's to say nothing of what song he could still sing. Thinking of this, Chi Fengling that didn't think twice for a second, and together with Ren Qingxin, he moved his gaze above the third floor. Humph, what's the point of looking at me? I told you, I just want to see a fair showdown. Oh yeah, don't worry guys, I just sealed his mouth temporarily. In half an hour he'll still be able to sing. As expected, there was no one present, other than this mysterious heavenly mechanic, who could make Xiao Quan unable to vocalize. This time, it was once again Ren Qingxin's turn to blacken her face, because not only did she feel that the increasing effect given to her by Xiao Quan had disappeared, she also felt that the weakening effect given to her by the heavenly mechanic had returned. Galalala. This was the sound of finger joints being pinched, and at this moment, Chi Fengling, that was twisting the joints on his body, looked at Ren Qingxin in front of him with a warlike expression. After all, he was a boy, and just now, Ren Qingxin could have made him lose a lot of face. Chapter 105 Full Bloom? Endless battles for just a moment. The passionate fights are exciting, but the constant pattern of fighting is boring. Yes, this was the case with Chi Fengling and Ren Qingxin at the moment, and after the heavenly mechanic lowered Ren Qingxin's attributes once again, the two of them began to fight back and forth again. Of course, this kind of back and forth didn't mean a flagrant fight, but rather a fight where Chi Fengling was pressing Ren Qingxin, the little campus princess before the end of the world, the Ling Xiao sword saint after the end of the world. When had she ever suffered this kind of anger? So no matter how many times Chi Fengling defeated Ren Qingxin, the word disobedience just squeezed out of her mouth. Suddenly, he only saw Chi Fengling make a vigorous leap. His excellent physical quality directly allowed him to jump up 2 meters, and at the same time, Chi Fengling even made a 360-degree rotation in the air. Under the rotation, Chi Fengling's right leg then transformed into a sharp sword and smashed straight towards Ren Qingxin's head. Although Ren Qingxin didn't have enough combat experience, she was naturally able to react to this kind of wide-open attack, only to see Ren Qingxin quickly raise his hand, surprisingly steadily catching Chi Fengling's fancy attack. Yes, it was the fancy attack. Chi Fengling had no intention of using this to win with a single blow. The key to this move was naturally the follow-up upper body attack. The right leg unloaded, the left leg accelerated down. Just when Ren Qingxin had not reacted, Chi Fengling was like a hungry wolf pouncing on him, directly pressing onto Ren Qingxin's body. Flop! Boom! Really not a bit of pity. If it were done before the end of the world, a girl was pressed down hard like this, not dead may also have to be hospitalized for 10 days. Chi Fengling, let go of me, let go of me. On the ground, Ren Qingxin struggled, her face red, but no matter how much she cried out, Chi Fengling had no intention of getting up. Classmate Fengling Qingxin, she can't beat you, so I think you should just let her go. You guys are like this, the impact is a bit bad. Only, before Chi Fengling could say anything, Chang Nuo Chang, who had been watching the show for a long time, spoke up, because at this moment, in the sight of all the students, the tattered and well-built Ren Qingxin was being ridden by Chi Fengling. In order to prevent Ren Qingxin from resisting, Chi Fengling even pressed her hands together. In this situation, it was not too much to say that it was molestation. Aunt Shang, you don't have to ask him. I haven't lost yet. Only, Ren Qingxin was not at all appreciative, even though she had already been beaten without the power to fight back. Ren Qingxin, are you bored? Can't you see that? Not to mention defeating you, I can kill you more than once. At this moment, Chi Fengling really wanted to give her a mouthful. Then you kill me. Anyway, I'm just not convinced. Ren Qingxin's behavior only made Chi Fengling think of one word. That is, bullying. I've told you before, the world is inherently unfair now. If I were to use my full itself, you would have lost long ago. I'm afraid. Smelling Ren Qingxin's faint body scent, Chi Fengling still gave up on his intention to kill her, because this woman was just mendacious but not her enemy, and now she was still in a high position in Yunshan University. She could not kill her yet. Humph, who said that? You have the guts to let go of me. You don't want his talismanic aids, and I don't want Xiao Quan to sing for me, so can we just play a game based on our abilities? Hearing Chi Fengling say this, Ren Qingxin instantly became energized, probably because her attributes had been weakened for a long time, giving her a feeling that her original self was super strong. Well, that's what you said, and when the time comes, don't be offended. Humph, Ren Qingxin, will do what I say. At this moment, the two of them did not look like enemies, but rather like a couple who were angry. This student, can you take back all the talismans that you have inflicted on us? Standing up, Chi Fengling then raised his head and spoke to the heavenly mechanic above the third floor. Lord Emperor, of course, upstairs. It was as if that heavenly mechanic had anticipated that Chi Fengling would say that, only to see him wave his big hand, and 6 glowing talismans rushed out of the two men's bodies. However, at this moment, Chi Fengling's face was sunken to the extreme. 10,000 thoughts surged to his heart, and amongst all of them, the most was still killing intent. He himself had obtained this inheritance of the Undead Emperor, but he hadn't said anything to anyone until now. How did this heavenly mechanic know that he had obtained this inheritance? Couldn't it be that he knew more secrets? Thinking of this, the idea of competing with Rinchingson weakened all of a sudden. Chi Fengling now only wanted to capture this heavenly mechanic and torture him. Hey, what are you waiting for? Do you think you can't beat me without an attribute boost? On the opposite side of the room, seeing Chi Fengling staring blankly, Rinchingson shouted. To be honest, there really was some gentlemanly behavior. If Chi Fengling was Rinchingson and the match between the two had already begun, then he would never have reminded his dazed self. He would have definitely attacked directly and violently or sneak attacked. Shut up! Whoosh! Ta-da! Attention was drawn back. This time Chi Fengling could no longer hesitate. After just a second of thinking, both the one-thought Divine Demon Sword and the Skeleton Bone Sniper were summoned by Chi Fengling. The one-thought Divine Demon Sword now had a development degree of 3%, which meant that it could raise its full attributes by 30 points. And although the Skeleton Bone Sniper couldn't raise its quality anymore, it could provide 80 points of power at once. At this moment, when dealing with an even smaller opponent like Rinchingson, Chi Fengling only had an advantage, not a single disadvantage to speak of. Moreover, although Rinchingson was the sword saint of the Lingxiao, right now, she didn't even have a sword, so how could she be a match for Chi Fengling? Humph. So what? Put. This time, Chi Fengling didn't have the slightest bit of emotion, and before Rinchingson could finish his defiant words, Chi Fengling rushed over with great speed. A punch hit Rinchingson's belly, almost defenseless Rinchingson that was hit with a face of bitter pain. Ta-da! 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 It could be said that Chi Fengling had been very mean enough. Even though he was holding the one-thought devil sword in his hand, Chi Fengling still only greeted Rinchingson with his fists. Only this was like a rain of attacks. That was hitting Rinchingson's head so hard that he couldn't even lift his head up. How? Are you convinced? Phew. What's going on? How is it possible? Why? You stubborn woman. You owe me this time. Hiss. Standing across from Rinchingson, Chi Fengling wanted to question her again, but somehow, that flaming skeleton horse was suddenly galloping over. At this moment, the flaming skeleton horse, its eyes were burning with red light, and the flames on its body were also more vigorous. Chi Fengling could see that this dead horse was trying to kill Rinchingson. However, his current self was unexpectedly unable to complete mental communication with the flaming skeleton horse, and even the command to send it back to the undead realm was no longer possible. Without a solution, Chi Fengling didn't care that much, picking up the frothing Rinchingson while making a quick turn. In the next second, the flaming skeleton horse's viciously forceful flaming stomp then steadily kicked Chi Fengling's back. Put. Ahem. Dead horse, you're dead. Wiping off the blood from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Chi Fengling only wanted to give this flaming skeleton horse a good beating. However, Chi Fengling had only taken one step when she felt a bit dazed, as if she was going to fall down in the next second. Chi Fengling, what are you doing? I can do it myself. I don't want you to save me. Holding up Chi Fengling who was about to fall, Rinchingson's body was trembling, and her words were a little bit trembling as well. Obviously she was also startled by the actions of the flaming skeleton horse. Only her mouth remained defiant. Chi Fengling, how are you? Don't you dare die. I'm convinced alright. Chapter 106. Fortunately, they are not the enemy. The horse's hot hooves trampled all over their lives, in exchange for the red face's tears of mourning. Ahem. Stop shaking me now. I'm not dead yet. And your ball hit me? Man injured and still not honest. So what can be done? Only blame Rinchingson and himself too close to each other, and wearing too few clothes. Snap. Puff. You rascal. Reacting to Rinchingson, that did not hesitate to give Chi Fengling a slap. Of course, Chi Fengling who had no one to hold him fell to the ground. Phew. When Chi Fengling fell to the ground, that flaming skeleton horse then let out a roar. Its voice was alien, angry, puzzled, and full of apologies. On the ground, Chi Fengling hadn't reached the point where he would die from a kick. He just felt a fiery pain in his internal organs, but this pain quickly subsided after the flaming skeleton horse finished roaring. Chi Fengling could see clearly that as the flaming skeleton horse roared, its blood-red eye holes reverted back to ghostly green once again, and as he looked in the direction of the flaming skeleton horse's roar, Chi Fengling naturally noticed the heavenly mechanic standing on the third floor. Don't worry about it. It's all out in the open. Those present, other than Chi Fengling, were afraid that this mysterious heavenly mechanic was the only one who had the ability to control other people's summoned beasts and isolate spatial barriers. What are you doing? Didn't you say that you would no longer participate in our fight? On the side, The movement of the flaming skeleton horse naturally made Ren Shinxin notice it, and she also realized that it must be this heavenly mechanic who did it again. Lord Sword Saint, don't get excited. Didn't I not make a move just now? And this skeleton horse is Chi Fengling's summoned beast. Isn't it normal for it to participate in the battle? Moreover, Lord Emperor's backhand is more than just. Upstairs, the heavenly mechanic's tone was very calm, as if he still knew a lot of things. Cough. You shut up. Only on the ground. Chi Fengling but anxious, although the heavenly mechanic is right, but he does not want to let these people know his full cards yet. Lord Emperor, don't be angry. Even if you want to act, then you have to act all the way. Who's talking? Chi Fengling was confused because he didn't hear the heavenly mechanic open his mouth, but those words actually reached his head. And upstairs, the heavenly mechanic stood so quietly and gave a light smile with Chi Fengling, who was staring at him. Chi Fengling, what's wrong with you? Where is anyone talking? On the side, Ren Shinxin then looked around in confusion. Present, indeed no one was talking. Oh, maybe I'm hallucinating. Hiss, cough. Look, I can't fight you now either. If you still want to fight, then I can only admit defeat. After realizing that, Chi Fengling but quickly covered his chest and put on a hard face. Yes, that heavenly mechanic was right. Chi Fengling was just acting. He was indeed injured, but because of the one-thought divine demon sword and the skeleton bone sniper, this made the physical damage Chi Fengling received not heavy. The only damage that was harder to bear had also completely disappeared after the flaming skeleton horse had returned to normal, so Chi Fengling's current death-defying appearance was something he had put on. No, it's me who lost. If you had taken out the divine sword, bone sniper, and this skeleton horse earlier, I definitely wouldn't have been able to defeat you. Unexpectedly, Ren Shinxin had indeed conceded defeat, and it was heartfelt and convincing. Then are you alright now? It's all for saving me, otherwise you wouldn't have, said Ren Shinxin, while pulling up the corner of his coat. That appearance was like a little girl who did something wrong. Of course cough. It's still hard. I'm afraid it won't be back to normal until tomorrow. Struggling to cough up blood, Chi Fengling acted very hard. Shinxin fellow Fengling's injuries aren't that serious, so don't beat yourself up too much. Go get dressed. Seeing that the two were no longer fighting, Chang Nuwatching then walked out. In contrast to Ren Shinxin's simplicity, she was able to see that Chi Fengling was pretending. But I don't seem to have any clothes. Being reminded by Chang Nuwatching, Ren Shinxin only reacted to the fact that at this moment, she seemed to be a bit unclothed. It's like this. Ren Shinxin is a person with a strong sense of justice. After the end of the world, she that is frugal. Her own clothes also gave up to those weak female students, so she really has no clothes to wear. Cough. Here, take it. This should fit you quite well. It wasn't coincidental that Chi Fengling was still thinking about how to completely conquer this woman. Now was the best chance to do so. Urban beauty? Thank you Chi Fengling. Looking at the exquisite clothes that appeared out of thin air, Ren Shinxin's face instantly turned even redder. But more than that, she was still surprised. Only, Ren Shinxin's surprise and Jiang Lu's surprise were completely different. Jiang Lu's surprise lay in a kind of amazement, as if she was seeing the world for the first time. As for Ren Shinxin's surprise, he was only surprised at why Chi Fengling had girls' clothes and was able to take them out of thin air. This student upstairs, can you come down and talk? It's my fault as the principal that I didn't notice you before. Here, I apologize to you, but I hope you can help us. After seeing Ren Shinxin leave, Chang Nuwatching also locked her gaze above the third floor. As the principal, Chang Nuwatching was really capable of flexing her muscles. Principal Chang is polite, but right now, I don't have time to help you. Puff. The heavenly mechanic's performance remained bland, but when he finished those words, his entire body suddenly fell down. Name, Wenqin Zhang. Race, awakened. Profile, age 24. A college student who is passionate about the study of Taoist talisman and paper. After obtaining the inheritance, he is proficient in the outline of talismans that have been used for thousands of years in China, and is personally calm and multi-intelligent, with a strong sense of love and righteousness. Level 1 medium. Awakening profession, talisman master. Occupational quality, A. Power, 10. Agility, 10. Spirit, 40. Physical fitness, 10. Skill, false strategy and formation breaking. The talisman master is proficient in drawing any kind of talisman, and his mind is more agile, and he even understands how to set up formations to break the game. Upstairs, Chi Fengling had also watched every move of the heavenly mechanic clearly, and the moment he collapsed to the ground, Chi Fengling knew that the mysterious heavenly mechanic had finally disappeared. That's also true. Wenqin Zhang's health is in a poor state right now, and it's already very impressive that this heavenly mechanic was able to replace him for so long. Classmates, go check on him, quickly. Seeing the heavenly mechanic fainted, Chang Nuoching was thrilled. Principal Chang, don't worry, he's fine too, but when he wakes up, he might not be the same as he was just now. Are you saying that there are also strong people who have temporarily occupied that classmate's body? This Chang Nuoching was really smart. Chi Fengling just said it superficially and she understood the meaning of it. Aha! Alright, Fengling student, all the teachers and students of Yuncheng University are here. Look, what should we do now? Pointing at the first floor of the cafeteria that was like hell, like a slaughterhouse, Chang Nuoching's face was powerless. Although she was the head of a school, this was really the first time she had ever seen such a situation, and she already didn't know how to lead Yuncheng University next. Chapter 1075 Women. 1 Drama. I have no rest from running and fighting, and I can get a place on the couch in the theater. Early in the morning, it may be more than warm sunshine that brushes your face, or it may be a cold wind, or it may be the pungent stench of blood and evil. Blood and stench that was inevitable, because yesterday's Chi Fengling had killed many people in the cafeteria. These smells naturally could not dissipate quickly. Just this gust of cold wind let Chi Fengling some do not understand. This is the Blue Star in July. China is located in the northern hemisphere of the Blue Star. This time should be exactly the summer. Cold wind really should not appear. It's hard to believe that because of his rebirth in this life, the climate of the blue planet has changed. At this moment, Chi Fengling was lying comfortably on the simple bed, quietly pondering these questions. This was on the 5th floor of the cafeteria, originally belonging to the manager's lounge, but now it had been converted into a lounge for the female awakened, and the bed that Chi Fengling was sleeping on at the moment was the one that Chang Nuoching had. One could only say that this pair of aunties and daughters were really alike. Originally Chang Nuoching, who was a principal and an awakened person, could enjoy better treatment, while the bed she was sleeping in now was really similar to a wooden plank except for a blanket. As for last night, Chi Fengling naturally pretended to be very weak, and then was logically brought up by Chang Nuoching. Although the conditions were simple, but this was one of the rare times Chi Fengling had a good night's sleep. Knock knock. Fengling student, are you awake? Can I come in? Just as Chi Fengling was still looking into the future, the door of that tightly closed room was knocked on. This was Chang Nuoching's voice, and it seemed that after resting all night, she was in a much better state than yesterday. How can Chang Nuoching rest? How could Chang Nuoching rest? Yesterday she killed so many people by herself. According to normal she should be busy bursting. If it wasn't for Chi Fengling's compulsion for her to look at herself, Chang Nuoching should still be in a very weak state right now. Ahem, come in. Glancing at his pressed clothes, Chi Fengling agreed with his mouth full. Squeak! With the sound of the door being pushed open, Chang Nuoching then pulled the 3 girls in with her, and the scene looked counterintuitively strange. These 3 girls were no one else. They were Ren Chengsen, Jian Lu, and Long Baiyu, and this was what Chi Fengling had told Chang Nuoching after he came up to rest yesterday. Chi Fengling was also convinced. Yesterday, from the massacre between him and the flaming skeleton horse, to his duel with Ren Chengsen, to the fainting of the heavenly mechanic and his own command of what happened next, Jian Lu and Long Baiyu were surprisingly able to dress themselves all the way up in the locker room, and finally froze because Chi Fengling couldn't wait any longer before taking the initiative to go up to the 5th floor. At this moment, if Chang Nuoching was not present, looking at these 3 girls, it was as if they were back before the end of the world, because now, Long Baiyu's 3 people were wearing nothing different from the celebrities before the end of the world. In addition to Long Baiyu showed some constraints, the rest of the 2 that is very natural, especially Ren Chengsen, that the elegant temperament of the sword saint is embodied to the fullest. Fengling student, although it's the end of the world now but the principal still hopes that you can treat your relationship more seriously, and then, pay more attention to your health. You're all still young after all. Chi Fengling couldn't even believe her ears that the once successful woman who walked in high society would say such words at this moment. The most crucial thing is that those 3 girls, when they heard this, not only did they not retort, but they were embarrassed instead. It seems that since ancient times beauty loves heroes is true. Principal Chang, I don't mean that. Moreover, I don't have that idea. Just don't worry about it. Fortunately, Chi Fengling reacted quickly, directly pulling Chang Nuoching, who was going to go out. If she went out, wouldn't it prove that she was going to juggle 3 girlfriends? Oh yeah, Principal Chang, take this. This is for me? Looking at the gorgeous dress that suddenly appeared in her hand, Chang Nuoching was also a bit at a loss for words for a moment. The clothes were expensive, but before the end of the world, Chang Nuoching was still able to access them often. It's just that after arriving at the end of the world, every day's consideration was all about escaping and surviving, so who would still think about the issue of clothing? Who is it? Dare to take my great savvy? Dang! Chi Fengling was still thinking about how to talk to Chang Nuoching, when suddenly a black vortex door appeared out of thin air beside him, and the moment the vortex door appeared, a sound of weapons colliding appeared in Chi Fengling's ears. Humph. I said how did my clothes disappear? It turns out that you guys took them. This voice Chi Fengling can be too familiar. Isn't she the skeleton witch savvy? However, Chi Fengling seemed to remember that she had to rest in the undead realm because she was too overdrawn to help herself. So how did she appear here at this moment? Could it be that just because she took 2 of her clothes, she was that obsessed? The aura of light. Savvy hates you guys. Die for me. This Savvy's perception was still strong. Although she didn't have the undead emperor's eyes, she instantly sensed the aura of light on Renshengsen and Shangnu watching. Hiss. It could be seen that Savvy was trying to use some black magic, but she was only halfway through the spell when she was forced to stop due to a headache. That couldn't be helped. Savvy hadn't rested for 2 days until now, and while her spirit had recovered quite a bit, her condition hadn't fully recovered. You're the Dark Witch, I see, and you're the one who's going to die. Dang! Savvy's unusual behavior was naturally caught by Rinchangzhen, and all of a sudden the two were fighting in the room. Savvy was worthy of being a 3rd-level powerhouse. Even with his incomplete physical condition, he was still barely able to spar with Rinchangzhen with his skeleton bone staff. This time the heavenly mechanic was right. If Chi Fengling had summoned Savvy as well yesterday, Rinchangzhen wouldn't have had any chance of winning at all. Alright, don't fight, Savvy. I took the clothes. When I have the chance in the future, I'll just go and find some more. Only to see Chi Fengling push hard, and the 2 of them were easily pushed away. Chi Fengling, this evil witch, is she also your summoned beast? Seeing Chi Fengling protect Savvy, Rinchangzhen's face instantly turned cold. Humph, is Lord Maple Spirit's full name something you can call too? So what if it's evil? It's better than you fake righteous people. True enough, since ancient times, light and darkness are incompatible. Even though Savvy and Rinchangzhen had only met for the first time, the 2 just wanted to kill each other as soon as they met. Humph, evil is evil, and evil can't defeat good. Don't you understand? Evil can't defeat good? Ridiculous. Then do you know that Lord Fengling he is also? Okay, shut up, Savvy. You quickly go back to rest. What I promised you, I will make it up to you later. Seeing that Savvy was about to say her bottom, Chi Fengling that was directly covering her mouth, and the next second, Savvy went back to the undead realm along with the vortex door. Chi Fengling, what is she going to say? What exactly have you awakened? This woman could become really fast. All of a sudden she was hostile towards herself again. Chapter 108 Chi Fengling's Believers. Icy cold face, eyes that contained killing intent. Chi Fengling only felt as if Rinchangzhen was about to fight with himself again. That's not right. Why should one be afraid? Why should one hide? Why do you have to live such a cowering life when you are born again? Obtaining the SSS Undead Emperor inheritance was one's pride, not one's shame, and one was an Undead Emperor. So why should one be afraid of this Ling Xiao Sword Saint? For a moment, Chi Fengling's mind finally turned a corner. He was trying to take over Cloud City University fine, and he did want to take Rinchangzhen under his wing. However, if this process was to be condescending, or even if one was to stoop low, then one would still be willing to do the same thing as one did at the beginning, which was, to kill anyone who got in one's way. Surprisingly you want to know so badly. There's no harm in me telling you that the inheritance I obtained is that of the Undead Emperor. This time, Chi Fengling no longer stammered. Staring at Rinchangzhen's eyes that were filled with battle intent, he directly spoke out. Undead Emperor? How? How is that possible? With an inheritance that evil, what makes you able to harness a divine sword that bright? Originally, Chi Fengling was ready to fight, but this Rinchangzhen was not following the rules. She should have been angry, but at this moment she was confused. Rinchangzhen was right. The Undead Emperor did belong to the evil camp. Strictly speaking, the Undead Emperor was even the head of the evil camp. It was impossible for such a character to harness the one-thought divine sword. In fact, Rinchangzhen had initially sided with Chi Fengling because Chi Fengling had used the one-thought divine sword, and she even remembered how Chi Fengling's divine aura had flown when he had danced the one-thought divine sword. Are those in the light camp necessarily good? And may I ask who prescribes good and who prescribes evil? In fact, Chi Fengling really didn't want to break up this reasoning with him, but now that the words had been said, Chi Fengling really wanted to hear what the righteous people had to say. Justice is dedication. Justice is not killing innocents indiscriminately. Justice is fighting against all evil. Rinchangzhen answered quickly, as if she had been holding these words in her heart for a long time. Oh, is it? You are indeed dedicated. So may I ask how many people would have died in the cafeteria if I hadn't stepped in yesterday? And what would you have done about it? Chi Fengling wasn't in a hurry and didn't talk to Rinchangzhen about those far-reaching things. He just talked about things. That's a massacre. If it were me, speechless, confused, shaken, Rinchangzhen froze. She really did not think. Yesterday's things she can handle. Changzhen, stop it. Fengling's classmates are right. There's no such thing as eternal justice, and there's no such thing as eternal evil. And besides, What happened yesterday was something I tacitly agreed to. Although he has awakened the inheritance of the Undead Emperor, I still believe in him, and I believe that student Fengling will definitely lead our Cloud City University through this difficult time. Stopping Ren Shengsen, who was still going to argue, Chang Nuocheng's expression was incomparably serious, and at this moment, Chi Fengling seemed to feel a very soothing warm current from Chang Nuocheng's body. This feeling was very peculiar, as if Chang Nuocheng staying beside him would make him comfortable. Name, Chang Nuocheng. Race, awakened. Status, believer, faith Chi Fengling. Synopsis, age 32. Incredibly talented and successful single woman, hell-bent on nothing but her classmates and her school, longing for peace for all, has a city, a good heart, loves but is deep and not out of it. Rank, peak I. Awakening profession, God of Light envoy. Occupational quality, S. Power, 15. Agility, 15. Spirit, 35. Physical fitness, 35. Skill, light healing, can utilize the power of light within his body to grant healing effects to any creature. Light and neutral affinity, creatures whose camp is light or neutral, after spending time with them, will develop a favorable impression of them. Hiss, it was really a bit scary, and this was the first time Chi Fengling had checked Chang Nuocheng's data. Isn't it absurd that the Undead Emperor could be the object of faith for the Light God's envoy? Is this what the internet used to say about the kind of good girl who grows up to be a quiet, good girl and is most likely to be duped by a street skank? Oh, Aunt Shang, don't let Chi Fengling fool you. Didn't he awaken the profession of the Undead Emperor? Then why did he ask us to collect the corpses of our classmates? To the side, Ren Shengsen seemed to have suddenly thought of something and hurriedly shook up Chang Nuocheng's body, as if he was afraid that Chang Nuocheng would sink. This time, Ren Shengsen's brain was bright for once in a rare while. Chi Fengling wanted the bodies of those classmates. Naturally it was for the undead blood sacrifice. Can't it be that he's going to give them a funeral? You guessed right. They are my sacrifices. I'm going to use their corpses to summon even more powerful undead creatures. Chi Fengling was simply not even acting anymore. In front of the four girls, he directly said it. Chi Fengling, are you still human? They are all your classmates. You killed them even if it's okay, and now you're letting them die in peace? If it wasn't for Chang Nuochen pulling on the side, Ren Shengsen really wanted to rush up. Oh, does Lord Sword Saint have better plans? So I ask, over 200 bodies, who buried them? Where? It's the end of the world. Can you guarantee that they won't turn into corpses after you bury them? Or do you want to leave them here to scare the rest of the class? Or abandon them to feed the walkers? Chi Fengling was still in no hurry, just quietly looking at how Ren Shengsen should answer. Right, cremation. We can cremate it. Suddenly thinking of something, Ren Shengsen immediately became excited again. Yes, Lord Sword Saint, may I ask if you know how the undead came to be? Also, it's been a long time since the students have had barbecue, hasn't it? Bah, Chi Fengling, how can you think like that? They, as if thinking of their crazy appearance yesterday, Ren Shengsen all of a sudden did not know what to say again. They what? I can give you the disposal of the body, but can you really handle it? Why don't you think so? They are contributing their last effort, making sacrifices for the rest of their classmates to stay alive. Seeing that Ren Shengsen was about to break down from what she said, Chi Fengling finally said something that could paralyze her a bit. Moreover, what Chi Fengling said was not true at all. They were still in school now, and perhaps still retain some conscience. Off campus today, people really do eat people when there's no food, and at that point, it doesn't matter if you're dead or alive. And not to mention people, some people are so hungry that they'll even eat zombie meat. Changsen, let's believe in Mr. Fengling for once. I'm sure that he'll have a solution. This believer was just different. It was almost as if they automatically understood their own words. Fengling student, we'll just go and check out the other students first. The people you're looking for are all at the door right now. After saying that, Chang Nuocheng didn't stay any longer. Pulling Ren Shengsen and a few others, she walked out, and as Chang Nuocheng's few people left, the two boys walked in one after the other, one indifferent and one formal. Chapter 109 Seduction and Adultery. One man sighs for the world, two men plan for the world, and three men fight for the world. Having said that, the reality is that it's not, and it's possible for three men to be together, and that's just face to face. In the lounge on the 5th floor of the cafeteria, along with Chang Nuocheng leaving, the two boys then slowly walked in. One of them held his head high with defiance written all over his face, while the other boy lowered his head with a look of consternation written all over his face. Chi Fengling, even if you talked Principal Chang into it, so what? You killed Lin Hangong. There's no way I'm going to submit to you. After a long silence, a boy finally spoke up, and even though he was in a bit of a bad state, he was acting rigid. This boy was Tang Weihao, the same boy who had obtained the gun master's inheritance, and who had even shot a few bullets at himself in the beginning of the sparring match with Lin Hangong. Nay, the slingshot he had researched on his own was still too powerful. and he ended up being injured in the palm by Chi Fengling, and although the bone bullet in his palm was removed, Tang Weihao hadn't fully recovered yet. Looking at this look of Tang Weihao, Chi Fengling was inexplicably a little touched. The Tang Weihao of his last life was also like this, recognizing death and valuing feelings. Weihao, don't be so angry. Lin Hengdong isn't a good leader. You're just a stepping stone for him to enter the army. Reasoning, that's the best way to deal with this type of person. I know that Airman Lin is selfish, and I also know that he's not a good leader, but he saved my life. After being his paving stone, it's also considered that I've finished repaying my favor. Sure enough, Tang Weihao was just not good at expressing himself, but he understood everything. It's not like that. If you do enter the army, then you'll be eaten up by him for the rest of your life. Do you think that with your heritage as a master of guns and cannons, you'll be able to beat his divine fist venerable master? Chi Fengling was certain that this was something Tang Weihao hadn't anticipated. So what? I'm free to decide my matters. You don't bother. There's no way I'm going to submit to you, said Tang Weihao, even turning his head. Alright, surprisingly, I won't make things difficult for you. But what about? You're the only one in our school who's proficient in firearms. How about you do me a favor even if you do me a favor? And you'll manage all those guns? Tang Weihao's temperament Chi Fengling could know too well. It was typical of a soft eater, but not a hard eater, and he also liked to discuss the matter of gun modification with people. The reason why Tang Weihao spoke so little in his last life was probably because there were so few people with whom he shared a common topic. You mean, let me manage those guns? Sure enough, hearing Chi Fengling speak of this, Tang Weihao turned around in an instant, and his face changed from disdain to surprise. Yes, who would use a gun after so long in peace? But if you have a gun, you can't waste it for nothing, can you? Yes, then you tell me, what are the conditions? There was no free lunch in the world, and Tang Weihao naturally felt it, which is nothing. I do have a condition. You can't take these guns for nothing, of course. You have to utilize your ability to train some people who can use them, and then they have to be able to come in handy the next time there's a crisis at the school. The words were still held back by Chi Fengling, and the condition he raised was actually not a condition. It could be said to be a basic request. And if you say that in the past, it's like I'm giving you a gun, and I'm letting you form your own force, and I have to see that you're strong. So isn't that just like owning your own army? Really? Really? Chi Fengling, are you really assured of giving me all these guns? Up to this point, Tang Weihao's face was still filled with disbelief. Of course my word counts. Then my request, can you fulfill it? Of course Chi Fengling was relieved. After all, these ordinary gunshots were already close to being unable to harm him. There's also the fact that after the first month of the end times, all of mankind's thermal weapons will be rendered ineffective. So any theories about embracing the military and all the armies being lapdogs will go out the window by then. The last thing was that Chi Fengling had only asked Battalion Commander Lu for a gun. Not much in the way of bullets. And now that the military factory had basically stopped production, these guns were really pretty much only useful for research in the hands of Tang Weihao. Don't worry. Although I'm a medical student, the knowledge of guns and cannons in my brain is unending. These problems can't be difficult for me. Seeing Chi Fengling saying this, Tang Weihao on the side was revealing a very confident expression. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you. It won't be long before hot weapons won't come in handy. You can start working on cold weapons. This might be a secret, but then again it didn't count. One even chose to trust Tang Weihao, so there was no need to hide it from him anymore. How is that possible? Could the end times change the principles of physics? And sure enough, Tang Weihao was disbelieving. It was like someone telling you one day that the apple would not fall to the ground, but would fall to the sky. The end times can become more than we think, and we'll see if that will be the case. Alright then, anyway, thank you, Chi Fengling. Although he still didn't believe it, Tang Weihao still expressed his gratitude to Chi Fengling. Wait, take this. When they see this, they should be relieved to give you their firearms. And also, if you're free, you should study this too. Seeing Tang Weihao about to leave, Chi Fengling then casually threw the skeleton bone sniper to him. Yes, although those guns Chi Fengling did not take, but basically are recognized as Chi Fengling's. Tang Weihao just empty words to ask for. It is estimated that you cannot get. There was also the fact that the skull and bone sniper was a magical weapon that had transcended the realm of the physical, and if Tang Weihao could really study it and understand it, there might still be a day for thermal weapons to come out of the woodwork. The last point was that Chi Fengling also had to utilize this gun to make Tang Weihao completely submit himself. Okay, thank you. The first moment he touched the skeleton bone sniper, Tang Weihao felt the difference in him, the feeling of obsession, worthy of being a gun master tormentor. Crowed, how do you say it? Soon after, when Tang Weihao left, Chi Fengling shifted her gaze to another person. That was the god of Chinese song, Chao Quan. Chao Quan in the last life can die too early, basically no impression. Of course they do not have too much affection with him. Just this person can be much more important than all those awakened people outside. Lord Fengling, Lin Hangong also saved me, so I'm returning the favor by helping him. As for Ren Shengtsen, she's our school's god of war. And, at that time, you were really scary, ugh. After hesitating for a while, Xiao Quan still said what was on his mind. Xiao Quan is right. The first time he helped Lin Hangong because the first time the two sides met, he was under Lin Hangong's camp. As for the second time he helped, it was because of his own massacre in the cafeteria, and with Ren Shengtsen's better image in their minds, he chose to help her. All of this doesn't matter. As you can see, Principal Chang has now ceded the sovereignty of Yunchun University to me, and that Ren Shengtsen will listen to me as well. I want to know, what's in your mind? As he spoke, Shi Fengling also summoned the one-thought divine demon sword, and his face was even more filled with killing intent. Yes, he didn't have any feelings for Xiao Quan, and Xiao Quan's ranged auxiliary role was really powerful. If Xiao Quan wasn't willing to subordinate himself, then he wouldn't let him have the chance to subordinate someone else. Lord Fengling, don't worry, in the future, my songs will only be sung for you. Those who could get into Cloud City University were naturally not cuties. This point of eyesight is still there. Ha ha ha, brother Xiao Quan, don't be so scared. I'm not going to eat people. We'll be brothers from now on. If you have any problems, remember to come and find me. Oh, surprisingly hearing the words he wanted to hear, Shi Fengling didn't need to keep a cold face. After all, oppression for too long may also make people rebel. Okay, then there's nothing to do. I'll go back too. Apparently Xiao Quan was also surprised by Shi Fengling's change. It was as if he now understood the term. Accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. Shi Fengling didn't say much and waved his hand and hinted for him to leave, because next, Shi Fengling was going to meet a most important person. Chapter 110 You, Shi Fengling, are a reborn person. The man who peers into the heavens breaks off the ancient and looks to the present. The man of strength has not heard of the dawn of the will. Humph, Lord Celestial Mechanic, you've come all the way here. Come in. Why are you still staying at the door? On top of the bed, Shi Fengling said so faintly to the doorway. Squeak, Emperor-sama, it's really been a long time. Don't come back while The author felt disgusted to be saying such polite words. Yes, Heavenly Mechanic, didn't we just meet yesterday? And the you of yesterday, that was omniscient. Today, let me analyze you, okay? At this moment, the Shi Fengling on the bed that was full of confidence, said. He also took out a cell phone in his hand. This cell phone is certainly not Shi Fengling's own. His cell phone has been broken before Want Fat Supermarket. And this cell phone is the one that Shi Fengling asked Principal Chang to ask his classmates for yesterday. Fortunately, it's not yet the first month of the end of the world, and individual cell phones can still use the card-exploding 2G network. Lord Emperor, Yuan say. Looking at the iron lump in Shi Fengling's hand, the Heavenly Mechanic was naturally confused, but he acted calmly. You Tianji Shi, formerly known as Wen Tianzhang, were the strongest arithmetician in the Sky Meteor continent. Because of a miscalculation, you died at the hands of Yaoi Song. Then your soul was immortalized and has been lurking in the world. Later on, he specialized in creating chance encounters, and finally crept into the body of the protagonist Qi Yangyu, and used Qi Yangyu to search for the 4 greatest treasures of the ages. And finally the plot was pierced by Dai Woodwan. The plan to resurrect failed. His body died before the Great War, and then by chance, he came to my blue planet. Lord Heavenly Mechanic, am I saying yes or no? Holding the cell phone, Shi Fengling spoke so breezily. It was just that opposite Shi Fengling, the face of the Heavenly Mechanic, who had originally had a confident look on his face, had sunk to the bottom, and the feeling was like having his secrets plucked out of the air. You, how do you know about my past? And what is that iron lump on your hand? Panicking is admitting. It seems that Shi Fengling was right on the money. That's for sure. Shi Fengling certainly knew about the Celestial Mechanic, as the eye of the Undead Emperor had shown that the Celestial Mechanic came from a novel called Feather and Blood. And yesterday, Shi Fengling borrowed a cell phone just to make up for this novel, and he didn't expect that this Heavenly Mechanic was really a character in that novel. You mean this? This thing is called a cell phone. Want to know why? Take it and see for yourself. Shi Fengling didn't mince words and directly threw that cell phone to the Heavenly Mechanic. It is easy for a man who observes the sky to forget a single glance. How? How is it possible? Impossible. Impossible. How can we, and the entire Heavenly Meteor continent, be a character in someone else's novel? Could it be that everything I am is fictionalized by that author? Shi Fengling guessed correctly. When the Sky Pilot finished reading that novel at the speed of light, his entire body was running out of steam. Yes, it's like when you've achieved so much through your own hard work since you were a kid and you feel like it's all within your grasp, but suddenly one day you realize that everything you own is manipulated by someone else. and you are even just a character in someone else's writing. Will you break down too? That I have yet to know. So now you know that it's unpleasant to be seen through by you. In fact, Chi Fengling didn't do this for any reason. He just wanted to take out a mouthful of bad anger. I understand. I don't care if I'm a character in a novel or not. All I know is that I'm in charge of my future. To be honest, Chi Fengling was also a bit shocked. He didn't expect that this heavenly mechanics mindset could be adjusted so quickly. Alright, I don't care about your business. I don't want to care either. I just want to know now. What do you want? What did you do to my brother? Pointing coldly at the supplanter in front of him, Chi Fengling's eyes were filled with hostility. Lord Emperor, don't worry. Your brother, he's safe. I have a destiny with him. I won't harm him. Drawing a sudden change, the heavenly mechanic instantly regained his previous confidence. Shut the hell up. Don't talk about Lord Emperor in every breath. Say, what else do you know about me? Chi Fengling was furious, because this was the reason why he had asked the heavenly mechanic to come over today. This person was too mysterious and knew too many of his secrets. If he knew more things, Chi Fengling would really have to kill someone. Then, Lord Maple Spirit, don't get excited. Didn't you find me here today to ask me about this? Then I'll tell you as well. I know all about you. What the heavenly mechanic said was what Chi Fengling wanted to hear the most, and at the same time, it was also what he didn't want to hear the most. Humph. Then tell us all. What do you know? Man, you know you shouldn't ask, but the more you don't ask, the more curious you become and the more you want to know. You, Chi Fengling, are a reborn. The inheritance you obtained in your last life was that of a demon hunter. And this host of mine, Wenchen Zheng, is your good brother from your last life? Your demon hunting squad all died at the hands of the zombie emperor, and you want to rebuild your forces, kill the zombie emperor, and then unify China and the blue planet. The corners of the Tianji person's mouth hooked into a smile, and the corners of Chi Fengling's mouth twitched. Chi Fengling was truly surprised that this Tianji person really knew too much. Whoosh! Boom! You're very powerful and smart. However, knowing too much is death. At this moment, Chi Fengling erupted with unprecedented power for just a second. He then rushed down from the bed, then grabbed the heavenly mechanic's neck with one hand and pinned him against the wall with all his might, while the other hand was holding the one-thought divine demon sword. The divine demon sword slashed at the neck of the heavenly mechanic. Silk blood had flowed out. If it wasn't for the fact that the person in front of him had the face of a Wenchen Zhang, Chi Fengling would really kill this person who knew that he was a reborn person. Lord Maple Spirit, I don't mean any harm. Please don't get agitated either. Just because I know about those doesn't mean I'll harm you. Moreover, I was already a dead man. What you killed was only my residual soul. But your brother will really die. On the wall, even when he was being held at the neck with a human sword, the heavenly mechanic acted still calm. Why should I believe you? Shi Yanyu was so good to you, but you also took advantage of him. Of course, Chi Fengling naturally wouldn't believe him so easily. After all, he had also read that novel. Lord Maple Spirit, go take a good look at that book again. When Tian Zhang, walk straight, sit upright, and have never taken advantage of this. The bottom line is the best explanation. Fine. Then tell you, what is your purpose? Chi Fengling didn't want to argue about his past with the heavenly mechanic anymore. He was more interested in knowing the heavenly mechanic's true purpose. My purpose is simple, and that is to become stronger, remake my flesh, and then return to my own world. Throughout the whole process, the heavenly mechanic didn't blink his eyes. It was obvious that he didn't look like he was cheating, and it was also like the true purpose of a dead man. Humph, I believe you, but if you want to stay, we'll have to see what you're worth to me. Everything was moving towards Chi Fengling's expectations. The first thing he wanted to do when he looked for the heavenly mechanic to come over today was to find out who he was, and if he found out that he couldn't subordinate himself, then he would definitely have to kill him. Obviously, this heavenly mechanic was temporarily allied with himself, so it was going to come down to the next step, which was that Chi Fengling wanted to see what this heavenly mechanic could do for himself. Hiss! Only, as soon as Chi Fengling's words were finished, the heavenly mechanic's brain fainted, and then he was about to fall down when he stumbled. Chapter 111. There's something wrong with your inheritance. A man is drunk in a man's arms, and there's nothing to say or see or feel. Looking at the man who collapsed in his arms, the yellow face and thin muscles, Chi Fengling is really want to throw him away. But this person is still some use to himself. Chi Fengling also had to restrain his dissatisfaction. Humph, you're at least the strongest arithmetician of the heavenly meteor continent. What? Do you also have low blood sugar? Said Chi Fengling while forcibly pushing the heavenly calculator up. You quickly stop yin and yang me. I really can't hold on any longer. Just that, the heavenly mechanic acted really weak, exhaling more and inhaling less, as if he was going to karma in the next second. Don't you dare die on me here. Are you trying to blackmail me? As he spoke, Shi Fengling retrieved the one-thought divine demon sword in his hand. It's too interesting. The heavenly mechanic laughed bitterly and slowly sat down on the ground. Ahem. Life is bitter. It's just joy in the bitter. Although it was a bit embarrassing, but the richness of Chinese culture. This is not. Randomly think of a word out to ease it. Well, not and you fooled around. You are what is going on. Is it you want to not work? Or my brother want to not work? My brother, if there is a long and short. You do not want to go back to that sky meteorite continent. Play back to fool around. The key time expression too. What are you thinking? Your brother will be fine. And I won't die. It's the process of replacing it completely that consumes too much of my spiritual energy. And I may have to hide for a long time before I can come out. Complete replacement? There was a difference between this and replacement. Just like when the Divine Fist Exalted Master replaced Lin Hangong. Even though it was the Divine Fist Exalted Master who was in control of the body, Lin Hangong was still able to know what was happening outside. However, a complete replacement would be different. After the Tianji practitioner completely replaced Wen Shenzhang, during the period of time that the Tianji practitioner existed, Wen Shenzhang would be completely asleep, and he wouldn't remember anything during that period of time. Well, why didn't you say so? Then you didn't ask me. Churning out nonsense. Fine. Tell me, you, the heavenly mechanic, do you have the ability to project the future and know the past? Shi Fengling didn't want to talk nonsense with him anymore. That was straight to the point. Indeed, there aren't many strong people joining the current Blue Star, so I can project basically everything. It had to be said that this heavenly mechanic was still very arrogant. Alright, then tell me quickly, what is the secret of my rebirth? Also, is my inheritance as the undead emperor in danger? Also, where have all the zombies in Cloud City gone? And, are Yi Tian and the others not dead? And, what should I do next? At this moment, Shi Fengling was transformed into a question baby, asking a superb number of questions at once. However, while there are many issues, each one is very important. It was like being reborn. Why was he reborn? And he wasn't a supreme power in his last life, so why would such a good thing as being reborn come to him? Secondly, the Ghoul King and the Goblin God Envoy had both taken over themselves at one time, but they were both expelled from their bodies when they were about to succeed in the end, and it seemed like other than this undead emperor's inheritance, Shi Fengling couldn't think of any other reason. Thirdly, in this life, the zombies in Cloud City have really disappeared in a big way. If it were normal, the zombies should still be forcing the humans to not dare to go out and make loud noises in general. Fourth, he had carelessly let the Corpse Lord go, and the Corpse Lord's ability was special. Shi Fengling was truly afraid that he would attack him one day. Fifth, at that time in the 17th floor of the skyscraper, Shi Fengling could not find the bodies of Yi Tian and his party. Yi Tian in his first life was the Lord of Cloud City. To put it bluntly, it was the protagonist template, and Shi Fengling was most afraid that he was also still alive. The last thing was that the current Shi Fengling was also a bit confused, because the end times were no longer developing as they had in the previous life, and there were not many benefits to his rebirth. Lord Fengling, I'm afraid I don't have that much time to answer your questions one by one. Just say it now. You want to know that one the most, and I'll answer as much as I can. On the ground, the eyes of the heavenly mechanic were gradually getting lost. It was obvious that he was about to fall into a deep sleep. You dog, well, then quickly tell me, this inheritance of the undead emperor, is there a problem? Shi Fengling was really furious and grabbed him by the collar in one go. This heavenly mechanic clearly knew that he couldn't hold out for long, so why did he waste so much time with himself from yesterday to today? Seeing that Shi Fengling had asked the question he wanted to know the most, the heavenly mechanic then closed his eyes before placing his hand on Shi Fengling's forehead. In a normal situation, Shi Fengling would definitely open his hand, but now Shi Fengling knew that he was projecting. Hiss, phew, hoo. Just as Shi Fengling was still concentrating on waiting, it was as if a ray of light suddenly popped out of his own forehead, and then directly flicked out the heavenly mechanic's hand. Are you alright? Asking on his lips if the others were alright, but in reality, Shi Fengling himself had already panicked, because this seemed to indicate that his own inheritance seemed to really have some problems. Phew, Fengling brother, this undead emperor inheritance of yours, it possesses its own consciousness. I advise you, in the future, use its ability less. Otherwise, the classic episode where you pass out in the middle of a sentence and this skywriter does the same thing. Otherwise what? Get your ass up. Finish your sentence for me. Finished. The words of the heavenly mechanic really mobilized all of Shi Fengling's mind. Shi Fengling now hated to shake this person to death. Don't shake it. Where is this? You're that biggest lickspittle in class 2. Shi Fengling, the emperor is not responsible for the people. Shi Fengling's violent shaking is still useful. This is not. Woke up the person. Just woke up this person. Is not the person Chi Fengling want to see. Name, Wenqin Zhang. Race, Awakened. Level, First Intermediate. Awakening profession, Talisman Master. When Chi Fengling finished scanning Wenqin Zhang's data with the eye of the Undead Emperor, that excited heart still sank. It seemed that the heavenly mechanic hadn't lied. He really had fallen asleep. Ha! Brother Zhang. I'm Chi Fengling I'm also an Awakened. And now I'm still the strongest Awakened in Cloud City University. So in the future, don't call me a licking dog haha. Enduring the displeasure in his heart, Chi Fengling still exchanged kind words with Wenqin Zhang. Brother Zhang, do I know you well? Moreover, isn't the strongest Awakened at Cloud City University Ren Shengsun? Scratching his head, Wenqin Zhang also looked confused. It seemed that he really didn't have any memories of the time when the celestial mechanic completely replaced him. Forget it, this is the 5th floor lounge of the cafeteria. If you don't believe me, just go out and ask yourself. Remember, come to me if you have any problems. Oh, if it were any other day, Chi Fengling might have actually told Wenqin Zhang a good story about them. But now, he was going to ponder over what the heavenly mechanic had said. What do you mean? This inheritance of the Undead Emperor has its own consciousness. Can't it be that he was chosen by the Undead Emperor and then a puppet in the Blue Star? There was also the fact that one had then awakened this inheritance of the Undead Emperor, and without using this ability, did one want to be an invalid? With that, Chi Fengling then crouched in place and pondered. While that Wenqin Zhang also exited the room alone. Chapter 112 Want to eat barbecue meat. If the aspirant comes to contemplation, the sky will be the quilt and the earth will be the bed. In the lounge on the 5th floor of the cafeteria, the heavenly mechanic that was slumbering away, but Chi Fengling couldn't calm down anymore. So what can be done about it? The news he said was too bombastic, and the point is, the words weren't even finished. Knock, knock knock, knock knock. Fengling student, are you in there? Something's wrong. Knock knock. Fengling student, are you still there? It was Chang Nuoching's voice. The tone was a bit urgent. Obviously something had happened that she couldn't handle either. Fengling student, say something. At the door, Chang Nuoching was already anxious to the point of stomping her feet. And this was also the reason why Chi Fengling liked Chang Nuoching, because she still maintained that literacy up to now. Ha! Principal Chang, I'm here. If there's anything you want to do, come in and say it. Adjusting her emotions, Chi Fengling still spoke. Squeak! It's not good for Fengling's classmates. The classmates are now getting rowdy again and Changsun can barely suppress them. What should we do now? The door was pushed open very quickly. It looked like Chang Nuoching was really in a hurry. And it could also be seen that she seemed to have gone to dress up a bit, only because of the special circumstances that had arisen. Her makeup was only halfway painted. Principal Chang, don't be so hasty first, tell me, why? Although Chi Fengling was also curious, he knew that right now, he had to be calm. Only then could Chang Nuochang be quiet. Yes, it's because of the food problem, and then Chang Sin Shi. The words to the mouth. Chang Nuochang also revealed an ugly color. Looks like, this should have happened something bad. Ha! Did Ren Changzhen draw them a big pie, and then the students couldn't take it anymore? This was Chi Fengling's guess, because leaders in general would be like this. But in this case, just drawing big cakes could not solve the problem. No, classmate Fengling, as I said, you mustn't be angry with Changsun. Unconsciously, Chang Nuoching grabbed Chi Fengling's hand, her eyes full of supplication. Principal Chang, if you say so, I won't be angry. Squeezing out a fake dying smile, Chi Fengling seemed to have guessed something as well. Yes, it's like this. Changsun said that you are the Undead Emperor. You must take the corpses of your classmates to be sacrificed. She couldn't stand it, and then she went to cremate the corpses of her classmates. Then, speaking, Chang Nuoching's mouth trembled, and it looked like something that she couldn't even accept should have happened. Isn't it true? Some of the students smelled that smell, and the hunger made them rush out and devour that blood and flesh. And then Ren Changzhen fought with them, and now the situation is going out of control. Isn't it? Chi Fengling's face looked bad, and those words came out of his mouth. Silence is the best answer. Sure enough, this Ren Changzhen was just stubborn and didn't believe his own words, so it seemed that if he wanted to solve this problem, he would have to pay a bigger price. Principal Chang, don't worry, I'll go down and take a look now. After calming down Chang Nuoching, Chi Fengling grabbed the door and left. At this moment, at the entrance of the first floor of the cafeteria, many students were blocking there, their teeth and claws open, with a fierce light in their eyes, their mouths spewing profanities and curses. This appearance, not at all like a highly educated student anymore. And at the doorway were the Awakened, led by Ren Changzhen, who were either holding guns or wooden stools, except that they didn't attack. They just stood against the doorway, preventing their classmates from rushing out. What should I do? Run. I can't hold out much longer. Ren Changzhen, they've gone crazy. If this keeps up, we'll get hurt too. Ren Changzhen, or we'll just them out. There aren't many burnt bodies anyway. On Ren Changzhen's side, the awakened ones that were very much struggling. After all, dozens against hundreds, that was not the slightest chance of winning. No, even if there's only one corpse, it's still our classmate. Eating human flesh is not allowed to happen here in my place. With that, Ren Changzhen increased the strength of her hand, as if it was a matter of her applying more force to solve the problem. Click. I can't hold on much longer. Don't bite me. Don't bite me. Sister Ren. What to do? Should we shoot? Ren Changzhen, give a word. If we don't fight back, we might get hurt too. Only a click was heard. The huge impact still toppled through the wooden planks blocking the way, and along with a gaping hole in one place, the already insubstantial barrier fell apart. It could be hunger or anger that had gotten some of the students to start an indiscriminate attack already, and at this moment, Ren Changzhen was a bit phased. She didn't know what she had done wrong, why their carefully protected classmates would be like this. She wanted to make a move, but then there would be casualties among her classmates. But if she didn't make a move, the awakened would be injured, and the bodies of her classmates out there would be unprotected. Phew, boom, I see who dares to move. Move again. You also go to be roast meat. Just at this crisis moment, only to hear a hoarse sound hissing and cracking the battlefield. A big sword with 2 colors of light is directly bombarded in the middle of the crowd. This was of course Chi Fengling's flaming skeleton horse and one thought divine demon sword, and since the scene was about to get out of control, Chi Fengling summoned the flaming skeleton horse to the entrance position, the place where the crowd was the densest, all at once this time, and with the sudden appearance of the flaming skeleton horse and the one thought divine demon sword, another dozen or so students turned into corpses. However, this time, Chi Fengling was not as cruel as the first time. He only let the flaming skeleton horse stand there and did not give the order to slaughter, and in the eyes of the students, this flaming skeleton horse had become synonymous with death, and when they saw the horse again, many of them knelt down. Chi Fengling, what are you doing? The doorway, looking at the extra dozen or so corpses, Ren Changzhen's eyes were wide, as if he was trying to oligarchize Chi Fengling. What for? I've come to save more people. Chi Fengling's pace was slow, except that with every step he took, some of his classmates kept kneeling down. Saving people? It's already good enough for you to stop killing people. Do you think that just a single killing can really make the students settle down? Without food, they really will not want to die. Glaring at Chi Fengling who was slowly approaching, Ren Changzhen's eyes seemed to be filled with tears. It was a feeling of powerlessness. She knew what the problem was, but she couldn't solve it. She wanted to use peaceful methods to solve it, but her words were becoming less and less believable, and she was breaking down. Oh, Lord Sword Saint, you mean that you have a solution to the food problem? Slightly raising the corners of his mouth, Chi Fengling wanted to see if Ren Changzhen had any solution to the problem. I'll lead the food myself. It's sure to be better than this slaughter you're doing anyway. The duck deadpanned. Humph, Lord Sword Saint. It seems like they can't wait for that time anymore. If there was really still food around, would they starve for 3 to 5 days? Chi Fengling could see that the more he walked to the door, the crazier the eyes of his classmates became, and it looked like if there was no more food, by then, death would not be able to suppress them. So what do you have to do? With one word, Ren Changzhen had no excuses. I can fix the food solution, but what will you do when the time comes? Pointing at Ren Changzhen in front of her, Chi Fengling only wanted to know what would happen to her. If you can find food and still feed all the students, Ren Changzhen, will be subordinate to you from now on. With no second thoughts, Chi Fengling really admired this kind of person. They could gamble with their own interests because of other people's safety and security. Chapter 113 Bone Spirit Three-Headed Dogs. Human nature is never good or evil. It is only a matter of what the conscience reveals. Chi Fengling, what are you doing? Didn't you say you were going to solve the food problem? What are you doing now? Seeing Chi Fengling start dragging up the bodies of his classmates, Ren Changzhen instantly became anxious again. Sword Saint-sama, do I need to report to you about what I'm going to do? If you can solve the food problem, I won't do anything right now. Is that okay? Turning around, Chi Fengling slightly rolled her eyes and said, of course. Chi Fengling's current behavior was definitely not to look for food. He was still dragging away these corpses in order to complete the undead blood sacrifice. Although Ren Changzhen had promised himself that he would return to himself after he found food, but at that time, if he then used these corpses to make a blood sacrifice, Ren Changzhen would definitely not agree. Instead of creating conflicts afterward, it would be better to perform the blood sacrifice from the beginning, and he was never the type to help for nothing. At the very least, he would see the benefits first. The doorway. Being disliked so much by Chi Fengling, Ren Changzhen was instantly speechless. In the end, she ultimately did not have the ability to solve the problem, and Chi Fengling's talk on the 5th floor was very useful. And soon, Xiao Quan, Wenchen Zheng, and a few other awakened who he didn't recognize began to help Chi Fengling drag up the bodies as well. Watching as more and more awakened began to help Chi Fengling, Ren Changxin's eyes couldn't help but soak up tears again. She didn't understand. Obviously Chi Fengling was a murderous person. Why would everyone slowly lean towards him? Soon, the bodies inside the cafeteria were dragged beyond the entrance, a larger square, and now that was full of death compared to the neatness it once had been. From a distance, the place had been piled up into a small mountain of corpses, and the blood and stench lingered around, making most people a little uncomfortable. But Chi Fengling didn't care about this. After all, what could this be? In his last life, he had really seen a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. While his classmates watched, Chi Fengling bit his finger, and with Chi Fengling's chanting under his breath, and the disciplined but stepless pace, a blood-colored circle was soon drawn around the corpse's circumference. Endless abyss, eternal sleeping undead, answer my call, listen to my heart, feel my sincerity, for which I will offer pure flesh and blood for your enjoyment. Cross the barriers of space and descend to my side. It was the most standard summoning offering, and although it was all polite, who didn't like to hear something nice, be it a human or a ghost? Undead blood sacrifice. Chi Fengling could not be more familiar with it, and as Chi Fengling made all the preparations, the blood-colored circle on the ground began to glow. Immediately after that, the more than 200 corpses unexpectedly began to slowly decompose. White smoke gradually appeared on top of the corpses, and the pile of corpses was like a broken balloon, rapidly dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. This scene, Chi Fengling has already seen strange. Just that aside, the students, as if they had seen magic, one by one that was wide-eyed, they were curious and at the same time afraid, and only Ren Chengxin on the side, that was glaring at herself with an iron face. She knew that Chi Fengling had already sacrificed those former classmates. If it wasn't for Chang Nu watching on the side who had been pulling her hand, it was estimated that she was going to come up to do battle again. Boom! Only a small explosion was heard in the air, and in the next second, the body on the ground completely disappeared. Even the blood on the ground disappeared without a trace. Roar! Woof! Ow! As the white smoke from the blood sacrifice spell cleared, a bark and 2 growls then suddenly appeared on the campus, a sound that was terrifying and oozing. This was a 3-headed dog. Its appearance was very scary. The right half of its body still had part of its black flesh and blood, but the left half of its body had completely turned into a withered bone shape. What was even more frightening was its 3 heads. The one on the far right still had black flesh and blood, but it couldn't be seen to have any vitality. The one in the center had half flesh and half withered bone, and the one on the far left was made up entirely of withered bone, and it looked abnormal and incomparable. Was this his own summoned beast this time? Looking at the 3-meter tall, 4-meter long body, Chi Fengling was inexplicably a little excited, because this meant that the summoned beast this time was finally a powerful battle-type summoned beast. Name, Bone Spirit 3-headed dog. Race, Undead. Rank, Peak Level 2. Profile, age 844. Is the appearance of the 3-headed dog of hell after death? After not completely decayed, inherited the brutality of life, full of hostility to living beings, the remnants of the head of the wisdom, with a monstrous loyalty, submissive to the strong. Power, 110. Speed, 110. Spirit, 50. Body mass, 110. Skill, 3 dogs. The Bone Spirit 3-headed dog can cause itself to fully split into 3 Bone Spirit dogs, each possessing a strength 3 stages below that of its original body. 3 barks. The 3 heads of the Bone Spirit 3-headed dog can play 3 different roles, from right to left, flame attack, shocking roar, and spiked bone rain. Wow! After looking at the data of the Bone Spirit 3-headed dog, Chi Fengling's joy was beyond words. This Bone Spirit 3-headed dog could really be too strong. Although it was only the peak of the 2nd level, this basic attribute, this skill ability, it could be considered as very forceful. Woof! On the ground, the Bone Spirit 3-headed dog also sensed Chi Fengling's probing of it, and it seemed to be able to sense even more that there seemed to be some kind of master-servant relationship between them. Yes, undead blood sacrifices were also divided into types, at least for now. Chi Fengling's summons were all in this master-servant mode, which meant that the summoned beasts had to be 100% subservient to themselves. Only, this Bone Spirit 3-headed dog in front of him was just like the savvy that appeared at the beginning. It was full of disbelief towards this master of his. It was no wonder. Chi Fengling himself was only a peak level 1, while the Bone Spirit 3-headed dog was a peak level 2. The difference between the 2 levels was too great, and the personality of the Bone Spirit 3-headed dog was that it submitted to the strong, obviously in its eyes. Chi Fengling was not, and there was also the most crucial point. The Bone Spirit 3-headed dog was a hell 3-headed dog when it was alive. Whether it was alive or dead, it was an evil creature, and what this creature hated the most was living things, and Chi Fengling was on the other hand. Either submit to me or die. 8 eyes facing each other. even though Chi Fengling's level was much weaker. Chi Fengling did not concede in the slightest. Lord Fengling, do you want us to help you? On the side, as if the students had also seen the subtlety of the relationship between the two, many awakenings had offered to help Chi Fengling. No need, you guys just watch. This was not Chi Fengling pretending, but Chi Fengling really had the ability to deal with the bone spirit three-headed dog itself. Roar! Woof! Ow! As if this bone spirit three-headed dog also understood what Chi Fengling meant, the three heads roared together before charging directly towards Chi Fengling. This is also a sign of having wisdom. A strong person will not show his full ability at the beginning, but today, here in Chi Fengzhua, it is going to suffer. Boom! Woof! Woof woof woof! Only, one person and one dog had not yet fought, but the running bone spirit three-headed dog was all of a sudden planted on the ground, while Chi Fengling was also not ambiguous, carrying the one-thought divine demon sword, and riding on the bone spirit three-headed dog's head with a big jump. With Chi Fengling's thought, the one-thought divine demon sword instantly transformed into the one-thought divine sword, and that holy power of light caused the bone spirit three-headed dog to let out a miserable scream of pain. Why would a bone-slinging three-headed dog fall over? It was simple. Chi Fengling, as its summoner, naturally had a summoning contract that could suppress it, and the power of the contract could penetrate straight into the bone spirit three-headed dog's soul flame within. In fact, Chi Fengling was really thankful that the bone spirit three-headed dog was a peak level 2 summoning beast, but if it reached level 3, then he himself would be 2 major levels away from it, and at that time, the summoning pact would be too small. Woof! Woof woof woof! Woo! Under Chi Fengling's crotch, the bone spirit three-headed dog tried to struggle for a bit. Only the more it struggled, the harder Chi Fengling's one-thought divine sword plunged in, and after bouncing around 2 more times, it still chose to lie down on its knees on the ground. Good! The taming of the summoned beasts was successful, and with this wave, it wasn't just the summoned beasts that were tamed, but also a lot of awakened people who didn't submit to their own awakenings. Chapter 114 Scattering Wealth Rituals. Turning over his hand to contract, turning over his hand to suppress the dog, the line of master and servant, the high and the low. Chi Fengling, where is the food you promised? The appearance of the bone spirit three-headed dog caused Rinshengsen to have a hint of fear as well, and the hideous 3 heads made her not dare to take even a single glance at it. Woof roar! Only, as soon as Rinshengsen's words were finished, the head in the center of the bone spirit three-headed dog let out a roar. Chi Fengling seemed to remember that the 3 heads of the bone spirit three-headed dog each had their own purpose, and the one in the center seemed to be the shocking roar. It could be seen that the students who had dared to watch secretly were instantly abashed. Many of them kneeled down, and even more had frozen to the spot. Nice. This shocking roar didn't have any substantial damage, but it could cause a fear effect on the target, and although it didn't work for a long time, a second was also very crucial in a battle between powerful people. Don't worry, Chi Fengling, will definitely do what I promised. Because of obtaining the bone spirit three-headed dog, this made Chi Fengling's mood so good that even if he was being rushed, Chi Fengling didn't have any anger. Swish! Wow! Wow! Food! Food! Really food! I can't stand it. I haven't had canned meat in ages. Did you guys see that? All that food. It literally appeared out of thin air. Yeah. What do you care? Just have food. With a wave of Chi Fengling's big hand, dozens of pounds of various snacks appeared in the empty space just now, and this made the students who had been hungry for many days excited. Woof roar! Phew! Stop it all. Did I say that this food is for you to eat? Stood with his sword, while to the left and right of Chi Fengling were the snarling bone spirit three-headed dog and the galloping flaming skeleton horse. Dozens of pounds of food? Yes, although there were dozens of pounds of food, it was only a drop in the bucket, and a drop in the bucket for thousands of hungry students. Exactly. Not only would the food not solve the problem, it would also cause the remaining students to fight, and that was something Chi Fengling didn't want to see. So, where did the food come from? Could it be remembered that before Chi Fengling came to Cloud City University, he passed by the largest yoga club in Cloud City, where Chi Fengling had decimated a group of kobolds, and at that time, a lot of food had been placed in the kobolds' tent. At that time, Chi Fengling and Yuan Tiangang took away a third of it after discussing it. However, even if all that food was taken away at that time, it still wasn't enough for these students to have a full meal. Chi Fengling, what are you doing? Didn't you bring this food out for your classmates? Seeing Chi Fengling displaying the highest level of combat power, Rinshengsen was no longer afraid, but instead, one person walked right up to Chi Fengling. To be honest, the current Rinshengsen had no chance of winning when he fought Chi Fengling, or rather, all of the current awakened at Cloud City University might not be Chi Fengling's opponent anymore when they joined forces. Rinshengsen, are you stupid? Do you think that this food is enough for everyone? Do you still want to see yesterday's chaos happen again? Chi Fengling still didn't get angry, Although this woman was stubborn, she was at least thinking about her classmates. Then what are you going to do? You can't say. You're going to take these food sacrifices, associating it with what happened yesterday. The agitated Runchingson still calmed down. It wasn't that she understood any reasoning. What she did understand was that if yesterday's chaos happened again, Chi Fengling would definitely be the one to kill again. Yo, you're quite smart. Well said. That's what I intend to do. Tilting his head, Chi Fengling expressed his approval towards this woman as well. Okay, I believe you. Students, don't get excited. Student Fengling is a dual heritage of ritualist and summoner. Trust him, he will definitely get us food. Chi Fengling also didn't expect that this Renshengsen would also lie, but her words still had some effect, and the excited students calmed down quite a bit again. Seeing that no one was coming forward again, Chi Fengling then walked to the front of the pile of food, followed by the process of drawing a spell formation in 1,000 different ways. Endless realm of the abyss, boundless realm of the undead, I praise you for your riches and expansiveness. I long for your charity and bounty, and for that reason I shall offer the delicacies of my blue star, and I hope that you will feel my sincerity and grant me food that I may enjoy. This time, Chi Fengling's summoning words finally changed. So what could be done? After all, what was needed this time was not a summoned beast, but food. Food from the undead world? Yes and no. The realm of the undead can be much bigger than Blue Star. The most in it are of course white bones and skeletons, but of course, there are some other races in it as well, and their food is something that humans might be able to consume. Awkwardness, silence, time passed by, but the food on the spell didn't change in the slightest, which meant that either the summoning had failed, or the sacrifice was so bad that no one was looking at it for the time being. What to do? The races of the undead realm are evil creatures, and they probably don't really need these humans for food. Could it be that he had to kill a few more people or put something of value up? Thinking about it, Chi Fengling's brows furrowed again. Gollum. Thinking about it, a bead then flowed into Chi Fengling's hand. Feeling the special scent in this bead, Chi Fengling then quickly pulled it out. Goblin ritual beads. Come to think of it, this bead, it seems like it was dropped by Chi Fengling when he beheaded the goblin god envoy. The Chi Fengling at that time was prepared to use this as a sacrifice, but the goblin aura in this bead was too heavy. Chi Fengling was afraid of summoning the goblin god envoy once again. But now, Chi Fengling, on the other hand, had an unusual plan. Yes, Chi Fengling was preparing to take it as a sacrifice. The reason was simple. The thing summoned this time wasn't a summoned beast, but an item, so naturally, there was no need to worry about the goblin god's envoy causing mischief. Thinking of this, Chi Fengling no longer hesitated, but instead directly threw the goblin sacrificial bead within the spell formation. Buzz. As the goblin sacrificial bead entered the spell instantly glowed with a dazzling light. Sorry. It suddenly occurred to Chi Fengling that this goblin sacrificial bead seemed to also possess the power of faith of the goblin god king, which was a power that could only be collected by a powerhouse of mythic level or above. And when Chi Fengling thought of this, the goblin sacrificial bead was quickly dissolved by the spell, and it looked like someone had already taken a fancy to this sacrifice. It was a bit speechless, but what could be done about it? Let's call it compensation for having scared the classmates for so long. Slowly, the light of the spell began to flourish, followed by the goblin sacrificial bead and the dozens of pounds of food all disappearing above the spell. Phew! The white smoke gradually dispersed. Chi Fengling not only did not see the food that should have been spread all over the place, as if he also felt the breath of the living spirit on it. Where is this? How did I get here? Chapter 115 End Times. Qin Chong. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers, and it is difficult to keep two masters in one book. Human? Through the white smoke that hadn't dissipated yet, Chi Fengling had already sensed an aura that was uniquely human, that of affinity. But how is that possible? He himself was an undead emperor. Shouldn't the worlds you can connect to be just the undead realm? Why did he summon a human this time? Or maybe this human, he resides in the undead realm? Ahem, where the hell is this place, and who are all of you? Just as Chi Fengling was still thinking, the human on the spell spoke again. At this moment, Chi Fengling that was even more shocked, because he could understand this person's speech without using any translation, and this meant that this person was actually speaking Chinese. As the white smoke gradually dispersed, Chi Fengling was finally able to see this person on the spell. This was a very handsome man, around 1 meter 8 in height, with a robust body. His clothes were a bit messy, and his beard was still a bit long, but his eyes were firm, and his whole temperament was extraordinary. Name, Qin Chong. Race, super alien. Introduction, age unknown. From people in the end times, I can connect to reality, with a protagonist's halo, super strong psychic abilities, and a cell phone that can connect to reality. This person has a strong sense of justice and personality, and will always repay any grudge or favor, and is the chosen one. Status, parity, rank, Peak level 2. Power, 110. Agility, 110. Spirit, 110. Body mass, 110. Skill? At the first moment the man appeared, Chi Fengling quickly used the Undead Emperor's eyes on him, which didn't look. Chi Fengling was shocked. How did he meet another character from another novel? But this time, it was the legendary protagonist. This novel Chi Fengling can read. In 10 years ago, that is a popular global masterpiece. Chi Fengling of course also read, just now the past too long. The plot is also forgotten almost. This is Blue Star. Mr. Qin Chong, welcome to become my summoned beast. Only that Chi Fengling didn't care about that much. The one that could be summoned by himself. Then he definitely had to submit to himself. Blue Star? You're summoned beast? How do you know my name? Also, you're afraid you're not dreaming. Across the room, when Qin Chong heard Chi Fengling say this, his face was filled with disdain and even hostility. That's for sure. Maybe for other creatures, summoned beasts are nothing. But for humans, summoned beasts are equivalent to pets, slaves, and something very inferior. Is that so? In my world, even if you're a dragon, give me a crouch. And even if you're a tiger, give me a lie down. Qin Chang's words clearly provoked Chi Fengling's competitive spirit as well. And when Chi Fengling saw Qin Chang's peak level 2 strength, his entire body gained confidence again, because it meant that he could use the summoning contract to suppress him. Available at. Hey, what are you doing with your hands? You're having a seizure. On the opposite side, seeing Chi Fengling pressing her hands and saying some kind of incantation, Qin Chong was full of doubts. Now, Chi Fengling was also confused. Wasn't Qin Chong summoned by himself? Why could he be unaffected by the summoner's contract? And so on. Name, Qin Chong. Status, parity, equal status. It was only then that Chi Fengling noticed that in Qin Chang's information bar, the status of being equal had appeared. Didn't this mean that he and Qin Chong were on equal footing? Cough cough. Mr. Qin Chong. I don't think you understand your situation now. You are now in my world. Remember, you were summoned by me. Oh. Aha. So what? Across the room, Qin Chong acted still calm, as if he was already used to the whole crossing over thing. That was also true. The world Qin Chong was in, he had also experienced the end times, so it could be said that he had not seen any big storms. Good. Surprisingly you understand all of this. I won't sell you short. Surprisingly you have enjoyed my sacrifice and have come to my world. Then you should serve me. Will you be willing to do so? Holding the one-thought divine demon sword in his hand, Chi Fengling's attitude was already about to turn into coercion. Oh, you mean these? You call these things sacrifices as well? On the side, Qin Chong looked as if he had heard some kind of joke, only to see that as soon as he lifted his hand, all those foodstuffs that Chi Fengling had used to make sacrifices came back. Embarrassed. At this moment, Chi Fengling felt like a poor boy who went to beg for a job. Before the words were spoken, he was recognized by others for the pirated goods of the things he took. Qin Chong, do you think that's all the things I'm talking about? Chi Fengling wasn't one to be messed with, and moreover, his offerings were more than just these foods. Oh, you are talking about this bead. I'm sorry, the divine power inside it has already been absorbed by me. With that, Qin Chong took out a bead. Only the one in front of him had already lost all its luster. Humph, after having consumed my sacrifice, then it should become my summoned beast. This rule, don't you understand? Seeing that Qin Chong had admitted it greatly, Chi Fengling also had a bottom line. After all, in that book, Qin Chong had never been a reasonable person, and this time he should be the one to be unreasonable. Joke, I did use your bead, but with it, you want me to be your summoned beast. Friend, aren't you thinking too much? On the opposite side, Qin Chong, however, did not have the slightest intention of lowering his head. That's for sure. People are at least the protagonist of a book. How could they be willing to become someone else's slave just for the sake of this thing? Qin Chong, think carefully. You're in my world. Whether you can go back or not depends on my order. And, my friend, you'd better not push me, or I can't guarantee that this energy shot will not hurt your head. This time, Chi Fengling had really pretended to be too much, and before he could finish his threatening words, that Qin Chong directly sprinted over. This Qin Chong was worthy of being the protagonist, and also worthy of possessing peak level 2 strength. When Chi Fengling and his summoned beasts hadn't reacted, Qin Chong had already strangled Chi Fengling's neck. Heavens! This was the first time Chi Fengling had been threatened like this, and there was also the fact that both were clearly at the peak of level 2. So why was his own bone spirit 3-headed dog reacting so slowly anymore? And when Chi Fengling glanced over, the bone spirit 3-headed dog was hovering in place. Dig it! Now Chi Fengling couldn't hold it together. He seemed to remember that the profile of the bone spirit 3-headed dog said that it was a summoned beast that was subservient to the strong and monstrously loyal. Ha! True. Nothing in the realm of the undead is perfect. Is that so? then I can't guarantee that you'll be able to go back alive after you kill me. Only that Chi Fengling had no intention of giving in. After all, this was his world. This gentleman, could you please not hurt Fengling-san? You let go of him. With me here, no one can touch Chi Fengling. Lord Maple Spirit, we are always on your side. Chi Fengling was also a bit shocked, not expecting that this time, not only Chang Nuachang and Ren Shengsen, but even a group of awakened people from Yuncheng University were on their side. Humph, you think they can hurt me? Just, Qin Chong, who had reached the peak of level 2, was full of disdain for these people's threats that were full of disdain. Lord Fengling, who are you? Let go of him or I'll have you killed. Woof roar, phew dash. This time, Chi Fengling directly utilized the power of contract, and that wandering bone spirit three-headed dog, all of a sudden, stood on Chi Fengling's side, and at this moment, beside Chi Fengling, there was the flaming skeleton horse that was ready to strike, as well as Savvy who was full of rage. Yes, this was Chi Fengling's capital now. Perhaps Ren Shengsen and the others were not strong enough. However, the level 2 high-ranked flaming skeleton horse, the level 2 peak bone spirit three-headed dog, and the level 3 medium-ranked skeleton which were more than enough to have the ability to keep Qin Chong here. Chapter 116 Light Guides? The strength to fight the group of heroes to see Qin Chong, the will to trap Chi Fengling, the ball of energy light coalesced by the side of the head, and a group of powerful people were entrenched in the surroundings. Obviously, the battlefield had reached an extremely delicate point, and as long as someone dared to make a move, bloodshed and gore would erupt. Oh, your name is Chi Fengling, right? Then Chi Fengling, do you think that they can really kill me? Even though he was surrounded by a crowd of powerful people, Qin Chong acted still calm. That was a given. No matter what, Qin Chong was also the protagonist of a book, and it was possible that Chi Fengling had also overlooked the fact that Qin Chong might have some other hidden undercard. Oomph. Then you can also try. It's best that this energy bomb of yours can cause me to die in one blow. Only, Chi Fengling didn't have any thoughts of admitting defeat either. Perhaps the summoned beasts around him were already all the cards he had, but Chi Fengling also knew that this undead emperor inheritance of his was hiding some unknown secrets. That was a power that even epic-level powerhouses could not take over themselves, and Chi Fengling did not believe that Qin Chong, who was at the peak of the second level of the district, could deal with it. For a while, both Chi Fengling and Qin Chong were in deep thought, both of them perhaps pondering where this person, who was clearly at his wit's end, could still have such confidence. Chi Fengling, I, Qin Chong, am not an unreasonable person. It is true that I have absorbed your bead. However, there is no way that I can become your summoned beast just based on this. Surveying the boundless wariness of the people around him, Qin Chong was still the first to give in. It seems that the synopsis is right. Qin Chong is a reasonable person. Unlike the protagonists in some books who only know the great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger when they meet. Qin Chong, are you negotiating with me? Then you've seen, who negotiates terms by putting an energy bomb on someone's head. At this moment, Chi Fengling indeed didn't have any intention of negotiating with Qin Chong because this energy bomb floating on his head was really a bit scary. Chi Fengling, I, Qin Chong, am no cutie pie. If I withdraw the energy bomb, won't they kill me in minutes? After scanning the summoned beasts aside, Qin Chong still didn't let his guard down. That too, in Chi Fengling's words, Qin Chong was now in his world, and Qin Chong was just a guarantee for his own safety. Lord Maple Spirit I, phew dash. Chi Fengling wasn't afraid of Qin Chong playing dirty. It was only less than a second's effort that the flaming skeleton horse, bone spirit three-headed dog, and the skeleton which all disappeared into this world. Ha ha ha, good, Brother Fengling is in pain. Then I, Qin, am not lagging behind either. After saying that, Qin Chong directly withdrew the energy projectile condensed in his hand, and also slowly took a step back. Yes, there is only one step. This Qin Chong still left his mind, but if Chi Fengling dares to cheat, such a close distance is enough for him to hijack Chi Fengling again. Humph, don't scream so fast. I'm not your brother yet. I just want to know now, how should you compensate me? To be honest, he did lose some face just now, so the current Chi Fengling was not as good-hearted as Qin Chong. That was of course, after all, this was his own world. If he was hijacked by him in Qin Chang's world, Chi Fengling didn't care, because the people over there didn't know him. Alright, Chi Fengling, I've already absorbed the energy of that bead. It's impossible for me to give it back to you as is. However, I can compensate you with something else. Putting his hands behind his back, Qin Chong replied, likewise weighing the value of the bead. Of course, Chi Fengling was also weighing the value of this bead. After all, he hadn't reached the mythic level either, and he didn't know what the power of faith was worth. Chi Fengling, let's see. You're taking these food sacrifices. You should be in great need of food right now. I can compensate you with 200 pounds of food. What do you think? This Qin Chong still had eyesight. looking at the yellowish faces of the surrounding classmates, and the sacrifices used by Chi Fengling for the ritual. He had guessed what Chi Fengling wanted. Humph, good. Only 200 pounds isn't enough. I want 2,000 pounds. Being guessed, Chi Fengling wasn't angry, but wanted to take the opportunity to make a lion's share of a wave. Originally, this dozens of pounds of food was originally Chi Fengling's own. With this food, Chi Fengling alone could eat for half a month, and with Chi Fengling's ability, food was not a problem at all. So all these fights for food were for the students. But Chi Fengling was never a selfless person. Even if he was contributing to his classmates, he still had to let them know who was keeping them alive. Obviously, the 200 pounds of food that Qin Shong was willing to give was not enough. Moreover, Qin Shong was also alone now, and for him to agree to give 200 pounds of food out of thin air, then he must have a lot more food to take out. 2,000 pounds? Chi Fengling, do you think I'm a landlord? Or rather, do you think I'm easy to bully? Hearing these words, Qin Chang's face instantly turned cold. He did have food, and he did still have a way to get that food, but he wasn't a little cutie. He was not a little cutie, so why should Chi Fengling take so much food from him with a stern face? So, you're not giving it. A tone that was clearly a prelude to a failed negotiation. So what if I don't give it? Do you think, that beat of yours, is it really worth the price? Listening to Qin Chang's reply, it was obvious that he had the intention to fight. Mr. Qin, it's true that Fengling's classmate, he's being a bit difficult for you. However, we really need this food at Yunshan University. Otherwise you can take a look and take whatever you need here. Do you think it's okay? Seeing that Chi Fengling and Qin Shong had reached the point of saber rattling again, Chang Nuo Chang still spoke up, and unlike before, the once high and proud successful woman had now become a lowly model. Bright one, this school of yours, someone Qin, really? After scanning this shabby school for a week, Qin Shong then revealed a very difficult expression. Indeed, the current Yunchang University, in addition to the broken building, is the hungry and crazy classmates. He does not need these classmates even if he is a good person again. Mr. Qin, then you see me. Rubbing her hands, Chang knew watching that was a bitter expression. Principal Chang, you're not asking him. Qin Chong, what do you think of this thing? Stopping Chang knew watching, who was about to continue talking. With that said, Chi Fengling then pulled out a bead that glowed with a faint golden light from his bosom. Beads? Yes, it was beads again, but this time, this bead was an awakening bead, the one that fell from the beheading of Lin Hangong, the awakening bead that possessed the inheritance of the Divine Fist Venerable Master. Of course Chi Fengling didn't intend to absorb this bead. Chi Fengling was planning to give this bead to someone he trusted when he was strong in the future. After all, the Divine Fist Exalted Master was also an S-ranked inheritance, and in the later stages, it was also an inheritance that could grow to be an epic-level powerhouse, and the value of this item was much stronger than that goblin ritual bead. Fengling classmate you. The moment she saw the awakening bead, Chang Nuoching's face was also full of surprise. She was really not expecting that Chi Fengling would take this thing out. Take it out to help these poor classmates. And on the side, Ren Chengsen's expression that was completely changed. It looked like he was looking at a light guide. But, Chi Fengling is not a light figure. He is the head of the evil camp. Is that so? Can this bead indeed worth the price? Although did not personally get this awakening bead, but Qin Shong just by looking at it, already felt his price is not expensive. Yes, after all, food was just food, and neither he nor Chi Fengling lacked it, but this kind of thing that could become stronger was what they, the strong, really needed. Chapter 117 Man in the End Times. He can connect to reality. Inside the empty and crowded cafeteria, a man was holding his cell phone, swaying left and right. His face was a little hard to see, but his cell phone didn't move for half a day, and on the man's left and right, behind him, that was followed by dozens of people with extraordinary breaths, their faces stony, as if they had the idea of rushing up to fight at any time. Mr. Qin Chong, don't tease me, haha, 2,000 pounds, but you promised well. Beside the man, Chi Fengling craned his neck and said with a bad smile on his face. Of course Chi Fengling knew that, in addition to being powerful in his own right, Qin Shong also had a cell phone that could connect to reality, and it was through that cell phone that Qin Shong had slowly risen to prominence. However, in his own world, because of the arrival of the end of the world, the network system began to rapidly paralyze, and most of the cell phones were having difficulty accessing the internet, not to mention that there would be a signal. And when Chi Fengling saw that Qin Shong hadn't dialed the phone for half a day, he probably guessed that it might be the rules of his world that had disabled Qin Shong's cell phone. Brother Fengling, don't worry, Qin, am a man of my word. Scratching his head awkwardly, Qin Shong had to hang up the phone once again. What kind of network are you on? 2G still can't be squeezed up. Are you kidding me? After dialing the phone many times to no avail, Chin Chong surprisingly also exploded out of the mouth, because he violently found that his cell phone's network is now jammed. Brother Chin Chong, this is how I would have been. Oh, you're not going to back out, are you? Seeing Chin Chong say this, Chi Fengling then revealed a sneering expression, finally seeing Chin Chong make a fool of himself. That's not so bad. I was wondering, where are you? Here, the signal towers? Or, where is the highest? Being gazed at by the crowd, Chin Chong could only find himself a way out. A signal tower? It's far away. It's hundreds of kilometers away. Highest? Brother Chin Chong, this is the year 2035. It's not the year 2000. It's not that era where you can get a signal if you raise your cell phone. Chin Chang's thoughts Chi Fengling guessed at once, and what Chi Fengling wanted to do the most right now was to take a good bite out of his anger. Ahem, Mr. Chin, don't listen to Fengling's classmate, he's talking nonsense. The signal tower is more than 10 kilometers away from us, and there are zombies outside. It's not safe. As for the highest place you mentioned, our school building has 17 floors and the dormitory building has 11 floors, but we haven't even cleaned up there, so I'm afraid it's a bit dangerous. Seeing that Chin Chong was being embarrassed by Chi Fengling's entirety, Chang Nuwaching still took the initiative to untie himself. Okay, thank you Principal Chang, then I'll go up to the 5th floor to take a look. After politely expressing his thanks, Chin Chong then took his cell phone and headed for the 5th floor. On the side, Chi Fengling slowed down his pace and at the same time took out his cell phone and started playing with it. Hiss, it doesn't make sense. Can't it be that it has to be a thunderous day for it to be effective? Above the 5th floor, listening to the cell phone half a day or no response, Chin Chong also muttered to himself. Ahem, Brother Chin Chong, what's wrong? The cell phone doesn't work. In that case, you'll have to pay the penalty for breach of contract. After seeing Chin Chang's fruitless attempts again and again, the corners of Chi Fengling's mouth were grinning up to his ears. If Chin Chong couldn't get the food over, then he definitely wouldn't let him go back, and by then, Chin Chong would have to obey his orders for the time being. Of course, Chi Fengling didn't want Chin Chong to be his summoned beast. Chi Fengling just wanted to utilize Chin Chang's protagonist aura to help him here. In that case, the two of them were strong and powerful, and it was estimated that in less than a month, Cloud City would be Chi Fengling's. At that time, wouldn't it be beautiful to send Chin Chong back, with him going back to his world and himself being the city lord here? Liquidated damages? What breach of contract? Hey, Brother Chin, say something. You haven't contacted me for a long time. Just when Chi Fengling was thinking about it, just when Chin Chong was at a loss for words, the phone that hadn't moved at the moment actually got through. The opposite side of the phone is a female voice. The voice is a little soft, but without losing the dominance. It looks like the opposite side of the phone to answer the phone. It should be a female president or something like that. Hey, I can hear you. Xiao Yan how's the procurement of things going? I want 2,000 pounds of food. Hearing the phone ringing, Chin Chong was also excited and exchanged words with the woman on the other side in succession. 2,000 pounds? Brother Chin Chong, you made me wait. With his beautiful dream shattered, Chi Fengling could only try to break things up with Chin Chong a little more, who let him romance himself for so much time. Brother Chin, did something happen to you? And who's next to you? On the other end of the phone, the woman was obviously nervous. Her tone was full of concern. No, don't think so much. How could anything happen to me? It's just that I've recently collected a lot more survivors, so I don't have enough food to eat. So don't worry, just give me the food. After a second of being touched, Chin Chong had to cheat, even though it was the food he gave willingly, but inexplicably it felt a bit forced. Okay, Brother Chin, if you have anything, you must give Xiaoyan a word. Oh, I'll do my best to help you. On the other end of the phone, the woman chose to trust the man even though she was a bit skeptical. Muttering, Fengling brother, just now is a little embarrassed. You can rest assured that 2,000 pounds of food, I will only give more, will not give less. To their own tune after the mute, Chin Chong is a serious face said, Brother Chin Chong, do you really need these beads? No? Originally, Chi Fengling was planning to continue his extortion, but he suddenly thought of something and his tone changed abruptly. That's for sure. Brother Fengling, do you mean that you still have it on hand? After hearing Chi Fengling's words, Chin Chong also came to life. That's not there, just as long as you need it. I mean, surprisingly, you can come to my world, then the two of us can work together in the future. And in the future, if there are good things, we can exchange them with each other. What do you think? That was Chi Fengling's intention. Yes, it was better to have one more enemy than one more friend. And since Chin Chong was still the protagonist of the novel, befriending such a person would only have benefits and no disadvantages. Well then, I'm honored, said Chin Chong, and he extended his hand. looking like he was also happy to work with Chi Fengling. Brother Qin, I'm at the warehouse. Are you ready? Brother Qin, the woman's voice came once again from the cell phone. I'm here. Well, you passed the grain over. After turning off the mute, Qin Chong replied in succession. Whoosh, wow, wow. Saying that, Qin Chong, on the other hand, raised his cell phone to the side of the balcony on the 5th floor, and as a cacophony of noises passed by on the other end of the phone, all sorts of food, surprisingly, poured out of Qin Chang's cell phone like raindrops. Come on 2 barrels. Geez, my favorite instant noodles. That's a single sink ham sandwich. Yay for foie gras bread, chocolate with black truffles, self-heating fondue, and fruit, Elvis Presley durians, ruby grapes, Northern Territory mangoes, with all kinds of food falling down. The students in all the buildings of the cafeteria were thrilled. They did not expect that one day, although the sky did not drop pies, but food would fall down. Okay, Chi Fengling admitted that this wave, loaded for Qin Chong. The food rained down for a full 10 minutes, and a wide array of things spread all over the first floor of the cafeteria, some flowing outside the cafeteria, and some even almost reaching the second floor. Chi Fengling didn't know what to say, because, how did he know how much of this food there really was? If Qin Chong lied to himself, he would have no choice but to admit it. Brother Qin, 2,200 pounds of grain have passed. Do you want more? Ryoga spoke again on the other end of the phone. Listen to this. This time is their own small-mindedness to gentleman's heart. Qin Chong really open. This friend of their own to make sure. But well, Brother Qin Chong, broad-minded. This time, it's me, Chi Fengling, who owes you. As Chi Fengling waved his big hand, a light door then appeared beside Qin Chong. This was the teleportation light gate. It was Chi Fengling who summoned Qin Chong here. Naturally Chi Fengling could also send him back. Ha ha ha, Brother Fengling is polite. Remember we have to work together often Qin Chong, of course, understood what Chi Fengling meant, and with that, he walked towards the light door. Phew, Brother Qin Chong, catch it. If it's possible, go find the author with the pen name Elitaire. He'll surprise you. Also just before Qin Chong would completely disappear, Chi Fengling then threw his cell phone to him. Brother Fengling, who is he? Only, before Qin Chong finished his words, the person returned to his world. Fengling student, what was that just now? Seeing that Chi Fengling was about to stifle her laughter, Chang Nuwaching was puzzled. Cough, Principal Chang, leave it alone and go maintain order. Also, you guys eat more too, said Chi Fengling and went into the restroom alone. In fact, Chi Fengling didn't laugh at anything. It was just now, the cell phone that Chi Fengling threw over, just happened to download the novel whose protagonist was Qin Chong. Chi Fengling also wondered if Qin Chong would break down as much as the heavenly mechanic when he realized that he was just a character from someone else's pen. As for whether that author really existed or not, and whether Qin Chong could really find him or not, Chi Fengling was not sure. Chapter 118 The Lurking Crisis. Today I am lying on my bed, laughing at others who don't know who they are. In the past, people teased me with tea and rice and teased me about being in the book, the 20th day of the end times. This was supposed to be a day used to quickly become stronger, but Chi Fengling had spent the whole day alone nestled on her bed thinking. The whole day, only Long Baiyu came in to send food once. Other people Chi Fengling did not see one. Originally, Chi Fengling thought that Qin Chong would freak out when he knew that he was a character in someone else's novel, but when Chi Fengling thought about it, he was depressed all of a sudden when he thought about whether there was a possibility that he was also a character in someone else's novel. Yes, the world was just so marvelous. Who could know more than anyone else? It was because of this that Chi Fengling was immersed in constant self-doubt and self-assurance. Hiss. Unconsciously, the first breeze of the morning woke up Chi Fengling again. Chi Fengling didn't know when he fell asleep, but Chi Fengling knew exactly when he was woken up by the cold. This isn't right. It's getting more and more wrong. It's July. It's the height of summer. Why is it so cold in the morning? Maybe not even a few degrees. Thinking about this, Chi Fengling walked out of the restroom. As Chi Fengling opened the door, outside the house was filled with all sorts of food. Obviously, this food was not prepared for himself, but Cheng Nuacheng had ordered people to put the rest of the food on the 5th floor. Chi Fengling didn't even need to think about it to know how crazy the students would have eaten yesterday. And if they were still putting this food on the first floor, it wouldn't be long before the day was over, and all of this food would have been swept away. Gently walking over to the balcony on the 5th floor, Chi Fengling faintly scanned everything downstairs. As expected, the classmates weren't much better than themselves. Most of them were now huddled together. The thin clothes couldn't cover their bodies at all, and some of those who didn't have any friends were even shivering on the ground all by themselves. Seeing these, Chi Fengling's eyebrows are condensed into a Chuan character. Did not expect. This life will Yuncheng University will be so bad. Just solve the problem of food. It is estimated that they will soon solve the problem of cold. Suddenly, a bad idea floated in Chi Fengling's mind. That is, to walk away. Snap! Just as this thought appeared, a lady's jacket was gently approved on Chi Fengling's back. Fengling student, you've done so much for your classmates. The principal doesn't know how to repay you. Before Chi Fengling could turn around, a female voice appeared in his ears. This voice Chi Fengling couldn't be more familiar with. That was Chang Nuoching, and in the current Yunchang University, only Chang Nuoching dared to lean so close to herself. Principal Chang, you'd better drape it over yourself. Seeing that Chang Nuoching was shivering herself, Chi Fengling still gently approved that jacket back. Throughout the process, Chang Nuoching that is not even move a little. The small face is even more flushed. Do not know people thought, this is a small couple in love. Ahem, Principal Chang, I've always had a question for you. It's true that the cafeteria has food security, but this is not a place to rest after all. Why don't you bring the students back to the dormitory to rest? After interrupting Chang Nuoching's reverie, Chi Fengling asked with a serious face. This was indeed something that Chi Fengling did not understand. Although the cafeteria could guarantee the food issue, but that would only guarantee the first few days. And shouldn't a truly suitable place for the students to rest be the student dormitories? Actually, this. For a moment, Chang Nuoching also lowered her head, her face also covered with fear and self-blame, as if there was something bad in the dormitory. Chi Fengling, don't blame Aunt Chang anymore. Aunt Chang is also doing this for everyone's good. Who knows? That thing is so strong. Just when Chang Nuoching didn't know what to say, it was Ren Xingxin's voice that came from the side. Blame? Say what? Chi Fengling didn't even know what was going on here. What was he blaming Chang Nuoching for? Xingxin, stop it. It was my fault. Fengling student, it's like this. After stopping Ren Xingxin, Chang Nuoching then talked to herself about the past. After the outbreak of the end times, the whole school was thrown into chaos. In the beginning that was a lot of death and injuries. The teachers and students were all lingering on. It was not until the 7th day of the end of the world that the awakening beads descended on Yunchang University, and slowly, the students and teachers gained more chances to survive under the mouth of the zombies, and on the 10th day of the end times, most of the zombies at Yunchang University actually started to evacuate in an orderly manner. It was in this way that the students had more chances to survive, and then later on, there were people with superior strength among the students, namely, the Lingxiao Sword Saint, Ren Xingxin, and the Divine Fist Venerable Master, Lin Hangong. But at that time, they all still followed Chang Nuoching's orders. At that time, it was also Chang Nuoching who advocated, stay on campus and don't go out. And the primary problem at that time was the food issue. And then Chang Nuoching gave the order to forcefully attack the cafeteria. Through the efforts and sacrifices of many students, the cafeteria was taken down. But by then the food in the cafeteria was pretty much contaminated. And at that time, Chang Nuoching gave the order to occupy the dormitory. It's just that they didn't know that a very powerful mutant beast, a huge and incomparable spider, had appeared in the dormitory. Because of Chang Nuoching's wrong instruction, hundreds of students and a dozen awakened ones died in the mouth of that mutant spider. Even Ren Xingxin and Lin Hangong had a close call. And after that battle, Lin Hangong no longer trusted Chang Nuoching. And after running out of options, Chang Nuoching could only order that all the students return to live in the cafeteria again. Then there was. Chang Nuoching divided the students into two categories. One category was the awakened, who were responsible for contributing their efforts to find food, while the other category of ordinary people stayed in the cafeteria and were responsible for order and hygiene. This was good, only that such an order didn't last long, because the most crucial food was gone. And then what happened later? Chi Fengling also knew. And the key point of this matter lies in the fact that Chang Nuoching didn't personally visit the dormitory before that day when she ran out of mental power due to overmedication. So she didn't know how strong that mutant spider was. She just gave the order that she would definitely take the dormitory, which led to hundreds of students losing their lives. So whenever Chang Nuoching thought about that, she would blame herself and feel bad. Spiders? Mutant spiders? Even you and Lin Hangong and a dozen awakened can't beat it? Only, what Chi Fengling cared about wasn't that. He was only concerned about how powerful that mutant spider was. It's not? Chi Fengling's thoughts were the same as Chang Nuoching's at that time. They both felt that the usual tiny spider, how powerful could it be? That mutant spider is really powerful. 7 days ago it was as big as that 3-headed dog of yours, and now it's estimated to be even bigger. Mentioning that mutant spider, Ren Xingxin showed as much fear as he could. That's not right. The day before yesterday and yesterday were such a big commotion, but that mutant spider didn't even come out? Thinking, Chi Fengling also raised a key question. Yes, Battalion Commander Lu brought his troops in that day, shooting and throwing grenades, as well as killing so many people himself. Couldn't such a big commotion attract the mutant spiders out? Although Yuncheng University was big, The distance between the cafeteria and the dormitory was only 1,000 meters, and the mutant spider was so big that it wasn't easy to think of a trip to the cafeteria. This I don't know. It's a waste to ask. It looked like wanting to use Yuncheng University as their base. This mutant spider, he must solve it himself, and now that the temperature was getting stranger and stranger, the students had to go back to their dormitories to make some adjustments. Chapter 119 Full Heart Read. The hare is angry, and the rustling stops at the railings. Lift up your eyes, look up to the sky and sigh long and hard, hating that you have nothing to do with your ambition. Cafeteria 5th floor by the balcony. Chi Fengling is really to be angry hare. Nearly an hour. He spoke an hour of pre-war mobilization. Hard no one students are willing to kill back to the dormitory with themselves. Oh no, there's one person, and she's not the sword saint Ren Changsen, but Long Baiyu who's still an ordinary person. Chi Fengling also didn't understand. Obviously in this life they hadn't known each other for long, but Long Baiyu would believe in himself so much. As for the awakened ones, all they showed was a look of awe. It seemed that the mutant spider had brought them a great psychological shadow. If the awakened were like this, then the ordinary people were even more so. They didn't have much strength themselves, and with the fact that they had been captive by the awakened for so long, most of their classmates had lost their fighting ability. Losing combat power is not the most terrible thing. The most terrible thing is that they lost their fighting spirit and fervor. Chi Fengling hesitated. If in this life, his classmates looked like this, they might have to give up on Cloud City University. Same, classmates, listen to me. Last time, it was me who apologized to you. It was my wrong decision that made your partners, companions, die in battles that were not necessary. But this time it's different. As you can see, Fengling's classmate is very powerful. He chased away our strong enemies for us. He got us food. So, I'm sure that this time, Fengling-san will lead us to victory over that mutant beast. Don't you want to sleep in a warm bed? Don't you want to avenge your dead classmates? Just please believe in me one more time. Fengling student, it will definitely make Yuncheng University better and better. Just when Chi Fengling didn't know what to say, Chang Nuo Chang, who had been silent on the side, finally spoke up. I can see that she really overcame a lot of hard feelings in her heart by daring to say this. Principal Chang, it's not that I don't want to go, but that mutant spider is really too strong. That one claw is over 2 meters long. Can we really make it? Principal Chang, you guys are awakened, but I'm just an ordinary person. What can I do if I go? Principal Chang, that Chi Fengling isn't as powerful as you said, and he didn't seem to get the food either. Principal Chang, I think, living in the cafeteria is also quite good. That mutant spider, isn't it also not a threat to us? In the cafeteria, after one student opened his mouth, various words appeared one after another. In short, they didn't want to go on a crusade against that mutant spider. Upstairs, Chi Fengling's heart is also half cold. If he is not there, half of the awakened people of Yuncheng University have followed Battalion Commander Liu, and at that time, who is still going to care about you ordinary people? And even though they didn't take out yesterday's food themselves, but it was something they traded for with the awakening beads, so do they really have no gratitude at all? Shut the up. You're really just too well fed to be idle. Believe it or not, I got this food how I got it, and I can get it out of here. Also, I'm not discussing with you now. This is an order. In half an hour, I'll be waiting at the door, and if there are less than 200 people, I'll come in and arrest them myself, and when I do, don't blame me for being merciless. Listening to it, Chi Fengling that was getting more and more furious, and it also made Chi Fengling remember that he never seemed to be a person who would negotiate well with the weak. Boom, boom. The poor first floor was bombarded by Chi Fengling over and over again. After ruthlessly thrusting the one-thought divine demon sword onto the floor, Chi Fengling walked outside the cafeteria, and half an hour later, it would be his time to kill. It's rare. Chi Fengling had thought that after half an hour at most only 10 or 20 people would come out, but he didn't expect that in less than 15 minutes, an estimated nearly 200 teachers and students would come out of the cafeteria. It could be seen that reluctance was written all over their faces, and the most they dared to do was to sneak a glance at Chi Fengling in the distance, and at most, they could only secretly curse a few times in their hearts. In fact, these ordinary teachers and students weren't of much help to themselves. Chi Fengling shouted them out, firstly, to establish himself as an authority, and secondly, to let them know that although being an ordinary person, it wasn't possible to lie down for the rest of one's life. The last thing was that if he really decapitated the mutant spider, then not only would they remove the shadow from their hearts, they would also know that Chi Fengling was very powerful leader. The distance from the cafeteria to the dormitory is really not far. This way, in addition to scattered textbooks and bloodstains, there is really nothing left. The emptiness and quietness in turn makes Chi Fengling feel uneasy. Fortunately, it was all self-deception, and after turning a corner, the group finally made it to the dormitory building. Wah dash. Not only the ordinary students, even Shi Fengling was stunned by the scene in front of her, as it was truly shocking. The boys' dormitory and the girls' dormitory of Yunchang University. In one direction, the two buildings were 25 meters apart, and both the men's and women's dormitory buildings were 11 floors, roughly 45 meters high. And now, the center of the floor from the 6th floor to the 9th floor of the dormitory building was hollowed out into a large hole with a diameter of 5 meters, and between the two buildings, it was entangled by countless spider silks. It was as if the mutant spider was treating the male and female dormitories as two large trees, while the open space between the two buildings was covered with its spider web. And this spider web cannot be ordinary spider web. This every spider silk, even have a finger that thick, and this spider silk is not the kind of pure white, but white mixed with a hint of blood color. But these are not the most shocking. The most shocking is that at this moment on the spider web, that is, between the two dormitory buildings, there are nearly 100 human-sized cocoon pupae. There was no need to even think about it. Every one of these cocoons must be every one of them. This mutant spider had already taken humans as its food, and then it was still ostentatiously displayed outside. Sure enough, when Shi Fengling turned his head, all of his classmates were trembling. Their faces were ironic, their breathing was aggravated, and even more had already had the intention of running away. And that Chang Nuocheng's eyes were even more lax. Her lips were trembling, and after seeing those cocoon chrysalises again, it was as if she even muttered to herself. On the other side, some of the awakened, led by Ren Shengtsen, weren't much better. Compared to those ordinary students who hadn't seen anything, they had really seen that mutant spider, and the fear they showed was from the bottom of their hearts. Principal Chang, it's not your fault. If you can't overcome this fear, then it will follow you for the rest of your life. Why don't you think so? You came here today to avenge them. There was no way. Chang Nuocheng himself had to be comforted, or else the principal had run away, and these people who were filling up the numbers would surely run away even more. When that happens, the dormitory can never be taken down, and Cloud City University can never be guaranteed to be safe. But I can't beat it. With tears in her eyes, Wan moved. What are you afraid of? I'm here. At this moment, Shi Fengling raised his head, chest, face resolute, simple and concise. Wan has a kind of, I'm a real man, don't be afraid, my shoulder for you to lean on the feeling. It wasn't that Shi Fengling wanted to play hard to get, but Shi Fengling seemed to feel that there was a movement on the dormitory side. Chapter 120 Swallowing Stone Heart Far. The wind is blowing, and the grass is growing. In front of the dormitory building, Shi Fengling had already taken a fighting stance, but in the direction of that dormitory building, apart from the cocoon chrysalis that was being blown by the wind and trembling, no large spiders appeared. After scratching his head awkwardly, Shi Fengling then refocused his attention on his surroundings. The dormitory building was now devastated, and the 4 doors on the first floor were locked shut, as if something unimaginable was locked inside. And this is not the most unbelievable. The most let Shi Fengling do not understand is that the boys and girls 2 dormitory buildings, nearly more than 600 windows, but none of them are open. Moreover, in every well-preserved house, the curtains were also drawn to death, which made it impossible for Shi Fengling to observe the situation inside. The point was, whether they encountered zombies or mutant spiders, if the students couldn't escape by taking the stairs, there would be more or less people who couldn't think straight or wanted to jump out of the window to escape. In that case, at least 1/10 of the windows should be open, but right now there was none, and that meant that either another new species existed within the dormitory, or that the mutant spider had already possessed an uncommon intelligence. Shi Fengling, what should we do next? Shi Fengling, who was worried at the moment, waited for the powerful and brainless Ren Changzhen. Shi Fengling was also convinced, at least Ren Changzhen was a Lingxiao sword saint. She was the strongest leader of Cloud City University in her last life. How did she become so unassertive now? If she didn't have herself in this life, would Cloud City University have been destroyed? Don't ask me. Now you hypothesize. What would you do if I wasn't there? In fact, people are all the same, who all want to be the one who is comfortable. Shi Fengling also wanted to try to be a shirker for once. This. The question was thrown to himself. All of a sudden Ren Changzhen was also in a difficult situation, but looking at her expression of wanting to say something, Shi Fengling knew that she must have an idea. It's fine, you boldly say, as the saying goes, 3 ignorant cobblers are better than 1 zhuge. Patting Ren Changzhen's shoulder, Shi Fengling's eyes were also filled with anticipation. Well, if it's me, I won't bring people here at all. I'll wait until I've gotten stronger myself and then come back when I'm sure enough. I think this must be better then. Now, Ren Changzhen seemed to have opened up the conversation, and in an instant, he was spouting off. Alright, stop, you should stop talking. You'd better call all the awakened over here. Seeing that Ren Changzhen was getting more and more energized with her words, Chi Fengling still decisively interrupted her. This is not because what Ren Changzhen said made Chi Fengling anxious, but it's not that what Ren Changzhen said was wrong. Her idea is indeed possible, but reality is not textbook education. Her idea won't work here. If Ren Changzhen really wanted to use Yunchang University as a base, then he had to clear all the potential dangers within Yunchang University, and then this mutant spider was something that had to be resolved. But the mutant spider wasn't a copy of the game. It wouldn't be here without growing. Ren Changzhen would get stronger. Then the mutant spider would definitely get stronger even more. What's more, 7 or 8 days ago, the mutant spider had already been able to hang on to Ren Changzhen and the rest of the awakened, so the mutant spider must be even more powerful now. Moreover, the mutant spider had also taken over 2 student dormitories. The blood, flesh and opportunities in there would definitely be more than what Ren Changzhen had gotten, which meant that Ren Changzhen's growth rate would definitely be slower than the mutant spider's. Therefore, it may seem like Chi Fengling's behavior is irrational, but in reality, Chi Fengling's behavior is the most desirable. Just like the villain wants to strangle the protagonist in the cradle as early as possible. Although, Ren Changzhen's brain was a bit bad, but her execution was good. In less than a minute, Ren Changzhen had already gathered all the awakened from Yunchang University, including Ren Changzhen and Chang Nuocheng. There were a total of 38 awakened at Cloud City University, which seemed pitifully small, but in reality, it was already nearly double that of the previous life. Only, of these 38 awakened, 18 of them were the weakest kind of awakened. That is, awakened, Lux, assassin, dead man, warlock, and the like. The rest of the awakened included mages, qigong masters, elementalists, martial saints, and other awakened professions. Although it looked like a variety of things, in reality, their strength was very general. Most of them were still at the first level of the middle rank. Among them, the only teacher who had obtained the stone-swallowing giant's inheritance was still barely able to enter Chi Fengling's eyes. Name, Ishan Far. Race, awakened. Profile, age 36. A former international bodybuilding runner-up. Loves fitness and collecting various kinds of stones. Responsible for students. And likes to admire Chang Nuocheng. Timid and loyal. Level, first high. Awakening profession, stone-swallowing giant. Occupational quality, A. Power, 35. Agility, 20. Spirit, 20. Physical fitness, 35. Skill, stone giant. Can transform into a huge stone giant. Strength and physique doubled, but speed will be slowed down by half. The size of the stone giant is related to the awakened person's level. Stone swallowing giants can swallow surrounding stones to heal their wounds, and the quality of the stones in their own epidermis will increase with the quality of the stones they swallow. This person, Chi Fengling, really knew him. After all, he was once the runner-up in an international bodybuilding competition. At that time, Chi Fengling seemed to have heard that he was going to confess his love to Chang Nuocheng when he achieved the championship. Unfortunately, everything was left unsettled because of a second place. Right now, this Shi Xinyuan has not yet been giantized. The height is 1.95 meters, and that all of the tendon meat. Even if it is starved for some days, it still looks very big. Roughly estimate, he should have 200 pounds of meat in this body. It was no wonder Chang Nuocheng had never talked to himself about this person. Dare I ask which member of the opposite sex would be attracted to such a gigantic physique, other than the same sex? Fengling student, what? Do you like working out too? If you want to practice. Seeing Chi Fengling just looking at his pecs so dumbfounded, this Shi Xinyuan even let his pecs shake. No, I don't have that idea. I'm just curious about what you'll look like after you transform. Seeing that Shi Xinyuan was about to walk towards himself, Chi Fengling then shook his head back and forth. Good. This Shi Xinyuan was also not pretentious, and had an explosive clothing transformation on the spot. Kalala. It had to be said that this transformed Shi Xinyuan was indeed even more massive. That body had grown to more than 3 meters, and the muscles all over his body had been replaced by grayish-white rocks. It was just that Chi Fengling was more curious about whether he had borrowed those pants from a green giant next door. How come they wouldn't split like this? Well, very impressive. When the battle starts in a while, you'll be in charge of protecting these long-range attacking awakened. Nodding his head was an acknowledgement of Shi Xinyuan. Grasping to arrange the order was a sign of respect for the mutant spiders. How can I, as a teacher, let the children charge into battle? I'm willing to charge at the front. Only, for this order of his, Shi Xinyuan didn't seem to be very willing to accept it. In fact, Shi Xinyuan was indeed better suited for the front row. Nay, his speed after giantization was too slow, and he really didn't have much of an advantage over the mutant spiders that roamed the cobwebs. Moreover, at the moment it is clear that he is acting so bravely as a person. But why didn't he come forward when something happened a few days ago? I'm afraid it's not to show myself in front of someone. MS. Sure. Principal Chang needs your protection too. After all, okay Fengling-san, it's my responsibility to protect the students, so don't worry and leave your back to me. Hearing Chang Nuocheng's name, Xin Yuan instantly became excited. Not only did he agree to Chief Fengling's order in succession, he even revealed a thank you expression. Chief Fengling didn't care what Chang Nuocheng's eyes were doing, so she continued to arrange for the other students. Chapter 121 Arachnid's voice roars and collapses hundreds of beings. Teachers and students do not wear armor before the battle, and vow not to return until they defeat the alien spiders. In front of the student dormitory building of Yunchang University, based on proximity awakened, long-range awakened, and ordinary people, Chief Fengling quickly ordered the combat arrangements. In fact, Chief Fengling wasn't good at arranging large-scale personnel battles. After all, in his last life, Chief Fengling was just a small demon hunting squad leader, and there were only 5 or 6 people that he could command, and it was also mostly decapitation operations and things like that. Battle posture is set up, but waited for a long time. That mutant spider did not show up. The whole environment, that is quiet terrible. It doesn't make sense. Mutant beasts generally have very strong perception, not to mention the hundreds of people. Even if Chief Fengling comes alone, it should be able to feel it. Can't it be that this mutant spider has left the student dormitory? After sweeping a glance at the students who were terrified in spirit, Chief Fengling still shook his head helplessly. It seems that the task of playing the lead is still to be given to himself. No longer speaking, Chief Fengling that was fighting with 12 points of energy, walking step by step in the direction of the student dormitory. As Chief Fengling got closer and closer to the dormitory building, a strange fishy smell came out from the dormitory building. This fishy smell was not like the smell of blood or the smell of human beings. This was more like the smell of beasts young. Does that mean that it's in here? Zira. Just as Chief Fengling was thinking and walking, she felt as if she had stepped on something on her feet, and lifting her feet that was very laborious. This is a spider web? When Chief Fengling lifted his feet to take a serious look, he realized that the open space within 10 meters near the dormitory building was actually covered with this kind of imperceptible spiderweb, along with Chief Fengling's foot tugging at the spiderweb underneath his feet. The one hanging spiderweb also reacted. Whoosh, whoosh. Only 2 sounds of air being cut were heard, while when Chief Fengling fixed his eyes to look, 2 black and red, dart-like things were rapidly coming at him. Darts? Maybe it was before. Just the blink of an eye of Chief Fengling, that dart quickly showed its true colors. The thing was surprisingly over 2 meters long, with deep red blood stains on its roots, and its whole body was wrapped by black and red scales, with sharp spikes visible at the tips. This was no dart. If Chief Fengling guessed correctly, this should be a special spider's leg, and this degree of hardness, I'm afraid it's not already more than steel. There's no hiding. This was the experience that Chief Fengling had summarized after many years of fighting, and the moment he had this thought, Chief Fengling quickly took out the one-thought divine demon sword. Currently, he was 100% sure that he could block one of the spider legs. As for the other one, he might have to waste a lot of effort to block it down, or even get injured. But, Chief Fengling was an undead emperor who was also a summoner. He can take a summoned beast out to block the sword. However, the impact of this spider leg that was very strong. No matter which summoned beast was taken out to block the knife, it could be crippled. In that case, Chief Fengling would lose a powerful assistant. Thinking of this, Chief Fengling still dismissed the idea of using a summoned beast to block the knife. Dang! After a crisp clash of weapons, Chief Fengling only felt his tiger's mouth go numb, and even his entire right arm was somewhat unable to use its strength. It was impossible for himself in this state to resist 2 spider legs in a row, and Chief Fengling was still more willing to let the summoned beast get injured than to let himself get injured. Bang! Clunk! Just as soon as this thought of Chief Fengling appeared, an extremely familiar sound was heard, and along with the end of that sound, the spider legs that had spun over were also sent flying hard. Yes, skull and bone sniper. This sound was more than familiar to Chief Fengling, and it was that bone bomb that had hit the spider leg impartially in order to repel it. Master of Guns, Tang Waiho? Yes, as early as 2 days ago Chief Fengling had lent him the skeleton bone sniper. It was just that Chief Fengling hadn't expected that Tang Waiho would be even more powerful than himself when he used this bone sniper. It seems that the saying that there is a sequence of hearing and specialization is true. Wait a minute. Name, Tang Waiho. Rank, Peak Level 1. Awakening Profession, Master Gunnery. Power, 40. Speed, 40. Spirit, 50. Physical Fitness, 40. Wow, why is it so easy for others to level up? Looking at Tang Weihao's Level 1 peak rank, Chief Fengling was angry and helpless for a moment. Why was he so slow to upgrade, when others could upgrade after playing with guns for 2 days? Barely. However, before Chief Fengling had the chance to size up Tang Weihao a bit more, A strange and very loud growling sound unexpectedly came from within the dormitory. The source of this sound would be the mutant spider, which was probably also surprised as to why its spider legs hadn't decapitated the small cricket. Wow! Immediately after the roar ended, from the hollow of the dormitory building, coiled with cobwebs, a 6-meter-long spider with a black and red body unexpectedly crawled out. This spider was not covered in fluff, but had scales that looked like fish scales. 8 pairs of eyes flashed red, and each of the 6 spider legs was more than 2 meters long. What was even more terrifying was its huge mouth, which seemed to be a meter wide and filled with teeth as sharp as barbs, which opened and closed as if it was a black hole that constantly devoured living beings. However, the stomach of this spider was a bit large, and the tail still had remnants of an unknown liquid in spider silk, so it was hard to believe that this was a female spider. Spider. I'm afraid. Why should I? It's so big. It's over. It's dead. No, don't stop me. I'm outta here. Compared to Chief Lingling's calmness, for the Awaken's forced composure, the state of the ordinary students was the truest. The first moment they saw this mutant spider, all the courage they had summoned up dissipated all of a sudden, as if they were recalling back to the middle of the nightmare of being massacred by mutant spiders at that time. It's human to be afraid, but it's wrong to run away. Sure, they don't have any special abilities, but they're standing on the very outside. Even if they were really in danger, it would still be themselves, and the awakened ones who would hold them up. If they ran away just like that, the Awaken's morale would also drop to the freezing point. Goons, softies, cowards just get lost. Cloud City University doesn't need trash like you. Chief Foamling didn't even turn around. He didn't even want to say a word of motivation, because he understood that indiscriminate is better than elite. Barely. In the distance, the mutant spider seemed to have understood Chief Foamling's words, while it roared again at its classmate's location. This hiss resounded through the clouds, and the bones shivered with fear. Not only the ordinary students, even Chief Foamling had some inexplicable panic. The feeling was like, it could rush to your face in the next second, still escaping. With just a roar from the mutant spider, those students who were already scared directly routed away. That rolling and crawling appearance had lost the dignity that a warrior should have. In less than a minute's work, the original team of more than 200 students was now left with less than 100 people, and those students who could stay were all fighting in 2 strands. And if there was really a fatal danger, they would definitely flee as well. Barely. In the air, on the spider's web, the mutant spider let out a strange chirping sound when it saw the weak human routing away. This was ridicule. This was disdain. It seemed that the mutant spider really possessed intelligence. It had even learned to intimidate. Then it seemed that this mutant spider had to be eradicated today. Chapter 122 Iron Blood Dragon Spider. The spider comes out after 1,000 calls, but it flings its iron legs and pulls a long face. Name, Iron Blood Dragon Spider. Race, Mutant Awakened Beast. Synopsis, originally a genetically excellent South Vietnam tarantula, it became a powerful mutant beast after the end of the world, and then devoured the awakening beads containing dragon blood genes, and jumped to become an awakened beast with special abilities, possessing dragon genes, growing very fast, and possessing part of the intelligence, and also possessing some of the dragon's habits. Rank, level 3 middle, power, 160, speed, 250/100, spirit, 100. Body mass, 160. Skill, spinning spider legs. The iron blood dragon spider's limbs and legs can be launched out of its body, dealing high damage, and can be reattached to the body. Iron bloodless, 1,000 tough spider? Looking up at the huge object in the air, Chief Foamling that was using the undead emperor's eyes to see it clearly. And in this instant, multiple questions that had been troubling Chief Foamling were solved. After the end times, there were also several different classifications of plants and animals. Common animals and plants. Mutant beasts equals zombie beasts, awakened beasts, zombie mutant beasts, zombie awakened beasts, mutant awakened beasts. The weakest is naturally the kind of plants and animals that haven't changed in any way from before the end of the world, and it's fine if they are strong in their own right, but if they aren't, then they will be exterminated. Immediately followed by mutant beasts and zombie beasts. They are the class of alien beasts that are torn by zombies in the normal state, or after a powerful mutation of their genes. They have various different abilities, and relative to the normal state, their strength is also increased by several times. Awakened beasts. They themselves are normal plants and animals. They are like humans, in the coincidence of getting the awakening bead, then one step to become a powerful awakened beast. Zombie mutant beasts, naturally, are mutant beasts that have been surrounded and torn apart by zombies, and have been reduced to zombie beasts that have lost their sanity. Only that, relative to the zombie beasts, they ontogenetically still possess the special abilities of the mutation period. Zombie awakening beast. This is more of an alien, only, they are not awakening beasts infected into zombie beasts, but zombie beasts devouring the awakening beads, again upgraded to become zombie awakening beasts. They have part of the wisdom, and roughly will use the awakening beads in the special ability. And the strongest category of foreign beasts was foreign beasts like the iron blood dragon spider in front of him. Before the end of the world, their own genes were very powerful, and they became mutated beasts when the end of the world came. Then after that, they devoured the awakening beads and gained even more power. And compared to the zombie mutant beasts, they retained more intelligence and possessed both abilities from the mutation period and the awakening period. This was the strength rating of all mutant beasts, and as stated above, awakening zombie beasts were an aberration, except that their aberration didn't come from themselves, but from the awakening bead. In Blue Star, the genes of ordinary people and other native Blue Star creatures are the most peaceful and least infectious, and even if the beasts have a chance to mutate, their native genes are still infested with zombies. Only, the zombie genes could be much worse than the awakening beads, and it was precisely for this reason that the so-called awakening zombie beasts had not appeared on the blue planet, because, whether it was humans or beasts, as long as they obtained the awakening beads first, then they would become awakened first, and after that, they only had the fate of being bitten to death by the zombies, but there was no possibility of being assimilated by the zombies. It's rather ironic that humans are the overlords of this blue planet, and before the outbreak of the end times, they arguably ruled over every other species on the planet. But after the outbreak of the end of the world, even cockroaches and ants have the ability to mutate. Only humans do not have the qualification to mutate. Even if it is as strong as Long Baiyu, her body flows with the dragon bloodline, but still cannot complete the mutation. In his last life, an expert had also specialized in this issue. And although Chi Fengling wasn't interested in this, Chi Fengling had still heard rumors by chance. Human genes were originally very strong, but only in the last 100 years, all kinds of highly polluted and hormonal food intake have contaminated human genes. There is also the fact that some seer-type awakened people have projected that it is as if the genes of humans have been sealed by some kind of power, which prevents humans from displaying the power of the genes flowing from their own bodies at all. Just, what did all of this have to do with the current Chi Fengling? The current him didn't have the ability to explore those questions yet. However, these were not the point. The point was that Chi Fengling finally realized why everyone had obtained the inheritance that was due to them in their previous life, while Long Baiyu did not. The dragon bloodline was very powerful, which also meant that the number of awakening beads that contained dragon abilities was also very rare. In his last life, around Cloud City, including several cities around Cloud City, for almost 10 years, apart from Long Baiyu, Chi Fengling really hadn't encountered any awakened with dragon abilities anymore. But it cannot be ruled out. Chi Fengling has not been to a few places. After all, the last life, zombies and mutant beasts that is wrapped up in all places except the city. The strength of the weak can be said to be out of the city to die. So to say that in this life Cloud City suddenly appeared an iron blood dragon spider, and that Long Baiyu did not obtain the inheritance, that is, because of various reasons, so that Long Baiyu missed the awakening bead that belonged to her. And this was the butterfly effect. It was probably because he had encountered the Corpse Lords in advance and beat them up so badly, and the Corpse Lords might have changed their plans to invade Cloud City as a result. In the post-apocalyptic world, the zombies' food could not only be humans, but also those mutated beasts and awakened beasts that also had delicious flesh and blood. According to normal circumstances, this mutant spider should have died in the zombie siege before the awakening bead descended, and it was only for this reason that Long Baiyu was able to pick up that awakening bead. Whoosh! Whoosh! After looking at the attributes of the iron blood dragon spider, Chi Fengling looked as if he had thought of something, and was ready to cleave the legs of the spider that had fallen to the ground. Only, the iron-blooded dragon spider's reflexes that was faster. In Chi Fengling's eyes, those 2 tens of kilograms of spider legs flew back to the iron-blooded dragon spider's body as if ignoring the rules of physics. Not only that, this was the first time Chi Fengling had seen such a strange speed. Why would an iron blood dragon spider have a movement speed that was twice as high? Chi Fengling, be careful. This was Rin Chengsen's shout, but it was obviously a bit redundant. Right now, after retrieving those 2 spider legs, the iron blood dragon spider unexpectedly spewed out a ball of black and red threads from its mouth. This ball of thread must be the iron blood dragon spider's spider web. But by normal, don't spiders spit silk from their tails? Bang, bang, bang. The speed of the thread mass wasn't very fast. Chi Fengling had already set up his stance. Only before this divine demon sword could slash on it, there were continuous gunshots coming from behind him. This was the 10-man rifle squad organized by Tang Weihao. Because they had just touched the gun for 2 days, Chi Fengling hadn't put them in his eyes, and he didn't expect that they actually had some strength. Come out, flaming skeleton horse. Surprisingly, The back row was already secured, and Chi Fengling no longer hesitated, calling out the flaming skeleton horse about to run towards the spider web. Chapter 123. Do not cross the line and do not kill people. It's an amazing skyway, eh? Is Lu, this by that thin spider silk web, really like a heavenly road? That tons of heavy iron blood dragon spider can also be easily lifted in the air? At this moment, Chi Fengling had already mounted the flaming skeleton horse. Only today, the flaming skeleton horse seemed to be a bit abnormal. Even the horse that had played with flying corpses couldn't even step on a spider silk many times today. What's the matter with you? Did this height scare you? Chi Fengling was angry and helpless as he pounded on the back of the flaming skeleton horse. Phew! Under the crotch, the usually arrogant flaming skeleton horse that was whispering a little bit, and the head that was filled with flames didn't dare to raise a little bit higher. This display of the flaming skeleton horse was something Chi Fengling instantly understood. It was a fear, not just of heights, but also of that iron blood dragon spider. It was not just the undead, but most creatures, who feared the strong, and the higher the strength of the creatures, the more they felt the difference in strength between them. Although the flaming skeleton horse wasn't very strong, it was a very difficult and lengthy process to grow to the level of a second-tier high rank in the undead realm. The first step was to coalesce from a soul into an undead body, a process that seemed simple, but was in fact the most difficult, as most of the undead's food was this lowest level of soul. After turning into undead bodies, they are the weakest of the undead, and in the long years of death, they have to survive, cultivate, and will submit. Therefore, the flaming skeleton horse knew how hard it was to grow to this level, so now it was scared because it simply didn't understand what kind of courage a level 1 peak human had to challenge a level 3 mid-stage enemy. Don't worry, I'm not going to die. Even if I die, I'll end up breaking the contract between us, alright? Understanding the flaming skeleton horse's thoughts, Chi Fengling then began to persuade it. Release the contract? Dream on. Chi Fengling was someone who would take a summoned beast against his life. How could he possibly take the initiative to break the contract? This was just his words to persuade the flaming skeleton horses, and if the persuasion didn't work, Chi Fengling wouldn't mind using the power of the contract to suppress them. Sure enough, low-level undead were still good at fooling. By Chi Fengling, that flaming skeleton finally raised its head, and the exuberant hellfire burning all over its body was the best proof of that. Phew! Phew! Whoosh! Whoosh! Only the sound of the wind whistling was heard, and the hoof of the horse that had straddled the spiderweb was stiffly pulled back by Chi Fengling. This flame skeleton horse's IQ was really worrying. It didn't get on when it was about to get on, and when the iron blood dragon spider launched its attack, it was dumb enough to bring itself up to charge instead. It's like picking up a machete to charge someone's machine gun defense. Dang! With just a minute of engagement, Chi Fengling felt like he was going to be deflated. If it wasn't for the high-speed movement of the flaming skeleton horse, Chi Fengling was afraid that he wouldn't have been hit by the iron-blooded dragon spider's spider legs long ago. At this moment, the iron blood dragon spider was still perched over a dozen meters in the air, and it had already beaten Chi Fengling without the power to fight back just by dancing the two spider silks in its mouth. Did the spider silk have this kind of attack power? That was certainly not the case. This should be considered a combination technique of the iron blood dragon spider, which threw out two spider legs while pulling them with its spider silk, and just by doing so, it accomplished a flexible long-distance attack. This is the level suppression. So what if you have a divine weapon in your hand? Even if Chi Fengling is in full condition again, he can't call the shots with a level 3 iron blood dragon spider. Oh no, it wasn't even full status. Not too long ago, Wen Xinjiang had also given himself a few talismans, but without the heavenly mechanics enchantment. The quality of this talisman was really worrisome, and Chi Fengling didn't even have the idea of using it. Name, Iron Blood Dragon Spider. Rank, Level 3 Middle. Skill, Gyrating Spider Legs. Iron blood without poison. The genes of the iron-blooded geoducks have caused the mutant spiders to lose their original toxicity, but it is as if the force has been dramatically increased and the blood is comparable to steel. 1000 Toughness Spider Silk. The iron-blooded dragon spider is able to freely control the spider web in its body, and the toughness of the spider silk has been greatly improved. These were the full attributes of the iron blood dragon spider. Fortunately, its skills weren't very bright, and it also ruled out the thing that Chi Fengling feared the most, which was the spider's intense poison. Hiss. Nope. After being knocked back again 10 meters away from the dormitory building, Chi Fengling seemed to be able to see that something was wrong. He should be a very weak existence in the eyes of the iron blood dragon spider, and if it came down to fight him face to face, with its 6-meter-plus size, he should lose even faster. However, it was suppressing itself remotely the entire time, and was still afraid that it would get on its spider web. Moreover, the iron-blooded dragon spider would give up its attack whenever it was knocked out of the 10-meter range from the dormitory building. Looking at the sealed door of the dormitory building, and those airtight windows, as well as the iron blood dragon spider behaving so strangely, Chief Fengling seemed to have suddenly thought of something. Chief Fengling, can we help you with something? Seeing Chief Fengling retreat, Ren Changsun, who had been hesitating on the side for quite some time, then plucked up the courage to go forward and said, although his main focus was on the iron blood dragon spider, Chief Fengling still glanced at Ren Changsun and the other group of awakened ones. One could only say that they were in a worse state than even the flaming skeleton horse that had appeared at the beginning. Some were too frightened to take a breath, and some were even directly frozen on the spot. And they probably also very much didn't understand how Chief Fengling had the courage to challenge that giant beast. You, alright, come up. After glancing at the iron blood dragon spider in the air again, Chief Fengling then extended his hand to Ren Changsun. Ha, me, should I go up? But, there's fire. And, looking at the fiery skeleton horse with flames burning all over its body, Ren Changsun was puzzled and scared. It's fine, come on up. At this moment, Chief Fengling didn't have time to explain to Ren Changsun, and regardless of whether she agreed or not, he dragged Ren Changsun onto the horse with one hand. Just the moment Ren Changsun stepped onto the flaming skeleton horse, the blazing fire ignited onto Ren Changsun's body, but the flames didn't cause any damage to Ren Changsun, just quietly wrapped her inside. Phew, there is really no one to save. On his hips, as Ren Changsun mounted his horse, that flaming skeleton horse fell into an uproar, and it shook its body violently, as if it wanted to throw down all the people on its back. That was, of course, the flaming skeleton horse belonged to the undead creatures, while Ren Changsun was the Ling Xiao sword saint. One light and one darkness. The aura on both of them was completely different. There was also the fact that Ren Changsun and the flaming skeleton horse had even fought before, and in that fight, the flaming skeleton horse had been beaten up so badly that it now had a shadow in its heart when it looked at Ren Changsun. Okay, be quiet or I'll give you to her later. Phew, and you don't have to tell me. Sometimes it's more useful to lie than to intimidate. Chief Fengling, what's next for us? Are we going to rush over? What? Scared? No, how could that be? It's just that you're leaning too close to me. Even though he was covered in flames, he still couldn't cover Ren Changsun's fear and shyness. It is normal to be afraid. After all, the end of the world has not yet arrived for a long time. Ren Changsun is not a reborn person. A month ago, people are also a simple-minded college student. There was also the fact that the current Chief Fengling was pretty much holding Ren Changsun in her arms. Listen to me, we are next. Chief Fengling didn't care about that much, and while whispering to Ren Changsun, he rode the flaming skeleton horse to charge towards the iron blood dragon spider's attack range again. Chapter 124, Breaking the Door Before Moving Teachers and Students. The dragon spider treads on the web and wants to control the sky, and the family members break the dome with their horses. Is this really going to work? In that case, what will you do? When Ren Changsun heard Chief Fengling's plan, the shyness on her face instantly turned into concern for Chief Fengling. You don't need to care about me, just protect yourself. However, Chief Fengling didn't have any thoughts of flirting with Ren Changsun. His attention was now on that iron blood dragon spider. At this moment, the iron blood dragon spider in midair just cocked its head, each of its 8 eyeballs twirling. It didn't really know what the 2 weak humans were talking about. All it knew was that they were really weak, and it seemed like they were still trying to invade their territory. Bear! I roared, because I was angry, because I had already shown my super strength, but these 2 weak humans still had to invade my territory. Whoosh, poof, I threw 2 legs and wrapped it with my silk, which was my combo technique, because I still looked down on them, because I was towering over them, and I didn't think they could get close to me. I'm going to repel them quickly because I have to nourish my body because I have a little baby in my belly. Chief Fengling, wait, who's the main character? Why don't you describe it from my perspective? Ahem. Sure enough, everything was as Chief Fengling expected. When he charged again, the iron blood dragon spider still didn't move, and as usual, it made a pirouette spider leg attack. However, everything was not within the iron blood dragon spider's expectations, and just when the spider legs were about to fly in front of the 2 people, Chief Fengling was suddenly leaping up from the back of the flaming skeleton horse. Only at this moment, Chief Fengling's hand was no longer holding the one-thought divine demon sword, but the hardened steel pipe in Ren Changsun's hand. Dang! In the air, the steel pipe that was steadily hitting on top of the revolving spider legs, without the reinforcement of the one-thought divine demon sword. Just with this strike, Chief Fengling's hands were shaken and bled. Behind Chief Fengling, seeing that Chief Fengling was injured, the flaming skeleton horse was agitated, only to see that it fought to shake the horse's back, and I don't know if Ren Changsun didn't hold on tightly. In one fell swoop, Ren Changsun, who was holding the one-thought divine sword in his hand, flew out in the other direction, and this flaming skeleton horse didn't care about Ren Changsun, who was flung away. It was a leap to catch Chi Fengling, who was shaken down by the spider legs. Aha! Break it for me! The screen moved to Ren Shengsen, only to hear Ren Shengsen roar out. His body's golden light flourished, and the one-thought divine sword in his hand was flowing with a volatile sword chi. Yes, all of this in front of him was not a coincidence, but Chi Fengling's temporary idea. Chi Fengling could see that the current Iron Blood Dragon Spider didn't have a single desire to attack. It only wanted to guard the area of the dormitory building. Looking at the door that was sealed shut, and the windows that were all closed, Chi Fengling knew that there must be some secret in the dormitory building that the Iron Blood Dragon Spider was not willing to let them see. Since this was the case, Chi Fengling wanted to see what was in this dormitory building, but the Iron Blood Dragon Spider was too strong. Within 10 meters from the dormitory building, there was silk on the ground and a web in the sky, and with the gyrating spider legs and tough spider silk, it was definitely impossible to break through just by yourself. But Ren Shengsen was the best breakthrough. Himself and the flaming skeleton horse were obvious targets, and it was just right to use to attract attention and block attacks. Ren Shengsen was a Lingxiao sword saint, and there was also a second-level middle rank, so if she was given the one-thought divine sword, then she would definitely be able to surprise her and break the door of the dormitory with a single strike. This was all of Chi Fengling's plan, and now that a large part of this plan had been successfully carried out, now as long as Ren Shengsen broke the dormitory door with a single blow, Chi Fengling would be able to find out what exactly the Iron Blood Dragon Spider was hiding. Boom! Boom! Ka-chow! Ka-chow! Fortunately, the Iron Blood Dragon Spider wasn't strong enough to predict everything, and Ren Shengsen's strenuous strike still hit the specially made steel door. Blah! Barla! The armored steel door was sparsely scattered with fragments, and the ghostly breach was faintly visible in real life. This time, not to say it resounded in the sky, it could be said that it shook 100 people, including that Iron Blood Dragon Spider. Everyone was attracted by this loud sound. Only, it was still that Chi Fengling's expectations of Ren Shengsen were too high, and it was also that Chi Fengling had thought of the Iron Blood Dragon Spider as too weak, and that tightly closed dormitory building, which was swooped down with a full force strike, still had not been crushed. Only, that steel door had been stabbed out with a large hole by the Ishin Divine Sword, and vaguely, it was as if Chi Fengling could see what was hidden in the dormitory building. Pust. Well, can't see it again. Chi Fengling that was not expecting that the Iron Blood Dragon Spider's reaction was so fast. All of a sudden, it sealed the steel door with its spider silk, which made Chi Fengling's instantly gained field of vision lost again. Only, this spider silk was of no hardness, and an ordinary person might not be able to break it, but this was an unremitting blow for Ren Shengsen, who was holding the one-thought divine sword. Bear! But the Iron Blood Dragon Spider wouldn't give Chi Fengling this chance anymore. It was enraged. Its 8 eyes lit up with blood, as if it wanted to tear Chi Fengling and Ren Shengsen apart. Chi Fengling, yes, I'm sorry, before the steel door, Ren Shengsen, who failed to break the steel door with a single blow that was a face of guilt, and then saw the blood flowing from Chi Fengling's hands. She didn't even know what to say. It's not your fault. I didn't expect this broken door to be so hard. Now, how long will it take you to break it? The disappointment was there, but Chi Fengling knew clearly that pointing the finger of blame at Shengsen right now was of no use at all. Just one more hit. No, but, are you really okay with this? There was some hesitation on Ren Shengsen's face, because she knew that it was her taking away the one-thought divine demon sword that caused Chi Fengling's hands to be injured. Don't mind me. I will naturally run if there is danger. When the time comes, I will run faster than anyone else. You buy you as much time as possible. Don't let me down. Twisting her wrist, Chi Fengling then picked up the steel pipe again. Yes, Chi Fengling was telling the truth. He wouldn't send himself to death for these classmates. If there was really a fatal danger, he would definitely run. Well, then you pay attention. Ren Shengsen also didn't expect Chi Fengling to say such things, but she didn't hesitate much, and her eloquent sword chi recondensed on the one-thought divine sword again. Bear, die. I don't know if Chi Fengling had misheard, but it was as if he had heard the Iron Blood Dragon Spider speak human words. Whoosh, chugging, finished. This time it was his own carelessness. Seeing that Ren Shengsen was still going to attack the dormitory door, the Iron Blood Dragon Spider that was bursting out with a stronger ability. In an instant, 2 more spider legs were flung out, along with a dozen or so spider silk bullets, and all of a sudden the sky was obscured from view. But the Iron Blood Dragon Spider's attack is not so. Although there are no 4 spider legs, but the Iron Blood Dragon Spider's speed is still fast enough. It is along the intricate spider web. The whole spider is also going to rush down. It's scary. The Iron Blood Dragon Spider was more than 6 meters in size, which felt like a tank with added firepower charging towards a 5 or 6-year-old dazed child. What should we do? Is it hard to summon the Bone Spirit 3-headed dog? That was Chi Fengling's bottom card. If he summoned it now, then he wouldn't have the supreme means to sneak attack. Bang, 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 phew, phew, whoosh, whoosh, don't be afraid, classmate Fongling, we're all here. Just as Chi Fongling was thinking fruitlessly, the voices of Chang Nuacheng and a group of other classmates came from behind him. Before Chi Fongling could turn his head, Chi Fongling felt that a warm current surged into his body, and his injured palms were rapidly recovering. Chapter 125 Cloud City Ponzi Cave. Golden light bathes and heals new wounds, and colorful waves wash out old tricks. The faint golden light coiled around his hand. Chi Fongling only felt comfortable, like a gentle kiss from a young girl or a mother's touch, and the palm that had been injured by the steel pike's shock was being quickly repaired. Bear, bear, ow. In the air, on the spider web, the iron blood dragon spider, which was originally as powerful as it was also dazed for a moment, which caused it to stop its downward crawling pace, and used its 4 spider legs to protect its stomach and head. At this moment, Chi Fongling was finally seeing how great his classmates were. Water dragon bomb, flame magic, thunder wave, meta balloon, stone flying sand, boulder flying cannon, wooden vine stabbing sword. This was the special ability of all the remote awakened, and for a while it looked like colorful rain was falling in the air, but it was rain that did damage. The iron blood dragon spider was certainly powerful, but it was still a mortal flesh after all. Looking at its big belly, it was as if it hadn't been completely covered by the scale armor, and it was the cooperation of the students that managed to slow down the iron blood dragon spider's attack. Class, follow me, we're good too. That's right, even though we can't beat the mutant spider, we can help senior sister Changsun. Come with me if you're a man. One for all. Morale is like a germ that spreads, and watching a portion of the students put it to use made the proximity awakenings who had the ability to do so hot. They might not be able to help against the iron blood dragon spider, but they could help Rin Chengsun along and break the sealed steel door. Boom, boom. I have to say, this school's procurement can boast a wave. I did not expect the quality of the dormitory steel door is so good. The full state of Rin Chengsun, but also holding a thought of the god and the devil sword. Hard not to break this door. Bear, bear, put. The sound of the steel door crashing once again angered the fighting iron blood dragon spider, and instead of defending itself, it raised its head and spat a good mouthful of blood at itself. Ah, spit out blood? Although the students' skills are all very fancy, they're all low-level awakened. With their abilities, at most, they could only delay the dragon spider, not cause any effective damage. Dang, just as Chi Fongling was puzzled, a sound like hitting a steel plate was taken into Chi Fongling's ears. As expected, it was impossible for the iron blood dragon spider to spit out blood for no reason, and at this moment, that iron blood dragon spider's scale armor had completely turned red, but under the illumination of the light, the scale armor was still permeated with an oozing black light. Chi Fongling understood again. The name iron blood dragon spider was not for nothing. The so-called iron blood, that meant that its blood was really of iron, with the iron blood dragon spider's blood staining its body. At this point, the dragon spider had completely turned into a large iron block, and those light wave attacks of the classmates that were still able to inflict weak damage were as powerless as an egg touching a stone at this moment. Ren Changzhen, how much longer do you need? The state of the iron blood dragon spider had to make Chi Fongling nervous. If this steel door couldn't be slammed open in a moment, he might actually run. Don't worry, Fongling student, there's still us. Give me a break. This moment, I have no rest. Lyrics. The pressure was given to Ren Chengsun, and at the same time, it was given to everyone, and likewise, the hot blood was given to everyone, and in an instant, all of the students at the doorway were storing up their killing strokes, and accompanied Ren Chengsun, striking at the broken steel door with all of their might. Bear, Ayawa, boom, boom. It might not be possible to say boom, but deafening would be a good way to describe the sound of the steel door being smashed through by the students. Ayaha, what is this? So gross. Vomit. It stinks. Is this a hand? It's an eyeball. The steel door was broken, which should have been greeted with cheers from the students, but it wasn't, and most of the students, except for a very few, threw up. That was a given, because the instant the steel door was blown off, severed limbs, bad blood, and stinking flesh, all flew out at once. These days, the students might have seen dead people, but all they had seen were people who had just died, or had been directly bitten by zombies, or had been killed by Chi Fongling. But what appeared before them now was the kind of body that had been dead for 10 days or so, and whose body had not been gnawed on or completely rotted. In the distance, although Chi Fongling was not at the door, Chi Fongling had already experienced the feelings of his classmates. In his last life, Chi Fongling once went to an underground parking lot, where it was locked to death. and froze to waste Chi Fingling's 9 bulls and 2 tigers to open it. It was pretty much the same scene inside then as it is now. There were just 2 exits from that parking lot. One collapsed and the other locked up and dead. They were lucky that none of them turned into zombies. They were also unfortunate because they couldn't get out. The moment Chi Fongling opened the passageway, it was the pungent stench on the rotting, almost dead bodies. That scene also gave the then Chi Fongling a not-so-small psychological shadow. Hard to wait for Chi Fongling to slow down for more than 10 days before coming out from it. So Chi Fongling was clear that this scene was the best opportunity for his classmates to grow up. But Chi Fongling understood better that his classmates were in a different situation than he was at that time. Not only did they have to face the rotting corpses of their former classmates, but also the iron blood dragon spider that was eyeing them. Aha! Where's the iron dragon spider? Speaking of the iron-blooded dragon spider, Chi Fongling just suddenly reacted that the iron-blooded dragon spider, which was all about to attack down, even quickly climbed back up. Only the last glance Chi Fongling saw, the iron-blooded dragon spider seemed to climb back to the dormitory building from the big hole. Ren Changzhen. Where's Ren Changzhen? Scanning the location of the dormitory entrance, Chi Fongling saw all the proximity awakened, but only Ren Changzhen's figure was missing. Fongling, Changzhen went in. Fongling student, Changzhen student. She went in. Hearing Chi Fongling ask, Zhao Qianhai on the other hand forced himself to hold back his nausea and replied, I see, this crazy woman is fierce. This time Chi Fongling understood that there must be a secret hidden by the iron blood dragon spider in the dormitory building. However, the dormitory door was too small, and the iron blood dragon spider would have to face the obstacle of itself, and a group of remote awakened ones, to get there, so it chose to go to Ren Changzhen from the inside. No good, Ren Changzhen is in danger. You guys go to the back and spit. Those who don't want to die get out of my way. After yelling out, Chi Fongling spurred his horse to rush straight in the direction of the dormitory building's entrance. Vomit. It was really disgusting, and the look of the rotting, maggot-growing, moldy corpse made Chi Fongling a little uncomfortable as well. Ta-da! After disgustingly pushing away the corpses at the doorway, Chi Fongling finally entered this dormitory building that was locked up by the iron blood dragon spider. Fortunately, Ren Changzhen was not in danger, and the iron blood dragon spider did not see it for a while. However, at this moment, Ren Changzhen was frozen in the doorway of dormitory 101. Her eyes widened and she covered her mouth as if she had seen something unbelievable. Right now, the dormitory building was long gone. The corridors littered with rotting corpses, stinking blood, spider webs, tiny spiders, rotting clothes, and wall debris. This is no longer the dormitory that he remembered. After the ravages of the iron blood dragon spider, the dormitory building that is gloomy and eerie, which makes Chi Fongling think of a place that is only found in a book, the Ponzi Cave. Chapter 126 Human Mound Spider Eggs. The Ponzi Cave in the book is actually a hellish mansion on Earth. As far as the eye could see, all of them were bloodied and defeated limbs, which once again awakened a trace of fear within Chi Fongling. Only this state didn't last long before it was swept away by Chi Fongling. Boom! Just as Chi Fongling carefully scanned everything around him, there was a loud bang in the middle of the corridor, and in an instant, smoke and dust rose up in all directions, and in the pervasive humidity and darkness, Chi Fongling seemed to see an earthly beast crawling towards him. What else could that giant beast be other than an iron blood dragon spider? Except that this appearance of it did make Chi Fongling somewhat surprised. Now, the original structure of the dormitory building had been completely destroyed by the iron-blooded dragon spider, and looking up from afar, above the corridor in the center of the dormitory building, a large hole had been chiseled out by the iron-blooded dragon spider. This large hole was connected from the 11th floor to the 1st floor, and Chi Fongling finally understood why the iron blood dragon spider had just chosen to go through that large hole. Oops, silly woman, what are you still waiting for? Still not quick to run. Chi Fongling is also speechless. Just so big movement. Hard did not let Ren Changzhen move the slightest bit. She was still standing there as dumbfounded as ever, her eyes wide and her mouth open, as if something had taken hold of her. Wait a minute, is it hard to believe that Ren Changzhen is really controlled by something strange? Thinking of this, Chi Fongling also stopped limiting herself to verbal shouts and quickly ran to Ren Changzhen's side. Running to the door of 101's dormitory, Chi Fongling, who originally wanted to pull away Ren Changzhen, also froze. The room in front of me. The door has been completely lifted. The scene inside that is being glimpsed. The once neat and clean girls' dormitory has long since disappeared. The supplies inside are scattered everywhere. The windows are locked. The curtains are drawn. And the house is already full of spiders. Usually rare fist-sized spiders, now almost all over the room. But this is not the most shocking. Let Ren Changzhen stun half a day. Is a cocoon wrapped in the middle of the room. It was a human-sized spider cocoon. And in the darkness, the cocoon even glowed with a faint red light. But the spider silk, it was originally no luster. let the spider cocoon glowing, actually wrapped in the cocoon pupa within the thing. Within the cocoon chrysalis was a poor girl whose limbs and torso had been firmly entangled in spider webs, with only a head exposed on her entire body. The poor girl had her mouth open, as if it had been filled with some unknown liquid, which allowed some very small spiders to enter and exit at will. The location of the girl's stomach was the source of the glowing spider cocoon, and through the spider silk, Chi Fengling could see that in the girl's stomach, there was actually a basketball-sized spider. The spider couldn't move yet. Countless veins in the girl's body were pulling on that spider's body, and by chance the spider would move a little. It was as if it was saying that it wasn't dead. Yes, the spider in the girl's stomach wasn't dead, and that wasn't the scariest part of it all. The scariest part of it all was that the girl wasn't even dead either. The reason that made Rin Changzhen freeze was that the girl's empty eyes were looking at herself who had suddenly appeared. Her mouth could no longer be closed, but she was still trying to speak, but her weak body and the tight spider silks prevented her from saying anything, and tears flowed out of her eyes in spots, as if to say, "Classmate, please, come and end my suffering." Yes, the girl didn't want to be rescued. She wanted to die. She couldn't take the pain any longer, and she understood better what she had been reduced to. If Chi Fengling hadn't guessed wrongly, this iron-blooded dragon spider should have used the girl as a vessel for production, which could also be said to be a surrogate. And the difference between the girl and the iron-blooded dragon spider itself was that this vessel was used once and then it was gone. Looking again at the scene in the house, across from the girl, there seems to be a spider cocoon that has been abandoned, and tattered clothes and hair still seem to be visible around the cocoon. It seems that there were originally 2 spider cocoons in this room, and that one should have already birthed a large spider. As for the girl, I'm afraid she's already dead. Name, human mound spider eggs. Race, human ovipositor. Synopsis, humans who have been bred by the iron blood dragon spider will lose all their mobility but retain their consciousness, and their bodies will become nutrients for the tarantulas to nurture. And when the tarantulas in their bodies reach full maturity, they will break out of their bodies, and the last tattered body of the human being will be the tarantula's first meal. Rank, none. Power, 0. 1. Speed, 0. Spirit, 5. Physical, 1. Skills, none. Originally, Chi Fengling was planning to see how much of the girl could still be saved, but once he opened the undead emperor's eye, this data was taken into Chi Fengling's eyes. For a moment, Chi Fengling was also enraged. Humans are weak in the end times, but they are more willing to die in a fierce battle than to be the sustenance for the growth of the alien race. It also showed that the moment the girl was borrowed by the iron-blooded dragon spider, it meant that the girl was completely dead. Her race had changed, but the iron-blooded dragon spider hadn't killed her yet. The girl also had to be allowed to retain her consciousness and watch herself being reduced to a vessel, feeling her body's flesh and blood being drained, waiting in agony for her death, and even in the end, not being able to retain her whole body. Chi Fengling finally understood why Rin Chengzhen hesitated for so long. Perhaps Rin Chengzhen was also regretting why his own self at that time didn't fight hard to kill the iron blood dragon spider. That way, there wouldn't be so many students suffering. Bear! Bear! On the ground in the distance, the iron blood dragon spider that fell down fiercely that was roaring again, only this one was very strange, not like an invitation to battle roar to Chi Fengling. Rustling, put, put. As soon as the dragon spider roared, the room that was still quiet was agitated, and the fist-sized spiders began to crawl in the direction of the door. But this wasn't the most frightening thing. Chi Fengling saw that in the girl's stomach, the basketball-sized tarantula seemed to be moving, and the blood from countless veins was flowing into the tarantula's body. Not good. All these spiders, as if they had felt the call of the iron blood dragon spider, moved to strike out at the enemy that had invaded their home. Ren Changzhen, what are you waiting for? Go! Chi Fengling also pitied that girl, but Chi Fengling knew better. He was really in the Ponzi cave right now. If he didn't go out, he was afraid that he would be drowned by the tide of spiders. Wait! Setting aside Chi Fengling's hand, Ren Changzhen was raising the one-thought divine sword, and for a moment, brilliant golden light that was shining on Ren Changzhen's body. Lingxiao sword mantle. Explode. Looking at the teardrops sliding down from the corner of Ren Changzhen's eyes, a powerful sword chi was swung out by her. Boom! After just one explosion, there was a sound like roasting inside the house. Ren Changzhen was furious. One of her sword chi exploded the girl's body, allowing her to be completely relieved. But the aftermath of this sword chi was unrelenting, directly igniting all the spiders in the room. Alright, hurry up and go. If you don't leave, it'll be too late. This scene was cool, but Chi Fengling didn't have the time to watch Ren Changzhen pretend to be a pussy, pulling her to go outside. Wait a little longer, please, only. But Ren Changzhen once again skimmed off Chi Fengling's hand, and against the fear of darkness and the unknown. Ren Shinxin then turned to the door of dormitory 102. Chapter 127 Blood Foam Human Puppet. Sisters of the Sun transformed into mounted eggs. May karma be added to my body. Jia. I'm sorry for you guys. Standing at the door of the 102 dormitory, Ren Shinxin's mouth opened and closed, and a few words were squeezed out of her mouth. This Jia should be Ren Shinxin's good sister. As for this 102 dormitory, it should be the dormitory where Ren Shinxin originally lived. Only, Chi Fengling does not feel that Ren Shinxin did something wrong. Although there is a saying called, the greater the ability the greater the responsibility, but the ability of the person is not God. You do not fight to live. Others why fight his life, so that you live. Silly woman, are you still leaving? Do you think that dying here is the best reward for them? If so, then I won't accompany you. Feeling the dormitory building that was slightly starting to shake, Chi Fengling was really about to grab the door and leave. Whoa, bear with me. Just as Chi Fengling finished his sentence, a large number of spiders were falling from the large hole that had been chiseled by the Iron Blood Dragon Spider. Not only that, the small spiders in the ooze were even crawling out from the walls, in the various dormitories, and in the stairwells, which made Chi Fengling's scalp numb. But it wasn't without good things. No wonder that Iron Blood Dragon Spider didn't charge over half the time. It turned out to be that it had trapped itself on the ground. The so-called Iron Blood Dragon Spider. That blood is like blood. Must be very heavy. Plus the Iron Blood Dragon Spider is also more than 6 meters in size. It must be even heavier. Just now that time, the Iron Blood Dragon Spider should have jumped straight down from the 9th floor. The spider silk might have slowed down the acceleration of gravity quite a bit, but it still couldn't ignore the gravity that existed on the blue planet. It was this that caused all 8 of the Iron Blood Dragon Spider's spider legs to sink into the ground, and originally that was the perfect opportunity to attack. However, the smoke and dust was too big and the danger factor was too high, so the good opportunity was missed by Chi Fengling. And now, although the smoke and dust had dispersed, the iron-blooded dragon spider's spider legs had also pulled out 6. So it seemed that it wouldn't take 10 seconds for the iron-blooded dragon spider to come rushing over. Boom! Okay, let's go! After a sword she shattered the spider cocoon in the dormitory. This tenacious woman finally obeyed for once. Ah, what? What is that? It's a spider. No, it's a human. A human spider? No, he seems to be Keiko. Leave it. Run, don't run. Everyone, Fengling-san hasn't come out yet. He'll definitely be able to deal with these ghosts. Inside the dormitory building, Chi Fengling and Ren Shinxin were making a scene to go out, while outside the dormitory building was also noisy, and listening to the words of the students, it was as if something extraordinary had appeared outside. Swish! Chi Fengling, be careful! A sword slashed across the corner of his ear, and it was also because of Ren Shinxin's quick eyes. A spider that was still 2 meters away from him was cut down by Ren Shinxin. When Chi Fengling looked back, in the direction of the dormitory entrance, at some point, 3 spiders 1.5 meters in size had appeared. This spider had grayish-red hair growing all over its body, and its eyes were as creepy as those of the Iron Blood Dragon Spider. Name, Blood Foam Tarantula. Race, mutant. Description, naturally conceived from a human mound spider egg. The first-generation heir of the iron-blooded dragon spider, with dilute dragon blood in its body. It cultivates faster than normal mutant tarantulas, and has stronger combat power. Level 1 medium, power, 15. Speed, 10. Spirit, 10. Physical fitness, 15. Skill, blood foam enhancement, actively activates the thin dragon blood in the body, which can instantly enhance all attributes for half an hour. Sure enough, Chi Fengling hadn't guessed wrong. This iron blood dragon spider was really a female spider. No wonder it stuck to its dormitory and didn't come out. No wonder its belly was so big, and no wonder it was so excited when he came in. It turns out that it has made the dormitory its lair. And every dormitory that was ever here is presumably full of human mound spider eggs that it has planted. Thinking of this, Chi Fengling then swallowed his saliva. Fortunately he found it early. If we let the iron blood dragon spider go unattended for another 10 days or so, when these human mound spider eggs fully hatch out, those 2 dormitory buildings, it is estimated that they can raise several hundred blood foam tarantulas and mutant tarantulas, together with the fact that the iron-blooded dragon spider's own strength was also super strong. By then, the entire Cloud City University would be the iron-blooded dragon spider's territory. If the iron blood dragon spider would still snowball, and keep catching people to keep producing, without the bombardment of hot weapons, it was estimated that the entire Cloud City would have to face the 3rd wave of forces other than the zombies. I'm going to kill you. Ling Xiao sword dance. At this moment, Ren Shinxin pulled herself together, her body exuding an endless battle spirit, and in the next second, as if she was dancing, she wielded the one-thought divine demon sword and then struck out a continuous attack against that blood foam wolf spider. Worthy of being the sword saint of the Ling Xiao. What with the Ling Xiao sword mantle and the Ling Xiao sword dance, which were skills that didn't even appear in Rin Changxin's profile, it seemed that a sword saint was a sword saint, and that he was able to hit fancy skills at the drop of a hat. Whoosh, whoosh, dang, bear, stop dancing and hurry up. After fighting to block the 2 spider legs of the Iron Blood Dragon Spider, Chi Fengling then yelled at Ren Xingxin, who was bowing in silence at the doorway. The Ren Xingxin just now was indeed very handsome. Before those 3 blood foam wolf spiders could exert their strength, they were directly crushed by Ren Xingxin's Ling Xiao sword dance. However, this was a bitter experience for Chi Fengling, because Ren Xingxin had abused its child, which made the Iron Blood Dragon Spider disregard the need to draw those 2 spider legs, and directly used the gyrating spider legs on Chi Fengling. Tada click. Finally, the Iron Blood Dragon Spider still broke free from the ground, and the 2-meter-long spider legs were like iron spears, poking a big hole in the ground with each stroke. Fortunately, Chi Fengling and his duo were not far from the dormitory door, and after hacking a bunch of small spiders to death again, the 2 of them were finally running out of the dormitory building. But the scene outside wasn't much better than inside. Whether it was the close-range Awakened or the long-range Awakened, they were all huddled together. They were shivering and their bodies were constantly retreating backward. In front of me, this scene is really some horror. That originally sealed windows were opened. Male and female students, 2 dormitory buildings, nearly 100 windows, densely crawling out of the spiders. Fortunately, these spiders were small, on average, the size of a faceplate. Wait a minute, how big? Isn't the size of a basin big enough? If this had been before the end of the world, a spider the size of a faceplate would have already been able to scare a class. Now, what appeared in front of everyone was hundreds of tarantulas the size of a basin. And of course, there was also the 1.5-meter-sized blood foam tarantula that Chi Fengling had just seen. No, what's that? It wasn't a zombie, but it had the appearance of a human. Its skin was gray and red, it was covered in hair, and it even had 2 spider legs. Anything that looked like a person but wasn't a person was scary, and Chi Fengling had never seen it herself, so it was no wonder the students were scared. Name, Human Puppet Tarantula. Race, Alien Mutant Spider. Introduction, hatched from a human mound spider egg. The tarantula completely fused human genes during the hatching process. The first generation heir to the iron-blooded dragon spider, with thin dragon blood flowing in his body, possessing a faster cultivation speed than the blood-foam tarantula, and a small amount of intelligence. Level, first high, power, 20, speed, 15, spirit, 20, physical fitness, 20, skill, blood foam enhancement, actively activates the thin dragon blood in the body, which can instantly enhance all attributes for 1 hour. It was too frightening. Was the direction of mutation of mutant beasts so extensive? If the iron blood dragon spider could even breed something like a human puppet tarantula, then Cloud City University would really fall. Just, so what? Chi Fengling had no intention of retreating. Today he was going to completely eradicate these tarantulas. Chapter 128, Dictatorship of the 10,000 Spiders. The nest is still alive when the eggs are chopped off, and when I look back, I see hundreds of enemies. My good horse, go, kill the iron dragon spider. Phew. If the flaming skeleton horse could speak, then it would definitely say, Master, you're having a seizure. We can't even defeat it with our joint efforts, and you're letting me go alone. You want me to die. Knowing that you can't beat them, why don't you quickly seal the door? Rolling his eyes, Chi Fengling said in a very speechless manner. Phew, boom, wow. The flaming skeleton horse seemed to have understood its master's taunts as well, and just flew and kicked the wall above the dormitory building, which sealed the already small dormitory door once again. Dang. Only, Chi Fengling hadn't been happy for long when a violent crashing sound came from the location of that doorway. Obviously, it was the sound of the iron blood dragon spider crashing into the wall. This performance of the iron blood dragon spider finally allowed Chi Fengling to have self-confidence once again. Sure enough, it's still what can you do if you reach the 3rd level middle stage? Your IQ is still very low. The iron blood dragon spider's idea at the beginning was to guard the dormitory building and not to let anyone in. And now that Chi Fengling and Ren Xingxin had come out and had taken the initiative to seal the door, wouldn't that fulfill the iron blood dragon spider's purpose? Moreover, even if the iron blood dragon spider really wanted to come out, it could have climbed up to the 9th floor and come out through that big hole, whereas it was now, apparently, overwhelmed by anger. As the saying goes, God opens a window as he closes a door to you. Although the human ontology could not have any mutation or evolution after the end of the world, humans retained their intelligence, and that was a part of the creatures that had to reach the 4th level or even higher to reach the level. Bear. Inside the dormitory building, the iron-blooded dragon spider that couldn't break through the wall was the one that let out a heavenly roar. And at this moment, Chi Fengling thought that the iron-blooded dragon spider had taken over the high ground intellectually. It turned out that it was still angry. With the iron blood dragon spider's roar, all kinds of spiders in both the male and female dormitory buildings were crawling outwards. In an instant, the spider webs in the sky that were crawling with spiders. This scene looked at Chi Fengling only wanted to leave quickly. Indeed, Chi Fengling could leave, and even these students could leave safely. But then, this group of spiders, and those human mound spider eggs would have hatched normally, and by then, Cloud City University would really be the world of spiders. Listen to me, all awakened with special abilities. Do your best to seal this door. The rest of the students, those who are capable stand in front, those who are afraid roll, those who are still left pick up rocks, pick up sticks. How many of these spiders can you kill? Chi Fengling's expression was icy cold. He was giving orders, not suggestions. Yes, this was Chi Fengling's response. The iron blood dragon spider in front of him should be on its head. It couldn't come out for a while, and he was to take advantage of this time to decimate these small spiders as much as possible. Sir's orders are in his mouth, and it's up to the individual to follow his orders. After giving the order, Chi Fengling didn't even pay attention to those students and turned around to face the tarantulas that were like a tidal wave. Whoosh, whoosh, bzzz. Whoa, it was okay. His orders had worked, and just as he turned around, a special energy converged in the direction of the dormitory door. Among these awakened, there were some that could control rocks, vines, and icy water. It was true that they were not very useful in combat, but at this time, they could use these special abilities to strengthen the defense of the dormitory entrance, and driven by these special awakened, those students who didn't leave picked up the defense gears around them. They were still scared, but they kept cheering themselves up. It looked like they were really ready to face these tarantulas. Surprisingly, Chi Fengling himself couldn't be a wimp. Good horse, let's go. This time, Chi Fengling didn't flirt with the flaming skeleton horse, but retrieved the one-thought divine demon sword in Ren Qingsen's hand, and the one person and one horse rushed towards the endless tide of spiders. Bzzz, bzzz, bzzz. This was the sound of fur and flesh being roasted. Although the flaming skeleton horse was not a match for the iron-blooded dragon spider, but against these tarantulas that didn't even have a rank, the flaming skeleton horse was still very capable. Only, the scene in front of him could not be impressive. Chi Fengling didn't even think that it was just a few days of work that the iron blood dragon spider had raised so many little tarantulas. At this moment, Chi Fengling and the flaming skeleton horse had been completely surrounded by a tide of tarantulas, and there was no light to be seen around that. And these tarantulas that were completely unafraid of death, like moths to a flame, they pounced on themselves. Fortunately, the hellfire of the flaming skeleton horse was still very useful, and most of these tarantulas turned into dust and flew away before they could bite themselves. Even Chi Fengling himself didn't expect that the flaming skeleton horse would be so useful. If the iron-blooded dragon spider didn't come out, he would be able to wipe out all the tarantulas just by standing here. Ah, a spider, a spider. No, I'm still scared. Is Fengling dead? Why isn't he moving? Run, let's leave Cloud City University. Don't run, don't be afraid. Trust Chi Fengling, we'll win for sure. The center of the spider tide, Chi Fengling that is very confident, but the students are still afraid. It is estimated that some of the tarantulas have already bypassed themselves and went straight to those students. Puff. Due to the fact that the field of vision was completely obscured, this caused Chi Fengling to be unable to see what was appearing around him at all. No, with a slip of the tongue, Chi Fengling was pounced upon by the blood foam tarantula and the human puppet tarantula. Yes, they were Chi Fengling's true enemies. In the end, Chi Fengling himself was only at the peak of level 1, while the human puppet tarantula had reached the level of a high level 1. Although their attributes were lower than other creatures of the same level, they were still skill boosted. One or two of them might not be able to help Chi Fengling, but a dozen of them together would really be able to pounce on Chi Fengling. Seeing that his master had left his back, the flaming skeleton horse also became anxious, and it galloped its hooves as if it wanted to kick all the surrounding tarantulas to death. Swish, 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 hiss, ah. On the ground, Chi Fengling quickly climbed up. The one-thought divine sword danced tigerishly in his hand, but even so, he was still bitten by an individual puppet wolf spider. Don't say it, it really hurt. Chi Fengling seemed to have forgotten that he was immune to most bullet damage, and that was because he was blessed by the skeleton giant. Ren Qingsen, how's it going? Are the students holding up? How many of these tarantulas have come out? Enduring the pain on his body, Chi Fengling then yelled without vision. Chi Fengling, are you alright yourself? The students are in a bit of a bad state. The tarantulas in the dormitory building are pretty much out now. Chi Fengling, are you really okay? Do you want me to go help you? The front line of the human tide, Renshengsen replied to Chi Fengling while fighting these tarantulas. Right now, although Chi Fengling had attracted most of the tarantulas, a very large portion of them still rushed out, and these tarantulas bit at the sight of people, which caused the team, which was still in order, to be in chaos all of a sudden. Don't come over, just maintain order. I'm still fine. In the spider tide, Chi Fengling could also feel that the number of little wolf spiders had become a lot less, but the blood foam wolf spiders and human puppet wolf spiders that surrounded them were more numerous. The two cannot be the same day also. The number of small tarantulas, even if more than 10,000 Chi Fengling is not afraid, but the number of blood foam tarantulas and human puppet tarantulas, if the number of more than 100, Chi Fengling is afraid that not even escape cannot escape. Well, it's time for you to make your debut. Come out. Bone Spirit Three-Headed Dog. Splitting the tarantula beside him once again, Chi Fengling was finally willing to summon the Bone Spirit Three-Headed Dog. Chapter 129 Dragon Spider Exploding Scales. Love is quiet and people are in turmoil between wandering maple spirit dogs and horses in front of the battlefield. Underneath the dormitory building, in the tide of tarantulas, Chi Fengling's line of sight was pretty much obscured, but Chi Fengling could still vaguely see that more and more blood-foam tarantulas and human puppet tarantulas were approaching him. Boom! Boom! Top! Top! No! I can't! I'm running out of energy. Hang in there. Fondling-san is still on top. We can't back out. In the tide of spiders, this is a rare time that Chi Fengling heard impassioned words, but what can be done about it? The sound of the dragon spider slamming the door was heard clearly by Chi Fengling, roughly grinding an estimate. It wouldn't take more than 2 minutes for the student's energy to be almost depleted, and by then, the iron blood dragon spider would rush out. If he was still under siege at that time, if the iron blood dragon spider came to attack him, he was afraid that he would die 9 deaths, and if the iron blood dragon spider went to attack those classmates, the classmates would die 10 deaths. Woof! Ow! Roar! Only to hear the sounds of barking, snarling, and hissing resounded together, while in front of Chi Fengling's eyes, it was a nearly 4-meter-long half-skeleton, half-blooded hellhound that had suddenly appeared. Bear! Bear! Woof! 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 Only, the bone spirit three-headed dog's handsomeness hadn't been maintained for a second before the overwhelming tarantulas directly pounced on its body. They might not be able to bite the bones of the bone trio, but the half-rotted, stinky-fleshed tarantulas would be able to. Don't ask me. Except for normal humans, you can start slaughtering. Chi Fengling was a bit surprised when he had trained the bone spirit three-headed dog to be so obedient. It turned out that it wasn't the iron blood dragon spider that wanted to be bitten by these tarantulas, but because the bone spirit triple-headed dog hadn't gotten an order from Chi Fengling yet, and didn't know if it was going to kill these bugs or not. VZZZ, VZZZ. As soon as Chi Fengling's words were finished, an even stronger smell of roasted meat filled the air, and the sizzling sound was a bit frightening to hear. Fixing his eyes, the body of the bone spirit three-headed dog in front of him was unexpectedly also ablaze with flames, only that the flames of the bone spirit three-headed dog were different from those of the fiery skeleton horse. The former was more vigorous and could deal higher physical damage, while the latter's flames could burn souls. Roar! That wasn't all. The head in the center of the bony three-headed dog growled after repelling the tarantulas around it. This voice shook the soul, and even if Chi Fengling was the owner of the bone spirit three-headed dog, he instantly felt a little disoriented. The bone spirit three-headed dog had a total of 3 heads, each with a different function, and the one in the center was that shocking roar, which could even cause a bile-robbing effect for low-level creatures. Awesome! Chi Fengling didn't even think that the bone spirit three-headed dog was so strong, or it could be said that the little wolf spider was too weak. It was only a roar from the bone spirit three-headed dog that made them all immobile. Good chance! This time, Chi Fengling didn't miss this opportunity. Holding the Ashin divine sword in his hand, he slashed his way through the tide of spiders. Accompanied by Chi Fengling's every sword chi swing, a large swathe of tarantulas would be cut in half. Bear! Howl! Only, the excellent time to attack didn't last long before a roar no weaker than that of the bone spirit three-headed dog came from within the dormitory building. Rustling! This was a good thing. The tarantulas, who had all been scared out of their wits, all of a sudden regained their spirit, and they returned into warriors who were not afraid to die, and charged towards Chi Fengling and the bone spirit three-headed dog regardless of whether they were dead or alive. Woof! Woof! Bear! Bear! Being strong, the bone spirit three-headed dog naturally noticed the sound coming from inside the dormitory, and just like that, the two even communicated with a growl. Roar! The exchange wasn't going very well, and apparently the bone spirit three-headed dog got angry, and it growled in the direction of the dormitory building. Swish! Swish! Roar! Ow! Chi Fengling didn't know what the two beasts had exchanged, and now, the bone spirit three-headed dog directly erupted with its full capabilities, and that huge claw was slapping hard at the blood foam tarantula and the human puppet tarantula by his side. Pop! Snap! This wasn't worthy of rank suppression. With a single claw from the extremely physically strong bone spirit three-headed dog, a first-grade, high-ranking human puppet tarantula was slapped into a meat cake. That wasn't all. For a moment, the other two heads of the bone spirit three-headed dog also roared. The three heads of the bone spirit three-headed dog could spit out flames, shocking roars, and a rain of bone projectile swords. This time, Chi Fengling had really seen the power of the bone spirit three-headed dog. Its three heads were clearly divided, and the flames were just burning away at the blood-foam tarantulas and human puppet tarantulas around it. Although shocking roar couldn't play too much of a role, it just wasn't time it would still be used to help Chi Fengling alleviate the spider tide. And that bone bomb sword rain was even directly hitting the direction of the dormitory entrance. As the bone rain continued to fall, the door that was soon to be rushed open by the iron blood dragon spider was surprisingly sealed once again. Sure enough, Chi Fengling hadn't thought wrong. The bone spirit three-headed dog would definitely change the battle. If the iron blood dragon spider couldn't come out for a while, himself, the flaming skeleton horse, and the bone spirit triple-headed dog would be able to kill all of its children in kind. Swish, swish, ta-da, ta-da. As time passed, the battlefield slowly turned into a slaughter ground. Due to the strength of Chi Fengling, flame skeleton horse, and bone spirit three-headed dog being too strong, those blood foam tarantulas and human puppet tarantulas that could have been easily dealt with by their classmates were being harvested by the three of them just like melons and vegetables. The battlefield moved to the back of the student camp. Hiss, that hurts. Sister Boyu, or else you go first. Lord Fengling definitely won't say anything about you. Long Baiyu's side, Jiang Lu said with some concern. Jiang Lu, is that water spirit envoy's awakened person? While Long Baiyu was still an ordinary person, but little cute, all could see that Chi Fengling had taken special care of Long Baiyu, indicating that Long Baiyu's status in Chi Fengling's heart was not low. So now, Jiang Lu that was intentionally guarding beside Long Baiyu. Only, the number of tarantulas was still too much, and Long Baiyu didn't know how. She just didn't run, still sticking to her classmates and trying her best to kill these tarantulas. And just now, Long Baiyu was still careless and was bitten hard on the arm by a tarantula. Luckily Jiang Lu reacted fast enough and hit the tarantula with a water bomb. Otherwise, Long Baiyu would have been bitten off a piece of meat at least. No, it's fine, I won't leave. You don't need to protect me specifically, go help the other students. After being bitten by the tarantula like that, Long Baiyu's state was obviously much worse. Drops of blood also flowed down her arm. In fact, Long Baiyu's situation was quite good, because the number of tarantulas was too large. Coupled with the natural fear of some of the students, this made a lot of the students were pounced on by tarantulas, and some of them had already been bitten to death. Drop, drop, blood fell sparsely to the ground, a sound so small that it could not be detected in the chaos of the battlefield. But somewhere, some powerful creature was acutely aware of the different blood. Bear, bear, roar, boom, boom. Between the dormitory buildings, Chi Fengling was immersed in the oblivious massacre, but this loud bang attracted everyone's attention. Simply unbelievable. Even the bone spirit three-headed dog was confused. The dormitory entrance was clearly sealed so well. How did this iron blood dragon spider instantly break through? The smoke and dust gradually dispersed, and the dormitory door that had originally been kicked down by the flaming skeleton horse was now that had become 5 meters wide. At this moment, an iron blood dragon spider with a blood-red body and all of its scales and armor appeared in front of everyone. Oh my god. No wonder the iron blood dragon spider was able to instantly burst that sealed door. It turned out that just now, it had chosen to explode its own scale armor to forcefully burst this door. At this moment, 10 eyes were facing each other. Only, Chi Fengling felt something strange, because the eyes that the iron blood dragon spider was looking at himself. Not only did he not have the battle intent that he should have, but on the contrary, there was some loss. Chapter 130 finally entering the spider's belly. Roar! A growl interrupted the stare down between Chi Fengling and the iron blood dragon spider. Although Chi Fengling didn't understand why the iron blood dragon spider didn't rush at him first, Chi Fengling had already prepared his strongest combat stance. And this bone spirit three-headed dog really didn't let Chi Fengling down, even though there was also a not-so-small rank difference between the two. It didn't show any fear. At this moment, Chi Fengling was holding the one-thought divine demon sword in his hand. On his hip was the flaming skeleton horse rubbing its hooves, while in front of him was the bone spirit three-headed dog that was ready to fire. This formation, as long as the iron blood dragon spider had any movement, the three of them would be able to make an optimal response. Barely, underneath the dormitory building, the iron blood dragon spider's body was constantly trembling. Only 2 of its 8 eyes were used to observe Chi Fengling, the remaining 6 eyes that were constantly spinning. Poof, poof, moving, the iron blood dragon spider finally moved, only to see it suddenly open its mouth, and a dozen or so spider silks were sprayed towards Chi Fengling. Swish, 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 the Iron Blood Dragon Spider's attack was really eloquent. But if it was any other student, perhaps they would have been fixed to the wall already, only to see Chi Foamling and the summoned beast show their skills. And in no time, the dozen or so spider webs were all dissolved. Wait, how come the Iron Blood Dragon Spider is getting farther and farther away? When Chi Foamling fixed his eyes, that Iron Blood Dragon Spider had long disappeared under the dormitory building, its back turned to itself, its 8 spider legs galloping in the direction of the student camp. What's going on? This Iron Blood Dragon Spider went through so much effort to come out. Wasn't it meant to seek revenge on itself? Can't it be that it's trying to run away? Ah, run! It's horrible! It's horrible! My leg! Akiko, don't leave me! Sister Payu, run! We can't beat this big spider. What's going on? It looks like the spider's coming toward us. Sister Jianglu, go quickly. I don't have the strength. I can't run fast. I'll drag you down. No, I'm not leaving you. In the distance, were the exchanges of students fleeing in panic? And naturally, the voices belonging to Long Baiyu and Jianglu talking. Why was it necessary to specifically memorize their words? Because the Iron Blood Dragon Spider that had turned around had already targeted the two of them. What? Come at me if you can. Skeleton horse, charge me. In the direction of the dormitory building, Chi Foamling finally was able to understand what the Iron Blood Dragon Spider was really thinking. He roared, trying to attract the Iron Blood Dragon Spider's attention. But no matter what Chi Foamling did, the Dragon Spider's target was only Long Baiyu alone. Yeah, the reason why the Iron-Blooded Dragon Spider was able to become an Iron-Blooded Dragon Spider was because it took away Long Baiyu's chi and devoured the awakening bead that had the genes of the dragon race, which allowed it to have the strength that it has today. As for Long Baiyu herself, there was a true dragon bloodline flowing in her body, and if the Iron-Blooded Dragon Spider could eat Long Baiyu, then its genes would be even more perfected, and it was even said to have the potential to become a pseudo-dragon creature. You don't want to get close to her. Look at me. Water Dragon Bomb. Long Baiyu's aside, this Jianglu not only didn't run, on the contrary, she stopped, and the thin spiritual energy flowed right on her body. As Jianglu's words were shouted, a 3-meter-long water dragon appeared in front of Jianglu. Only, as Jianglu offered this move, her entire body felt as if she had been deflated, and her spirits instantly dropped to the freezing point. Pop, plop. Only, Jianglu's move that he tried his best did not work effectively. That water dragon bomb was like a mosquito around him for the Iron Blood Dragon Spider, only to see the Iron Blood Dragon Spider's spider legs lifting and slapping. The water dragon bomb that was like a work of art was shattered into pieces. Fortunately, the Iron Blood Dragon Spider's target was not Jianglu, which allowed the powerless nearly paralyzed Jianglu to not suffer any subsequent damage. Let go. Let her go. Woof. The voice sputtered a bit, and even turned into a bark itself by the end. Bear. Pust. Only. After hearing only one sound from the Iron Blood Dragon Spider, the dog's barking stopped in response. There weren't any pets here, and the students wouldn't have brought their dogs over. And as for the bone spirit 3-headed dog under Chi Foamling, it couldn't be that weak. Unexpectedly, right after the Iron Blood Dragon Spider crossed over Jianglu, a humanoid dog-like classmate rushed out, his mouth and claws trying to cause damage to the Iron Blood Dragon Spider. Unfortunately, the Iron Blood Dragon Spider still lifted its spider leg, and this student was sent flying. To be honest, in the immediate situation, most of the classmates were unable to protect themselves. Basically no one would come out to help Long Baiyu, and this person was no one else. It was the one Chi Foamling encountered on the first day, a mad dog man awaken person. His name was Lu Luton, and his skill was to go into a state of insanity, and in that state, he had no intelligence. This was a good thing, with the Iron Blood Dragon Spider easily crushing the two awakened. This caused the remaining students to completely lose the courage to fight against them. They didn't care about the few friendships they had, and left their still supporting classmates behind to run off on their own. Bastard, with me here, you don't want to hurt them. Behold me, Earth Firmament. The voice was so thick that it had become a bit unlike human speech, and the one who made it was really not an ordinary person. In front of the Iron Blood Dragon Spider, a nearly 3-meter-tall stone giant suddenly appeared. His body was made up of earth and stone, and his feet were directly connected to the earth, so it was as if his entire body was fixed to the ground. Yes? Could a 3-meter giant still be called a giant in front of an Iron Blood Dragon Spider? That Iron Blood Dragon Spider was over 6 meters in size, and this person was no one else. It was the most famous physical education teacher of Yunchang University, or the global fitness runner-up, Sure Xin Yuan. Chi Foamling's order to him was to protect Chang Nua Chang, and the awakened who had a long-range output, while Long Baiyu, who was an ordinary person, was naturally not among them. I just didn't expect that this Sure Xin Yuan was really a man, or really a good teacher. Knowing that he might not be able to beat the situation, he would still choose to go on. Boom, 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 rumble. The scene in front of him was like an earthen wall against a tank. Sure, Xin Yuan was like that dangerous wall in front of the Iron Blood Dragon Spider, only to see the Iron Blood Dragon Spider's spider legs poking violently twice. And sure, Xin Yuan's giant that had turned into stone with his flesh was even directly smashed. Mr. Stone, Mr. Sure. On the side, the students who had been protected by Sure Xin Yuan still cried out. Looking at the stones that shattered into pieces, they were terrified and powerless. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I want you dead. Behind the iron-blooded dragon spider. Seeing one by one awakened person being seriously injured by the iron-blooded dragon spider, Shi Fengling was furious. In fact, the truth is a bit hurtful. Shi Fengling does not care about their deaths. Shi Fengling just do not want the iron blood dragon spider to hurt Long Baiyu, because this person, he owes her too much. Bear, hiss. The iron blood dragon spider also noticed the frenzied Shi Fengling, but it wasn't in a hurry because at this point, there was no one left to stop it from devouring Long Baiyu. Ah, let go of me, let go of me. Far away, Long Baiyu was struggling to tear at the spider web wrapped around his waist. However, the spider web of a third-grade middle-order mutant awakened beast would not be something that she, an ordinary person, could tear, and not only that, the spider web also glued Long Baiyu's hand to it. At this moment, Long Baiyu no longer had any parts that could move except for his mouth. Sister Jiang Lu, Senior Lu, Mr. Sure, and the students, Baiyu thanks you. Feng, oh, Fengling student, Baiyu really thank you. You're the first person who treats me so well besides my grandparents. But, the good you've done to me, I can't return it to you in this life anymore. If there's an afterlife, I, Long Baiyu, am willing to be a drop of blood and a tear for you. Knowing that she could no longer break free, Long Baiyu also gave up struggling. Tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes. In addition to tears in her eyes, there may be happiness, and love. Prayeth, I didn't let you die. Asterisk 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 stop. Stop it for me Again this life and death Shi Fengling clamped the stomach of the flaming skeleton horse. He wanted to immediately rush to Long Baiyu. The distance between the two is not far, but central more than 100 meters. But, Iron Blood Dragon Spider is less than 10 meters away from Long Baiyu. The two are dwarfed by one. Shi Fengling, don't worry, I won't let anything happen to classmate Boyu. Just as Shi Fengling's eyes were glazed over, Ren Shengsen's voice came from the distance. Looking along with the voice, Shi Fengling only saw Ren Shengsen's entire body was filled with golden light, and his entire body was like a meteor rushing in the direction of Long Baiyu. That's how different people are. Yes, that's how powerful people are, with unlimited potential, and no one knows exactly where one's limits are until the very last moment. Or perhaps it was because the Ling Xiao Sword Saint's ability was too strong, and Ren Shengsen had just developed some more special abilities. Bear, whoosh, 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 poof, poof. This time, the Iron Blood Dragon Spider really noticed the whole body glowing Ren Shengsen. Looking at the spider silk that could not be collected in his mouth for a while, this time, the Iron Blood Dragon Spider directly threw out its 6 spider legs, while its tail also threw out a number of red orbs. Red orb? What else can it be? The Iron Blood Dragon Spider is a female spider, and it is still a female spider with a big belly. Then this kind of red orb is the spider egg that the Iron Blood Dragon Spider has personally nurtured. It seemed that in order to be able to devour Long Baiyu, the Iron Blood Dragon Spider had really put in the blood, and after hitting these attacks, the Iron Blood Dragon Spider no longer stayed. It even pulled the spider's silk in its mouth. That way, it was going to use the fastest speed to pull Long Baiyu into its mouth. 6 gyrating spider legs and dozens of spider eggs. This was a crisis that Shi Fengling couldn't instantly resolve. That's to say nothing of Long Baiyu who was holding a steel pipe. Shengsen. From afar, Cheng Nuocheng couldn't help but call out Ren Shengsen's name as well. She was afraid. Her niece was lifeless like this. Lingxiao, waltz. On the battlefield. Just the moment those pirouetting spider legs were about to hit Ren Shengsen, Ren Shengsen's figure was instantly vaporized. Those spider legs and orbs were like hitting the air, and were directly skipped over by Ren Shengsen. Not only that, but at this moment, Ren Shengsen was rapidly approaching the Iron Blood Dragon Spider. Oh, Shi Fengling remembered. This was one of Ren Shengsen's most powerful skills now. Ling Xiao Waltz. The body couldn't be selected during the release process. That is, the legendary invincibility. Is it possible? Can Ren Shengsen really do it? No, but it's still too late. Ling Xiao Waltz was indeed dashing, but the distance between the Iron Blood Dragon Spider and Long Baiyu was still too close, and in less than 3 seconds of work, Long Baiyu was pulled to his mouth by the Iron Blood Dragon Spider. Sniffing the dripping blood on Long Baiyu's body, the Iron Blood Dragon Spider could no longer suppress the longing in its heart, and its large mouth full of fangs bit down towards Long Baiyu. Sister Changsen, why are you here? No, you can't save me. Go away. All of a sudden, Long Baiyu felt herself being touched. With her open that should have been desperate in front of her eyes, a righteous woman appeared in front of her. No, I am not going to. Click. Gulp. Where the melodramatic scene would be so much, the iron blood dragon spider was just opening and closing its mouth. But there wasn't too much time for them to communicate anymore. Bayu. Changsun. As two cries of alarm appeared, Long Baiyu, who was at the mouth of the iron blood dragon spider, and Run Changsun, who was sent to his mouth, were directly swallowed by the iron blood dragon spider. At this moment, the fearful Chang Nuwaching sat paralyzed on the ground. Her eyes were a little confused, her lips were trembling, her hands were nowhere to rest. She really did not think that Ren Chengsen would really be gone, just disappeared in front of her eyes. Not far away, Chi Fengling was also at a loss for words. He had thought that Ren Chengsen would save Long Baiyu at the critical moment. But how did things get to this point? Long Baiyu and Ren Chengsen were simply eaten. Bear, buzz. In situ, the iron blood dragon spider that had swallowed Long Baiyu and Ren Chengsen that was excited. The entire spider that was looking up to the sky and whistling, as if it had learned that it was invincible. This was indeed something that could excite the iron-blooded dragon spider as, visible to the naked eye, the iron-blooded dragon spider's body began to glow as a red halo continued to flow through it. No way! It took less than a second to eat it. You got a reaction so quickly? Are the genes of the dragon's blood really that powerful? Roar! Ow! Woof! Phew! Die for me! Dang! Boom! 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 Only, the angry Chi Fengling wouldn't give the iron-blooded dragon spider time to transform. Now that he had rushed to the iron-blooded dragon spider's side, he would have to launch the most violent attack on the iron-blooded dragon spider. In an instant, the bone spirit three-headed dog's three-headed roar, the flaming skeleton horse's horse-treading flying inflammation, and Chi Fengling's one-thought divine demon sword all struck at the iron-blood dragon spider. However, Chi Fengling's attack still couldn't defeat the iron-blood dragon spider, who didn't even avoid it, and even directly resisted the strongest attack of one person and two beasts with his body. Of course, it was impossible for the iron blood dragon spider's state not to be depleted at all. At least the bone spirit triple-headed dog had broken 3 of the iron blood dragon spider's legs. The flaming skeleton horse also managed to kick and flatten the iron-blooded dragon spider's stomach, and Chi Fengling was even holding the one-thought divine demon sword, directly stabbing the iron-blooded dragon spider's chest. You mustn't forget that the iron-blooded dragon spider is only a level 3 middle stage after all, and when the iron-blooded dragon spider exited the dormitory door just now, it also shattered the scale armor on its body. As for why the iron blood dragon spider was so strong just now, it was because, just now, the iron blood dragon spider's opponents were still those weak awakened who had only just grasped their abilities, whereas Chi Fengling was an undead emperor who possessed true strength. Bear! Whoa! Just as Chi Fengling and the 2 summoned beasts were about to take a step further, the iron blood dragon spider was violently shaken, and the huge impact and waves of red light directly shook one person and 2 beasts away. In situ, the red light on the iron-blooded dragon spider's body that was even more exuberant, and under everyone's gaze, the iron-blooded dragon spider's size unexpectedly began to become smaller. Chapter 131 Dragon Spider Evolving Dual Forms. They say that concentration is the essence. It's also been said that huge size trumps any fancy tricks. Right now, the iron-blood dragon spider, which was originally more than 6 meters, was actually shrinking in size at the speed of light, and not only that, even the spider features all over its body were degrading. In less than 30 seconds, the iron blood dragon spider from before had completely disappeared, and what was in front of Chi Fengling at the moment would actually be a humanoid creature that was more than 3 meters tall. Wow, those are some long legs. Wow, that's a perfect body. Whoa, why does this guy have scales on his body? Human, you killed my heir and destroyed my nest. I'm going to kill you today. Just as Chi Fengling was looking at it out of his mind, the humanoid creature actually spoke human language. Only, apparently it spoke the language very poorly, like a foreigner speaking Chinese for the first time. Name, Dragon Scale Spider Woman / Red Armored Dragon Spider. Race, Mutant Awakened Beast. Synopsis, this is a genetically excellent South Vietnam tarantula. After the end of the descent became a powerful mutant beast, and then devoured the awakening beads containing dragon blood genes. A leap into the awakening of the beasts with special abilities. After devouring the dragon cypress yew, the body of the dragon blood awakening beads were fully activated, with even more powerful abilities, and faster cultivation. IQ has been improved. Rank, peak level 3, power, 140/220, speed, 300/180, spirit, 180/140, body mass, 160/210. Skill, gyrating spider legs. The limbs and legs of the red armored dragon spider can be launched out of the body, dealing high damage, and can be reattached to the body. Iron blood without poison. The genes of the iron-blooded geoducks have caused the mutant spiders to lose their original toxicity, but it is as if the force has been dramatically increased, and the blood is comparable to steel, so that when the body is stained with its own blood, the defense is dramatically increased. 1000 toughness. The red-armored dragon spider is able to freely control the spider's web within its body, and the toughness of the spider's silk has been greatly increased. Shapeshifter. The red-armored dragon spider has perfected the dragon blood gene in its body, and can freely switch between human and beast forms. In fact, the first moment he saw this big woman, Chi Fengling guessed that it was the original iron-blooded dragon spider. It was just that Chi Fengling didn't expect that the iron-blooded dragon spider would become so strong now. Level 3 peak? He was only at the peak of level 1. The strongest bone spirit three-headed dog under his command is only at the peak of level 2. How can he fight the red-armored dragon spider? However, Chi Fengling didn't back off, because he was really angry, because Long Baiyu was dead. The woman that he had promised to guard had died just like that, and Ren Changxin was also dead. Roar! Ow! 1. In place, Chi Fengling had not yet responded, but the bone spirit three-headed dog on the side unexpectedly took the lead in attacking, and in a flash, the three heads roared together, and the flames in bone rain struck towards the dragon scale spider woman together. Boom! 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 In the distance, the speed of the 3-meter-tall dragon scale spider woman was surprisingly fast, only to see it quickly flip its body, and the attacks of the bone spirit three-headed dog were all dodged. Everyone, go, quickly go, I can't deal with it, you guys don't drag me back here. Seeing this scene, Chi Fengling that was directly shouting to the surrounding students. Yes, the dragon scale spider woman in front of him had completely exceeded his own expectations. He might still be able to run, but these students, if they were to walk slowly, they would really die for sure. No, no, give me back Changxin to come, give me back Changxin to come On the ground, hearing Chi Fengling's words, Chang Nuocheng directly cried out. She still couldn't accept that her niece was just gone. Griffin, Griffin, go die. Turning her head slightly, the dragon scale spider woman saw Chang Nuocheng crying on the ground. However, it did not have any interest in Chang Nuocheng, only to see that with a flick of its wrist, 3 spiderweb bullets struck towards Chang Nuocheng on the ground. Principal Chang, run, run. Chi Fengling was really in a hurry because Chang Nuocheng had actually closed her eyes as if she was waiting for her death. Fellow Fengling, I don't deserve to be this principal. If it's possible, you must save these poor students. After hearing Chi Fengling shout, Chang Nuocheng still didn't run away, but instead spoke her last words from where she was. Speechless. Bang, bang, bang. In the distance, Chi Fengling had already given up on Chang Nuocheng, but to the side were 3 gunshots in a row, which Chi Fengling was also familiar with as it came from the skeleton bone sniper. Principal Chang, if Ren Changxin she's alive, she wouldn't want you to be like this, and we can't fail student Fengling. The voice was deep. It wasn't Chi Fengling's, but Tang Weihao's words. It really didn't occur to him that Tang Weihao hadn't run away yet, and had even hit the spiderweb bullet thrown by the dragon scale arachnid woman with 3 shots in this situation. What is this? No, can't stay. You all have to die. Die. The dragon scale spider woman naturally noticed the sudden appearance of Tang Weihao, only its attention was more on that gun. Phew, whoosh, so powerful? The human form of the dragon scale spider woman had condensed a sharp spider leg out of thin air, and the target of this spider leg was Tang Weihao, who had saved Chang Nuocheng. Weihao, go! This time, Chi Fengling was really anxious. Long Baiyu just died. Tang Weihao will not also die soon. These 2 people, the last life can be saved their own lives. Chi Feng's spirit grace is not yet finished. They are going to die? Thinking of this, Chi Fengling no longer hesitated and rode the flaming skeleton horse, stepping onto the back of the bone spirit 3-headed dog in a flash. In an instant, the bone spirit 3-headed dog and the flaming skeleton horse then powered up together, while Chi Fengling and the flaming skeleton horse rushed towards the dragon scale spider woman at an even faster speed, and casually, Chi Fengling also retrieved the bone spirit 3-headed dog that was standing in its place. Humph, Griffin, you want to die. I'll fulfill you. On the other side, Chi Fengling's such a big commotion naturally attracted the attention of the dragon scale spider woman, but after seeing that only Chi Fengling and the flaming skeleton horse had come over, its face that was filled with disdain. Yes, Chi Fengling had strength, but its level was too low and it did almost no damage to it, and the flaming skeleton horse had some level, but it didn't have any means of attacking, so the dragon scale spider woman didn't put this one person and one horse in her eyes at all. Clang, click, click. On this side, Chi Fengling and the dragon scale spider woman hadn't fought yet, but on the other change, the dragon scale spider woman's spider legs had already struck Tang Weihao. Heads on the ground, split in 2. This scene didn't appear. Except that Tang Weihao on the ground had trembling hands and eyes full of shock. He was different from Chang Nuacheng. He naturally wouldn't fold his arms, while he shot a few shots as fast as he could when the pirouette spider legs were about to fly over. Only, the evolved dragon-scale arachnid woman. This cyclopean spider leg was no longer something that could be defused by a few bone bombs. At the last moment, Tang Weihao that was directly flinging out the skeleton bone sniper. And that was what caused Tang Weihao to be startled. He really didn't expect that skeleton bone sniper to be directly shattered by the cyclopean spider leg. Not the kind that breaks into two halves, but directly into ashes. On the ground, Tang Weihao that was depressed, but Chi Fengling was relieved. Weapons can still be built, but people can't come back from the dead. And there is also the fact that Tang Weihao's resilience is really too much better than Chang Nuacheng. Go to hell. Just at this moment, there was no extra time for Chi Fengling to sigh, because that dragon-scaled spider woman's back had suddenly sprouted 7 spider legs, and by the looks of it, the dragon-scaled spider woman was ready to pounce over herself. Chapter 132 Nearly Invincible Red-Armored Dragon Spider. The old saying that the prettier the woman, the more dangerous she is still true. Although this dragon-scale spider woman was the first time she had transformed into a human form, it knew all the aesthetics of a human being, whether it was her body shape or her face value. It was on the path of supreme beauty. If it wasn't for the fact that this dragon-scale spider woman was more than 3 meters tall, Chi Fengling might have really thought of it as a human woman in cosplay. However, at this moment, the dragon-scale spider woman displayed an even wilder stance as it straightened its body. The 7 spider legs that were like spears that were pointing straight at Chi Fengling who was flying over. The stance was that if Chi Fengling dared to come over, then it would poke Chi Fengling and the flaming skeleton horse through. Under Chi Fengling's crotch, the flaming skeleton horse's pace was still moving forward, but its body was trembling, and it really didn't understand why its master still dared to rise to the challenge in such a situation. Of course, Chi Fengling couldn't possibly be intentional. Rushing up now would be a death sentence, but if Chi Fengling didn't, more of his classmates would be targeted by the dragon-scale spider woman. Boom! Flop! Roar! Ow! Woof! Only a rumbling sound was heard, smoke and dust rose in all directions, and the 3-meter-tall dragon-scale spider woman was directly pounced on the ground. And that was why Chi Fengling dared to go on. Just a moment ago, when the distance between one person and one spider was infinitely close, Chi Fengling then summoned the Bone Spirit 3-headed dog in time. Although the Bone Spirit 3-headed dog was only at the peak of level 2, it was a full 4 meters in size, and with the surprise and size suppression, the dragon-scale spider woman was instantly pounced on the ground, only to see the Bone Spirit 3-headed dog's limbs ruthlessly stomping on the dragon-scale spider woman's arms and legs. Those 3 heads were then frantically tearing at the dragon-scale spider woman's body. Giggle la! The sound was as if a cat was scratching glass, or like a knife scraping an iron blade. But what was really happening was that the Bone Spirit 3-headed dog was biting the flesh of the dragon-scale spider woman. As expected, the dragon-scaled spider woman was not called for nothing, only to see that the teeth of this Bone Spirit 3-headed dog had boomed off a few. But this dragon-scaled spider woman had still only suffered some superficial wounds. Dead dog, get out of my way. On the ground, the dragon-scale spider woman who had been pounced on by the Bone Spirit 3-headed dog was clearly enraged, and it danced the spider legs behind it about to plunge into the Bone Spirit 3-headed dog's back. You think so? However, Chi Fengling wouldn't give it that chance. He didn't ask to be able to beat it. Beating it away was already the best result. Dang, ta-da. Only to see Chi Fengling driving the flaming skeleton horse just hovering around the dragon-scale spider woman. The one-thought divine demon sword in the horse's hooves that were constantly striking the dragon-scale spider woman's swinging spider legs. And this Bone Spirit 3-headed dog was also particularly forceful. It didn't care how many of its own teeth had been chipped off. Its 3 heads were just dying to tear at the dragon-scale spider woman on the ground. As the saying goes, many ants bite the elephant. The scale armor on the dragon-scale spider woman was certainly hard, but the teeth of the Bone Spirit triple-headed dogs were not weak at all. And the Bone Spirit triple-headed dogs would also spray flames and bone rain while tearing and biting, which could result in effective secondary damage. Aha! Give me death. On the ground, the fall of the scale armor caused the dragon-scale spider woman to be in agony. It tried to break free, but in its humanoid form, it couldn't exert much power at all. In fact, the dragon-scale arachnid woman and the red-armored dragon spider each had their own advantages. For example, in the arachnid woman state, its speed and spirit would exceed the usual, while in the red-armored dragon spider's form, its strength and physique would be even better. Obviously, the dragon-scale spider woman was faster and even spoke human language, but this also reduced its power so much that it couldn't even shake the Bone Spirit triple-headed dog that was pressed against it. Not good. 3-headed dog. Retreat. On the horse's back, Chi Fengling instantly caught the change in the dragon-scale spider girl. At this moment, the dragon scale spider woman's skin, which was like scales, was starting to become thicker, and that slender waist was starting to become thicker. Or rather, it was starting to not look like a human's waist anymore. Most frightening still, the face of that supreme beauty began to grow more eyes, and fangs burst out of its mouth. Woof, woof woof. Unfortunately, Chi Fingling's reaction speed was fast enough, but the bone spirit three-headed dog wasn't that fast. The dragon scale spider woman on the ground that was suddenly stormed up. Her 3-meter size grew to more than 6 meters in a flash. Her huge body directly counter-pressured the bone spirit three-headed dog. Not only that, the 2 spider legs of the dragon scale spider woman even plunged into the body of the bone spirit three-headed dog, her bloody mouth biting against the bone spirit three-headed dog's head. Name, Chi Fengling, power, 70/40ths, speed, 40, spirit, 20/40ths, physical, 25/40ths. It couldn't be helped. Chi Fengling was also distressed. In his state of holding the one-thought divine sword in his hand, his spirit was already deprived to this point. If he sent the bone spirit triple-headed dog back to the undead realm again, he was afraid that it would be difficult to summon it out again. Right now, the dragon scale spider woman had fully transformed into a red-armored dragon spider, and in this state, it was even more powerful in battle, and if there was no bone spirit three-headed dog to hold it back, she would definitely not be able to leave herself. Yes, Chi Fengling was going to run away. Chi Fengling had never been a saint, and he was even less likely to joke about his life. But, with Long Baiyu dead and Rinchinksen dead, shouldn't Chi Fengling put his best foot forward to have a go with the red-armored dragon spider? What if there was a chance that Chi Fengling got another opportunity and then temporarily flipped the script? That's not possible. The last life of Chi Fengling has been Bo many times, but the goddess of fortune has never favored him. If it is not the partners desperate to save the scene, Chi Fengling long before the line. But what about this life? Chi Fengling was already the strongest person here, and the person who was sincerely willing to help himself might be dead, or might not have appeared yet. In this situation, how would Chi Fengling dare to gamble with his own life? The so-called, stay in the Green Mountains, not afraid of no firewood. Chi Fengling believes that this life even awakened the undead emperor's top profession. Then he will certainly be able to become the strongest, and at that time, and then for Long Baiyu, Ren Changsen, and these classmates to take revenge is not impossible. On the side, the bone spirit three-headed dog's barking was also getting more and more miserable. It really didn't understand why it did its best to help its master, and the master would leave it alone. Could it be? Is this its fate? Between a summoner and a summoned beast, they possessed a special contract, where Chi Fengling didn't know what the bone spirit three-headed dog was thinking. But right now, he really couldn't send the bone spirit three-headed dog back to the undead realm. And now, the only chance for the bone spirit three-headed dog to survive was to hold out one more time on its own. Hold out until Chi Fengling withdrew from the safe range, and then send it back to the undead realm. LOL, LOL, bear, no, maybe. Just as Chi Fengling riding the flaming skeleton horse had already run nearly 100 meters away, the red-armored dragon spider that was pressing the bone spirit triple-headed dog to fight was screaming miserably. Its scales were trembling, and not just trembling, they were shedding, a shedding without warning. And the pain that drilled through its heart caused the red-armored dragon spider to start speaking human words. However, at this moment, the bone spirit three-headed dog was already seriously injured. 2 of its 3 heads had been beaten so much that it couldn't move, and half of its rotting and rotten flesh had been picked off, and the fiery flame that was originally the fire of anger was also dimmed beyond measure. The bone spirit three-headed dog in this situation was unable to cause any effective damage to the red-armored dragon spider. Could it be that the red-armored dragon spider was putting on a show, and that it was trying to trick itself into going back? Stop. Chi Fengling naturally didn't go back, but he pulled his horse's head back in time, and at the moment, Chi Fengling just stood there from a distance, watching the red-armored dragon spider's next move. Gollum. In the distance, the red-armored dragon spider's movements hadn't stopped, but the picture was a bit strange. In its bulging belly, it seemed like something was churning, as if something was bursting through the skin and flesh and was about to break through the belly. Chapter 133 Lethal Counterattack. Bear. Wow. The sliding sound came to an abrupt end, followed by the sound of the spiders grinding their teeth and shaking their legs, though it didn't come from the red-armored dragon spiders, but from all the smaller spiders. Yes, the red-armored dragon spiders' such an unbearable scream naturally caused all of its science to stop their attack, but they didn't have a next move to make. They just stood in place, dumbfounded at what was in front of them. This kind of scene is simply let a person's eyes bright. Originally rolling spider tide that is Hera and stop. Even still in the tearing classmates spiders are not the next action. It was strange. Now, not only Chi Fengling, all the students stopped their route. They either went crazy and smashed the small spiders that didn't move, or they secretly hid and watched the red-armored dragon spider's next move. Currently, the most agitated one was the bone spirit three-headed dog that was almost killed. The red-armored dragon spider that was originally pressing it to fight that was giving up all means of attack. The 8 spider legs that were constantly scratching on its own body. Bear! Hiss! What's this? It's been revolted? Before his eyes, the change in the red-armored dragon spider was clearly something that Chief Foamling had not expected. At this time, the red-armored dragon spider, the belly that was even bigger, the blood vessels all over the body that was bursting even more obviously. Not only that, the red-armored dragon spider's entire body's blood seemed to be flowing in the direction of the stomach. Oh, Chief Foamling remembered. No wonder this image was so familiar. Wasn't that what Chief Foamling had seen in the dormitory? The hatching process of the human mound spider eggs? There is reincarnation in the heavens. The heavens have spared no one. The red-armored dragon spider has taken humans as a vessel so many times. Now can it finally be its turn? However, currently the most powerful creature here was this red-armored dragon spider. And Chief Foamling didn't understand who else could use it as a container. Pust! Shocking! Just when Chief Foamling was mesmerized by what he was looking at, an even more explosive scene appeared in front of him, only to see that red-armored dragon spider suddenly burst out, and the 2 sharp spider legs were so watery that they plunged into his stomach. Yes, this red-armored dragon spider was actually mutilating itself at this moment. Not only that, the spider leg that was inserted into the body was even stirring, as if the red-armored dragon spider's stomach was pregnant with something that it itself detested. Well, at this moment, Chief Foamling finally believed that the red-armored dragon spider wasn't acting on itself. After all, if it was only to trick itself into going back, there was no need to pay such a huge price. And there was also the fact that the red-armored dragon spider's strength was too much higher than his own, and there was no need for it to mutilate itself. On it, my beloved dog! Woof! Roar! Where would Chief Foamling let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? And decisively gave the order to attack to the bone spirit three-headed dog. Only at this moment, the bone spirit three-headed dog was glancing over its head, and the only head that could still be raised was still emitting that low growl. This sound can be heard by anyone who owns a dog, and it is the sound of a dog defending its food, even to the point of attacking its owner. Indeed, just now it was his own fault. If it wasn't for the red-armored dragon spider suddenly being like this, the bone spirit three-headed dog really could have died there. However, Chief Foamling did not have the idea of apologizing. A summoned beast was ultimately a summoned beast, and there was no way that he could put himself in danger just for the sake of it. Bear! Bear! Wow! Wow! Just as Chief Foamling and the bone spirit three-headed dog were still negotiating, there was a new change in front of them. That instant a self-inflicted red-armored dragon spider suddenly up to the sky long whistling up, strands of blood that is pumped out of the mouth. It can be seen, the red-armored dragon spider has been to the point of body pain through the heart. But this is not the key. The key lies in the fact that after the red-armored dragon spider roared, those small spiders that stayed still began to crawl. They had a clear purpose. That is, the red-armored dragon spider that was self-inflicting injuries in the same place. Not knowing the truth, Chief Foamling naturally wouldn't make the next move. He just silently found the summoning contract belonging to and the bone spirit three-headed dog. If the bone spirit three-headed dog didn't listen to him, it would be necessary for himself to punish it. Bear! Bear! In the distance, the sound of the small spiders that was unusually piercing. When Chief Foamling fixed his eyes to look only to find that those small spiders that crawled past had completely become red-armored dragon spider feeders. Yes, this red-armored dragon spider seemed to be using the lives of the little spiders to replenish its life value after depletion. Although he didn't know the full picture, Chief Foamling's sixth sense told him that this situation could not wait any longer. Whatever the red-armored dragon spider was going to do, it would definitely be to his disadvantage. Give it to me. Woof. Phew. This time, Chief Foamling's orders were given to death, including Chief Foamling himself, who rode the flame skeleton towards the red-armored dragon spider. Clunk. Boom. Only, before Chief Foamling and the flaming skeleton horse could run to the side of the red-armored dragon spider, that red-armored dragon spider suddenly went berserk, only to see that it endured the severe pain and stood up straight. The remaining 6 spider legs that were together struck towards the bone spirit three-headed dog. Oh why? This time, the state of the bone spirit three-headed dog was really not working. This time, one of the bone spirit three-headed dog's head was cut in half, and half of its body bones were also broken by the red-armored dragon spider. Maybe it really felt the threat of death. Even though it was injured like this, the bone spirit three-headed dog still struggled to stand up. It knew that this master probably didn't care if it died or lived. It wanted to live. It could only fight with the red-armored dragon spider. Bear! Ah! I want you to accompany. Barry, not far away. The red-armored dragon spider in its epileptic state once again spoke human words, only that the words it spoke were completely incomprehensible to Chief Foamling. Good news! the bone spirit three-headed dog won't be in danger of dying for a while. Bad news. The red armored dragon spider's target had changed to himself. Right in front of him, the red armored dragon spider had already pulled out the two spider legs that had been inserted into its body, and it fought to run, the drastic movements causing internal organs and blood to continuously flow out of its stomach. And in the surroundings, there was still a constant stream of small spiders, blood-foamed tarantulas, and human puppet tarantulas sacrificing its life to nourish that injured red armored dragon spider. Precisely. Not only did the state of the red armored dragon spider not subside, it instead became even stronger. In an instant, Chi Fengling himself was confused, because the red armored dragon spider had exploded with unbelievable speed, and in less than a second's work, the red armored dragon spider had already rushed fast to his face. This time, the red armored dragon spider was really going for real. It didn't care about its own death anymore. It had to pull itself up. Phew dash. Boom. After hearing only a loud bang, before Chi Fengling could react, himself and the flaming skeleton horse were slapped to the ground by a spider leg of the red armored dragon spider. This tremendous force only made Chi Fengling feel his bones and organs shatter, and unconsciously, warm blood gushed into his mouth. If that was the case for himself, the flaming skeleton horse, which had been treated as the main target by the red armored dragon spider, was even worse. On the ground, the two hooves of the flaming skeleton horse had already been broken by the red armored dragon spider, and half of its body had even been cut off by the sharp spider legs, and even the flames on its body had dimmed quite a bit. Human, die for me. Riding on Chi Fengling's body, the red armored dragon spider's head unexpectedly appeared with the face of a dragon scale spider woman. However, at this moment, this face was filled with rage. This expression Chi Fengling was familiar with. That was the expression of a person who was bound to die intending to break the net of fish death. The bone spirit three-headed dog couldn't rush over. The flaming skeleton horse couldn't be moved by the beating. And the red armored dragon spider was less than half a meter away from himself. Could it be that, after being reborn, he was going to end up like this in a few ways? Chapter 134 Dragon Lady Warrior. The wind is out. The clouds are gone. And the clear, dark area is clear. Blade and leg and wounded blood come together. Despair and death together. Is this my fault? Collapsing on the ground, thoughts continued to flood his mind. And at this moment, Chi Fengling had welcomed the death that belonged to him. This fully exploded red armored dragon spider had completely exceeded Chi Fengling's expectations. And that strike just now had not only wasted the flaming skeleton horse, but Chi Fengling himself was also injured, with 2 broken ribs, a temporarily unconscious left leg, a fractured right arm and a small arm, along with all the damage to his internal organs. At this moment, Chi Fengling had nearly lost half of his fighting strength. Name, Chi Fengling. Rank, Peak Level 1. Power, 70/40ths. Speed, 40. Spirit, 12/40. Physical, 15/40ths. Adding insult to injury. Because of the continuous battle between the two summoned beasts, Chi Fengling's mental power had dropped below 20, which meant that if Chi Fengling retrieved the one-thought divine sword or transformed the one-thought divine sword into the one-thought demonic sword, then he would immediately faint. Drop. In the middle of the ruins, Chi Fengling had already closed his eyes, but drops of warm liquid were flowing onto his face, and to Chi Fengling's surprise, the red armored dragon spider hadn't even launched an attack on himself yet. Holding a skeptical attitude, Chi Fengling still opened one of his eyes, and as he looked with his afterglow, the red armored dragon spider above his head had completely stopped moving, and not only that, it was as if its entire spider had been fixed by a fixation technique, and it was just standing frozen on top of Chi Fengling. What's going on here? Can it be that the red armored dragon spider is being kind enough to let itself go? At this moment, Chi Fengling was completely confused. He really didn't understand why the red armored dragon spider would give up the opportunity to easily kill himself. I don't serve. Giggling. Above the body, the dragon scale spider woman's face was rapidly dissipating, unbelief written all over its face, and with those words, the dragon scale spider woman's features completely disappeared from the red armored dragon spider's body. But this was not the final result. Under Chi Fengling's unbelievable gaze, the red armored dragon spider's body was drying up at an extremely fast speed. If it wasn't for the small spiders that came before and after sacrificing their own bodies, the red armored dragon spider was afraid that it might not have already been sucked into a dried up meat. Give me death. Chi Fengling could see that the red armored dragon spider's eyes were losing their last light when it uttered its last words. Accompanied by the end of these words, the 3 spider legs that were accurately inserted into Chi Fengling's body. And the angle of these 3 spider legs was also exceptionally tricky, so it could be said that Chi Fengling was bound to not be able to dodge one of the spider legs. Dang! Boom! Lord Maple Spirit, I'm sorry, Prayeth is late. Just when Chi Fengling was ready to accept his death once more, A familiar yet unfamiliar voice was suddenly ringing from his ears. This voice was particularly familiar, but Chi Fongling couldn't accept it for a moment, because this person, shouldn't he be dead already? Time passed by, but the sharp spider legs were not inserted into his body for a long time, after the sound of heavy objects falling, but the surrounding was splattered with a lot of smoke and dust. For a long time, when Chi Fongling opened his eyes once again, the red-armored dragon spider on his body had already disappeared, and through the smoke and dirt that filled the air, Chi Fongling seemed to see two human figures, dancing in front of him. Bear, bear, click, click, click. It was the sound of the little spiders snarling and the sound of the armor being broken, one after the other, in quick succession. As the smoke and dust gradually dispersed, Chi Fongling was finally able to see what was happening in front of him. Shocker! Before his eyes, the red-armored dragon spider had somehow completely collapsed to the ground, and no matter how much Chi Fongling swept his eyes with the undead emperor, he was unable to detect any vitality in it. This meant that the red-armored dragon spider was really dead through and through. But the red-armored dragon spider's death was very strange. That originally more than 6 meters of the body is shrunk to the size of 3 meters. That fell to the ground as if the body in addition to the skin and bones have completely no flesh and blood. If not Chi Fongling know this is the red-armored dragon spider, may not recognize this creature on the ground. And before and after Chi Fongling, the mutant tarantula, blood foam tarantula, and human puppet tarantula that were completely crazy. They that were charging towards themselves with complete disregard for life and death. Hiss, ahem. These tarantulas were no match for themselves. Chi Fongling wanted to brace his sword and get up to cut them to pieces, but just as his body sat up straight, he felt a sharp pain in his heart, the sensation of his own ribs poking at his internal organs. Swish! Whoa! Right in front of him, the human puppet tarantula had just rushed in front of himself when he was split in half by a different spider leg. The reason why I said that this spider leg was different was because it was only more than a meter long. Not only was it not long enough, the width was not up to the level of the red-armored dragon spider. The only thing that was the same was that the hardness of the two was the same. As the human puppet tarantula that was blocking the line of sight fell to the ground, Chi Fongling finally got a good look at this strong person who had decapitated the human puppet tarantula. She had reddish-gray hair, stood around 5'7", had a horn-like spike on her forehead, and was covered in scales and bristle-like complexes, and on her back, that was unusually born 2 spider legs more than a meter long. This person had a strange appearance, but the face was familiar, because, wasn't this the same Long Bayou that was swallowed by the iron blood dragon spider? Name, Long Bayou. Race, Awakened. Rank, Level 2 High. Introduction, age 22. A human woman with dragon blood flowing in her body, who has successfully devoured the awakening bead containing dragon genes, and the dragon genes in her body will gradually be manifested, and who is loyal and kind, and treats people with dedication and perseverance. Awakening profession, Dragon Lady Warrior. Occupational quality, B, Power, 90. Speed, 90. Spirit, 90. Physical fitness, 90. Skill, Dragon Blood Bathing Ascension. This awakened person contains a global dragon gene in their body. After bathing in the blood of other dragons, the quality of their profession will be enhanced and they will also gain relevant special abilities. Bathing Ascension, Red Armored Dragon Spider Gene, transforms into the form of a dragon spider, which is immune to spider-type toxins and gains a pair of sharp spider legs. After the Undead Emperor's eye had completely scanned this person, Chi Fongling could finally be sure that this strange person in front of him was really that Long Bayou. So that's life. The moment Long Bayou was injured, the Iron Blood Dragon Spider had smelled the dragon blood flowing in Long Bayou's body, and it had thought that after it had devoured Long Bayou, it would fully obtain the dragon genes, and so it was. After swallowing Long Bayou, it leapt from an Iron Blood Dragon Spider to a Red Armored Dragon Spider, and even unlocked the Dragon Scale Spider's dual form. Originally, the Red Armored Dragon Spider would be that biggest winner, but it swallowed not only Long Bayou, but also the Ling Xiao Sword Saint Ren Changzhen, although Chi Fongling wasn't clear on what exactly happened in between. From the Red Armored Dragon Spider's self-inflicted injuries, it was clear that the swallowed Long Bayou duo was injured but not dead, and even within the Red Armored Dragon Spider's body, Ren Changzhen had launched an attack on it, and that awakening bead inside the Red Armored Dragon Spider might have sensed the aura of its true master, and so in the stomach of the Red Armored Dragon Spider, Long Bayou accomplished another kind of awakening, one that was based on the body of the Red Armored Dragon Spider, one that often superbly embodied the value of the awakening bead. No, the fact that the moment Long Bayou appeared in front of him, he was at the second level high rank was the best proof of this. Chapter 135. This is her memory. The rebirth of the old man shocked Chi Fongling, and relative to the shock, Chi Fongling was still more joyful. If Long Bayou didn't die, then he would be able to make up for what he owed her, and most importantly, he probably wouldn't have to die inside this endless tide of spiders. Hiss! Ah! In the chaos, just when Chi Fengling and Long Baiyu eyes met to you and me, but a pain scream came from the side. This voice is familiar. This spider tied in who else? Naturally it is that Ren Chengxin's. But, Ren Chengxin was a Ling Xiao sword saint. She couldn't defeat the red-armored dragon spider. But these weak tarantulas shouldn't be her opponent. How could she be injured? Bo Yu, tell me, how did you obtain this inheritance? After calming down, Chi Fengling finally managed to ask the most concerned question. Yes, it's like this. Under his own praying gaze, Long Baiyu decimated the tarantula while recounting to himself what happened after being swallowed by the iron blood dragon spider. At that moment, when the giant mouth of the iron blood dragon spider was less than half a meter away from her, Long Baiyu had already given up on living, but at that exact moment, Ren Changzhen hugged her. It was just that at that time was too tight, and the iron blood dragon spider's spider silk was too tough, so even if Ren Changzhen tried his best, he was unable to break free from that spider silk. At the last moment of being swallowed, Ren Changzhen protected himself with his body as much as possible, only that the iron blood dragon spider's huge mouth and teeth were like a meat grinder, piercing into his own flesh and skin inch by inch. At that time, Long Baiyu could hear the sound of Ren Changzhen holding back the pain while holding it in, the sound of the iron blood dragon spider's blood flowing, and the sound of the barrier being bitten through. Long Baiyu didn't understand what that was, but Chi Fengling knew that the sound of the barrier being bitten through was the sound of Ren Chengxin's Ling Xiao sword saint's sword chi protecting his astral body shattering. Obviously, at that time, when the two of them were in the giant mouth of the iron blood dragon spider, Ren Chengxin blocked most of the damage for Long Baiyu. If not for that, Long Baiyu was afraid that his body would have been bitten into pieces even before he got into the stomach of the iron blood dragon spider. Then, the incomparably painful Long Baiyu only felt that the iron blood dragon spider was constantly chewing on the two of them, and then somehow, the iron blood dragon spider swallowed the two of them. Yes, of course Long Baiyu didn't know why the iron-blooded dragon spider was in a hurry to swallow them because at that time, outside, the iron-blooded dragon spider also had to be distracted by Chi Fengling and his two powerful summoned beasts. It seemed that his own efforts were not useless. If he hadn't pressurized the iron blood dragon spider outside, I'm afraid that as strong as Ren Chengxin, he wouldn't have been able to hold out for long in the iron blood dragon spider's giant mouth and sharp teeth. Then later on, Long Baiyu was swallowed by the iron blood dragon spider, whose stomach was very narrow, or rather, it was the iron blood dragon spider that had intentionally compressed the space in its belly. At that time, Long Baiyu only felt that she was going to be suffocated by the pressure, and before she could regain her senses, a vein as thick as a finger was inserted into her flesh. It was a very unpleasant feeling. Long Baiyu felt that those veins were like thousands of leeches that were constantly sucking his blood. It was also at that time that the woman reappeared. She was still Ren Changzhen, who squeezed through the thousands of veins in her way. She even ignored the veins in her body that were eating away at her, just tugging and pulling so frantically at them. At that moment, Long Baiyu only felt that he was so useless. Obviously so many people were good to him and fought for him, but he couldn't do anything for them. Thinking about it, Long Baiyu seemed to feel as if his blood began to become hot. The temperature of his body became higher and higher, and those veins that had been pumping his own blood seemed to start giving it back to him at that moment. Not only that, Long Baiyu also felt as if this blood that flowed back into his body was even stronger and more domineering. At that moment, Long Baiyu felt so much pain. She just felt like a balloon that had already been pumped full of gas, but there was still a constant flow of gas flowing back into her body. Many times, Long Baiyu felt like his body was going to explode, but this narrow space, time and time again, pressed the diffusion back. Not only that, but in the process, Long Baiyu also felt like the blood in his entire body was constantly being drained away and then coming back again. It was really hard. It was a pain she had never experienced before, and gradually Ryobaya's consciousness began to pass out. In her dying moments, Long Baiyu seemed to see that a glowing red glass bead-like thing floated in front of her, and under her watchful eyes, the glass bead surged into her body at once. At that moment, Long Baiyu only felt that his whole body was baptized, that the festering consciousness began to recover, that powerless body began to have strength, as if every pore, every cell was completely evolving. But, just when he was in the middle of enjoying himself, a spike stabbed in from the outside, and the spike stabbed into his abdomen. Not only that, the spikes actually stirred in his stomach, and at that moment, unable to move, he only felt like he was going to die. But this time, it was that woman again, who pulled out the spike that had been inserted into her body stiffly, and let her hands, already cut beyond recognition, hold on to the spike for dear life. Long Baiyu was heartbroken because that person who once again took the pain and suffering for her was that Ren Changzhen. She wanted to move, she wanted to roar, but her body was as if it was fixed. She herself could only watch the blood around her flowing into her body without being able to move. Then later, the spike was pulled out, and Long Bayu's consciousness became clearer and clearer as she felt very powerful, a power that was dozens of times stronger than her original self. At that moment, Long Bayu wanted to touch the injured Ren Shangsun, but she seemed to see from her perspective that several spikes were about to stab a severely injured man on the ground. That man seemed to recognize himself. Yes, that person was the chief Omling who was going to be the last to trade his life for a life by the red-armored dragon spider. At that moment, Long Bayu completely exploded, and she didn't care what would become of her as she violently absorbed what was left of the red-armored dragon spider's blood. She threw out her hand with great effort, and two spikes surprisingly grew out of her back before catching the spider leg that was going to harm Chief Omling with precision. Finally, she broke free from the red-armored dragon spider's body, but the iron blood dragon spider in front of her eyes had completely changed its appearance, and before she could even bother to survey herself, she realized that an endless tide of desperate spiders had surged around her. The direction of the spider tide was exactly the Chief Omling who was lying on the ground and had difficulty moving. The situation was urgent. She didn't care what state Ren Shangsun was in. She waved her spider legs and went towards Chief Omling. That's all Long Bayu remembers, and with that said, everything can be explained clearly. Originally in the red-armored dragon spider's body, the weak Long Bayu should have died a long time ago. If it wasn't for Ren Shangsun's many times of laying down his life to help, Long Bayu would have long since become a part of the red-armored dragon spider. Chief Omling also finally knew why that good red-armored dragon spider would suddenly have a seizure. It turned out that at that time, Long Bayu was actually counter-devouring its flesh and blood genes. Can only say, life sometimes must have. Life is not the time, do not force. Red-armored dragon spider can take away the opportunity of Long Bayu moment, but cannot take away the opportunity of her life. Now that it had fallen to the ground, the red-armored dragon spider that had been sucked down to its skin and bones was the best proof of this. Chapter 136 Death Only. Shangsun. This shout tore at his heart. It passed through the heavy tide of spiders and finally reached the ears of Chief Omling and Long Bayu, who were surprisingly chatting idly. For a second, these two people are not things anymore. If not for Ren Shangsun so silent and giving aid, Long Bayu did not know where he would have died. As for Chief Omling, he might be able to run, and if he couldn't, he might be in the midst of being gnawed on by an endless tide of spiders right now. In the distance, Chang Nuoching's voice shouted very urgently, and although Chief Omling couldn't see how Ren Shangsun was doing right now, she could guess that she should be in a very bad way right now. It was just a pity that Chief Omling's current state wasn't much better. His right arm couldn't move, his left leg was still numb, and the only thing he could use, the one thought divine demon sword, still had to be used to save his own life. Ahem, Bo Yu, I'm fine. You go save Ren Shangsun first. She's the one who saved you. You wouldn't have survived without her. Swallowing the blood that was about to be spat out, Chief Omling forced herself to speak calmly. It's like that, but you, Long Bayu is the person who knows the favor, but she is not without eyesight. The state of Chief Omling in front of him, obviously he is forced to pretend. I'm fine. I won't die for a while. Go help Ren Shangsun. Cough cough cough. Seeing that Long Bayu's eyes couldn't even leave his own, Chief Omling was still happy inside. However, if she really didn't bother with Ren Shangsun, she might really be swallowed up by that endless tide of spiders. Feng, Lord Fengling, are you really alright? I'm really fine. So hurry up and go. Curled up into a ball, Chief Omling once again squeezed out a smile and said, of course Chief Omling is fine, because he really isn't an ordinary person. Just a moment ago, Chief Omling had endured the pain and suffering to crawl into the stomach of the flaming skeleton horse. Yes, the flaming skeleton horse itself was a skeleton, and where its stomach was a skeleton, and although half of it had been shattered by the red-armored dragon spider, the other half was barely big enough for Chief Omling to squeeze into. On the ground, the flaming skeleton horse was already speechless. It might have wanted to say something like, who's going to vocalize for me? Seeing that Chief Omling was out of danger for the time being, Long Bayu danced with the spider legs on his back, seeking Ren Shangsun's direction to slash and kill. Fortunately, the scale of the spider tide in front of him was no longer as much as it was at the beginning, and these ordinary tarantulas were no match for Long Bayu at all. Sister Shangsun, as Long Bayu's perspective looked on, at this moment, Ren Shangsun had already been completely wrapped up by the tarantulas, and there were even 4 human puppet tarantulas biting Ren Shangsun's limbs to death. Not only that, in the location of Ren Shangsun's stomach, a large hole that had been stabbed out by a sharp instrument could also be seen. Needless to say, this big hole was the trace of the stabbing wound given by the spider's leg when Ren Shangsun was in the stomach of the red-armored dragon spider. How strong this woman is, obviously so seriously injured, but still thinking of saving others. Obviously now has been surrounded by tarantulas, but she still did not shout out a word of pain. At this moment, Long Bayu also gave up all her defenses. She let the tarantulas tear her body. This scene was just like what Rin Shinxin did for herself in the stomach of the dragon spider. The image disappeared completely as Long Baiyu rushed towards Rin Shinxin. And finally, Chi Fengling found the fear of being isolated at the last moment of her life in her previous life again. Giggle karma. Hiss. Ah. Phew. Bear. Bear. It was the sound of bones being broken and popped, and the screams of pain from men, the bitter honking of warhorses, and the sound of countless spiders tearing and snarling and being roasted. With Long Baiyu's departure, the tide of spiders soon crowded the wake of the flaming skeleton horse. Because of its injuries, the flames of the flaming skeleton horse's body were rapidly going out, which allowed many of the larger tarantulas to tear at its bones. And in the skeleton of the flaming skeleton horse, Chi Fengling did not intend to sit back and wait for death. He gently held the one-thought divine demon sword in his arms, and the only left hand that was left was constantly fiddling with the bones on his body. With this mess, Chi Fengling's expression that was even more bitter. The left leg couldn't move. That was because most of the blood vessels in the left leg had been burst. The right arm couldn't be moved because the bone in the elbow joint of the right arm was crushed and fractured, and the two ribs were broken into 4 joints, which made Chi Fengling unable to even try to catch the bone. Fortunately, it was now the end of the world, and Chi Fengling was still unawakened, and these bodies that might not have been able to recover before the end of the world. Chi Fengling only needed to lie still for a month to recover more or less. However, the immediate situation was obviously not enough for Chi Fengling to wait that long. If Long Baiyu couldn't make it back, the moment the flaming skeleton horse was gnawed to death would be the day of his own return. Thinking of this, an extremely evil thought then surfaced in Chi Fengling's mind. That is, using the flaming skeleton horse as the center of the sacrifice, with these ordinary tarantulas attached to it, to see if a powerful creature could be summoned. Endless abyss. Eternal sleep. Swish. Wow. Sister Changsun, you quickly go over there. I'll guard here. Just as Chi Fengling was about to sacrifice the flaming skeleton horse as an offering, the boundless tide of spiders was finally punched out by Long Baiyu. At this moment, Rin Shinxin's state was also extremely poor. The clothes on his body were pretty much in shreds, the flesh and blood of his limbs were even gnawed off a lot, and his face was already bloodless. Originally that godless and depressed gaze, after seeing Chi Fengling is lit up a little luster. Rin Shinxin wants to stand up, but she cannot make a little strength all over her body. This scene only made Chi Fengling's heart ache immensely, and Chi Fengling ignored the pain in his body, and after drilling out the skeleton of the flaming skeleton horse, he wrapped his arms around Rin Shinxin, who was about to fall down. This was not because Chi Fengling wanted to take advantage of Rin Shinxin, but Chi Fengling still had the one-thought divine demon sword in her hand, and the moment Rin Shinxin touched the one-thought divine demon sword, the light that had disappeared from her body was recovering rapidly. Name, Ren Changzhen. Race, Awakened. Rank, Level 2 High. Power, 90. Speed, 90. Spirit, 29/90. Physical, 3/90. After looking at Ren Changsen's data, Chi Fengling was both happy and sad. Happy because Ren Changsen had also broken through to the second level high rank, and sad because Ren Changsen's physique had unexpectedly dropped to 3, a state where he could die at any time. This woman, she was really too strong. Even at this moment, she still didn't drop a single drop of her eyes. She even tried to stand up. She even tried to squeeze out a smile at Chi Fengling. Hiss. Ah. The sound was small, but Chi Fengling was keenly aware of it. I didn't expect that both women would be like this. Even if they were heavily injured themselves, they would still hold on and wouldn't shed a single tear. Since Chi Fengling, Ren Changsen, and the flaming skeleton horse had lost their combat power, this left Long Baiyu as the only combatant. Even though she had awakened the profession of the Dragon Lady Warrior, her physical strength was limited, coupled with the lack of combat experience. At this moment, Long Baiyu was also bitten all over his body. If it wasn't for the dragon scales and bristles, Long Baiyu's state wouldn't have been any better than Rin Shinxin. What about this? The only means one had now was the still unseen skeleton witch Savvy, but the current Savvy was still in a state of being revolted, and summoning her out would just be one more casualty. Ah, just as Chi Fengling was thinking, Long Baiyu still let out a miserable scream. As Chi Fengling's gaze looked, it was 3 blood-foamed tarantulas, hard-breaking one of Long Baiyu's spider legs. At the moment, put to death is there. What about the afterlife? Chapter 137 The Brutalized Bone-Casting Dogs. Endless Abyss. Eternal Sleep of the Undead. Catchy, this is the classic summoner words. To be honest, the flaming skeleton horse was loyal to him and had accompanied him through so many moments of danger. Chi Fengling was unable to take it as a sacrifice, but the situation in front of him could no longer be delayed. It wouldn't be long before Long Baiyu would also fall, and at that time, he would really just be drained. Wait, my master, I want to make a deal with you. Just as Chi Fengling was about to sacrifice the flaming skeleton horse again, a strange voice came from his brain. Yes, the voice just appeared in one's head out of nowhere. and the only one who had the ability to do that and still call himself that was probably his summoned beast. Holding a skeptical attitude, Chi Fengling then gathered his gaze on the flaming skeleton horse. But the flaming skeleton horse on the ground did not move. Obviously, this summoned beast that communicated with Chi Fengling was not the flaming skeleton horse in front of him. Is it? Woof! Roar! The best proof of this was the barking of the dog. The sound was very loud, which made Chi Fengling finally remember that he seemed to have a bone spirit three-headed dog. With a roar from the bone spirit three-headed dog, the tide of insects that surrounded Long Bayou was instantly attracted away quite a bit, and on the ground, before Chi Fengling could stand up, he saw a huge creature wrapped into a spider tide walking towards him. This was the bone spirit three-headed dog. The so-called thin dead camel is bigger than a horse. Although the bone spirit three-headed dog was seriously injured in the battle with the red armored dragon spider, it was after all still a peak level 2 undead creature. Although it couldn't lift both of its heads, the bone spirit three-headed dog was also 3 meters tall and 4 meters long. And just this size alone was something that ordinary tarantulas couldn't reach in their entire lives. Boom! Bzzz. Under Chi Fengling's gaze, the bone spirit three-headed dog that was dragging spiders all over his body, walked stiffly to his vicinity, only to see that bone spirit three-headed dog let out a storm. The huge body once again lit up a blazing fire. But Chi Fengling see clearly. This flame lit up fast, disappeared also fast. It looked like the bone spirit three-headed dog was returning. If it could survive this outbreak it would be fine. If not, then it would really fall down completely. What's going on? On the side, Long Bayou who was fighting was also puzzled, because the tarantulas that were originally besieging her were all of a sudden missing most of them. As Long Bayou's gaze looked, almost all of the tarantulas rushed to one place in a frenzy. Bear! Bear! At this moment, the tarantulas were hissing as if they were defending their territory, as if they were guarding their mother. And this was the deal that Chi Fengling had made with the bone spirit three-headed dog. At this moment, the bone spirit three-headed dog that was doing its best to burn the flames on its body, while its only head that could still move was frantically feeding on the carcass of the red-armored dragon spider on the ground. Yes, although the red-armored dragon spider had had a lot of its essence blood sucked away by Long Bayou, the red-armored dragon spider was still a powerful evolutionary beast at the peak of the 3rd level before it died. Its flesh and blood was the greatest tonic for the bone spirit three-headed dog, and the bone spirit three-headed dog was already at the peak rank of grade 2. So if it could break through to grade 3 after devouring the red-armored dragon spider's carcass, then this spider tide crisis could be resolved. It was only that the red-armored dragon spider was supposed to be the main purpose of Chi Fengling's visit this time, and an offering like this would definitely be able to summon a powerful summoned beast. So when he saw the bone spirit three-headed dog eating so happily, Chi Fengling was still a bit reluctant to give up for a second. So wouldn't it be that in the end, the bone spirit three-headed dog became the biggest winner? Bzzz. Bzzz. It was the sound of fur and flesh being roasted and moisturized, and the group of tarantulas that had defied death and pounced on the bone spirit triple-headed dogs had all been burned into ash and flown at this moment. It looks like the bone spirit three-headed dog had succeeded. Chi Fengling could see that the flames on the bone spirit three-headed dog's body began to flourish even more, and that limp head slowly began to gain consciousness, followed by the bone spirit three-headed dog's battered body beginning to stand up. Boom! Just as Chi Fengling was mesmerized by what he was looking at, a block of blood and flesh of more than 40 pounds suddenly appeared beside him. This blood and meat block of course that red-armored dragon spiders, apparently also thrown over by the bone spirit three-headed dog. But this blood and meat block is not for Chi Fengling to eat anymore. Was this the sympathy between summoned beasts? Because that piece of flesh and blood then landed right on the edge of the flaming skeleton horse's mouth. Phew! Touched. I didn't realize that at this time, the flaming skeleton horse was still asking for his permission. Eat it. This is what you deserve. Although this piece of flesh and blood was worth quite a bit, Chi Fengling was not stingy to that extent. It was exactly a sound-eating broadcast. After all 3 heads were restored to normal, the bone spirit three-headed dog that was like a windstorm quickly gnawed away at the red-armored dragon spider's carcass, while the flaming skeleton horse on the side wasn't far behind. This was the diversity of living things. The flaming skeleton horse and the bone spirit three-headed dog clearly didn't even have stomachs anymore. But I didn't think that all this blood and flesh could be eaten as well. Only the undead and humans were still different. They didn't need to use their stomachs to digest, and those blood and flesh were directly incorporated into their bodies after being bitten. Not far away, as the bone spirit three-headed dog greedily finished licking the bloodstains on the ground, the last traces of that red-armored dragon spider's existence completely disappeared. Before his eyes, the bone spirit three-headed dog stood straighter than ever, and the flames all over his body were unusually vigorous. The bond that belonged between a summoned beast and a summoner told Chi Fengling that the bone spirit three-headed dog had finally completed its evolution. Name, bone spirit three-headed dog. Race, undead. Rank, level 3 middle. Power, 160. speed, 160, spirit, 100, body mass, 160, skills, 3 heads, 3 barks, Agu. This really made Chi Fongling envious. It seems that the peak level 3 red armored dragon spider is really a good tonic. This bone spirit 3-headed dog has not only broken through to level 3, but has also directly reached the level 3 middle rank. This time it's really one big rank ahead of himself. 2 big levels ahead of myself? Suddenly, Chi Fongling seemed to have thought of something, and his entire body became bad. The bone spirit 3-headed dog expressed hostility towards himself from the moment he appeared for the simple reason that he was a human. It was an undead, and also, he was really too weak. Originally, it was able to suppress it, and that was because the two of them were just one level apart, and Chi Fongling could suppress it with his nearly invincible summoner's contract, and it seemed like it wouldn't work now. The bone spirit 3-headed dog was at the middle 3rd level, while he was still at the peak of the 1st level, and he was still in a state of serious injury. Intuition told Chi Fongling that he should send the bone spirit 3-headed dog back to the undead realm now, and then come back to suppress it after he had reached level 2. But, if the bone spirit 3-headed dog really disappeared now, the endless tide of spiders would still devour itself. Thinking of this, Chi Fongling only prayed that the bone spirit 3-headed dog wasn't that vindictive, or rather, hoped that it could first take care of the tarantulas in front of it. Woof, howl, I'm not sure what I'm thinking about. With a snarl, the bone-spirited 3-headed dog turned around, its flaming roar clearing all the tarantulas between the two in one fell swoop. At this moment, all 4 eyes were facing each other, but through the icy cold eyes of the bone spirit 3-headed dog, Chi Fongling seemed to see a familiar image from its eyes. Chapter 138 2nd level low grade. Through Yongyan's soul flame, a familiar picture was then reflected into Chi Fongling's eyes. What the bone spirit 3-headed dog wanted to show itself was just now, when it was being bitten to death by the red armored dragon spider, when it prayed for Chi Fongling to send it back. Chi Fongling's determined back. Is there any need to say anything more about this? It seems that the bone spirit 3-headed dog still holds a grudge, and by letting Chi Fongling see this, it wanted to let Chi Fongling know that if you are unkind first, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Tap, tap, roar, not far away, only to see the bone spirit 3-headed dog stepping on a big pit, its eyes carrying killing intent towards itself. Along the way, the tarantulas that wanted to get close to it were all killed cleanly. Chi Fongling, run away. In her arms, Runxingxin instantly sensed the killing intent of the bone spirit 3-headed dog. She wanted to stand up, but her broken body didn't allow her to do that. Lord Fongling, take Sister Chengxin and go first. Not waiting for Chi Fongling to speak, Long Baiyu also scurried in front of the two of them. She raised her only spider leg and forced herself to be brave. Phew! However, before Chi Fongling could make his next move, there was a loud and clear horse neigh from behind him. Bam! Bam! It was the sound of the horse's hooves treading on the ground with a resounding sound, and it looked like the flaming skeleton horse had also recovered after swallowing the red armored dragon spider's flesh and blood. There was really a fierce tiger in front of him and a jackal behind him. This time, one is really 10 deaths away. Howl! Only, after a horse's roar, the bone spirit 3-headed dog in front of him was the one that landed on the ground with both of its forelimbs. Its skeleton tail stood tall, and its 3 heads let out a low roar. Is it? Thinking of this, Chi Fongling then instantly turned his head, while behind himself, the flaming skeleton horse had indeed reared up. It kept picking at its hooves, staring straight at the bone spirit 3-headed dog across the street. At this instant, Chi Fongling felt a little bit groundless. He had tried to take it as a sacrifice 3 times, but the first moment it recovered, it still wanted to protect itself. Name, Flaming Skeleton Horse. Race, Undead. Rank, Peak Level 2. Power, 70. Speed, 190. Spirit, 70. Body mass, 120. Skill, Flaming Treads. No wonder the flaming skeleton horse dared to call the shots with the bone spirit 3-headed dog. So it turned out that the flaming skeleton horse's level had also been upgraded. Only, even with the addition of the 3 Chi Fongling, they were still no match for the bone spirit 3-headed dog. After all, the bone spirit 3-headed dog was a purebred battle-type summoned beast. Roar, roar, across the street, the bone spirit 3-headed dog still didn't launch an attack. It just kept roaring in place. Although he wasn't speaking in human language, Chi Fongling could probably guess that the bone spirit 3-headed dog was probably talking. Our master is too weak. He didn't even try to save us, and I was the one who just saved you. Why are you making an enemy of me? Why don't we kill him together and be free again? In response to the bone spirit triple-headed dog's roar, the flaming skeleton horse just remained silent. It just lowered its body and beat its spirits. At this moment, Chi Fongling's hanging heart finally came to life. He certainly couldn't beat the bone spirit 3-headed dog, and he couldn't deal with this endless tide of spiders. But the flaming skeleton horse has fully recovered. The so-called Stay in the Green Mountain is not afraid of no firewood. One can choose to indulge in the horse and escape. When one's level rises, there is plenty of time to come back and take revenge. Buzz, buzz. Just as Chi Fengling was holding onto the hands of Rin Changsen and Long Baiyu and preparing to ride his horse to escape, a familiar feeling hit Chi Fengling all over. It was a very soothing feeling. Chi Fengling only felt that his left leg was starting to regain consciousness. The bones in his right arm were rapidly coalescing, and even his broken ribs were starting to combine and reset. Oh, Chi Fengling remembered. This seemed to be part of the summoner's contract. After the summoner and the summoned beast bound their relationship, a special bond would be formed between them. In the process, whenever one of them is leveled up, it feeds back into both to some degree. Apparently, the leveling up of the bone spirit three-headed dog and the flaming skeleton horse had finally backfired on them. Name, Chi Fengling. Race, Awakened. Grade, Level 2 low. Awakening profession, Undead Emperor. Occupational quality, SSS. Power, 100/50. Agility, 50. Spirit, 40/50. Physical, 30/50. Skill, Eye of the Undead Emperor. Undead blood sacrifice. Blessing of the skeleton giant. After a long time, he had finally stepped into the level of the second level, and although the attribute boost wasn't too much, this once again brought Chi Fengling and the bone spirit three-headed dog closer to the difference. In that case, don't blame me for coming down hard. Boom! Roar! Woof! In situ! Only Chi Fengling's mind moved, and the bone spirit three-headed dog, which was still murderous, instantly slumped to the ground, its three heads emitting roars of pain and suffering and unwillingness. But even so, the bone spirit three-headed dog on the ground did not give in. Its teeth clenched and popped as it gazed viciously at Chi Fengling in front of it. Yes, this is that suppression from the summoner's contract. That pain and suffering that is like picking your spine alive. It's just that this kind of damage can be big or small, and it grows bigger and bigger when the summoned beast doesn't obey the summoner's commands, or when the summoned beast is extremely hostile to the summoner. Obviously, the more the bone spirit three-headed dog on the ground it hurt, the more hostile it was towards itself, and the louder it screamed, the less Chi Fengling would stop this suppression. In situ, because of the extreme pain, the bone spirit three-headed dog had already entered a state of madness, but any of the surrounding tarantulas that dared to come near it would be beaten by him to the dregs. Woof! Finally, after struggling for 3 minutes, the bone spirit three-headed dog had to lower that lofty head. Between death and submission, it still chose the latter. To be honest, like this kind of summoned beast that would be thirsty for its master at any time, Chi Fengling really wanted to kill it just like that. But since the number of strong people under his command was still too small, Chi Fengling still dismissed the idea, and with the bone spirit triple-headed dog's submission, Chi Fengling also gave the only order to it, and that was, to slaughter all the tarantulas in front of him. Some people say that if 30 men can't take you, then send 300, 3,000, or 30,000, and you will eventually be exhausted. Yes, Sea of Men does work, but what if your Sea of Men is like ants biting an elephant to the other side? Maybe sending 300,000 men or 3 million men won't help. Right now, this was the case for the third-grade middle-ranked bone spirit three-headed dog to deal with these ordinary tarantulas. That blood-foam tarantula and the human puppet tarantula were a slap-in-the-face affair. That's to say nothing of these small spiders that didn't even have a rank. On the battlefield, the bone spirit three-headed dog was like a meat grinder. Wherever it passed by, a large swathe of tarantulas died miserably. Under the brutal slaughter of the bone spirit three-headed dog, soon the oozing tide of spiders was repelled by most of them, and seeing this great situation, most of the tarantulas retreated back to the dormitory building, while a small portion of the tarantulas fled in all directions. In front of the flaming skeleton horse, Chi Fengling stood up with his arm around the severely injured Ren Changsen. Because of the level up, Chi Fengling's status had recovered quite a bit. Looking at the tarantula corpses that were piled up like a small mountain, Chi Fengling's face finally squeezed out a hint of a smile. Chapter 139 Maple Spirit Alchemy. Broken souls alone sacrificed to the prison of the earth. Snapping their fingers, all the spirits destroyed the dome of immortality. Underneath the dormitory building of the male and female students, in front of the mountains of tarantula corpses, Chi Fengling had already been meditating in place there for almost an hour, and around the circle of the dormitory building, that was faintly appeared a red weird spell. The light of the spell slowly surged up to the sky, until it completely wrapped these two dormitory buildings. Yes, this was the undead blood sacrifice that Chi Fengling was proud of. And like such a spectacular undead blood sacrifice in front of him, Chi Fengling had used it once before. That was still used not too long ago when Chi Fengling sacrificed the entire skyscraper, which was much larger than these two dormitory buildings. Only at that time, Chi Fengling had only taken 10 minutes to sacrifice the entire skyscraper. But why did it take so much time to sacrifice the two dormitory buildings now? Taking time was also still a small matter. After all, There was no longer any crisis in front of us. What mattered was whether the undead blood sacrifice would succeed. At this moment, Chi Fengling, who was meditating in place, was sweating and frowning. His hands and legs were involuntarily shaking. But of course, it wasn't from being pressed numb. Sister Changsun, Lord Fengling, is he really alright? Not far away, Long Baiyu, who had transformed into his normal form, asked with a concerned face. It's not going to be anything. Also, what age is it now? There's no need to call anything adult. Isn't calling Chi Fengling quite good? Said Ren Chengsun with a skewed head and a suspicious face. May I? What's wrong with that? Isn't it just the favor of saving his life? I also saved him several times. That has nothing to do with it. So, the movement may be too large. Ren Chengsun all of a sudden hard to get up. Changsun sister. Thank you for saving me. Looking at Ren Chengsun pain, the sight of the Long Baiyu even more self-condemnation. Although Ren Chengsun didn't say it, she knew very well that if it wasn't for Ren Chengsun sacrificing his life many times to save her, she would have died long ago. Me? You're a dragon lady. Don't be such a... Sister Changsun, is there something dirty on my face? Why are you looking at me like that? Being stared at dead even by Ren Chengsun, Long Baiyu was embarrassed all of a sudden. The scales on your face are gone. Ugh. I didn't realize that you look so good too. Really? Sister Changsun, you quickly don't make fun of me. Stroking her face, Long Baiyu was excited and shy. This situation in front of him, Chi Fengling had long foreseen. Long Baiyu's body flowed with incomplete dragon genes. Before it was inspired, there were scales on her face and a fishy smell on her body. But after it was inspired, Long Baiyu was no longer that fishy ugly girl. I'm just telling the truth. Did you and Chi Fengling know each other before? Why did he? Ren Changzhen words to stop. She obviously want to know why Chi Fengling will be so good to her. This I don't know. Poking his finger, Long Baiyu was also at a loss. It can't be that Chi Fengling owes you from her previous life. Sister Changsun, what are you talking about? How can that be? Long Baiyu waved his hand repeatedly, but his eyes were mesmerized. You too, you're still joking. Why don't you still focus on protecting Fengling's classmates? While the two were talking lively, a more mature and demonic woman walked over. Aunt Shang, please sit down and rest. It's not good to tire yourself out. Seeing the woman come over, Ren Chengsun that was obediently helping the woman to sit down. This woman was naturally the light god's ambassador Chang Nuocheng. In the battle just now, Chang Nuocheng didn't suffer too much damage because of the protection of most of her classmates, but healing her classmates had caused Chang Nuocheng's spirit to wilt. Look around. Like hell on earth, everywhere is the body of the tarantula, and every few meters, you can see belongs to the human carcass. Green blood and red blood mixed together. Intersection pus? Look at people good not disgusting. That at the beginning, the raging team of 200 people. Now there are only a dozen people left, and among them are also as unconscious and unable to move. In this battle, more than 100 people ran away and more than 50 died, and even the carcasses of some of the students had been gnawed to the point that no remnants were left. Although it was Chi Fengling who won in the end, it still didn't change the fact that this was a losing battle commanded by Chi Fengling. I'm fine, it's just bitter Fengling this child. His pressure is really too much. He has paid too much for us. But looking back at not much left of his classmates, Chang Nuocheng is also a face of shame. Yes, this battle was improperly commanded by Chi Fengling, but if it was anyone else, who could be much better than Chi Fengling? If this dragon spider in front of him was not removed, the entire Cloud City would be in crisis. Perhaps only Chang Nuocheng knew that although Chi Fengling had been negative to those dead students, he could afford the entire Cloud City. Chang Nuocheng's determined expression. Also Long Baiyu two people looked blank. They cannot think of this level, and they are not the believers of Chi Fengling. Bear. Just as the three of them stopped to chat, the hissing sound of a tarantula came out from the closed dormitory building, and the next second, hundreds of tarantulas pounced out from the dormitory building. However, the tarantulas in front of them were a great change from before. Their size seemed to be much smaller, and their bodies were covered with bizarre red charms. Look familiar? Yes, the bizarre sigils on the tarantula were exactly like the spell symbols of the undead blood sacrifice outside, and that was the reason why Chi Fengling's sacrifice was so slow this time, compared to the time when he had sacrificed the entire skyscraper. Half of Chi Fengling's sacrifices this time were living creatures. Can you remember? Chi Fengling came down from the skyscraper, but he killed from the top floor to the bottom floor. Although it was inevitable that he would miss some living creatures, but compared to the tens of thousands of living tarantulas in the dormitory building, it was a drop in the ocean. The undead blood sacrifice that Chi Fengling was currently performing was a ranged sacrifice. When the markings of the spell were staining every living thing inside, no matter if the thing being sacrificed was dead or alive, it would be offered as a sacrifice. In fact, this kind of sacrifice was also particularly easy to break, either by leaving the range of the spell formation or by interrupting the ritualist from casting the spell. The scene in front of him, that was strikingly similar. The tarantulas were like undersea demonic beasts, the dormitory building was like the heavenly Yuan Ding, and Chi Fingling's purpose was to refine them into Dan. But the difference between the two was that there was no Neza or AOC in the dormitory building, no one who could overthrow the heavenly Yuan Ding, and the fate of these tarantulas would either be to become sacrifices, or, just like now, they would choose to rush out and fight their way to the top. Hiss, ah! Seeing the tarantulas that rushed out, Ren Xingxin's first reaction was to rush up and decapitate them, but she only moved one step before she stopped because of the wounds on her body. In situ, the three of them, Ren Xingxin, were thrilled, but Chi Fengling under the dormitory building was calm as hell. Even when thousands of tarantulas were about to pounce on his face, he didn't waver a bit. Roar! Woof! Phew! Also, just as the tarantulas were about to charge in front of Chi Fengling, a roar that resounded through the clouds, and for a moment, all the charging tarantulas froze in place, and the next second, a monstrous flame directly burned them cleanly. Not only that, after the flame burned the tarantulas to death, the flame burned to the dormitory building without any reduction of the remaining power. In just an instant, the exits that could be used to escape from the dormitory building were all ablaze, while on the ground, Chi Fengling, who had a bitter and saddened face, revealed a hint of a smile again. Chapter 140 Blood Roses. Fire the school building, fire the dormitory, and then you don't have to go to class. Perhaps many students have thought so, but I never thought that one day, this scene will really appear in front of their eyes. At this moment, all the students who can still open their eyes, were shocked by the scene in front of them. 40 or 50 meters high building. A moment was wrapped in flames, but there is no burning out of the rolling black smoke. This had already broken through their cognition, and this might really subvert their cognition. Don't look at this flame burning up fast, fading away equally fast. As long as the bone spirit three-headed dog disappeared, this flame would disappear together. Before the undead blood sacrifice, Chi Fengling had long anticipated the scene that would happen, and that included the burning dormitory building in front of him. As the fiery wrappings burned, the tarantulas inside the dormitory building scurried, trying to escape from the home that sheltered them, but their epidermis could not withstand the flames at all. Endless abyss, eternal sleep of the undead, riotous hell. I am the emissary of the emperor, the summoner of the undead. Respond to my call, respond to my request, and for this I will sacrifice all the creatures within the spell for your enjoyment, and I ask that as you bathe the living, you grant me my due rewards as well. On the ground, Chi Fengling, who had not spoken for a long time, finally blurted out a paragraph, which was the standard undead blood sacrifice words. When Chi Fengling finished this, it also represented that the undead blood sacrifice in front of him had succeeded, and likewise represented that the lives of the tens of thousands of living creatures in the dormitory building had faded away. Underneath the dormitory building, with a wave of Chi Fengling's big hand, the bone spirit three-headed dog also stopped its continuous flame output, and it was also true that the monstrous flames instantly went out in a flash. Whoa! So, what are those? So beautiful. This looks like a rose. Hiss. This flower. Haven't I seen it somewhere before? Without waiting for Chi Fengling to react, the exclamations of the students came from the back. The scene in front of him was truly unbelievable. The mountain of tarantula corpses in front of him disappeared in an instant. This Chi Fengling is clear, because this is that there are powerful creatures enjoying these sacrifices. But Chi Fengling is also puzzled that the dormitory building that was originally dilapidated, instantly grew a piece of demonic red flowers, including the ground in front of him, all of a sudden bloomed with patches of flowers. If Chi Fengling did not know that this was a dormitory building, perhaps he would have taken it for a field garden. The flowers varied in height from less than half a meter to 1.5 meters. Some produced only one flower, while others had 3 or 5 buds blooming on one plant. This was indeed beautiful, but Chi Fengling was a little confused. Although the red-armored dragon spider's corpse was not included in the offering, there were also the blood and flesh of thousands of ordinary tarantulas here, and among them, there was no lack of some blood-foam tarantulas and human puppet tarantulas. If the rewards of this undead blood sacrifice were these fancy flowers, it would truly be a loss. Why doesn't this flower have any flavor? How come it's gone? Just as Chi Fengling's brows were furrowed, Ren Chengxin's voice came from the side. This woman was also powerful, not even knowing what this flower was from, but daring to touch it with her hand. Only, when Ren Chengxin's hand touched the red flower, the flower unexpectedly disappeared out of thin air, and it was also Chi Fengling's sharp eyes. He seemed to see a trace of red smoke floating into Ren Chengxin's body. Chengxin, are you alright? Did this flower stab you? It's fine, Aunt Chang. How do I feel? A little comfortable, said Ren Chengxin, unconsciously touching another red flower. Ren Qingxin's action caused Qi Fengling to instantly come to life, and his right hand unconsciously touched the flowers around him. Sure enough, the moment he touched the flower disappeared along with its roots, and as the thin red smoke drifted into his body, Qi Fengling seemed to feel a familiar sensation. Name, Blood Rose. Race, Twin Plant. Introduction from the LOL world, a special plant born to accompany the extermination of Erdahan, which can be grown anywhere. Grow faster when blood, containing special elements. Excessive enjoyment will cause it to go berserk. The flower will melt when touched. Rank, none. Power, 0. Speed, 0. Spirit, 1. Physical, 5 Skill, mainly symbiosis. The growth of blood roses promotes the cultivation of exterminating Erdahan. Master's common rise. The blood rose is transformed when touched, and whoever touches it is its master, and can provide the master with a trace amount of cultivation experience, as well as a trace amount of physical energy. Of course, everything could not escape the eyes of the undead emperor. When Qi Fengling finished scanning these flowers, the displeasure in his eyes that was instantly swept away. No wonder these flowers look familiar to me. It turns out that they are the plants inside the game they used to play. You don't say. The game is the same as reality. Thinking of this, Qi Fengling also stopped stopping, took a step and stretched out his hand, and began to touch these flowers. Ahem. Everyone, enjoy yourself. Glancing at the dumbfounded classmates on the side, Qi Fengling still intended to share these flowers with them. They had already overcome great fear as well as given themselves enough face to stay until now. After saying that, Qi Fengling no longer hesitated, and the entire person was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, showing the most primal desire for the blood rose. The fine silk is like a sweet spring moisturizing, and the wisp swims like a warm sun shining on the face. This was the feeling of the blood roses entering the body, although the sense of relief was extremely small, but could not resist the accumulation of small amounts. Qi Fengling also finally understood that Ren Qingxin could not help but continue to touch after touching. Soon, under Qi Fengling's greedy grasp, the blood roses in the patch in front of her eyes all disappeared, and with Qi Fengling raising her eyes, her classmates fell into oblivious touch. Even the flaming skeleton horse and the bone spirit three-headed dog had joined the team of sucking blood roses, and even more outrageously, this horse and dog even ran to the wall of the dormitory building, and even though they would fall off the wall every time, it couldn't suppress their desire for blood roses. Why don't they go into the dormitory building? Because Qi Fengling gave them an order not to allow them to go in, or else it wouldn't be long before these blood roses would be swept away by the two of them. Half an hour. Qi Fengling did not even think that it would be so fast. In the classmates and their own two major summoned beasts together under the efforts of the entire dormitory building near that is not a single blood rose left, and under the nourishment of the blood rose, Tang Wei Hao, Xiao Quan, Jiang Lu, and Xia Lu had all reached the peak rank of first level. Lu Lutong and Shi Xinyuan had recovered physically and had also reached the peak rank of first grade. Chang Nuoqing broke through one level and reached the second level of the lower rank. 4 of the students who hadn't awakened their professions hadn't leveled up, but their physical qualities had clearly enhanced quite a bit, and one of them had even grown significantly taller. Don't look at the flaming skeleton horse and bone spirit three-headed dog sucking up so many blood roses, but their levels still hadn't risen, and even Rinqingxin and Long Baiyu were both still at level 2 advanced. At this moment, under the male and female dormitory building, Qi Fengling that is full of bloodshot eyes. Obviously this is the price of sucking too much blood rose. Qi Fengling only feel hot and dry. The body has endless energy. What's wrong with you? Qi Fengling, what's wrong with you? This time, I'll count you as a success. Seeing Qi Fengling dazed in place, Ren Qingxin walked this way with a smile on his face, but in Qi Fengling's eyes, he only felt that the ragged Ren Qingxin became more and more feminine the more he looked at her. Qi Fengling only felt that his blood was boiling, and his saliva was swallowed and swallowed. Chapter 141 Dual Cultivation? The flowers are in the bushes, the leaves are in the forest, the evil fire is messing with the king's love, and the jade girl is losing her lips. The body was burning, the blood was flowing. Qi Fengling only felt his throat itching, his mouth and lips drying up, and his breathing rate increased quite a bit. Qi Fengling, what's wrong with you? Are you possessed? Looking at Qi Fengling trembling in place, Ren Qingxin was puzzled. She could feel that Qi Fengling was very strange, but she just wanted to take a closer look at what was wrong with this man. And in situ, through the bloodshot eyes, Qi Fengling seemed to see that Ren Qingxin's body was emitting a hidden golden light, and under the blessing of the golden light, a trace of red light smoke was floating out of Ren Qingxin's body. This is the side effect of blood roses, but it's not really a side effect, it's just that it makes one's spirit a bit hyperactive. No, Qingxin, Fengling student, he seems to have some problems. You stay away from him, not too far away. Or Chang Nuoqing was more knowledgeable, although she had never had a boyfriend either. She had seen quite a few men acting this way towards her. What's wrong with you, Auntie Chang? Why is your face flushed? After listening to Chang Nuochen's unexplained words, Ren Shengsen just slowed down his steps and turned his head to Chang Nuochen. Oops. How can I say this to you? Anyway, just leave quickly. Looking at this dumbfounded great niece, Chang Nuochen was also at a loss for words. Phew. But on the other hand, with a breeze blowing through, a wisp of fragrance is surging into Chi Fengling's nostrils, and this can make the originally restless Chi Fengling cannot hold. Before Ren Shengsen could return to her senses, she felt her waist being violently wrapped around her, and when she turned around, that Chi Fengling was firmly holding onto her. At this moment, Ren Shengsen's eyes were rolling. She wanted to push this denizen away, but for some reason, she couldn't exert any strength in her hands. It was only when Chi Fengling's rolling waves of heat swept over her body that Ren Shengsen reacted to the fact that this place was still in public and that the action was more or less ambiguous. Chi Fengling, what are you doing? But, before Ren Shengsen could finish his words, Chi Fengling's mouth gagged itself, and in that instant, Ren Shengsen's sober mind buzzed. This is a very unfamiliar feeling. Very smooth, soft, warm. This Chi Fengling did not use much strength, but he himself could not break free. Unconsciously, Ren Shengsen actually closed his eyes. Whoa! Stop looking for flowers. Look! Oh my god! My goddess has been forcibly kissed. That's Ren Shengsen? That's Chi Fengling? When did they get along? Quick! Big melon. Amazing big melon. As expected, no matter what, Chinese people can never forget gossip, even if thousands of tarantulas have just appeared here, even if many people have just died here. Fengling, brother, aside. Long Baiyu's eyes instantly fixed, the small mouth at first opened and closed, this moment as if hiding the heart of 1,000 words. Fengling students, Chang Nua. This is a dormitory building. There are classmates and teachers next to you. Pay attention to your image. On the other side, Chang Nuocheng's reaction was much more normal, but her eyes were also turning. No one knew what was going through her mind. In the middle of the passionate kiss, Ren Shengsen, who was originally immersed in it, but suddenly her eyes widened and her body regained its strength. She pressed her arms on Chi Fengling's chest and just wanted to push this man away. Men, as the saying goes, might have to hang on to the wall to be honest. To be honest, Chi Fengling originally had no idea about Ren Shengsen, but for some reason, at this moment, Chi Fengling was looking at Ren Shengsen with more and more enthusiasm. What's more, Ren Shengsen's face value wasn't low in the first place. It's just that she wasn't good at dressing herself before, and at this moment, Chi Fengling's heart was even more filled with a kind of nameless lust. He knew it wasn't a good idea, but he just couldn't help himself from kissing. These are okay, but men, after touching a woman, as if it is automatically turned on the locking skills, kissing, Chi Fengling's hand began to be dishonest. This, coupled with the fact that the continuous battle just now had left Ren Shengsen's clothes in shreds, caused Chi Fengling to touch places he shouldn't have in an instant. Let go of me, rascal, you rascal. Chi Fengling's arms, Ren Shengsen, who felt offended that was completely lost the feeling he had at the beginning, and the strength of pushing and hitting Chi Fengling was getting bigger and bigger. However, the more Ren Shengsen did so, Chi Fengling felt more and more energized, and although his hands stopped groping, his mouth didn't stop. Let go. If you don't let go of me, I'm going to get real. Barely skimming his mouth, Ren Shengsen, that was a face of exasperation, said, but Chi Fengling still didn't say a word. His mouth stopped, and his hands began to be dishonest again. You stared wide-eyed as Ren Shengsen's entire body began to glow, and the powerful air current directly shook Chi Fengling away from her body. Only the separation didn't last long, but Chi Fengling hugged up again, and this time, Chi Fengling didn't move her hands and feet again, but only hugged Ren Shengsen tightly, as if she was competing with Ren Shengsen. All of this was clear to Chi Fengling, and the moment Ren Shengsen pushed himself away just now, his inexplicable desire for the opposite sex instantly disappeared, but another energy emerged in his body, the feeling of conquest, as if he had to see this girl submit. Just like that, the original loving hug instantly turned into a contest of strength, as Ren Shengsen fought to push Chi Fengling away for a split second, and Chi Fengling pounced on her with fire. This scene, also the students who were eating melons on the side looked blankly, although they did not know what was wrong with the two people, but they could feel that the atmosphere seemed to be no longer ambiguous. Buzz, phew. In place, the halos began to appear around both the stalemated Chi Fengling and Ren Shengsen. Ren Shengsen was still the golden light that represented the sword saint, while the one that circled around Chi Fengling was the same luster as the blood rose. Bzzz. Boom. Suddenly, the intersecting light turned from enhanced to extreme, and then it collided, mingled, and exploded, and in an instant, both of them were sent flying several meters away. Changsun, are you alright? Is there anything uncomfortable? Brother Fengling, what's wrong with you? Do you need something from Payu? Fortunately, neither was hurt much, and both were pacified by each. Aunt Shang, I'm fine, but, I seem to have upgraded again. Slowly stood up, Ren Shengtsen but with an unbelievable face. But what was true was that, at this moment, Ren Shengtsen had already reached the peak rank of 2nd level. Name, Ren Chengzhen. Race, Awakened. Rank, Peak Level 2. Power, 110. Speed, 110. Spirit, 110. Body mass, 110. On the other side, Chi Fengling was also scanning herself incredulously, because this kiss and hug had also brought great benefits to herself. Name, Chi Fengling. Race, Awakened. Level, Grade 2. Middle Order. Awakening Profession, Undead Emperor. Occupational Quality, SSS. Power, 70. Agility, 70. Spirit, 70. Physical Fitness, 70. Skill, Eye of the Undead Emperor. Possessor can see the basic attributes of any creature not one level above him or her, including unique skills already used. Ineffective against mythic level powerhouses and above. Undead Blood Sacrifice, sacrifice the flesh and blood of a living being to perform a powerful summoning, with the value of the summoned object and the value of the sacrifice varying. Blessing of the Skeleton Giant. This blessed person is immune to 90% of shell damage. Other than the flaming skeleton horse and the bone spirit 3-headed dog, Chi Fengling had absorbed the largest amount of blood roses, which were originally exotic plants nourished and grown by blood. As the saying goes, less becomes more. Those tiny negative effects still affected Chi Fengling, and it was those emotions that were not expressed that prevented Chi Fengling from making a breakthrough. And what Chi Fengling and Ren Shengtsen did just now was the key to liberating these. Chapter 142. Spend the night. Knock. That, Ren Shengzhen. Just now it was indeed me who did something wrong. Here I apologize to you. At the entrance of the dilapidated 101 dormitory, after hesitating for a long time, Chi Fengling still came over to apologize. Just now, after the two of them were shaken apart by the light wave, each of them broke through a small level, and after that, Chi Fengling's impulsive and chaotic consciousness finally dissipated. Only, Chi Fengling's rude behavior just now still annoyed Ren Shengtsen, but Ren Shengtsen didn't do anything excessive, just ran back to his original own dormitory with an aggrieved face. And this stay is 2 hours. Hard to the sky are almost boiling black. This Ren Shengzhen also refused to come out, considering that the dormitory building side might still be in danger, coupled with the fact that what he did on his own was indeed wrong. Chi Fengling chose to come over and take the initiative to admit his mistake. Only, Ren Shengtsen inside the dormitory still didn't reply a single word to Chi Fengling. She just looked at the dilapidated room thoughtfully, her eyes full of sadness. Yeah, who would have thought that 20 days or so ago, this would have been a cozy cabin. Myself and my female companions might have been learning the ropes, primping themselves, or gossiping about others. But in the blink of an eye, this place is not what it was. Ren Shengtsen even saw with his own eyes. His own housemate was made into a human mound spider eggs by the iron blood dragon spider, and then also killed by his own hands. Sister Changsun, Brother Fengling knows he's wrong. If you're still not relieved, let's go out and beat him up. I think, Brother Fengling will definitely not fight back. Beside Ren Shengtsen, Long Baiyu hesitated for a long time but still came over to persuade. Only, this way of persuasion was really a bit alternative, and Ren Shengtsen and Chang Nuocheng, who listened to it, were both puzzled. Shengtsen, Fengling is indeed wrong. I will definitely talk to him, but this dormitory building is really a bit unsafe, or we should go back to the cafeteria first. On the other side, Chang Nuocheng also sat beside Ren Shengtsen and gently stroked her back. Aunt Shang, Sister Baiyu, thank you for comforting me. But that, said Ren Shengtsen's face turned a little red again. Obviously she was still unwilling to accept Chi Feng's rude behavior. Phew, forget it, I forgive him, but I don't want to see him today, and I don't want to go back. You guys go back first. I want to stay here and keep them company. I'm the one who apologized to them. After struggling for a while, Ren Shengtsen still loosened up. Only, she has no intention of going back, saying that she wants to accompany these students who died because of her. Or more likely, she doesn't want to see Chi Fengling yet. That's not good. You're a girl. How can I rest assured that you're here alone? So let's do it this way. Today, Auntie Chang is also here to accompany you. Hearing Ren Shengtsen say that, Chang Nuocheng's face was filled with worry. However, she knew her great niece's temperament better, and if she determined something, then she would never go back on it. Changtsen's sister, Boyu is also here to accompany you. If there is danger, we can also have a care, said Long Boyu also sat next to Ren Shengtsen. Unconsciously the three of them hugged together. At the doorway, Chi Fengling, that was a black line. He had just asked Long Baiyu to help persuade Ren Changsun, but it turned out to be a good thing. All three people did not go. To be honest, these three people were already the strongest combatants besides Chi Fengling, and Chi Fengling could rest assured that they would stay here. However, the changes after the end of the world were just too great. What could one do if one was reborn? This iron blood dragon spider was still not outside of one's expectations. That's why Chi Fengling was afraid. In case something changed here again at night and these three people were accounted for here, wouldn't that be a big loss? Hey, cough. Lord Maple Spirit, what should we do next? After stifling his laughter, a boy then went up and asked. To be honest, the fact that they were able to stay after facing such a big crisis just now meant that they were already on Chi Fengling's side, and with the fact that Chi Fengling had just shared the blood rose with them, they were now the only ones who looked up to Chi Fengling. So right now, the dozen or so students didn't leave. They all stayed under the dormitory building waiting for Chi Fengling's arrangement. All of you remember this well, huh? No one can say anything about what happened today, huh? If you talk nonsense, beware of me tearing his mouth apart. This was what Chi Fengling deliberately said to Rin Changsun. We won't be going back today. The dormitory building is considered safe now, so go look in each room and see if there's anything else you can eat, and clean clothes, then take it all to the first floor. Yes, Chi Fengling also chose to stay, which was the most sincere way of apologizing. There was also the fact that it was just like Chi Fengling's order. Although the dormitory building had been occupied by the iron blood dragon spider for a long time, there might still be a lot of well-packaged food in here, as well as clean clothes, and these things were very important resources in the end times. And after giving the order, Chi Fengling himself joined the team searching for the substance. Only, the scene that was seen was not as high as Chi Fengling expected. This iron blood dragon spider was really not something either. Basically every dormitory had traces of human mound spider eggs, combined with the fact that iron blood dragon spiders like darkness and dampness. Most of the clothes in the dormitory were moldy and putrid, and most of the food was contaminated. At the end of the day, after 3 hours of hard work by a dozen or so students, including Chi Fengling, all the resources were summarized on the first floor of the girls' dormitory. There were about 1,000 pieces of clothing that could be worn, only 80 quilts that could be used, 120 barrels of pure water, a total of more than 500 pounds of well-packaged food, and a number of trivial household items. Don't look at the fact that there are still quite a lot of things that can be used, but you mustn't forget that this is the entire Yuncheng University, and what's left of the thousands of students is really very little in comparison. There was also the fact that Chi Fengling had still given up on the intention of taking the students back to live in the dormitory building, because under the reign of the iron blood dragon spider, the dormitory building had been pretty much destroyed between the walls. In addition, every room was left with blood, broken bones, and cobwebs, which if the students were allowed to live in, they were afraid that some of them would inevitably go crazy. On the first floor of the girls' dormitory, because of the small number of people and the fear of danger occurring, Chi Fengling had everyone sleep there. But at this moment, the boys' dormitory 707, which was the dormitory that Chi Fengling originally lived in, laying on that wrecked bed, Chi Fengling's consciousness seemed to have been pulled back to more than 10 years ago. This can be exactly a long dream. As opposed to the rest of the class, one really has to forget about this place. Looking at the pictures of Zhouing plastered all over this wall, as well as those fleshy to the point of love words, Chi Fengling's face only had contempt for her past self. The night was very long, and Chi Fengling had a lot of things on her mind, but today's Chi Fengling was indeed very tired as well, having suffered such a serious injury, and with her mental strength almost overdrawn. Without realizing it, Chi Fengling fell into a deep sleep. The long night also lurked with unknowns and dangers, and at the same time, in the west of Yuncheng University, the door of the closed teaching building was suddenly opened. Under the illumination of the faint moonlight, one by one, the students with miserable white skin but orderly walked out from the school building, which was weird because as per normal, there were no human beings left in the school building. Roar, roar, it was the growl of a zombie, accompanied by the group of alien students coming out. And then a single creature with rotting flesh and grayish skin also came out of the school building. As opposed to the unknown species in front of them, they have a very generic name, zombies. Chapter 143 Under the Bed. That said, it's now 2035 and times have changed. Yuncheng University is one of the top universities in E province. The hard conditions are also very good. Even if the end of the world came and the dormitory was destroyed by the iron blood dragon spider, it still does not appear to sleep on a hard bed board. At this moment in the 707 dormitory, Chi Fengling was lying on the softer bed sleeping soundly, because of the reason that the electricity had not been completely paralyzed. This allowed Chi Fengling to not cover any quilt. It was still quite warm. What a familiar smell. Possibly having slept enough or being confused, Chi Fengling lay on the bed and surprisingly smelled a very familiar odor. It was also the smell that made Chi Fengling's group sleep in the dormitory building. This is blood roses? Opening his eyes in a daze, Chi Fengling couldn't believe that a dozen or so blood roses had grown on the ceiling directly above him, but Chi Fengling clearly remembered that the blood roses had been sucked clean by his party yesterday, so how could they still appear here? With a doubtful attitude, Chi Fengling still tried to touch the flowers. It seemed that it really was a blood rose. Right at the moment Chi Fengling touched the flower, the entire foreign plant transformed into red smoke and floated into his body, and the subtle sense of enhancement was exactly the same as his own sensation. Thinking of this, Chi Fengling was inevitably a little excited. Can it be that because of yesterday's undead blood sacrifice, the dormitory building would automatically grow blood roses? Then wouldn't this place become a feng shui treasure? Then wouldn't it be faster to level up in the future? It's you. Why are you here? The more he thought about it, the more excited he got. Chi Fengling that was instantly sat up. He just wanted to take a good look. There were still blood roses around. Only the blood rose Chi Fengling did not find it again, but saw a person standing under the bed. This person's clothes were a bit messy, and his spirit was even a bit depressed, but in the center of his palm, there was actually a hidden, shrunken blood rose that was several times smaller. This person wasn't someone else either. Chi Fengling had also seen him several times. He was that Xiaolu student who had awakened the profession of a grass and wood master. The grass and wood master was only a B-ranked profession, and his combat power was not high, and his scope of action was still small. So to be honest, Chi Fengling hadn't even paid much attention to him, but Chi Fengling hadn't expected that he would be able to cultivate blood roses. Maple, Lord Maple Spirit, I have taken the liberty of coming in without your permission. Please can you forgive me? But as you can see, since I absorbed the blood rose yesterday, this has grown on my hand. It will slowly absorb my spiritual energy, but not completely. Lord Maple Spirit, you have a lot of knowledge. Take a look. What's wrong with me? What should I do? Am I still saved? Seeing Chi Fengling looking over, Xiaolu instantly half kneeled down. Although the words were spoken fluently, the panic was visible on his expression. It seemed that he had been organizing these words for a long time, and that the blood roses had not been specially cultivated by him, but had appeared in his hands for no reason, and that it was out of fear and disbelief that he had come to ask himself. Name, Xiaolu. Race, Awakened. Rank, Peak Level 1. Awakening Profession, Master of Grass and Wood. Occupational Quality, B. Power, 24. Speed, 25. Spirit, 13 of 40. Physical Fitness, 20. Skill, Plant Manipulation. Second Master of Flowers. The person is favored by the Blood Rose Branch, recognized by the Blood Rose Branch as the second Master, accompanied by the Master, can be controlled by the Master to grow, no other negative effects. This time, Xiaolu was the right person to ask. He just happened to have the Undead Emperor's eyes, and Xiaolu's changes could be seen clearly by himself. Truly, an opportunity that was unattainable to others would scare him like this. An awakened person with a B-rank occupation that could be recognized by the Blood Rose Branch and had no negative effects. Chi Fengling was envious. Xiaolu student, right, don't worry, there's nothing wrong with you. You're now the owner of this Blood Rose Branch. It grows and reproduces to consume your spiritual energy, but you can try to communicate with it. After regaining his serious demeanor, Chi Fengling then said with a serious face, Really? But I'm really scared. The first time he saw the end of the world, it was understandable that he was timid. You don't have to be afraid. From now on you'll be with me. If there's anything you don't understand, just come directly to me. This can just be good. Chi Fengling was still thinking about what reason to trick him down. After all, it's a mobile experience pack. Thank you Lord Fengling. Sniffing, this Xiaolu was also excited and exited the room after saying several thank yous in a row. The end of the world has really changed. It seems that I can't underestimate anyone in the future. Knock knock. Just as Chi Fengling was still pondering about Xiaolu, the door to that room was unexpectedly knocked on. What was going on today? How could so many people come to find themselves? This moment, Chi Fengling was also confused. Ahem, come in. After straightening his sitting posture, Chi Fengling then said in the direction of the doorway, Fengling classmate I. As Chi Fengling finished his words, another boy tiptoed in. It's Wei Hao. Sit, don't be so formal. Just think of us as brothers. Seeing that the person who came in was Tang Wei Hao, Chi Fengling's icy expression warmed up. Relative to others, Tang Wei Hao in the last life and his own can live for many years, but also together through the darkest moments. He even saved his life. Although this Wei Hao is not the other Wei Hao, but it is still a him. Classmate Fengling, it's me who didn't take care of your skeleton bone sniper. I'll definitely find a way to return you a new 1 inch. Tang Wei Hao didn't sit down, but said with an apologetic face. Chi Fengling thought it was something else. So this is it. In fact, Shi Fengling had harbored bad intentions when he had lent the skeleton bone sniper to Tang Weihao in the beginning, because he had killed his savior, Lin Hangong. Tang Weihao had not been treating himself well. Shi Fengling was the one who wanted to lend him the skeleton bone sniper, and then secretly retrieve it one day during a heated battle, so that Tang Weihao would feel guilty about himself. Although the skeleton bone sniper was completely scrapped, the final objective was achieved, and all in all, Shi Fengling was a bit happier. It's okay, it's just a gun. How can it be compared to brotherhood? Don't take it to heart. Just protect your classmates well in the future. The words were so said, but for Tang Weihao, it was necessary to perform the feeling of deep understanding. No, it worked. Good, classmate Fengling, it was me who misunderstood you in the past. In the future, I, Tang Weihao, will definitely follow you well, protect my classmates, and protect the entire Yuncheng University. Tang Weihao's expression was very serious. However, Shi Fengling wasn't as great as he said. After saying that, Tang Weihao didn't stay much longer, and after saying hello, he quickly left the room. Knock knock. It's true that before a wave subsides, a wave rises again. Tang Weihao hadn't left for long before the door to this dormitory was knocked on again. To be honest, Shi Fengling was a bit speechless. What was it? Couldn't it wait until he went down? Well, you come in. Phew. Who? Lord Fengling, it's bad. Something happened over there in the cafeteria. Before Shi Fengling could finish his sentence, a male student rushed straight in. You say coincidence? This person Shi Fengling was also familiar with, and even more coincidentally, he was also someone who was in the last life, in a demon hunting squad with Shi Fengling. Chapter 144. The New Power of Cloud City University. Man is not for himself, God is for him. Fear is human nature. Regarding that scene yesterday, if Shi Fengling was an ordinary person, or if Shi Fengling himself didn't have any special abilities, he might have run faster than anyone else. Therefore, Shi Fengling was originally still very understandable to those students who escaped, but everything is afraid of contrast. Similarly, faced with the crisis, some people were also ordinary people, some were also awakened with not outstanding abilities, but they chose to stay. So if they were compared, those who escaped, the impression in Shi Fengling's mind was not that good. At this moment, standing in front of Shi Fengling was a classmate who had escaped yesterday, as opposed to others, but he was fresh in Shi Fengling's mind, because this person was not someone else. It was that talisman heavenly master Wenchen Zhang, and he was also his partner who had passed away in his last life. Shi Fengling didn't even think that he would choose to escape. Brother Zhang, don't be so agitated. What's the matter? Let's talk slowly. I've solved that iron blood dragon spider yesterday. Is there anything I can't solve? But if it were anyone else, Shi Fengling would not have this good temper. But he is Wenchen Zhang. He still owed him a life as a favor. No, Lord Fengling, classmate. Last night, there was a wave of zombies attacking the cafeteria. Obviously when Shen Zhang wasn't so calm, he that was waving his hand in a hurry. What? Corpse tide? Is it because the corpse tide is not big, or perhaps, some powerful figure has appeared again? This time, Shi Fengling's IQ was sort of online. Yesterday's self almost took away all the awakened in the cafeteria, even if they went back some by the evening, but that was a small portion. The stronger combatants of Cloud City University were still all on this side of the dormitory building, and, one by one, those students who stayed behind were all wimpy as hell. If it was that kind of mass corpse wave, or the kind of corpse wave that was 200 or 300 zombies, that group of students wouldn't have been able to defend themselves at all. The reason was simple. That is, the door of the cafeteria had been kicked down by the flaming skeleton horse, and there was also the fact that the zombie virus was extremely contagious, and as long as there was an infection, it would spread like crazy. And now, Wenchen Zhan was able to run back properly, so that meant that the cafeteria hadn't been overrun by zombies, and there would be no chance of a smaller scale of zombies in this at all. Because, Wenchen Zhang escaped yesterday because he was afraid of the iron blood dragon spider on this side of the dormitory building, and if it wasn't for the other crisis in the cafeteria, there was no way he would have re-entered this dangerous place. Combining the above analyses, then there is only one answer. That is, there was indeed a zombie wave last night, but the zombie wave was diffused by a new force, but their rule was not good, and they made the civil minister Zhang, who was an awakened, run away. Thinking of this, Shi Fengling frowned even more because he really couldn't figure out which side of the force would be the one that occupied Cloud City University. In the vicinity of Yuncheng University, the zombies and substances were pretty much eradicated and searched by Rin Changson. And where else could a big shot be lurking within Yuncheng University except for the cafeteria and dormitories? If it did, why didn't it appear in the last life? Could it all be a series of perverted reactions because of his own appearance? Right. Fellow Fengling, how did you know that it was a powerful character who appeared, who basically repelled the tide of corpses on his own? Sniffing, Wenchen Zhang also got excited. He kept flapping his hands in the air. It was evident that he had already lost some of his mind. Alright, calm down brother Zhang. What exactly happened between yesterday and now? Tell me in detail. Holding Wenchen Zhang's shoulders, Chi Fengling also tried his best to calm himself down. Yes, this was the result that Chi Fengling didn't want to hear the most. How could the place that he had managed to occupy with great difficulty be easily acquired by someone else? Things are probably like this. And with that, Wenchen Zhang went downstairs while talking to Chi Fengling about what happened yesterday afternoon to evening. Yesterday afternoon, when the Iron Blood Dragon Spider devoured the two of them, Long Baiyu, and evolved into the Dragon Scale Spider Woman. The entire battle situation had already collapsed on one side towards the Dragon Scale Spider Woman's side. Moreover, Chi Fengling wasn't being very hypocritical. He himself just wanted to run. So after seeing Chi Fengling himself wanting to run, Wenchen Zhang and a portion of the Awakened and a group of classmates ran back to the cafeteria. The distance between the cafeteria and the dormitory building is not far, but between the two is also separated by a rockery. There are a few sky-high trees, which makes the people in the cafeteria and cannot watch the dormitory building side of the situation. And those who had stayed in the cafeteria, after hearing the descriptions of the people who came back, that was even more afraid to go out. They just huddled in the corner, longing for God to spare their lives. Fortunately, the giant spider they remembered didn't come over, only that it wasn't heaven that saved them, but Chi Fengling. After the cafeteria was left without Chi Fengling, Ren Changzhen, and a group of Awakened under their control, the students in the cafeteria quickly rioted. They didn't know how long they would live. They just wanted to be able to eat before they died. And then all the students were planning to go hard to the 5th floor to grab some food. Just as the chaos was about to reach its peak, a strange growl and a rotting classmate brought them to their senses. These rotten classmates, naturally, are zombies, and these students who have been captive for a long time. After seeing the zombies that has completely lost the courage to fight against, everyone was running upstairs in a brainstorm, and this caused more and more zombies to rush into the cafeteria. And just as the wave of zombies was about to cause extensive damage to the students, 3 of their classmates, the strongmen, appeared just in time. Their speed was extremely fast. They were like swimming dragons in the tide of zombies, and the leading man was even more powerful, as if he mastered some special abilities. Just a roar and a shout, large swathes of zombies would be controlled by him. Instead, this man was not the Chi Fengling they were expecting, but they felt that this man was much more powerful than Chi Fengling. Under Wenchen Zhang's unbelievable gaze, many more people appeared outside the cafeteria one after another, only that each of them had white skin and gray eyes, and after they came in, the stench of the zombies was much heavier. What was even stranger was that these people seemed to have special abilities, fighting against the zombies at that close range, but none of them were bitten by the zombies. As the students watched, the man with his team completely eradicated the wave of zombies that had attacked the cafeteria. Just as the students were murmuring in disbelief, the man and his team returned, and this time, they brought even more pre-apocalyptic food with them. They were very generous and polite, unlike Chi Fengling who would only suppress by force. Under the temptation of food, the students quickly let their guard down, and the man even went straight up to the 5th floor and rewarded Chi Fengling with all the food he had saved. It also includes Wenchen Zhang, who had a great meal last night. Just as everyone had their fill of food and drink, the man explained his identity, that he was also a student of Cloud City University, and that the people he had brought with him were all fellow students of Cloud City University as well. He also assured all of his students that he would keep all of them fed and that they would no longer be threatened by walkers. With this speech that earned the hearts of the people, the students quickly convinced him. It might be justifiable for them to forget about Chi Fengling, but they even forgot about those Ren Changzhen's group of awakened ones that had kept them alive until now. Chapter 145 Who is lying? But what's wrong with that? The world is the weak and the strong. The power is attributed to those who are good at playing mind games and power schemes. Chi Fengling did not keep the cafeteria. Can only say that he is not capable of it. Last night, it was also one of the rare times that everyone slept well, which, naturally, included the civil minister Zhang. It was only early the next morning that the sleeping Mandarin Zhan was awakened by a foul odor in blood. When he opened his eyes, the windows in all parts of the cafeteria were boarded up, and those students who had come in last night, one by one, looked as if they had been hollowed out, limp on the floor breathing slightly. Those students who were already in the cafeteria, on the other hand, one by one, were sleeping soundly, and no matter how much Wenchen Zhang pushed and stirred, they didn't make any noticeable movements. Although Wenchen Zhang had not counted carefully, he always felt that there seemed to be quite a few less students in the cafeteria, as if one of the awakened who slept near him last night had disappeared. The difference in front of him instantly put Wenchen Zhang on alert, and as he stood up and looked over, he seemed to see, on the balcony of the 5th floor, a stream of blood gushing down. But in Wenchen Zhang's impression, The fifth floor was usually inhabited by awakened people, where it was subject to the least amount of danger and cleaned the cleanest. There was fear in his heart, but there was even more suspicion, and without realizing it, Wen Zhang walked in the direction of the fifth floor. Just before Wen Zhang could get to the second floor, the door to the fifth floor lounge was opened, and it was that same look that made Wen Zhang's stomach churn. He wasn't sure if he was looking at it the wrong way, but he seemed to see that there seemed to be someone tied up in the lounge, his stomach cut open, his face in agony and resignation, and his insides nowhere to be found. Then Wen Zhang saw that one of his classmates, who was in the group with that man, wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at himself, with that look in his eyes, like a jackal seeing a lamb. At that moment, Wen Zhang also no longer hesitated, took a step and ran towards the outside of the cafeteria. The whole time Wen Zhang didn't turn his head, he just heard someone in the cafeteria shouted, as if to catch himself. They were fast, much faster than themselves at least, and Wen Zhang only felt like he was going to be caught by them in the next second. However, after running out of the cafeteria, chasing himself came to a screeching halt when the early morning sunlight spread over him. When Wen Zhang looked back, he only saw a group of pale-faced students blocking the cafeteria door after giving themselves a fierce glare. Cafeteria. He is afraid to go back. The huge cloud city. Wen Zhang also do not know where to go. Thinking about, Wen Zhang is walking to the dormitory near. Then there was the fact that Wen Zhang slowly approached the dormitory, spotted the surviving classmates, and saw Tang Weihao who went to the men's dormitory, and then he followed. This was everything Wen Zhang knew, and to the side, Chi Fengling, who had listened to these words, was also staring at his face, because Wen Zhang's description was just too limiting. He had no idea what the boy was capable of, and he wasn't sure what was really in the fifth floor lounge, and he didn't know how many people were in the group altogether. So many unstable factors made Chi Fengling, who had suffered a loss from the iron blood dragon spider once, kind of give up on returning to the cafeteria. But without realizing it, Chi Fengling and Wen Zhang walked to the first floor and out of the boys' dormitory building. Sister Xiao, it's really you. I thought that I would never see you again. Aunt Xiao, how did you get through all these days? Whoa, that's Director Shaw? She's even alive. Ugh, haven't you heard? The cafeteria was besieged by a wave of zombies yesterday. Or Mr. Xiao led his students to suppress it. What? There are other places in our school where students are alive? So what do we do now? Go back to the cafeteria? I don't know either. Shouldn't we listen to Chi Fengling? You don't know. I think I heard that the students over in the cafeteria have achieved food freedom. Wow, wouldn't that be better than following Chi Fengling? Between the dormitory buildings, just as Chi Fengling and Wen Zhang walked down, the words that Ren Shengsen and a group of classmates were talking to were caught in Chi Fengling's ears. It seems that Wen Zhang was half right. The cafeteria was indeed besieged by a wave of zombies yesterday, and it was also guarded by another wave of students. And now, what Wen Zhang said was different from what this Director Xiao brought. What Wen Zhang meant was that the cafeteria was dangerous now. It was violently controlled by those students, and that group of students seemed to be plotting something. What this Director Xiao meant was that it was the classmates who helped the classmates, and that these classmates she brought in were kind and took care of each and every one of them. Director Xiao? This person Chi Fengling still has some impression. I heard that she is Cheng Nuocheng's school sister. The two of them are known as the teacher's sisters of Yuncheng University. Both of them are women with achievements at a young age. However, Chi Fengling's impression of Director Xiao is just that. Listening to the students who survived the last life said that Director Xiao was bitten to death by a zombie in the school building in order to help his students escape. And then the whole post-apocalyptic world has never seen this person. But now, this Director Xiao not only did not die, but also refreshed, only clothes a little dirty, cannot see any traces of injury all over the body. Sister Nozaru, why are you here? I heard from my classmates that you guys came to crush the mutant tarantulas yesterday. How are you doing? Holding Chang Nuocheng's hand and twisting her body, this Director Xiao that was all concerned. No wonder they could be called sisters. These two couldn't tell that they were in their 30s when they knitted their brows and smiled. That tarantula was scary yesterday. Ha, a lot of classmates died. If it wasn't for Fengling's strength, Changxin and I wouldn't be able to see you. Touching Director Zhao's hand, Chang Nuocheng's face was full of sorrow, and likewise there was also admiration for Chi Fengling. Chi Fengling? Isn't he that biggest lickspittle in our school? Grinning, Director Xiao said in a sort of calm manner. Yes, the reputation of Chi Fengling, the dog licker, really resounded throughout Yuncheng University, and those of them who were teachers weren't pedantic, like this kind of gossip. They loved to talk about it. Sister Xiao, let's not talk about the topic of dog licking, okay? It seems to me that you're not an awakened. How in the world did you last until now? Upon hearing this, Chi Fengling from afar couldn't help but give Chang Nuocheng a thumbs up. Not only did she instantly pull away from that awkward topic, but she also asked about the topic she wanted to know the most. Oh, It's like this. After the end of the world, my classmates and I have been hiding in the school building, and then the zombies withdrew a large portion of them for some reason, and it was that way that we were able to hold on until now. Last night, the walkers in the school building all withdrew for no reason, and we saw them heading in the direction of the cafeteria. Later, we organized the Awakened and the students to support the cafeteria, and thanks to all the students working together, we were able to drive those zombies away. Director Xiao spoke fluently, as if these words were rehearsed in advance. Yeah, Chief Fengling, who was listening from afar, was also disappointed, because Ms. Xiao had spoken for half a day, but it was basically all nonsense, and she had not mentioned a word about the powerful boy that Wen Xinjiang had said. So now, Chief Fengling was still unknown about the current situation in the cafeteria. Brother Fengling, you came down. Everyone's eyes were on Director Xiao, but only one person noticed Chief Fengling. That's the one, Ryu Bak Yul, who was happy and flamboyant just because of his arrival. Chapter 146 Dripping Answers. Brother Fengling, what an intimate name. The voice was not loud, but it caused everyone to stop communicating, and in a moment, all eyes shifted to Chief Fengling, looking at Long Baiyu who was walking towards him with a smiling face. Chief Fengling then revealed a smile that was visible only to her. Sister Nuo Chang, that classmate is? Pointing at Long Baiyu who had his back turned to himself, Director Zhao's face was puzzled. She's a classmate of our school too. In that battle yesterday, she even awakened. Principal Chang, is that Mr. Xiao? What a rare sight. Just when Chang Nuocheng was about to say Long Baiyu's awakened profession, Chief Fengling interrupted with a decisive speech. Although there was no solid evidence, Chief Fengling felt that this Director Xiao could not be trusted. Name, Xiao Yuro. Race, human. Profile, age 33. A good teacher who is dedicated to teaching, has a good appearance and posture, is well liked by her students, is clean and has a deeper heart. Status, lost. Power, 4. Speed, 3. Spirit, 5. Physical, 3. Skills, none. That was all the information about Director Xiao, and all of her data told Chief Fengling that this person was just an ordinary person who couldn't be more normal. But there was another difference between Director Xiao and ordinary people, and that was that her state was disoriented, and Chief Fengling hadn't seen this before, so she still couldn't trust this person. Moreover, even if Xiao Yuro didn't have any differences, Chief Fengling would still choose to believe his own brother. Wen Zhang. Your fellow student Chief Fengling, aren't you? A handsome teenager too. Obviously Xiao Yuro was a bit embarrassed. After all, she had just called Chief Fengling a dog licker. Director Xiao, I want to ask you a few questions. Can you answer me seriously? Chief Fengling didn't have the idea of having an awkward conversation with Xiao Yuro. He only wanted to unravel the doubts in his heart now. That's okay. You ask. Chief Fengling's icy expression made Xiao Yuro a little uncomfortable. Only when she turned her head to Chang Nuocheng and Ren Xingxin, the two of them did not have the intention to speak for her. Good. Director Xiao, I want to know where you guys originally hid and how many of you survived in total. Chief Fengling was not polite with Xiao Yuro. Asking was asking. When the end times came, my classmates and I were in the school building. The classmates, for some reason, just started going crazy and tearing up the building, and they took over the doorway, and we couldn't get down, and it was really scary. Director Xiao, please answer my question briefly. I don't want to know those useless details. If it wasn't for Chief Fengling's interruption, Xiao Yuro didn't know how much nonsense she was going to talk. Luckily the zombies left quite a bit midway, and there's still quite a bit of food in the school building, so we probably survived. More than 500 people. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Yuro still answered her question. Chief Fengling really didn't want to break up too much with Xiao Yuro. The food in the school building was already low. The food distribution must be very fine. She stammered for half a day before she could only say a rough figure. Is this all that's left of the students of my Yuncheng University? Sure enough, Chang Nuocheng was mindful of the students. This number made Chang Nuocheng even more melancholic. Director Xiao, those 500 plus students, how many of them are awakened? Who is the leader? And where is the leader's rank? And what occupation has been awakened? How many classmates were left? Chief Fengling didn't care. He only wanted to know, who was that supreme classmate that Wen Xinjiang was talking about? Awakened ones? There should be 13 or 4 of them. Our most powerful student is called Jiang Chang. I'm not an awakened person. I don't know what profession he's awakened. The level. From what they say, it seems to be level 2. Xiao Yuro answered very vaguely, but her reason for this was barely passable. Indeed, not everyone had the undead emperor's eyes, and ordinary people couldn't tell the awakened's rank or occupation. If they were both awakened, a powerful awakened could more easily tell the approximate level and occupation of the other awakened, while a weaker awakened would need a long time to roughly guess the level and occupation of the other. Yes, it's all approximate. and it takes a long time to touch and perceive. Kong-sun? The end of the world has really changed. His own rebirth more than a little bit of use, and he has never heard of this person. If there is no accident, this Jiang Chang should have died very early in his last life. Well, Director Xiao, then have you seen this student? Seeing that there was no result from the questioning, Shi Fengling then pulled Wen Xinjiang behind him. Wen Xinjiang was in the cafeteria yesterday, and his description was very different from Xiao Yuro's, and I heard Wen Xinjiang say that when he ran away this morning, many people were chasing him. This classmate? I don't have an impression. Xiao Yuro's eye pupils flashed wide, but immediately returned to normal. Is that so, Director Xiao? But he escaped from the cafeteria. He said, the cafeteria can be dangerous now. It seems like there are dead people inside. Shi Fengling was not afraid of anything. He wanted to see how Xiao Yuro answered himself. How can that be? I think the student must have misread something. We brought quite a lot of food with us, and the classmates are on good terms. Sniffing, Xiao Yuro that was waving her hands repeatedly, showing as much innocence as she could. Well, maybe this classmate of mine was mistaken. But, surprisingly, there's nothing going on in the cafeteria. So why is Director Xiao the only one who came over? What? Are they not allowed to see the light? Shi Fengling sneered, as Xiao Yuro's hidden reply seemed to have already explained the problem involved. This was the crux of the matter. When Xinjiang said that after he ran out of the cafeteria, those classmates stopped chasing after him, plus the fact that only Xiao Yuro was coming over now. Either these students can't see the light of day, or there's chaos in the cafeteria, and those students from the building are suppressing them. What did Fengling students say? Jiang Chang and the others were busy until after 3 o'clock last night in order to drive away the zombies and maintain order. They're not up yet. I didn't want to disturb them, so I came alone. Xiao Yuro's reply was still telling, but it was full of grooves. Director Shaw, don't you think Shi Fengling, that's enough from you. If it wasn't for Aunt Xiao and the others, the cafeteria would have fallen and all those students would have turned into zombies. And now that Aunt Xiao came over without fear of danger, how can you doubt them like that? Shi Fengling still wanted to continue to pursue the question, but this time, the topic was interrupted by Ren Qingxin, and it could be seen that Ren Qingxin's face really had a trace of anger. Only this anger wasn't the extreme kind of nastiness, rather it was like a little tantrum, or like being jealous. It was also true that he had forcibly kissed her in public yesterday, and Shi Fengling had also inquired and learned that it seemed like it was still Ren Qingxin's first kiss. Leaving this aside, the fact that Ren Qingxin could call Xiao Yuro Aunt Xiao meant that the relationship between the two was not bad. In fact, Ren Qingxin and Xiao Yuro were not related. It was only because Chang Nuocheng and Xiao Yuro were as close as sisters that Ren Qingxin addressed them in this way. Fengling student, I also believe in Sister Xiao. There's no need for her to lie to us, so you can relax too. Seeing Ren Qingxin speak, Chang Nuocheng finally chimed in as well, and off to the side, the rest of the students whispered crickets, their general point being that they were wrong. It seems that things like impressions are hard to change for a while. Chapter 147 Going Their Own Way. Who says that gossip doesn't hurt? Rumors are like guns and swords and blackmail is like knives. Looking around at the faces that blamed themselves, Shi Fengling's brows immediately furrowed. More than 10 years of post-apocalyptic life has long changed Shi Fengling's character, but in the previous life, in the case that he did not do anything wrong, the person who dared to look at himself like this would have died under his own knife. Sister Nuo Chang, niece Changsun, and classmates, don't be like this. Classmate Fengling is doing this for everyone's safety. If you want to blame me. It's me who's incapable. I didn't awaken my profession, and I even sneaked out. So don't blame you guys for Fengling's classmates. Just as the scene was awkward for a while, this Xiao Yuro snapped again, but this was a good thing, and this gloomy speech caused everyone to look at Shi Fengling with a bit more blame. Who do you blame? You don't know what you're talking about. You're pretending to be pathetic, and you're ting on me. And you, what are you looking at? You don't know who saved you yesterday. Who saved you yesterday? Whose flowers did you use yesterday? And now you're turning the tables on us. Whoever ing looks at it again, I'll gouge his eyes out right now. Shi Fengling did not play by the book, and once these words came out, the originally complacent Xiao Yuro was immediately embarrassed. There was also the group of classmates, whose eyes instantly moved away from Shi Fengling's body, because they understood that Shi Fengling would really dig his eyes out when he said he would, and that was what the end times had taught Shi Fengling, that is, to do things with reason. Of course, with the reasoning of the strong. Shi Fengling, what do you mean by that? Do you trust Aunt Xiao so little? Could it be that you really want to hurt your classmates? In this situation, the only one who still dared to call out to Shi Fengling was afraid that Ren Qingxin was the only one. Aha! A dismissive shrug of the shoulders was the best reply. Shi Fengling, I owe you a favor, but if you want to hurt Aunt Xiao, if you want to hurt your classmates, Ren Changsen, will be the first one to say no. Seeing how determined Chi Fengling was, Ren Changsen, who had hesitated for a few moments, still chose to stand on the opposite side of Chi Fengling. At this instant, all the students took a step back. They were afraid that Chi Fengling would make a move against them. As for the original location, Chi Fengling just laughed coldly. He didn't have any intention of making a move on them. Moreover, if he really made a move, not to mention Ren Changsen, everyone wouldn't be able to stop him. He had just said that just to let this group of people know that they were not to be messed with, and that they were not worthy of even glaring at themselves. Humph, kill you guys? I'm too lazy to bother with that. Then what do you want? Although Chi Fengling said so, Ren Changsen still didn't let his guard down. Is it necessary to tell you what I want? I can't believe you guys trust that director Xiao so much. If you want to go back to the cafeteria you can go back by yourselves. After this incident with the Iron Blood Dragon Spider, Chi Fengling's ability to anticipate danger had improved again, and he could clearly feel that there was a crisis within the cafeteria. Those students inside the cafeteria might not be Chi Fengling's opponents at all, but Chi Fengling didn't want to do anything without certainty now. What? You're abandoning us? As soon as Chi Fengling's words came out, Ren Changsen's eyes instantly widened. There was incredulity on her face, as well as a disenchantment that was hidden. Student Fengling, didn't you promise me that you would guard the students of Cloud City University? How can you leave? On the side, Chang Nuoching, who hadn't spoken for a long time, still spoke. Compared to Ren Changsen, her expression that was even more difficult. It wasn't true that she was a believer of Chi Fengling, but the key for her to become a believer of Chi Fengling was that Chi Fengling was bent on the sake of Yunchang University. Headmaster Chang, I think you may have misremembered. I never said I guard them, and it's still a bunch of ungrateful guys. For these students, Chi Fengling was really disappointed. If he didn't drive away Battalion Commander Lu's group of people, a large portion of the school's Awakened would be gone. Then they would be waiting for death if they stayed in the cafeteria. He also maintained the order of the cafeteria and used the goblin sacrificial bead to give them food in exchange for food. But yesterday, only a mere 200 people were willing to go out to fight in the battlefield under his own favor and authority, because of the fear of running away. Even if these people who stayed behind, they shared their blood roses, did not expect the next day, they can be so watery backstabbing themselves. Disappointment stacked on top of each other, it becomes despair. For a moment, Chang Nuoching was also speechless, because Chi Fengling really didn't say anything about guarding Cloud City University from start to finish. Her hand lifted and dropped, her mouth just opened and closed, and finally, she retreated in silence. Long Baiyu, Wenchen Zheng, Tang Wei, how are you willing to go with me? For the others, Chi Fengling didn't have the slightest bit of attachment, but these three were different. Chi Fengling's return to Yunshan University this time, half of the purpose was for them. Why, Brother Fengling, are you really not staying at Cloud City University? If you want to leave, Bo Yu is willing to accompany you. Although there was some reluctance, Long Baiyu ended up standing beside Chi Fengling. Fengling student, I'll go with you. Wenchen Zhang's reply was the most decisive, as he was the one who ran out of the cafeteria. Fengling-san, actually I've always known that you've been taking special care of me since the moment you met me, and I don't know why you've been so nice to me. I also said that I will follow you and guard Cloud City University and the students. So today, I will not leave with you. I owe you for saving my life. I owe you for the skull bone sniper. I, Tang Wei Hao, have kept it all in my heart, and one day, I will return it to you. Seeing that everyone's gazes had gathered on him, Tang Wei Hao still expressed his opinion. This was an unexpected answer from Chi Fengling, who had thought that he would always be willing to go with him after he had been so good to Tang Wei Hao. But this man was like that. If he didn't say that, then he wouldn't be the same Tang Wei Hao he knew. Brother Wei Hao, you, take care. Words clogged in his mouth for a long time. Chi Fengling still did not say it, because Chi Fengling knew very well, Tang Wei Hao was stubborn. He said he wouldn't go with himself, then he wouldn't go with himself. Just like in his last life, he was determined to die. Chi Fengling wasn't sure exactly what danger the cafeteria would be in, but what he could do for Tang Wei Hao was already the most he could do, and if he really died, Chi Fengling wouldn't blame himself too much. Chi Fengling, Maple Spirit students. After saying that, Chi Fengling didn't even turn his head back, while Chang Nuoching and Ren Changsen's retention also came to an abrupt end. In fact, Chi Fengling was still a bit lost. He had thought that Xiao Quan or Jiang Lu would go with him, but he didn't expect that the two of them also didn't say a word throughout the whole process. Yes, Director Xiao in front of them, so pitiful, how could she lie to them? The cafeteria has food and classmates, why would they choose to wander with themselves? Chi Fengling was so adventurous. He had his own skills while they didn't. If the next time they encountered a creature like the Iron Blood Dragon Spider, Chi Fengling could run. What should they do? This was the step that Chi Fengling had thought of for them. And thinking of this, Chi Fengling no longer thought much about it, and after collecting half of the substances that had been placed on the first floor of the dormitory building, he headed towards the north side of Yuncheng University. Chapter 148 The Charm of Top Schools. The province of Yi, with its richness in material and natural resources, is a place of great talent. Yi Province is located in the geographical center of the country of Huaxia. The degree of economic development is limited to Longjing City, and Yuncheng University is one of the top universities in Yi Province. That the degree of construction naturally need not be said. That won't do. How can we not say more? Without saying more, they wouldn't know the top luxury of Cloud City University. At this moment, the three of them, Chi Fengling, had left the large group going to the cafeteria, but the three of them were still within the boundaries of Yuncheng University. Yuncheng University has 4 gates, naturally the 4 gates of East, West, South, North and South, and these 4 different gates also represent the different layouts of Yuncheng University represent. The South Gate of Yuncheng University, the same gate where Chi Fengling entered Yuncheng University. Entering Yuncheng University by the South Gate was also equivalent to entering the shopping area and food street of Yuncheng University. The most representative of the southern part of Yuncheng University is the 5-story cafeteria of Yuncheng University, and around the cafeteria, there are different stores of different sizes. This was why the surviving students of Cloud City University went to the cafeteria, because the food and various substances there were also the most comprehensive. If it hadn't been so contaminated by the walkers in the beginning, that stockpile of food and supplies would still have been more than enough to feed those students for a month or so. Yuncheng University's East Gate is away from the most developed side of the transportation gate. From the East Gate to go in, the first thing you see is that there are more than 40 meters high dormitory building. The eastern area of Yuncheng University is the rest area for students and teachers. Besides the most standardized dormitory building, there are also bath buildings, gaming buildings, chess and card entertainment buildings and other buildings in this neighborhood. It can be said that living in Cloud City University, students can also have a lot of fun and live in style. Only Chi Fengling didn't go towards those buildings, because around those buildings, there were traces of being coiled by spider webs, and by the looks of it, the humans or zombies that remained in there had been caught by the iron blood dragon spider. The north gate of Yuncheng University didn't have any outstanding points. If I had to say something, it would be that there were the most social boys hanging around the north gate. The northern area of Cloud City University, where the largest stadium of Cloud City University is located. The stadium covers an area of 16 hectares, with separate divisions for different sports. It is said that a dozen or so national team athletes can come out of this area every year, and the northern area, the only place where outsiders can be allowed to come and go on a regular basis, is exactly why there will be a lot of social boys roaming around the neighborhood. The purpose of the three of them, Chi Fengling, at this moment was to go to this gymnasium to take a look. In fact, this was only the purpose of Chi Fengling alone. Along the way, although Long Baiyu kept following her, Chi Fengling could tell that she still very much wanted to return to the cafeteria. As for Wenxin Zhang, he had proposed a sentence to stay in the dormitory building, and after being rejected by Chi Fengling, he didn't say much more. Besides, the west gate of Yuncheng University, which is a very secluded and clear door, because the west gate is directly opposite, is the third largest one of the park in Yuncheng. The western area of Yuncheng University, which was also the base of education for the entire school, was the area of Yuncheng University's teaching building. This teaching building has a total of 17 floors, which can accommodate up to 10,000 students, and around the teaching building, there is also a library building, a laboratory building, and a leadership office building, because outside the west gate of Yuncheng University is a park. This neighborhood is also the quietest, where either reading or doing scientific research has twice the effect with half the effort. After the arrival of the end of the world, this was also the area where the zombie outbreak was the worst, because the students who were able to get into such a good university were particularly fond of studying. Listening to Xiao Yuro said, that student called Jiang Chang, is exactly from that teaching building. A few thousand students lived more than 500 people. Chi Fengling do not dare to think that the tragic situation on the other side of the teaching building will be how. After talking about the 4 gates and 4 areas of Yuncheng University, that naturally left the center area of Yuncheng University. The center area is also the most distinctive and money-burning area of Cloud City University. The central area is not only home to Cloud City University's own hospital, but also to the most distinctive landscapes. That landscape is divided into 4 areas, and each area will build 4 different styles of scenery according to 4 different seasons. In the center area, you can even see the flying snow in the summer, but also in the winter to see the summer posture, and it is also this unique and especially burned area, which makes the University of Yuncheng become a famous university in Yuncheng, and even in the province of Hubei. So, with the description here, You can imagine that Chi Fengling is also an extraordinary person for being able to come here to study, right? That's not really true. A good university, in addition to the purpose of teaching, but also to educate people, but also to show its inclusiveness, so Chi Fengling can be admitted to the University of Cloud City. 99% of it is luck, because every year, Cloud City University would randomly, purely blindly guess and draw 200 students from each province for admission. Luckily, Chi Fengling was the one who was drawn, and before, Chi Fengling didn't understand this kind of luck, and now Chi Fengling has understood a lot, because he can even encounter such things as rebirth, was drawn to reading that is even more trivial. Chi Fengling even fantasized, he is not some kind of heavenly destiny yet. Thinking about it, the three of them, Chi Fengling, arrived near the northern region of Yunchang University, similar to what Chi Fengling had expected. This area was also deserted, and on the ground were various personal belongings and sports equipment scattered, as well as dried bloodstains, and naturally, corpses that had already rotted. But strangely enough, raising his eyes, Chi Fengling did not see the most common zombies of the end times, as if this area had completely become a dead zone. The calmer it was, the more dangerous it was. Thinking of this, Chi Fengling didn't directly enter the gymnasium, but carefully poked around. Unexpectedly, this kind of situation, the north gate of Yunchang University was closed, and the stars 2 or 2 zombies, visible from a distance, were still entrenched in the north entrance of Yunchang University. Chi Fengling was not in a hurry, and rigidly waited for half an hour with Long Baiyu and Wenshenzhang near the gymnasium. The gymnasium didn't have any obvious signs of destruction, and by the looks of it, there shouldn't be any powerful mutated creatures like the iron blood dragon spider in the gymnasium. Pulling out her memories of her last life again, Chi Fengling seemed to remember that in her last life, Ren Changsun had easily recaptured the gymnasium, so it seemed that there shouldn't be any powerful creatures in the gymnasium. Thinking of this, Chi Fengling also stopped staying, but instead, one person took the lead and walked in the direction of the gymnasium. The stadium is huge, the whole shape is even a golden dollar. In the sunlight, you can even see it emits a faint golden light. Tread, Cloud City University's Dream Choppers vs. Dream City University's Cloud Treaders. Gently lifting her foot, Chi Fengling then saw the publicity poster that she had stepped on. Yeah, it seems like the day of the end of the world. There was a big basketball game held in the gym of Cloud City University. That match was also the most interesting. The Chopping Dreams team was the strongest team of Cloud City University, and that Treading Clouds team was the strongest team of Dream City University, which was not on par with Cloud City University. What a shame, what a pity, what a tragedy. Group sports became death parties, cheering became screaming, and the ball they loved would just stay still and watch their heads turn into balls as well. Roar, roar, Gollum, Gollum, no, there are 2 heads that turn into 2 balls. Chapter 149 Heartthrob Chi Fengling. Ah, this, vomit. As the 2 rotting heads rolled to their feet, Wenshenzhang and Long Baiyu still couldn't help but vomit. This was the 23rd day of the arrival of the end times, and although both of them had gone through the scene of yesterday's tens of thousands of insect waves, they were, after all, alien beasts. For humans, they were still most afraid of their own kind, and even more afraid of the corpses of their own kind, not to mention this defeated and bloody head. Just a moment ago, when Chi Fengling pushed open the gym door, the 2 zombies instantly pounced over, which was not threatening at all to Chi Fengling, who was now at the middle level of the 2nd grade, just swinging 2 knives. The zombie completed the head separation technique, so fast that even the 2nd level high-level Long Baiyu didn't avoid the stinking blood that came out of the. On the ground, the 2 zombies were still wearing the customized uniforms of the Chopping Dreams team, and although their faces were already rotted beyond recognition, they could at least confirm that the 2 should be the key players of the Chopping Dreams team, and Chi Fengling even suspected that one of them was the captain of the Chopping Dreams team. While thinking about it, Chi Fengling walked fully into this gymnasium, but it was really strange that there was not a single zombie from the main entrance inwards. So why would 2 zombies stay at such a tricky position at the entrance? Thinking of this, Chi Fengling's heart also vaguely had an answer. That is, within the gymnasium, intelligent zombies should have appeared. At the beginning of the post-apocalyptic period, the growth rate of zombies can be much faster than humans, and for humans, ordinary people can only improve their physical quality through exercise. There weren't that many ways for awakened people to improve. It was just exercising the body, devouring awakening beads, and obtaining strange encounters. All of these methods of improvement were very difficult, and Chi Fengling was the best example of this. He had gone through so many dangerous battles without leveling up, and every time he did, he had to go through his own undead blood sacrifice. But the zombies and mutant beasts were different. They could choose to devour their own kind or foreigners to upgrade in addition to the above upgrade methods. Sometime after the arrival of the end of the world, humans had either gone into hiding or had been pretty much eaten by the zombies. in which case the zombies could only grow by devouring each other. This kind of growth, however, tended to level up especially fast in the early stages. So when human awakened were generally at the high level of the first grade, most of the elite zombies had probably already reached the middle level of the second grade. In this process of ordinary people infected into zombies, there are quite a few human heads that are well preserved, although still unable to function. But after the zombies continue to devour the heads of other zombies, some of the zombies may regain some of their intelligence, but that still doesn't change the fact that they are zombies, and it doesn't change their zombie nature, and this kind of zombie is called an intelligent zombie. Fong, brother Fongling, it's terribly quiet in here. I think there must be something wrong in here. Otherwise we'd better come with Sister Changsun and the others. The empty surroundings couldn't help but make Long Baiyu feel scared. She held Chi Fongling's hand and tried to get Chi Fongling to go back to the cafeteria to find Ren Changsun and the girls. Bo Yu, don't be afraid. With me here, there won't be anything that can harm you. As for Ren Changsun and the others, where they want to go, that's their own choice. Holding Long Bo Yu's hand back, Chi Fongling also gave her the greatest comfort. Over at the cafeteria, it was estimated that Ren Changsun and the others had already gone back by now, and if there really was a crisis that they couldn't even deal with, then Ren Changsun and the others were already dead, and going back by themselves wouldn't help. If that crisis could be solved by Ren Changsun, then he would be ridiculed by all his classmates if he went back instead, and then there would be even less need for him to go back. As for the third scenario, that would be Ren Changsun and Jiang Chang both belonging to a state of equal strength. Then they might be in the middle of an intense fight. Then this situation would be even more impossible for Chi Fongling to go back, because in that situation, Ren Changsun could choose to fight Jiang Chang to the death, or Ren Changsun could fight to escape, and based on her righteous nature, she would definitely come and beg for herself. When the time comes, and all the students are in crisis, and you can save the day when it matters, you'll be able to maximize your status among all of them. So you see, Chi Fongling looks like she left in a negative mood, but in fact Chi Fongling has a lot on her mind. Actually, there's one last scenario, and that's that Wen Zhang is lying, and that there's no crisis at all over at the cafeteria, and that they'll make up when they get back. If that was the case, Chi Fongling wasn't afraid because the most precious thing in the post-apocalyptic world was food, and if Jiang Chang could make his classmates eat like that, then there must not be much food left. At that time, when they were at loggerheads over food, he himself would go back with a full load of food, and he would still be the savior in everyone's heart. If none of the above scenarios came up, Chi Fongling wouldn't mind being a villain. It was as if right now, Chi Fongling was looking for zombies or a group of foreigners that had to be strong enough for Chi Fongling to deal with, while Ren Changsun and the girls were unable to deal with them. At that time, one would draw the zombies or the alien to the cafeteria, and when they were about to hold out, one would show up to save the day, and that would still make one a hero in everyone's heart. Then someone might ask, why does Chi Fongling, who is so capable, have to be obsessed with the cafeteria and these students of Yuncheng University? It's simple. Don't look at the end of the world has only broken out not long ago. In fact, the power has been divided pretty much now. The strongest camp of humanity was still the military, and although thermal weapons were failing, there were still a variety of weapons on the military side, as well as a variety of awakened people. There are strong people like forests over there. They can beat one or two, but they don't have the strength to fight against the group. And if they want to take over the military forces, at least in the first few years of the outbreak of the end of the world, they can't do it. The rest of the human forces are the small surviving forces in various places, and it's really faster to reclaim the cafeteria rather than toiling to find and rescue them. So why do you have to have a power? Wouldn't it be nice to be a lone wolf? That's certainly possible, but the powers are not the same as they used to be. Nowadays, most of the resources used to cultivate the powers and search over are used to support the Lord alone. Otherwise, do you think that in his last life, Yi Tian's strength would have risen so fast after becoming the city lord that no one in the entire Cloud City was increasingly his opponent? When it came to Yi Tian's first life enjoying most of Cloud City's resources, then he had to mention the zombie emperor. The zombie. In this life, because of his carelessness and the zombie emperor's undercurrent, he had failed to kill him, and had even allowed him to team up with Yi Tian. Coupled with the fact that most of the zombies in today's Cloud City have disappeared into thin air, it is evident that the corpse lords are making their next big move, and in the shadows, the zombies are definitely brewing an extremely strong force. At that time, if he was still alone, the tragedy of his last life would be repeated, and his group, or rather, the entire Cloud City, would die at the hands of the corpse lords. If one's rebirth and a new life still played out like this, then what was the point of one's rebirth? Might as well just go and die. Classmate Fongling, I'm also scared. Otherwise, let's just go back to the dormitory. Just as Chi Fongling was thinking, a weak voice of Wen Zhang came from the side, and looking at his hand, It seemed like he also had the intention of touching up. Rolling ha. You don't want me to coax you. If you want to go back, you can go back by yourself. Or else, continue to follow me. After decisively opening Wenchen Zhang's hand, Shi Fengling warmly looked at Long Baiyu again. At this moment, the clerical minister Zhang. Want to speak? Dare to guess, not dare to say. Alright, don't be depressed. How can I not care about you? Just when Wenchen Zhang was frustrated beyond belief, Shi Fengling squeezed out a smile at him as well. Chapter 150 Zombie Basketball Game. The joy of being flattered was bound to make one's eyes glow. And at this moment, Wenchen Zhang looked at Shi Fengling as if he was looking at a male god. Brother Zhang, where are you going? Seeing that Wenchen Zhang's leg had already taken half a step out of the gym's gate, Shi Fengling then said knowingly, Fengling, aren't you going back to the dormitory building? Gulping, Wenchen Zhang had a bad feeling. Who said I'm going back to the dormitory? What I mean is that in a while, you two will be responsible for opening the way, and I will take care of you from the back. Slightly raising the corner of his mouth, Shi Fengling had already guessed Wenchen Zhang's surprised expression. What? Is it okay not to go? Wenchen Zhang's words were all supplications, and his legs were shaking unconsciously. Yes, this was the reason why Shi Fengling wanted to let them take the lead. The two men, who were both awakened, were scared like this, so what would an ordinary person be like? Whether it was the cafeteria or the dormitory, they couldn't stay in it for the rest of their lives, and Shi Fengling had to work out their courage. Of course, Shi Fengling wouldn't let the two of them send themselves to their deaths. He was right behind them, and if any danger really arose, he would be able to take care of it. There was also the fact that they were all awakened, so even if they were accidentally bitten by a zombie, it didn't matter, because the genes of awakened were much stronger than the genes of a zombie, so it was just a matter of enduring some flesh and blood. Okay, Brother Fengling, I believe you. While Wenchen Zhang was still hesitating, Long Baiyu was walking up. Her steps were very small. It could be seen that she was still very scared. Aha! Shi Fengling didn't say much, but just pointed at Long Baiyu who was walking forward. The meaning of this is self-evident. The girls are on it. Can you be any more of a wimp? Roar! Gollum! When facing an unfamiliar environment, never let your head explore first. Do you hear me? Stepping on the zombie's head, Shi Fengling's expression was serious. Okay, I know. Aside, Wenchen Zhang still had a stunned look on his face. The interior of the stadium had gotten weirder and weirder, and on the main road, the trio hadn't encountered a single zombie. But then there was a tricky corner and a zombie pounced out. If Shi Fengling had not been fast enough, along with his early defense, it was estimated that this zombie would have already bitten on Wenchen Zhang's face. Alright, you guys follow me. I'd like to see what's going on here. After patting Wenchen Zhang's shoulder, Shi Fengling then walked to the front of the trio. It was now certain that there was a real problem in the gym, and there was no way a normal zombie would be able to hide in a corner. It was even said that a powerful walker had locked onto his trail since he had decapitated the two watchmen. But that was really impossible, because if there really was a zombie that was already strong enough to do that, it would definitely rush out and kill itself. The gymnasium was large, with 6 floors, but in the center of the gymnasium was an empty court covered by glass, where the area was the largest and held the largest number of people, and likewise that was where the basketball game was played. Ow, wala la la la. As the three of them got closer and closer to the center of the stadium, the roar of the zombies came out, and in addition to this roar, Shi Fengling seemed to hear the sound of zombies singing joyfully. Singing? But it's unbelievable. Humans' brains are pretty much broken when they become zombies. All they should be able to do is roar in their consciousness. Fengling, this is too scary. How about we go back? This eerie voice scared the Wenchen Zhang behind him. Shoo, don't you talk. Right now. Shi Fengling didn't want to take care of him, because his own super-sensitive ears seemed to have heard something else. Good shot. Reward. No, don't. Somebody help me. No, don't you come over. The former's voice was so hoarse that it was not a language a human being could produce on first hearing, while the latter's voice was clearly the voice of a human being asking for help. Humans? There's a living human being in this gym right now? There are people playing ball right now? Insisting on a skeptical attitude, Shi Fengling still sneaked to the second-floor corridor. Just glancing at it, the picture in front of him was all in Shi Fengling's eyes. No wonder there weren't any zombies to be seen in the stadium, so all the zombies had been gathered in the open-air arena. Strangely enough, the walkers were not wandering around in an unorganized manner, but were sitting very regularly in the audience next to each other. The place where the zombies were crowding around was actually a basketball court, and on the basketball court, there were actually 2 teams playing. Only that not many people dared to watch this match, because the teams in the match, one of them was made up of zombies, while on the other side, there was actually a team of humans. It's hard to imagine that these people didn't get eaten by walkers and fought them. Wah la 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 la. This time, Chief Fengling finally was able to find the source of the call-singing sound. And there were dozens of female zombies in cheerleader outfits in the wake of the basketball court. Their faces were decayed and their bodies showed signs of gnawing. But even so, they managed to hold a flower ball and dance awkwardly on the sidelines. Looking at it, Chief Fengling's gaze moved to the body of the female zombie who was leading the way. And compared to the mechanical dancing of the other female zombies, she actually danced so much like a thing. And the female walker leading the group was decidedly different. She had blonde hair and her skin was bitten, but you could still tell that she was a Caucasian. Yes, Chief Fengling remembers that the captain of the cheerleading team of Cloud City University is a woman of a beautiful country. That woman is bold and flamboyant, charismatic, and the cheerleading dance is particularly good. The most crucial thing is that it seems to be a little bit of a relationship with the school leaders, and then became the captain of the cheerleading team. However, none of this was a reason why she could dance exceptionally well. After all, the zombie gene was equal for all beings. They were all ordinary zombies, and there was no way she could be so unique. Name, Larissa. Race, zombie. Level, grade 2. Middle order. Corpse awakening occupation, phantom corpse. Occupational quality, B. Introduction, a student from a foreign country with good grades and a love of dancing, who swallowed the awakening beads after being infected into a zombie and possesses partial intelligence, giving full play to the energy of the awakening beads, and is a beauty in the eyes of the intelligent zombies. Power, 25. Speed, 40. Spirit, 50. Physical fitness, 30. Skill, dance of the charmed corpse, twisting a special dance that can lead other zombies to dance, and can reduce the malice of other zombies towards oneself. Song of the phantom corpse, chanting a special song that can lead other zombies to chant, which can increase the intelligence of yourself and other zombies. Sure enough, Chief Fengling guessed well. This female zombie is really different, or a zombie awakened occupation. No wonder these zombies can sing and dance. So there is this leader Still, it didn't seem like she had the ability to make all the zombies suppress their desire to watch a basketball game, or even attend a basketball game, with just her one charmed zombie. Ha ha, Larissa, come here. Just as Chief Fengling was thinking, the hoarse voice appeared again. Looking for the sound, Chief Fengling then saw a black-skinned zombie, sitting in the audience's chief position, smiling miserably as he watched everything in front of him. Chapter 151 A Stain on Cloud City University. The zombie gene is so powerful that even mutated beasts with mutated bodies can't resist it. But as strong as the zombie gene is, it can't change a person's bloodline. Yes, the zombie in the lead was black skin, not the gray-black unique to zombies, but that was pitch black, alternatively to the pitch black of whites and yellows. In the Blue Star, the most powerful country here is China. Naturally, the global language is Chinese. As for infected into a zombie, why also speak Chinese? That Chief Fengling is not too clear. Under Chief Fengling's watchful eye, as soon as that black-skinned zombie shouted, the white-skinned female zombie who was leading the dance stopped dancing, and she walked with an unusual twisting crotch pace, and she headed towards the black-skinned zombie. Hiss, that's really hot. This white-skinned female zombie sat on the black-skinned zombie's lap in a flash, and with an unknown bloody meat in her mouth, she fed it to the black-skinned zombie. And that black-skinned zombie is not polite. The big mouth and fangs just wrapped up directly. This is the way of zombie love? It's really unique. Okay, you guys, following, keep playing for me. After enjoying the strange delicacy in the white-skinned female zombie's mouth, the black-skinned zombie then moved his attention back to the basketball court. Kabu, please, we really can't fight anymore. For the sake of us being classmates, just let us go. Yeah, Kabu, don't you remember me? We were bouncing wildly together last month. Son of a black dog, have the balls to kill me. Give your grandpa a hard time. On the court, the boys had absolutely no intention of continuing to play because just a moment ago, it seemed like they were losing because they lost a few balls and then one of their classmates was being parted by the zombies on the other side. For the students, the walkers can miss countless times, while they can only miss once. And this basketball game, they played especially suffocating. First of all, is afraid. Most people, even walkers, do not dare to look at, let alone also go to grab the ball in the hands of the walkers, even if the level of the walkers is especially vegetable. The second thing was that although this group of zombies was suppressed by the black-skinned zombies, from time to time they would still be hairy, and any time they were caught a bit in the process, they would become zombies as well. The last thing was, they had been fighting continuously for almost 3 hours. Their stamina could be said to be very little left, while the group of zombies on the opposite side, one by one, still had unlimited vitality. Even if there was a zombie that couldn't keep up, the black-skinned zombie would always replace a new zombie up. Combining the above reasons, all the students gave up on continuing to play, and this black-skinned walker seemed to be their former classmate, and they tried to call back the conscience of this black-skinned walker with shouts. Kabu, Roar. Fight or die. The chief of the audience, the black skinwalker, paused for a moment, but then roared, and just that 1 second pause almost made Chi Fingling's jaw drop. Do you know what those students are doing? They're trying to recall memories from before the zombie's body, just by shouting. It was so difficult that it was like asking Chi Fengling, who had just been reborn, to fight against the zombie emperor of his previous life. I don't know what it is, but there is a definition in zombies that makes it extremely difficult for even the wisest zombies to regain their memories of their former bodies. Even in his last life, Chi Fengling had seen all kinds of zombies, but he had never seen a few zombies who had recovered their memories from before their bodies, and even if there were one or two extremely rare ones, they would not recognize their memories from before their bodies. It was as if it was the corpse lord of the previous life. Chi Fengling seemed to remember that he had recovered part of his pre-body memories, but his goal was still to slaughter all the humans in the world. Name, Will Cobb. Race, zombie. Rank, level 2 high. Corpse awakening. Occupation, general corpse. Occupational quality, A. Profile, age 28. A student from a foreign country. The son of a black continent official, with poor grades, idleness, lust for beauty, and love of basketball. After being infected, he swallowed the awakening beads and possessed some of the abilities of a zombie general, retaining some of his former habits. Power, 90/70ths. Speed, 82/60ths. Spirit, 85/70ths. Body mass, 101/80. Skill, general corpse's might, as a general among the zombies. The roar can deter low-level zombies and make them follow his orders. General corpse power, as a general among the zombies. The more zombies gathered around and following orders, the higher the entire combat power that can be raised, up to 40% of the full attributes. Above the corridor, when Chi Fengling heard his classmates shouting out the name of the dark-skinned walker, Chi Fengling stood up and locked his eyes straight on the dark-skinned walker in front of him. Will Cobb. This person Chi Fengling could be too familiar with. Or rather, there was no one in the entire Yunchun University who didn't recognize him, because he was a foreign student from the Black Continent country that all the boys in the school loathed. As mentioned earlier, Cloud City University had brought in some international students a few years ago in order to show its inclusiveness, and this Will Cobb and that Larissa were among them. That Larissa was fine. Although she received special care from Yunchun University, she had good grades and respected Chinese culture, but this Will Cobb was different. After coming to Cloud City University, he had never studied seriously, taking the money that the state and Cloud City University had replenished to him. Every day in the school was just a blind wave, but this is even. But he also very loved to hook up with the female college students in China, and some of the girls are also cheap, knowing that this black skin is, but they have to be good with him, which is nothing more than to figure out some freshness, or to figure out the money of Will Cobb. As the saying goes, white skin is upside down, black skin is free, and yellow skin pays. That's exactly right. But this Will Cobb is annoying more than that. He not only toyed with those girls, but also humiliated them, and used it to satirize the boys in the country of China. Because of his bad grades, he can't graduate, and because of the policy and international reasons, Yunqing University did not clear him. So this black skin in Yunqing that is to provoke the anger of all the boys. With incomplete statistics, from the 6 years of his study, there are dozens of girls for him to have an abortion. Chi Fengling has even heard of his last life's goddess. Zhou Ying seems to have gone to look for him. Therefore, when Chi Fengling heard this name, when Chi Fengling was completely sure of this person, anger completely overrode Chi Fengling's reasoning. This black skin is four-limbed and simple-minded, but it is precisely this that makes him physically better. And it is probably for this reason that the end of the world not only did not let him die, but instead let him become a general corpse. Even if he became a general zombie, he even took over the entire gymnasium, and even made everyone make fun of him. All the factors gathered together made Chi Fengling's hostility towards this black-skinned zombie reach its peak. Roar! Roar! People! People! The white-skinned female zombie in the black-skinned zombie's arms suddenly screamed. She basically couldn't speak, but she was excited, and the direction of her finger was where Chi Fengling was. What about otherwise? The moment Chi Fengling stood up completely, it was equivalent to exposing himself, and it made sense that he would be able to let this white-skinned female zombie find out. People, humans, either come down here and play ball or die. The roar of the white-skinned female zombie naturally attracted the attention of the black-skinned zombie, but this black-skinned zombie was unusually arrogant. It only thought that Chi Fengling in the corridor was still as weak as these humans on the basketball court. A zombie is a zombie. The IQ is just low. Awaken professions are nothing more than that. And a black-skinned zombie, that's something even more trashy. These, inferior, species, should, perhaps, die out. Extinct. Chapter 152. A sword chopping black and white. A skin of black and white disturbed the Chinese summer. Yenhuan make you again for people. On the corridor on the periphery of the gymnasium center, Chi Fengling's waist was straighter than ever. Looking at the black skin that had fallen into a zombie and still acted as a bully, Chi Fengling's anger had burned to the extreme. Long Baiyu, protect yourself, brother Zhang. Don't run again, ha. Chi Fengling's head didn't even turn, just faintly said to the two people behind him, roar, give it to me, on. From the position of the audience's chief, the black-skinned zombie also noticed Chi Fengling's strange eyes, only to see that after he pushed away the white-skinned female zombie in his arms, he gave an order to all the zombies around him. Clunk, clunk, roar. This order from the black-skinned zombie instantly liberated the nature of all the zombies as they grumpily stood up and headed straight for Chi Fengling's position. Boom! Looking at the hundreds of zombies with teeth and claws, Chi Fengling didn't have a trace of fear and jumped to the side of the basketball court. Swish, 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 golem, golem. In this tide of zombies with a movement speed of less than 15, Chi Fengling's speed was unbelievably fast, coupled with the one-thought divine demon sword in his hand. There were not many zombies that could get into Chi Fengling's body at all. What are you looking at? Get your ass down here. Not a moment later, Chi Fengling rushed to the center of the basketball court. He raised his sword and pointed it straight at the black-skinned zombies that were still watching upstairs. Ow! Roar! Chi Fengling's series of actions, that completely angered the black-skinned zombie upstairs, only to hear this long roar from him, including that white-skinned female zombie rushed towards himself. This black-skinned zombie was also not willing to lag behind and jumped right opposite Chi Fengling in one leap. At that moment he stood at the center of the tide of corpses, dominating the actions of all the zombies, really like a great general. Soon, the zombies were all around them, and from above, there was a crowd of people, shoulder to shoulder, and blood to be seen. All of Chi Fengling's retreats had been blocked, and if Chi Fengling was really the only one at this moment, then today would be his death. Actually, Chi Fengling wasn't the only one here. Wasn't there a group of students over there? But there was no difference between having them and not having them anymore. The roar of the black-skinned zombie, as well as this sudden rampage of all the zombies, had completely scared these students silly, and they were all frozen in place, not even able to run away. If it wasn't for the black-skinned walkers controlling these walkers, they might have been parted by the walkers at that very moment just now. Boom! Roar! Woof! Phew dash! At the center of the corpses cupping the moon, only to see Chi Fengling's stature instantly climb 2 meters. His body was even lit up with a blazing fire, accompanied by a loud bang. 2 giant things from other worlds then suddenly appeared in the surroundings of Chi Fengling. This was the bottom line of Chi Fengling's courage to go it alone. The peak level 2 flaming skeleton horse, the level 3 middle order bone spirit 3-headed dog. Which one of them wasn't a match for the black-skinned zombie? Black-skinned, come die for me. On the back of the flaming skeleton horse, Chi Fengling raised the one-thought divine demon sword, and just declared a death notice to the black-skin walker. Roar! On the opposite side, the black-skinned zombie was obviously also startled by the scene in front of it, and it couldn't figure out why these 2 powerful creatures had appeared in front of it. Yes, but all creatures with a modicum of intelligence have fear from instinct, and walkers are included. But there is a difference. In the eyes of the zombies, they can very keenly feel the strength gap of their own kind, and generally when their own kind is higher than them by 2 small grades, they will not dare to take a shot at it. But humans are different. Even some intelligent zombies will not hesitate to strike out at humans who are many orders above them. If it restrains its desire for humans with difficulty, all you need to do is throw out fresh blood and they will come at you without fear of life or death. Right now, this black-skinned zombie was the same, although it sensed the power of the bone spirit triple-headed dog. In his eyes, Chi Fengling was still the flesh and blood for it to enjoy. Not to mention, it was still able to control these hundreds of zombies. Roar! Tada! A zombie's brain is slow to turn, so let it stop at that moment forever. After that battle with the Iron Blood Dragon Spider, Chi Fengling already had a tacit understanding with the 2 summoned beasts. In just that instant, the Bone Spirit 3-headed dog roared out a shocking roar and a bone bullet sword rain, the roar causing the surrounding zombies to instantly lose their concentration, while the bone bullet sword rain instantly cleared the zombies that were in its way. Chi Fengling, on the other hand, was riding a flaming skeleton horse, facing directly at the black-skinned zombie who had also lost his mind. Will Cobb. Roar. Golem. The black-skinned zombie's roar came to a screeching halt before it could even make an effective counterattack. Yes, the black-skinned zombie that was so powerful in the eyes of all the students was just a split second away from his head, dead beyond repair. Help, help, somebody help me. No, don't come over here, my leg, only. Just as the black-skinned zombie was decapitated, the screams of the students came out from the side. The voices could be heard, but their figures were completely obscured by the zombies. Help! And in less than 3 seconds the cries were gone. If Ren Changsun was here at this moment, then she would definitely scold Chi Fengling for being inhumane, because this time, Chi Fengling didn't care about the deaths of those students at all. The basketball court was just this big, and they didn't run just now. After the black-skinned zombies were decapitated, these zombies naturally regained their autonomous consciousness. And weren't those students curled up on the ground the best rations? Ha! Looking for death. Snapping his head back, Chi Fengling then saw that the white-skinned female zombie had taken advantage of the chaos to grab and explode the black-skinned zombie's head, breaking open the disgusting brain matter. A glowing yellow crystal appeared in the white-skinned female zombie's hand. That is the corpse core. This is the unique zombie brain will be cohesive things. Even if the zombies swallowed the awakening beads, will also be assimilated by the corpse core? So beheading the zombie, it is 100% impossible to drop the awakening beads. This time it was Chi Fengling who was careless again. In Chi Fengling's eyes, that second-level low-level white-skinned female zombie was not a match at all. Plus she had just hidden herself as well, which led to the scene in front of her. And when Chi Fengling reacted, the white-skinned female zombie with her brains had already managed to pull out the black-skinned zombie's corpse core. These things that seem particularly disgusting to humans are the greatest tonic in the eyes of a zombie. Walla la la la. As soon as the white-skinned female zombie swallowed the corpse core into her stomach, she let out that sound of pleasure once more, her body trembling as the energy belonging to the level up coursed through her body. Yes, the white-skinned female zombie was going to be upgraded. Phantom zombie plus general zombie dual profession. This was probably going to be a formidable opponent, and if we added the hundreds of zombies here, Chi Fengling might not be her opponent either. Is it possible that today's efforts are going to be undone again by my own carelessness? Walala, Gollum, you wild ball. Only to see the flaming skeleton horse violently shaking its hooves. The Chi Fengling on its back then used the momentum to make a vigorous leap. Between the swords and shadows, another zombie head fell, and this zombie head was the white-skinned female zombies. Funny, there was no way Chi Fengling could stop the iron blood dragon spider from evolving, but the situation in front of him was different. Chi Fengling isn't a little cutie. Why wait for your transformation to finish before hitting you? Too long of a forward swing is also a major disadvantage. Chapter 153 Blood Control Corpse Tide. Zombies, a very powerful species who are more than just genetically strong, and a lot more than just very sick. The weakest zombies alone had the lowest level of rank the moment they turned into zombies, while most of them, however, didn't even have a rank. Don't look at the first level of low rank is very weak, but it's this weakest level, but it can also increase the attributes of ordinary people by half. This is the reason why at the beginning of the outbreak of the end of the world, human beings are completely no match for the zombies. On top of that, zombies have a particularly large number of resistances. For example, they have high resistance to toxins, high resistance to immunity, high resistance to flooding, high resistance to fire, high resistance to light, high resistance to darkness, and so on. The resistance to all of the above is not that they are completely immune to this damage, but rather that their loss of pain is the very reason why these damages they take would be drastically reduced. Saying that much, that is to say, none of the surrounding crowds of zombies had any intention of retreating, even after being roasted for a long time by the fiery flames of the bone spirit triple-headed dogs. In front of him, the scene of hundreds of zombies surrounding him was obviously not as scary as yesterday's scene of tens of thousands of tarantulas surrounding him. But Chi Fengling was even more intimidated by today's scene. Those tarantulas were even more numerous, but each one of them was a creature that didn't even have a level. And those tarantulas, it might take dozens of them to be able to stand up to the threat of a single zombie. Moreover, for those tarantulas, the flames of the bone spirit three-headed dog could easily burn a large swath of them, while the zombies in front of them could not. Not only that, the zombies had an even more counterintuitive aspect, and that was, as long as the zombie didn't cut off its head, even if it only had half of its body left, they would still not hesitate to attack you. This was Chi Fengling's biggest headache. Although the bone spirit three-headed dog wouldn't be bitten to death, his own spiritual power was limited. When the bone spirit three-headed dog was sent back to the undead realm, he would really lose a piece of meat. Come on, come over here, you bunch of... Just as Chi Fengling was thinking about how to stand out with the corpse of the white-skinned female zombie, Long Bayou's shouts came from the location on the second floor of the corridor. Why keep walking with a white-skinned female walker? It was simple. Because the white-skinned female zombie had eaten the corpse core of the black-skinned zombie, so now in the brain of the white-skinned female zombie, a higher level of corpse core must have coalesced, which was a good object for zombies, and for Chi Fengling that was also a good thing. Then why didn't Chi Fengling just stomp on the white-skinned female zombie's head and take the corpse core before leaving? Because the zombie's desire for corpse cores was much higher than its desire for flesh and blood. If Chi Fengling really pulled out the corpse cores, then the zombie's eruption of battle power might be even higher. Tick-tock. Above the second floor, drops of bright red blood then flowed down. The sound was not very loud, but it attracted the attention of many zombies. It's not good. You guys go. At the same time, Chi Fengling seemed to see that most of the zombies had turned around except for the ones around himself, with green light coming out of those ghostly eyes and bones cackling. It was obvious that Long Bayu's blood had managed to attract the attention of most of the zombies. That was, of course, part of the dragon's blood was already flowing in Long Bayu's body, and after absorbing the awakening beads, the dragon's blood in Long Bayu's body was even purer. The species of zombies originally had a much sharper perception of blood, and this arrogant behavior of Long Bayu had completely hooked their souls. Boom! Boom! An unexpected scene happened. Chi Fengling did not even think that the cheerleader zombie who danced with the white-skinned female zombie had such a good bounce, that in one fell swoop, she jumped directly above the second floor. This was good. He was temporarily out of danger, but Long Bayu was surrounded at once. Three-headed dog. Go! Quickly go help her. The situation was urgent. Chi Fengling could only give orders to the bone spirit three-headed dog. Woof! Could this bone spirit three-headed dog still had a temper? It twisted its head, not having the slightest intention of going to help. Humph! Forgot about the blood rose did you? When I escape, you're dead. Woof! Woof! Chi Fengling's threatening words still worked, and with that said, the bone spirit three-headed dog rushed towards Long Bayu's position. Swish! 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 By the corridor, because of the effect of the zombies building a human ladder, there were soon more zombies besieging up, which made Long Bayu and his duo completely lose the chance to escape. However, one thing was for sure. Long Bayu's battle power was still very much online, and after transforming into the state of a dragon spider, he was also able to easily fend off several waves of zombie charges. Good horse, let's go! Seeing that most of the zombies around him had already left, Chi Fengling then rushed out of the encirclement with his flaming skeleton horse. Ta-da! Ta-da! The flaming skeleton horse was nearly 3 meters tall. The 3.5 meter height of this floor was not worth mentioning to it at all, and soon, Chi Fengling jumped to the location of the 7th floor corridor of the gymnasium. It was farther away from the walkers, and there were no walkers following them, so it should have been safe to leave the body of the white-skinned female walker here. Puff! Good horse! Let's go back quickly. Behave well and there will be blood roses for you to eat in the future. After dumping the corpse of the white-skinned female zombie, Chi Fengling then stroked the mane of the flaming skeleton horse. The flaming skeleton horse is not a zombie. It has a high IQ. It knows clearly that if it just rushes in like this, it will be greatly crippled without dying, and if Chi Fengling chooses to abandon itself, then it will surely die. However, the flaming skeleton horse could be much more loyal than the bone spirit three-headed dog, and after neighing, it rushed towards the location of the 2nd floor corridor with its hooves high. At this moment, the situation on the 2nd floor is not considerable. Because of the zombie siege, Long Bayu 2 people have already withdrawn to the inside of the gymnasium, the narrow corridor, so that the large body of the bone spirit three-headed dog for a time cannot be squeezed in. In fact, there was another reason why the bone spirit three-headed dog couldn't squeeze in, and that was that the bone spirit three-headed dog didn't put up a fight. After all, the person it was trying to protect now wasn't its own master anymore. Brother Fengling, you quickly leave me alone. You go first. I'll manage to go. At the center of the zombies, Long Bayu also saw Chi Fengling who was planning to rush in, but she also knew that even though Chi Fengling was riding a flaming skeleton horse, it didn't seem to be very easy for him to rush in. A solution? I don't think so. He himself had the bone spirit three-headed dog, the flaming skeleton horse, and the one-thought divine demon sword that were all having a hard time sticking out. But with her, Long Bayu, alone, how could she possibly walk away? Moreover, Chi Fengling could still see clearly that in the process of retreating, Long Bayu was still trying his best to protect Wenxin Zhang. Hiss! Come on, you group of people, come at me! Blood was scattered on the zombies, and beyond the corridor, Chi Fengling also cut his palm as he waved his blood, hoping to re-attract the zombies' attention. As long as the zombies retargeted themselves, then they weren't afraid. With the flaming skeleton horse, Chi Fengling could easily throw them off, and taking the body of the white-skinned female zombie again was no problem at all. Roar! Roar! However, the reality is not so as Chi Fengling's intention. His own blood in front of them seems to be completely not as attractive as Long Bayu's blood. In addition to dozens of peripheral zombies, most of the zombies are still the target of the surrounded Long Bayu. Just when Chi Fengling was anxious, a miserable scream still came out from the 2nd floor corridor. Chapter 154. She got the corpse core and I got the wounded. In the chaotic scene, everything seemed particularly noisy, but this miserable scream truly reached Chi Fengling's ears. It wasn't the hiss of a zombie or the growl of a bone spirit three-headed dog, it was a scream of pain from a human, and the sound was very home, so it wasn't Long Bayu's voice, except that Wenxin Zhan was about to suffer. Through the gap between the zombies, Chi Fengling had already seen the situation inside the second floor corridor to the tragic situation. Although Long Baiyu was powerful, her physical strength was limited after all, and the fact that she had to be distracted to protect Wen Xinjiang made her a bit drained. Just a moment ago, her outstretched spider legs that were firmly controlled by the 6 zombies, and just at that moment, the unprotected Wen Xinjiang was pounced upon by the zombies. In just 3 seconds, Wen Xinjiang's legs were bitten by 2 zombies, and his arms were even ripped off a good chunk of flesh in order to protect his head. The hot blood and drenched flesh that was completely activated the zombies' frenzy. The slender claws even pierced the belly of Wen Xinjiang. If no one went to help Wen Xinjiang for a while yet, then Wen Xinjiang might actually be parted by the zombies. Only on the other side, Long Baiyu's state wasn't too much better. The zombie blocked their way back. The stinky mouth sharp teeth just so bite on most of Long Baiyu's body. If it is not Long Baiyu has scale armor to protect her body, it is estimated that she would have been torn apart by the zombie by now. This was the strength of the zombie tide. No wonder there were only these few hundreds of zombies in the gymnasium, compared to outside where most of them were in the state of first level low and first level medium. Many of the zombies here had reached the level of first level high. It's over. What's going to happen? If I don't save them, then both of them will die. If I rush in, is it possible that I will die too? Hiss. Ah. Just as Chi Fengling hesitated, the muffled screams of Long Baiyu came from inside again. In order not to let Chi Fengling worry, Long Baiyu, even though his scale armor was lifted by the zombies, he hardly didn't yell out. Well, can't wait. Good horse. And you dead dog, help me out. Looking at Long Baiyu, Chi Fengling still decided to rush in for a fight. Now all that was needed was for the flaming skeleton to give himself enough charging power, and the bone spirit 3-headed dog to help him disperse some of the zombies. Then it was really possible for him to take the one-thought divine demon sword and charge in with a single strike. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When everything was ready, the sound of 3 arrows cutting through the air appeared in Chi Fengling's ears, and when Chi Fengling reacted, a bladeless arrow with a blood pack hanging from it shot onto him. Ha! The smell was very disgusting, but Chi Fengling was very familiar with it, because it was the smell of zombie stinky blood, and as the blood packet arrow shot onto himself, the blood packet instantly exploded, and in just a moment, his body was full of zombie smell. As for the other 2 arrows, those were just enough to pass through the gap between the zombies and steadily shot at Long Baiyu and Wen Xinjiang's bodies. Roar! Roar! Along with the zombies' stinking blood attacking all over Long Baiyu and Wen Xinjiang, the zombies in the periphery lost their target all of a sudden. They looked left and right, not knowing what they were doing, and in the surroundings of Long Baiyu's duo, most of the zombies were not as manic as those before, except for the individual 2 zombies that still had blood and flesh in their mouths. Who helped himself and had such excellent archery skills and came up with this great idea. Thinking of this, Chi Fengling then instantly turned his head, and with the aid of the high vision of the undead emperor's eyes, Chi Fengling instantly spotted the target. It was a yellow-on-green skinned fae. She had a crisp ponytail, wore a very quaint dress, half of her face was covered by a black cloth, and she stood around 1 meter 7, with a perfectly proportioned body. At this moment, she was still half crouching on the ground, her hands still maintaining the posture of just drawing the bow and arrow. This person Chi Fengling did not recognize, but Chi Fengling could be sure that this person was not human. Nope. Looking at it, Chi Fengling instantly realized that something was wrong, because this person's current position was right where the 7th floor corridor of the gymnasium was, and it was right next to the body of the white-skinned female zombie. What do you want? Watching the man raise the handle of his bow, Chi Fengling was instantly anxious. However, this person was in no hurry and only pointed behind Chi Fengling. Looking in the direction of the man's finger, Chi Fengling could see that the zombies seemed to be slowly regaining their target again, and by the looks of it, the blood packet didn't last very long. Boom! With just a turn of the head, Chi Fengling heard a sound of a huge force bombarding the ground, and with a glimpse of his afterglow, Chi Fengling then saw a yellowish-purple light emanating from the 7th floor. That was the corpse core of the white-skinned female zombie. After devouring the corpse core of the black-skinned zombie, the grade of this corpse core had indeed increased a little more. And this corpse core that could emit some light on its own was the best proof. Roar! 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 Just as Chi Fengling gritted his teeth, the zombies behind him that were suddenly roaring, this berserk feeling was not the least bit weaker than the zombies that had already eaten the flesh and blood. Fortunately, it wasn't the blood pack arrows that failed. The target of these crazy zombies wasn't themselves, nor was it the 2 of them trapped inside the corridor. Their cloudy pupils were staring straight at the glowing corpse core on the 7th floor. Above the 7th floor, seeing that the zombies had shifted their targets to themselves, the man was in no hurry and instead raised his arms high, allowing most of the zombies to target themselves. This man, could he be repaying himself? The black-skinned zombie and the white-skinned female zombie were both killed by himself. If he didn't go to save the 2 of them, then the corpse core must be his own. And then this person definitely didn't have a chance to get the corpse core. And this person didn't even have to fire blood-packed arrows at herself or hold the corpse core up for so long. By doing so, she was probably saying, I took the core, but I helped you, so we're even. Lured by the high-level corpse cores, the maddened zombies rushed to the 5th floor at once and watched as most of the zombies ran towards them. This person also stopped pretending to be in place, but put the corpse core into his arms and rushed inside the gymnasium in a puff of smoke. As the man left, nearly half of the zombies chased after him, while the other half of the zombies who had lost their target, that had relocked their target back to the 3 chief onling. Swish, 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 the zombies were now half gone, and without the previous formation, plus the corpse core that he had fought so hard for had been taken away. Chief Onling could only vent his anger on the zombies. Taking advantage of the fact that the effects of the blood pack arrows hadn't completely worn off, Chief Onling, the flaming skeleton horse, and the bone spirit 3-headed dog that were fully utilizing their strength. After another 10 minutes or so of fierce battle, the 200 or so zombies scattered in the gymnasium were all decimated by Chief Onling. Within the corridor, Long Bayu's condition was okay. After taking off her Dragon Lady transformation, she only suffered some superficial injuries, but Wen Zhan was a bit miserable. His limbs were already bloody, his face and stomach were covered in scratches, and his back had several deep, bone-deep scars from the walkers. Fortunately, Wen Zhan would not turn into a zombie because that was how powerful the Awakened were, and probably Wen Zhan would not die because the Awakened had powerful healing abilities. It was only that Wen Zhan was too heavily injured, and if he was not effectively treated within a certain period of time, even if Wen Zhan recovered, then it would be extremely difficult to level up in the future. Chapter 155 Level Ackerman. The blood was flowing, the body temperature was dropping, the breath was fading, and, not surprisingly, perhaps this life was going to pass away. However, the injuries Chief Onling had sustained yesterday were not in the least bit lower than now, so why was Chief Onling still alive and kicking around here now? For ordinary people, with this level of injuries, they were afraid that they would not be dead already, but for awakened people, these injuries were not instantly fatal. Chief Onling was able to live, mainly because he had instantly raised 2 small levels yesterday, because every level increase of an awakened person could raise many physical attributes, and naturally, he could also recover many negative states. But now, it is clear that there is no possibility of a breakthrough for the will-be-dead Wen Zhan. No, there is still a chance. Looking at the zombie corpses scattered around, Chief Onling still had an idea. He could summon the undead witch doctor through the undead blood sacrifice, or summon the blood rose once again. That way, Wen Zhan would be able to get through it. Thinking of this, Chief Onling didn't wait any longer, so he threw up the corpses of the zombies around the basketball court as fast as he could. Endless abyss, eternal sleeping undead, answer my call, listen to my heart, feel my sincerity, for which I will offer pure flesh and blood for your enjoyment. Cross the barriers of space and descend to my side. As the bloodlight slowly dipped into the zombie's body, the undead blood sacrifice marked success, but this time, the sacrifice was obviously much worse than the previous ones, and Chief Onling wasn't sure if he could summon something good this time. Ahem, where is this place? Above the spell formation, the smoke gradually dispersed, and a voice came out from within. The voice was a little deep, but not the kind of dead feeling of the undead, but rather like a feeling of dislike and contempt. More importantly, this voice was surprisingly not Chinese, as if it was the voice of a small-day country. As for why Chief Onling could understand it, it was because this person was summoned by Chief Onling, and Chief Onling, as his master, could naturally understand what he was saying. In less than 5 seconds, the smoke that had appeared because of the undead blood sacrifice had completely disappeared, and what met Chief Ongling's eyes was actually a human man. The man was 1 meter 6 tall, with short black hair, gray-blue eye pupils, round cheeks and pointed chin, slightly white skin, and a very indifferent expression. He wore a white shirt, and outside the shirt was a brown leather jacket, and surprisingly there was a green cape on his back, and at his waist, there were 2 engine-like things, and in his hands, he was holding 2 half-meter-long swords and knives. Well, you, tell me, where is this place, and who are you? The man who stepped out of the phalanx caught a glimpse of Chief Onling who was looking right at him. However, the man's first move was to cover his mouth with a white handkerchief. Apparently the stench of zombie blood on Chief Ongling's body made him feel nauseous. This is China. I am Chief Onling, that is, your master. Now you come over to see if there is any way to save him. For this arrogant man, Chief Onling did not want to say too much to him. Now Chief Onling only wanted to see if it was possible to save Wen Zhan. Huaxia, Chief Onling, my master? I see, you want to die. After hearing Chief Onling's words, the man instantly furrowed his brows, and a sentence that was arrogant to the point of being too arrogant came out of his mouth. Swish, swish. After saying those words, the man didn't even wait for Chief Onling to say anything. only to see 2 ropes impaled on the walls around the gymnasium as soon as he touched the engine at his waist. In the next second, the man was like an acrobat as he instantly flew up, which was ridiculously fast as he seemed to have disappeared in front of Chi Fengling. Woof! Dang! What is this thing? The sound of weapons clashing rang out right by the back of one's head, and then behind one's back came the man's voice. When Chi Fengling turned his head to look, the man was instead leaning against the wall, his twin swords still showing signs of being burned by the flames. At this moment, Chi Fengling couldn't help but be in a cold sweat, because just now, when he hadn't reacted, the man's sword blade had already slashed at the back of his head. If it wasn't for the bone spirit 3-headed dog that spewed out fire to block it, it was estimated that he would have already been separated from his own head by now. Looking at the resolute gaze of the man on the wall and his sharp set of equipment, Chi Fengling's thoughts were churning as if a memorized character had surfaced in his mind. Name, Level Ackerman. Race, Elite Human. Grade, Level 2 Low, Extreme. Profile, age 33. A powerful human warrior from the worldview of Attack on Titan. Possesses high combat instincts, can multiply his combat ability after assembling a 3-dimensional maneuvering device, is arrogant and resolute by nature, and has a serious cleanliness fetish. Power, 20. Speed, 40. Spirit, 15. Physical fitness, 10. Skill, Ackerman bloodline, proficient in most cold weapons. The more desperate the situation, the stronger the fighting ability to burst. Sure enough, Chi Fengling hadn't remembered wrongly. This man was the one he remembered. Level Ackerman, known as the Giant of Dwarf, also known as the Chief of Soldiers, is the strongest human in Attack of the Giants, and can instantly kill several giants when equipped with a 3-dimensional maneuvering device. The giant, that was in existence more powerful than a zombie, and he hadn't just been talking big, he really could kill himself in an instant. I'm its master. Do you think you can deal with us? Having been looked down upon by his summoned beast again, Chi Fengling naturally would not admit defeat. That's not impossible. The level on the wall was not shocked by the bone spirit 3-headed dog, only to see the device on his waist move again, and his entire person instantly disappeared in front of Chi Fengling's eyes again. Flop! Clunk! However, this time, Chi Fengling was calm and collected, only to see Chi Fengling's mind move. A man fell from the air behind him, along with the sword blade he was holding. Alright, shut up, thanks to Chi Fengling's quickness in stopping it, or else the flames of the bone spirit 3-headed dog were going to burn onto the headache-ridden Level. You, what have you done to me? On the ground, Level's head hurt. He wanted to get back up. He wanted to cut this man, except he didn't seem to have the power anymore. This was the absolute suppression of a summoner over a summoned beast, and Level was different from Qin Chong, who had signed an equal contract with himself. This Level was already considered impressive. As a human, he was able to break through his own limits and reach the rank of a second-level low level, which was very unbelievable. Only now, Chi Fengling had already reached the rank of second-level middle stage, and now that he was there, wouldn't it be easy for him to try to suppress summoned beasts that were below him? I don't need your pity, kill me if you want to. On the ground, even with a splitting headache, Level still had no intention of giving in. Level Ackerman, 13th generation investigative corps soldier leader, born in the underground city of the king's capital of Eldia, born without a father, lost his mother at a young age, adopted by his uncle, recaptured by Erwin and loyal to him. Chi Fengling didn't pay attention to him. Instead, he said something about Level with his memory. You, who the hell are you? At this instant, Level that was completely frozen. He did not understand. This person who had not even seen one side of him. Why did he know so many things about him? There's no need for you to know this. Tell me, do you have a way to save him? If it were normal, Chi Fengling would have had a good chat with this legend. But right now, the injuries on Wenqin Zhang's body couldn't wait any longer. He takes it. I hope it works. Looking at the miserable and incomparable Wenqin Zhang on the other side, Level was also lost in thought for a moment. But soon, he flung a small bottle. This should be a common healing medicine used by their investigation corps. It shouldn't be possible to completely save Wenqin Zhang, but it should be able to barely stabilize the injury. Tell me, what the hell are you? This time, before Level could finish his words, Chi Fengling sent him straight back to his world. To be honest, Chi Fengling didn't know why he had summoned him, but the priority right now was to save Wenqin Zhang first. Chapter 156 Traces of Blue. The remnants of a dear friend are trying to ascend to heaven, and the zombies are taking over and jamming the room. Ahem. Fengling don't mind me. You guys go quickly. On the back of the flaming skeleton horse, Wenqin Zhang said with blood in his mouth in a very difficult manner. Just now, after leaving the basketball court, Chi Fengling led the two of them towards the outside of the gymnasium, only that the way out wasn't very smooth. Along the way, there were scattered zombies, It could be seen that the person just ran should be very fast, which made the slow chasing zombies lose the target of searching. Then these zombies naturally could only roam around in the gymnasium. Brother Zhang, quickly stop talking. Don't worry, as long as I, Chief Fengling, am here, I will definitely not let you die. Holding Wenxin Zhang's hand tightly, Chief Fengling's tone was firm and incomparable. No, I'm going to say, After listening to Chief Fengling's words, Wenxin Zhang that was even more excited. Even the number of words were much faster. Brother Zhang, don't try to persuade me. I won't leave you guys behind. Don't worry, I'll definitely take you guys out. Seeing Wenxin Zhang's face become even more unsightly, Chief Fengling really hated to cover his mouth and let him have a good rest. Hiss, I want to say, can we walk slower? This horse's back is full of bones. My waist is being clucked so painfully. Struggling to swing away Chief Fengling's somewhat ambiguous hand, Wenxin Zhang finally said what he wanted to say. For a while, Chief Fengling was also embarrassed beyond measure and couldn't help but roll his eyes as well. He thought that the kind of plot he had watched in the TV series in the past would appear. So what's the solution? Guess why the flaming skeleton horse is called the skeleton horse? It would be strange if there was meat on that horse's back. After giving Wenxin Zhang a new crawling position, Chief Fengling no longer cared about him, but instead carried the one-thought divine demon sword one person at a time, and began to fight to kill up the scattered zombies. Fortunately, the inside of the stadium was still very large, and there were various small rooms on each floor, which made it impossible for the zombies to put together a large-scale wave of corpses. In less than 10 minutes of work, Chief Fengling brought the two of them, Long Baiyu, back out of the gymnasium. Brother Fengling, look what's that? Just reaching the position of the doorway, the attentive Long Baiyu realized something. It was by the doorknob of the gymnasium's main door, and there was a faint bloody palm print. But strangely enough, this bloody palm print was blue, and that meant that the owner of this palm print shed blue blood. On the blue planet, the blood of most creatures was red. Even the blood of zombies was a dark red. So wouldn't this blue palm print be that of the person who stole his own corpse core? Bao Yu is good. It's good to have you. For the people he cared about, Chief Fengling wouldn't be stingy with his praise. Brother Fengling, please don't talk about this. Brother Chen Zhang, he seems to be dying. Ugh. Where are we going now? If we don't hurry, he's going to get cold. This Long Baiyu was able to speak, but it seemed that she would only say nice things to Chief Fengling. Ahem. I'm not cold yet. It's still okay to hold out for a little while longer. Wenxin Zhang reacted quickly. He was afraid that he would be shaken down by the flaming skeleton horse. Only at this time, Chief Fengling's attention can be completely not in the body of the two people. Chief Fengling is thinking, this blue palm print, is that person injured? That person did not show superb combat power from beginning to end. Just faster speed. But the easiest thing to limit speed is limited space. The inside of the gym was still intricate, and if the person couldn't read the signage inside, then she was likely to wind up dizzy. And if that was the case, she was most likely injured. Thinking of this, Chief Fengling then touched the position of the doorway, and sure enough, there were even more traces left by these zombies. Standing at the entrance of the gymnasium with a faraway view, the corners of Chief Fengling's mouth that were unconsciously rising. The man was indeed injured, but he shouldn't be dead yet, and she hadn't used the corpse core, instead going to a place she had intended to go. When Chen Zhang was injured, in Yunchang University, there were only two ways to save him for the time being. The first was to go back to the cafeteria and let Cheng Nuocheng treat him. Cheng Nuocheng cared for her students, and since Wenxin Zhang had no grudges against her, Cheng Nuocheng would definitely come to her rescue if nothing unexpected happened. However, the situation in the cafeteria was still unknown, and in case it was even more dangerous inside, then going over there again with a severely injured Wenxin Zhang would be a death sentence. Therefore, Chief Fengling thought of a second way, which was to go to the center area of Yunchang University, which was Yunchang University's own hospital within the university. Cloud City University's medical equipment is very advanced, medicine is very rich, and the environment is also very quiet and beautiful. Except that what does not match is that the number of people who go here to see the doctor is very small. The reason is very simple. Because most of the doctors in Yunchang University are medical students in the school's main department. Students know each other's situation clearly, so usually students will not come from their home hospitals for diseases that they are not sure about. And this shows that after the outbreak of the end of the world, the number of zombies near the hospital is the lowest. The number of zombies is low, then the preserved drugs will be relatively quite intact. When Shen Zhang himself was an awakened, which meant that he didn't need to have too high a level of diagnosis and treatment, as long as he used the right medicine, when Shen Zhang's body would be able to heal itself quickly. And now, the direction in which that person escaped was the direction of the hospital. Chief Fengling could now both track this person's footprints and also go to the hospital to look for medicine in the meantime. Thinking of this, Chi Fengling instantly had a lot more energy in his body and pulled the flaming skeleton horse towards the location of the central area of Cloud City University. Yuncheng University was on the large side, and in addition to the various small buildings, there were also various wigwams and woods that had been built, which didn't allow Chi Fengling to see the situation on the hospital side from super far away. However, on the way to the hospital, Chi Fengling saw more and more zombie corpses. These zombies look like they just died not long ago, and individual zombies that are not dead through will still struggle up and bite people. What made Chi Fengling notice even more was that there were specks of blue blood left along the way, in addition to the corpses of the zombies, so it seemed that this person had suffered a lot of injuries, and that he hadn't taken the wrong path. Brother Fengling, look, what's that? Just as Chi Fengling was still concentrating on searching for the bloodstains, Long Baiyu seemed to have found something else. Following the direction of Long Baiyu's finger, Chi Fengling then saw that some blue plants had actually grown on the former location of the lawn. These plants grew up to 1.5 meters in height, all blue in color, with very few leafy branches, and near the top branch of this plant, several pineapple-sized fruits had unexpectedly grown. Needless to say, these are definitely not plants native to the Blue Planet, because the Blue Planet people have studied that the color of the most unappetizing food is blue. Don't go over, be careful. Just when Long Baiyu was about to go over to pick those fruits, Chi Fengling then realized something and instantly pulled Long Baiyu to his back, followed by a sword slash. Puff! As the one-thought divine demon sword quickly chopped down, a creature that was mixed in with the special plants was cut down on the spot by Chi Fengling. Just the moment he saw this creature, Chi Fengling couldn't help but frown. The creature had the same body as a human, except that the flesh on its body was a bit rotted, its skin was grayish-blue, and crucially, the blood that flowed out of it was also blue. What kind of creature is this? Needless to say, this is the zombie, but this zombie doesn't know what the reason is. It seems to be controlled, even the aggressiveness has been weakened a lot. The key is that the blood has changed color. Could it be that this strange plant has the added effect of changing the habits of living things? Chapter 157 Witchcraft Dwarf Orcs. As usual, time is short and people's lives are at stake. If it were ordinary times, this kind of plant that could make even the zombies change their habits, Chi Fengling would definitely do some research. But now, the severely injured Wen Zhang couldn't wait any longer. After silently taking a step back, Chi Fengling then gently used the one-thought divine demon sword to pluck away these blue plants. Amazing! I didn't realize how much danger lurked inside what looked like just strange flora from the outside. In the center of the blue plant, there were surprisingly a dozen or so blue-skinned zombies neatly lined up. They had already lost their bloodlust, and even after discovering Chi Fengling, they were still just guarding the blue plant. Could it be that the blue plants are the same weird creatures as the ziggurat flower, and they are trying to take over the blue planet as well? Forget it, whatever, the plant is not a threat for now. It's better to go to the hospital yourself. Suppressing the sense of curiosity in his heart, Chi Fengling then led the flaming skeleton horse and continued walking in the direction of the hospital. What is all this? There were still 500 meters away from the hospital, but Chi Fengling discovered something he had never seen before. A fence had been constructed around the wing of the hospital. This fence is not very high. The average height is about 1.5 meters, like this high and low, as if it can't protect anything, and the stained blue blood is disappearing behind this fence. Whoosh, 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 dang, who, come on out. What kind of hidden arrows are you putting out there? If you have the ability to come out and compete. This time, Chi Fengling's reaction speed was extremely fast, instantly knocking away a dozen or so arrows that were shot at him. The length of these arrows was very short, probably just 30 centimeters long, and the strength wasn't too great for himself, and Chi Fengling's feeling was that it was like something a child would play with. Chi Fengling's two eyes were glowing, scanning everything between the fence to the hospital, but it seemed like there really wasn't anyone in front of them. Alas, Brother Fengling, you're looking too far. They're right under the fence. Just as Chi Fengling was still trying to look, Long Baiyu was reminding from the side. After listening to Long Baiyu's words, Chi Fengling only put her sight down. She really didn't expect that there was really someone, and they were hidden next to the fence. One by one, they were only about 1 meter 2 in height. Their skin was blue-green, their ears were pointed, their entire bodies were very small, and they wore clothes similar to those of primitive humans, and they held a short bow and arrow in their hands. It seems that the ones who just shot arrows at themselves are these little people. It can be seen that they are not zombies. If Chi Fengling is right, they should be similar to the kobolds that he has seen before, belonging to the race of the other world. This end of the world, the end of the world in one's lifetime has really changed. In the last life, the only opponents of humans were zombies and mutant beasts, but in this life, so many other worldly races had appeared. Name, Witchcraft Dwarf Orcs. Race, Dark Elf. Level, First Intermediate. Profile, age 126. Comes from the dark region of the elf world. lives around the dark canyon. Short, long-lived, athletic, skilled in hunting techniques, good at witchcraft, but weak in one body, is the target of bullying by the vast majority of elves. Power, 9, speed, 11, spirit, 8, physical, 25, skill, witchcraft apprentice, mastery of the lowest level of witchcraft, able to heal basic injuries for a bit. Pharmaceutical sensitization, being subjected to elevated medication effects and being able to recognize and discover different medications more quickly. After locking onto this little guy, Chi Fongling instantly knew all of their information, and sure enough, he had guessed correctly that these guys were the Fae. But fortunately, these little guys weren't close relatives of the goblins, or else Chi Fongling would have to slaughter a tribe again. Yes, what else is there to think about? The vicinity of the hospital was surrounded by this kind of fence. And there were also witchcraft dwarf orcs specifically guarding the vicinity of the fence. So that meant that a tribe had already appeared in this place, and the hospital of the University of Cloud City was sort of occupied by them. Asterisk hashtag $% and, Brother Fongling, what are they talking about? Yes, these witchcraft dwarf orcs spoke to Chi Fongling after they realized that they couldn't hurt him. Only, each race has its own language. This witchcraft dwarf orc is still from the other world. Of course Long Bayou can't understand them. It's actually easy to understand. That is to reach level 3 and then get along for a while to understand. If you want to understand it straight away then you might have to reach level 4. However, this was ineffective for Chi Fongling, because Chi Fongling had Savvy, a witch from the realm of the undead, who was proficient in a lot of black magic, and the translation and expression of the language, which she herself knew. Savvy in Chi Fongling's tacit understanding was extremely high, so she had long ago infused this black magic into Chi Fongling. What else could they say but, who are you? What are you doing here? We are the original inhabitants of this world, and right now, I am the owner of this area. This was not Chi Fongling pretending. Well, it was indeed Chi Fongling who was pretending, since he hadn't unified Cloud City University yet. But so what? In front of the weak foreigners, the identity was all self-given. And %. This time Chi Fongling didn't hear it either, because they were whispering crickets about something. This lord, I'm sorry to say, but this is now the territory of our witchcraft dwarf orcs. May I ask what you're here for? For a while Chi Fongling didn't know what to say. They were occupying the territory of Yuncheng University, but they were speaking politely, which made it hard for himself to get angry for a while. I'm here to find someone. Have you guys ever seen this tall and then a woman with good posture? Oh, she's yellow-green skinned, said Chi Fongling, and then he prepared his fighting stance, for it was within the fence that the blood disappeared, and though the woman's skin was yellowish-green, it was certainly inextricably linked to them. And, this lord, the person you are talking about, we haven't seen him before. May I ask if you have anything else? This group of witchcraft dwarf orcs were obviously lying, because one of the dwarf orcs had already sneaked back to report the news. It doesn't matter if you don't recognize it, but this place is mine. I'm going in now to save my friend. Please don't stop me. Chi Fongling didn't want to break up so much with them. No matter what, it's not as good as knowing more about it after going in yourself. This lord, you can't come in. This may not be your territory. We took it after clearing out a group of bloodthirsty creatures, so please also leave. And as he spoke, the dwarf orc raised his short bow once more. It seems that this group of dwarf orcs aren't stupid either. Listening to their words, they should have been here for a while, and the zombies inside have been pretty much cleared out by them. Yeah, what if I don't leave? What can you do? Looking at these dwarfs, Chi Fongling's self-confidence was stretched to the brim. Humph, ooh dash. After a cold grunt, the dwarf orc then picked up one of the whistles dangling from his neck and blew it. Brother Fongling is not good. It seems like those zombies are coming over. Gently covering Chi Fongling's hand, Long Bayou's expression was a bit tense. This time, without Long Bayou saying it, Chi Fongling also saw the zombies coming from the front and back. These zombies were not the kind he had seen in the gym, but the kind he had just seen in the blue flora. At the dwarf orc's whistle, those zombies had a blue light in their eyes, and with a low growl and a slow, heavy step, they came toward him. Chapter 158 The Chief with Eyesight. Let's just call them Blue Walkers. Chi Fongling wasn't stupid. With all these things in front of her, she had already guessed a reason without having to explain too much. In the Jian province of China, the witchcraft of parasites has been circulating. Roughly speaking, it is to put some parasites that have been cultivated for many years into other people's bodies, and then under some special commands of the owner, the parasites will be able to act, and indirectly control that person's actions. Although Chi Fongling didn't understand these dwarf orcs for the time being, their names seemed to indicate a lot of things, and that was the word compulsion. These blue zombies still had human bodies, so it was clear that these zombies were either a type of dwarf orc or a zombie native to the blue planet. And just now, after the dwarf beastmen blew their special whistles, these blue zombies acted. so it was evident that the dwarf beastmen must have had a special way of controlling these otherwise bloodthirsty and berserk zombies. The reason why zombies were called zombies stemmed from their witlessness, their bloodlust, and these blue zombies, although they still retained their zombie appearance, they had clearly lost their original bloodlust. Looking at the blue zombies that surrounded the area in pieces, Chi Fengling's heart had no ripples, because this wave of zombies in Chi Fengling's eyes was not at all as horrifying as the one in the gymnasium. Human, I'll say it for the last time. Get out of here or we'll really take action against you. Seeing that the blue zombies had completely blocked Chi Fengling and his group's path of retreat, the dwarf beast people in turn gave way to another path of retreat. Listening to it, the corner of Chi Fengling's mouth was also slightly raised. It seems that these witch doctor dwarf orcs really don't have a bad heart. Even at this point, there is still the intention of letting themselves off the hook, but if it were any other race, they might have already launched an attack on themselves. Little men, as I said, this is my territory. No one can stop me if I want to go in, and today, I have to go in. After regaining his serious expression, Chi Fengling had already prepared his summoning stance. The biggest trouble in front of them were two. The first was these blue zombies, but their fighting power was obviously weakened a lot. There was a lot of space here, and the bone spirit triple-headed dog and long bayou could be suppressed. As for the second big trouble, it is these dwarf beast people who know the art of witchcraft, and will also put dark arrows. The damage of these arrows is very low. Of course, they are not afraid, but the seriously injured civil minister Zhang on the back of the horse will not be able to do so. However, Chi Fengling dared to launch a challenge. Naturally he had the capital to deal with it, because now he had another great general under his command. That is, Level Ackerman. Just now on the way here, Chi Fengling also mobilized his 20 years of memory to recall this character that appeared in the anime. Don't look at Level as only human, and only 1 meter 6, but his combat power that is ridiculously high. Alone in the gymnasium, if not for the quick reaction of the bone spirit three-headed dog, one's own head has already fallen to the ground. There were fences built by the dwarf orcs in this neighborhood, as well as individual small buildings, and a few taller trees, which were also enough for Level to use his abilities. Well, don't blame. Then, ahem, wait, stop. Within the fence, just as the dwarf orc was about to blow his whistle again, a sharp cry came from the direction of the hospital. The voice was a bit old and sickly to hear, and more importantly, it was still the language of the dwarf orcs. Hearing this voice, the dwarf orcs by that fence all stopped their hand movements, their eyes widened in some surprise, and they tried to stand on their tiptoes to look inside. Crossing the not-so-high fence, Chi Fengling caught a glimpse of the people coming from inside the hospital. It was still a witch doctor dwarf orc, but he could look much older. His blue skin had darkened a bit, and the clothes he wore were surprisingly a bit like a white coat, and in his hand, naturally, he still had his trademark staff. Chief, what are you doing out here? Are you better? Chief, he's the one who wants to barge in here, but don't worry, with these composting corpses, we'll definitely be able to drive them away. As this old dwarf orc walked over to the fence, these dwarf orcs all spoke respectfully. It seemed that this man was the chief of this tribe, and from what the dwarf orcs had said, their chief should have been sick. Name, Witchcraft Dwarf Orc, Daraga. Race, Dark Elf. Rank, Peak Level 2. Profile, age 368. Chief of a small tribe of witchcraft dwarf orcs. Skilled in both witchcraft and compassion. Low self-growth but high comprehension. Great foresight. Loves his daughters. Power, 15/35. Speed, 18/40. Spirit, 150. Physical, 22/80. Skill, Eye of the Minor Prophet, can view the environment of a free area from a super long distance, and can know a small portion of what might happen. Witchcraft Familiarity, Medicinal Sensitivity. Not bad. This dwarf orc chief was sickly, and overall stats, other than his spirit being full, were depleted. However, this dwarf orc chief's skills were somewhat impressive. He could actually peer into places from a super long distance, and he could also foretell some future happenings. This is interesting. This old dwarf orc ran out to stop this fight in such a hurry. Could it be that he had foreseen that this tribe of his own was not his opponent? Alright, you guys stop talking. Open the fence and let them in. After stopping the dwarf orcs from speaking, Chief Daraga surprisingly gave this order. Chief, what are you talking about? This human is dangerous. He's going to invade our tribe. The surrounding dwarf beastmen were clearly in disbelief that their chief would just let this intruder in. What are you guys talking about? This place was originally this lord's territory. We are just temporarily using it to survive. It's only natural for him to take it back. What Chi Fengling didn't even expect was that the chief of this dwarf orc would be so respectful to himself. Available. This is my order. Ahem, didn't you hear me? Seeing that the clansmen still wouldn't open the door, Chief Daraga was still in a hurry. Don't worry, Chief, we'll just drive. It seemed that the dwarf orcs were still very concerned about their chief's body. Squeak, and %yan hashtag. Just as the fence was opened, Daraga was chanting something in place, and before Chief Fengling could react, the blue zombies that surrounded the area retreated. Lord Maple Spirit, I've shown enough sincerity. I don't think there's any need for you to summon that hellhound. Holding his staff in one hand and pressing his chest with the other, Daraga even bent his back gently. It seemed that he had guessed right. This dwarf orc chief should have seen his strength long ago, otherwise he would have known before he had summoned the bone spirit three-headed dog, and he would have been able to call out his name, and he was right to give in. If he didn't care about the death or life of Wenshin Zhang, and he put all his energy into the witchcraft dwarf orcs, then this weak tribe might really be slaughtered by himself. This is my friend Hu. Lord Fengling, you don't need to say anything, come with me. Before Chief Fengling could finish his sentence, the dwarf orc chief understood what he meant, and the direction his hand was guiding him to was none other than the hospital of Yunchang University. Chapter 159 New Hospital Maniacs. It's like a trance. Leading the horse and walking on the road of the former hospital, Chief Fengling felt as if he had come to the wrong place. This place was far from the scene that should be in the end of the world, but instead, it had the feeling of entering an alien world. The clutter and bloodshed caused by the end times was nowhere to be seen here, and there were a few short wooden huts and tents in addition to clean roads and houses. Under the dwarf orc chief's lead, the people passing by on the road came over to greet him, and Chief Fengling could see that there were surprisingly some normal humans here in addition to the witchcraft dwarf orcs. Seeing the arrival of Chief Fengling's trio, those people didn't show too much surprise. Instead, they greeted the dwarf orc chief very politely. It seems that after occupying this place, the witchcraft dwarf orcs not only didn't harm the original students, but also treated them very kindly. Otherwise the students wouldn't have behaved so naturally. As Chief Fengling's 3 men and 1 horse walked around the hospital, a strange scene was stepping into Chief Fengling's eyes. On the outskirts of the hospital, surprisingly, a fence had been built, and around the fence, that was standing full of blueskin zombies. Roar! Roar! Before Chief Fengling could take 2 more steps, the hissing sound belonging to the pure in the zombie then came over. Through this short fence, Chief Fengling immediately saw what was happening in the hospital. In a ward on the first floor of the hospital, 3 blue zombies were in deadly control of an ordinary zombie, and on the head of that ordinary zombie was none other than a voodoo dwarf orc chanting a special incantation. Under the chanting of the spell, the common zombie became buoyant at times and settled down at others, his skin turning blue at times and returning to gray at others. Lord Fengling, this is what you want to know. We are compelling these zombies. Aside, before Chief Fengling could ask a question, the dwarf orc chief said what they were doing. Sure enough, Chief Fengling did not guess wrong. Witchcraft dwarf orcs naturally understand witchcraft. These blue zombies are the slaves after being assimilated by their control. Only, Chief Fengling look at them witching a zombie seems to be not very easy. Until that witching dwarf orc exhausted, that ordinary zombie has not been completely controlled, and the next thing is, appear another witching dwarf orc to repeat the above action. Phew, Daraga, don't worry, Rav, she's out of life-threatening danger. Before the group could walk into the hospital, a human then ran out even gasping for air. The man was wearing a white lab coat that was proprietary to Cloud City University Hospital. His hair was a bit messy, his beard was bearded, and his demeanor was still a bit maniacal. Name, Ku Yao. Race, awakened. Awakening profession, medicine maniac. Occupational quality, B. Grade, level 2 low. Profile, age 38. Young chief physician. Morbidly obsessed with genetics. First-rate ability to cure diseases. Can easily master the use of Chinese and Western medicines, but the treatment of diseases will be added to their own preaching. Straight nature. Pure-minded. Power, 20. Speed, 20. Spirit, 50. Physical fitness, 70. Skill, medical poison maniac body, an awakened person with a special physique, enjoying a boost in the effects of drugs or increases, can suck viruses out of others, and can dissolve and understand them. Although this man was overall scruffy, Chief Fengling could tell at a glance that he was different. No, another powerful awakened had appeared, and his rank was higher than even Chang Nuoching's, and this person, in his last life, must have died a long time ago as well, because in his last life when Ren Changzan hit the school hospital, it was pretty much deserted, and even the zombies were starved and gray. As for this Ku Yao, Chief Fengling really had some impression, because his medical ability was outstanding. Even the difficult cases that the old Chinese doctors couldn't understand, he was able to see them well. This, together with his ability to use Chinese and Western medicines with great dexterity, has led to the cure of a number of illnesses for which he pronounced certain death. But this man is just like the synopsis says, he's very much his own man, with a set of sermons of his own and a particular penchant for indoctrinating others. Chief Fengling had heard that back then. It seemed like he had been abandoned by the major hospitals just because he had said the wrong thing about the wrong political stance in front of a certain big shot. As for why he will come to Yuncheng University, it is mainly Cheng Nuo Cheng who uses people with a unique style, and Yuncheng University cannot accept many patients. This Kuyao's most of the time are engaged in their own research. Just did not expect, after the arrival of the end of the world, this person not only did not die, but also became an awakened person, and finally managed to meet the same some medical skills, and the heart is still quite kind witchcraft dwarf beast people. However, this person was basically no threat to himself, and Chi Fengling didn't put too much attention on him because Chi Fengling was keenly aware of a keyword. That is, the dwarf orc chief had a daughter who was still injured because of something, and that person, extremely likely, was the one who took away his corpse core? Yes, truly, thank you. Hearing this, the dwarf orc chief became excited all of a sudden, and he even spoke Huaxia in a very strained manner. Wow, what a beautiful horse. Why is this student so badly injured? Even an awakened can't carry so much zombie poison. Quickly, help him down. This Kuyao was really something else. He didn't pay attention to the dwarf orc chief's thanks, but instead moved his attention to the huge flaming skeleton horse, the so-called healer's heart. Although this Kuyao's behavior and demeanor was a bit strange, he really did have absolute concern for the injured. Looking at Wen Shen Zhang's increasingly pale face, Chi Fengling didn't want to think about that much and just quickly helped Wen Shen Zhang off his horse. It is? Lord Fengling, don't worry. Apothecary Ke has his way of saving people. For Chi Fengling's disbelief, the dwarf orc chief was calm. On the side, when Wen Shen Zhang was placed on the ground, this Kuyao unexpectedly bit through his own finger, and then he pressed on Wen Shen Zhang's wound in a watery manner. In the next second, Chi Fengling could see that a gray-green light element seemed to follow the blood and just flowed from Wen Shen Zhang's body into Kuyao's body. Yes, this is the zombie virus. For the awakened, these viruses can't infect them, but an excess of zombie toxins can damage the awakened's body. For awakened people, as long as their physical state was still okay, then these viruses would be slowly broken down and eliminated. And it was because Wen Shen Zhang's physical state was so poor that he allowed this virus to continuously erode his body. It seemed that the awakened profession of healer maniac wasn't just nonsense. This way of healing Kuyao was truly unique to the extreme. Ahem. Phew. He's fine for now, but he won't be able to move for a while. Help him inside to rest. After withdrawing his hands, Kuyao then said with some fatigue, Lord Fengling, don't worry about bringing your friend inside. We won't harm him. To the side, the dwarf orc chief also said in succession, there's no rush on this one. Daraga, I think that you should know what I came in here for. Stopping the approaching witchcraft dwarf orc, while Chi Fengling's expression returned to seriousness. Yes, to save people is the main, but to find the corpse core is also the main. If a moment because of looking for the corpse core and witchcraft dwarf beasts people fall out, then leave their own and still injured state of the Wen Shen Zhang, is their biggest weakness? Chapter 160 Chi Fengling is being unreasonable? The sudden silence represents embarrassment, but also could mean that a big battle will suddenly be fought. Lord Maple Spirit, I may know what you're here for, but would you be willing to hear our story? The dwarf orc chief's face was filled with embarrassment, but it quickly passed into a kind of sentimentality. Apparently, he also had some past to catch up on. No, I don't want to hear it, although you helped my friend, but the grudge between us has not yet been settled. Chi Fengling obviously also did not follow the set pattern. When these words came out, the dwarf orc chief that was even more embarrassed. Alright, Lord Maple Spirit even said so, then I won't hide it. Lord came here this time to look for that crystal core. Right. After a slight sigh, the dwarf orc chief really got to the crux of the matter. Humph, you are also straightforward enough. Not bad. I came here this time, just to find that corpse core, because that was originally mine. The strength of the strength made Chi Fengling a bit unreasonable. That corpse core wasn't Chi Fengling's thing. Naturally it wasn't the dwarf orc chief's thing either. By normal, shouldn't it be a zombie's thing? This way Lord Maple Spirit, I'm sorry, that corpse core you wanted has already been absorbed by me. I really didn't expect what? You didn't expect that I could come out alive and that I could find this place so quickly. Hearing the dwarf orc chief's reply, Chi Fengling's face instantly sank, every word filled with thorns. It's not like that, Lord Fengling, the corpse core has already been absorbed by me. Tell me, what can I do to compensate you? This dwarf orc chief was really good-tempered. Being disliked by Chi Fengling, he could still be this polite. Humph, of course there's a way. Without the corpse core, I can't just pry open your head. The dwarf orc chief was indeed sincere, but these words were nothing more than the greatest mockery in Chi Fengling's eyes, and for a while, Chi Fengling had really moved to kill. Lord Chief, stand down, all of you. You're not needed here. The sound of the two talking was getting louder and louder, naturally attracting the surrounding witchcraft dwarf beast people, who all gathered around. and some even drew their bows and arrows, but their move was instantly stopped by the dwarf orc chief, and under Chief Daraga's scolding, the dwarf orcs who had surrounded them had to retreat. This is really sincere, but the two worlds of Chief Onling does not believe in this. After all, there are too many people who are not the same as the table, and, after all, the witchcraft dwarf orc sheik is a foreign race. Lord Maple Spirit, it was my daughter's fault for taking the corpse core without your consent. If prying my head open will make up for it, then I'm willing. Saying that, the dwarf orc chief actually put down the staff in his hand, while also closing his eyes with a look of begging for death. Then I'll fulfill this. Dang. Just as Chief Onling summoned the one-thought divine demon sword to slash at the dwarf orc chief's head, two taut arrows flew out, which were accurate and managed to interfere with his own murderous movements. Ahem. Oops. MS. Rough. What's wrong with you? Didn't I say for you to take a good rest? On the side, the clueless Kuyao then saw the person who walked out from the side of the hospital door. That walked over with a concerned face. The entire time, Kuyao didn't know what Chief Onling and the dwarf orc chief were doing, and as for why he didn't go to stop them just now, it was because he didn't react. Along with Kuyao's line of sight, Chief Onling also saw the person who had placed a hidden arrow against her. That's right, she was the woman who had snatched her corpse core in the gymnasium. The woman's skin was still yellow-green, her face a little worse for wear, and she had scratches all over her body, as well as badly bruised mouths wrapped in gauze. Now that she had removed the black cloth that covered her face, to be honest, this dwarf orc's face value was very much online. Perhaps she shouldn't be called a dwarf orc anymore, as her height was about the same as Long Bayou and her figure was no weaker than Rinchengsen's. Name, Voodoo Orc, Darav. Race, Light and Dark Elf. Level, Grade 2. Middle Order. Profile, age 67. A child conceived by a dark elf and a light elf. Does not possess the special abilities of both light and dark elves, but has high physical fitness, strong growth ability, cold and few words, and perseverance and affection. Power, 50. Speed, 70. Spirit, 60. Physical fitness, 80. Skill, Body of Diligence, learn more, practice more, grow faster. In Chief Fingling's eyes, almost everyone didn't have secrets, so it was no wonder that this Darav didn't have a bit of the appearance of a witchcraft dwarf orc. It turned out that she just wasn't a purebred dark elf. Chief Onling was also curious. Like a 1 meter 2 dark elf like Daraga, how did he find a light elf as a companion and was able to get a light elf to give him children? Lav, what are you doing? Don't stop yet. I'm doing this voluntarily, and you're the one who took someone else's stuff in the first place. Seeing his daughter come out, the dwarf orc chief that was in a hurry, simply because Chief Onling had already turned the battle intent to Darav's body. Father, it's not like that. I brought out this crystal core with my life, and I even saved them. How can this be my fault? On the side, Darav clearly didn't believe her father's words. In fact, what Darave said was partially true. She did help Chief Onling. If it wasn't for those 3 arrows with zombie blood packs, Long Bayou and Wenchen Zhang didn't know if they would still be able to survive until now. But it didn't make sense that she could be so badly injured just by running back with the corpse core. If she were on her own, she certainly wouldn't even have a chance to get close to the black-skinned zombie. You. Darav's words made the dwarf orc chief's angry words go out of his mouth. Well, you don't have to say it. I'll say it. You're right. This corpse core has never belonged to anyone. Whoever has the ability to take it, you can bring it back. It's your ability. I'm convinced. But if you can take it, I can come and grab it as well. Right now, I just want to dig up his head, and I'm going to kill you guys as well. Are you convinced? Standing there, Chief Onling used the most bland expression and said the most ruthless words. You demon. Do you think you can really kill us all? By the door, Darav's eyes widened with anger. She hadn't thought that this human man could be so hateful. That's enough, Rab, you have to stop talking. This whole thing is because of me. Lord Fongling, that corpse core has already been absorbed by me. If killing me can make up for your loss, then so be it. But I hope you can spare my daughter and my clansmen. After heckling Darav, the dwarf orc chief unexpectedly knelt down towards Chief Fongling, his face full of pleas. This student, what are you guys up to? This chief is a good man. These dwarves aren't hurting us. And MS, rough is nice. There's no need to fight them over something. On the side, Kuyao, even if he couldn't understand what Chief Fongling and the others were talking about, but the smell of gunpowder that was overflowing the screen, he would be a fool not to feel it again. In fact, from the moment Chief Fongling came in and saw this harmonious scene, and then saw the respectful look of the dwarf orc chief, the anger in his heart had dissipated a lot. To make an enemy of the entire witchcraft dwarf beastmen tribe for a corpse core, that was indeed unnecessary. The reason why Chief Fongling did this was to let the witchcraft dwarf beastmen know who was the real master here. Chapter 161, Not Giving Face to Anyone. The key to establishing authority does not have to be an enemy. It could be a friend. Teacher Ku, we don't need you to mind our business yet, just watch well from the side. Waving his hand, Chief Ongling was considered to have given enough face to this once partial talent doctor. This student, then you even called me teacher. Better listen to me. Now that the entire world has changed, humans are no longer the hegemon. It's better for us to have one more ally if we can. Slowly stepping forward and placing one hand on Chief Ongling's shoulder, Kuyao displayed a very deep sense of righteousness. I said, we don't need you to be in charge of our affairs. Compared to you, I probably know more about this end world, so don't pretend to be some kind of overcomer in front of me. Opening Kuyao's hand, Chief Ongling's face also cooled down. Because of Kuyao's move, the surrounding students were also attracted over, and they naturally heard the conversation between the two, and on the basis of what the two said alone, Kuyao was indeed more embraced. But this has deviated from Chief Ongling's original intention. He not only wants to make the witchcraft dwarf beast people submit, he also wants to let all the students know that there is only one master of Cloud City University. Classmate, if you say so, then I have to take care of this matter. If you want to move him, you'd better ask me first. Chief Ongling's being so faceless made Kuyao get serious as well. Only his seriousness was completely based on the fact that Chief Ongling didn't dare to make a move. And at this moment, Kuyao, just so watery, stood in front of the dwarf orc chief, and didn't show any defensive stance. Whoosh, puff, phew, ahem, put. The exchange between the two happened in just a split second, and it might as well not be called an exchange, but rather a one-sided suppression by Chief Ongling. Just a moment ago, Chief Ongling that had rushed to Kuyao's face with great speed, and when he hadn't reacted yet, Chief Ongling's palm was choking him at the place of his throat. Not too big and not too small strength so that Kuyao for a time simply could not make normal resistance, and Chief Ongling is not even a little bit of face. One hand after lifting up Kuyao, that is heavy to throw him out. The huge force made Kuyao hard to skid for 7 or 8 meters before stopping, probably because of the injuries from rescuing people, or maybe it was because the physical quality was not good in the first place. Just this one time, Kuyao vomited a mouthful of blood. However, Chief Ongling's movements were more than that, and before Kuyao could even stand up, the one-thought divine demon sword was directly against his neck. The whole process flowed like water, with the takedown and pinfall completed in less than 10 seconds, which gave the surrounding students no chance to help. Having been a man for 2 lifetimes, what didn't Chief Ongling understand? Just now Kuyao dared to go against himself because he was too confident in himself. It was no wonder then. It had only been more than 20 days since the outbreak of the end times. Kuyao was able to reach the rank of 2nd level middle order. Compared to before the end times, his physical quality had improved by more than 10 times, coupled with the fact that here, most of the surrounding classmates were still ordinary people, and the individual awakened were only at the level of the 1st level of the middle order. Kuyao was invincible in their eyes. Perhaps Kuyao also saw that Chief Ongling was different, but he didn't think that Chief Ongling would be his opponent. It was just that the punch to the face was so quick. Chief Ongling's eloquent attack left Kuyao with no means at all. On the ground, this Kuyao hard froze for more than 10 seconds before he unbelievably accepted the fact that he had been defeated. Now honest, Kuyao, who had a knife at his neck, completely lost his previous relaxed attitude, and even stopped saying words of persuasion and peace. So, don't look at them all as 2nd level middle rank. Different people's full stats were different, compared to their unbalanced values. Chief Ongling was still very good now. Lord Ongling, stop. This matter has nothing to do with Apothecary Ko, didn't we agree? I'll just give you this life. On the side, after seeing Kuyao who was beaten up tremendously, the dwarf orc chief still came out to plead for mercy. He didn't look like he was lying, and the dwarf orc chief had intended to offer his life from the start. Same, classmate. On the ground, Kuyao was just about to say something. Chief Ongling's long sword went even more top in by a millimeter, and the pain and blood eventually shut Kuyao up. You devil, I took your corpse core. Kill me if you want, don't move my father. We should never have saved you humans. On the other side, Darev's voice came over again, her tone firm, her stride strong, and her face defiant. From her words, Chief Ongling also roughly knew that the hospital was still occupied by zombies after they came to Yuncheng University, and they were the ones who rescued the students here, and they didn't expect Chief Ongling, a human, to be so heartless. Lord Maple Spirit, don't listen to her. Rough, she's still young, she doesn't know any better. Just do it. Cough. On the side, the dwarf orc chief was even more anxious, hating Chief Ongling to immediately wipe his neck and then let everyone go. 67 years old and still young? In the blue planet, 67 years old are already old people. One can only say that the elves as a species, the lifespan is really long to be envied. The key is that, 67 years old Darev, the face looks like the one in his early 20s. Father, don't beg him. Okay, shut up. This plot is weak. You guys can't move me either. Seeing that Darev and Daraga were going to say cartwheels again, This made Chi Fengling directly interrupt them with his words. Demon, I don't understand what you're saying, but if you want to kill my father, then kill me first. Darav naturally didn't understand what Chi Fengling was saying, but one could clearly feel her anger. Under Chi Fengling's gaze, Darav even directly ripped off the bandage wrapped around her arm, and she let the blood flow out as she walked towards Chi Fengling in such an aggressive manner. Brother Fengling, actually they are also very pitiful. So, that corpse core, even if it's used by Pa Yu, okay? I'll find you a better one next time. Just let them go. This self-inflicted act of Darave couldn't help but make even Long Baiyu, who was on the side, feel touched. Like Ku Yao, she couldn't understand what Chi Fengling was saying, but she could sense that the feelings between Darav and Daraga didn't seem like an act. Don't say anything, I'll take care of it. Seeing Long Baiyu's supplicating expression, Chi Fengling still put down the sword in his hand. Daraga, it's fine if you want me to let you guys go. You have to be cursed by me and be under my thumb for life. Can you be willing to do that? It looked like Chi Fengling had taken a step back, but in fact, this was what he really wanted. Because the corpse core had already been used, and it wasn't always possible to summon powerful creatures with that corpse core alone. If one could control Daraga as a result, it would be the equivalent of controlling the entire witchcraft dwarf orc tribe, and that was Chi Fengling's purpose. Father, don't listen to him, the big deal is death. Rav, I'm willing, only on the other side. Darav didn't have the slightest idea of giving in. That's enough, you stop talking. Lord Maple Spirit, you do it. This time, Daraga's reply was even more firm. Perhaps being planted with a curse was considered good compared to the certain death of one of the father and daughter. Aigu, you finally remembered me. Let me see what kind of trouble you're in. As soon as Daraga finished speaking, a voice with some flirtatious and mocking words stepped into the air. Under everyone's astonished gazes, a woman with bone-white skin, a shapely figure, and peculiar dresses appeared. And the most crucial thing was that she even dared to flirt with Chi Fengling in public. Who else could this person be? Naturally it is the skeleton witch Savvy. Chi Fengling of course will not plant any curses, but Savvy will. Savvy was now absolutely convinced of himself, which meant that Savvy controlling the dwarf orc chief was equivalent to controlling him himself. Chapter 162 Curses and Prying Eyes. A condescending and aloof attitude is mostly about looking down on a person, while a slight flirtation might mean that the two are on particularly good terms. I really didn't realize that just a few days ago, Savvy and Chi Fengling were still in a situation where they were at odds with each other, and now it had come to a very amicable state. Humph. Miss Sa, I didn't call you out. That's not because I'm worried that you're still not well. To Savvy's flirting, Chi Fengling also replied over with a slight concern. Yes, at that time, during that battle with Yuan Tian Gang, Savvy had overdrawn too much and needed 5 days to completely recover. Today was already the 4th day Savvy had rested, and if it wasn't for the need to plant this curse, Chi Fengling wouldn't have summoned her out today. Phew, the merciless Fengling-sama still cares about people. I'm really flattered. Chi Fengling also didn't expect that only after spending these days with Savvy, Hua Xia's teasing words had already been mastered by her so much. Skeleton witch? Humph, a demon is a demon. What a bad mind. Seeing the appearance of Savvy, who was covered in an evil aura, and exchanging with Chi Fengling in such a pleasant manner, it made Darav's anger even heavier, for the scene looked to Darav as if, while she was organizing a funeral, Chi Fengling had met an acquaintance, and had then talked and laughed at the solemn occasion. Oh, a dark elf? No, light elves? Oh, so it's a bastard. Lord Maple Spirit, you have quite a wide range of women. Although Darav spoke in Elvish, Savvy understood it at once. Not only that, Savvy also disliked it back in Elvish. You, alright Lav, you stop talking. Lord Maple Spirit, you start. I'm ready. Stopping Darav, who might have been about to curse, the dwarf orc chief let go of his mind once more. When it was her turn to get down to business, Savvy no longer joked and laughed with Chi Fengling, only to see her swing her staff and start chanting a spell. As the obscure incantation was recited from her air, a stream of black light began to drift towards the dwarf orc chieftain's head. The speed of the seed curse wasn't as fast as Chi Fengling had imagined. Chi Fengling even saw that beads of bucket-sized sweat appeared on Savvy's face, and his brow wrinkled and frowned. 5 minutes of spell casting later, Savvy, that was without a word, gasped for air and was about to sit down on the floor. Savvy, how are you doing? If it doesn't work, forget it, big deal. Use another method. Seeing Savvy like this, Chi Fengling then quickly went up to support her. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Savvy didn't say anything and just stared blankly at Chi Fengling. Naturally Chi Fengling couldn't figure it out for a while. Chi Fengling might not understand, but Long Baiyu on the side lowered her eyebrows. As a girl, she certainly understood Savvy's meaning. One could only say that Chi Fengling's first reaction was too touching. Instead of first asking how the spell was cast, he first cared about Savvy's body, a detail that although Chief Fong-ling himself didn't pay attention to, Savvy could see clearly. I'm fine, don't worry. Although this old elf has extremely strong spiritual power, it can't resist the means I have. Listen to me. Lightly leaning on Chief Fong-ling's ear, a passage of skeleton language was spoken by Savvy. This was the curse that Savvy had planted on the Dwarf Orc Chief. As long as Chief Fong-ling recited the spell, the Dwarf Orc Chief's head would be in excruciating pain. And if Chief Fong-ling didn't recite the spell to stop it, then the Dwarf Orc Chief would be in pain until he lost his wits completely. Although it wasn't a direct death sentence, this torture tactic was enough. After all, he still had a powerful strength under his belt. Maple, Lord Maple Spirit, I'm a bit uncomfortable. Wait until tomorrow before you call out to me. After explaining the spell, Savvy's eyelids pulled down for a moment, and she herself even pulled the portal directly away from here. It was also true that Savvy had said it would take 5 days to fully recover, and with the sudden call for her to come over today, and then going through the trouble of planting the curse, it would be strange for her not to be weak. On the other hand, the Dwarf Orc Chief who had been planted with the curse was not overreacting. He just stood up and stabilized Darav and all the witchcraft dwarf orcs. Alright, let's leave the corpse core matter at that. Daraga, don't you have a super long-range observation skill? Quickly help me see. In that direction, how is the situation in that building? With the means of controlling the Dwarf Orc Chief in hand, Chief Fong-ling also gave the order without any politeness at all. This was what Chief Fong-ling had just thought of. This Dwarf Orc Chief did have a skill that allowed him to spy from a super long distance, and he just happened to want to know what was going on in the cafeteria. Human, don't go too far, okay? Father, he just recovered not long ago. How could he have the spirit to give you a peek? Before Daraga could say anything, Darav in the distance started another ruckus. This was something that Chief Fong-ling indeed hadn't considered. It seemed that at the first moment the Dwarf Orc Chief appeared, all of the witchcraft dwarf orcs cared about his body and expressed their incredulity that he was able to come out. It was hard to believe that the thing the Dwarf Orc Chief had just wanted to tell himself was this. Could it be that the corpse core that Darav had risked his life to bring was to save her father? Rough, you don't have to say it. Lord Fong-ling is really powerful. The old man does have this ability, but the old man is a bit mentally bad right now, so he might not be able to peek at what you want to see. On the side, the Dwarf Orc Chief was still obeying himself, which made Chief Fong-ling a bit embarrassed. Just as Chief Fong-ling hesitated to stop him, the Dwarf Orc Chief was the one who raised his staff on the ground before his eyes began to glow. This was the Dwarf Orc Chief's beyond distance scrying skill. Chief Fong-ling was still thinking about what exactly the Dwarf Orc Chief could see when a section of the scene unexpectedly appeared in front of his eyes. This time Chief Fong-ling that was even more admiring of Savvy, not realizing that this curse she planted could not only act as a deterrent, but could also peer into what the Dwarf Orc Chief was seeing. The image was a bit blurry, but Chief Fong-ling could tell at a glance that it was the overhead perspective view of the cafeteria, and as the Dwarf Orc Chief's eyes moved, characters began to appear in the image. It was still those students from the cafeteria, but at the moment, each one of them had a bitter face, and almost all of them were kneeling on the ground, not daring to raise their heads, and around each floor, there stood some faces that Chief Fong-ling hadn't seen before, and compared to those students who were scared, each of them was relaxed, or rather, one of them was still a bit excited. It should be past 2 in the afternoon now, which was the brightest time of the day, but the cafeteria was pitch black, which made what Chief Fong-ling could see really limited. As the screen continued to move, Chief Fong-ling finally saw a familiar person, who was currently gasping for air, with her back against a few Awaken that Chief Fong-ling still remembered. Just as the image was about to move to the front, Chief Fong-ling's eyes were black, and then the image of the cafeteria completely disappeared. Lord Fong-ling, old me is really out of spirit. Still, please forgive me. Beside him, the Dwarf Orc Chief collapsed in a flash. His mental state was extremely poor, yet he still tried to state with Chief Fong-ling. Originally, Chief Fong-ling was still angry and stopped for himself at the critical moment, but after seeing this half-dead appearance of the Dwarf Orc Chief, Chief Fong-ling still didn't scold him anymore. Well, just do your best. Thank you, Your Honor. It was obvious that the Dwarf Orc Chief was tired of taking a breath. Oh yes, do you know? This time, Chief Fong-ling has not finished the question. The Dwarf Orc Chief who fell to the ground directly fainted. Look at this. It really does not look like acting. Chapter 163 The Unknown Q&A. He was obviously standing in the sun, but he looked like a demon. When the Dwarf Orc Chief finished that sentence with all his might, malicious stares were coming from all directions, which were mostly the anger of the witchcraft dwarf orcs, and the astonishment of his classmates. Yes, in their eyes, the end times came suddenly. Their former classmates and teachers were going crazy, biting people on sight, coming back to life when they died, and continuing to bite when they came back to life. They just lived on. But one day, the sky fell on the foreigners, but the foreigners didn't hurt them. Instead, they saved them and coexisted with them as equals. For the sake of this life of ease and harmony, the head of the Fae is a blood-consuming, near-tragic death, and his daughter seeks out something that can renew her life. Despite the danger, everyone thought that the days would go in a better direction when 3 men and a horse arrived. They did not distinguish between good and evil affinities. They hurt and deterred the clan. Even if the old man's breath was faint, the unkind ones still pressed to prevent them from doing so. This was the source of these malicious gazes. In their eyes, Chi Fengling was not a savior at all, but a bandit who was intruding on their comfortable lives. What more do you want to ask? Father, he's already all like that. Seeing Daraga fainting, Darav on the side finally couldn't help himself and rushed over to him to help hug him. What does this have to do with me? I do have a few questions. If you can answer me, I'll leave. Chi Fengling, who had been reborn in his first life, didn't care about those malicious glances, because eyes couldn't kill people. Swords cutting through blood vessels could. Humph. Never. You'll never get any useful information from me. His angry eyes were wide and his breath was messy. Chi Fengling only felt that Dalif was not stupid. She was not being tortured to force a confession. Why did she need to express such stress? But this did not affect Chi Fengling's continued indifference in the slightest. Yeah, then I won't ask you. Let's see. How about I ask your father again when he's in pain? Chi Fengling was also in no hurry, saying very underhanded words. The meaning is simple. If you don't answer my questions, I'll chant a spell, and when I wake your father up from the pain, he'll be able to answer my questions. You demon. Well, ask away. Biting her lips tightly, Darave finally gave in. How good it is to be like this earlier. Then let me ask you, that building to the south, have you guys scouted it yet? What's the situation over there? Chi Fengling thought. Darav even managed to go to the gymnasium. Must have gone to spy on the cafeteria as well. Humph, aren't you humans living over there? Disorderly, lazy and greedy, and unhygienic. And then a demon goes and kills people to establish himself. Bloody shameless. Raising her head, Darav replied with great disdain. What Darave said was indeed the situation over at the cafeteria, but it wasn't what Chi Fengling wanted to hear, because the image she was talking about should have happened during Ren Chengzhen's management. After all, that time was only the beginning of the end times, not to mention Ren Chengzhen. Even Chi Fengling wasn't sure that he could stabilize the order at the beginning. As for the demon she was talking about, naturally she was referring to Chi Fengling. He had returned to the school a few days ago and had indeed killed people to establish his authority, not realizing that all of this had been spied on by Darav. Okay, give me a better attitude, haha. Don't think I don't dare to touch you. Face is still required, of course. Humph, the tallest building on the west side. What lives in there, and how much do you know about them? Surprisingly unable to inquire about the current situation of the cafeteria, Chi Fengling could only put his mind on the side of the teaching building. After all, that Zhang Chang was from the teaching building. Well, it's all zombies over there, and it's very difficult for you humans to live. But I think I've seen, these days, that the zombies aren't biting them anymore. Then when I was about to go and poke around a bit more closely, I felt a particular headache, as if someone had found me out, and I had no choice but to leave. This question, Darav answered a bit sluggishly, face still of a sense of shock. Looks like the teaching building side also exists a spiritually powerful monster. Powerful Darav before seeing people, already bluffed her. However, Dalif's description made Chi Fengling ponder. What do you mean the zombies don't bite them anymore? Zombies won't talk to you about feelings. They will even bite their own kind when they are hungry. Darav's reply was considered very serious, but Chi Fengling was a bit speechless, because Darav's reply did not provide any useful information. In that case, one neither knew what was going on over in the cafeteria nor what was really there in the West School building, and the dangers would still have to be explored on one's own. Teacher Ku, how is her body? How long will it take for her to be able to move if she wants to recover? Said Chi Fengling, moving her gaze to Kuyao's body again. Same, classmate MS. Lav's injury is still a bit heavy. It will take 3 days to completely recover, just to regain the ability to move. It will also take until 12 o'clock this evening. Kuyao replied politely. The previous sense of contempt could no longer be found. Chi Fengling is not concerned about the body of this light and dark elf. Chi Fengling just wants to bring her up to explore as well. The so-called have a hard time with the same, so that Chi Fengling does not have to worry. Darav deliberately hid something did not say. Humph, human, do you suspect that I'm deliberately punking you? We, the witchcraft dwarf orc clan, will not be as inconsistent as you humans. Hiss, I'll go with you. On the side, I don't know if it was Darave who understood what Chi Fengling was saying, but she actually pulled the bandage on her leg tighter, with an expression of wanting to charge into battle. How can I put it? Perhaps Chi Fengling really thought too much. It seemed like this witchcraft dwarf orc clan really didn't have that many bad intentions, and compared to their own many malicious speculations, the Daraga father and daughter were like decent people. Alright, I didn't say I don't believe you. Just rest here, and take care of my friends, and we humans aren't as bad as you think we are. After stopping Derave's move, Chief Fengling then mounted the flaming skeleton horse, intending to go to the west side of the school building alone to take a look. Somewhat shocked, Chief Fengling didn't expect that when he was ready to leave alone, Long Baiyu didn't even come forward to stop him, or even ask why. And when Chief Fengling looked towards Long Baiyu, she just stood guard over Wen Zhang and gave a slightly apologetic smile. Brother Fengling, you don't need to care about me. I will take care of Brother Wen Zhang here. I don't want to cause you any more trouble, said Long Baiyu, lowering his head, his voice also getting smaller and smaller. Although Long Baiyu's voice was small, Chief Fengling heard it clearly. Only this time, Chief Fengling did not say anything more. Long Baiyu wasn't weak. Once awakened, he reached the rank of the second level of the middle order, even higher than the current level of his own, but Long Baiyu, after all, had just become an awakened person, and his fighting sense was too poor. Moreover, the situation over at the west side of the teaching building really wasn't too clear, and Chief Fengling really didn't want to take her on any more risks. There was also the fact that the current Long Baiyu was here, and should be the strongest one, and with her here, she would not only be able to protect Wen Zhang, but would also be able to watch over this territory for herself. Just like that, Chief Fengling no longer stayed and left the place after meeting the gazes of almost everyone sending the plague. Chapter 164 The Dangers of Overestimation. A single rider rides alone to conquer the West, and his ambition is to secure the 4 regions. While the hot hooves stepped on the former forest path, Chief Fengling's mind was a little heavy. Once this area, which was known to be the quietest and neatest area of the school, was now messy. The woods were a scattering of snarling, devouring zombies, the pond was floating with rotting pieces of people, and every now and then a few black fish that had completely changed shape would jump out. The flowers may be moving on their own, and biting towards living things between gulps. And how cute the little creatures in the garden are one by one. Usually afraid to approach humans, they are now rotting, only half of the body want to make out with you. If this image were to be changed before, it could have randomly scared a college student to death. But Chief Fengling saw this and only regretted and was wary. Don't look at what's in front of you as being too dangerous yet, but in the post-apocalyptic world, you don't want to trust any place that's unknown and quiet. It was like in his last life, when Chief Fengling's demon hunting squad was going to take a break in a forest, only to be overrun by a large demon hunting group. Chief Fengling didn't want to fight with them at that time, and then gave up on that place. But who would have thought that when the demon hunting group's people all went in, they would encounter a group of mutated monkeys. The fighting strength of that group of monkeys was really extraordinary. The Monkey King had reached the 4th level high rank, and in the end, the demon hunting regiment had hard lost more than 20 team members before escaping from that forest. So at this moment, even though Chief Fengling had strength beyond normal levels, he still didn't take it lightly. Fortunately, there really wasn't any danger in this forest, and Chief Fengling walked safely to the west near the teaching building. The teaching building of Yunchang University, the whole 17 floors, near the display of laboratory buildings and libraries, etc. Hardened this wooded area to heights it shouldn't have. Looking at the former school building, Chief Fengling couldn't help but frown, because from the outside, the appalling level of this school building had already surpassed that of a skyscraper coiled with demonic creatures. From the outside, the corridors of the school building were cluttered, with books and clothes everywhere, and occasionally a few zombies could be seen wandering aimlessly. This image, which seemed perfectly normal in the end times, and its true horror, was the windows of every classroom on every floor of the school building. Upstairs, 1/3 of the windows were broken. It could be seen that after the outbreak of the end of the world, a lot of students chose to jump off the building. Those classrooms that did not have windows, but the curtains were pulled to death, which made Chief Fengling press to see what was inside. And those classrooms that still had windows, every single window was shuttered shut, and those that could pull the curtains were pulled shut, and those that didn't have curtains were surprisingly plastered with blood, and the vestigial feeling was really claustrophobic and terrifying. No wonder Derav couldn't see anything on his trip. It was the creatures in the school building that hid the mystery inside. But why? Zombies are not afraid of light or darkness. Their sense of smell is extremely sensitive. Just close the window. Paste the glass pressure cannot stop them. Could it be that creatures like those of the iron blood dragon spiders had appeared in the school building, and that they also feared the light, all to block it out? But I heard from Wen Zhang and that Xiao Yuro that there are still more than 500 survivors surviving in the school building. If there really is a monster, how could it coexist with so many humans? Reality is this bizarre. Let Chief Fengling think through his head cannot know. At this moment, the slogan on the teaching building is so eye-catching. Practice is the only standard for testing truth. What's the use of thinking about it anymore? One has come here, so why not go in and explore? If there was really any danger, it would still be very easy for him to run away by himself. Thinking of this, Chief Fengling's will was also much firmer, and with the lift of his hand the one-thought divine demon sword appeared in his hand. Roar! Roar! Outside the school building, Chief Fengling just strutted over. Such fresh blood and flesh naturally attracted the zombies wandering nearby. At a glance, the level of these zombies was surprisingly low. Most of them were still at the level of the first level low order, with only individuals reaching the level of the first level middle order. Not only that, the number of these zombies was also ridiculously low, with those few zombies roaring so loudly. The number of zombies that appeared from all around since was only a mere 50 or so. More than 50 of them was indeed a big enemy for ordinary Awakened, but for Chief Fengling, who had faced hundreds of high-quality zombie waves, these low-level zombies were really too weak. The key point was not here. The key was that this was a school building. At the beginning of the apocalyptic outbreak, at least half of the students were attending classes or studying near the school building, even if they were eating each other, even if some of them were attracted away by other creatures. The number of zombies surviving here shouldn't be so low. No. At this moment Chief Fengling seemed to suddenly think of something. In the morning when Shen Zhang said that it was last night that the cafeteria encountered a wave of zombies besieging it, then Zhang Chang and the others appeared to crush those zombies. It couldn't have all appeared so coincidentally. In that case, that Zhang Chang most likely had the ability to control the zombies, and it was more likely that he had observed that area of the cafeteria a long time ago. Then the zombies besieged the cafeteria, and he steps in to help, which is most likely a scene he directed himself. But what was the reason for this? He was surprisingly this strong, so he could have brought people back to the cafeteria normally, and with his ability, it would still be easy to fight for power with Ren Changzhen. Can't it be that Kong Sung's target from the beginning was himself? He thought he couldn't beat him and wanted to gain the support of all his classmates. Then he staged that play while he didn't come back yesterday? If this kind of reasoning, it seems like everything makes sense. Then this Zhang Chang might be really powerful. A few thousand students and teachers near the school building, and 500 survived. Then he might have eliminated more than 1,000 zombies. Swish, swish, swish. In Chief Fengling's distracted effort, this group of unknowing zombies rushed over, and there was only one thing that could happen to them, and that was the separation of heads. After eliminating the zombies at the entrance of the school building, Chief Fengling had planned to go directly to the cafeteria to take a look, but the open door of the school building gave Chief Fengling a new idea. The curtains of the school building were all drawn, and the windows were covered in blood plasma, so that meant that Zhang Chang must be hiding something, and maybe in here, there was a secret to make him stronger. Thinking about it, Chief Fengling stepped into this building that used to be the Sydney Rujiayuan. As soon as he entered the school building, a pungent stench came out, the obvious stench of a zombie, and it was heavier than any time he had encountered since his return. Only, the situation on the first floor of the school building was not as chaotic as Chief Fengling had imagined. There were no corpses all over the place, no zombies that had lost their ability to move, and there wasn't even much clutter on the ground. The quiet scene on the first floor surprised Chief Fengling a bit, and likewise this also indicated that there was no danger here. But this was not what Chief Fengling wanted to see. He wanted to see what was hidden in so many closed classrooms up there. As Chief Fengling quickly and cautiously rushed upstairs, the situation on the 1st to 7th floors of the school building was clearly understood by Chief Fengling. That's 7 whole floors. There wasn't a single person inside, and there were no extra bodies. Only individual extremely weak zombies still survived in the corridors. What the hell is going on here? Just as Chief Fengling was pondering all this in his mind, in a single turn he arrived at the 8th floor stairway. What are these again? Chapter 165. This is the truth. The 8th floor. This was an auspicious number, but Chief Fengling looked from the outside, and the windows with blood appeared above the 8th floor were the most numerous. Just now, when Chief Fengling turned the 7th floor stairs to go to the 8th floor, the stairway on the 8th floor was blocked by pieces of desks and chairs, and only in the very center, there was a small door that had been specially vacated. Solid hammer. Above the 8th floor of the school building, there must have survived human-like intelligent creatures. Like this kind of defense, with the zombie's rotten brain must not be able to think of it. It is estimated that these defenses are also used to resist the zombies. Clunk, clunk, clunk. A thought of the divine demon sword knocked on this table and chairs. Chief Fengling also had to admire. These tables and chairs don't look stacked messy, but the degree of toughness is really not to be said. Maybe their own out of 100% of the force are not necessarily able to open. Who is it? Is it the Grand Marshal who's back? Just as Chief Fengling knocked the pile of desks and chairs bouncing around, a human voice surprisingly came out from a classroom on the 8th floor. The voice was a bit hoarse, as if the voice was worn out, and Chief Fengling only heard someone talking for half a day, but didn't see anyone come out. Marshal? My God, what an arrogant name. Strong as Chief Fengling wouldn't dare to call himself a marshal. Then, if you don't want to think about it, the marshal in these people's mouth is that mysterious Zhang Chang. Clunk, boom, boom. How could Chi Fengling answer them? Because he himself was not at all the great marshal they were talking about. And their shouts only made Chi Fengling pound the door with more force. Oh my god, who the hell is out there? It can't be zombies. No way. Walkers hiss. This thing just slams doors. Who is that? Could it be someone the marshal has sent back? How can that be? This thing doesn't even know about the marshal. And under the marshal, how can anyone have that much strength? So, what then? If this thing comes in, won't we be dead? Hosey, go see who the hell is out there. Why me? I don't wanna go. Asterisk. Who else would it be if not you? If you don't get out now, I'll let you die now. I'll go. The stairway to the 8th floor was in place, because of his own increasingly violent breaking of the door, which caused the creatures that survived inside to panic. Now Chi Fengling was relieved, because they were speaking Chinese, and secondly, only humans would look like this, and with humans, Chi Fengling wasn't afraid of them. But you don't have to say. This door made up of desks and chairs was really solid. Chi Fengling knocked with the one-thought divine demon sword for half a day, but still couldn't knock out any obvious openings. And with Chi Fengling's muffled knock on the front door, someone finally came out trembling. This person used many outer garments to cloak his body, moving with particular care, not because of fear, as if because of a lack of spirit. You, who are you? What do you want? Seeing Chi Fengling in the doorway, the man still spoke out breathlessly. Seeing the man at this moment, Chi Fengling heart of 10,000 guesses instantly materialized a lot. It seems that a lot of things are their own overthinking. The truth, or the people who survived, have the last word. Name, Su Ziheo. Race, half-corpse. Level, first class lower. Synopsis, age 24. Cowardly and vain student who can't stand the hunger and consumes zombie flesh, and is a little twisted deep down. Power, 5/10. Speed, 3 of 9. Spirit, 8. Physical, 2/11. Skills, none. Half-corpse, yes. Since the skyscraper won goodbye half-corpse king, Wang Rulong, Chi Fengling hadn't encountered the half-corpse as a race for quite a long time. This sad and abominable race. Half-zombies are actually a race of converted humans who do start out poorly, without food but not wanting to starve to death, and end up eating zombie meat. Then as the zombie meat continued to be eaten, the body's genes were altered a lot, and in the end, they became a special race that retained human intelligence but possessed a zombie physique. If that's all, that's not abhorrent. What's really abhorrent is that after being completely reduced to a half-zombie, the half-zombies will no longer love eating zombie meat. They will increasingly crave to feed on human flesh and blood, and that's the scariest part. Zombies eat people because it's in their nature. They're overwhelmed and can't control themselves, but half-zombies are different. They have memories from when they were human, and they even have feelings. They can obviously control not to eat people, but in the end, they can't help but eat people. That is, they eat people in their waking state. So that's what half-zombie abominations are all about. Looking at this zombie called Su Ziheo, Chi Fengling was sort of relieved, but at the same time the heart also but cumbersome some. Easy because, this unknown and powerful foe, is a half-corpse, not some alien creature, and burdensome because, Chi Fengling worried about the situation of Rin Qingxin, and the group of students in the cafeteria. Why the curtains in school buildings are drawn, why the glass is coated with blood. It's not because they're defending themselves against others, it's because they're defending themselves. Yes, low-level half-corpses were very afraid of sunlight. Half-corpses below level 2 could even be directly killed by the sunlight, and in the daytime, the full attributes of half-corpses would be weakened. That is why this Su Ziheo acted so vain. That is why this Su Ziheo wrapped himself so tightly before coming out. That is why that Jiang Chang dared to bring people to the cafeteria at night. After turning into half-zombies, the zombies wouldn't treat them as food. That's why they dared to lure the zombies as a vanguard. As for the wall of desks and chairs in front of them, it was presumably constructed by them before they were reduced to half-zombies. It seems that Jiang Chang is really acting, but he's not acting to seize power or to gain the support of all the students in the cafeteria. He just wants to smoothly bring all the half-corpses back to the cafeteria, and then all those poor students in the cafeteria will be their food. This was terrible news. Then the 500 or so survivors that Xiao Yuro had said, probably none of them were human anymore. They might have all been assimilated into half-corpses. It was no wonder that there were so few zombies in the neighborhood, probably because they had all been captured by Jiang Chang and the others as food that had to be swallowed. It seemed that Wen Xinjiang hadn't lied. After Jiang Chang brought the half-corpse people to the cafeteria last night, he shouldn't have done it right away, but waited for the early hours of the morning when all the students were sleeping, and quietly took control of the awakened ones, and then took control of the whole situation. Yes, there could be thousands of humans in the cafeteria, and their 500 half-corpses definitely couldn't be controlled in a moment, so they had to wait for the students to go to sleep to attack. There was also the fact that Jiang Chang guessed that he had also poked around, and that there should only be humans left in the cafeteria. So if they killed and ate all those students at once, they might be without tasty food for a long time again. So the cafeteria students probably won't all be in danger, though there are some unlucky ones who will be eaten by them at first. Eat it up or eat it up. This was the price they paid for not going out on the battlefield with themselves. But Shi Fengling was a little worried about Ren Chengxin and the others. After all, they had accompanied him yesterday and held out until the end. Hey, say something. Who the hell are you? What the hell do you want? Shi Fengling's continued thinking made that half-corpse Suzy Hao anxious as well. This student, it's so good to see you. There are walkers downstairs and I haven't eaten in a while. Can you let me in? This was what Shi Fengling was thinking right now. The half-corpses did possess the intelligence of normal humans, but any creature would probably lose its mind when faced with extreme temptation. Chapter 166 Answers from the Mouth of a Half-Corpse. Tick-tock, ta-da, tone, classmate, are you human? On the other side of the wall, Suzy Hao could no longer suppress his desire for fresh meat, and his saliva was flowing out like a column. Ha, what are you talking about, classmate? Aren't we all humans? This young face worked quite well, and Shi Fengling also completely feigned a sense of college student foolishness. Oh, yes, we're all human, said Suzy Hao and walked in the direction of the wall of desks and chairs, and that action was to go to unlock the door. Wait Hosey, you're stupid. Is a normal human that strong? You don't ask him if he's an awakened person. Just as Suzy Hao was about to open this small door, the head of the room was filled with the voices of other students. Being able to survive from the outbreak of the end times until now, the intelligence of these half-corpses wasn't too low. And finally, someone still found something fishy. Yes, if it's just an ordinary human, where could they possibly have that much strength? Only awakened people have that level. But for them, these low-level half-corpses, in the daytime their combat power was no match for the awakened. Shi Fengling didn't even need to think about it. Inside that house, there must be a lot of zombies or human bodies. That picture, as long as it was a normal person, wouldn't be able to tolerate it. If they easily let Shi Fengling just go, that might be looking for death. Yes, classmate, how did you get that much strength? Have you awakened some ability? At the door, Suzy Hao was obviously much more polite than the students inside. Awakened? There isn't one. Just now I was just too scared and knocked it out in the heat of the moment. How could Shi Fengling not know what they were thinking and just played dumb? Clunk, clunk, hiss, ah, said Shi Fengling as he pretended to hit the desk chair wall a few times, and this time, Shi Fengling deliberately scratched his palm. As the palm of his hand was cut, a small stream of blood flowed out from the palm of his hand, and Shi Fengling could see even more clearly that Suzy Hao's eyes locked up at once. Blood, it's human blood. Be quiet, Hosey, this blood doesn't taste right. Go ahead and ask him. Hiroko, speak up, where are you people? The moment Shi Fengling's blood flowed out, quite a few half-corpses in the room became agitated, but from the beginning to the end, there was one half-corpses that was calm, but no matter how much he shouted, that Suzy Hao didn't answer him anymore, because at this moment, Suzy Hao had been completely tickled by the awakened's blood, and looking at Shi Fengling even deliberately flinging the blood over to him, this Suzy Hao had completely lost his mind. Damn Suzy Hao, you give me to wait, see I do not. Speaking, another human cloaked in clothes from the inner room came out, but he only said half of the words froze, because at this moment, that Suzy Hao had already completely opened the small door. Excitedly he had already pounced on Shi Fengling, only at the moment he pounced on Shi Fengling, his life was also declared over. You, who the hell are you? Humph, you guessed right, I'm the awakened one. Kicking away Suzy Hao's corpse, Shi Fengling then strides towards the 8th floor above. Shi Fengling's body seemed to emanate luster, shining so brightly that he couldn't open his eyes, shining as if it could sizzle his muscles. Out of fear, this half-corpse classmate instantly retreated back into the house. Dang, dang, as the sound of the iron rod fell to the ground, Shi Fengling then stood at the door of the classroom. Just now they wanted to attack themselves, but with their weak strength, they were not their match at all. Humph, a bunch of you really deserve to die. Looking at the corpses all over the room, Shi Fengling that was disgusted, because the desks and chairs had been emptied. The classroom seemed quite large, and with the windows glued shut with blood on one side, the classroom was a bit oozy. There were a total of a dozen students in the classroom, or rather, a total of a dozen half-corpses, of which 5 or 6 had fallen into a deep sleep due to weakness, and only 7 or 8 half-corpses were standing in front of themselves. If you want to live, what I say, you guys answer? Shi Fengling didn't want to talk too much nonsense with them. Backhandedly the one-thought demon sword turned into the one-thought Excalibur. The Excalibur shone with a purifying light, making it hard for these half-corpses to die. Yes, Shi Fengling came in just to ask a few questions. This broken school building didn't make sense at all anymore. He just wanted to know more about that Jiang Chang. No, don't. Seeing that these half-corpses froze without saying anything, Chi Fengling just flung the one-thought divine sword, and as sword chi struck a half-corpse's body, the sword chi contained the power of light and purification, coupled with the fact that Chi Feng's spirit level was too much higher than theirs. It was only a matter of talking about it, and the body of a half-corpse festered down. Classmate, don't kill me, just ask. I'll say everything, everything. This scene really scared all the half-corpses. They knelt on the ground. Their heads didn't dare to raise. They just kept saying soft words. Who is Kong Sung? What special abilities do you have? How high is the rank? Jiang Chang is the strongest person we have here. He's like level 2 or so. Then the ability. Well, it seems to be controlling us. This half-corpse answered with a very stuttering voice. Maybe he didn't know, or maybe he didn't want to say more. Whoosh! Don't! Only the half-corpse's words were finished when a sword chi chopped at him. I don't want to hear anything as if. You guys better not hide anything or that's what you'll end up with. In fact, Chi Fengling knew very well that they were low-leveled and had no idea how many levels Jiang Chang had, and it was impossible for them to know what kind of special abilities Jiang Chang had. Chi Fengling simply wanted to kill people. No, he wanted to kill half-corpses because they were no longer human. How many people are still in this school building? How many did Jiang Chang take with him? What is their average battle strength? We are the only ones in this building right now. Jiang Chang he took away. More than 620 of them. Most of them are about the same strength as us, and there are individuals who have reached the second level. This time, this half-corpse answered very quickly, fearing that Chi Fengling would kill him. Xiao Yuro, you guys know Director Xiao, right? What's her condition? This was something Chi Fengling was more interested in, because under the observation of the undead emperor's eyes, she was actually really human. No, of course I know. After the outbreak of the end of the world, Director Xiao organized us to fight against the zombies and survive. Almost most of the students were saved by Director Xiao with his people. Ran. Then until we met Kong Sung. Then somehow Director Xiao only listened to Kong Sung. And then it was also Director Xiao who made us start eating zombie meat. Classmate. Oh, we really are reluctant. Please let us go, said the half-corpse classmate as she cried out, that bloodied palm about to rake towards Chi Fengling. Scram. With just one word, this half-corpse classmate died in his own hands. And by this point, most of the things Chi Fengling wanted to know were answered. Xiao Yuro is indeed a human, but her prestige is higher than Jiang Chang's. After Jiang Chang became a half-zombie, he should have wanted more people to become half-zombies, so he didn't kill Xiao Yuro, and allowed her to encourage the rest of his classmates to become half-zombies. Then Xiao Yuro has been protected until now, and it just so happens that Wenqin Zhang escaped that morning, and they didn't dare to go out in the daytime, so they could only send Xiao Yuro, who was still human, to trick them into going back. Also, Wenqin Zhang had said that the windows were closed to block the light when he woke up in the morning, and the cafeteria was also very dark then, and darkness was the best protective color for a half-corpse. It was estimated that when Ren Changzhen brought those Awakened back, it would be a sheep in a tiger's mouth. Chapter 167. I'm losing out on this one. Time. It's never fair with you. When you are idle and want to relax and splurge your time, it's like time is being hunted down and the day passes in a snap of the fingers. When you are busy, doing things all the time, you will feel that every moment is very urgent, laboring for a long time, only a few less than an hour. Do you dare to think that Chi Fengling had used not even a day's time to almost unify the entire Yuncheng University? In the morning, Chi Fengling was still in the east dormitory of Yuncheng University, still in the process of disagreeing with Ren Changzhen and the others, and finally going north and south. At noon, Chi Fengling had already rushed to the north of Yuncheng University, killing his way into the center of the gymnasium after a lot of hard work, and in the end, he was even able to fight off a serious injury to Wenqin Zhang, killing the zombies in the gymnasium. In the afternoon, Chi Fengling chased the blood trail and then came to the center of Yuncheng University, that once the hospital has been occupied by the foreigners. Just here, Chi Fengling can be a villain, also counted as easy to subdue the witchcraft dwarf orc clan. In the evening, Chi Fengling's solo man riding alone also touched the west side of Yuncheng University. The expected zombie tide did not appear. The former most people's teaching building fell into an empty city. The human being disappeared. The news of the half-zombie revealed the whole conspiracy origin. The way everything was developing could be too interesting. If Chi Fengling didn't return to Cloud City University, then Cloud City University would be skillfully divided into 5 regions. The southern canteen area was still under human rule. The strongest person was Ling Xiao Sword Saint Ren Changxin. There were dozens of awakened and thousands of ordinary people. Food storage was tight, and the overall battle strength was weak. The stadium area to the north is occupied by zombies, the strongest of which is General Corp's black-skinned zombie Wilcob, with several necrotic awakened zombies, hundreds of zombies, average food reserves, and average overall combat power. The dormitory building area to the east was occupied by mutated bugs, the strongest being the bug mother iron blood dragon spider, hundreds of mutated tarantulas, tens of thousands of special tarantulas, with average food reserves and extremely high overall combat power. The hospital area in the center is temporarily managed by the witchcraft dwarf orc Fae, the strongest of which is the dwarf orc chief Daraga, with several awakened, nearly 100 humans, and hundreds of dwarf orcs, possessing simple defenses, abundant food reserves, and a strong overall war teaching. The west side of the school building area was completely ruled by the half-corpse clan. The strongest person was the half-corpse enabler Jiang Chang, dozens of awakened half-corpses. The number of half-corpses was more than 600, and the food reserves were average, but they smacked of a higher overall combat power. This was the layout that Cloud City University was supposed to have, but all of this was disrupted by the sudden appearance of Chi Fengling, who didn't even dare to think that the first place he attacked was the strongest place in these 5 regions. If the iron blood dragon spider hadn't swallowed Long Bayou into its body unknowingly, then it wouldn't have died so suffocatingly, and it wouldn't be the mutant tarantula clan that had exterminated the species, but all of Chi Fengling's summoned beasts and all of his classmates. There was also the fact that the witchcraft dwarf orc clan were also very powerful opponents. It was only their chief's inexplicable fear of himself that allowed him to easily enter their hinterland and control him with ease. And at this moment, Chi Fengling was rushing towards the location of the cafeteria with great strides. Looking at the faltering sunset, Chi Fengling also began to get nervous. The half-corpses had only entered the cafeteria one after another last night, naturally not daring to call their bluff with several times more students than them, while today they had basically taken control of the cafeteria. When the sun fully set and darkness fell, the half-corpses would regain their full fighting strength, and by that time, it was estimated that no less than 300 students would fall into their food. As for the few half-corpses that he had just encountered in the school building, how could Chi Fengling possibly bypass their lives? Ever since he had suffered that loss from Yi Tian, Chi Fengling would have to see his enemies completely dead before he would completely leave. Meanwhile inside the cafeteria, as the sun got lower and lower, which lowered the already dim light in the cafeteria, many of the half-corpses that had fallen into a deep sleep awoke, and around the first floor of the cafeteria, Xiao Quan, Tang Wei Hao, Jiang Lu, Shi Xin Yuan, Lu Lutong, Xiao Lu, and a host of other awakened were all under control. Some of them were even badly beaten, their flesh and blood swollen, their breath dying. If they hadn't held on to a breath of defiance, they might have collapsed on the ground. On the second floor of the cafeteria, there were 2 beautiful teachers, Cheng Nuacheng and Xiao Yuro, and compared to the injured awakened, the 2 of them were not injured, except that Cheng Nuacheng's mental state was very poor, and beside Cheng Nuacheng, Xiao Yuro was holding her hand, and her mouth kept saying things like Shun Jiang Chang and don't trust that Chi Fengling anymore. Yes, it's obvious. That lost state that Xiao Yuro appeared in at that time already indicated that she had been completely controlled by Jiang Chang, and then looking at Cheng Nuacheng's dying expression like this, it means that Jiang Chang had also used mind control on Cheng Nuacheng. Only compared to the ordinary person Xiao Yuro, Cheng Nuacheng is an awakened person, where she can be so easily by Jiang Chang mind control. She can always hold on until now, probably still believe that that classmate will come to save them. Xiao, sister Xiao, we are all teachers. How can you victimize those poor students because of your own selfishness? They came all the way to my Cloud City. How can we treat them like this? On top of the second floor, even though Cheng Nuacheng was a bit weak and even had a splitting headache, she was still persuading that former good sister. No Zaru, a lot of things aren't what you think. There are times when I don't even know what I'm doing and I don't feel like I'm human. You know what? I can't believe that I was the one who persuaded them to eat their classmates. I have no turning back. I'm the one who's sorry for you guys. I'm the one who's sorry for. Hiss. Next to Cheng Nuacheng, Xiao Yuro was originally full of remorse, even to the point of snot and tears, but just for a moment, her head began to hurt, and the remorse on her face just now was instantly swept away. Cheng Nuacheng, I advise you to behave yourself. If you are willing to join Marshal Jiang Cheng's command, the Marshal will definitely spare your life. With your ability, let you break through to a higher rank even. After a headache for a while, Xiao Yuro had a serious face, and her words were also very disgusting. It was this time, Cheng Nuacheng then stopped answering this controlled good sister. She just looked ahead with a grave face, looking at Ren Chengtsen, who was in the middle of the crowd, already beaten and bruised. At this moment, Ren Chengtsen's clothes were tattered, her hair was disheveled, her body was covered with wounds, and her breath was very disorganized, as if one of her arms and legs had been broken. But even so, she was still holding on to the tattered iron rod, standing in front of Jiang Chang. Ren Chengzhen, Ran Great Sword Saint, I really admire your ability, but as you can see, you're at the end of your rope now. If you still want to resist, then after dark, that's when you'll die. Pushing away the half-corpse blocking in front of him, A man with pale gray skin, not tall, and a face of a shadowy lord stepped out, and when I say that he was a man, it was because, if you didn't look carefully, you couldn't really tell that this person would be a half-corpse. Cough, put, Jiang Chang, you're dreaming. Run Chengtsen, even if I die, I won't submit to you, I won't watch you cannibalize those classmates. Put. At the center of the cafeteria on the first floor, Ren Chengtsen spat out a mouthful of blood with every reply. It was obvious that she was really badly injured, and looking at the corpses this week, it was clear that Ren Chengtsen had desperately killed a lot of half-corpses that had surrounded her. It is true that the phase is born from the heart. This Jiang Chang at a glance is a bit obscene and afraid of death. He knows that his daytime combat strength is completely inferior to Ren Chengtsen. In order to not let himself out of the slightest danger, he did not hesitate to sacrifice a lot of half-corpses to consume Ren Chengtsen's physical strength. He knew very well that, without any accident, when night fell, this Ren Chengtsen, who was so heavily injured, would have lost the battle, and at that time, it would be a day of suffering for all awakened ones, all ordinary students. Chapter 168 Handsome Corpse Jiang Chang. A righteous man would rather lay down his life than change his will. A rebel is willing to suffer 100 insults and live on. Both are ways of being in the world and are not to be praised or criticized. Humph, 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 humph. Laugh me to death. Ren Chengtsen, and you guys, who do you all think you are one by one? Did you read too many cool novels? Do you think you can all survive after a big bang? But the reality is, you can only do more if you survive. Ren Chengtsen, I'm telling you, I'll kill you at the end. I'll cripple you. I'll let you see with your own eyes. These classmates you're protecting, one by one, die in front of you. I'm also going to show you more of my classmates who ate their partners with their own mouths so they could live. Ha ha ha. On the side, Ren Chengtsen's words, which were pulled full of hot-bloodedness, instantly enraged Jiang Chang, who declaimed loudly, his facial expression twisting up. Yeah, there was a time when Jiang Chang might have been expecting himself to be the protagonist in the post-apocalyptic world, but reality was just so cruel. He didn't get any favor. If he still clung to the moral righteousness in his heart, he would only starve to death. So he endured the nausea, the resentment, and slowly turned into the person who had annoyed him in the beginning. That's why at this moment, when he saw this Ren Chengtsen who was favored by the heavens and was still so righteous, he would act so exuberant and morbid. Bah, Jiang Chang, you don't deserve to be a human being at all. So what if you kill me? Just wait. When Chi Fengling comes back, he will make sure you don't have a good death. Spitting out the septic blood in his mouth, Ren Chengtsen's eyes were firm however. She admitted that before she had some preconceived notions about Chi Fengling, but compared to this monster that eats human flesh, Chi Fengling is really very good. He just looks cold and bad on the outside, but inside he is a very good person. Humph, Chi Fengling? You can't be talking about that biggest lickspittle of class 2. What ability does a mere mortal have to be my enemy? Moreover, even if he gains the ability, so what? The current me is invincible. In Jiang Chang's mouth, Chi Fengling was still the same licking dog, without any ability. It seems that Jiang Chang's news is also a bit lagging behind. This Jiang Chang should have started poking around the 4 regions of Cloud City University a long time ago. It was estimated that the news he had gotten was still before Chi Fengling came to Yuncheng University, so he was still unaware of Chi Fengling's abilities. My moment has come. Ren Chengtsen, suffer. As the last ray of light drifted out of the cafeteria, Jiang Chang that was very morbidly sucked in a mouthful of the air around him, while in the next second, he took an arrow step and charged towards Ren Chengtsen. Boom! Boom! The moment the sunlight receded, Jiang Chang launched himself directly at Ren Chengtsen, and the severely injured Ren Chengtsen, without even lifting the steel pipe, was kicked against the wall by Jiang Chang. Not bad, not bad. The blood and flesh of an awakened is just sweet. Ha ha ha, I've changed my attention. Ren Chengtsen, have you ever heard of eating a donkey alive? I'm not going to kill you. I'm going to keep you and slowly savor your flesh and blood. You know, awakened's lives are hard. I'm going to let you experience what it means to live too long and not be able to die. Licking and eating the blood spewed out by Ren Chengtsen, Jiang Chang instantly became even more frantic, and in a split second, he came up with an even more perverted idea. By eating a donkey alive, I mean not killing the donkey, but just cutting off a piece of fresh meat from the donkey, and then listening to it scream, eating its meat in front of it, and then raising it again, and then letting it know that I'm going to eat your meat again. Bastard, you dream, you don't want to humiliate me. On the ground, Ren Chengtsen endured the severe pain and slowly climbed up, only to see that she raised the sharp end of the steel pipe and was about to stab at her heart. Dangling, humph. Want to die? It's not that easy, only to hear a sound of a steel pipe falling to the ground, but the opposite side of the Jiang Chang laughed out loud. While in that place just now, Ren Xingchen had to drop the steel pipe in his hand as he had a headache. It looked like Zhang Chang should be using his special ability in infesting Ren Xingchen's head. No, don't. At this moment, Ren Xingchen only felt that his consciousness was becoming more and more blurred, and his eyelids seemed to be pulled downward by a quantity carriage. Boom! Chi Fengling, you finally came. Also, just as Ren Xingchen's consciousness was about to completely dissipate, that tightly closed cafeteria door was suddenly kicked open, and the figures of one person and one sword appeared in her line of sight. Yes, it's Chi Fengling we're saved. It's Lord Fengling. He's finally come back to save us. Is he that Chi Fengling? Looks even more intimidating than Dishwayug. Stop talking now, or the marshal will take you to task. When this person was seen by everyone, the cafeteria instantly became noisy, and both half-zombies and normal students began to talk about the name Chi Fengling. Yes, where the students would have never resisted. It's just that they didn't have a backbone, and in order to stay alive, they must have mentioned the name Chi Fengling more than once. That's why at this moment when Chi Fengling appeared, it had this effect. Humph, you are Chi Fengling. This intensity is really not weak, but you are late. Now is our moment. Among the half-corpses, this Zhang Chang that is not panicked at all, on the contrary, looked up and down this man, just that Chi Fengling didn't pay any attention to him, while Chi Fengling's gaze was scanning everything around him. Just this look, Chi Fengling that was looking down on these classmates more and more. A mere 600 half-corpses had taken control of more than 2,000 students, still on their home turf, still in the daytime, they had no ability to resist at all. If not for the fact that Ren Xingchen had struggled to hold on until now, they would have long since been reduced to half-corpses' rations. Humph, dare to ignore me, give me death. Seeing Chi Fengling ignoring himself, Zhang Chang then suddenly activated that invisible spiritual power. Hiss! In an instant, Chi Fengling also felt his head hurt. Spiritual suppression was unavoidable, and the intensity was completely beyond Chi Fengling's expectations. He was truly surprised that Zhang Chang could have such a great spiritual suppression, but what can be done about it? The situation is urgent. When Chi Fengling rushed to the door, he saw Ren Xingchen was beaten to death. Do you have to observe for a while longer before coming out? Name, Kong Sung. Race, half-corpse. Rank, level 2 high. Corpse awakening. Occupation, corpse awakening. Occupational quality, S. Synopsis, age 24. Originally an ordinary college student with a disciplined heart, he was trapped in the toilet after the outbreak of the apocalypse, and after eating everything in the toilet, he ate zombie meat under extreme hunger, and his psyche began to distort after he was reduced to a half-zombie, and then he swallowed the awakening beads, possessing extremely strong mental suppression, and pathologically longing for a normal human being who had been reduced to a half-zombie. Power, 50. Speed, 40. Spirit, 210. Physical fitness, 70. Skill, Commander of the Corpses, commander of a clan of half-corpses and zombies, can suppress any half-corpses or zombies below his level and professional quality. Mental manipulation, can use mental power to attack the enemy's brain, and after completely eroding the enemy's mind, can control the enemy's speech and some of their actions. Although Chi Fengling's head hurt, the Undead Emperor's eye would not stop working, and soon, all the information about Zhang Chang was understood by Chi Fengling. No wonder this Zhang Chang was so powerful. It turned out that he still had this kind of opportunity, and this ability of his just happened to be Chi Fengling's most obvious weakness. Chapter 169. The first battle is a bad one. It's a long way to go. Chi Fengling strongly defeated the zombie emperor, eliminated the bandit nest, defeated the snake and scorpion queen, killed the half-zombie king, blew up the Chi Jiela flower, hardened himself against the airplane bombing, subdued the Want Fat supermarket, pinned down the household ghoul king, massacred the Kobold clan, forcefully fought against the military and the school Awaken people, and finally almost unified the Yunchang University. This less than a month's time. Chi Fengling can be said to have experienced 9 deaths. The same Chi Fengling has grown up, and his men even have a lot of elite soldiers. Skeleton Witch Savvy loves white, Flaming Skeleton Horse, Bone Spirit 3-headed dog, Troop Commander level Ackerman, and even holding the divine artifact One Thought Divine Demon sword in his hands, Chi Fengling himself had reached the rank of 2nd grade middle order. Based on these alone, Chi Fengling was already too far ahead of the strongest people of his time. But even though Chi Fengling was so powerful, he still had one major weakness. That is, his spiritual power was not prominent. It was more or less ironic that the Undead Emperor was still a powerful summoner, but Chi Fengling's spiritual power was mediocre. The thing that gave Chi Fengling the most headache was that the summoned beasts were of a higher level than himself, and he had to consume a lot of mental energy just by letting them exist in his world, which meant that typing and typing would make Chi Fengling inexplicably dizzy. Not only that, Chi Fengling didn't have any spiritual power type attack means or any spiritual power type defense. At the moment, with Zhang Chang's spiritual suppression transferred to Chi Fengling, Chi Fengling only felt that there was an invisible knife reaching into his head, and the knife withdrew every time it only stabbed in by a fraction of a millimeter. Just to maintenance one that made it hard to die. Ha ha ha, Chi Fengling? How dare you call yourself a savior with this? You're nothing more than that. Everyone listen to me? The one who beheads Chi Fengling can enjoy half of his flesh and blood, and I will also specialize in cultivating him. After mocking at Chi Fengling, Jiang Cheng decisively gave his orders to his half-corpse henchmen. Sure enough, it really wasn't simple for this Jiang Cheng to grow up to this point. Facing Chi Fengling, who didn't know exactly how much strength he had, he wouldn't attack rashly at all. His method of combat was still the same as the one he used against Ren Chengzhen. He himself performed mental suppression from a distance, while these half-corpse henchmen chose to charge into battle. Only the difference between Chi Fengling and Ren Chengzhen was that Ren Chengzhen fought them in the daytime, when their overall battle power was weakened, but Chi Fengling fought them at night, when they could explode at full strength. Noisy. With Jiang Cheng's order, the vast majority of the half-corpses went crazy, and although there was reluctance on the faces of some of the half-corpses, they still chose to launch an attack on Chi Fengling. This was the ability of the handsome corpse to not only mentally suppress itself, but also force low-level half-corpses or zombies to attack it. Oomph humph humph humph. It's really interesting that he, who often surrounded others, would one day be surrounded by others, but even so, Chi Fengling's face was not seen to be panicked. These half-corpses are indeed former classmates, but now they are the foreigners who love to eat human flesh. For those of them, even if some of the faces are still somewhat familiar to Chi Fengling will not be soft in the slightest. Come out, flaming skeleton horse, bone spirit three-headed dog. Seeing that the half-corpse group had already rushed in front of him, Chi Fengling then decisively sacrificed his usual two major summoning beasts. Roar! Woof! Woo! So, what's that? Cerberus? Skeleton horses? No, no, I don't want to die yet. No, don't, I don't want to go over there. The sudden barking of dogs and the sound of horses instantly shook those crazy half-corpses awake. They were certainly half-corpses, but they still retained the memories and intelligence they had when they were normal people, and they understood that charging at such an opponent would end in their death. Reluctance was etched on their faces, but their bodies still rushed towards Chi Fengling without any hesitation, and it was only at this moment that Chi Fengling truly saw Jiang Cheng as a person. No wonder. The area around the school building is the place with the most students and teachers. Even if half of the people became zombies in the end of the world outbreak, there should still be 2,000 to 3,000 ordinary people. Why is there only a mere 600.5 zombies here? You have to know that all half-corpses are transformed from normal people, and after obtaining this inheritance of handsome corpses, Jiang Cheng possessed a special ability to invade the other person's brain and control their actions. In other words, there must have been more than 600 half-corpses transformed by Jiang Cheng. It might have passed over 1,000, and some of those people had gained notable strength after becoming half-corpses, while others had been completely forced by Jiang Cheng. Therefore, they would not trust Jiang Cheng, much less be manipulated by him, and it was estimated that there was only one outcome for them, and that was to be completely killed by Jiang Cheng. This is where Jiang Cheng is terrifying. These 600 half-corpses under him, their heads have been completely invaded by him. Normally they can have their own thoughts, but at critical moments, Jiang Cheng can control all their actions. That was why the reality was such that even though some of the half-corpse classmates were scared, they still chose to charge at Chi Fengling. Looking at this burst of reluctant faces, Chi Fengling's face also had only regret. He couldn't save them and didn't want to. Not only that, Chi Fengling had to behead these reluctant them. Roar! Woof! Ow! In the hall on the first floor of the cafeteria, before Chi Fengling could counterattack, the bone spirit three-headed dog jumped directly into the group of half-corpses, only to see its three heads snarling together. In an instant, the bone forest sword rain, shocking roar, and inferno flame all greeted these reluctant half-corpse classmates. Their strength was generally at the middle to high rank of level 1, while the current bone spirit three-headed dog had reached the middle rank of level 3. The extremely high-level suppression allowed the bone spirit three-headed dog's attacks to easily suppress them. This was the reason why Chi Fengling was confident. As long as there was enough time, he could completely allow the bone spirit three-headed dog one dog to completely annihilate all the half-corpses in the cafeteria. Humph. You wish. Woof. Woof. What's going on? Could it be you? Just as Chi Fengling was riding on the flaming skeleton horse and enjoying the bone spirit three-headed dog's hunt, that bone spirit three-headed dog was suddenly roaring in an unusual manner, and in the next second, all three of the special effects attacks from its mouth stopped. Not only that, Chi Fengling seemed to feel that the bone spirit three-headed dog's consumption was rapidly becoming greater, and that the connection between himself and it was slowly becoming weaker. On the opposite side, seeing Chi Fengling looking over, Jiang Cheng that was not evasive raised his head, looking at his arrogant expression as if he was saying, "It's me who made it." What can you do about it? Name, Chi Fengling, level, grade 2, middle order, power, 70, speed, 70, spirit, 52/70ths, body mass, 68/70ths. This spiritual energy is also depleting too quickly. At this rate, if he still left the bone spirit three-headed dog and the flaming skeleton horse in this world, it wouldn't take more than 10 minutes for his spiritual energy to be completely overdrawn, and by then he would be at their mercy. There was no need to think about it. This was how powerful that Jiang Chang was. Not only would he attack Chi Fengling's spirit, he would also speed up Chi Fengling's spirit consumption. Not only that, he was also able to affect the two summoned beasts that had a much lower IQ. Damn it, you forced me to do this. Good horse, let's go. Seeing Jiang Chang's intentions, Chi Fengling no longer appreciated the bone spirit triple-headed dog's hunt and ordered the flaming skeleton horse, intending to perform a decapitation action.